I'm just a penniless student who collects bottles to pay the rent. After 3 years together, my girlfriend publicly humiliated me for money and threw herself into the arms of a wealthy second-generation heir. Life hits rock bottom when a mysterious call informs me of an inheritance waiting to be claimed. The elderly man I once casually saved turns out to be the reclusive world's richest billionaire. In the blink of an eye, the 5 million verification funds arrived in the account. 5 trillion in assets and an unlimited black card within easy reach. The will also came with a mysterious fiancée. While the rich second-generation heir and his ex-girlfriend were still flaunting their pitiful wealth, they could never have imagined that the economic lifeline of the entire world now lies within my grasp. But what trials and dangers are truly hidden behind this colossal fortune? Chapter 1, 5 million deposited? Nanyang City. A young man wearing a faded light blue shirt and tattered jeans walked through the campus of Nanyang University, his eyes frequently glancing at the ground as if searching for something. The young man's appearance could be considered decent, but his clothes looked as if they hadn't been washed for a long time, with the black stains on his cuffs particularly eye-catching. Passing students treated him like the plague, their eyes filled with disdain as they avoided him from afar. Chen Mo seemed long accustomed to such gazes, walking calmly toward a plastic water bottle by the roadside with an indifferent expression. Ding-a-ling. The old Nokia ringtone suddenly rang out. Chen Mo hurriedly took out his phone and answered the call. Hello? May I speak to Mr. Chen Mo? The other end of the line came a middle-aged man's voice, deep and measured, speaking at a deliberate pace. I'm Chen Mo, but not some kind of young Master Chen. Chen Mo was momentarily stunned before responding. Young Master Chen, the matter is this: there is an inheritance requiring your attention. Would you have time to handle it today? The middle-aged man spoke respectfully. Haha, do I have an inheritance to claim? Chen Mo was amused by the other person's words and replied helplessly, Bro, you'd better find someone else to scam. Everyone in my family is dead. I'm an orphan, where would I get any inheritance? Mr. Chen, Chen Mo hung up the phone without waiting for an explanation from the other end, then shook his head lightly and said, These scammers these days are really unprofessional. I don't even have 50 yuan on me, yet they still try to trick me? Even claiming I have an inheritance to inherit, my parents have been dead for so many years. At this very moment, Chen Mo's phone rang once again. Chen Mo didn't hesitate for a second before hitting the reject button, then strode toward the empty water bottle not far away, fearing the campus scrap collector might snatch it if he delayed any longer. Smack! Just as Chen Mo bent down to pick up the bottle, a red high-heeled shoe stepped directly on it. Chen Mo instinctively paused, then followed the slender, shapely leg upward, his gaze landing on a tall, stunningly beautiful woman with a sexy figure. The woman wore light makeup, her delicate features accentuated by her alluring outfit. A black fitted t-shirt perfectly outlined her ample bust, while her slender waist flowed into tight denim shorts that hugged her pert backside. Her long, pale legs were accentuated by the red high heels, making her appear irresistibly seductive. Fei, what are you doing here? Chen Monian's eyes flickered with surprise at the sight of the girl. The girl standing before him was none other than his girlfriend, Gao Fei. Chen Mo, why are you picking up trash again? Do you really want to be a trash-collecting loser for the rest of your life? Gao Fei's pretty face turned frosty. Without sparing him any dignity, she furrowed her brows and scolded him directly. Chen Mo opened his mouth to explain. What do you mean you? Whatever, if you want to pick up trash, I can't stop you. Starting today, we're breaking up. I don't want someone like you to become a stain on my life, Gao Fei. Gao Fei shouted at Chen Mo with extreme disgust. Breaking up? Chen Mo froze in place upon hearing Gao Fei's words, his eyes filled with utter shock. Fei, you're joking, right? Chen Mo stared directly at Gao Fei standing before him and asked softly. Kidding? You think I joke with someone like you? Gao Fei sneered. Why would you break up for no reason? Chen Mo finally realized that Gao Fei wasn't joking, she was dead serious. What else could it be? It's because you're broke, a penniless bum who only knows how to pick through trash. Gao Fei looked down at Chen Mo in front of her, giving him a disdainful glance before continuing. Chen Mo, you don't actually think I wanted to stay with you forever, do you? Why don't you take a good look at yourself in the mirror? In your current state, do you really think you're worthy of me? You can't give me what I want. Chen Mo stared blankly at Gao Fei. He had actually guessed the reason long ago, but he couldn't accept that his girlfriend of nearly 3 years would ultimately leave him over money. Chen Mo, I'm officially informing you that from now on, there's no relation between us anymore. I hope you won't bother me in the future. After saying this, Gao Fei turned and walked away. Chen Mo hurriedly stepped forward to try to stop Gao Fei, but at that very moment, a young man rushed out from behind Gao Fei, raised his leg, and delivered a swift kick directly to Chen Mo's stomach. Li Kai? Chen Mo took 2 steps back in succession, his gaze filled with confusion as he stared at the young man beside Gao Fei. Gao Fei deftly linked arms with Li Kai and said in a coquettish tone, Chen Mo, let me introduce you. This is my new boyfriend, Li Kai. He's handsomer than you, richer than you, and knows how to sweet-talk someone like him is the only one worthy of a girl like me, Gao Feifei. Chen Mo stared wide-eyed at Li Kai. Although Li Kai was average-looking, he was a wealthy second-generation heir in their class. Gao Feifei had broken up with Chen Mo to be with Li Kai, surely because of his money. Chen Mo, starting today, Gao Feifei is my girlfriend. If I find out you dare to pester her again, I'll break one of your legs. Understand? Li Kai took a step forward, speaking to Chen Mo in an extremely arrogant tone. Chen Mo gritted his teeth and remained silent, well aware that Li Kai not only came from a wealthy family but also had connections with numerous troublemakers in society. He knew the consequences would be dire if he truly offended Li Kai. Honey, don't bother with this kind of person, let's hurry up and go. At that moment, Gao Feifei snuggled into Li Kai's arms and coquettishly murmured, "Little minx, can't wait to get to the hotel room with me." Li Kai couldn't help but smirk slightly, then directly pulled out several red banknotes from his clothes and waved them in front of Chen Mo. With a chuckle, he said, "Chen Mo, if I remember correctly, you're willing to do anything for money, right? Here's 500 yuan, go to the pharmacy and buy a box of contraceptive pills. I'll need them later with Feifei." Gao Feifei's eyes flickered with a hint of shyness upon hearing Li Kai's words, but she said nothing. Chen Mo looked at the money in Li Kai's hand, his eyes filled with anger. Because in the 3+ years he was with Gao Feifei, not only had they never stayed in a hotel together, he hadn't even held her hand. But at this time, Gao Feifei and Li Kai had only been together for a few days, yet they actually went to book a hotel room. Moreover, Li Kai actually ordered Chen Mo to buy emergency contraceptive pills for the two of them. This was treating Chen Mo as less than human. The surrounding area was already crowded with students, all of them looking at Chen Mo as if watching a joke, their faces filled with extreme disdain. After all, there's nothing more pathetic in this world than what just happened. But what they didn't know was that the saddest part wasn't Li Kai making Chen Mo buy contraceptives, it was Chen Mo actually feeling tempted when he saw the cash in Li Kai's hand. If Chen Mo could really get this sum of money, his rent would be covered. So, how about it? Are you coming or not? If you don't go, I'll have to ask someone else. Li Kai asked Chen Mo with a chuckle. Chen Mo hesitated for 2 seconds, then turned to look at Gao Feifei's position with icy eyes and said, "Gao Feifei, I hope you'll never regret the decision you made today for the rest of your life." Regret? What do I mean by regret? Regretting breaking up with a destitute trash picker like you? Gao Feifei couldn't help but sneer. Chen Mo took a deep breath and without a second thought, turned around and strode away into the distance, vanishing from everyone's sight. After leaving the school, Chen Mo returned alone to the rented apartment he stayed in outside the campus. Since Chen Mo had to work at a bar in the evenings and wouldn't get off until at least 2 a.m., by which time the school dormitory would be locked, he had rented the place for himself. Though the room was barely the size of a bathroom, Chen Mo felt it was sufficient for his needs. Back in his room, Chen Mo's mind was flooded with scenes of his past with Gao Feifei. The solemn vows they once made now seemed utterly laughable. When Chen Mo first met Gao Feifei, she was a very kind and innocent girl. While others looked down on Chen Mo, Gao Feifei was the only one who always stayed by his side. However, during her 2 years at Nanyang University, as Gao Feifei met more and more people, her thoughts gradually began to change. Chen Mo had realized long ago that Gao Feifei might break up with him, but he never expected her to act so heartlessly. When Chen Mo was young, his family was quite well off. The Chen family was a prominent clan in the local area, with both his father and mother holding executive positions in the family business. While they weren't among the ultra-wealthy elite, compared to Li Kai's family, the Chens were still considered quite affluent. But the year Chen Mo turned 15, his parents passed away in an accident. The Chen family viewed him as a thorn in their side, and in the end, Chen Mo had no choice but to leave the family and live on his own. To cover tuition and living expenses, Chen Mo had taken on all sorts of dirty and exhausting jobs over the years. During the day, when he had free time, he would collect bottles, and at night, he worked as a waiter at a bar near campus. Schoolmates also subjected Chen Mo to endless humiliation, but he simply didn't care, as long as Gao Feifei remained by his side. However, at this point, even Gao Feifei had left him. At this moment, Chen Mo lay on the bed, gazing dazedly at the ceiling. He no longer knew what the meaning of his existence was. Ding! Just at that moment, the message notification sound rang out. Chen Mo was momentarily stunned, then quickly picked up his phone and casually glanced at it. When he saw the content on the screen, he froze in place, his face filled with overwhelming shock. Your account ending with 6174 has received a deposit of 5 million yuan. Current balance 5,025 yuan. Chen Mo instantly sat up straight, his eyes wide with disbelief as he stared at his phone. 5 million, this must be someone playing a joke on me. Chen Mo stared at the text message on his phone, speaking with utter confusion in his tone. Bang bang bang. Before Chen Mo could figure out what this message meant, a series of urgent knocks sounded at the door. Chapter 2, The Beautiful Neighbor. Chen Mo hurriedly opened the door upon hearing the knock, only to be greeted by a middle-aged woman wearing black stockings and weighing at least 200 pounds. Landlord, you're here? Chen Mo paused for a moment upon seeing the middle-aged woman and asked with a cheerful smile. Chen Mo, stop waffling with me here. You didn't answer my call earlier. Tell me exactly when you'll pay the 3 months rent you owe me, the middle-aged woman shouted at Chen Mo fiercely. Landlord, I'll get my paycheck in a couple of days. Could you give me 2 more days? Chen Mo said in a low voice. Give you 2 more days? The landlord sneered and then shouted at the top of his voice, Chen Mo, considering you're a student, how long have I already given you? We agreed on paying monthly, but you've delayed for 3 months now, and yet you still ask for 2 more days? Have you no shame at all? Chen Mo looked at the landlord in front of him with a helpless expression. A week ago, he had spent almost all his money to buy Gao Feifei a birthday gift, so he simply had no money left to pay the rent now. Landlord, I really don't have the money right now, but I swear I'll give it to you in 2 days. Chen Mo said with deep embarrassment. I don't have the patience for your bullshit today. Pay the rent right now or get the hell out immediately. The woman shrieked, her chubby cheeks trembling with anger. Chen Mo stood frozen in place, utterly at a loss for what to do, as he genuinely had no money. Bang! At that moment, the door to the neighboring room was shoved open. A beautiful girl in a black lace nightgown sleepily emerged from the room, then pouted and shouted, What's all the yelling about? Can't you let people sleep? Miss One, I'm sorry, this kid hasn't paid his rent, I was just asking him for the rent payment. The middle-aged woman's expression instantly changed upon seeing the girl, explaining with an ingratiating smile. The girl turned her head, eyeing Chen Mo up and down, then asked softly, How much does he owe you? It's really not that much money, just 3 months rent 600 yuan, the middle-aged woman replied cheerfully. Is 600 yuan really worth making such a fuss over? The beautiful woman flashed a faint, disdainful smile. It's mainly because this guy has owed it for too long and never paid. The middle-aged woman explained, seemingly somewhat embarrassed. Alright, I'll transfer his rent to you via WeChat later. Stop shouting here. The beauty said coldly, folding her arms. Thank you, Miss One. Thank you, Miss One. The middle-aged woman replied cheerfully, then turned to Chen Mo and said, Kid, you're lucky today Miss One covered your rent for you. Next time if you dare to fall behind on rent again, just see how I deal with you. I'll pay on time next time. Chen Mo muttered softly. The middle-aged woman shot him a fierce glare before turning and walking away. Chen Mo looked up at the beautiful woman in pajamas standing at the door. Although he had lived here for a long time, this was the first time he had observed his gorgeous neighbor up close. Thank you for what happened earlier. Actually, Chen Mo took a deep breath and softly spoke to the beautiful woman. Don't thank me, I just spent $600 to buy some peace and quiet. The beauty interrupted Chen Mo impatiently. About that money I'll pay you back as soon as I get my paycheck. By the way, your name is... Bang! Before Chen Mo could finish speaking, the beautiful girl walked straight into the room and slammed the door shut. Chen Mo stood there with a slightly awkward expression. Perhaps these 600 yuan meant nothing to this girl, but to Chen Mo, it was a huge sum of money. Since she showed no intention of speaking to him, Chen Mo could only gently close the door. Ding-ling-ling. At this very moment, Chen Mo's phone rang again. Chen Mo picked up the phone to answer the call and then said weakly, Hello, who is this? Young Master Chen, have you seen the money I just transferred to you? The middle-aged man's voice rang out again. Was that money sent by you? Chen Mo couldn't help but freeze for a moment, then suddenly remembered the payment notification message he had just seen. That's right, I know you might think I'm a fraud, Mr. Chen, so I just transferred a sum of money to prove myself. If you don't believe me, you can go to the bank right now and check. The middle-aged man said with a chuckle. Without a second thought, Chen Mo hung up the phone and rushed to the nearest bank with his bank card. When Chen Mo saw the numbers on the ATM screen, he was completely stunned. That person really wasn't joking, there were indeed 5 million more in his account. It's actually real. Faced with such an enormous figure, Chen Mo felt as if he were dreaming. His right hand trembling, he took out his phone and dialed the unfamiliar number. Young Master Chen, surely you believe me now? The middle-aged man answered the call promptly and said with a chuckle. Who exactly are you? Why are you giving me so much money? Chen Mo asked, his tone filled with confusion. Young Master Chen, if you have time now, you can come to the 27th floor of Huiding Tower to see me. I'll explain everything to you in person, the middle-aged man said unhurriedly. Chen Mo hesitated for 2 seconds with his phone in hand, then said softly, I'll come find you now. Understood, young Master Chen. The other party politely hung up the phone. Chen Mo withdrew 500 yuan from the ATM, then flagged down a taxi and headed straight for the Huiding building. At this time, Chen Mo didn't know the exact situation regarding this money, so he only took 500. If any issues arose, he would still have a chance to remedy the situation. At 1 o'clock in the afternoon, Chen Mo arrived at the base of Huiding Tower. At this moment, the parking lot downstairs was filled entirely with luxury cars worth millions, and the people around were all dressed very elegantly. In comparison, Chen Mo seemed like a beggar, completely out of place in this environment. Sorry, begging is not allowed here. Chen Mo had just walked into the Huiding building when the beauty in a black uniform at the front desk frowned and shouted with an extremely disdainful expression on her face. I'm not here to beg. Chen Mo replied expressionlessly. We don't accept agricultural products here either. The receptionist beauty continued to shout. I'm here to see someone. See someone? Who exactly are you looking for? Do you think there's anyone here you could possibly be looking for? The receptionist beauty retorted, pursing her lips. At this moment, Chen Mo didn't even know the other person's name. His mind was solely focused on figuring out what was going on with that money, so he had no patience to deal with the receptionist. He strode directly toward the elevator. Hey, what's wrong with you? I just told you can't come in, stay right there, or I'll have security throw you out right now. The receptionist, seeing Chen Mo trying to rush into the elevator, quickly ran out to stop him. Ding dong! Just at that moment, the elevator door suddenly opened. Chen Mo saw the beautiful receptionist chasing after him and immediately stepped into the elevator. Ah! A delicate gasp came from inside the elevator. Since he had entered in such a hurry, Chen Mo had completely failed to notice someone trying to exit the elevator, resulting in a full-on collision with the person inside. Are you blind or something? Can't you see there's someone in here? The person in the elevator let out a shriek. Chen Mo couldn't help but look up at the woman in front of him, then froze completely on the spot. What are you doing here? Where are the security guards? How can they just let anyone in? After clearly seeing Chen Mo's appearance, the sexy beauty shouted with extreme disgust in her tone. Sorry about that, I was in a hurry when I came in and didn't notice anyone was inside. Chen Mo instinctively reached for the tissues placed beside the elevator as he spoke, intending to help the beautiful woman wipe off the coffee spilled on her. But when Chen Mo placed his hand on the beauty's chest, everyone present froze in place. Ah, pervert! The beauty instinctively let out a scream. In an instant, 7 or 8 security guards charged straight toward Chen Mo's location. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to. Seeing all the security guards rushing toward him, Chen Mo had no time to think about anything else and immediately pushed past the sexy beauty, dashing into the elevator before pressing the button for the 27th floor. When the security guards rushed to the door, they found that the elevator where Chen Mo was had already gone up. Manager Pan, what's going on here? The security captain asked the sexy beauty in a puzzled tone. Just now, some beggar who popped out of nowhere groped me. Hurry up and catch that person, I must send him to the police station. What are you all standing around for? Grab him quickly, the sexy beauty shouted loudly, her large, watery eyes wide with fury. But the security captain looked somewhat troubled. But what? The sexy beauty frowned and shouted. The kid went up to the 27th floor where Chairman Wang is. Chairman Wang said no one is allowed on the 27th floor without his permission. The security chief looked at the elevator and said helplessly. The sexy beauty froze for a moment upon hearing this, then gritted her teeth and said, then we'll wait for him here. Block all the exits of the building. I don't believe this bastard 1T come down today. Chapter 3, Me, the heir to the wealthiest man? After stepping into the elevator, Chen Mo stared helplessly at his right hand. He knew he'd gotten himself into serious trouble. But he had no time to dwell on it now. All he wanted was to figure out what the hell was going on with this money. Moments later, the elevator reached the 27th floor. Stepping out, Chen Mo discovered the entire floor comprised a single, extravagantly decorated office. Its prime location offered a breathtaking panoramic view overlooking all of Nanyang City. A middle-aged man in a black suit saw Chen Mo enter and immediately rose to his feet, striding over to him with great deference. Young Master Chen, you've arrived. You're the one who called me earlier? Chen Mo asked, frowning. Indeed, Mr. Chen. Allow me to introduce myself. I am Li Juncheng, General Manager of Huiding Group. Li Juncheng said with a cheerful smile. Oh, I see. Chen Mo nodded lightly, then surveyed the office surroundings as he inquired, so what was that about inheriting an estate you mentioned on the phone earlier? Young Master Chen, it's like this. Do you recall saving an elderly man surnamed Wang 10 years ago? Li Juncheng asked softly. An elderly man surnamed Wang? Chen Mo instinctively froze for a moment before suddenly recalling that he had indeed saved an elderly man when he was young. However, because it had been so long ago, Chen Mo couldn't remember the old man's surname. Young Master Chen, it's like this, Mr. Wang Cheng was the chairman of our Huiding Group. 3 days ago, Chairman Wang passed away, leaving behind a will. Since he had no children, all his assets will be inherited solely by you. Li Juncheng explained slowly. Me alone? Chen Mo froze upon hearing Li Juncheng's words, feeling as though this was the kind of plot twist that only happened in TV dramas. That's correct. Allow me to briefly outline the assets Chairman Wang bequeathed. The listed companies include Huiding Group in Nanyang City, Mufeng Group, and Chongqing Pharmaceutical Group. As he spoke, Li Juncheng picked up a document from his desk and began detailing the assets Chen Mo would inherit. At first, Chen Mo listened attentively to Li Juncheng's explanation. But soon, he felt as if he were in a dream. Unable to contain himself, he interrupted Li Juncheng, furrowing his brow and asking, hold on. You don't need to continue explaining. Are you certain all these things are meant for me alone? Absolutely. Li Juncheng nodded gently at Chen Mo. Then how much are these things worth, approximately? Chen Mo pressed further. Well. Li Juncheng paused, then spoke softly. Young Master Chen, by my conservative estimate, it should be over $5 trillion. Over 5 trillion? And it's in US dollars. Chen Mo froze instantly, his expression utterly incredulous. Correct. Li Juncheng nodded gently at Chen Mo. All this money belongs to me? Chen Mo exclaimed, still reeling from the sheer absurdity of it all. $5 trillion was about to become his a sum so vast it felt like a nightmare he'd never dare dream. That's right. Li Juncheng said with a cheerful smile. No way. Chen Mo shook his head hastily, then pressed on, you must be pulling my leg. It's true I saved an old man back then, but if he was really this wealthy, why have I never heard of this name before? 5 trillion? That should make him the richest person in the world. Young Master Chen, you must be referring to the Forbes list? Li Juncheng looked at Chen Mo with a faint smile. Yes, that list. If he's truly that wealthy, why isn't his name on it? Chen Mo asked. Young Master Chen, do you think someone of Chairman Wang's stature would choose to appear on that kind of list? What do you mean? Chen Mo paused, confused. Let me explain it this way. The people you see on those lists today are essentially chasing fame. Once they gain that fame, they can access better social resources. But Chairman Wang has long since passed that stage. He doesn't want to overexpose his identity. Li Juncheng paused before looking at Chen Mo. Chairman Wang once said that the troubles of the wealthy always outweigh those of the poor. So if you inherit this fortune, young Master Chen, I advise you not to reveal your identity either. It won't bring you any benefit. Chen Mo studied Li Juncheng before him. He sensed the man wasn't lying. Even a con artist wouldn't waste time deceiving a penniless nobody like himself. Besides, the money in the bank account was real and tangible. And Li Juncheng's office was lavishly appointed. How could a fraudster afford such a place? Are there any requirements for inheriting this fortune? Chen Mo suppressed his excitement and asked in a low voice. Li Juncheng retrieved a document from his desk and handed it to Chen Mo. Young Master Chen, he murmured, this is the will left by Mr. Wang before his passing. Simply sign here, and all these assets will be yours. But there is one crucial point you must note. What? Chen Mo took the will from Li Juncheng's hand, his expression puzzled. Mr. Wang specifically stated in the will that if you wish to inherit his estate, you must marry Miss Su Mu. Otherwise, you cannot inherit any of these assets. Li Juncheng explained slowly. Who is Su Mu Bai? Chen Mo froze. He hadn't expected inheriting the estate would come with such a peculiar condition, money and a wife? According to the terms of the will, I cannot disclose any information about Miss Su. Li Juncheng stated deliberately. This Su Mu Bai, she's not some ugly monster, is she? Chen Mo frowned. Young Master Chen, you needn't worry about Miss Su's appearance at all. After all, with today's advanced cosmetic techniques, even if she were a pig, as long as you have the money, she could be transformed into a great beauty. Li Juncheng said with a cheerful smile. That's actually quite a valid point. Chen Mo nodded slightly before continuing. Alright, I agree to this stipulation in the will. If you have no further objections, you may sign it now, and the will take effect immediately. Li Juncheng handed the will to Chen Mo. Faced with such a massive inheritance, Chen Mo simply couldn't refuse. Never mind marrying a woman, even if he were asked to marry a pig, he might agree. After all, Chen Mo was desperately short on cash right now. After Chen Mo signed, Li Juncheng collected the will and respectfully handed him 2 cards. What are these? Chen Mo frowned, examining the cards in his hands as he asked in confusion. Young Master Chen, the first card is a black card from Huaxia Bank. This card has no spending limit, meaning you can charge tens of millions or even billions to it. The second card is the Supreme Emperor card for the Emperor Club, representing the highest status in this society. With this card, you can spend freely at the Emperor Club. Li Juncheng hurriedly explained. Chen Mo wasn't particularly interested in the Emperor Club card. He didn't even know what the club was, but the China Bank black card piqued his curiosity. He grinned at Li Juncheng and asked, are you sure I can withdraw money freely with this card? Absolutely certain. All transactions on this card are processed through your company's internal accounts. Since your company's value exceeds 5 trillion, any expenditure under that amount poses no issue whatsoever. Li Juncheng explained softly. Who knew there were bank cards this powerful? Chen Mo grinned, baring his teeth, and prepared to leave soon to test it out at the bank. Oh, by the way, Mr. Chen, here's my business card. I handle your company's affairs on a daily basis. If you ever run into any trouble, feel free to give me a call anytime. Li Juncheng respectfully handed Chen Mo a card. Alright. Chen Mo took the card and continued, well, if there's nothing else, I'll be heading out now? Let me walk you out. Li Juncheng offered promptly. No need. I'll walk myself. Chen Mo waved his hand casually and turned to leave Li Juncheng's office. A few minutes later, Chen Mo stepped out of the elevator. Clatter. Over a dozen security guards instantly surrounded Chen Mo. Chen Mo froze in shock upon seeing them, momentarily at a loss. You little pervert, you finally came out. The sexy woman who had been assaulted by Chen Mo earlier stepped out from the crowd, arms crossed, her voice dripping with contempt. Yeah, you filthy beggar. How dare you take advantage of our manager Pan? You must be out of your mind. Look at yourself. The young receptionist chimed in. What happened before was my fault, but I already apologized. What more do you want? Chen Mo frowned as he confronted the sexy woman before him. What do I want? Do you have any idea how disgusting you were just now? A scumbag like you trying to take advantage of me? Do you even know who I am? Look at your pathetic, poverty-stricken appearance. Just thinking about what happened back then makes me sick. The sexy beauty shouted at Chen Mo with utter disgust. Your disgust is your own problem, not mine. Move aside, I need to get out. Chen Mo was visibly angered by her words. This was blatant insult, so his tone grew sharp in response. You want to leave? The sexy beauty sneered coldly, then pointed at Chen Mo and shouted, You're not leaving here until this matter is resolved today. Then how do you want to resolve it? Chen Mo looked up at the woman calmly. You kneel down and apologize to me, then get out of this hall. Then today's incident will be considered settled. Otherwise, I'll have you sent straight to the police station, the woman shouted loudly. Yeah, get down on your knees and apologize to Manager Pan. The surrounding crowd immediately began to cheer her on. What are you standing there for, kid? Get down on your knees, the security guard barked contemptuously. Chen Mo turned his head toward the security guard's position but said nothing. Though he was poor, that didn't mean he lacked backbone. Panning, what are you doing with these security guards? Just then, a furious shout erupted from behind Chen Mo. Everyone present froze upon hearing those words. Chapter 4, Young Master Chen, you may do whatever you wish. Li Juncheng had originally intended to escort Chen Mo out of Huiding Tower together. After all, Chen Mo was now the chairman of Huiding Group, worth over 1 trillion yuan. As Chen Mo's subordinate, Li Juncheng naturally wanted to curry favor. But he hadn't anticipated Chen Mo leaving in such a hurry, departing via elevator without giving him the chance. Li Juncheng could only wait for the elevator to return before hurrying downstairs. But the moment he stepped out, he witnessed the scene. A stunningly beautiful woman, accompanied by a large contingent of security guards, had cornered Chen Mo at the elevator entrance. The sight sent a cold sweat running down Li Juncheng's back. Mr. Li. Mr. Li, what brings you here? Panning looked behind Chen Mo, her expression filled with utter disbelief as she exclaimed. Panning, what are you doing? Li Juncheng stepped forward, his expression fiercely angry as he demanded an explanation. Mr. Li, this poor kid made a pass at Manager Pan. She's just teaching him a lesson. The receptionist girl, completely unaware of the situation, chimed in with a sweet voice. Poor kid? Li Juncheng froze upon hearing this, then pointed at the receptionist and shouted, You're fired. Pack your things and get out immediately. The receptionist stared at Li Juncheng with wide, teary eyes, her expression utterly bewildered. She whispered, Mr. Li, What do you mean, what? I just fired you. Are you deaf? Li Juncheng barked the order expressionlessly, then turned to ask Chen Mo with an unusually deferential tone, Chairman Chen, are you all right? It's entirely my fault for not accompanying you outside. Nothing. Chen Mo replied indifferently. Upon hearing Li Juncheng's words, everyone froze in place, their eyes filled with utter disbelief. The renowned general manager of Huiding Group was actually addressing some unknown, penniless kid as chairman? Chairman. Panning was completely dumbfounded, staring blankly at Chen Mo. Mr. Li, what on earth is going on? Panning stammered, turning to Li Juncheng. What's going on? Hurry up and apologize to Chairman Chen. This is our company's new chairman. Li Juncheng shouted expressionlessly. Upon hearing this, Panning wasted no time. With a look of fear, she rushed over to Chen Mo and said, Chairman Chen, I'm truly sorry for earlier. I didn't recognize your importance and offended you. Please don't hold it against me. After saying this, Panning immediately bowed deeply to Chen Mo. Her previous outfit had been stained with coffee, so she now wore a low-cut blouse. The deep bow exposed a glimpse of her fair skin, leaving Chen Mo momentarily speechless. He couldn't help but inwardly marvel that this woman, Panning, certainly had more allure than the girls at school. Just one glance made him feel an urge to take her to bed. Young Master Chen, how should we handle this person? Li Juncheng asked softly. Panning paled at Li Juncheng's words, rushing to Chen Mo's side. Her voice trembled as she pleaded, Mr. Chen, please don't fire me. I'll do anything you ask, just don't fire me. Huiding Group was a major corporation where countless people fought tooth and nail just to get in. Panning had finally worked her way up to department manager, earning at least over 100,000 yuan a month. Losing this job now would be unbearable. Anything at all? Chen Mo paused, taken aback. Seeing Chen Mo's reaction, Panning felt hopeful. She quickly added, Yes, Master Chen, as long as it makes you happy, I'll do anything. As she spoke, Panning deliberately moved closer to Chen Mo, her tone suggestive and her expression exceptionally alluring. To become chairman of Huiding Group at such a young age, he must have considerable connections. Panning clearly had ulterior motives now. If she could get involved with Chen Mo, her position in the company would be secure. Very well. Starting today, you'll be working as a janitor in the company. Chen Mo replied indifferently, then strode directly toward the company exit. Pan stood frozen in place, her face flushed with humiliated fury. She never imagined Chen Mo wouldn't fall for her seduction. Instead, he'd demoted her to being a cleaning lady within the company. Did you hear what young Master Chen just said? Li Juncheng asked Pan expressionlessly. I heard. Pan hurriedly acknowledged. At the very least, being a cleaner was better than getting fired from the company. Meanwhile, after what had just transpired, Chen Mo felt that everything that had happened to him today wasn't some elaborate scheme but real. Otherwise, Li Juncheng wouldn't have fired those people just because of him. Chen Mo was about to find a bank to test whether the card Li Juncheng had given him could really withdraw money freely. But just then, his phone suddenly rang. Chen Mo, where the hell have you been? Why aren't you back yet? Don't you know we have class this afternoon? A young man shouted urgently. The caller was Meng Liang, one of Chen Mo's few friends at school. Damn it, I completely forgot about that. Chen Mo exclaimed in surprise, then hurriedly replied, I'm heading back right now. Hurry up. Meng Liang replied in a low voice before hanging up. Chen Mo hailed a taxi and headed straight for Nanyang University. Since Nanyang University wasn't too far from Huiding Group, Chen Mo managed to arrive on time. Upon returning to the classroom, Chen Mo noticed all his classmates staring at him with peculiar expressions. Gao Feifei and Li Kai were sitting together, chatting intimately. Seeing this scene stirred an unusual emotion within Chen Mo. When Gao Feifei was with him, she had never once sat beside him. Clearly, the entire class seemed to have already learned about his breakup with Gao Feifei. Xiao Mo, are you okay? Meng Liang asked softly. I'm fine. Chen Mo replied indifferently. I heard about you and Gao Feifei. Meng Liang, don't bring up that sore subject. The boy beside Meng Liang quietly interjected. His name was Lu Rui, also a friend of Chen Mo's. At school, Lu Rui and Meng Liang had often helped Chen Mo, and Chen Mo had always remembered their kindness. I'm really fine. Chen Mo smiled at Meng Liang and Lu Rui before walking to the back row of the classroom and sitting down. Meng Liang and Lu Rui assumed Chen Mo was in a bad mood, so they didn't disturb him. But in truth, Chen Mo wasn't upset over Gao Feifei at all. He simply needed quiet time to process everything that had happened today. It all felt utterly unbelievable. Just this morning, he'd been dumped by Gao Feifei for being broke, and now, after a single afternoon, he'd become a trillionaire. This sensation felt strange and unreal to Chen Mo. I wonder what Gao Feifei would think if she knew I had all this money now. Chen Mo watched Gao Feifei and Li Kai's retreating figures, unable to suppress a quiet sigh within himself. The class period passed quickly. Everyone, let's all go out tonight for a get-together and grab dinner together. After the teacher left, a strikingly beautiful girl stood up and called out cheerfully. Chen Mo couldn't help but glance at her seat. She wore a cropped floral knit top that accentuated her ample bust. Below, tight denim hot pants hugged her hips, showcasing her alluring curves. Below that were a pair of long, straight legs ending in canvas sneakers, giving her an overall youthful, beautiful, and vibrant appearance. This girl was Zhao Anan, the class monitor. Zhao Anan was kind-hearted and innocent, never looking down on Chen Mo because of his poverty. On the contrary, she had helped him many times. Great! Finally, we can go out to eat. The class monitor's speaking up, we've got to tag along. The students in the class began responding enthusiastically. Meng Liang hurried over to Chen Mo, wrapping his arm around his neck and saying, Little Mo, you should come along today too. It's been ages since our class got together. Meng Liang, why are you dragging that penniless loser along? He can't afford to join the gathering. Just then, a girl in a white dress haughtily snapped at Meng Liang. Chen Mo couldn't help but glance up at the girl. Her name was Lu Di, a close friend of Gao Feifei's. Coming from a well-off family and quite attractive herself, Lu Di looked down on Chen Mo and often humiliated and bullied him. However, Chen Mo knew Lu Di had a thug boyfriend outside of school, so he had always tolerated her behavior. And Gao Feifei dumping Chen Mo to be with Li Kai? A big part of that was probably because of Lu Di's scheming. Yeah, how could a broke guy like Chen Mo possibly afford to go out for dinner, added Su Jiao, another of Gao Feifei's close friends. Lu Di, Su Jiao, what are you two saying? Meng Liang called out, sounding slightly displeased. It's the truth. That trash collector can't afford to go to parties. And out of all the class gatherings we've had, have you ever seen him show up? Lu Di retorted, pouting her lips. So Chen Mo's broke? I'll cover his share. Why are you humiliating him like this? Lu Rui seemed unable to stand it anymore, frowning as he called out. Ha, Lu Rui, since you're so loaded, why don't you cover my expenses too? Li Kai responded expressionlessly upon hearing Lu Rui's words. Lu Rui turned to look at Li Kai's seat, a flicker of conflict in his eyes. While Lu Rui came from a decent family, he was nowhere near as well off as Li Kai. Moreover, Lu Rui dared not cross Li Kai, so he could only shut his mouth awkwardly. I covered Chen Mo's share. We're all classmates, is this really necessary? Class monitor Zhao Anan seemed unable to bear it any longer. She frowned and called out. Li Kai froze at Zhao Ainen's words, a flicker of hesitation crossing his eyes, but he said nothing more. Class monitor, you don't need to pay. I have my own money. Just then, Chen Mo spoke up in a flat tone. The entire class froze upon hearing Chen Mo's words, their expressions filled with utter disbelief. They never imagined Chen Mo would break his usual pattern and agree to attend the gathering today. After all, Chen Mo was now a sophomore who had spent over 2 years with these classmates. Yet he had never attended any gatherings for one reason only: he couldn't afford it. Li Kai looked at Chen Mo hesitantly, then grinned. Well, the scrap collector actually has money for a party today? Chen Mo, we've known each other this long, and you've never once joined us. How about this? Why don't you treat us all to dinner tonight? Brother Kai, cut the jokes. If this scrap collector can afford to treat us, I'll eat right here for everyone to see. Just then, a chubby guy chimed in with a laugh. Alright then, since everyone's so eager, I'll treat you all to dinner. Chen Mo said in a very flat tone. The chubby guy's smile froze instantly upon hearing Chen Mo's words. The expressions of the surrounding classmates were also filled with shock. No one had expected Chen Mo to actually agree to Li Kai's request. Chapter 5, Mingsheng Grand Hotel. Upon hearing Chen Mo genuinely intended to treat the class to a meal, Li Kai's eyes flickered with confusion. He couldn't fathom why this penniless kid who'd do anything for money suddenly seemed like a different person, willing to shell out cash for a group dinner. Gao Feifei's gaze toward Chen Mo also held a hint of surprise, but she quickly snapped out of it. Chen Mo was definitely just bragging. How could he possibly afford to treat everyone to a meal? Gao Feifei silently rejoiced that she had already broken up with Chen Mo. In her eyes, he was nothing but a good-for-nothing loser, not only penniless, but also such a braggart. What's gotten into Xiao Mo today? Meng Liang's face was equally puzzled. What else could it be? Gao Feifei dumped him, and Li Kai humiliated him like that. He's probably just swallowing his pride and forcing himself to agree. Lu Rui replied slowly before continuing, but treating everyone to a meal is only a couple thousand yuan. If it comes down to it, the two of us can cover it. Yeah, I just got my living allowance. Meng Liang nodded lightly, still understanding Chen Mo completely. Hey, Chen Mo, what's gotten into you today? Not only are you going to the gathering, but now you're actually treating everyone to dinner? Is this for real or what? Lu Di called out to Chen Mo with a tone dripping with disdain. Yeah, if you really treat us to dinner, Wang Biao will have to eat. Su Jiao chimed in. Wang Biao was the chubby guy who just said he'd eat if Chen Mo treated everyone to a meal. Of course it's real. It's just a meal, isn't it? Chen Mo replied calmly, then turned to Wang Biao and asked indifferently, so when exactly do you plan to eat for everyone to see? Inviting us to dinner is fine, but it depends on what you plan to treat us to, right? You're not seriously thinking of taking us to a street stall, are you? Wang Biao shouted back at Chen Mo, his tone tinged with awkwardness. Chen Mo's finally treating us to a meal. I doubt it'll be at a street stall. At the very least, it'll be at Mingsheng Restaurant. Li Kai chimed in once he caught up. Mingsheng Hotel? Chen Mo couldn't help but shake his head slightly at Li Kai's words. Yeah. Chen Mo, if you take us to Mingsheng Hotel today, I'll eat in front of everyone. Wang Biao quickly shouted. Chen Mo, what do you say? Since you're treating us, Mingsheng Hotel should be fine, right? Li Kai asked with a smile. No problem. If that's where you want to go, then let's go. Chen Mo nodded lightly. The students in the class froze again upon hearing this. They all knew the Mingsheng Hotel Li Kai mentioned was a 5-star luxury establishment. A meal for so many people would easily cost 40 or 50,000 yuan. How could Chen Mo possibly afford it? Has Chen Mo lost his mind? How could he possibly agree to that? Meng Liang couldn't help but exclaim in shock. If it were an ordinary restaurant, he and Lu Rui could scrape together enough for the meal. But Mingsheng Hotel? Not even they could afford that. Dining at the Mingsheng Hotel is fine, but I have one condition. Just then, Chen Mo suddenly spoke up. What's your condition? Li Kai asked, looking at Chen Mo. How about splitting the bill for today's class dinner at Mingsheng Hotel 50-50 between you and me? Chen Mo knew Li Kai was deliberately putting him on the spot. A day ago, he wouldn't have dared agree. But now, this sum meant nothing to him. He could seize this chance to strike back. Split it 50-50 between us? Li Kai gave a cold laugh before nodding. Fine. We'll each cover half of our class's expenses today. Brother Kai, you're so awesome. Alright, let's head to Mingsheng Hotel for dinner. The students in the class erupted into cheers the moment they heard Li Kai's words. With so many people dining at Mingsheng Hotel, the bill would easily reach 4 or 500,000 yuan. Even splitting it would mean over 200,000 for each. Though Li Kai felt a twinge of pain, it didn't mean he couldn't afford it. On the contrary, he believed Chen Mo couldn't possibly come up with that kind of money. Chen Mo, you just wait for me. I'll see how you handle it when the bill comes. Li Kai watched Chen Mo's retreating figure, a sinister grin spreading across his face. Over an hour later, the class arrived at Nanyang City's renowned 5-star hotel, the Mingsheng Hotel. Upon entering the hotel, the students' eyes widened in astonishment. After all, most of them were ordinary folks who'd never set foot in such a place before. Meng Liang and Lu Rui trailed behind Chen Mo, their faces filled with unease. Xiao Mo, are you really able to afford to treat everyone? Lu Rui hesitated before whispering to Chen Mo. Relax. If I dared to come, I definitely prepared the money. Chen Mo replied casually. But Lu Rui opened his mouth to speak. A beautiful woman in uniform approached them with a smile. The manager's eyes flashed a hint of disdain upon seeing Chen Mo, but she turned to Li Kai, gave a slight bow, and asked softly, Sir, are you here to dine? That's right, we're here to eat. Get us a larger private room. Li Kai boomed. Certainly, sir. Our hotel currently offers standard private rooms with a minimum spend of 18,000, VIP rooms at 38,000, and premium suites at 88,000. Which would you prefer? The woman maintained a professional smile as she inquired softly. Upon hearing her words, Li Kai couldn't help but turn to look at Chen Mo. He whispered, Chen Mo, we don't get to come to Mingsheng Hotel often. I think a standard private room would be a bit boring. Why don't we go for a VIP private room? Li Kai, aren't you being a bit much? The VIP room has a minimum spend of 38,000. Class monitor Zhao Anan exclaimed, sounding somewhat displeased. Everyone present knew Li Kai was deliberately putting Chen Mo in a difficult position. If Chen Mo stubbornly agreed, it would cost significantly more. But if he refused, he'd lose face in front of everyone. Class monitor, what kind of talk is that? Since Chen Mo can afford to treat us to dinner at a place like this, he certainly won't be stingy over a little money, right, Chen Mo? Li Kai said with a smile. You think everyone's family is as loaded as yours? Zhao Anan retorted, frowning. Chen Mo, what are you thinking? Why aren't you saying anything? Did the VIP room price scare you off, ha ha ha? Li Kai bellowed at Chen Mo. I don't think we need a VIP room, Chen Mo replied calmly. Ha, fine. I get it, you're broke and can't afford to treat us properly. Let's just go with a standard private room. In truth, Li Kai's earlier remarks were meant to humiliate Chen Mo deep down. He didn't want a VIP room either after all, booking one would cost him significantly more. Miss, please arrange a standard private room for us. Li Kai turned to address the restaurant manager. Certainly, I'll arrange it immediately. The manager nodded promptly. When did I ever say I wanted a standard private room? Chen Mo suddenly spoke up at that moment. What? Think it's too expensive and want to back out now? Li Kai turned to confront Chen Mo. We don't come here often. A standard private room is boring. Let's just get the VIP suite. Chen Mo said slowly and deliberately. Upon hearing this, Li Kai froze in place, his smile freezing on his face. The students in the class were all left speechless. Chen Mo, have you lost your mind? Do you even know the minimum charge for this room is over 80,000 yuan? Zhao Anan glared at him with wide, watery eyes. Yeah, Chen Mo, you must be aware of Mingsheng Hotel's pricing standards, right? Li Kai's expression turned grim. He never imagined Chen Mo would request the supreme suite. He couldn't even afford the VIP suite's price tag. The beautiful manager's expression shifted too. She hadn't expected the real wealthy person to be not Li Kai, but the unassuming, plainly dressed Chen Mo. Gao Feifei scrutinized Chen Mo from head to toe, her expression filled with confusion. She couldn't fathom why the perpetually stingy Chen Mo now seemed like a completely different person. Chen Mo, can you really afford that much? Wang Biao asked, staring at him. Of course I can. But I'm worried Li Kai can't. Chen Mo replied calmly. Upon hearing this, Li Kai froze for a moment before shouting without hesitation, fine. So it's just a VIP suite. What can I afford? If Chen Mo wants it, let's get it. With everyone pressuring him, Li Kai couldn't bring himself to admit he didn't have the money. Gritting his teeth, he agreed. The hotel manager's expression shifted instantly upon learning Chen Mo's group intended to book the VIP suite. He promptly ushered them inside. Once inside, everyone wore expressions of utter bewilderment. After all, they couldn't fathom why Chen Mo, someone who'd always scraped by collecting trash, would suddenly become so extravagant. But they probably didn't know that this meal costing tens of thousands of yuan was practically nothing to Chen Mo now. Chen Mo, you really intend to treat us to dinner here? Su Jiao's tone had shifted as she spoke to him, her beautiful eyes studying him intently. Of course. Order whatever you like. Chen Mo replied casually. Hearing this, the others stopped hesitating and began picking up menus to order. During the meal, Li Kai seemed reluctant to let go, ordering a bottle of red wine priced at over 5,000 yuan. But he never imagined that Chen Mo wouldn't bat an eye. Instead, he ordered 10 more bottles. This added up to over 50,000 yuan in extra expenses. Li Kai's expression turned grim, knowing his own funds wouldn't cover the bill. Li Kai, why do you look so grim? Feeling a bit stingy now? Chen Mo turned to look at Li Kai and asked softly. Heh, what's there to feel bad about? It's just a few tens of thousands of yuan. No big deal. Li Kai stammered out a reply, glancing down at his phone every so often, as if preparing to start borrowing money. Chapter 6, Li Kai's humiliation. The classmates in the class had long since stopped caring whether Chen Mo and Li Kai could pay the bill. It wasn't their money anyway, and had already started eating and drinking heartily. Gao Feifei sat beside Li Kai, her expression equally grim. She knew Li Kai didn't have nearly enough money to cover today's bill. Even if Chen Mo could pay, it would likely drain every last cent from his own pockets. Was it really worth spending every last penny just to save face? At this thought, Gao Feifei's gaze toward Chen Mo seemed to grow even more contemptuous. She felt Chen Mo had no reason to compete with a rich kid like Li Kai. Even winning once wouldn't change the fact that he was penniless. Over 2 hours later, as everyone finished eating, classmates from the class began glancing toward Chen Mo and Li Kai's table, growing concerned that the two might not have enough money to cover the bill. The beautiful manager glided over in her high heels and whispered softly, "Gentlemen, your private room bill today totals 123,800 yuan. Cash or card? 12,000. Hearing the figure, everyone sucked in a sharp breath, their expressions filled with utter disbelief. No one had imagined this meal would be so exorbitantly priced. Li Kai stared blankly at the manager's position. A total bill of 120,000? Half of that was 60,000 yuan, and Li Kai simply didn't have that kind of money on him right now. Just as everyone was reeling from the shock, Chen Mo pulled a bank card from his pocket and handed it to the beautiful manager, saying softly, "Charge it." All right. The manager seemed utterly taken aback by Chen Mo's generosity, paying the 120,000 yuan without so much as a flicker of hesitation. "But I'm only covering half the cost. The other half is on him." Just as the manager turned to leave, Chen Mo suddenly pointed toward Li Kai's seat and said calmly. The classmates in the private room stared wide-eyed at Chen Mo, their expressions utterly stunned. They never imagined he would be so generous over 60,000 yuan, and he didn't even blink. Even Li Kai was now drenched in sweat, frozen in place, unsure of what to do. "Certainly." The beautiful manager nodded lightly, then turned to Li Kai's seat and asked softly, "Sir, would you like to pay in cash or by card?" Upon hearing this, Li Kai felt his mind go completely blank. Though ed known today's bill wouldn't be small, ed even secretly borrowed over 30,000 yuan from a friend earlier. He never imagined the entire table would come to a staggering 120,000 yuan. "Wait, I need to make a call." Li Kai stammered out a reply before grabbing his phone to make a call. Before coming out to eat, no one could have imagined that the one who ended up unable to pay wouldn't be Chen Mo, but Li Kai. The beautiful manager understood Li Kai was trying to gather the funds, so she said nothing further and turned to walk toward the front desk. A few minutes later, the manager returned to Chen Mo, handed back his bank card, and whispered, "Sir, your bill has been settled." "All right." Chen Mo nodded lightly, then strode directly toward the exit of the private room. Whether Li Kai could pay today's bill, or how he would pay it, was none of Chen Mo's concern. Upon seeing Chen Mo leave, Meng Liang, Lu Rui, and Zhao Inan hurriedly followed him out of the private room. "Chen Mo, wait up!" Meng Liang called out loudly after leaving the private room. Chen Mo turned to look at Meng Liang's position and asked with a smile, "Liangzi, what's up?" "Well, Chen Mo, where did you get all that money? Did Gao Feifei breaking up with you really get to you?" Meng Liang frowned, his tone filled with confusion as he pressed Chen Mo. "This has nothing to do with Gao Feifei." Chen Mo replied with a smile, then continued, "I won the lottery a couple days ago. I've got some cash on me now." Chen Mo had no intention of revealing his true identity to the group, so he simply made up an excuse. "Oh, I see." Zhao Inan nodded lightly, then frowned and said, "But you finally won the lottery, why not use that money to buy yourself some nice clothes or do something more meaningful? Wasting it on treating everyone to a meal really isn't worth it." "I didn't think that far ahead at the time." Chen Mo chuckled. "No wonder you could afford to treat us to a place like this." Lu Rui murmured in quiet admiration. "Is there anything else? If not, I should head home." Chen Mo asked softly, afraid he might slip up if he kept chatting with him. "Oh, right. What's your WeChat ID, Chen Mo? Our class has a group chat, we're just missing you. I'll add you now." Zhao Inan said, pulling out the latest iPhone from her pocket as she spoke. Chen Mo froze at Zhao Inan's words, then replied with a resigned tone, "Well, this phone doesn't have WeChat. I'll add you after I get a new phone tomorrow." "All right then." Zhao Inan nodded without further comment. Chen Mo turned and headed straight for the hotel exit. Meng Liang and Lu Rui watched his retreating figure, their eyes clouded with confusion. Though Chen Mo had claimed he'd won the lottery, they both sensed something fundamentally different about him now, as if he were a completely different person. Meanwhile, Li Kai sat in the private room, having called nearly all his friends, yet not a single one could lend him money. When the restaurant manager realized Li Kai had no money, he immediately had security block the students inside the private room. If Li Kai didn't settle the bill today, no one would be allowed to leave. "Honey, you have to think of a way." Gao Feifei exclaimed anxiously to Li Kai after seeing the security guards block the private room. "I'll call my dad right now and have him wire me some money." Li Kai replied with an air of utter helplessness. He never imagined today's situation would escalate like this, and now he'd made a complete fool of himself in front of his classmates. "I'm going to the restroom first." Gao Feifei stood up and headed straight for the door. "I'll go too." Lu Di and Su Jiao, seemingly afraid Li Kai would ask them for money too, chimed in and followed him out of the private room. The three girls entered the restroom. Lu Di took out her makeup and began touching up her face in the mirror. Fei, Lu Di, haven't you noticed how different Chen Mo seems now? He actually spent over 60,000 yuan treating us all to dinner, it's unbelievable. Su Jiao murmured softly while washing her hands. Spending over 60,000? He's still just a trash collector. No wonder Fei dumped him, and now he's trying to show off in front of her. Nothing surprising about that. Lu Di retorted with utter disdain. That stinking beggar Chen Mo, I must have been blind to ever date him. Thinking back, I really regret it. Spending his entire year's living expenses on a dinner? Sure, he's being generous today, but what about tomorrow? I have no idea what's going on in that guy's head. Gao Fei pouted. Yeah, he's just putting on airs here. Su Jiao nodded lightly. Smack. Just then, a young man with bleached hair reached out and slapped Gao Fei's butt, grinning as he asked, Hey, beautiful, wanna join us for a couple drinks? Gao Fei was dressed incredibly seductively today. Any normal guy would have given her a second look. After being slapped, Gao Fei spun around and delivered a sharp backhand across his face. Her large, watery eyes widened as she snapped, Look at yourself. Do you even think you're worthy of buying me a drink? Ever since she'd been with Li Kai, her temper had grown fiercer. Today's incident with Chen Mo had already left her feeling irritable, so when someone came looking for trouble, Gao Fei wasn't about to hold back. The young man froze for a second after the slap, then gritted his teeth and yelled, You. How dare you hit me? Ah! Before he could finish his sentence, a piercing scream erupted. Clutching his groin, he slowly sank to his knees. Gao Fei had seized the moment when he wasn't looking, lifting her high-heeled shoe to deliver a kick squarely to his groin. Watch your step when you're out in public. Not everyone is someone you can mess with. Gao Fei shouted expressionlessly, then strode directly toward the bathroom exit. Stinking beggar. He actually wanted to buy our Fei drinks? Just as disgusting as that Chen Mo. Lu Di sneered at the young man with contempt before following her out of the bathroom. You three stinking women, just you wait. The yellow-haired youth crouched on the floor, his face contorted in pain as he yelled. Gao Fei, Lu Di, and the others paid no heed to his words, returning directly to their private room. Upon entering, Gao Fei noticed Li Kai on the phone with his father. She could faintly hear his father's scolding, making the atmosphere in the room oppressively heavy. Everyone kept their heads down, afraid to speak. Knowing Li Kai was in a terrible mood today, Gao Fei refrained from mentioning the incident in the bathroom where she'd been taken advantage of. Nearly half an hour later, Li Kai's father arrived at the hotel in his car. Spotting his father, Li Kai immediately stood up and exclaimed, Dad, you made it. Smack! The middle-aged man stepped forward and slapped Li Kai across the face. His eyes widened as he yelled, You good for nothing. Who do you think you are? You cost me over 60,000 yuan for one meal. Just wait until we get home, I'll deal with you then. The classmates in the classroom looked at Li Kai with expressions of utter helplessness. After all, they had known him for so long and had never seen him look so utterly defeated. Having been slapped by his father in front of the entire class, Li Kai felt utterly humiliated. He blamed it all on Chen Mo. If it weren't for Chen Mo today, how could he have been so disgraced? Chapter 7, The Big Spender in the Livestream. Before breaking up with Gao Fei, Chen Mo spent all his money on her, so he used only an old Nokia phone capable of texting and calling, nothing else. Earlier, Zhao Anan had reminded Chen Mo, so after leaving the Mingsheng Grand Hotel, he casually walked into a mobile phone store and bought the latest smartphone. The cost of the phone was practically a drop in the bucket for Chen Mo now. At this very moment, Chen Mo finally realized that everything Li Juncheng had told him must have been true. Although he hadn't yet used that black card from Huaxia Bank, the 5 million yuan in his agricultural bank account was very real. The money spent on dinner at the Mingxing Hotel and the new phone had all come from that very bank card. Chen Mo found it all utterly surreal. To think he had transformed overnight into the heir to a fortune, even if he told someone, they probably wouldn't believe him. Chen Mo walked toward his home while exploring the features of his new phone. Nearly half an hour later, he arrived home. Before he could open the door, he spotted the beautiful woman from next door walking in with takeout. She wore a pink, form-fitting sleeveless t-shirt that perfectly accentuated her curves and slim waist. Black denim shorts hugged her long, fair legs, and her delicate, pretty face bore a light touch of makeup, making her look exquisitely beautiful. You're back so late? Chen Mo greeted her. Who are you? The beauty blinked her large, watery eyes, her tone filled with confusion. I'm your next-door neighbor. You paid my rent this morning, don't you remember? Chen Mo quickly replied. Oh, it's you. The woman realized with a start, then gave Chen Mo a once-over before asking softly, Is there something you need? Well, thank you so much for this morning. If you hadn't paid my rent, who knows how long the landlord would have kept bothering me. Now that I have the money, let me pay you back. Chen Mo said with a smile. Then pay me back. The woman's mood seemed much better than this morning, and her tone with Chen Mo had softened considerably. Chen Mo quickly reached into his pocket, only to find he didn't have enough cash to cover the 600. If you don't have it, it's fine. It's not that much anyway. With that, the woman started walking toward the room. I don't have cash on me right now. How about I add you on WeChat and transfer the money to you? Chen Mo wasn't short on 600 yuan, and he certainly didn't want to keep owing her indefinitely. Alright then. The woman nodded lightly, then pulled out her phone. Chen Mo pulled out his phone too, opening the WeChat account he'd just registered to add her. But when she saw Chen Mo's phone, she couldn't help but pause, murmuring softly, if you can afford such a nice phone, why can't you come up with 600 yuan for the rent? I just got the money recently, so I bought a new phone. I really didn't have any cash on me before. Chen Mo explained with a smile. Oh, I see. The woman nodded lightly, added Chen Mo on WeChat, and turned to enter the room. Hey, beautiful, what's your name? Chen Mo hesitated before calling out. Wan Ruoshi. The woman replied indifferently, then closed the door without asking Chen Mo's name. Chen Mo gave a helpless smile and turned to walk into his own room. After entering his room, Chen Mo quickly washed up and lay on his bed, starting to play with his phone. Having never used a smartphone before, he wasn't very familiar with many of its functions. After fiddling around for nearly an hour, he finally figured out WeChat's various features, linked his bank card, and transferred 600 yuan to the beauty next door. After the transfer went through, Chen Mo noticed she hadn't accepted it immediately. He decided to take a quick look at Wan Ruoshi's Moments feed instead. Moments later, he was surprised to discover that the beautiful woman living next door was actually a live streamer. With nothing else to do, Chen Mo used the information from her Moments to find Wan Ruoshi's live streaming room on the platform. Opening the stream, he saw Wan Ruoshi singing. Her voice was incredibly melodious, and combined with her striking looks, the room had gathered nearly 7,000 or 8,000 viewers. However, the content was rather mundane, just singing and casual chatting with no explicit material, so her popularity naturally couldn't compare to that of major streamers. Wan Ruoshi in the video doesn't look as good as she does in real life. Chen Mo murmured softly, then prepared to close the stream and go to sleep. Thank you to Nanyang's Wei Gongzi for the rocket gift. Just then, Wan Ruoshi suddenly called out. Chen Mo froze upon hearing this, then refocused his attention on the phone screen. In the blink of an eye, several rockets appeared on the screen, all likely sent by that same Nanyang Wei young master. Thank you to the young master Wei of Nanyang for sending 10 rockets. Wan Ruoshi murmured softly. Though she expressed gratitude, Chen Mo noticed Wan Ruoshi didn't seem nearly as excited as other female streamers. Meanwhile, the viewers in the live stream chat exploded with excitement. After all, each rocket cost 1,000 yuan. 10 rockets meant 10,000 yuan. Such generosity clearly marked this Wei Gongzi from Nanyang as a wealthy patron. Moreover, Wan Ruoshi's live stream viewership instantly surged past 20,000. After all, whenever a big spender gifts, other viewers can also receive red envelopes. Thus, Wei Gongzi's 10 rockets had significantly boosted Wan Ruoshi's popularity. Young Master Wei is so impressive. Who is this Wei Gongzi? He must be loaded. Similar comments began flooding the chat. After all, most viewers were ordinary folks who instinctively fawned over such a wealthy patron. Chen Mo watched his phone and couldn't help but smile faintly. He genuinely couldn't fathom why anyone would willingly spend tens of thousands of yuan on gifts for female streamers they didn't even know. Hey, sweetheart, how about doing a handstand in that miniskirt? Just then, a golden bullet comment flashed across his screen sent by Wei Gongzi, the one who just gifted the streamer. Wan Ruoshi froze upon seeing the comment, but acted as if she hadn't noticed, switching to another song and continuing her performance. Wei Gongzi from Nanyang sends 10 rockets. Another notification flashed across the screen. Hey, sweetheart, do a handstand in that miniskirt and I'll send you 10 more rockets. Seeing Wan Ruoshi hadn't responded, Wei Gongzi of Nanyang immediately sent 10 more rockets. The chat room erupted in chaos as viewers flooded the screen with comments. Most of the comments demanded Wan Ruoshi wear a short skirt and do a handstand. Upon seeing these messages, Wan Ruoshi frowned slightly and said softly, sorry, I'm different from other female streamers. I only sing. If you want to see someone do a handstand, you can go watch other live streams. After saying this, Wan Ruoshi continued singing. Think 10 rockets aren't enough? How about 20? I've never met a streamer who doesn't like gifts. Wei Gongzi sent a comment. I told you, if you want to see handstands, go find another streamer. Wan Ruoshi shouted, her expression displeased. What's with the streamer? She won't even give Wei Gongzi some face. Yeah, Wei Gongzi is famous on our platform for being a big spender. If she offends him, she'll never make it in this business. The streamer better do that handstand quick or Wei Gongzi might get really pissed. The viewers chimed in one after another. Chen Mo stared at his phone, a look of surprise on his face. He hadn't expected Wan Ruoshi to be indifferent to money. Facing such lavish gifts yet maintaining her principles was truly rare. Previously, Chen Mo had assumed Wan Ruoshi ignored him because he was poor. But now it seemed she remained equally distant even toward wealthy patrons. I'll ask you one last time, handstand or no handstand? Wei Gongzi's comments slowly drifted across the screen once more. This time, Wan Ruoshi chose to ignore Wei Gongzi's message. Damn it, we're all here to sell ourselves. What's with the act of purity? You think I can't make your stream's viewership plummet from 20,000 to 200 with a single word? Seeing Wen Ruoshi ignore him, Wei Gongzi grew furious, his words turning increasingly vulgar. A flicker of something strange passed through Wen Ruoshi's eyes. Biting her red lips, she murmured softly, I'm not here to sell myself, and I'm not pretending to be pure. Do whatever you want. Fine. You'll regret this. Guys, let's switch rooms. I'll take you to see other beauties. Wei Gongzi sent 2 consecutive bullet comments before abruptly exiting the livestream. Moments later, a platform-wide comment flashed across the screen. Wei Gongzi from Nanyang sent 10 rockets to Little Rabbit's room. Click the text to enter the livestream. Without a second thought, the viewers in Wen Ruoshi's livestream rushed over to Little Rabbit's channel upon seeing the message. Wen Ruoshi's live viewership instantly plummeted from 20,000 to just over 500. After watching everyone leave, Wen Ruoshi's large, watery eyes welled up with tears. She seemed deeply reluctant but said nothing more and continued singing. Moments later, only a dozen or so viewers remained in Wen Ruoshi's room. Facing that pitifully low number, Wen Ruoshi could no longer hold back her emotions. Crystal clear tears streamed down her cheeks. The past blows away like the wind a carrier ship delivered to Xiaoxi's room. Click the text to enter the livestream. At that very moment, another massive scrolling bullet flew across the live streaming platform. Aircraft carrier. The viewers on the live streaming platform were utterly stunned. After all, an aircraft carrier costs 20,000 equivalent to 20 rockets. When Ruoshi stared at the gift in her livestream room, her expression utterly stunned. Her wide eyes were filled with disbelief. She couldn't fathom who could be so generous as to send her a gift worth over 20,000 yuan. Chapter 8, Can you come to my room? Though when Ruoshi had been streaming for some time, her content remained remarkably monotonous. Beyond her attractive appearance, she offered little else to captivate viewers. Moreover, unlike other female streamers, she never actively courted wealthy patrons. Consequently, her monthly gift earnings remained meager. A gift as extravagant as an aircraft carrier had never appeared in Wen Ruoshi's livestream before. Wang Ruoshi stared wide-eyed, her large, watery eyes filled with disbelief. It all felt unreal. The stream's viewership slowly climbed back up, rising from a few hundred to over 10,000. Who is past memories gone with the wind? This is insane. Dropping over 20,000 yuan worth of gifts in one go? Could this person be Xiaoxi's boyfriend? Mr. Feng, who are you? Viewers began flooding the chat with comments, speculating wildly about the identity of the past blows away. Chen Mo glanced at the comments, offering only a faint smile without explanation. Chen Mo felt that Wen Ruoshi, despite her aloof demeanor, was actually a kind-hearted girl at her core. If not for her intervention today, he might have been evicted by the landlord. That's why he just registered an account and gifted her an aircraft carrier. 20,000 yuan might be a lot for ordinary people, but to Chen Mo, it was practically nothing. When Ruoshi sat frozen in place, so stunned she forgot to thank Chen Mo. Past matters are gone with the wind. You're pretty cocky, huh? I just said I'd ban this streamer, and you go and shower gifts in their room. What's your deal? At that moment, Nanyang Wei Gongzi's bullet chat flew across the screen again. Chen Mo sneered dismissively at the message but remained silent. You must be loaded, huh? Let's settle this today. I'll flood Rabbit's stream, and you flood that S channel. Whoever loses has to call the other dad. Seeing Chen Mo's silence, Nanyang Wei Gongzi fired off another comment. Young Master Phone, take him on. Yeah, don't back down, young Master Phone. The viewers, relishing the spectacle, cheered Chen Mo on without hesitation. Seeing these comments, Wen Ruoshi finally caught on. She hurriedly said, let bygones be bygones. I'm already incredibly grateful you gifted me an aircraft carrier. Don't give this guy the time of day. Nanyang Wei Gongzi sends 10 rockets to Little Rabbit's room. Nanyang Wei Gongzi sends 20 rockets to Little Rabbit's room. Nanyang Wei Gongzi sends 50 rockets to Little Rabbit's room. At that very moment, Nanyang Wei Gongzi spent nearly 100,000 yuan on gifts in another female streamer's room. Meanwhile, when Ruoshi's livestream remained completely silent. Past memories, weren't you acting all tough just now? Why aren't you saying anything now? Come on, follow me and send gifts. Past matters gone with the wind, why aren't you talking? You think a broke loser like you can compete with me in wealth? I'm here to take you down. If you're too scared to spend, just call me dad right now and I'll let you off. After seeing Chen Mo go silent, Wei Gongzi from Nanyang immediately started flooding the chat with taunts. Even the viewers who had supported Chen Mo earlier suddenly switched sides, joining Wei Gongzi in humiliating him. Past matters gone with the wind sends 50 aircraft carriers to Xiaoxi's room. At that moment, an exceptionally massive bullet screen drifted across the platform. 50 aircraft carriers. That's a whopping 1 million yuan. As if everyone had witnessed this bullet, the entire platform fell into a deafening silence. When Ruoshi sat frozen in place, utterly dumbfounded. This was beyond belief someone had just gifted her 1 million yuan in one go. That's insane, 1 million. Who on earth is this past memories gone with the wind? After a brief silence, when Ruwashi's livestream audience surged past 200,000, with countless viewers flooding the chat with comments. Staring at the computer screen, when Ruwashi was completely dumbfounded. Where's Wei Gongzi? Wasn't he going to compete with young Master Feng in gifting? Yeah, Mr. Wei, keep going. Why's he gone quiet? Young Master Wei, keep going. The Nanyang Wei young master, who had earlier mocked Chen Mo, vanished without a trace after witnessing Chen Mo's million-yuan gift as if he'd evaporated into thin air. Meanwhile, Chen Mo's phone began ringing off the hook. Countless beautiful streamers and viewers started adding him as a friend. Some streamers even sent him explicit photos directly. But Chen Mo had no interest in these women. The past is gone with the wind. Thank you. Truly, thank you so much. When Ruwashi exclaimed, her voice unusually tense. Her expression was no longer as composed as before. Chen Mo said nothing more, simply closing the livestream and preparing for bed. After closing his eyes, scenes from his nearly 20 years of life began to flash through Chen Mo's mind. He never imagined he'd one day be splurging money like water, nor that women would actually come knocking on his door. All of this, every single thing, was the transformation wrought by money. Gao Feifei, you loved money so much. If you'd waited just one more day to break up with me, you might have become the richest woman in the world. But alas, you didn't seize that chance. Chen Mo couldn't help but sigh softly. Ding dong. Just then, Chen Mo's phone suddenly rang. He glanced at the screen and saw that when Ruwashi had received his 600 yuan payment, she must have just ended her livestream. Hey, are you asleep? Just then, the phone buzzed again. Chen Mo picked it up and glanced at the screen. It was actually Wen Ruwashi messaging him. Why would Wen Ruwashi be talking to me? Could she have recognized me as past memories? A wave of shock washed over Chen Mo. He quickly replied, not yet. What's up? Come to my room. I'll treat you to something to eat. Hurry up. Wen Ruwashi replied very quickly. She wants me to come to her room? What does this woman have in mind? Chen Mo's expression grew even more puzzled upon reading the message. Yet after a few seconds of hesitation, he simply pulled on his clothes and left the room. Chen Mo thought Wen Ruwashi was quite attractive. Even if she did have ulterior motives, he wouldn't be at a disadvantage. Knock knock. Chen Mo knocked lightly on the door. Wen Ruwashi opened the door quietly and smiled. You're here? Come on in. Chapter 9, Gao Feifei's in trouble. Upon entering the room, Chen Mo realized he might have overthought things, as Wen Ruwashi had already laid out food on the dining table. Why did you suddenly decide to treat me to a meal? Chen Mo asked softly. I'm in a good mood today and wanted to share it with someone, but I don't have any friends here, so I called you over. Wen Ruwashi replied with a smile, then recounted what had happened in her livestream today. Chen Mo listened quietly the whole time, occasionally feigning surprise. After all, Wen Ruwashi didn't know that the rich guy she was talking about was actually Chen Mo. Wonder who this past memories gone with the wind guy really is? How old is he? Wen Ruwashi murmured to Chen Mo while snacking. Just a rich guy, Chen Mo replied casually. He must be loaded. Otherwise, he wouldn't have showered me with so many gifts. You wouldn't believe it, when he was gifting me during the stream today, I actually felt a flutter. If he were handsome, I'd marry him in a heartbeat. Wen Ruwashi murmured softly. Chen Mo froze upon hearing Wen Ruwashi's words, then asked softly, do all girls like rich guys? Who says that? I don't like rich guys. Wen Ruwashi retorted immediately. Then why did you get attracted to that rich guy? Chen Mo asked softly. I was drawn to him because he could actually help me out. Wen Ruwashi looked at Chen Mo and explained earnestly. Help you? Chen Mo frowned slightly. Yes. A year ago, I ran away from home and struggled alone out there. I had no other skills, so I became a streamer to earn money to support myself. But I never intended to sell my dignity for streaming. I have my limits. Many people bullied me, yet no one ever helped me. Wang Shui was the first person to help me online. Wen Ruwashi said slowly. Why did you run away from home? Chen Mo paused, asking softly. It's nothing really. Wen Ruwashi gave a casual reply, then looked at Chen Mo and said, alright, enough about me. Tell me about yourself. I don't even know your name. Chen Mo briefly introduced himself, then recounted his situation with Gao Feifei. Both Wen Ruwashi and Chen Mo were alone in this city. Though Wen Ruwashi had it slightly better than Chen Mo, they found common ground and chatted over their meal. It was past 2 in the morning when Chen Mo finally returned to his room and collapsed into bed. The next morning at 8 o'clock, Chen Mo was awakened by the ringing of a phone. Still half asleep, he answered the phone and murmured, hello? Chen Mo, are you out of your mind? Why aren't you at school yet? The first class today is homeroom. How could you not be here? Meng Liang shouted urgently. I stayed up late last night. Chen Mo sighed helplessly before hanging up. He began getting dressed. Chen Mo was in college now, where skipping many classes was possible. But he dared not skip the homeroom teacher's class because if that female demon discovered he was absent, the consequences could be terrifying. Yes, a demoness. In Chen Mo's eyes, his university homeroom teacher was a woman who seemed like a demon. Half an hour later, Chen Mo rushed frantically into the classroom, only to find the class had already begun. He knocked lightly on the door. "Come in." A melodious voice rang out. Chen Mo pushed open the classroom door and cast a resigned glance at the woman on the podium, who truly resembled a demoness. Today, she wore a white cheapao. Her already tall, curvaceous figure seemed even more pronounced in the flowing fabric, radiating an irresistible allure from head to toe. Her exquisitely alluring face bore light makeup, her eyes captivating, and her sensual, rosy lips painted with pale pink lipstick. The cheapao hugged her enticing curves, while a pair of long, fair legs were exposed to the air, adorned with white high heels. This woman was Chen Mo's university homeroom teacher, Yan Sha. "Why are you late?" Yan Sha, stunningly beautiful and alluring, gave Chen Mo a once-over, her tone tinged with impatience. "What else could it be? Obviously I ran out of money after treating everyone to dinner yesterday, so I went scavenging for scraps." Zhang Biao bellowed at the top of his lungs. "Ha ha ha." The classroom erupted in a wave of laughter. "Did I ask you? Why do you have to be so rude?" Class teacher Yan Sha turned and glared fiercely at Li Kai, her voice cold with rebuke. Li Kai immediately clamped his mouth shut upon hearing this. Rumor had it Yan Sha came from a powerful background, and ordinary students dared not provoke her. "Teacher, I need to handle some personal matters," Chen Mo said to Yan Sha. "Get out and stand outside. If this happens again, you'll fail the course." Yan Sha said expressionlessly. "Got it." Chen Mo nodded slightly before turning and walking out of the classroom. After leaving the classroom, Chen Mo stood alone in the hallway, his mind racing over everything that had happened today. It all felt utterly unbelievable. Just this morning, he'd been dumped by Gao Feifei because he had no money. Yet, in the span of an afternoon, he had somehow become a trillionaire. This sensation felt strange and unreal to Chen Mo. "I wonder what Gao Feifei would think if she knew I had all this money now." Chen Mo couldn't help but whisper to himself. Ding dong. The class bell rang. Yan Sha glided out of the classroom on her high heels, then gave Chen Mo a once-over. Narrowing her eyes, she said softly, "Chen Mo, come to the academic affairs office at 3 this afternoon to help me carry something to my dorm." "Got it? Got it." Chen Mo nodded lightly. "If you're late again next time, just wait and see what I'll do to you." With that, Yan Sha sashayed away, her hips swaying as she walked off into the distance. Chen Mo returned to the classroom with a helpless expression. Upon entering, he discovered that Gao Feifei, Lu Di, and the others had all left. "Chen Mo, where'd you go? You actually dared to be late for the homeroom teacher's class." Meng Liang whispered to him. "I stayed up a bit late last night and overslept." Chen Mo explained softly. "Did you win the lottery and forget who you are?" Lu Rui grinned at Chen Mo before continuing. "How much did you win?" "Not much, really. Just 100,000. Chen Mo said indifferently. "Holy, you call 100 grand not much money? That's a lot." Lu Rui exclaimed in astonishment. Chen Mo wasn't in the mood to discuss this with Lu Rui and Meng Liang. He glanced around the classroom and asked softly, "By the way, why aren't Li Kai, Gao Feifei, and Lu Di here for class?" "Ah, you probably haven't heard yet? After we left the hotel last night, Li Kai's dad came personally to pay his meal bill. He even slapped Li Kai in front of the whole class. As for Gao Feifei, Lu Di, and the other girls, they got into a conflict with some people at the hotel. Those guys have connections, they know some thugs outside the school. This morning, they took Gao Feifei, Lu Di, and the others away. Li Kai must have gone to rescue them." Meng Liang hurriedly explained. "Ever since that Gao Feifei hooked up with Li Kai, she's been like a different person, acting super cocky. I heard she actually hit someone, but who knew they had such powerful connections?" Lu Rui chimed in. "Oof." Chen Mo couldn't help but chuckle at this, saying nothing. Chapter 10, I have one condition. Meanwhile, at a KTV in Nanyang City. Several young men sat on the sofa drinking and chatting, while Gao Feifei, Lu Di, and their mutual friend Su Jiao sat nervously on another sofa. Originally, this incident had nothing to do with Lu Di or Su Jiao after all, it was Gao Feifei who had assaulted someone at the restaurant last night. But since the three shared a dorm room, the yellow-haired youth had brought all three of them here. Right now, Gao Feifei was filled with regret. She never imagined this yellow-haired guy had such powerful connections. If she'd known his background earlier, she would never have laid a finger on anyone last night. The young man with the yellow hair was actually named Wei Xiaola. Wei Xiaola himself wasn't particularly formidable, but his older brother was Wei Ming. Wei Ming was a notorious local kingpin near Nanyang University. Roughly 70% of the bars and internet cafes surrounding the campus fell under his protection. Any student from Nanyang University who crossed Wei Ming rarely ended up well. Thump! Thump! Just then, a series of knocks suddenly sounded outside the private room. "Come in." Wei Ming, seated in the center of the sofa, called out expressionlessly. Li Kai entered the private room looking tense, bowed deeply to Wei Ming, and whispered, "Brother Ming, hello. Little Kai, it's you." Wei Ming seemed to recognize Li Kai and replied indifferently. Upon hearing Wei Ming's words, Gao Feifei, Lu Di, and Su Jiao all flashed a glimmer of hope in their eyes. If Li Kai truly knew Wei Ming, perhaps the situation wouldn't be so serious. Brother Ming, my girlfriend acted out of line and hit your younger brother. Could you please give me some face today and let her go? This won't happen again. Li Kai pleaded softly. Ha, Xiao Kai, since you've asked, I'll certainly grant you this favor. Wei Ming smiled faintly before continuing. Originally, I planned to let my brothers have their fun with these 3 women. But since they're your friends, I'll let it slide. Just cover my brother's medical expenses and take them all away. How much is the medical bill? Li Kai asked, his voice tight with frustration. The one who threw the punch pays 50 grand. The other 2 girls, 20,000 each. Wei Ming pointed at Gao Feifei. Li Kai froze in place upon hearing this, his expression utterly devastated. Yesterday, he'd already spent over 60,000 yuan at the hotel money his father had sent over, and now Wei Ming was demanding another 50,000. Li Kai simply couldn't scrape together that much cash. What do you mean you don't have it? Wei Ming seemed to read Li Kai's thoughts, frowning as he asked. Brother Ming, isn't 50 grand a bit much? Li Kai murmured. Heh, if you're short on cash, no problem. Just have these 3 ladies each keep my brother company for a week, and we'll call it even. Wei Ming said indifferently. No, no. Li Kai cried out immediately upon hearing this, then continued, Ming, how about this? Let me take the girls away first. Give me some time with the money, and I promise I'll get it together for you. Wei Ming narrowed his eyes, sizing up Li Kai before murmuring, fine. We've known each other this long, I'll give you some face. Remember you have that car? Leave the keys with me now. Get the money together within a month, and I'll return them. Li Kai stared at Wei Ming, completely stunned. Not happy with that? Wei Ming frowned and called out. No, no. Li Kai shook his head hastily, then handed the keys to Wei Ming. Fine. Take your girlfriend and go. Wei Ming said indifferently as he took the keys. Let's go. Li Kai looked helplessly at Gao Feifei, Lu Di, and the others. The 3 girls immediately stood up to leave with Li Kai, but just then, Wei Ming suddenly called out, when did I say all 3 of you could leave? I told Li Kai to take his girlfriend away. The other 2 girls stay behind. Upon hearing Wei Ming's words, Lu Di and Su Jiao froze in place, their expressions filled with utter despair as they looked at Li Kai and Gao Feifei. Li Kai, you can't just abandon us. Lu Di cried out urgently. Li Kai glanced back at Lu Di, then frowned and said, I'm barely keeping my head above water myself right now. How could I possibly have the energy to worry about you too? You'll have to figure this out on your own. Li Kai had never been close to Lu Di or Su Jiao. Taking them both meant spending an extra 40,000 yuan, so he naturally had no intention of meddling. After speaking, he grabbed Gao Feifei and strode toward the exit of the private room. Lu Di and Su Jiao stood frozen in place, their faces etched with utter despair. They never imagined Li Kai would be so heartless, abandoning them like this. So, you 2, are you planning to settle this with money, or are you going to keep my brother company for a week? Wei Ming lounged on the sofa, grinning as he addressed Lu Di and Su Jiao. Lu Di herself was naturally quite attractive, with a very sexy figure and always dressed fashionably. As for Su Jiao, though slightly less conventionally beautiful, she wasn't unattractive either, and she had an impressive bust. If Yellow Hair still expected them to come up with the money they didn't have. Brother Ming, we'll get the money together right now. Lu Di trembled all over upon hearing Wei Ming's demand, stammering out a reply before pulling out her phone to start making calls. Su Jiao also started contacting her friends. Both Lu Di and Su Jiao came from decent families, but they weren't exactly rich kids. So, 20,000 yuan was no small sum for either of them. After over 10 minutes, they'd contacted nearly every friend they could reach, yet not a single one was willing to lend them money. Lu Di, what should we do? All my friends say they don't have any money. Su Jiao was so distraught she began to cry, her voice choked with emotion. I don't know what to do either. I couldn't borrow any money either. Lu Di whispered, her body trembling. Su Jiao paused, then whispered, Lu Di, I heard from our class monitor Zhaonan today that Chen Mo apparently won the lottery recently, which is why he has money. Why don't you give Chen Mo a call and ask him to lend us some money? Would Chen Mo really help us? Lu Di hesitated. We can't find anyone else right now. You might as well give it a shot. Alright then. Lu Di nodded softly and dialed Chen Mo's number. When Chen Mo saw Lu Di calling, he knew exactly what it was about without even thinking. He hung up immediately. Lu Di didn't give up and dialed Chen Mo's number again. What do you want? Chen Mo asked in a cold tone. Chen Mo, I need 40,000 yuan right now. Can you help me? Though Lu Di deeply resented having to beg Chen Mo, she truly had no other options at this moment. Why should I help you? Chen Mo demanded. You? Lu Di froze upon hearing this, then bit her red lips and whispered softly, Chen Mo, didn't you just break up with Gao Feifei? If you help me today, I'll be your girlfriend. You know, I've never dated anyone before, and I'm no less attractive than Gao Feifei. You want to be my girlfriend? Chen Mo couldn't help but chuckle, then replied expressionlessly, do you think you're qualified? Chen Mo, aren't you being a bit too much? Just because you won the lottery? Am I suddenly beneath you now? Lu Di shouted, visibly agitated. Enough. I'm not in the mood for this nonsense. Here's the deal, I can come save you now, but I have one condition. You come with me to get a hotel room tonight, and you do whatever I tell you to do. Deal? Chen Mo said slowly. Holding the phone, Lu Di's face flushed crimson. She never imagined Chen Mo would make such a demand. You have 1 minute to decide. Yes or no? Chen Mo said softly. Lu Di couldn't help but glance toward Yellow Hair's position. Now she had to choose between him and Chen Mo. Chen Mo might be a bit broke, but he was decent looking, and it was just one night. If she fell into Yellow Hair's hands, who knew what might happen? After a moment's hesitation, she clenched her teeth and said, Fine, Chen Mo. I agree. Upon hearing this, Chen Mo hung up immediately, feeling a pang of melancholy. Lu Di, who had once looked down on him so much, was now willing to go to a hotel with him just for 40,000 yuan. Sometimes, money really could change everything. Chapter 11, My Shoes Are Dirty. Inside the KTV room. After Lu Di finished her call with Chen Mo, Su Jiao looked at her anxiously and asked, Lu Di, what did Chen Mo say? Is he willing to lend us the money or not? Chen Mo just agreed. Lu Di replied softly, her mind still echoing the words Chen Mo had spoken to her earlier. Lu Di never imagined she'd end up begging Chen Mo for help, and that his condition for lending money was to go to a hotel room with her. The thought of having such a relationship with Chen Mo was utterly unacceptable to her. But if she couldn't come up with the 20,000 yuan now, her fate might be far more terrifying than going to a hotel with Chen Mo. So Lu Di had no choice but to accept this reality. Who'd have thought that kid Chen Mo still has a shred of conscience? He's actually lending us money at a time like this. Su Jiao's mood visibly lifted after learning Chen Mo had agreed to the loan, and she murmured softly. Lu Di furrowed her delicate brows, turned to glance at Su Jiao, and said expressionlessly, This money is a loan from me to you. You have to pay me back when you get the money. But isn't this money Chen Mo lending to both of us? Su Jiao protested, sounding somewhat displeased. After all, if the money came from Chen Mo, she could later charm him with a little flirting and sweet talk, and he might just forget about repayment. Su Jiao considered herself quite skilled at handling penniless guys like Chen Mo. Chen Mo agreed to lend me the money on the condition that I spend the night with him. If you can take my place and spend the night with him, I'll pay you back this money later. Lu Di murmured, biting her red lips. Su Jiao froze in place upon hearing Lu Di's words, her expression utterly incredulous. Her wide, watery eyes widened as she exclaimed, Lu Di, have you lost your mind? You'd sleep with someone like Chen Mo just for 40,000 yuan? Besides agreeing to Chen Mo's demand, what other solution can you think of right now? Besides, sleeping with Chen Mo is still better than sleeping with someone like Wei Shola, right? Lu Di retorted with a cold laugh. Su Jiao sat there dumbfounded, unsure what to say. You can't tell anyone about today. Otherwise, I'll spill all your secrets to the whole class. Lu Di continued to warn her after seeing Su Jiao's silence. Why, you can rest assured, I definitely won't say a word. Su Jiao hurriedly assured her. Wei Shola, sitting on the sofa, seemed to be growing impatient. He opened his mouth wide and shouted, Hey, what's going on with you two? Has anyone come to pay the ransom yet? If not, I won't be polite anymore. My friend is on his way. A flicker of fear crossed Lu Di's eyes at Wei Xiaola's words, and she quickly shouted. I'm giving you half an hour. I don't have time to waste with you. Wei Xiaola shouted impatiently. Lu Di bit her lip lightly, saying nothing. Thump! 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 Just then, a series of knocks suddenly echoed through the private room. Come in. Wei Ming called out expressionlessly. Chen Mo pushed open the door and walked straight into the private room. Upon seeing him, Lu Di and Su Jiao both flashed a hint of excitement in their beautiful eyes. I'm here to redeem someone. Chen Mo glanced at Lu Di and Su Jiao, his expression unchanged as he stated. Did you bring the money? Wei Ming sat on the sofa, not even glancing at Chen Mo, his tone calm as he asked. Chen Mo placed the plastic bag in his hand on the coffee table and continued, There's 40,000 yuan in here. Can I take them now? Upon hearing this, Wei Xiaola hurriedly opened the plastic bag. After inspecting the money, he walked over to Chen Mo with a smirk, giving him a dismissive look. Who'd have thought a guy dressed in rags like you could be so loaded, huh? Forking over 40 grand in one go. Wei Xiaola said, baring his teeth. Whether I have money or not shouldn't have anything to do with what I wear, right? Chen Mo replied indifferently. You're right about that. Wei Xiaola nodded lightly, then suddenly frowned as if remembering something. Hey, you look like that bottle collector guy from Nanyang University, don't you? Brother Lu, it's this guy. I've seen him around campus several times. Wei Xiaola's sidekick chimed in immediately. Ah, no wonder he looks so familiar. Just think how many bottles would you have to collect to earn 40 grand? You skimp on food and clothes all the time. Is it really worth it for these two women? Wei Xiaola asked Chen Mo with utter contempt. Ha ha ha. Yeah, I heard this guy got dumped recently. He spent all the money he made collecting bottles for over a year on that woman, but in the end, she just ran off with some rich kid. The rich kid took his girlfriend to get a hotel room and even made him buy condoms. I'd never heard of such a thing. That guy's the beggar's beggar. Ha ha ha. This guy's got to be out of his mind. Living like that and still bringing 40,000 yuan to save someone? That's hilarious. Wei Xiela burst out laughing upon hearing everyone's comments. The others joined in the laughter. Facing the crowd's laughter, Chen Mo's expression remained utterly calm. He stood frozen in place, not uttering a single word of rebuttal. But to the others, this was a display of helplessness. Su Jiao and Lu Di looked at Chen Mo's spot, feeling utterly contemptuous of him. They'd never seen a guy have his dignity trampled on like this and not fight back at all. He was just pathetic. They both now understood a truth: even though Chen Mo had won the lottery and had money now, it still couldn't change the fact that he was a. Lu Di seemed to be feeling a hint of regret. She thought sleeping with someone like Chen Mo was nothing short of a disgrace in her life. She even felt that sleeping with Wei Xiela would be far better than sleeping with Chen Mo. Done laughing yet? Chen Mo suddenly looked up at Wei Xiela in front of him and asked softly. No, let me laugh a little longer. I've never seen anyone like you before. You're hilarious. Wei Xiela clutched his stomach, still laughing heartily. Upon hearing Wei Xiela's words, Chen Mo said nothing more and waited quietly. Su Jiao and Lu Di looked at Chen Mo, utterly speechless inside. Several minutes later, Wei Xiela finally stopped laughing and looked at Chen Mo. Alright, since you brought the money, I won't make things hard for you today. Just lick my shoes clean, then take these two women and get the hell out of here. Upon hearing Wei Xiela's words, Chen Mo immediately looked up at him. In an instant, the entire private room seemed to fall silent. Chapter 12, Hotel Room. When Wei Xiela realized Chen Mo showed no intention of obeying, he barked emotionlessly, You deaf? Did you hear me tell you to lick my shoes clean just now? I've already given you the money. Can I take the person now? Chen Mo whispered to Wei Xiela. At this moment, Chen Mo didn't want to expose his identity, which was why he hadn't pressed Wei Xiela about the earlier incident. But licking shoes? That crossed Chen Mo's line. Wasn't I clear enough? Lick my shoes clean, and you can take the person with you. Clearly, Wei Xiela wasn't willing to let Chen Mo take the girls away so easily. After all, Lu Di and Su Jiao were both top-tier girls, a rare opportunity to get close to them. That's why he deliberately made things difficult for Chen Mo. If Chen Mo actually licked his shoes, Wei Xiela would surely find other ways to torment him. Chen Mo, what are you standing there for? Hurry up and lick them. Once you're done, we can leave. Seeing Chen Mo's lack of response, Su Jiao hurriedly shouted. Chen Mo's gaze turned icy as he fixed it on Su Jiao. He never imagined she would demand he comply with Wei Xiela's demands, especially since he'd come to rescue them both. Hey, kid, you hear me? Scrub my shoes clean and then get the hell out of here. Wei Xiela said cheerfully to Chen Mo. Chen Mo stood motionless, expressionless, not uttering a single word. Xiaolu, stop messing around. At that moment, Wei Ming, who had remained silent until now, suddenly spoke up. Brother. Wei Xiela turned to look at Wei Ming's position. Since Chen Mo has already brought the money, you shouldn't make things difficult for them. Let them go. Wei Ming said calmly. But Wei Xiela seemed utterly unwilling. Didn't you hear me tell you to let them go? Wei Ming shouted, his eyes widening. Wei Xiela hesitated, staring at Wei Ming, then muttered, Fine. You're lucky today, kid. Get out of here with these two women. But don't let me catch you around here again. Upon hearing this, Su Jiao and Lu Di immediately stood up and rushed toward Chen Mo's seat. Chen Mo said nothing more, turning to head toward the exit of the private room. Lu Di and Su Jiao followed closely behind him. A few minutes later, Chen Mo led Su Jiao and Lu Di out of the KTV. Su Jiao glanced back at him and sneered, Chen Mo, I heard you borrowed money from us because Lu Di agreed to sleep with you, right? Yes. Do you have a problem with that? Chen Mo asked softly. Of course I do. What gives you the right to sleep with Lu Di? Have you even looked at yourself in the mirror? Su Jiao shouted with utter contempt before continuing, We'll pay you back, but you can forget about sleeping with Lu Di. Let's go, Lu Di. With that, Su Jiao grabbed Lu Di and started to leave, never once thanking Chen Mo throughout the entire exchange. Lu Di, naturally, wasn't willing to actually sleep with Chen Mo either. Besides, she figured that even if she changed her mind now, Chen Mo, looking like such a pushover, probably couldn't do anything about it. Without a second thought, she turned to leave. If I have the money to rescue you from Wei Xiela, I have the money to have Wei Xiela capture you again. So I think you two had better think this through carefully. Just as the two girls were about to leave, Chen Mo suddenly called out. Lu Di's slender frame trembled slightly at Chen Mo's words, and she instinctively halted her steps. Chen Mo, don't you think you're being a bit too much? We're classmates. Is this really necessary? Su Jiao turned and shouted at him. Did you two ever think about that when you were bullying me back then? Chen Mo said calmly. You. Su Jiao froze upon hearing Chen Mo's words. Jiao, you really shouldn't get involved in this. If it comes down to it, I'll just spend the night with him. Otherwise, Wei Xiela might actually drag both of us back. Lu Di murmured softly, biting her lip. But how could I bear to watch you be humiliated by someone like him? Su Jiao seemed deeply concerned for Lu Di, her large, watery eyes widening as she exclaimed. If you can't bear it, you can spend the night with me instead. Chen Mo murmured softly to Su Jiao. Without a moment's hesitation, Su Jiao released Lu Di's hand upon hearing Chen Mo's words, then whispered softly, Lu Di, don't worry. I absolutely won't tell anyone about this. After saying this, Su Jiao immediately strode off toward the distance, afraid Chen Mo might suddenly call her back. Lu Di watched Su Jiao's retreating figure with a look of utter despair, unsure what to say. Chen Mo hailed a taxi and said to Lu Di, stop standing there like a statue. Get in the car. Lu Di hesitated for a moment before gritting her teeth and getting into the taxi with Chen Mo. 10 minutes later. The taxi pulled up in front of a hotel near Nanyang University. Chen Mo knew many couples from the university came here for hotel rooms. Having never stayed in a hotel himself, he didn't know any other places, so this was his only option. Chen Mo, this is my first time, and you bring me to a dump like this? Lu Di exclaimed with apparent dissatisfaction after getting out of the car. I'm doing you a favor by finding a hotel at all. You think I'd make you strip naked on the street right now? Chen Mo replied flatly. You. Lu Di fell silent at Chen Mo's retort, then pouted as she continued, listen, you better not tell anyone about us getting a room together. If you do, I won't let you off the hook. Also, once we're in the room, you're not allowed to kiss me. Just get it over with quickly. After it's done, I'll pretend it was like getting bitten by a dog. We'll have absolutely nothing to do with each other ever again, got it? Faced with Lu Di's demands, Chen Mo's expression was utterly speechless. He walked to the hotel front desk and booked a room. When the hotel clerk saw Chen Mo and Lu Di enter together, a look of confusion flashed in their eyes. After all, Chen Mo was dressed like a beggar, while Lu Di was sexy, stylish, and beautiful. No matter how you looked at them, they didn't seem like a couple at all. Although Lu Di had spoken loudly when laying down the ground rules earlier, this was actually her first time checking into a hotel room with a guy. She was still incredibly nervous inside, standing hesitantly at the door for a long time, unable to bring herself to go in. Come in. Chen Mo opened the door and said expressionlessly. Chen Mo, did you remember everything I told you just now? Lu Di stammered, turning to ask him. If you don't come in now, I'm calling Wei Xiola right this instant. I doubt he'd be as polite to you as I am, Chen Mo said indifferently. No. Lu Di cried out upon hearing Wei Xiola's name, then shivered as she stepped into the room. Take off your clothes. The moment Lu Di entered the room, Chen Mo barked the order without a second word. Chapter 13, just to humiliate you. Upon hearing Chen Mo's words, Lu Di couldn't help but freeze for a moment. A flicker of fear passed through her large, watery eyes. Although she often roughhoused with boys at school, deep down she remained quite conservative. Coupled with her good looks and figure, she couldn't help but carry a touch of pride. She had never had a boyfriend since childhood. So being asked to strip in front of a man felt like utter humiliation. And this man wasn't just anyone, it was Chen Mo, the very person she had once looked down on the most. She couldn't even begin to imagine how she would ever face Chen Mo again if she actually slept with him tonight. Don't want to take your clothes off? Fine. I'll go get Wei Xiola and the others to take back the money right now. Seeing Lu Di frozen in place, Chen Mo began striding toward the door. Don't. Fine, I'll take them off. Lu Di hurriedly grabbed Chen Mo's sleeve, biting her red lips as she pleaded. Fine. Chen Mo stopped and looked at Lu Di. Lu Di took a deep breath, trembling as she undid the button on her denim shorts and slowly pulled them down. As she slipped them off, a pair of long, fair legs came into Chen Mo's view. He had to admit, Lu Di had an undeniably stunning figure. Her legs were perfectly proportioned, fair and alluring. Continue. Chen Mo said expressionlessly. Lu Di stared at Chen Mo for 2 seconds before biting her lip and starting to take off her top. Moments later, her clothes fell away, revealing her flawless figure directly before Chen Mo. Covering her chest with both hands, her voice trembling slightly, she urged Chen Mo, just do whatever you want now. Hearing this, Chen Mo couldn't help but smile faintly. Then he did something Lu Di never could have imagined. Chen Mo turned and started walking toward the door. Chen Mo, what are you doing? Seeing Chen Mo prepare to leave, Lu Di immediately widened her watery eyes and cried out. What I came to do is done. I'm leaving. Chen Mo replied expressionlessly. You're leaving? Lu Di froze upon hearing his words, her beautiful eyes fixed on him as she grasped the meaning. Didn't you want to sleep with me? Lu Di hesitated before confronting Chen Mo. Then, as if suddenly realizing something, she rushed to his side, grabbed his arm, and pleaded loudly, Chen Mo, I know I was wrong. Everything I said before doesn't count anymore. You can do whatever you want now. Just please, don't let Wei Xiola and the others come looking for me. I'm begging you, okay? At that moment, Lu Di thought Chen Mo was going to back out, so she pleaded pitifully. Perhaps due to nervousness, she no longer covered her most sensitive areas with both hands, leaving everything exposed. Did I ever say I was going to find Wei Xiola? Chen Mo asked softly. You're not going to Wei Xiola? Then what are you going to do? Lu Di asked, momentarily stunned. You don't seriously think I'm actually interested in you, do you? Chen Mo looked at Lu Di and couldn't help but let out a cold laugh. Then, with utter contempt in his voice, he said, sorry, but even if a woman like you stripped naked right in front of me, I wouldn't have any thoughts about you. The only reason I did this today was to see just how cheap a woman like you would stoop for money. A woman who'd trade her first time for 40,000 yuan? I, Chen Mo, wouldn't touch her with a 10-foot pole. You. Lu Di glared at Chen Mo, her face twisted with fury. What about me? Chen Mo retorted indifferently. Chen Mo, you're humiliating me today, aren't you? Lu Di shouted. That's right, I'm humiliating you just like you humiliated me with money back then. You, Lu Di, aren't any better than me, Chen Mo. Chen Mo replied calmly, then turned and strode straight out of the room. Lu Di stood frozen in place, her mind replaying every word Chen Mo had just hurled at her. Only now did Lu Di realize how laughable her earlier actions had been. Perhaps she had never had the right to humiliate the Chen Mo of the past, much less the Chen Mo of the present. Meanwhile, after leaving the hotel, Chen Mo pulled out his phone and dialed Li Juncheng's number. Young Master Chen, what are your instructions? Li Juncheng asked respectfully after answering the call. Investigate someone for me. His name is Wei Xiaola. Chen Mo said softly. Understood, Mr. Chen. I'll have someone look into it immediately. Someone should contact you shortly. Li Juncheng promptly agreed. All right. Chen Mo gave a slight nod before hanging up and heading toward the school. But before he could enter the campus, a black Mercedes pulled up in front of him. A middle-aged man stepped out, his expression unusually tense. He bowed deeply to Chen Mo and whispered, Young Master Chen, hello. Chen Mo scanned the man from head to toe and asked in a low voice, Are you one of Li Juncheng's men? Yes, young Master Chen. I'm under Mr. Li's command. You asked me to investigate someone named Wei Xiaola earlier, correct? I've completed the investigation. Are you ready to go find him now? The man hurriedly replied. All right, let's go now. Chen Mo nodded. Mr. Chen, please come inside. The middle-aged man hurriedly reached out to open the car door for Chen Mo. Chen Mo felt slightly embarrassed by the man's attentiveness and murmured, you really don't need to be so formal with me. Mr. Chen, you are Mr. Li's boss, and Mr. Li is my boss. It's only proper for me to be courteous to you, the middle-aged man replied softly. What's his name then? Chen Mo asked the middle-aged man with a smile. My name is Du Tianhao. You can just call me Xiao Hao, Mr. Chen. The middle-aged man said while driving. You're actually Du Tianhao? Chen Mo's expression instantly changed upon hearing this, his shock palpable. Young Master Chen, have you heard of my name? Du Tianhao asked with a smile. Of course I have. Who doesn't know Nanyang City's big shot, Du Tianhao? Chen Mo replied with evident surprise. Big brother this, big brother that in front of you, young Master Chen, I'm nothing but a lowly errand boy. From now on, if you have any requests, no need to call Mr. Li. Just give me a call directly. Du Tianhao looked at Chen Mo with utmost respect. Chen Mo looked at Du Tianhao with a helpless expression, unsure how to describe his current feelings. It was likely that anyone from Nanyang City knew Du Tianhao's name, and Chen Mo had naturally heard it mentioned several times by his classmates. Rumor had it that Du Tianhao was a powerful figure in Nanyang City, with connections reaching into every corner of society. Few dared cross him, and many establishments in the city were effectively under his control. Chen Mo never dreamed that Du Tianhao, the legendary underworld boss he'd only heard about in stories, was now driving for him and even letting him call him Little Hao. If Meng Liang and Lu Rui found out about this, wouldn't they be scared to death? 10 minutes later. Du Tianhao pulled the Mercedes up in front of the KTV where Chen Mo had rescued Lu Di and Su Jiao earlier. He reached out to open the door for Chen Mo and whispered, Young Master Chen, I had my people look into it. That Wei Xiaola you mentioned should be inside this KTV right now. Let's go check it out. Chen Mo replied softly before striding straight into the KTV. Moments later, Chen Mo located the private room he had entered earlier and pushed the door open. Wei Xiaola, who had been playing cards, froze momentarily upon seeing Chen Mo enter. He then grinned widely, baring his teeth, and called out, Oh my, isn't this Chen Mo? What brings you back? Planning to come lick my shoes again? Sorry, but this time my shoes might actually be dirty. Chen Mo looked at Wei Xiaola and smiled calmly. Chapter 14, I find your mouth disgusting. Your shoes are dirty? Wei Xiaola froze upon hearing Chen Mo's words, then instantly grasped his meaning. She immediately strode toward Chen Mo's seat. Wei Ming, sitting nearby, narrowed his eyes at Chen Mo, seemingly unable to fathom the purpose behind his sudden return. Kid, did you just say your shoes were dirty? Wei Xiaola asked Chen Mo with an unusually defiant glare. That's right. Chen Mo nodded lightly. Bro, this kid says his shoes are dirty. What should we do about it? Wei Xiaola suddenly shouted. Clatter! 7 or 8 henchmen in the private room charged straight toward Chen Mo's position. This time, Wei Ming didn't stop them. In an instant, they had completely surrounded Chen Mo. Young Master Chen, he says his shoes are dirty. What do all of you crowding around mean? At that moment, Tianhao strode into the private room. Wei Ming, who had been sitting on the sofa playing with his phone, abruptly turned his head upon hearing Tianhao's voice. Then, as if petrified, he stood frozen in place, his expression utterly incredulous. What the hell do you think you're doing? Wei Xiela, who didn't recognize Tianhao, stepped forward and shouted at him. Smack! Before Wei Xiela could finish his sentence, Wei Ming lunged forward, delivering a vicious backhand slap across Wei Xiela's face. Eyes bulging, he bellowed, "How dare you talk to Brother Hao like that? Apologize to Brother Hao right now." Brother Hao? Wei Xiela was momentarily stunned by Wei Ming's slap. He couldn't help but glance up at Tianhao, his tone filled with confusion. Brother, why did you hit me? What's this Brother Hao nonsense? Thud. Wei Ming swung his leg, landing a solid kick squarely on Wei Xiela's face. His voice trembled with emotion as he shouted, "This is Tianhao." Brother Hao. Tianhao? Wei Xiela was utterly dumbfounded upon hearing Wei Ming's words. And it wasn't just Wei Xiela who was stunned. Everyone present froze in place, staring at Tianhao's location with expressions of utter disbelief. Who could have imagined that Tianhao, the notorious crime boss who struck fear into countless souls across Nanyang City, would suddenly appear in such a place? Brother Hao, I was wrong. I didn't know it was you coming over just now. If I had known, I definitely wouldn't have spoken to you like that earlier. Wei Xiela, snapping out of his shock, clattered to his knees on the floor. His face contorted with intense emotion as he shouted at Tianhao. Brother Hao, why did you suddenly come here? Wei Ming swallowed hard, his voice trembling with emotion as he asked. I came with young Master Chen. I heard someone here had offended him. Tianhao replied calmly. Young Master Chen? Kneeling on the floor, Wei Xiela froze upon hearing this, then suddenly snapped to attention. He looked up toward Chen Mo's seat, his face turning ashen. Chen Mo strode over to Wei Xiela and spoke softly. Earlier in this private room, you seemed quite fond of humiliating me, didn't you? Young Master Chen, I know I was wrong. I didn't recognize a mountain when I saw it. I had no idea you were acquainted with Brother Hao. If I'd known, I would never have dared speak to you like that. Wei Xiela could never have imagined that the man he'd dismissed as nothing more than a penniless ragpicker had suddenly transformed into the young Master Chen spoken of by Tianhao. But he had no time to ponder such matters now. He could only kowtow to Chen Mo while begging for mercy. Did you hear what I said to you just now? Chen Mo asked Wei Xiela calmly. What you said? Wei Xiela froze upon hearing Chen Mo's words, then abruptly looked up at him. Chen Mo extended his right foot directly in front of Wei Xiela and said indifferently, I just told you my shoe seems a bit dirty. Wei Xiela swallowed hard, then turned to look at Wei Ming beside him, now desperately seeking his help. But Wei Ming knew exactly what kind of person Tianhao was. The fact that Tianhao showed such deference to Chen Mo meant Chen Mo's background and status were absolutely terrifying. Didn't you hear young Master Chen say his shoes are dirty? Tianhao barked coldly. I heard. Wei Xiela trembled in fear, slowly crouching down to lick Chen Mo's shoes. But just as Wei Xiela's mouth was about to touch Chen Mo's shoe, Chen Mo suddenly moved his right foot away. A flicker of confusion crossed Wei Xiela's eyes as he quickly shifted his head. But Chen Mo moved his shoe away again. Mr. Chen, what do you mean by this? Wei Xiela looked up at Chen Mo, her expression filled with confusion as she asked. I find your mouth filthy. Chen Mo replied indifferently. Upon hearing this, Wei Xiela froze in place, his face flushing with embarrassment as he stammered, Yes, young Master Chen, my mouth is indeed filthy. It's unworthy of your shoes. You don't need to lick the shoes. Just slap yourself 20 times instead. Chen Mo said softly to Wei Xiela. Yes. Wei Xiela, now thoroughly intimidated by Tianhao, dared not defy Chen Mo's command. He raised his palm and began slapping his own face, blow after blow, leaving the onlookers horrified. After 10 slaps, Chen Mo rose and looked toward Tianhao's seat, saying softly, Xiaohao, let's go. Upon hearing Chen Mo's words, Wei Ming couldn't help but break out in a cold sweat. Who could have imagined that Chen Mo would actually address Tianhao, the formidable big brother who ruled the roost in Nanyang City, as Xiaohao? This only deepened Wei Ming's curiosity about Chen Mo's true identity. Yes, young Master Chen. Tianhao responded with utmost respect, then followed Chen Mo out of the private room. Wei Ming froze for a moment before quickly grabbing the 40,000 yuan left on the table. He hurried over to Chen Mo, smiling broadly as he said, Young Master Chen, I'm truly sorry about today's incident. We didn't mean to offend you. Your magnanimity in not holding it against us is already generous enough. Please take this money back. Keep the money. I don't need it. Chen Mo replied in a perfectly neutral tone, not even glancing at the money in Wei Ming's hand before turning and walking away. Wei Ming stood awkwardly holding the 40,000 yuan, utterly perplexed. If Chen Mo was truly just a poor kid scraping by collecting trash, as Wei Xiela had claimed, how could he possibly know someone like Tianhao? And how could he not care about this 40,000 yuan at all? Wei Xiaola covered her stinging cheek, her expression filled with deep hurt. Chapter 15, Another Striptease? After following Chen Mo out of the private room, Tianhao hesitated for 2 seconds before whispering, "Young Master Chen, did today's incident satisfy your anger? If you still feel unsatisfied, I can have someone deal with this Wei Xiaola properly later. That Wei Xiaola is nothing but a petty thug. There's no need to waste time on him." Chen Mo replied indifferently. "True." Tianhao nodded slightly before continuing, "Shall I drive you back to campus?" "No need. Your car is a bit too flashy. It wouldn't be good if my classmates saw it. You should just drive off now." Chen Mo hesitated before declining. "All right. If you ever need anything, Mr. Chen, just give me a call." Tianhao quickly offered. "MHM." Chen Mo replied with a nod before striding toward the school. Moments later, Tianhao drove away. Walking alone down the street, Chen Mo couldn't help but replay the events of the past few days in his mind. Sometimes money really can change everything. Chen Mo murmured softly to himself. Ring ring. Just then, his phone rang. Chen Mo pulled out his phone and glanced at the screen, only to find an unfamiliar number. He answered the call and asked softly, "Hello, who is this?" "Chen Mo, did you move the books I asked you to bring to my dorm?" The enchanting voice of his homeroom teacher, Yan Shi, sounded through the phone. "Ms. Yan, I had something to attend to earlier. I'll go move them right now." Chen Mo suddenly remembered what Yan Sha had told him that morning and hurriedly replied. "I'll be at the dorm at 3:30 p.m. If those books aren't there, little Chen Mo, you're in big trouble." Yan Sha replied coolly before hanging up. Chen Mo tucked his phone away and sprinted toward the school. Money could change many things, but it couldn't alter the fact that he couldn't afford to cross that vixen Yan Sha. Chen Mo practically sprinted into the school at top speed, then rushed to the academic affairs office to retrieve Yan Sha's belongings. By now, Chen Mo was filled with regret over why he'd refused Tianhao's offer to drive him back to campus. If he'd let Tianhao give him a ride, Chen Mo wouldn't be so exhausted now. Knock knock knock. Chen Mo knocked on the door of the academic affairs office. "Come in." A middle-aged woman's voice called out. Chen Mo pushed the door open and whispered, "I'm here to pick up something for Teacher Yan." The woman glanced up at him, then pointed to a stack of brown paper-wrapped items on the floor. Her expression remained impassive as she said, "The items are here. Take them away." "Thank you, teacher." Chen Mo replied softly before bending down to pick up the items and turning to head out of the academic affairs office. The items Yan Sha had asked Chen Mo to carry appeared to be a stack of books. Fortunately, there weren't many, making them surprisingly light to lift. Yan Sha had often asked Chen Mo to carry things to her dorm before, so this wasn't his first time entering the girls' dormitory. Even the dorm matron recognized him now. Moments later, Chen Mo pushed open the door to Yan Sha's room. An incredibly enticing fragrance wafted toward him, the exact same scent that lingered on Yan Sha herself. Chen Mo greedily inhaled deeply before stepping into the room. Nanyang University provided excellent staff benefits. Each faculty member was assigned a one-bedroom apartment-style dorm, and the furnishings were top-notch. Combined with Yan Sha's meticulous nature, she adored cleanliness. The room was exceptionally tidy and cozy. Yan Sha seemed to have a particular fondness for purple. From the bedding to the curtains, everything was dyed in shades of violet. Chen Mo placed the book on Yan Sha's desk and prepared to leave. But just as he was about to step out of the dorm, something caught his eye. A piece of black lace lingerie hung on the balcony clothesline, swaying gently in the breeze. Upon seeing Yan Sha's lingerie, Chen Mo couldn't help but swallow hard. As if compelled by some unseen force, he found himself walking toward the balcony. Moments later, he stood before the black lingerie, his expression filled with excitement. Yet he had no intention of doing anything. After all, any man in such a situation would feel curious and want to take a look. Who knew Yan Sha's lingerie could be this sexy? Chen Mo murmured softly, unable to suppress the thought. His mind immediately drifted back to all the rumors circulating about Yan Sha at school. Although the school claimed Yan Sha had everything, Chen Mo actually thought she was quite a decent woman. Though she seemed somewhat strict, she was genuinely kind to him. Knowing Chen Mo was short on cash, she always covered his fees for any school activities requiring payment. Though she never mentioned it, Chen Mo was deeply grateful to her. Huff. Chen Mo took a deep breath while staring at Yan Sha's underwear, then turned to leave. Clickety-clack. But just then, the crisp sound of high heels tapping against the floor echoed outside the room. Chen Mo instinctively froze upon hearing the sound. Before he could react, the sexy and beautiful Yan Sha pushed open the door and stepped out. The moment Chen Mo met her gaze, he froze in place. His eyes darted back to the lingerie before him. He knew that if he stepped out now, Yan Sha would undoubtedly guess what he'd been doing. Given Yan Sha's temperament, if she caught him, Chen Mo would be dead meat. Chen Mo couldn't help but suck in a sharp breath. Then, purely out of instinct, he crouched down and hid behind the balcony door. "I'm exhausted." After entering the room, Yan Sha placed her lesson plan on the desk and stretched lazily, her ample bosom swaying dramatically. Hidden behind the door, Chen Mo could only silently pray that Yan Sha would leave soon. Tap tap. Just then, Yan Sha kicked off her elegant high heels and walked toward the refrigerator in her stockings. Ah! Seconds later, she let out a sudden shriek. Hearing the sound, Chen Mo quickly glanced up at Yan Sha and saw that she had accidentally spilled the coffee in her hand onto her clothes. Yan Sha couldn't help but frown slightly before reaching up to pull off her jacket. Beneath it was a white shirt, now marred by several distinct coffee stains. Watching her in the room, Chen Mo couldn't help but gasp inwardly, thinking, this woman isn't going to take off her shirt too, is she? No sooner had the thought crossed his mind than Yan Sha slowly undid the top button of her shirt. Chen Mo froze instantly. Chapter 16, Do I Have a Good Figure? Hiding on the balcony of Yan Sha's dorm room, Chen Mo's face betrayed intense excitement. He never imagined she would actually change clothes inside the room. Chen Mo was utterly at a loss. Should he step out now or stay hidden? If he stepped out now, his presence on the balcony would be impossible to explain away. But if he didn't go out, what if Yan Sha actually took off her clothes? Should he watch or not? As these thoughts raced through his mind, rustling sounds drifted from the room. Yan Sha had clearly removed her shirt. Chen Mo felt his eyes involuntarily drawn to Yan Sha's location. The white shirt slid gently off her body, revealing skin as pure and translucent as jade. Not only was Yan Sha stunningly beautiful, but her figure was nothing short of perfect. The black lingerie only served to accentuate her alluring curves, making her even more seductive. Chen Mo couldn't help but take a deep breath. This was the second time today he'd seen a woman's body, and both times it was the figure of a stunning beauty like Gao Feifei or Yan Sha. His heart was undoubtedly racing with excitement. Although Chen Mo had been with Gao Feifei for quite some time, she looked down on him. Their most intimate contact had been holding hands. He had never done anything more daring, not even kissed her, let alone seen her undress. After removing her shirt, Yan Sha couldn't help but frown slightly when she discovered stains on her undergarments. Yan Sha tiptoed barefoot to the wardrobe, retrieving a fresh set of undergarments. Chen Mo's expression grew even more agitated at the sight. Who could have imagined Yan Sha would need to change her undergarments? Her jade-like arms reached behind her back, deftly unhooking the bra. As the undergarment gradually slid down, Chen Mo could distinctly feel his heartbeat quickening. Moments later, her ample curves finally broke free from the lingerie's constraints, exposed to Chen Mo's gaze. Chen Mo stood frozen in place, his face etched with intense emotion. Moments later, Yan Sha retrieved a white cheongsam from the wardrobe. She stood before the mirror, briefly adjusting it to ensure everything looked right, then proceeded to slip it on. Yan Sha seemed to have a particular fondness for cheongsams, often wearing them to class. Chen Mo felt she possessed an innate ability to showcase the garment's allure to its fullest, especially with her tall, curvaceous figure and porcelain skin. When she slipped into the cheongsam, her silhouette became exquisitely defined, radiating an irresistible charm. She embodied the very essence of a sensual beauty. After slipping into the qipao, Yan Sha bent her slender waist to fasten her high heels before turning to leave the dormitory. Chen Mo exhaled a long breath when he saw Yan Sha preparing to leave. But just as she was about to exit the room, she suddenly glanced toward the balcony. Then, swaying gracefully in her heels, she walked straight toward it. This is bad. Chen Mo's heart sank as he watched Yan Sha approach. But there was nowhere to hide on the balcony. If she walked over, she would definitely spot him. Chen Mo's nerves began to fray, his anxiety seemingly surpassing even the tension he'd felt while secretly watching Yan Sha change clothes earlier. Tap tap tap. The footsteps grew closer, and beads of sweat began to form on Chen Mo's forehead. Teacher Yan. After a moment's hesitation, Chen Mo gritted his teeth and stepped out from behind the balcony. Chen Mo? Yan Sha's beautiful eyes widened instantly upon seeing Chen Mo, her expression filled with confusion as she called out. Teacher Yan, you're back? Chen Mo feigned nonchalance as he addressed Yan Sha. Chen Mo, what were you doing hiding on the balcony? And when did you even get in here? Yan Sha's face flushed crimson with embarrassment and indignation as she recalled changing clothes moments ago. Well, Teacher Yan, didn't you ask me to bring something over? After I came in, I noticed, your room seemed to have a thief. So I ran to the balcony to check, but that thief had already climbed down the balcony just now. Chen Mo explained awkwardly. Yan Sha couldn't help but give Chen Mo a thorough once-over with her beautiful eyes before murmuring softly, Chen Mo, do you really think I'd believe any of that? Teacher Yan, everything I said is true. Chen Mo hurriedly clarified. Don't you know deep down whether it's true? Were you hiding on the balcony spying on me changing clothes just now? Yan Sha seemed to instantly see through Chen Mo's thoughts, her delicate brows slightly furrowed as she asked softly. No. I didn't see anything just now. Ms. Yan, were you changing clothes? Chen Mo shook his head without hesitation. Seeing Chen Mo's expression, Yan Sha couldn't help but sneer disdainfully before saying coldly, Chen Mo, if you don't tell me the truth today, be careful, I'll have the principal expel you. Teacher Yan, I really didn't see anything. Chen Mo said through gritted teeth. Yan Sha stared at Chen Mo before hesitating for 2 seconds. Then she said flatly, Chen Mo, are you absolutely certain you didn't see anything? Yes. Since Yan Sha had already caught him, Chen Mo certainly wasn't going to admit to peeping on her while she changed. Very well. A fleeting, unusual expression crossed Yansha's beautiful eyes before she murmured softly, I don't want anyone else to know about what happened today. Do you understand? Understood, understood. Chen Mo nodded hastily. You can go now. Yansha waved gently at Chen Mo. At this point, since Chen Mo stubbornly refused to admit anything, Yansha could do nothing about it. Goodbye, Teacher Yan. Seeing Yansha let him go, Chen Mo's expression visibly relaxed. He quickly turned and hurried toward the door. Hey, Chen Mo. Just as Chen Mo was about to leave the room, Yansha suddenly called out. Chen Mo instinctively halted his steps, his expression tense as he looked at Yansha and asked, Teacher Yan, is there something else? Yansha glided over to Chen Mo in her high heels, her figure swaying gracefully as she approached. She then looked him up and down. Yansha was naturally tall and slender, and with the added height from her heels, she was now almost as tall as Chen Mo. Standing so close to Yansha, Chen Mo could clearly smell the alluring fragrance emanating from her body. Little Chen Mo, do you like my figure? Wu Mei's seductively red lips parted slightly as she asked Chen Mo in a voice dripping with allure. Chapter 17, Am I a son-in-law by marriage? Do I have a good figure? Yansha's irresistibly seductive voice echoed in Chen Mo's ear. Instinctively, he froze, his mind buzzing. He didn't know what Yansha meant by this question. Answer me. Is my figure good? Yansha asked seductively, her gaze fixed on Chen Mo. Chen Mo couldn't help but take a deep breath before whispering, Teacher Yan, I really didn't see anything just now. A hint of resignation flickered in Yansha's beautiful eyes at his words. She pouted slightly and said, How boring. Even if you had seen something, I wouldn't have said anything to you. After all, it wasn't intentional. Mainly, I didn't see it. Chen Mo was on the verge of breaking down from Yansha's relentless teasing. Alright then. A friend of mine is opening a bar in a couple of days, but they still haven't found suitable staff. I heard you've been doing part-time work outside campus? Why don't you try working at my friend's bar for a while? Yansha stopped teasing Chen Mo and spoke softly. The old Chen Mo would have jumped at the chance without a second thought, feeling deeply grateful to Yansha. But things were different now. Chen Mo had just inherited several hundred billion in assets. How could he possibly work at some small bar? Ms. Yan, I'm no longer working part-time outside campus. Chen Mo hesitated before declining. You're not working part-time anymore? Then how will you pay your tuition? Yansha froze upon hearing his words, a flicker of confusion crossing her beautiful eyes. She was well aware of Chen Mo's family circumstances. If this had been before, he would have agreed without a second thought. But this time, he had actually refused her. Yes, I'm not working outside anymore. I found a less demanding job that pays a bit more. Chen Mo said softly. Oh, I see. Yansha nodded gently at Chen Mo before continuing, but my friend just opened a bar and is desperately short-staffed. Why don't you go help out for a week? Ms. Yan. Chen Mo hesitated. Little Chen Mo, if you don't agree to this, we'll have to seriously discuss that incident where you peeked at me changing clothes earlier. Yansha said softly to Chen Mo. Teacher, I really didn't see anything. Chen Mo said with a helpless expression. Don't you know deep down whether you saw it or not? Yansha retorted with a pout. Chen Mo hesitated for a moment before murmuring, Fine then. I'll do it as a favor to you, Teacher Yan. Did you see me changing clothes? Yansha seemed like a different person now, frowning as she shouted. Chen Mo was instantly speechless. A few minutes later, Chen Mo left Yansha's dorm room. He'd never admit he'd seen anything, and Yansha couldn't do anything about it anyway. After stepping out of the dorm, Chen Mo's mind was filled with thoughts of Yansha's alluring figure. He had to admit that her physique was truly incomparable to that of students like Lu Di or Gao Feifei. In just one day, Chen Mo had unexpectedly seen the figures of two sexy beauties. This gradually sparked the idea in his mind that he wanted to find a girlfriend. He had been with Gao Feifei all along, but he felt their relationship wasn't genuine romance at all. Gao Feifei had merely seen him as a tool to spend money on. Now that she had found a new source of funds, she had ruthlessly discarded him. Who would be suitable? Chen Mo murmured softly to himself. If this were the Chen Mo before inheriting the fortune, he wouldn't have such confidence. Back then, he was just a penniless guy girls would never have looked his way. But things were different now. Chen Mo was extremely wealthy. He believed that as long as he was willing to spend money on a girl, no woman could refuse him. Class monitor Zhao Anan seems pretty decent. The thought brought Zhao Anan's delicate, pretty face to mind, and Chen Mo began scheming in his head about how to pursue her. Ring ring. Just then, Chen Mo's phone suddenly rang. He pulled it out and saw it was Li Juncheng calling. Hello? Chen Mo answered the call. Mr. Chen, is this a good time to talk? Li Juncheng asked politely. Yes, what is it? Young Master Chen, it's like this. I've arranged a meeting with your fiancée. We'll meet at Yashi Western Restaurant tomorrow morning at 10 o'clock. What do you think? Li Juncheng said slowly. My fiancée? Chen Mo froze upon hearing Li Juncheng's words, his expression filled with utter bewilderment. Yes, young Master Chen. Have you forgotten?
When you inherited Chairman Wang's estate, one stipulation was that you must marry Ms. Su Mubai. If you fail to marry her within 2 years, the previous will becomes invalid. Li Juncheng explained slowly.
I remember now.
Chen Mo responded with a resigned nod once he recalled the detail. He had originally planned to find a girlfriend at school, but Li Juncheng's words made him realize that such a stipulation had indeed been part of the inheritance agreement.
Is Su Mubai attractive? Chen Mo hesitated before quietly asking Li Juncheng. Young Master Chen, I'm not sure how to answer that. Why not see Miss Su for yourself tomorrow?
Then you'll know, Li Juncheng replied with a smile.
Forget it. What difference does it make if she's attractive or not? If I want to inherit this fortune, I have to marry Su Mubai, right? Chen Mo asked listlessly. The contract does indeed stipulate that. Li Juncheng replied indifferently. So if I don't marry Su Mubai, I won't get a single penny? Chen Mo frowned and pressed on. Correct. What the hell is Wang Cheng trying to do? Just let me inherit the estate already.
Why add such a ridiculous stipulation?
Chen Mo hadn't even met his fiancée yet, and he assumed a woman who'd come forward so eagerly must be the kind nobody else wanted. He felt utterly frustrated. This is Chairman Wan's rule.
I'm not entirely sure what his reasoning is behind it, Li Juncheng said indifferently.
Alright, I understand. I'll go tomorrow. Chen Mo replied in a low voice. Oh, and Mr. Chen, there's one more thing I should remind you about.
Li Juncheng said slowly.
What is it? Chen Mo asked, momentarily taken aback. At present, Miss Su and her family remain unaware of your true identity. In their eyes, you are still the same person you were before. Therefore, you must not reveal your identity to Miss Su. Moreover, if you were to marry Miss Su, you would technically be considered a son-in-law who marries into the Su family. Li Juncheng explained deliberately. What? I'm a son-in-law who marries into the family? Chen Mo exclaimed in utter disbelief upon hearing Li Juncheng's words. Chapter 18, Bumping into a Beauty. That's correct, Mr. Chen. Since you are now just an ordinary person, you cannot reveal your true identity to Miss Su. Therefore, you are the son-in-law who marries into the Su family. Li Juncheng explained slowly. No way. Making me marry some ugly duckling as my fiancé was already outrageous enough. Now you want me to be some kind of son-in-law? Isn't that taking it too far? Chen Mo felt deeply resistant to the idea of being a son-in-law, shouting back in agitation. Young Master Chen, these are all Chairman Wang's stipulations. They were clearly written in his will, you simply didn't read it carefully back then. Li Juncheng explained with utter resignation. What the hell is Wang Cheng trying to do? Why is inheriting his estate such a hassle? I should have never signed that thing. Chen Mo was clearly on the verge of breaking down. So, young Master Chen, are you now choosing to relinquish the inheritance? Li Juncheng asked after a moment of pause. Chen Mo was instantly speechless. After a moment's hesitation, he gritted his teeth and said, when did I say I was giving up? After finally rising from poverty to become the world's richest man and all within a single day, Chen Mo certainly wasn't about to give it up so easily. I was just asking. No offense meant. Li Juncheng offered a faint smile. Then when might I reveal my true identity to the Su family? Chen Mo hesitated before asking softly. As soon as you marry Miss Su. Li Juncheng replied calmly. Alright, I understand. After saying this, Chen Mo hung up the phone with an exasperated expression. Earlier that day, Chen Mo had seen the two stunning beauties, Lu Di and Yin Xia, undressing, filling him with anticipation for his future girlfriend. But Li Juncheng's call shattered all his illusions. That Su Mubai must be some ugly, unwanted nobody. And now he wants me to be their son-in-law? What kind of nonsense is this? Chen Mo muttered gloomily under his breath before striding toward his classroom seat. At that moment, Chen Mo's understanding of the term son-in-law by marriage was that only good-for-nothing losers would agree to such an arrangement. Though Chen Mo had once been extremely poor, that didn't mean he lacked pride. Even at his poorest, he'd never considered becoming someone else's son-in-law. Perhaps because his mind was preoccupied with meeting his fiancée, Su Mubai, he failed to notice a girl running around the corner. Thud! Their bodies collided head-on. The girl wore 10-centimeter heels, and the force of the impact sent her tumbling backward. Ah! The girl instinctively let out a soft cry, then reflexively reached out and grabbed hold of Chen Mo's clothes. Chen Mo lost his balance and stumbled straight toward her. No! The girl screamed as soon as she saw Chen Mo collapse, but it was already too late. Thud! Chen Mo's body slammed hard into the girl, and both of them crashed to the ground. What are you doing on top of me? You pervert! Get off me right now! The girl shouted at Chen Mo, her expression a mix of embarrassment and indignation. Chen Mo froze upon hearing her words. Though the girl's delicate form felt incredibly comfortable, he wasn't some perverted creep. Instinctively, he tried to scramble up, but his hands suddenly slipped. Just as he was about to rise, Chen Mo slammed back down hard onto the girl's slender body. You, get off me right now! The girl seemed momentarily speechless under Chen Mo's weight, shouting with visible agitation. Chen Mo scrambled to his feet.
Once he was off her, the girl slowly rose and began inspecting her body.
Chen Mo took a quick look at the girl before him.
She wore a white dress, her feet in high heels, her legs slender and long, her chest high and full. She was also very beautiful, with a delicate, pretty face lightly made up. Her delicate brows were slightly furrowed, her eyes captivating, her nose straight and pert, and her lips full and luscious.
The entire person radiated youthful beauty, fashionable charm, and irresistible allure. Seems like I've been having some luck with the ladies lately. Chen Mo couldn't help but sigh softly to himself. The girl couldn't help but glance up and down at Chen Mo.
Upon seeing his clothes, a hint of disdain flashed in her beautiful eyes.
Were you blind just now?
You deliberately bumped into me to take advantage of me, didn't you? The young beauty shouted at Chen Mo, her expression highly agitated.
Hey, lady, can you be reasonable?
You were the one who bumped into me, and you were the one who pulled me down.
How did this suddenly become me trying to take advantage of you? Chen Mo retorted helplessly upon hearing her words.
Of course you were trying to take advantage of me. You're such a disgusting pervert.
Don't you even look at yourself? How dare you try to take advantage of me? The young beauty snapped fiercely.
Chen Mo stared at the girl before him, at a loss for words. Though she was undeniably beautiful, her temper was downright brash.
Xiao Yu, what's wrong?
Just then, a group of people approached from a short distance away. There were both boys and girls among them, but regardless of gender, their fashionable attire stood in stark contrast to Chen Mo's appearance. The girl glanced at her companion after hearing this but said nothing. After all, she didn't want anyone to know about the earlier incident where Chen Mo had made an advance toward her. A young man with dyed blonde hair approached the girl, gave Chen Mo a once-over, and frowned.
It's you poor bastard. Chen Mo recognized the young man before him. His name was Zhang Li, also a sophomore at Nanyang University.
Coming from a well-off family and being very close to Li Kai, he had humiliated Chen Mo countless times on campus.
Xiao Yu, did this ragpicker bully you just now?
Zhang Li pointed at Chen Mo and shouted.
Scavenger? The girl froze upon hearing the yellow-haired youth's words, then frowned and asked, Zhang Li, you know this guy?
Of course I do. This kid is notorious around campus, practically everyone knows him. He's always fighting with the old junk collectors over bottles.
He's our school's most famous deadbeat. I heard his girlfriend dumped him just the other day. But honestly, a broke loser like him doesn't deserve a girlfriend anyway.
Zhang Li spoke without the slightest regard for Chen Mo, his tone dripping with contempt. Upon hearing Zhang Li's words, the disgust in the girl's beautiful eyes seemed to deepen.
Xiao Yu, did that guy just bully you?
If he did, I'll make him kneel and apologize to you right now.
Zhang Li shouted loudly.
Chen Mo heard Zhang Li's words and couldn't help but glance up and down at him, his gaze calm and unresponsive.
Chapter 19, the rich guy is right among you. Xiao Yu, don't be polite. Did that guy just pick on you?
Zhang Li shouted at the girl, his expression visibly agitated.
After a moment's hesitation, the girl shook her head gently. She felt unlucky enough today after being taken advantage of by Chen Mo. If she let a scrap collector get away with it too, she'd be laughed to death if word got out. Besides, even if Chen Mo knelt down to apologize, it wouldn't solve anything. So she decided it was better to keep quiet. He really didn't bully you?
Zhang Li froze upon seeing her shake her head, his expression filled with confusion as he asked.
No, let's go.
The girl shot Chen Mo a look of utter disgust before turning and striding off into the distance.
Kid, just you wait. I'll get you back for this.
Zhang Li snarled at Chen Mo before turning to follow the girl away. After watching Zhang Li and the others disappear, Chen Mo reached for his phone, intending to call Tianhao and have him teach Zhang Li a lesson. But after a moment's thought, he decided against it.
Chen Mo decided it wasn't worth wasting his time on someone like Zhang Li. Moments later, Chen Mo returned to the classroom. It was break time, and students sat at their desks chatting in small groups. Li Kai and Gao Feifei hadn't come to class. No one knew where they'd gone. Lu Di and Su Jiao were seated at their desks.
When they spotted Chen Mo, a peculiar look flashed in both their eyes.
Lu Di, did you really sleep with Chen Mo today? Su Jiao hesitated before whispering the question to Lu Di.
Upon hearing this, Lu Di gently bit her red lips. She had no idea how to explain to Su Jiao what had happened between her and Chen Mo today. If she admitted they had slept together, Su Jiao would surely mock her. But if she said Chen Mo had taken her to a hotel room, made her undress, and then hadn't touched her at all, that he'd done it just to humiliate her, it seemed even more shameful. You'd better figure out how to pay me back those 20,000 yuan.
Don't worry about anything else. Lu Di hesitated before muttering under her breath.
Perhaps because Chen Mo had treated everyone to a meal at the Mingsheng Grand Hotel the day before yesterday, the students in the class had begun to see him differently. Some even took the initiative to greet him.
This was unprecedented. Before, aside from Meng Liang, Lu Rui, and Zhaonan, the rest of the class treated Chen Mo like a joke, convinced that even exchanging a single word with him would be utterly humiliating. Chen Mo returned to his seat and noticed Meng Liang, Lu Rui, and others chatting with classmates. Hey, did you guys catch it yesterday? Seems like a new big spender joined that seafood livestream platform. Exclaimed a bespectacled boy, his face aglow with excitement.
I didn't catch the stream yesterday, but I saw the news. That big spender goes by past memories gone with the wind, and apparently he dropped over $1 million in tips in one go during a female streamer's broadcast.
He's got money to burn. Lu Rui replied with a chuckle.
I heard that big spender apparently did it because he got into a fight with the Nanyang Wei prince, Meng Liang murmured.
Ha, that Nanyang Wei Gongzi tipped over 10,000 to some female streamer and even taunted her publicly. But who'd have thought she'd counter with over $1 million? Instantly, Nanyang Wei Gongzi shut up. Yeah, when will I ever meet a rich patron like that? A pretty girl with a killer figure in the class seemed to be streaming too, but sadly she had 0 followers, let alone rich patrons tipping her. I bet if you went live without clothes, you'd get more viewers. Lu Rui grinned, baring his teeth. Get lost.
The girl spat out the words with disgust. Only after hearing their conversation did Chen Mo realize they were discussing his generous donations in Wen Ruwashi's livestream. Little did they know, the very big spender they were referring to windswept past was sitting right beside them.
Ding dong.
A few minutes later, the class bell rang, and the students scattered to find their seats.
Both afternoon periods were math classes.
Chen Mo had never been particularly interested in the subject, and he felt that knowing how much money was left in his bank account was all he needed to know. He saw no point in studying these useless things and promptly laid his head on his desk to sleep.
This surprised Lu Rui and Meng Liang.
After all, in their eyes, Chen Mo had always been a diligent student. Yet here he was, sleeping through class. His previous diligence had been driven solely by the desire to win a scholarship. Unfortunately, the school's scholarships were pre-assigned to students with connections, making it impossible for Chen Mo to secure one no matter how hard he tried. Now, however, he couldn't care less about that money, so there was no need to pay attention in every class. In the blink of an eye, the 2 classes ended. Students streamed out of the classroom, heading toward the school cafeteria for lunch.
Chen Mo, my mom just sent me some living expenses today. Let me treat you to lunch?
Lu Rui knew Chen Mo had spent most of his money on treating others, so he kindly extended the invitation.
No thanks, I'll just go home and eat.
Chen Mo hesitated briefly before declining softly.
You're not going to eat?
A flicker of confusion crossed Lu Rui's eyes at Chen Mo's words. After all, in the past, Chen Mo would have gladly accepted such an invitation. Yet now, he was actively declining.
I'm not really hungry yet. Chen Mo replied indifferently.
Lu Rui hesitated for a moment before softly saying, all right then.
I'll treat you another time.
I'll treat you to a meal when the time is right. Chen Mo reached out and gave Lu Rui a light pat on the shoulder before turning and striding straight toward the classroom exit.
Lu Rui and Meng Liang watched Chen Mo's retreating figure, their expressions filled with confusion. Liangzi, do you feel like Chen Mo seems different now compared to before? Lu Rui murmured. Yeah, I do. Meng Liang nodded slightly. Logically speaking, he only won 100,000 yuan. He probably spent it all on that dinner for everyone last time, right? Lu Rui frowned. Yeah, I wonder what's gotten into Chen Mo.
Meng Liang said, his tone filled with confusion.
Forget it. Neither of us knows what's going on with Chen Mo. Maybe Cao Feifei really got to him. He'll be fine in a while. Let's go grab a bite to eat.
Lu Rui replied softly before turning and heading toward the classroom exit.
Chapter 20, Living Together?
After returning home from school, Chen Mo quickly freshened up before lying on his bed to watch Wen Ruwashi's livestream.
The moment the words "when memories fade" appeared in the chat, the viewers erupted. Bullet comments flooded the screen as they eagerly greeted Chen Mo. Chen Mo paid them no mind, quietly watching Wen Ruwashi's stream.
It must be said, Wen Ruwashi was exceptionally beautiful, and her singing voice was truly captivating. On screen, Wen Ruwashi wore her jet black hair loose. Her exquisite, dewy eyes shone like bright stars, and her sensual lips glistened with a translucent sheen. She wore a white shirt that accentuated her alluringly high bust. Her skin was fair and delicate. Beneath her uniform was a short skirt, and her long, white legs were covered in black stockings, making her already stunning figure seem even more alluring. But Chen Mo felt Wen Ruwashi was actually purer and prettier in real life. The video version didn't hold a candle to the real thing.
You just wait for my old man. Don't you dare let me find out where you live, or else you'll be sorry. Just then, another comment from Nanyang Wei Gongzi flashed across Wen Ruwashi's livestream.
Upon seeing the message, Wen Ruwashi couldn't help but frown slightly, but she said nothing and continued singing.
The viewers in the live stream room, however, immediately rallied to condemn Nanyang Wei Gongzi.
After sending that comment, Wei Gongzi vanished without a trace, never to appear in Wen Ruwashi's live stream again. After watching the stream for a while, Chen Mo casually sent some gifts before shutting down his phone to go to sleep.
But before Chen Mo could drift off, a knock sounded at the door. Startled by the sound, Chen Mo frowned and called out, "Who is it?" "Chen Mo, it's me. Are you asleep?"
Wen Ruwashi's voice rang out.
"No." Chen Mo quickly replied, then got dressed, got out of bed, and opened the door. "Did you eat dinner?"
"I just ordered 2 late-night meals."
"Want to grab something?" Wen Ruwashi asked Chen Mo with a smile.
By now, when Ruwashi had changed into regular clothes, wearing a black nightgown that made her appear even more alluring. Chen Mo froze for a moment upon hearing this, then softly replied, "Sure, but my place is a bit small.
Why don't we go to yours instead?"
When Ruwashi glanced around his room briefly before frowning.
"This is my first time here. So this is where you've been living all along?"
"I don't have much money, and the rent for this place is very cheap, so I just live here." Chen Mo replied, his expression tinged with awkwardness.
"Oh, I see."
When Ruwashi nodded lightly, then said nothing more and turned to head toward her own room. Chen Mo followed when Ruwashi into her room, and the two sat at the dining table eating and chatting.
"Did you watch my live stream today?" When Ruwashi asked softly. "I did." Chen Mo nodded, then continued, "But I saw that guy, the so-called Wei Young master of Nanyang, seem to be insulting you." "Why would he insult you?"
When Ruwashi froze upon hearing Chen Mo's words, then frowned and said, "That guy is a jerk."
"How is he a jerk?" Chen Mo asked casually. "Yesterday, some rich guy showered my livestream with gifts, right? My popularity shot up instantly. Then he tracked down my contact info through the platform, saying he wanted to treat me to dinner and even invited me to join his entertainment company."
When Ruwashi saw Chen Mo as someone she could confide in, so she held nothing back as she spoke.
"His entertainment company?" Chen Mo froze upon hearing this, a flicker of confusion crossing his eyes. "Yeah, his entertainment company. A lot of female streamers on our platform are signed to his company.
He often helps them boost their popularity or sends gifts to their streams."
When Ruwashi explained slowly. "Well, that sounds like a good thing, right?" Chen Mo murmured softly. "A good thing?"
When Ruwashi couldn't help but pout slightly, then frowned as she continued, "This is anything but a good thing.
You don't understand our streaming industry.
If I joined his company, I'd have to give him 50% of all the gifts I received.
And I'd also have to.
When Ruwashi paused mid-sentence, a faint blush spreading across her pretty face.
"Do what with him?" Chen Mo asked, momentarily stunned. "Oh, you know, that unspoken rule, right?"
When Ruwashi frowned, her tone filled with helplessness.
So that's how it is? Give him half your earnings, then sleep with him? How does he expect to get away with such a sweet deal?" Chen Mo said with a sneer. "Exactly. That's why I flat out refused him without a second thought.
Then he tracked me down to my house to threaten me. That's why you saw him sending those hateful comments in the livestream."
When Ruwashi explained slowly. "So that's what happened?"
Chen Mo nodded gently at When Ruwashi, then smiled and said, "If he ever comes looking for you again, just give me a call.
I'll handle it for you." "You'll handle it?" When Ruwashi froze at Chen Mo's words, then couldn't help but smile wryly.
In her eyes, Chen Mo probably couldn't even afford his own basic needs right now.
How could he possibly handle her problems? "Yes, I'll handle it for you." Chen Mo nodded calmly. "Forget it. These aren't major issues anyway. Besides, I doubt that Wei from Nanyang could ever find my family.
Nothing serious should happen." Considering Chen Mo's pride, When Ruwashi responded very tactfully.
"Fine then.
If anything comes up, just give me a call directly."
Chen Mo said indifferently. "Okay." Seeing Chen Mo so confident, When Ruwashi didn't press further. She simply nodded lightly and continued eating. Moments later, When Ruwashi suddenly looked up at Chen Mo and murmured softly, "Chen Mo, why don't you move in with me?" "But..."
Chen Mo, who had been drinking water, immediately sprayed the liquid from his mouth upon hearing this. He stared at When Ruwashi across from him with an expression of utter shock.
You want to live with me?"
Chen Mo's eyes widened in disbelief as he exclaimed at When Ruwashi.
Chapter 21, The Dignified Beauty. Live together? When Ruwashi couldn't help but frown slightly at Chen Mo's words. Her pretty face flushed a bit as she frowned and exclaimed, "Chen Mo, what are you thinking? I just saw you living in that tiny room and it seemed a bit shabby. My place happens to have an empty room, so I thought you could move in and live with me." "Ah, so that's what it was." Chen Mo replied, sounding slightly disappointed. "Besides, I'm streaming most of the time. After I finish, I just go to sleep. I never have time to tidy up. If you move in, you could help me keep things organized. That'd be like your rent payment to me. What do you say?" When Ruwashi said softly, looking at Chen Mo. Truthfully, When Ruwashi certainly didn't need Chen Mo's rent money. She said this mainly because she worried he might feel awkward about moving in directly. Chen Mo, looking at When Ruwashi before him, was genuinely touched. However, he knew he already had a fiancée, and sharing a room with another woman would inevitably be awkward. Moreover, Chen Mo didn't want anyone to know he was the heir to the wealthiest fortune. Living with When Ruwashi would inevitably risk exposing his true identity. "Thank you, but I'm a guy and you're a girl. It really wouldn't be appropriate for us to live together." Chen Mo hesitated before speaking softly. "You're afraid I'll take advantage of you? Like I'm going to eat you or something?" When Ruwashi shot back with a dismissive look. "I'm worried I might take advantage of you. After all, you're a streamer now. If your viewers found out you were living with a guy, wouldn't they tear me apart?" Chen Mo said with a laugh.
When Ruwashi saw that Chen Mo genuinely didn't seem to want to move in with her, so she didn't press the matter further.
Half an hour later, Chen Mo returned to his own room.
Although he had just refused when Ruwashi's offer to live together a decision he had made himself, he still felt a deep sense of regret inside.
Damn that Sumu Bai. If it weren't for you, I'd be at the peak of my life right now.
Chen Mo cursed under his breath, his tone thick with frustration. After all, Chen Mo was rolling in cash now. If he could live with one Ruwashi and have a beauty by his side, it would be pure bliss. But because he already had a fiancée, he dared not entertain any thoughts about other girls. Yet when Ruwashi's words today had served as a wake-up call. With his current wealth, there was no need to stay in this cramped apartment.
He could easily buy a villa in Nanyang's Prime District and pick up a sports car while he was at it. As Chen Mo drifted off to sleep, his mind was already mapping out his next purchases. The next morning at 9:30 a.m., Chen Mo was abruptly jolted awake by the ringing of his phone. He glanced at the caller ID. It was Li Juncheng and quickly answered. "Mr. Chen, have you arrived at Jacques Restaurant yet?" Li Juncheng asked softly. "Oh no, I completely forgot about this. I'll be right over." Perhaps because he had been so excited last night thinking about how to spend his money, Chen Mo had completely forgotten about his meeting with his fiancée. After hanging up, he didn't even have time to wash up before rushing out the door. Since Li Juncheng had mentioned that Chen Mo's fiancée didn't know his true identity, Li Juncheng hadn't sent anyone to pick him up. Chen Mo had no choice but to take a taxi to Jacques Restaurant alone. Though Chen Mo had never dined at Jacques Restaurant before, he knew it was a renowned Western restaurant in Nanyang City, notoriously expensive. Only the truly wealthy could afford to eat there. Meanwhile, in a private room at Jacques Restaurant, two girls sat inside the private room, chatting while waiting for something. One wore a simple white t-shirt and black jeans. The high-waisted cut accentuated her slender waistline, making her tall, elegant figure appear even more graceful and youthful. The other woman possessed even more refined and striking features, appearing slightly older than her companion. Her face bore light makeup, accentuating her delicate features. Her jet black hair was pulled up in a high bun, revealing a long, fair neck. She wore a white dress cinched at the waist with a black belt, accentuating her slender figure. White high-heeled sandals adorned her feet, and her long, fair legs were gracefully crossed, creating an exceptionally beautiful and dignified appearance. "Cousin, when did you get a fiancé? Why didn't I know about this?"
The younger beauty blinked her large, watery eyes, her expression filled with genuine confusion.
"Don't even mention you, I only found out myself just a few days ago."
The slightly older beauty replied with a sigh. "Oh, how pitiful. Out of nowhere, she has this fiancé. I'll be damned if I don't see if he's worthy of my cousin today. If he's not, I won't approve," the younger girl pouted softly.
"What good would your refusal do? This is my father's decision. I can't oppose it." The dignified beauty murmured softly. "No problem. If it doesn't work, I'll go talk to my uncle."
"My cousin is so outstanding, how could she just marry someone randomly like this?" the younger beauty declared, pouting her lips. Hearing this, the dignified beauty couldn't help but smile faintly before saying softly, "Alright, let's not talk about my affairs.
You didn't seem very happy when you came back last night. Did something happen? Cousin, don't bring up yesterday. Just thinking about it makes me angry." The young beauty pouted. "What's wrong?"
The elegant beauty smiled faintly. "Cousin, I'll tell you, but you absolutely mustn't tell anyone else." The petite beauty hesitated before speaking slowly.
"Okay, don't worry. I promise I won't tell anyone else.
Yesterday afternoon, I went to Nanyang University to hang out with my friends, but someone bumped into me.
That person ended up landing right on my.
The little beauty's face flushed red as she struggled to continue.
"On your body?" the elegant beauty asked with a smile. "What?"
"Worse than that, his head smacked right into my chest, and he did it twice. I'm sure he did it on purpose to take advantage of me." The young beauty glared and exclaimed before continuing, "If it had been just anyone, I might have let it go. But later, my friend told me that guy was some trash-picking poor kid, dressed in rags. I was furious. But I couldn't tell my friends I'd been taken advantage of by someone like that, so I just let him go. Now, every time I think about it, I get so angry." "I see." The dignified beauty nodded gently. "Cousin, I'm only telling you this. You absolutely mustn't tell anyone else. If you spill the beans, I'll never be able to show my face again," the young beauty hurriedly added. "Don't worry. I'd never tell anyone about something like this." The dignified beauty smiled faintly. Chapter 22, You Want to Fire Me? 10:30 a.m. Chen Mo arrived at Jacques Restaurant by taxi. Though it wasn't peak dining hours, numerous luxury cars were already parked outside, and stylishly dressed young people were coming and going. Even though Chen Mo was wearing his best outfit today, he still felt somewhat out of place compared to the crowd frequenting Jacques Restaurant. After paying the fare, Chen Mo strode purposefully toward the restaurant entrance. The security guard at the entrance couldn't help but stare at Chen Mo's attire. He quickly stepped forward to block him, frowning as he asked, "Young man, are you here for a job interview? If so, use the back entrance." "I'm here to eat." Chen Mo glanced up at the guard and replied expressionlessly.
You're here to eat?
A flicker of confusion crossed the guard's eyes at this, but he said nothing more and lowered his arm, letting Chen Mo enter. Although the patrons of Jacques' restaurant were predominantly wealthy, it wasn't uncommon for ordinary people to dine there as well, often just to eat on the house.
The guard didn't think much of it.
Upon entering Jacques' restaurant, Chen Mo was immediately stunned by the scene inside.
Though not expansive, the space was exquisitely elegant.
Stepping inside felt like traveling back to Renaissance Europe, where murals and antique ornaments everywhere proclaimed the restaurant's unique character. The crystal chandelier overhead cast waves of warm yellow light, lending the entire space a cozy ambience, while the plush white wool carpet felt exceptionally comfortable underfoot. Had Li Juncheng not reserved this restaurant for him, Chen Mo might never have set foot in such a place in his lifetime. This, perhaps, was the gap between the wealthy and the ordinary. To the average person, a place like the Mingshang Grand Hotel was already quite impressive. Yet compared to Jacques' restaurant, the Mingshang Grand Hotel still fell short.
Chen Mo pulled out his phone, intending to call Li Juncheng to ask where exactly the private room was located.
But the moment he pulled it out, a sudden stomachache struck him. He turned and headed straight for the restaurant's restroom. It must be said that even the restrooms at Jacques' restaurant were exquisitely decorated and spotless, giving one the impression they weren't restrooms at all.
Meanwhile,
inside the private room, the young beauty glanced at her phone and saw it was nearly 11 p.m. She couldn't help but frown slightly.
Cousin, who exactly is this fiancé of yours? Didn't we all agree to meet at 10:30?
It's already 11 p.m. and he still hasn't shown up. Hearing this, the dignified beauty also frowned slightly but said nothing more. Truthfully, showing up late for a first date was indeed rather off-putting.
Honestly, just for daring to be late today, you shouldn't marry him, cousin. What does he think he's doing? There are countless outstanding young men in Nanyang City eager to take you out to dinner, and this guy has the nerve to be late, the petite beauty exclaimed indignantly. Maybe he had an emergency? The dignified beauty murmured softly. No matter how urgent it is, he shouldn't be late.
The petite beauty exclaimed, her large, watery eyes widening.
She stood up abruptly. Cousin, I'll be right back.
I need to use the restroom.
Once that jerk shows up, I'll give him a piece of my mind. Go ahead.
The dignified beauty said indifferently. The petite beauty sashayed out of the private room in her high heels. A few minutes later, she found the restroom. Just as she was about to enter, she suddenly noticed a very familiar figure standing in front of the sink. The young beauty couldn't help but pause, halting her steps as she studied Chen Mo, who was washing his hands at the sink.
Why does this feel so familiar?
The young beauty murmured softly. The next second, Chen Mo turned around abruptly and instinctively shook the water from his hands. But Chen Mo hadn't noticed the person standing behind him, and the water from his hands splashed right into the young woman's face.
Ah!
The young woman instinctively gasped, then hurriedly took 2 steps back.
Her eyes wide, she exclaimed, "Are you blind? Didn't you see?"
Before she could finish her sentence, both she and Chen Mo froze in place almost simultaneously.
What a coincidence! Chen Mo gave an awkward smile at the young woman standing before him. The girl standing before him was none other than the very same one he had tackled down at Nanyang University yesterday. "It's you again, you pervert?" the young beauty exclaimed in utter disbelief. "I'm not a pervert," Chen Mo replied with a hint of resignation upon hearing her words. "If you're not a pervert, then what are you?" The young beauty crossed her arms and gave a cold laugh. On her way home last night, the young beauty had been plotting her revenge against Chen Mo. After all, he was the first man to touch her chest, and Zhang Li's words only deepened her disgust. But back at Nanyang University, with so many people around, she hadn't dared to speak up about Chen Mo's assault. But now it was different. There was no one around who knew her. The young beauty began scheming in her mind about how she would get back at Chen Mo. "I don't have time to discuss this with you right now. I didn't mean to do that earlier. I'm sorry." Chen Mo apologized for splashing water on the young beauty's face, then started walking away. It was almost 11 o'clock and he was in a hurry to meet his fiancée. Though he didn't particularly care for this fiancée he'd never met, it was their first meeting after all. Being too late wouldn't look good. "Stop right there," the young woman called out urgently as she saw Chen Mo about to leave. "Is there something else?" Chen Mo turned back with a sigh. "You just splashed water on my face and you think saying sorry is enough to walk away?" A hint of mischief flashed in her beautiful eyes as she spoke softly to Chen Mo. "What else did you expect?" Chen Mo frowned and asked. "What do I want?" The young woman couldn't help but snort coldly at his words. She stepped closer, appraising him with a soft voice. "Kneel down and apologize to me right now, and I'll forgive you today. Otherwise, I'll go complain to the restaurant manager, saying you harassed me earlier, and have them fire you." "You want the restaurant manager to fire me?" Chen Mo stared at the young beauty before him, suddenly at a loss for words. Chapter 23 shocked the entire crowd. The young woman had heard Zhang Li mention Chen Mo at Nanyang University before. She knew full well he was nothing more than a penniless student who couldn't even afford the school cafeteria, let alone dine at a place like Jacques' restaurant.
But seeing him here now, the only explanation was that he was working a part-time job. That was precisely why she was using this fact to threaten him, venting her pent-up resentment. "You'd better get down on your knees and apologize to me right now," the young woman declared triumphantly, arms crossed.
"If I'm in a good mood, I might let this slide. Otherwise, I'll have the manager fire you on the spot. I'm not an employee here. If you want the manager to fire me, go ahead and fire me." Chen Mo replied indifferently. "Humph." The young woman sneered coldly before continuing, "At this point, what are you still pretending about? You're not an employee here, but you're a customer, right? You're not going to tell me you came here to eat, are you? Chen Mo, don't think I don't know you. Zhang Li told me all about your business at Nanyang University yesterday." Chen Mo had no desire to waste words with the woman before him and turned to leave. "Did I say you could leave?" The young woman stubbornly grabbed Chen Mo's arm and persisted, "Chen Mo, landing a part-time job here must have been incredibly difficult for you, right? At the very least, it pays better and is far more respectable than picking up trash on campus. Are you really willing to throw this job away? Please let go of me. I'm not an employee here, I'm just a customer. I've already apologized for both yesterday and today's incidents. There's no need for you to be so persistent." Chen Mo shouted impatiently at the young woman. Though the young woman was undeniably stunning in every way, her figure, her looks, her aura, her personality was utterly unbearable. As a result, Chen Mo harbored no affection for her whatsoever. "You're just stubborn as a mule. I'll believe it when I see it." The young woman spoke while reaching for her phone and dialing a number. "Hello, is this Manager Zhang?" the young beauty asked, frowning. "Miss Su, what can I do for you?" The young beauty was a regular at Jacques Restaurant, so she was quite familiar with the manager. "One of your employees made inappropriate advances toward me. When I demanded an apology, he had the nerve to act all righteous. Manager Zhang, get over here immediately and deal with this person. Otherwise, I'll never set foot in your restaurant again," the young woman shouted in a harsh tone. "Miss Su, please calm down. I'll be right over." An employee harassing a female guest was an absolute disgrace for Jacques Restaurant, so the manager replied in a tense voice. "I'm over by the restroom. Come over here." The young woman replied coolly before hanging up. "The restaurant manager will be here soon. Let's see how you handle this." The young woman tucked her phone away and shouted at Chen Mo with a smug expression. "I already told you, I'm not an employee here. Could you please stop bothering me? I really have urgent matters to attend to." Chen Mo shouted helplessly. "Humph, now you're just feeling guilty." The young woman chuckled and continued, "If you kneel down and apologize to me now, this will be over. I won't let the manager fire you. But if you keep making excuses, just wait and see." Chen Mo hesitated, staring at the young woman before him, then murmured, "Fine. Then wait for the manager to come. You." The young woman never imagined that even at this point, Chen Mo could still be so stubborn. After a moment's hesitation, she said nothing, preparing to wait for the restaurant manager to come and deal with him. Seconds later, Manager Zhang of Jacques Restaurant arrived with 7 or 8 security guards, surrounding both Chen Mo and the young woman. Perhaps because the security guards made quite a commotion, the other diners in the restaurant began to gather around. "Miss Su, what exactly is going on here?" Manager Zhang approached the young woman, his expression puzzled. "Your employee deliberately splashed water on my face just now. Manager Zhang, you must fire this person immediately." Seeing the crowd of onlookers, the young woman hesitated to accuse Chen Mo of sexual harassment outright, so she resorted to a different excuse. Manager Zhang turned sharply toward Chen Mo's table upon hearing her words, a flicker of doubt crossing his eyes. "Manager Zhang, what are you standing there for? Did you hear me? Fire this person." Seeing Manager Zhang frozen in place, the young woman shouted excitedly. "Miss Su, I think there might be some misunderstanding. This person isn't an employee of our Jacques Restaurant." Manager Zhang said to the young woman with an expression of utter helplessness. "He's not an employee of your Jacques Restaurant?" The young woman froze upon hearing this, her face contorting with astonishment. "I told you I wasn't. You just wouldn't believe me." Chen Mo replied indifferently. The young woman hesitated, then bit her red lip and said, "Manager Zhang, even if this man isn't an employee of your Jacques Restaurant, can't you just have him removed?" "Miss Su, please don't put me in a difficult position. You are our restaurant's guest, and so is this person. Any conflict between the two of you should be handled privately. Jacques Restaurant has no right to intervene." Manager Zhang replied in a low voice. "You." The young woman froze upon hearing Manager Zhang's words, feeling deeply reluctant to simply let Chen Mo walk away. "Xiao Yu, what's going on?" Just then, a sweet and elegant voice rang out from the crowd. Everyone turned their heads to look behind them, and Chen Mo instinctively glanced back too. The moment Chen Mo saw this stunning woman, he froze in place, his expression one of utter shock. Although Nanyang University was home to many beauties, Chen Mo felt that the girls on campus paled in comparison to this woman. Even someone like Gao Feifei or Lu Di couldn't hold a candle to her. Dressed in a flowing white gown, she glided gracefully out of the crowd like a celestial being. Chen Mo was instantly dumbfounded. Chapter 24. Do you have evidence? Inside Jacques restaurant.
Chen Mo stared blankly as the elegant beauty emerged from the crowd, his heart pounding with overwhelming shock. A long dress, high heels, subtle makeup, a figure like a goddess, an angelic face, all complemented by an aura that seemed to keep people at arm's length. To Chen Mo, this dignified, icy beauty seemed like a character straight out of a TV drama, utterly unreal. He couldn't fathom how such a breathtakingly beautiful woman could possibly exist in the real world. The elegant beauty waited in the private room for over 10 minutes. When the petite beauty still hadn't returned, she grew concerned that something might have happened and decided to step out to check. But she never imagined that the moment she stepped out of the private room, she would witness the petite beauty and Chen Mo locked in a heated argument.
Xiaoyu, what on earth is going on?
The elegant beauty couldn't help but turn her head to glance at Chen Mo, frowning as she asked.
Cousin, that jerk was picking on me just now.
The little beauty hurried over to the elegant beauty's side, crying pitifully.
How did he bully you?
The elegant beauty paused in surprise before asking.
He splashed water on my face. The little girl cried out urgently.
The dignified beauty couldn't help but turn her head to glance at Chen Mo again, then said softly, Xiaoyu, I don't think he meant it. Let's just let it go. Hearing the dignified beauty's words, Chen Mo felt a warm glow in his heart.
He thought this dignified beauty was clearly much more reasonable than the little beauty. Cousin, you don't understand the situation. He did it on purpose. The petite beauty cried out upon hearing this. How do you know he did it on purpose? The elegant beauty knew her cousin's temperament well. A captivating smile curved her lips, instantly mesmerizing everyone present including Chen Mo. The petite beauty hesitated, then stood on tiptoe to whisper a few words into the dignified beauty's ear. A flicker of something unusual passed through the dignified beauty's eyes upon hearing the younger girl's words, but she said nothing more. Manager Zhang, you said this man is also a customer of your restaurant, so you couldn't handle him. But what if he wasn't a customer? Would you have the right to kick him out? Seeing the elegant beauty no longer blocking her, the petite beauty pointed directly at Chen Mo's seat and shouted. He's not a customer of our restaurant? Manager Zhang froze upon hearing the young woman's question, his expression filled with confusion. After all, if someone came to Jacques restaurant not to dine, what else could they possibly be doing there? Miss Su, what exactly do you mean by that? Manager Zhang frowned as he asked. I know this guy. He's a penniless bum who collects bottles on campus at Nanyang University. Someone like him can't even afford his tuition fees. How could he possibly have money to eat at your Jacques restaurant? The young woman exclaimed, her expression agitated. Manager Zhang couldn't help but glance toward Chen Mo's table, a hint of doubt flashing in his eyes. Exactly. Just look at the clothes that kid is wearing, they're clearly knockoff goods from a street vendor. How could he possibly afford to eat at a place like this? I think this kid must have some other motive for coming to Jacques restaurant. Even if he doesn't, we can't just let anyone come in and ruin everyone's dining experience. People around them began whispering after seeing Chen Mo's attire. The young woman, hearing these murmurs, seemed to grow even more smug. She stepped forward and called out in a sweet voice, Manager Zhang, I suspect this person might be here to steal from your Jacques restaurant. You should get rid of him immediately. Hearing this, everyone's expressions changed drastically as they hurriedly checked their belongings for missing items. Manager Zhang's expression also turned tense. After all, if Chen Mo was indeed a thief as the young woman claimed, it would be a failure on his part. Should higher-ups hold him accountable, he would bear the responsibility. How do you know I'm not here to dine? And what gives you the right to accuse me of theft? Chen Mo stepped forward, his expression impassive as he confronted the young woman. Can you even afford to eat at a place like this? The young woman couldn't help but sneer coldly. Whether I can afford to eat here is my own business. But what proof do you have that I can't eat here? What proof do you have that I'm a thief? Chen Mo asked the young woman in an unusually calm tone. Seeing the intensity in Chen Mo's tone, a flicker of panic crossed the young woman's eyes. Deep down, she knew her earlier accusations were mere speculation. Now that Chen Mo demanded proof, she had none. Xiaoyu, why don't we just let this go today? The dignified beauty, unwilling to continue the commotion, couldn't help but gently intercede. No way. This guy definitely can't afford to eat here. Seeing her plan for revenge about to succeed, the young beauty naturally refused to back down now. Miss Su, if you can provide proof that this gentleman did not dine at our restaurant today, I will have him escorted out immediately. Manager Zhang stepped forward and spoke softly to the petite beauty. Hearing Manager Zhang's words, the young beauty froze in place, her expression filled with helplessness because she truly couldn't find any evidence right now. If you want proof, then I'll testify. Just then, a male voice rang out from the crowd. Chen Mo turned his head at the sound and saw Li Kai and Gao Feifei stepping out from the crowd. Who are you? Manager Zhang frowned, not recognizing Li Kai. Who I am isn't important, but I know who he is. Li Kai spoke, turning his head directly toward Chen Mo's position. What is he? That's right. This guy is Chen Mo, a student at Nanyang University and my classmate. I know him very well. He usually scrapes by collecting bottles on campus. How could he possibly afford to eat at a restaurant like yours? Li Kai said in an arrogant tone.
Everyone froze in place upon hearing Li Kai's words. If the young woman had claimed alone that Chen Mo couldn't afford this place, they might have doubted her. But now that both had spoken, they began to believe her earlier words held some credibility.
Chapter 25, You're asking for it.
Truthfully, neither Li Kai nor Gao Feifei had any business dining at a place like Jacques Restaurant.
They were only here because one of Li Kai's friends was celebrating a birthday today.
Li Kai had initially come just to watch the spectacle unfold, never expecting the person involved would be Chen Mo. Ever since Chen Mo had humiliated him at the Mingsheng Grand Hotel last time, Li Kai had been waiting for a chance to get revenge.
This moment was clearly the perfect opportunity. Li Kai figured that even he couldn't afford the exorbitant prices at Jacques Restaurant, let alone Chen Mo. Chen Mo had spent a fortune at the Mingsheng Grand Hotel last time. How could he possibly have money left to dine here now? Manager Zhang, if you don't believe me, my current girlfriend is Chen Mo's ex-girlfriend. I think she could also come forward to testify.
Seeing the manager of Jacques Restaurant remain silent, Li Kai pressed on.
Yes, I am this man's ex-girlfriend. Gao Feifei stepped forward promptly upon hearing Li Kai's words. Everyone stared at Gao Feifei's seat with puzzled expressions, their faces filled with utter disbelief. Who could have imagined that even Chen Mo's ex-girlfriend would come forward to kick him while he was down? The young beauty felt even more triumphant seeing Gao Feifei step forward. The reason I chose to break up with him back then was because he was poor, really poor. Did you see the clothes he's wearing? I bought it for 70 yuan at a street stall back then. He wore it for 3 whole years without ever buying new clothes. Plus, he could never afford meals at school, he survived on handouts. How could someone who couldn't even eat at the cafeteria afford to dine at a fancy restaurant like this? Gao Feifei showed Chen Mo no mercy, her voice dripping with bitterness as she shouted. If Li Kai's words to the young lady held no credibility, then surely Chen Mo's own ex-girlfriend's account should be trustworthy, right? The crowd now looked at Chen Mo with palpable contempt. Chen Mo, however, kept his gaze steady on Gao Feifei's seat. He couldn't understand why he'd been so poor when they were together. Surely Gao Feifei herself knew the truth? Every penny Chen Mo earned from his part-time jobs went to Gao Feifei, feeding her vanity. Even when he couldn't afford to eat himself, he'd buy her the clothes and lipstick she desired. If not for Gao Feifei, how could Chen Mo have ended up in such a dire situation? Deep down, Chen Mo could accept Gao Feifei leaving him because he had no money. After all, everyone in this world had the right to make their own choices. But what Chen Mo couldn't understand was why Gao Feifei had to target him at every turn after their breakup. Manager Zhang, hasn't your restaurant always been membership-based? Why not just check if this person has a membership card? Li Kai pressed on. Exactly. Manager Zhang snapped to attention at Li Kai's words. He stepped forward expressionlessly and addressed Chen Mo. Sir, please present your membership card for our restaurant. Chen Mo looked at Manager Zhang and shook his head slightly, replying expressionlessly, I don't have a membership card for this place. A murmur rippled through the crowd. Chen Mo's words effectively admitted he hadn't come to dine. If he wasn't here to eat, then what he was doing here was obvious. Gao Feifei glanced at Chen Mo's seat, her expression brimming with smug satisfaction. Chen Mo, did you really think winning 100,000 yuan could change the fact that you're a penniless nobody? Do you seriously think a place like Jacques Restaurant is somewhere you belong? Gao Feifei couldn't help but sneer inwardly. Li Kai, meanwhile, was even more delighted. His gaze turned icy as he stared at Chen Mo. This was exactly the reaction he wanted. A few casual remarks had been enough to trample Chen Mo underfoot. A beggar would always remain a beggar. Stories of underdogs defeating rich second-generation kids only happened in TV dramas. Of course, the happiest person right now was probably the young beauty. After all, when Manager Zhang demanded proof from her earlier, she'd almost given up. But then, out of nowhere, 2 people appeared and helped her out. She finally had the chance to repay Chen Mo for his earlier assault. The dignified beauty scanned the crowd, her eyes flickering with pity as she spotted Chen Mo. She felt her cousin, Gao Feifei, Li Kai, and the others had gone too far. Even if Chen Mo truly couldn't afford to dine at such a place, they shouldn't have humiliated him like that. For a man, this kind of thing was nothing short of trampling on his dignity. Kid, if you're not here to eat, then what the hell are you doing here? Manager Zhang shouted at Chen Mo, his expression tinged with anger. So you're saying we can't eat at your restaurant without a membership card? Chen Mo asked flatly. Of course. Everyone in Nanyang knows our Jacques Restaurant has always been members only. Without a membership card, you can't possibly dine here. Manager Zhang bellowed. I was invited here by someone else. Chen Mo said calmly. Someone invited you? Manager Zhang froze upon hearing this. Yes. Chen Mo nodded. Who would invite someone like you to dine here? Chen Mo, lying at a time like this is utterly ridiculous. Do you really think everyone at Jacques Restaurant is a pushover? Gao Feifei sneered. What are you all standing around for? I suspect this guy came to steal from our Jacques Restaurant. Get him arrested. Manager Zhang roared in fury, turning to shout at the security guards behind him. Wait. The young woman quickly called out when she saw the security guards preparing to act.
Manager Zhang couldn't help but turn to look at the young beauty, a hint of confusion flashing in his eyes. The young beauty then glided over to Chen Mo in her high heels and whispered softly, "Chen Mo, remember what I told you earlier? If you just kneel down and apologize to me, I'll plead with Manager Zhang to let you off." "Why should I apologize to you?" Chen Mo gave the young beauty a cold glance and retorted softly. "Stubborn as a dead duck? Then just wait for your doom." A flicker of contempt crossed the young beauty's eyes as she pouted and shouted. Clatter! 7 or 8 security guards, seeing the young beauty leave, immediately charged toward Chen Mo's position. Ring ring! Just then, Chen Mo's phone suddenly rang. Chapter 26, Chen Mo is your fiancé? Inside Jacques restaurant. 7 or 8 security guards charged straight toward Chen Mo. The pretty girl Gao Feifei, Li Kai, and the others all wore triumphant smiles. The dignified beauty frowned at Chen Mo, wanting to speak up for him. But knowing her cousin's temperament, she hesitated and ultimately remained silent. She planned to wait until Manager Zhang had taken the man away before calling him to negotiate, hoping to prevent the staff at Jacques restaurant from further troubling Chen Mo. Kind-hearted, she knew Chen Mo hadn't stolen anything. This was all her cousin's revenge. Ring ring! Just then, Chen Mo's phone suddenly rang. Chen Mo pulled out his phone and glanced at the caller ID. It was Li Juncheng. Hello? Chen Mo answered the call. The people present watched as Chen Mo answered the call, their expressions utterly speechless. What on earth was he thinking? Instead of rushing to explain things to Manager Zhang, he actually had the nerve to take a call? The others couldn't fathom what was going through Chen Mo's mind. "Mr. Chen, have you arrived at Jacques restaurant?" Li Juncheng asked cheerfully. "I'm already here, but the manager of this restaurant is trying to kick me out. I explained it to him, but he won't listen." Chen Mo said with a helpless tone. "Mr. Chen, I sincerely apologize. This may be my oversight. Please put the manager of Jacques restaurant on the line now. I'll handle this myself." Li Juncheng's tone sounded slightly tense. "All right." Chen Mo nodded lightly, then handed his phone directly to Manager Zhang, his expression impassive. "Someone wants to speak with you." "Who is it?" Manager Zhang took the phone from Chen Mo with a skeptical look, then asked softly, "Hello? Who is this?" "Zhang He. What the hell are you doing? Explain yourself." Li Juncheng shouted angrily. Li. Manager Zhang was so startled upon hearing Li Juncheng's voice that he was momentarily speechless. "Zhang He, find a private place to talk right now," Li Juncheng demanded in a low voice. "Yes, sir." Zhang He quickly agreed, then turned and hurried off toward the distance. Li Juncheng knew Chen Mo couldn't reveal his identity now, so he deliberately sent Zhang He away. After watching Zhang He leave, the others exchanged puzzled glances. But they didn't dwell on it. After all, they figured even if Chen Mo had called for backup, what could he possibly do? Gao Feifei and Li Kai exchanged disdainful glances in Chen Mo's direction, seemingly waiting for the staff of Jacques restaurant to deal with him. "Xiaoyu, I think we should just let this go today. You've already achieved your goal. Why not show some mercy?" The elegant beauty hesitated before whispering to the petite girl. "No way. I have to teach Chen Mo a lesson today. You have no idea how despicable he is. He was deliberately taking advantage of me yesterday afternoon," the petite beauty pouted. Hearing her younger cousin's words, the elegant beauty sighed helplessly, unsure what to say. Li Kai, meanwhile, focused his attention on the two beauties. Both the petite beauty and the elegant beauty were absolute stunners far beyond the league of Gao Feifei, who was currently by his side. His relationship with Gao Feifei was nothing more than a fling. There was no real affection involved. After a moment's hesitation, Li Kai strode directly toward the petite beauty, his intentions crystal clear. Gao Feifei watched as Li Kai openly flirted with another girl right in front of her. A chill flashed across her pretty face, but she dared not say anything. She could only stand there awkwardly. Chen Mo couldn't help but chuckle at the scene. "What are you laughing at?" Gao Feifei snapped coldly at the sight of Chen Mo's smile. Hearing her words, Chen Mo couldn't help but shake his head slightly, saying nothing more. "Hey, beautiful, what's your name?" Li Kai grinned as he asked the young beauty. "What's it to you what I call myself? Get away from me." The young beauty gave Li Kai no face whatsoever, her tone dripping with disgust. Although Li Kai had indeed helped her once before, she felt he was clearly no good flirting with her right in front of his own girlfriend. So naturally, her words were sharp and unapologetic. Li Kai gave an awkward smile and turned to walk over to Gao Feifei. Just then, Zhang He rushed back, clutching his phone with an extremely tense expression. He was drenched in sweat, looking as if he'd just stepped out of a sauna. Seeing Zhang He like this, everyone looked puzzled. They couldn't fathom how he'd gone from simply answering a call to looking like this. But what they probably didn't know was that Jacques Restaurant was actually a subsidiary of Li Juncheng's company. That meant Chen Mo was now the chairman of Jacques Restaurant. How could Zhang He have imagined that he had inadvertently offended the chairman of Jacques Restaurant? At that moment, Zhang He was at a loss for words to describe his own feelings. "Mr. Chen, I sincerely apologize. I've now clarified everything. You are indeed a distinguished guest of Jacques Restaurant.
I offer my deepest apologies for my earlier behavior.
Zhang He approached Chen Mo, his tone filled with utmost respect.
Everyone present froze in place upon hearing Zhang He's words, their expressions frozen in utter shock. Who could have imagined that after receiving a single phone call, Zhang He would seem like a completely different person? Earlier, Li Juncheng had specifically instructed Zhang He not to reveal Chen Mo's identity, which was why Zhang He had spoken to him that way. Otherwise, Zhang He would have been tempted to kneel and kowtow to Chen Mo an apology right then and there. For a mere manager like himself to falsely accuse the chairman of theft and even try to kick him out of the restaurant, it was utterly ridiculous. The young beauty, along with Li Kai, Gao Feifei, and the others, all froze upon hearing Zhang He's words, their expressions filled with utter bewilderment. Manager Zhang, what are you talking about?
The young woman stepped forward, frowning as she called out.
Can I leave now? Chen Mo asked Zhang He expressionlessly. You can go. You can go.
Zhang He ignored the young woman and nodded to Chen Mo instead. Chen Mo took the phone from Zhang He's hand and slowly walked away under the astonished gazes of the crowd.
Gao Feifei and Li Kai watched Chen Mo's retreating figure, their expressions filled with utter bewilderment. Manager Zhang, what's going on here?
Why did you suddenly let that man leave? The young woman protested indignantly at Manager Zhang.
Miss Su, today's incident was all a misunderstanding.
That gentleman was indeed a VIP guest of our Jacques restaurant, a guest in the number 3 VIP private room. Manager Zhang wiped the sweat from his face and explained with a helpless tone.
A guest in VIP room 3?
The petite beauty and the elegant beauty both froze upon hearing Manager Zhang's words.
How could that be? We're the guests of VIP room number 3. That Chen Mo must have been lying earlier.
Manager Zhang, you must chase him back immediately, the petite beauty exclaimed, her expression visibly agitated.
Miss Su, I'm certain I'm not mistaken. He is indeed the guest of VIP room number 3. Our front desk has the registration records that room was booked by Chen Mo.
Manager Zhang said with a frown.
Impossible. You must be mistaken. That suite was clearly booked by my cousin. How could it possibly be Chen Mo's? The young woman spoke while turning to look at the dignified beauty. Miss Su, if you don't believe me, I can show you the front desk registration records right now.
Manager Zhang explained awkwardly, unable to reveal too much about Chen Mo to the young woman.
Fine, let's see. I refuse to believe that jerk could afford to book a private room in a place like this. The young beauty shouted indignantly. No need to see it. This private room isn't mine, it's my fiancée's.
Just then, the elegant beauty murmured softly, biting her red lips.
What?
The young beauty's eyes widened instantly at the words, her face frozen in utter shock.
Chapter 27, My fiancé is a stunning beauty? Inside Jacques restaurant.
The petite beauty stared wide-eyed at the elegant woman beside her, her expression utterly incredulous. The dignified beauty had just stated that the person who reserved the private room at Jacques restaurant wasn't her, but her fiancé, someone she'd never even met.
Yet the hotel manager claimed the room was booked by Chen Mo. Could Chen Mo be your cousin's fiancé?
The young beauty finally processed the revelation, covering her mouth in a gasp of surprise.
That can't be.
A hint of resignation flashed in the elegant beauty's eyes.
Though she had never met her fiancé either, no matter what, the Su family was a prominent clan in Nanyang City. As the Su family's only daughter, how could her parents possibly agree to marry her off to an ordinary person like Chen Mo? Even if she were to marry, it should be to a young master from one of Nanyang City's prominent families, right? Come on, let's go see what's going on.
After a moment's hesitation, the petite beauty grabbed the elegant woman's hand and pulled her toward the private room ahead.
Li Kai, Gao Feifei, and the others watched the two beauties leave, their expressions filled with confusion.
They hadn't grasped what was happening at all. They couldn't fathom why someone like Chen Mo, a poor man, had suddenly become a VIP guest at Jacques restaurant.
Manager Zhang. Li Kai stepped forward to inquire about the situation.
But Manager Zhang didn't give Li Kai any face at all, turning and walking away immediately. In truth, Zhang He was already being remarkably restrained by not retaliating against Li Kai. After all, if it weren't for Li Kai and Gao Feifei stirring the pot earlier, he never would have offended Chen Mo in the first place. To call the chairman of Jacques restaurant a good-for-nothing was the most ridiculous lie Zhang He had ever heard in his life.
Honey, what's the deal with this Chen Mo? How could he possibly afford to eat at a place like this? Gao Feifei frowned at Li Kai. That Chen Mo must have tricked Manager Zhang somehow.
We both know him. Even if he won the lottery, he blew most of it at the Mingsheng Hotel last time. There's no way he could afford to dine here.
Li Kai gritted his teeth and muttered under his breath. Should we go find Manager Zhang and explain the situation?
Gao Feifei, still bitter about failing to get Chen Mo kicked out, murmured softly.
I think Chen Mo and Manager Zhang are in cahoots. Going to him now won't do any good.
Li Kai recalled Manager Zhang's attitude toward him earlier. He knew he wasn't a member of Jacques restaurant, so his words carried no weight.
Going to him would be pointless. Sigh. Gao Feifei couldn't help but sigh softly at Li Kai's words. Don't worry. A poor man will always be a poor man. He'll slip up sooner or later. We'll just sit back and watch the show then. Li Kai glanced at Gao Feifei and murmured softly. So what should we do now? Gao Feifei hesitated before asking softly. My friend should be here any minute. Let's go. Li Kai glanced at his phone and replied indifferently.
Seconds later, Li Kai and Gao Feifei left the place, both looking utterly dejected. Meanwhile, the petite beauty and the elegant beauty rushed into the private room they had occupied earlier. The moment they stepped inside, they froze in place, their expressions frozen in utter shock.
Because Chen Mo was actually sitting inside the private room.
Upon seeing the two enter, a hint of helplessness flashed in Chen Mo's eyes.
He couldn't help but stand up and say, Sis, what exactly do you want? Yesterday, when I ended up on top of you, you were the one who bumped into me first. Plus, you pulled me down, which is why I ended up on top of you. Today, I spilled water on your face, and I already apologized to you. What do you want now?
At that moment, Chen Mo's mind was preoccupied with his upcoming meeting with his fiancée. Seeing the young beauty chase him into his private room, he assumed she was still looking for trouble.
Why are you in this private room? The young woman asked, staring at Chen Mo.
This is my private room.
Of course I'm in here. Chen Mo replied after a moment of surprise.
No, I mean, what are you doing in this private room? The young woman asked, her expression shocked.
I booked it to eat, of course. Chen Mo didn't want the young woman to know he'd come here to meet his fiancée today.
Otherwise, she'd surely throw another fit.
Did you come to this restaurant to meet someone?
Just then, the dignified beauty who had remained silent all along spoke up, addressing Chen Mo.
Chen Mo froze upon hearing the elegant woman's question, then nodded slightly. That's right. I am here to meet someone. Is the person you're meeting named Su Mubai? The elegant woman stepped forward and continued her questioning. How did you know? Chen Mo froze instantly, his expression utterly incredulous.
After Chen Mo confirmed it, both the petite beauty and the elegant lady exchanged glances, their expressions filled with helpless resignation.
Both women knew full well that Chen Mo was the fiancé the elegant beauty was supposed to meet today. Cousin, your fiancé is actually this jerk?
The petite beauty stammered at Su Mubai. Su Mubai stood frozen in place, a bitter smile on her face. Though Su Mubai herself wasn't the type to favor wealth over character, based on her cousin Su Muyu's previous descriptions of Chen Mo, she harbored no favorable impressions of him whatsoever. Naturally, she felt profoundly repelled by the idea that this man was her fiancé.
Wait, what are you two talking about?
Chen Mo called out, his expression filled with confusion after overhearing Su Mubai and Su Muyu's conversation.
Su Mubai and Su Muyu stood frozen in place, utterly dumbfounded, unsure how to describe their emotions. You two were talking? How did you know I wanted to see Su Mubai? Chen Mo stepped forward and pressed on. Su Mubai hesitated for 2 seconds before biting her red lips and murmuring, because I am the person you wanted to see.
Upon hearing this, Chen Mo felt a buzzing sensation in his head, followed by a complete blankness. Before meeting Su Mubai, Chen Mo had constantly imagined what his fiancée might look like and what her personality would be.
But he never imagined his fiancée would be an absolute stunner?
First, inheriting a $1 trillion fortune, and then being gifted a stunning beauty as his wife, Chen Mo felt as though everything he'd experienced lately was like a dream, so unreal it was almost terrifying.
Chapter 28, Marriage is possible, but there are conditions.
Su Mubai stared at Chen Mo before her, her beautiful eyes filled with nothing but utter disbelief.
She never imagined her fiancé would be someone like Chen Mo.
Standing beside her, Su Muyu's pretty face was frozen in shock, her small mouth agape, utterly speechless. When Su Mubai first learned she inexplicably gained a fiancé, she struggled to accept it for a long time. First, she felt she knew nothing about him. Why should she marry him? What woman wouldn't want to marry the man she truly desired? And in this day and age, who still had arranged marriages? That's why, upon learning of the arrangement, Su Mubai had threatened suicide rather than meet this so-called fiancé. But later, Su Mubai's father revealed the truth. The Su family's company was facing severe financial trouble and needed a large sum of money to turn things around. Su's father had scoured every bank in the country and pleaded with every relative and friend over the past few days, yet still couldn't raise the money. If this continued, every company under the Su name might face bankruptcy, and Su's father could end up behind bars. Just as Su Mubai's father was on the verge of despair, a foreign company unexpectedly approached him, offering financial support to the Su family. The conditions were that the Su family must hand over 50% of their shares to the foreign entity, and Su Mubai must marry Chen Mo. This is how Su Mubai suddenly became Chen Mo's fiancé. After learning the reason behind the matter, Su Mubai pondered for a long time. She concluded that if sacrificing herself alone could save the entire Su family, she was willing to make that sacrifice. After all, she couldn't bear to watch her family's company collapse and her father be sent to prison. Moreover, Su Mubai reasoned that since the other party had specifically named her to marry Chen Mo, it must mean Chen Mo was undoubtedly a top-tier rich second-generation heir. Marrying Chen Mo would undoubtedly bring significant benefits to the Su family's business. But who could have imagined that the man she was now being forced to marry was a penniless nobody? Su Mubai had long abandoned her romantic illusions, trading them for material security and her family's stability. Yet the Chen Mo standing before her now couldn't fulfill her material desires, nor did he seem capable of ensuring the Su family's peaceful future.
Su Mubai couldn't fathom why that overseas company would make such a demand.
Meanwhile, Chen Mo seemed still lost in his own fantasies about Su Mubai. Initially, he held no expectations about marrying her, but upon learning his fiancée was an exceptionally beautiful woman, his thoughts instantly transformed.
Cousin, there's no way I'll agree to you marrying someone like Chen Mo. We're going to find uncle right now. I demand to know why they're forcing you to marry this man.
Su Muyu snapped out of her daze and grabbed Su Mubai's arm, pulling her toward the exit of the private room.
No need to ask. I already know what's going on. Su Mubai replied indifferently before striding up to Chen Mo and murmuring softly, "You're my fiancé, aren't you?" "I suppose so."
Chen Mo froze at Su Mubai's words, scratching his head awkwardly as he replied.
"Then let's sit down and talk," Su Mubai said calmly.
When Su Muyu saw Su Mubai showed no intention of leaving, her pretty face filled with confusion. She exclaimed in utter disbelief, "Cousin, what could you possibly talk about with that jerk?
Are you seriously planning to marry this Chen Mo?"
Su Muyu was unaware of the situation within the Su family, but Su Mubai understood it all too well. Marrying Chen Mo was her only option now, otherwise, her father would be unable to secure financial backing from the overseas company.
Therefore, even if Su Mubai didn't want to marry Chen Mo now, she couldn't leave. Moreover, Su Mubai was a very clever woman.
She had just realized that although Chen Mo wasn't some rich second-generation heir, as long as the Su family could weather this period, even if Chen Mo had no money, the Su family could still live quite well.
Chen Mo possessed one crucial advantage. Su Mubai sensed he seemed far easier to control than the typical rich kid. "Cousin, come home with me now. I'll definitely convince uncle." Su Muyu couldn't bear to see her cousin marry Chen Mo and exclaimed with evident agitation, "It's unnecessary, Xiaoyu."
Su Mubai replied coolly, then sat down gracefully in her chair. With her jade-like, slender fingers, she gestured toward the chair opposite her and said softly, "Chen Mo, please sit down."
Chen Mo hesitated before taking the seat opposite Su Mubai. "Your name is Chen Mo, correct?" Su Mubai asked softly. "Yes, my name is Chen Mo." Chen Mo nodded gently, his expression unusually cheerful. Seeing Chen Mo so happy, Su Mubai's eyes seemed to grow even more contemptuous as he murmured, "Chen Mo, you should know very well why I came to meet you today, shouldn't you?" "I do." Chen Mo nodded lightly, for Li Juncheng had already briefed him on the Su family's affairs. "Since you understand, this makes things straightforward. I can agree to marry you."
Su Mubai's beautiful eyes locked onto Chen Mo's, uttering those words without a hint of hesitation. Chen Mo froze upon hearing Su Mubai's words, utterly stunned that she would agree to their marriage so readily. According to the terms of the will, Chen Mo must marry Su Mubai within 2 years without revealing his true identity. Although Li Juncheng had used his financial support of the Su family to pressure Su Mubai into the engagement, his true purpose was merely to help solidify the relationship between Chen Mo and Su Mubai. This didn't mean Su Mubai was obligated to marry Chen Mo, nor did it guarantee the marriage would occur within 2 years.
That's why Chen Mo had been fretting about how to persuade Su Mubai to marry him, especially since he couldn't reveal his true identity. Without revealing his true identity, Chen Mo was just a penniless trash collector.
Ordinary people wouldn't agree to marry him, let alone a woman as exceptional as Su Mubai. But Chen Mo never imagined that on the very day he met Su Mubai, she would agree to marry him outright.
"Cousin, have you lost your mind? You're actually going to marry someone like Chen Mo?"
Su Muyu stared wide-eyed, her expression utterly shocked.
"Are you sure you want to marry me?"
Chen Mo paused in surprise, asking Su Mubai softly.
"I can marry you, but I have a few conditions. As long as you can meet them, we can get married anytime," Su Mubai said slowly. Chapter 29, Are You Even a Man? What are your conditions? Spit it out. Chen Mo knew that Su Mubai agreeing to marry him couldn't be that simple.
He wasn't so arrogant as to believe a woman like her would fall head over heels for him at first sight. Su Mubai looked at Chen Mo, hesitated for a moment, then said softly, "First, the primary condition for our marriage is this: we can announce to the outside world that we are husband and wife, but privately, we have no relationship whatsoever.
You are you, and I am me. Go on." Chen Mo replied indifferently. "The second condition is that you must harbor no improper thoughts toward me. You must not commit any act that violates my boundaries. We cannot share the same room, and even if we do share a room, we cannot share the same bed." Su Mubai continued, her gaze fixed on Chen Mo. "Any other conditions?" Chen Mo couldn't help but chuckle. By now, he could sense that Su Mubai had no genuine desire to marry him. She merely wanted him to play along in a charade so she could secure Li Juncheng's investment for the Su family. "The third condition is that you have no right to interfere with anything I do," Su Mubai said slowly. "No right to interfere in anything?" Chen Mo smiled faintly, then asked softly, "What exactly does that mean?" "It's very simple. If I meet a man I like outside, I can date him, but you can't interfere. Likewise, if you meet a woman you like, you can do whatever you want, and I won't interfere either." When Ruashi explained slowly. "So you want us to be a couple in name only, right?" Chen Mo asked. "Exactly. This is our first meeting today. If I were to willingly marry you, you'd probably find it hard to believe. So it's better to lay everything out clearly, it's fairer for both of us. Sumubai said slowly. I don't see how your terms benefit me. If you marry me, your Su family gains financial support, while I get a wife, that's fair. But if we play this charade as you propose, your family gets the money. What do I get? Chen Mo narrowed her eyes and asked softly. Sumubai froze upon hearing Chen Mo's words. She never imagined he could be so sharp, instantly grasping the situation. I understand your situation. What you need most right now is money, isn't it? If you agree to my terms, I can give you 5,000 yuan a month for living expenses. Consider it compensation. Sumubai murmured softly to Chen Mo. So you're planning to keep me as a kept man, right? Chen Mo asked with a smile. Interpret it however you like. Sumubai replied indifferently before continuing. Given your current financial situation, 5,000 a month isn't a small sum. You can think it over carefully. If you agree to my terms, we can get married anytime. Standing nearby, Sumuyu seemed to grasp Sumubai's meaning after overhearing their exchange. The demands Sumubai had just laid out were outrageous. If Chen Mo actually agreed to them, even if he married Sumubai, it would be no different from being a cuckold. After finally marrying a beautiful wife like Sumubai, he'd be unable to do anything with her. Worse still, if Sumubai sought other men outside their marriage, Chen Mo would have no right to intervene. This was clearly meant to humiliate Chen Mo. No man in his right mind would agree to such terms. Moreover, Sumubai actually offered Chen Mo 5,000 yuan a month for living expenses. For a grown man to receive his allowance from a woman was even more humiliating. My cousin must have been forced into this arranged meeting with Chen Mo. Now she's deliberately humiliating him to make him back down. The conditions my cousin laid out just now are so unreasonable, Chen Mo will never agree. If he refuses, their engagement will be called off and it will be on his terms. My cousin is so clever. Sumuyu stood beside Sumubai, secretly feeling relieved inside. I think 5,000 a month is a bit too low, don't you? Just then, Chen Mo's voice interrupted Sumuyu's thoughts. What? That bastard actually intends to accept? Does he have any dignity left? Not only is he accepting, but he's complaining that 5,000 a month is too little? What kind of person is this Chen Mo? Sumuyu turned to look at Chen Mo, her expression filled with utter disbelief. Her impression of Chen Mo had plummeted to rock bottom. Before, she merely thought him shameless, but now she saw him as utterly without dignity. If 5,000 seems too little, how about 10,000? Sumubai seemed equally surprised that Chen Mo had agreed to her unreasonable demands. After a moment of stunned silence, she asked softly. Fine. 10,000 a month. We'll get married in a couple of days. I'll agree to your terms. Chen Mo said casually. You actually agreed? Sumubai stared in disbelief at Chen Mo's surprisingly swift consent. Yeah, I think 10,000 a month is no small sum. That'd take picking up a ton of bottles. Chen Mo chuckled in reply. And you don't care if I have relationships with other men? Sumubai pressed on. I don't care. As long as you give me 10,000 yuan every month, it's like you're keeping me. A rich woman keeping me? Sure, she can keep others too. I couldn't care less. Chen Mo said, baring his teeth. Sumubai stared at Chen Mo before her, utterly speechless. Her eyes held nothing but disappointment. She couldn't fathom how a man could be so utterly without ambition. Chen Mo's thoughts were equally straightforward. Since Sumubai clearly didn't like him, he saw no point in forcing her to marry him. Though she was undeniably beautiful and captivating, he knew that love forced wasn't sweet. Chen Mo wanted to marry Sumubai solely because the will stipulated it, and Sumubai wanted to marry him only for the sake of the Su family. It was a transaction of mutual benefit. There was no question of one party wronging the other. His earlier displays of indifference and greed were merely masks to conceal his true identity. After all, the 10,000 yuan Sumubai paid him monthly was practically pocket change to Chen Mo. Chapter 30. Your membership has been revoked. After witnessing Chen Mo genuinely agree to these demands, Sumubai and Sumuyu felt their contempt for him deepen. In their eyes, Chen Mo was a man without dignity or ambition. Why else would he agree to such terms? Here's my card with my contact info. Send me your account details later, and I'll transfer your monthly allowance. After a moment's hesitation, Sumubai pulled a business card from his bag and handed it to Chen Mo. Alright, thanks a lot. Chen Mo took the card with a smile and replied cheerfully. How can you be so shameless? You're a grown man spending a woman's money. Do you think that's appropriate? Sumuyu seemed unable to bear it any longer. She glared at Chen Mo with her big, watery eyes and shouted. Getting sponsored by a rich woman is my skill. You want to be sponsored too? Does anyone sponsor you? Chen Mo turned to glance at Sumuyu and replied indifferently. You're truly the most bizarre man I've ever met. Sumuyu stared at Chen Mo, at a loss for words. Enough, Xiaoyu, stop this nonsense. Sumubai frowned and scolded, then turned to Chen Mo and asked, Is there anything else you want to tell me? I have a question for you. Chen Mo hesitated briefly before speaking calmly. What question? Is it because I have no money, or because you don't like me? Chen Mo asked softly. Su Mubai's eyes flickered with confusion upon hearing Chen Mo's words. She murmured softly, isn't it the same thing? No. Chen Mo shook his head gently. I don't like you. Su Mubai replied firmly, then stood up abruptly. As for when I'll go with you to get the marriage certificate, I'll let you know when the time comes. Chen Mo nodded in agreement. Su Mubai grabbed her bag and stormed out of the private room. Su Muyu shot Chen Mo a furious glare before following her out. Once outside, Su Muyu confronted her cousin in confusion. Cousin, are you seriously planning to marry that jerk Chen Mo? If you marry someone like him, you'll ruin your entire life, you know that? My father's company is in trouble. Marrying Chen Mo is the only way to fix it. Su Mubai replied softly. But cousin, you're so accomplished. To marry Chen Mo like this. I just can't accept it. Su Muyu exclaimed, visibly agitated. As long as he agrees to my demands, what's the harm in marrying him? Well, that's true. I never imagined Chen Mo would be so pathetic. You made such outrageous demands, yet all he cared about was the money being too little. I've never seen anyone like him. Su Muyu said with disdain. We're both just getting what we need right now. Once my father's company recovers, I can divorce Chen Mo. He hasn't touched me, so I don't think it'll affect my life much, Su Mubai murmured softly. Right. You're the smarter one, cousin. This way, we not only resolve uncle's company issues but also prevent Chen Mo from gaining any advantage. It's just giving that jerk 10,000 yuan a month not such a bad outcome after all. Su Muyu suddenly understood, smiling happily. Meanwhile, Zheng Yi, who had been quietly waiting outside the private room, hurried inside after seeing Su Mubai and Su Muyu leave. Chairman Chen, I didn't recognize your importance earlier. Please don't fire me. I truly didn't mean it today. Upon entering the room, Zheng Yi shouted at Chen Mo with a visibly tense expression. Chen Mo slowly lifted his head to glance at Zheng Yi, then replied expressionlessly, this incident itself has little to do with you. Rest assured, I won't hold it against you. Thank you, Chairman Chen. Thank you, young Master Chen. Zheng Yi exclaimed, his face flushed with emotion. Have you mentioned my identity to anyone else? Chen Mo asked as he stood up. No, not at all. Mr. Li specifically instructed me earlier that I'm the only one in the entire restaurant who knows your identity. No one else has any idea. Zheng Yi hurriedly replied. Chen Mo nodded slightly, then continued, by the way, were those two who kicked me while I was down also members of your restaurant? No, those two weren't members. They must have come with friends. Zheng Yi replied after a moment's thought. Have those two removed from the premises? While you're at it, revoke their friends' membership. But don't expose my identity. Understand? Chen Mo said calmly. Young Master Chen, rest assured. I'll handle this properly. Zheng Yi replied nervously. Chen Mo glanced at Zheng Yi, said nothing further, and turned to walk straight out of the private room. After Chen Mo departed, Zheng Yi felt a wave of relief wash over him. He exhaled deeply, then pulled out his walkie-talkie and barked, Security! Security! Head to private room 16 now and kick every single guest out. Roger that. The security guard responded promptly upon hearing Zheng Yi's order. Zheng Yi already harbored resentment toward Li Kai and Gao Feifei. If it weren't for these two stepping forward as witnesses earlier, how could he have ended up offending Chen Mo? Now that Chen Mo had personally given the order, Zheng Yi certainly wasn't going to hold back. Within minutes, Li Kai, Gao Feifei, and the others who had been dining were all forcibly removed from the private room by security. Do you know who I am? I'm your restaurant's gold member. How dare you kick me out? Where's your manager? Get your manager out here to see me. Li Kai's friend, humiliated after being escorted out by security, shouted angrily. I am the manager of this restaurant. If you have any issues, you can address them directly with me. Zheng Yi strolled leisurely out from the crowd. Manager Shang, you're just in time. What's the deal with your security guards? My friends and I were enjoying our meal in the private room. Why did they suddenly kick us out? Worried I wouldn't pay, the young man shouted, eyes wide. Young Master Zhang, you should ask your two friends why our security escorted you out. Zheng Yi looked up toward Li Kai and Gao Feifei's table. Why ask us? Li Kai frowned. Why ask us? Zheng Yi couldn't help but snort coldly upon hearing this, then said expressionlessly, earlier, the two of you slandered other customers inside the restaurant, damaging their reputations. That's why security kicked you both out. Li Kai froze upon hearing this, realizing it was related to Chen Mo. Oh, and young Master Zhang got dragged into this too. His gold membership card has been revoked by our restaurant, so he's no longer eligible to dine here either. Zheng He continued. Chapter 31, Can someone like me not afford a house? Manager Zhang, what did you just say? My membership has been revoked? Upon hearing Zhang Yi's words, Zhang Gongzi Li Kai's friend became visibly agitated. After all, a membership card at Jacques Restaurant was extremely difficult to obtain.
Young Master Zhang had spent millions at Jacques just to finally secure a gold-level membership card. Now, to have it revoked for no apparent reason, he was undoubtedly filled with resentment. Mr. Zhang, I'm sorry, but this is all coming from above.
It has nothing to do with me.
Zhang He replied expressionlessly. Li Kai froze in place upon hearing Zhang He's words, his expression turning grim. Li Kai understood perfectly how crucial that membership card was to young Master Zhang, and he also knew how important young Master Zhang was to him.
Li Kai had attended young Master Zhang's birthday banquet primarily to curry favor.
After all, the Zhang family had a major project up for tender, and Li Kai's father's company was preparing to bid. Earlier in the private room, Li Kai had already discussed this matter with young Master Zhang, who had readily agreed. Li Kai had gone to great lengths to curry favor with young Master Zhang today, all for the sake of securing this project. Yet now, because of what Li Kai had done to Chen Mo, young Master Zhang's membership had been revoked outright. He had no idea how to explain this to him.
Mr. Zhang, you are no longer permitted to dine here.
We kindly request your cooperation with our procedures, Zhang He said softly to the young master.
Li Kai, who the hell did you piss off? Why drag me into this mess? Young Master Zhang shouted angrily at Li Kai. Young Master Zhang, please let me explain. Li Kai hurriedly interjected. Explain? What the hell do you need to explain now? Don't ever let me see you again.
Young Master Zhang, inexplicably stripped of his membership, seethed with rage. After hurling an expletive, he turned and stormed off.
But Mr. Zhang, what about our partnership? Li Kai called after him. My membership's been revoked, and you want me to collaborate? That.
Master Zhang cursed in utter despair. Li Kai stood frozen in place, his face etched with utter despair. All his hard work had gone down the drain over a single remark.
Li Kai couldn't even begin to describe how he felt. What's going on with this Chen Mo? Even if we slandered him earlier, Jacques Restaurant shouldn't have reacted this strongly. Gao Feifei frowned. Chen Mo must have bribed manager Zhang. Those two are clearly in cahoots.
Li Kai gritted his teeth and muttered under his breath before continuing, I underestimated Chen Mo before. Just wait until we get back to school, I'll make him pay dearly. Li Kai felt like ever since he started dating Gao Feifei, his luck had taken a nosedive, especially when it came to anything involving Chen Mo. He desperately wanted an opportunity to vent all the resentment building up inside him these past few days.
So what should we do now, honey? Should we find somewhere else to eat?
Gao Feifei hesitated before asking softly.
Our deal with Zhang Gongzi fell through, and you still have the nerve to think about eating? How the hell can you be so obsessed with food?
Li Kai glared at Gao Feifei beside him, his voice dripping with frustration. All he could think about now was how he'd explain this mess to his father when he got home. After being scolded by Li Kai, Gao Feifei immediately shut her mouth, afraid to say another word.
Meanwhile,
after leaving Jacques Restaurant, Chen Mo had no idea about the events unfolding inside. He didn't care either, confident that Zhang He would handle everything that followed.
Who knew my fiancée would turn out to be such a stunning beauty? Too bad she doesn't see me as worthy. Chen Mo couldn't help but sigh softly. Though Su Bai was undeniably stunning, more beautiful than Chen Mo had ever imagined, he understood that if a girl like her, so aloof and unapproachable, chose to like him, it would be a blessing. But if she didn't, he wouldn't force the issue. He understood the saying, forced fruit never tastes sweet. All he needed was to fulfill the requirements in the will and secure the inheritance. Besides, he felt their current partnership with Su Bai worked perfectly well. At the very least, neither had to compromise their needs. Chen Mo could pursue women he genuinely liked. He wasn't the same man he once was, and naturally, women were no longer scarce in his life. Sir, hello. We have a newly opened development here. Would you like to come in and take a look?
Just then, a plain-looking girl with a ponytail, wearing a white t-shirt and denim shorts, ran up to Chen Mo clutching a stack of flyers. She smiled brightly as she addressed him.
Chen Mo looked up at the girl before him.
Though her attire was ordinary, her features were strikingly beautiful, far more so than Gao Feifei or Lu Di. Her large eyes shone like stars in the night sky, captivating and alluring. Her long legs, exposed to the air, were tempting enough to make one want to touch them.
Sorry, I don't have time right now.
Chen Mo's mind was preoccupied with the conversation he'd just had with Su Bai, leaving him in no mood to look at apartments.
After saying this, Chen Mo turned to leave.
Sir, please help me. The young girl called out softly as she saw him about to walk away.
Help you? Chen Mo froze upon hearing this, then asked with a puzzled expression, what exactly do you need help with? I'm a student at Nanyang University. My name is Lin Shi, the young girl whispered to Chen Mo. And? Chen Mo inquired.
I work part-time here every weekend, but there's a requirement for handing out flyers. We have to bring 10 customers into the sales office to view properties each day to earn our pay. I've only found 9 customers today, just one more to meet the target, but my shift is ending soon.
Could you help me out?
Lin Shi explained urgently.
Chen Mo hesitated upon hearing Lin Shi's plea.
Truthfully, he had considered buying a house the night before, and seeing the young girl distributing flyers here was genuinely tough.
So he nodded and said, all right then, I'll go in with you and take a look. Thank you. You're so kind. Lin Shi exclaimed happily upon hearing his agreement. No problem. Chen Mo replied with a smile.
This way, please. Lin Shi hurriedly gestured for Chen Mo to follow.
Seconds later, Chen Mo followed Lin Shi into the sales office.
But the moment he stepped inside, he heard a woman's sweet voice call out, Lin Shi, what's going on?
Why are you bringing just anyone into the sales office? What's this person doing here? Chen Mo looked up at the sound.
A saleswoman in a black uniform emerged from the sales office, her high heels clicking on the floor. She appeared a few years older than Chen Mo but was undeniably beautiful, especially her moist, fox-like eyes that radiated an alluring charm.
The black uniform hugged her curvaceous figure tightly, revealing a white blouse at the neckline. Her proud bust seemed poised to burst through the fabric at any moment.
A pair of slender, fair calves were encased in black stockings, topped off by a pair of exquisite high heels. To Chen Mo, this woman radiated an otherworldly allure, like a fox spirit incarnate, exceptionally sensual and captivating.
Manager Wang, this person is a client I found on the street.
Lin Shi timidly explained to the woman.
Client?
Upon hearing this, the woman shot Chen Mo a dismissive glance before pursing her luscious lips and murmuring, Lin Shi, is there something wrong with your brain?
Do you really think this man can afford a house? He probably can't even afford a toilet, right?
Even if I have expectations for you, you can't just bring in some trash collector to fill the quota. Lin Shi glanced at Chen Mo awkwardly upon hearing this. It had to be said, Chen Mo's appearance certainly didn't scream affords a house.
Lin Shi, this guy doesn't count. We only have 20 minutes left before closing time.
Hurry up and find me another customer, the woman shouted impatiently at Lin Shi.
Yes, Manager Wang.
Lin Shi replied nervously before turning and rushing out of the sales office. But just then, Chen Mo reached out and grabbed Lin Shi by the arm.
His expression remained impassive as he turned to the woman and asked, what kind of person do you think qualifies as a real customer? What kind of person counts as a client?
The woman couldn't help but snort coldly at the question before replying flatly, obviously, someone who can afford to buy a house is a customer.
Then who told you someone like me couldn't afford a house?
Chen Mo asked, his tone unusually calm as he looked at the woman.
Chapter 32, He's Here to Cause Trouble.
The sexy sales manager at the sales office froze upon hearing Chen Mo's words. She gave him a once-over from head to toe, then pursed her lips and let out a coquettish laugh. The other employees in the sales office naturally burst into laughter as well, their eyes filled with contempt as they looked at Chen Mo.
Kid, do you have any idea how much per square meter our properties cost? Do you realize every villa we featured here is over 300 square meters?
The sexy manager sashayed over to Chen Mo in her high heels, her tone sharp and confrontational.
No.
Chen Mo shook his head gently at the manager.
Earlier you asked me how I knew you couldn't afford a place here?
Let me tell you, the cheapest villa here starts at over 5 million.
Do you really think you could afford that? Is this even the kind of place you should be coming to?
The sexy manager continued, her gaze fixed on Chen Mo.
5 million? Chen Mo feigned astonishment, exclaiming loudly. Did that give you a shock? The sexy saleswoman couldn't help but snort coldly before continuing, a beggar like you?
Even if you work 10 lifetimes, you still might not earn enough to buy a house here.
So stop wasting your time. Get out of here and go do whatever you came here for. We don't want other customers seeing you and thinking our sales office lets just anyone in. Chen Mo couldn't help but chuckle inwardly at the sexy woman before him.
Perhaps she had no idea who the man standing in front of her truly was.
Forget a single villa, Chen Mo could afford to buy the entire development outright. Mr. Chen, I'm truly sorry about today's incident. Perhaps we should step outside?
Lin Shi stood beside Chen Mo, her expression filled with embarrassment as she addressed him. In truth, Lin Shi sensed that these properties were far beyond Chen Mo's means. Moreover, her kind nature couldn't bear to watch her manager humiliate him like this, so she wanted to escort him away as quickly as possible.
Hearing Lin Shi's words, Chen Mo turned and gave her a faint glance before murmuring softly, Leave? Why leave? I've actually been thinking about buying a house recently. Why not take a look around here? Don't you understand what's being said? Wasn't Manager Wang clear enough? The properties in this sales office are far beyond your means. Why are you still lingering here? Just then, a male employee inside the sales office bellowed at Chen Mo. Lin Shi's expression was equally exasperated. She couldn't fathom why Chen Mo would linger here when he clearly couldn't afford these properties. Deep down, she bitterly regretted bringing him inside in the first place. You're the manager of this sales office, right?
Chen Mo ignored the others entirely, walking straight up to the sexy and beautiful manager Wang and asking calmly.
Yes, I'm the sales office manager.
The attractive woman nodded lightly.
Then tell me about the properties in your development. Chen Mo spoke slowly. Manager Wang couldn't help but frown slightly upon hearing Chen Mo's words.
Perhaps because she was naturally exceptionally beautiful, even her expression of disgust remained captivating.
Didn't you understand what I just said? These properties are far beyond what a penniless nobody like you could ever afford. You'd better leave immediately, or I'll have security escort you out right now.
Manager Wang pointed her slender finger toward the sales office entrance and shouted.
Mr. Chen, let's just leave.
Lin she couldn't help but tug at Chen Mo's sleeve.
Chen Mo glanced at Manager Wang's position and couldn't help but shake his head slightly, feeling utterly helpless inside. Truthfully, Chen Mo had always harbored the desire to buy a home. And since he happened to be here today, he genuinely wanted to learn more about these properties. But the sales manager's attitude was simply unbearable. After a moment's hesitation, Chen Mo turned to leave. Manager Wang, what's going on here? Just then, a middle-aged man's voice echoed through the sales office. Everyone turned their heads toward the second floor as they heard the voice. A middle-aged man in a black suit descended the stairs. Mr. Sun, you're here? Manager Wang's expression changed instantly upon seeing the man, his face breaking into a fawning smile as he called out. I just heard you shouting downstairs about kicking a customer out. What's going on? The middle-aged man frowned and demanded an explanation. Mr. Sun, it's like this kid came to our sales office to cause trouble, so I had him leave. Manager Wang hurriedly explained. Causing trouble at the sales office? Mr. Sun couldn't help but frown slightly upon hearing this. He then strode over to Chen Mo and asked softly, Sir, what exactly happened just now? I came to view properties, but your sales staff refused to assist me and demanded I leave. Chen Mo replied indifferently. Upon hearing Chen Mo's words, Lin Shi's pretty face flashed a hint of tension. After all, she knew this middle-aged man was Manager Wang's direct superior. Chen Mo's statement was essentially reporting Manager Wang's actions. If Manager Wang got into trouble because of this, she knew she wouldn't escape unscathed either. The middle-aged man turned sharply and shot Manager Wang a fierce glare before smiling broadly at Chen Mo. Sir, I sincerely apologize for the negligence of our sales staff. I am Sun Fu, the manager of this sales office. I will arrange for someone to assist you immediately. Please bear with us for a moment. Seeing that the middle-aged man's attitude toward him was reasonably polite, Chen Mo abandoned his intention to leave. He replied softly, all right then. Wang Yao, what are you standing there for? Quickly show the client our properties. Sun Fu turned and barked at Manager Wang. Mr. Sun, do you really think this guy can afford a place? Isn't showing properties to someone like him just a waste of time? He's clearly here to cause trouble. Wang Yao, with her sexy and charming demeanor, pouted indignantly. Wang Yao, how many times have I told you? Anyone who walks into our sales office is our guest. Whether or not they can afford to buy, you must treat them properly. That's the most basic professional ethics for a salesperson. Sun Fu declared sternly. Truthfully, Sun Fu had already sensed from their earlier interaction that Chen Mo couldn't possibly afford their villas. Yet he feared that letting Chen Mo leave without a proper reception would reflect badly on their sales office, which was why he insisted Wang Yao attend to him. After a moment's hesitation, Wang Yao glided over to Chen Mo in her high heels, her tone dripping with arrogance. Very well, I'll give you a tour then. Chapter 33, This villa doesn't deserve me. Naturally, Wang Yao dared not defy Sun Fu's wishes. She led Chen Mo directly to the sales office's scale model display. Sun Fu knew full well that Chen Mo couldn't afford this villa either, so he didn't linger inside the sales office and walked straight out. Lin Shi stood frozen in place, her expression tense and eyes filled with helplessness. She knew that by bringing Chen Mo here today, she had effectively offended Wang Yao. Once Chen Mo left, Wang Yao would surely fire her. Now, Lin Shi was at a loss for what to do, her head bowed as she nervously rubbed the hem of her shirt. Wang Yao deftly picked up a laser pointer, aimed it at the villa at the very edge of the sand table, and said to Chen Mo with a slight pout, This is the last villa left in our entire villa complex. It's a 2-story, 300 square meter layout. The price is 20,000 yuan per square meter. If you pay in full, the total comes to 6 million yuan. 6 million? Chen Mo froze upon hearing the figure. That's right. Since this is the last villa available, the price is slightly lower. If it were one of the villas in the center, the price per square meter would be at least 30,000 yuan. Wang Yao replied casually, then gave Chen Mo a once-over before continuing, but I doubt you could afford even this cheapest one, right? Chen Mo looked at Wang Yao but said nothing. Fine, it's perfectly normal that you can't afford it. After all, how could a penniless bum like you possibly have the money for a villa? I'm not in the mood to waste my time here with you. You should just go back to whatever you were doing. Wang Yao's tone turned unfriendly again after seeing Sun Fu leave. Standing so close, Chen Mo could clearly catch the faint scent of perfume wafting from Wang Yao's body. Setting aside her personality, Wang Yao's figure and appearance were truly stunning, especially the pair of high peaks beneath her shirt, seemingly ready to burst free from her bra at any moment, utterly captivating. How do you know I can't afford this villa? Chen Mo glanced up at Wang Yao and asked softly. Don't you know deep down whether you can afford it or not? Forget 6 million, if you could even come up with 60,000 today, I'd consider you impressive. Wang Yao retorted with a dismissive pout. Poof. Chen Mo gave a faint smile at her words, saying nothing more as he turned to leave. I knew you couldn't afford it. What a waste of my time, you broke asshole. Seeing Chen Mo prepare to leave, Wang Yao couldn't help but mutter under her breath, her expression brimming with contempt. Chen Mo naturally had no interest in engaging with Wang Yaoyao. He strode straight toward the exit of the sales office. It wasn't that Chen Mo lacked the money to buy this villa now. Rather, he felt its location wasn't ideal. After all, Chen Mo was already quite wealthy. If he were to buy a house, he would definitely choose the best neighborhood and the prime location. Everyone present likely assumed Chen Mo was beneath this villa, but they didn't realize it was actually the villa that was beneath the current Chen Mo. Lin Shi, what are you still standing there for? You can leave now too. Wang Yaoyao, seeing Chen Mo about to leave, crossed her arms and snapped coldly at Lin Shi. Manager Wang, is it time to clock out? Lin Shi froze at Wang Yaoyao's words, biting her lip as she asked in a low voice. Finished work? Wang Yaoyao sneered coldly before replying expressionlessly, that's right. You're off the clock now and you don't need to come back. You're fired. Because Lin Shi had brought Chen Mo into the sales office, Wang Yaoyao had been severely reprimanded by Sun Fu. Wang Yaoyao was undoubtedly feeling very upset inside, so she was now taking it out on Lin Shi. Hearing Wang Yaoyao's words, Lin Shi froze in place, her face contorted with hurt. Manager Wang, Lin Shi opened her mouth to explain. What you? I said you're fired. Don't you understand me? Wang Yaoyao snapped softly. Lin Shi stood frozen for 2 seconds before tears welled up in her eyes. She turned to leave with Chen Mo. Lin Shi's family background was already difficult. Several years ago, her father had fallen seriously ill, and most of the household income came from her mother's part-time work. Lin Shi juggled school and part-time jobs partly to cover her own tuition, partly to supplement the family income. Therefore, this job was incredibly important to Lin Shi right now. Chen Mo glanced back at Lin Shi and noticed she was crying. He couldn't help but ask softly, why are you crying? And nothing. Lin Shi wiped the tears from her face and started to walk away. After a moment's hesitation, Chen Mo stopped in his tracks and turned to face Wang Yaoyao's position, asking softly, why did you fire her? I'm the manager of this sales office. Do I need to explain to you who I fire? Wang Yaoyao shot back with an exceptionally dismissive tone. Mr. Chen, please stop talking. Let's go. Lin Shi tugged at Chen Mo's sleeve and whispered. Chen Mo gave Lin Shi a fleeting glance but showed no intention of leaving. Instead, he walked straight toward Wang Yaoyao and said expressionlessly, Lin Shi didn't do anything wrong today. Why did you fire her? Who the hell are you? Do I need to explain anything to you? Wang Yaoyao shouted with disgust. You don't need to explain to me, but you owe Lin Shi an explanation. Otherwise, I'm going straight to your sales office manager right now. Chen Mo said, staring at Wang Yaoyao. You want an explanation, huh? Wang Yaoyao sneered coldly before replying indifferently, I fired her because I believe she lacks the necessary professional competence. She brought just anyone into our sales office, which severely damages our office's image. Moreover, she was merely a flyer distributor, yet she couldn't even discern whether potential clients could afford our villa properties. Do you really think I'd keep an employee like that? You think she wasn't qualified? Chen Mo asked softly. Exactly. She dared to bring someone like you into our sales office. That shows she has no. I'll take that villa. Before Wang Yaoyao could finish her sentence, Chen Mo cut her off. You, what did you say? Wang Yaoyao stared at him with wide, watery eyes, her expression utterly incredulous. I said, I bought that villa just now. Chen Mo repeated calmly. Chapter 34, Card swiped successfully. You bought that villa? Upon hearing Chen Mo's words, Wang Yaoyao froze for a moment before bursting into uncontrollable laughter. The sales staff inside the office joined in the laughter as well, as if they'd just heard the funniest joke in the world. Mr. Chen. I don't have anything to do. If it comes down to it, I'll just find another job. Let's hurry up and leave. Lin Shi was deeply touched that Chen Mo had stepped up to speak for her at this moment. But she knew full well how could Chen Mo possibly afford to buy a 6 million yuan villa. So to her, what Chen Mo was saying now probably sounded like nothing more than a joke. Done laughing yet? Just then, Chen Mo suddenly spoke up, cutting off the laughter. Wang Yaoyao also stopped laughing, gave Chen Mo a once-over, and said softly, you want to buy this villa, right? This villa is a special offer property. We don't accept loans, only full payment. The deposit is 2 million, and the remaining 4 million must be paid within a week. If you want it, just hand over the cash. 2 million yuan deposit? Chen Mo froze upon hearing this. Well, can't come up with it? Wang Yaoyao asked with a cold smile. No need for a deposit. I'll pay the full 6 million in one go. Chen Mo said calmly. A flicker of confusion crossed Wang Yaoyao's eyes at his words, for she sensed he wasn't joking. Could this Chen Mo be some rich kid? A bold thought flashed through Wang Yaoyao's mind, but she quickly dismissed it. After all, what kind of rich kid would dress like Chen Mo? Mr. Chen, we should leave quickly. Lin Shi remained convinced Chen Mo couldn't afford the villa and tugged at his arm, urging them to leave. We haven't bought the house yet. Why leave? Chen Mo replied indifferently, then looked up at Wang Yaoyao and said softly, what are you still standing there for? Go prepare the contract. Do you even have the money to buy this place? Wang Yaoyao asked Chen Mo with a puzzled tone. Thud.
Chen Mo flung the black card from Huaxia Bank the one Li Juncheng had given him onto the coffee table. 6 million, he said casually.
Just swipe it.
The moment Chen Mo spoke, the other customers and staff in the sales office all turned to look at him, their expressions filled with bewilderment.
Who could have imagined that a young man dressed in such ragged clothes would offer to pay 6 million yuan in cash for a villa?
Most people who came here to view properties were wealthy residents of Nanyang City, but they had never encountered someone so readily willing to hand over 6 million yuan.
What kind of card is that? I've never seen one like it before.
Wang Yaoyao stared at the black card from Huaxia Bank on the coffee table, her tone filled with confusion. Across the entire Huaxia region, fewer than 10 wealthy individuals possessed a Huaxia black card. Each one boasted a staggering background and a net worth exceeding hundreds of billions, making it impossible for ordinary people to even know of the card's existence. Not only Wang Yaoyao, but even the other wealthy individuals present couldn't discern the card's true value.
What kind of card is it? What does it matter to you? As long as it works, right?
Chen Mo sat down on the sofa without waiting for a reply, his tone calm and matter-of-fact. Li Juncheng had once told Chen Mo this card had no spending limit, it could handle transactions worth tens of millions or even billions.
Yet Chen Mo had never had occasion to use it.
With less than 5 million left in his bank account, he finally pulled out this card.
Wang Yaoyao hesitated for 2 seconds before asking the staff to bring over the POS machine, hoping to give it a try. Seconds later, Wang Yaoyao entered the staggering figure of 6 million on the machine and whispered to Chen Mo, "Please enter your PIN."
Chen Mo took the POS machine and entered the bank card password Li Juncheng had given him. At that moment, everyone in the sales office was watching Chen Mo's position, as if waiting for the swipe result to appear. They wanted to see if Chen Mo's claim of paying 6 million yuan in one lump sum was true or false. Lin Shi also watched Chen Mo's position, a hint of confusion in her expression. For some reason, Lin Shi sensed that Chen Mo's actions weren't a joke. Beep. Card swipe successful. The machine's notification sound wasn't particularly loud, yet it echoed throughout the entire sales office. Everyone present froze in place, their eyes filled with shock. Who could have imagined Chen Mo would actually spend 6 million yuan in one go to buy that villa? In Nanyang City, it wasn't uncommon for people to shell out several million for a villa in one go. But someone like Chen Mo dressed in rags like a scavenger, and so young was truly a first for them. What was most astonishing was that Chen Mo hadn't uttered a single unnecessary word throughout the entire transaction. He simply asked about the price and then swiped his card. Wouldn't anyone else at least want to inspect the villa first? Wouldn't they at least go to the villa to take a good look before swiping their card? But Chen Mo skipped all of that. The expressions on everyone's faces shifted dramatically as they watched him, especially the saleswomen. They looked as if they wanted to strip naked and throw themselves into his arms. Only now did they understand what a true rich kid was. Of course, the two most stunned individuals were Lin Shi and Wang Yaoyao. Lin Shi stared blankly at Chen Mo's seat. How could she have imagined that the random stranger she'd pulled off the street was such a wealthy heir? Until she heard the words card approved, Lin Shi couldn't bring herself to believe Chen Mo could actually afford this villa. Wang Yaoyao's expression was even more amusing. She couldn't fathom what she had just done. Her delicate, pretty face was filled with utter disbelief, and the way she looked at Chen Mo was completely different from before. Only now did she grasp the truth. The man she had looked down upon so thoroughly moments ago was a wealthy heiress's son, someone she might never have the chance to meet in her entire life. The money should be in the account now, right? Just then, Chen Mo suddenly spoke up, addressing Wang Yaoyao. It's been transferred. Wang Yaoyao murmured in a daze. She didn't even have the courage to meet Chen Mo's gaze now, her mind racing to find an excuse to leave and compose herself. "Mr. Chen. I'll go prepare the contract for you right away." Wang Yaoyao stammered. "All right." Chen Mo nodded lightly. Upon hearing this, Wang Yaoyao turned and left immediately, while Chen Mo remained seated alone on the sofa, waiting quietly. Everyone around him regarded him with peculiar expressions. The men seethed with envy and jealousy, while the women's beautiful eyes sparkled with desire, scheming how they might ensnare this super-rich second-generation heir later. Only Lin Shi seemed unable to shake off the shock of what had just happened. To her, the entire scene felt like a dream. Moments later, Wang Yaoyao glided over to Chen Mo in her high heels, contract in hand. She leaned down and purred, "Mr. Chen, your contract is ready. All you need to do is sign it." Whether intentionally or not, Wang Yaoyao had left an extra button undone on her blouse, revealing a deep cleavage between her fair, supple breasts, an exceptionally alluring sight. "When did I ever say I wanted to buy this apartment for myself? Do you really think this place is worthy of me?" Chen Mo asked calmly, his gaze lingering on the alluring sight between her breasts. "Mr. Chen, this apartment might be a bit beneath you. Are you planning to gift it to someone?" Wang Yaoyao asked, her tone tinged with confusion. Everyone in the sales office froze upon hearing Chen Mo's words. After all, he had just completed the payment. If he wasn't buying it for himself, could it be he intended to gift it to someone else? Envy began to stir in their hearts.
Who could be so incredibly lucky as to receive a 6 million yuan villa for free? Lin Shi, come here. Just then, Chen Mo suddenly called out. Chapter 35, I want to support you? Lin Shi instinctively froze upon hearing Chen Mo's words, while Wang Yaoyao looked equally perplexed. Earlier, Chen Mo had stated he bought the villa not for himself to live in. If not for his own use, it must be intended as a gift, and now he was summoning Lin Shi. As Wang Yaoyao pondered this, a bold thought flashed through her mind. Could Chen Mo have bought this villa to give to Lin Shi? Lin Shi stood frozen in place, her expression utterly bewildered. She hadn't yet processed the fact that Chen Mo had just spent 6 million on this villa in one go. It all felt too unbelievable. Lin Shi, what are you still standing there for? Hurry over. Seeing Lin Shi standing motionless, Wang Yaoyao couldn't help but frown and call out. Yes, Manager Wang. Lin Shi hurriedly responded, then approached Chen Mo with an unusually tense expression. She timidly asked, Mr. Chen, is there something you need from me? Sign the contract. Chen Mo sat on the sofa, his tone utterly calm. The room erupted in a murmur of astonishment at Chen Mo's words, faces frozen in disbelief. Everyone present understood exactly what Chen Mo meant. He intended to gift this villa to Lin Shi. No one had expected that Chen Mo, who looked like a beggar in his tattered clothes, could actually afford this villa. And not only that, but he wasn't buying it for himself, he was giving it to Lin Shi, whom he'd met less than 2 hours ago. The fact that they were all here viewing properties meant they were undoubtedly well-off upper-class individuals themselves. Yet, they had never encountered someone as wealthy as Chen Mo before. He casually spent 6 million on a villa. And to a complete stranger, no less. It was utterly unbelievable. Staring at Chen Mo's seat, the others were at a loss for words. To them, it all felt too surreal, like a scene straight out of a TV drama. If they hadn't seen it with their own eyes, they'd never believe such a thing could happen in real life. Truthfully, 6 million yuan was hardly anything to Chen Mo nowadays. But he wasn't the type to casually hand over money to strangers either. He simply felt the villa's location was rather poor. Even if he bought it, he wouldn't live there himself, might as well give it away. As for why he chose to give it to Lin Shi, it was because Chen Mo saw his own past reflected in her. They shared a common experience, being looked down upon because of their lack of money. Mr. Chen, what do you mean by this? This is your villa. I can't sign for it. The innocent and kind-hearted Lin Shi, likely unaware of Chen Mo's intentions, hurriedly replied with a look of panic. This villa isn't mine anymore. It's yours now. Chen Mo said calmly, looking at Lin Shi. This villa is mine? Lin Shi stared at Chen Mo, stunned once more. Yes, I intend to give this villa to you. Chen Mo nodded gently at Lin Shi. Wang Yaoyao's beautiful eyes fixed intently on Chen Mo, her heart filled with mixed emotions. She secretly regretted not having properly welcomed Chen Mo when he first entered. Not only had she failed to curry favor with him, but she had also mocked him relentlessly. Wang Yaoyao, now 27, had worked at the sales office for 5 years before finally climbing to the position of manager. Those 5 years had taught her one crucial lesson: to survive in this society, the most important thing was a solid financial foundation. So even though countless suitors had appeared in her life, she had rejected them all. She felt their circumstances simply couldn't meet her materialistic demands. Wang Yaoyao had always fantasized about one day meeting a super-rich heir who would marry her, believing that would make her life complete. But she never imagined she would actually encounter one of those so-called super-rich second-generation heirs. Yet Wang Yaoyao failed to cherish this opportunity. Chen Mo was young, wealthy, and quite handsome, everything Wang Yaoyao had ever dreamed of in a Prince Charming. Now Wang Yaoyao was filled with regret, wishing she had tried harder to win Chen Mo over. If she hadn't acted that way earlier, perhaps the villa he bought wouldn't have been for Lin Shi, but for her instead. Mr. Chen, this villa costs over 6 million yuan. We've only just met today, why would you give it to me? After hearing Chen Mo's words clearly, Lin Shi's first reaction wasn't excitement over getting a 6 million yuan villa for free. Instead, she couldn't understand why Chen Mo would give it to her. There's no reason. I bought this villa intending to give it away anyway. Since you brought me here today, it shows we share a special connection. Plus, I sense you're in dire need of money right now. After signing the contract, you can sell the villa immediately to improve your current living conditions. Chen Mo said slowly, looking at Lin Shi. Lin Shi studied Chen Mo with her beautiful eyes. She knew full well that nothing in this world came completely free. If Chen Mo wanted to give her the villa, he must have demands. As for what those demands might be, Lin Shi already had an answer in her mind. But 6 million yuan was an astronomical sum beyond her wildest dreams. If she could truly obtain that money, not only could she cure her father's illness, but she could also provide her parents with a better life and escape the contempt of others. If that were truly the case, Lin Shi felt that paying some price would actually be quite reasonable. Lin Shi quickly made up his mind and asked Chen Mo softly, Mr. Chen, are you truly planning to give me this villa? Yes. Chen Mo gave a slight nod. Seeing Chen Mo's nod, Lin Shi didn't hesitate. She picked up the contract on the table and swiftly signed her name.
When everyone saw Lin Shi actually sign her name, their expressions turned intensely envious. After all, in their eyes, Lin Shi was no different from someone who just won the lottery jackpot.
Wang Yaoyao felt immense regret.
If not for her own foolishness, she should have been the one signing the contract.
Since Chen Mo was paying in full, there was no need for complicated procedures.
Within minutes, Lin Shi completed all formalities with the sales office staff. Lin Shi had become the villa's rightful owner.
The sales office staff eyed Lin Shi with palpable envy, each secretly wishing this fortune had befallen them instead.
After witnessing Lin Shi complete the paperwork, Chen Mo rose and strode toward the exit of the sales office. He seemed utterly oblivious to Wang Yaoyao, who had been fluttering about him the entire time, attempting to capture his attention. Noticing Chen Mo's departure, Lin Shi hurriedly caught up to him, her expression flushing with embarrassment as she said, "Mr. Chen, thank you for giving me this villa."
"You're welcome." Chen Mo replied indifferently. Here's my phone number. If you ever need anything, feel free to call me anytime."
Lin Shi hesitated, then pulled a piece of paper from her clothes and handed it to Chen Mo, her face flushing with embarrassment.
"When might I need it?"
A flicker of confusion crossed Chen Mo's eyes at Lin Shi's words.
Right. You gave me such a big apartment, so you must want to."
Lin Shi's face flushed like a peach, and she trailed off, unable to finish her sentence.
"Want to do what?" Chen Mo remained utterly perplexed. "Don't you just want to keep me as your mistress?"
Lin Shi finally gathered her courage to speak.
"Keep you?" Chen Mo stared at Lin Shi, utterly dumbfounded.
He stood frozen in place, utterly at a loss for words.
Chapter 36, Wang Yaoyao's Plan.
Chen Mo stared at Lin Shi standing before him, utterly at a loss for words. He never imagined that Lin Shi would assume he gave her the villa because he wanted to keep her as his mistress. But in truth, such thoughts had never crossed his mind.
"Mr. Chen, please rest assured. I've always kept myself pure. I've never had a boyfriend. My body is clean." Seeing Chen Mo's silence, Lin Shi hurriedly added. Chen Mo took a moment to look her over. He had to admit, Lin Shi was a top-tier girl in both figure and looks. Her breasts were high and perky, her legs beneath the denim shorts were long and fair, her waist slender. Her delicate, pretty face held a touch of innocence and charm. Though her attire was somewhat shabby, with a little effort, she might not rival a top-tier beauty like Su Mubai, but she would certainly outshine Gao Feifei. If this were the old Chen Mo, such a beauty offering herself might have truly tempted him. But now, having met Su Mubai, even though she was only his fiancée in name, Chen Mo still harbored no desire to involve himself with other women. At the very least, as long as Su Mubai hadn't done anything to betray him, Chen Mo wouldn't betray her either. "I think you might have misunderstood me."
Chen Mo hesitated before speaking softly to Lin Shi.
"Misunderstood?"
Lin Shi's beautiful eyes flashed with confusion at his words. "When I gave you the villa, I truly had no ulterior motives. I just felt sorry seeing you bullied. That villa might be incredibly valuable to you, but in my eyes, it's practically worthless. It's like if you had no money to get home, I gave you $100 for your fare. I never expected anything in return." Chen Mo explained slowly, looking at Lin Shi.
These words were overheard by Wang Yaoyao, who had just walked by.
She couldn't help but take a deep breath, her expression filled with utter helplessness. After all, this was the first time she'd ever heard someone compare a 6 million yuan villa to a 100 yuan bus fare. The two were worlds apart, weren't they? But she probably didn't realize that in Chen Mo's eyes, 6 million yuan might not even be worth 100 yuan in the eyes of ordinary people.
"Mr. Chen, you truly have no intention of making me your mistress?" Lin Shi looked at Chen Mo with a puzzled expression. "No." Chen Mo shook his head gently. "Then, since that's the case, I can't accept this villa of yours either." Lin Shi hesitated for a moment, biting her red lips as she spoke softly. "Why?" Chen Mo asked Lin Shi with genuine confusion in his voice. I feel it's wrong to accept something for nothing. This villa is so expensive, and you're just giving it to me for free. I can't accept it." Lin Shi murmured softly. "I already explained it to you earlier. The money for this villa is nothing to me. You don't need to feel any burden about it." Chen Mo felt an overwhelming sense of helplessness. He hadn't expected Lin Shi to be so stubborn, refusing the villa unless she could be his mistress. This was the first time Chen Mo had ever encountered a woman who actively offered herself to be his mistress. Back when he was penniless, every woman looked down on him, even Gao Feifei was no exception. This was likely the transformation money had wrought upon Chen Mo. "But, Lin Shi, why are you being so unreasonable? Young Master Chen wants to give you a villa, just accept it. Otherwise, you'd be rejecting his kind offer." Just then, Wang Yaoyao suddenly approached Lin Shi and whispered softly to persuade her. "Manager Wang, I truly can't accept something so valuable." If Chen Mo wanted to keep Lin Shi as his mistress and gift her a villa, she might have been able to accept it. After all, it would be something she traded her body for. But now that Chen Mo wanted nothing in return, Lin Shi clearly couldn't accept it. "Lin Shi, if I recall correctly, your father has been ill for some time, hasn't he? And your family hasn't had the money for his surgery? Now, if you sell this villa, you'll have the funds for his treatment, right?"
Wang Yaoyao continued, looking at Lin Shi. Lin Shi froze upon hearing Wang Yaoyao's words, then lifted her gaze toward Chen Mo's seat. Don't worry. Since I've given this villa to you, I have no intention of taking it back.
It's yours now. You can do whatever you want with it.
Chen Mo said softly to Lin Shi. Lin Shi stared at Chen Mo before him, his face flushed with emotion. He called out to Chen Mo in a loud voice, Mr. Chen, I can't thank you enough.
I don't even know how to express my gratitude. You don't need to thank me. Chen Mo replied indifferently, then turned and walked straight out of the sales office.
Lin Shi and Wang Yaoyao followed closely behind him, escorting him out of the sales office.
Lin Shi, you go ahead and head back. I need to discuss something with Mr. Chen. Noticing Lin Shi lingering by her side, Wang Yaoyao made a casual excuse to send her away.
Lin Shi hesitated upon hearing this but said nothing further, turning back toward the sales office. Meanwhile, Wang Yaoyao swayed her hips in her high heels and called out in a sweet voice, Mr. Chen, please wait for me.
Is there something else? Chen Mo glanced back at Wang Yaoyao, his tone calm.
At this moment, Chen Mo didn't have a favorable impression of Wang Yaoyao, so he had no intention of engaging with her.
Mr. Chen, didn't you say earlier that you felt our properties weren't befitting your status? We actually have a villa complex out in the suburbs. If you're interested, I can take you to see it. It's a brand new development with all kinds of floor plans and price points. I'm sure you'll find something you like. Wang Yaoyao deliberately moved closer to Chen Mo, her voice sweet and coquettish as she spoke. It's getting rather late today. Perhaps another time would be better. Chen Mo paused briefly before declining softly. Mr. Chen, it's not that late yet. Let's go take a look. After all, if we wait another day, the best properties might be snapped up. Wang Yaoyao batted her eyelashes at him coquettishly. Hearing her words, Chen Mo felt a flicker of hesitation. Truthfully, Wang Yaoyao had deliberately chosen this time to take Chen Mo house hunting. After all, the sales office was at least an hour away in the suburbs. If they spent the evening viewing properties, they'd likely be out until past 10 at night. That would give Wang Yaoyao the chance to have Chen Missouri drive her home. Once he stepped inside her place, she could legitimately invite him to stay the night. Then, she could find any excuse to make things irreversible with him. With her sexy, alluring figure and exquisite, beautiful features, Wang Yaoyao was certain that if she stripped naked in front of Chen Mo, he wouldn't refuse to sleep with her. Chapter 37, Account Hacked? Forget it. I have class tomorrow, and buying a house isn't exactly urgent. Just as Wang Yaoyao was mentally rehearsing how she would seduce Chen Mo if she actually brought him home, Chen Mo suddenly spoke up, interrupting her thoughts. Wang Yaoyao froze upon hearing his words, a flicker of surprise crossing her beautiful eyes. Mr. Chen, you really won't come over to take a look? Wang Yaoyao asked hesitantly. No, I have things to attend to. I'll be going now. Chen Mo replied indifferently before turning and striding off into the distance. After all, Chen Mo wasn't in a rush to buy a house right now, so he saw no need to go over immediately. As for what Wang Yaoyao was thinking, Chen Mo naturally didn't notice. Seeing Chen Mo about to leave, Wang Yaoyao hurriedly grabbed his arm and whispered softly, Mr. Chen, I'm truly sorry about what happened today. I shouldn't have said those things to you earlier. It's fine. I didn't take any of that to heart. Chen Mo glanced back at Wang Yaoyao and replied indifferently. Then I should apologize to you as well. I'm truly so sorry. As she spoke, Wang Yaoyao bowed deeply toward Chen Mo in a provocative posture, the cleavage between her breasts exposed directly to his line of sight. Chen Mo froze momentarily at the sight of that deep cleavage. Wang Yaoyao caught his expression and felt her hopes soar. She deliberately leaned forward slightly, as if about to throw herself into his arms. But Wang Yaoyao never imagined that at that very moment, Chen Mo would abruptly turn and walk straight ahead. Losing her balance, Wang Yaoyao let out a soft cry before tumbling to the ground. The man who had just dodged Wang Yaoyao heard the sound, turned to glance at her, and softly asked, Are you alright? I'm fine. I just lost my balance just now. Wang Yaoyao shook her head, then extended her delicate hand as if inviting Chen Mo to pull her up. But Chen Mo didn't notice her gesture at all. Satisfied that she was unharmed, he continued walking forward. Left alone, Wang Yaoyao sat on the ground with a blank stare, her expression utterly devastated. She couldn't fathom how, after such blatant hints from a delicate beauty like herself, Chen Mo could possibly show zero reaction. Is Chen Mo even a man? Wang Yaoyao shouted excitedly from her seated position. Inside the sales office, Lin Shi happened to witness the scene. Earlier, when she had proposed becoming Chen Mo's mistress, he had flatly refused her. This made Lin Shi feel she might not even be worthy of being his mistress. After all, Chen Mo was a super-rich second-generation heir surrounded by countless beauties. It was only natural he wouldn't notice an ordinary girl like her. But Lin Shi never imagined that Wang Yaoyao, the sexiest and most beautiful woman in the entire sales office, would also fail in front of Chen Mo. Combined with Chen Mo's previous actions, this incident sparked immense curiosity within Lin Shi. She wondered who this man truly was, someone capable of such extravagant spending, yet remaining so calm and composed in the face of beauty. Meanwhile, after leaving the sales office, Chen Mo hailed a taxi and headed straight home.
He had met with Su Mubai that afternoon, then spent hours at the sales office that evening, arriving home close to 9 o'clock. After arriving home, he quickly freshened up before lying down alone on his bed and scrolling through his phone. It was just past 9, the perfect time for Wen Ruwashi's livestream. Out of habit, Chen Mo opened the seafood livestream platform. Upon entering the platform, he discovered that a staggering 80% of the streamers had appended the phrase "Welcome Young Master Phone" to the room, after their channel names. Clearly, the young Master Phone they referred to as Chen Mo, since his online alias was passed with the wind. Back when Chen Mo used the account The Past Blows Away to shower Wen Ruwashi with millions in virtual gifts, the entire streaming platform became aware of this wealthy patron. Naturally, they all wanted Chen Mo to visit their rooms and spend generously. Moreover, a large group of fans now followed Chen Mo around the platform. Wherever Chen Mo appeared in a streamer's room, these fans would follow him there too. This had a significant impact on the streamer's popularity. Chen Mo wasn't particularly interested in other streamers, so he habitually clicked into Wen Ruwashi's livestream. Today, Wen Ruwashi was dressed just as seductively and captivatingly as ever, singing intently. Thanks to Chen Mo's previous generous tip, many viewers now knew about Wen Ruwashi. With her beauty and sweet singing voice, she usually enjoyed high popularity. But upon entering Wen Ruwashi's stream, Chen Mo noticed something peculiar. None of the viewers greeted him today. Just days prior, whenever Chen Mo appeared in her stream, viewers would frantically flood the chat with "The past blows away like the wind." Wen Ruwashi herself would actively welcome him. Yet today, he felt utterly invisible, as if no one noticed his presence. Chen Mo didn't dwell on it too much. After all, it was rather nice not having viewers bother him. Otherwise, every time he visited Wen Ruwashi's stream, he'd be inundated with private messages, people asking for money, wanting to be friends, inviting him to meals, and even female streamers sending nude photos. You name it, he'd get it. Ever since Chen Mo had splurged millions on gifts in Wen Ruwashi's stream last time, he'd been dropping by nearly every night to send her gifts and boost her viewership. But the amounts were never huge. Top of the range was maybe 10 or 20,000. After all, if Chen Mo were splashing out millions daily, it would be downright terrifying. Tonight, Chen Mo instinctively prepared to send Wen Ruwashi a few gifts before heading to bed. But when he clicked to send them, something strange happened. Upon clicking the gift button, the system page suddenly redirected to the login screen. Did I log myself out? Chen Mo stared blankly at the login page, then instinctively typed in his username and password before clicking login again. But the system prompted him that his password was incorrect. That shouldn't happen. My password has always been my birthday. How could it be wrong? Chen Mo couldn't help but frown and mutter under his breath. He had a habit of using the same password for every account. It made remembering them easier. Besides, Chen Mo had little money and few friends, so he never worried about others hacking his accounts or scamming him out of money. A few minutes later, Chen Mo tried entering the password several times in a row, but the result was always the same: incorrect password. The system demanded he provide his phone number to reset it. But when he'd registered this account, he'd done it on a whim and hadn't bothered to link his phone number. This meant he now had no way to recover his account. After struggling for a while and still getting the incorrect password message, Chen Mo gave up on recovering it. Instead, he created a new account named Past Memories Drift Away. After all, there was no money in that account, so losing it wouldn't hurt Chen Mo much. This time, Chen Mo made sure to link his phone number to the new account to prevent this from happening again. After getting everything set up, Chen Mo opened Wen Ruwashi's livestream. He instinctively wanted to send a few gifts, but just then, a banner flew across the screen. Past Memories Gone with the Wind has gifted 5 airplanes in Wen Ruwashi's livestream. Come witness the spectacle. When Chen Mo saw the banner, he froze in place. The viewers in Wen Ruwashi's livestream room erupted into chaos, frantically typing out the 4 characters "Past blows with the wind." Chen Mo hurriedly clicked on the account's profile and was shocked to discover it was the very account he'd been unable to log into moments ago. This meant someone else was currently logged into Chen Mo's account, impersonating him. My account's been hacked? Chen Mo stared at his phone, uttering a puzzled sigh. He couldn't fathom why anyone would hack his account when there wasn't a single penny in it. Chapter 38, Swindling Money and Love. Chen Mo lay in bed staring at his phone, recalling how he'd been unable to log into that account no matter what he tried. Yet now, someone was impersonating him. That meant his account had definitely been hacked. But what puzzled Chen Mo was this: there wasn't a single penny in that account. Why would anyone bother to hack it? Could it be that way, the young master from Nanyang stole it? A suspicion flashed through Chen Mo's mind. But he quickly dismissed it, realizing the hacker hadn't leveraged his fame to promote other streamers. From what Wen Ruwashi had told him, Chen Mo understood that Nanyang Wei Gongzi was actually the owner of a streamer agency and was trying to sign Wen Ruwashi to his company. If Wei Gongzi had stolen the account, he would have definitely leveraged Chen Mo's account's fame to heavily promote his agency's streamers. Yet the hacker had merely sent some gifts in Wen Ruwashi's livestream before logging off immediately. This only deepened Chen Mo's confusion about the hacker's true intentions. After scrutinizing his phone for a long while, Chen Mo found nothing conclusive. Moreover, Wen Ruwashi had ended her stream. With no further leads, he shut off his phone and prepared to rest.
Ding!
Just then, Chen Mo's phone suddenly rang. He pulled out his phone and saw it was a voice message from Wenruoshi.
He quickly opened it. Chen Mo, are you asleep? I have some good news to share with you. Wenruoshi's seductive voice rang out. What is it? I'm not asleep yet. Chen Mo quickly typed back. Knock knock knock.
Less than a minute after sending his message, a knock sounded at the door. Chen Mo scrambled out of bed and opened the door, finding Wenruoshi standing at the doorway, dressed in light, cool attire. Perhaps because she had just finished streaming, Wenruoshi was dressed very casually now. She lacked some of the dignity she exuded in her live streams, but she gained an extra touch of sensuality. Her upper body was clad in a sheer white off-the-shoulder t-shirt, faintly revealing the outline of her black lingerie beneath. She wore a miniskirt, her long, fair legs adorned with pink flip-flops, presenting an utterly captivating sight.
What's got you so happy?
Chen Mo stared at Wenruoshi for a moment before asking with a smile.
Wenruoshi strode boldly into Chen Mo's room without the slightest hesitation, plopping down on his bed and beaming. Guess what I want to tell you? Did you win the lottery? Chen Mo replied softly.
Well, a few days ago, some rich guy tipped me several million yuan.
That's pretty much like winning the lottery, right? Wenruoshi pouted. So what did you want to tell me? Chen Mo asked, momentarily taken aback. Oh, come on, try to guess seriously.
I'll give you a hint, it has something to do with my livestream. Wenruoshi said, looking a bit displeased when she saw Chen Mo seem to be brushing her off.
It has something to do with your livestream? Chen Mo frowned slightly.
Yes, it's related to that big spender in my livestream.
Wenruoshi continued to hint.
Hearing this, Chen Mo suddenly felt a bad premonition.
He hurriedly asked, what exactly do you want to tell me?
Sai, how can you be so slow?
Fine, I'll just tell you straight out.
Wenruoshi waved her small hand at Chen Mo before continuing. Do you remember that big spender who showered my livestream with millions a few days ago?
Past memories gone with the wind? I remember him. Chen Mo nodded slightly. After all, past is gone was none other than himself. How could he not remember?
After that person spent so much in my stream, I felt really guilty. So I sent him tons of private messages, trying to invite him out for a meal.
But past is gone never responded.
But today, he actually reached out to me first.
Can you believe it? Wenruoshi exclaimed excitedly to Chen Mo.
Upon hearing Wenruoshi's words, Chen Mo froze in place, his expression one of utter astonishment.
Because it finally clicked for Chen Mo why that person had stolen the account. It wasn't for the money in the account at all. It was for Wenruoshi. Why aren't you excited at all?
Wenruoshi noticed Chen Mo's expression had turned serious and asked softly.
Why should I be excited that you found that past gone with the wind guy? He didn't even send me any gifts. Chen Mo replied indifferently.
His mind was consumed with trying to figure out what the hacker was really after, leaving him no energy to engage with Wenruoshi. Not only did Past Blows Away talk to me, but we even exchanged WeChat contacts. When I said I wanted to treat him to a meal, he agreed right away.
Wenruoshi continued, looking at Chen Mo. You actually want to treat him to dinner? Chen Mo frowned.
Of course. He showered me with so many gifts these past few days.
What's wrong with me treating him to a meal? Wenruoshi retorted as if it were perfectly reasonable. But haven't you considered what he might be thinking about you? Chen Mo hesitated before gently reminding her. What other intentions?
Wenruoshi froze upon hearing this, then bit her red lips softly and said, actually, I think since he's willing to help me like this, he must have feelings for me too. So I plan to talk to him tomorrow. If I think he's okay, I wouldn't mind giving a relationship a try.
Chen Mo felt as if lightning had struck him upon hearing Wenruoshi's words.
He never imagined Wenruoshi harbored such feelings for Past Winds and would even consider dating him. But Wenruoshi didn't know that the real Past Wind was right beside her, and the person she planned to meet tomorrow was an imposter. The imposter had merely showered Wenruoshi with gifts tonight, spending at most 10 or 20,000 yuan. Yet with that small sum, he stood to win Wenruoshi's heart, a remarkably profitable deal. Although Chen Mo had never intended to reveal his identity to Wenruoshi, the sudden emergence of an imposter, one who might deceive her for affection, suddenly stirred a desire within him to confront her with the truth. Yet he also worried, even if he revealed his true identity to Wenruoshi, would she believe he was truly the man from her past? After all, in Wenruoshi's eyes, he was nothing more than a penniless young man. I wonder how old that Past Blows Away is. Is he handsome? Tall? At that moment, Wenruoshi remained oblivious to Chen Mo's inner turmoil. Her mind was filled with fantasies of meeting Past Gone with the Wind, her pretty face radiating anticipation. What if you go tomorrow and find out he's ugly and really old? Chen Mo quickly asked. If it really turns out like you say, then I'll just return all his money to him, Wenruoshi replied slowly. After all, he showered me with so many gifts. I definitely won't keep that money. Chen Mo's expression grew even more speechless upon hearing her words. Wenruoshi's meaning was simple: if the person was around her age and reasonably attractive, she might consider being with the account thief.
But if he was much older and unattractive, she'd simply return the money. But all this money belonged to Chen Mo. Though Chen Mo didn't care about the money itself, the thought of giving it away to a stranger left him deeply unsettled. Huff. Chen Mo took a deep breath before softly addressing Wen Ruoshi. Ruoshi, there's something I've never told you. What is it? Wen Ruoshi blinked her big, watery eyes and asked softly, noticing the seriousness in Chen Mo's expression. The truth is, I am the real past memories gone with the wind. All those gifts you received were actually sent to you by me. Chen Mo revealed his true identity outright. Upon hearing this, Wen Ruoshi froze, staring at him with utter bewilderment. Chapter 39, Misplaced Affection? Chen Mo, what did you just say? Wen Ruoshi's expression turned utterly incredulous upon hearing Chen Mo's revelation that he was past gone with the wind. She furrowed her brows and demanded. Actually, I am past gone with the wind. The person you met today was an imposter. To prevent Wen Ruoshi from being deceived, Chen Mo had no choice but to tell her the truth. Wen Ruoshi stared at Chen Mo for at least 2 or 3 seconds before blinking her large, watery eyes and bursting into laughter. Seeing her laugh, Chen Mo's expression seemed even more speechless, as if he'd anticipated this reaction all along. What are you laughing at? Chen Mo asked her with a resigned tone. Chen Mo, you're just too funny. What you said earlier is the funniest joke I've ever heard. Wen Ruoshi said to him cheerfully. Sis, I wasn't joking with you just now. I meant every word I said. Chen Mo explained in a low voice. You were serious? Wen Ruoshi smiled at Chen Mo before continuing. Alright, I know you were definitely joking with me. How could you possibly let bygones be bygones? You must have seen I was in a good mood today, so you decided to tease me here, right? Chen Mo stared at Wen Ruoshi, utterly speechless. He was deeply worried she might be deceived. After all, someone had deliberately stolen his account, clearly intending to harm her. Wen Ruoshi, I'm not joking with you right now. I'm being completely serious. I am past gone with the wind. I was the one who sent you those gifts before, but that person stole my account. He's planning to deceive you. Do you understand what I'm saying? Chen Mo addressed Wen Ruoshi with an unusually stern expression. Seeing Chen Mo's tone grow so grave, Wen Ruoshi couldn't help but freeze for a moment. She bit her sensual, alluring red lips and whispered softly, Chen Mo, you really aren't joking with me? No. How could that be? Wen Ruoshi's expression turned serious as she whispered, do you know how many gifts the past blows away with the wind has sent me these past few days? Chen Mo froze at Wen Ruoshi's words. While he had indeed frequently tipped in her livestream room these past days, he hadn't paid much attention to the amounts since he didn't care about the money. The gifts past blows away has sent me these past few days are already close to 5 million. How could you possibly come up with that kind of money? If you really are past blows away, why not use that money to improve your own life? Why not move into a nicer place? Or buy yourself some clothes? Wen Ruoshi continued to question Chen Mo as she looked at him. Chen Mo's expression grew even more helpless upon hearing Wen Ruoshi's words, for he had no idea how to explain these matters to her. He certainly couldn't tell her he'd suddenly become wealthy after inheriting trillions of dollars. Even now, when he claimed to be the wind blows away the past, Wen Ruoshi found it hard to believe. If he admitted to being a trillionaire, she'd likely dismiss it as even more implausible. Chen Mo, if you claim to be past matters blown away by the wind, how do you prove it? Wen Ruoshi suddenly demanded. How do I prove it? Chen Mo paused, taken aback. Exactly. If you truly are past gone with the wind, you should have evidence to prove your identity, right? Wen Ruoshi nodded lightly. Chen Mo's expression was one of utter helplessness. The only proof that he was past gone with the wind was his account, but unfortunately, his account had been hacked and he couldn't log in. Seeing Chen Mo fall silent, Wen Ruoshi smiled faintly and said softly, Alright, Chen Mo, stop pretending. I know you're just joking with me today. How could you possibly be past wins? After all, Past Blows Away was a big spender on the live streaming platform, casually dropping millions. In Wen Ruoshi's eyes, Chen Mo was just a penniless kid who probably couldn't even scrape together $600. There was absolutely no connection between the two. Fine. If you don't believe I'm past gone with the wind, there's nothing I can do. Chen Mo replied softly. It's getting late. I should head back. Wen Ruoshi sensed something off about Chen Mo today, so she didn't linger. She stood up, ready to leave his room. Wen Ruoshi, wait. Chen Mo quickly reached out and grabbed Wen Ruoshi's arm, his voice urgent. Is there something else? Wen Ruoshi turned to look at Chen Mo, her tone filled with confusion. While I can't prove I'm past gone with the wind right now, I know the person you contacted today is definitely fake. So tomorrow, you absolutely cannot meet that person. Chen Mo said, looking at Wen Ruoshi. How do you know he's fake? He used the Past Blows Away account to talk to me that proves he is Past Blows Away. Wen Ruoshi exclaimed, sounding rather displeased. I don't care if he's real or fake, you absolutely cannot meet this person tomorrow. Chen Mo had no desire to prove his identity or explain to Wen Ruoshi whether the person was genuine or not. His sole purpose was to prevent Wen Ruoshi from being deceived. Chen Mo, what's gotten into you today? Why can't I meet that person?
When Ruwashi asked, her expression filled with confusion.
Because that person is a fraud. Chen Mo blurted out.
When Ruwashi froze in place upon hearing his words.
A flash of anger flickered in her beautiful eyes as she asked softly, Chen Mo, aren't you being a bit too harsh today? How am I overstepping?
Chen Mo looked at Wen Ruwashi, his expression puzzled.
How could you call him a fraud? The past blows away helped me so much, showered me with so many gifts, and you dare call him a fraud? If he is a fraud, I wish there were more like him.
Wen Ruwashi exclaimed loudly. Clearly, Wen Ruwashi wasn't buying a single word Chen Mo was saying.
Whether he's a fraud or not, you absolutely cannot meet him. Chen Mo had no patience for lengthy explanations, his tone firm. Chen Mo, who do you think you are? What business is it of yours if I meet him? Aren't you being a bit too presumptuous?
Wen Ruwashi shouted, her expression highly agitated.
Overstepping my bounds?
Hearing those words felt like a knife plunging into Chen Mo's heart.
Everything he was doing was for Wen Ruwashi's own good, yet in her eyes, he was being presumptuous? Chapter 40, Why must everything be said in the dorm? Chen Mo's home. Chen Mo stared blankly at Wen Ruwashi before him, unable to describe his current emotions. He never imagined that everything he was doing would be seen as presumptuous in her eyes. Chen Mo, I know exactly what you're thinking. You like me, right?
So when you found out I was planning to meet with Past Gone with the Wind, it made you uncomfortable. That's why you made up all these stories to deceive me just to stop me from seeing Past Gone with the Wind,
isn't that right?
Wen Ruwashi seemed deeply hurt by Chen Mo's earlier words. She couldn't tolerate anyone disparaging past wins, so her tone toward him was now sharp and unyielding.
Like you? When did I ever like you? Chen Mo felt utterly shattered inside. Though Wen Ruwashi was undeniably attractive in every way, personality, temperament, looks, figure, he genuinely hadn't harbored any romantic feelings toward her. Even when he had showered her livestream with gifts, it was purely because she'd been reasonably kind to him, nothing more. You still won't admit it even now? Wen Ruwashi gave Chen Mo a cold laugh before continuing, Chen Mo, I advise you not to flatter yourself. It's true I've been coming to see you often these past few days, but I only see you as an ordinary friend. I have no other feelings for you. I actually had a pretty good impression of you before, but what you said to me today has truly disappointed me. Oof. Chen Mo gave Wen Ruwashi a helpless smile, abandoning any hope of persuading her not to meet the other person. After all, if this was how she saw him, then even if she was deceived, it wouldn't be his responsibility. Anyway, I've said everything I needed to say today. If you still think I'm overstepping, then there's nothing I can do about it. If you want to meet him, then go ahead and meet him. Chen Mo said expressionlessly to Wen Ruwashi. Wang Ruwashi froze upon hearing Chen Mo's words, then without a second thought, she turned and strode toward the door of his room. Watching her retreating figure, Chen Mo's eyes filled with resignation. His original intention in tipping Wen Ruwashi had been nothing more than a gesture of goodwill. He never imagined it would lead to such complications. Wen Ruwashi's earlier words had genuinely hurt him, so Chen Mo decided not to pursue the matter further. Moments later, Chen Mo lay alone in bed, closing his eyes to sleep. Yet for some reason, a deep sense of injustice welled up inside him. It wasn't because someone had impersonated him that he felt this way, but rather because of the tone Wen Ruwashi had used with him today. Perhaps in Wen Ruwashi's eyes, someone as poor as me isn't worthy of being her friend, nor worthy of liking her. Chen Mo couldn't help but sigh softly. Although Chen Mo genuinely had no intention of pursuing Wen Ruwashi, her words today still left him deeply hurt. Even though he was now immensely wealthy, he felt that any woman who knew his true identity would throw herself at him, while those unaware of his status would treat him with utter contempt. When Ruwashi was like this, and Sumubai and Sumuyu seemed to be the same. Seems like this society still judges you by your wallet. Chen Mo gave a helpless chuckle, then closed his eyes and fell asleep, refusing to dwell on Wen Ruwashi's words. The next morning, around 7 o'clock. After washing up, Chen Mo prepared to head to school. But the moment he opened his door, he saw Wen Ruwashi emerging from her room. Today, Wen Ruwashi was clearly dressed to impress. Her delicate oval face bore subtle makeup, willow-shaped arched brows, and red lips that glowed with an alluring sheen. Her jet-black eyes sparkled like stars in the night sky. She wore a beige t-shirt that accentuated her ample bust, her waist slender, while her lower half was clad in denim shorts and blue high-heeled sandals. Her entire look radiated sensual charm, fashionable and alluring. When Chen Mo saw Wen Ruwashi dressed like this, he knew she was definitely going on a date with that imposter claiming to be past memories gone with the wind. A pang of disappointment flashed through Chen Mo's heart. It seemed Wen Ruwashi hadn't heeded his advice after all. Without acknowledging her, he strode purposefully ahead. Chen Mo. Just then, Wen Ruwashi suddenly called out. Hearing her voice, Chen Mo slowly turned his head to glance at her, then asked expressionlessly, Is there something else you need? Chen Mo, I'm sorry about last night. The things I said to you, they were a bit harsh. Wang Ruwashi sashayed over to Chen Mo in her high heels and murmured softly. It's fine. Chen Mo replied indifferently, then walked straight toward the exit without trying to dissuade Wen Ruwashi from meeting that passed gone with the wind. Over 10 minutes later, Chen Mo arrived at the classroom alone.
Since class wouldn't start for another half hour, few students were present.
Meng Liang, Lu Rui, and the others hadn't arrived yet.
Chen Mo found an empty seat in the back row, pulled out his phone, and began figuring out how to recover his account on the live streaming platform. A few minutes later, the classroom began to fill up. Li Kai, Gao Feifei, Lu Di, Su Jiao, and others all appeared in the classroom together. When Li Kai spotted Chen Mo, a peculiar look flashed in his eyes. Yesterday's incident at Jacques' restaurant had cost Li Kai dearly, and he'd been scheming all along about how to get revenge on Chen Mo.
Gao Feifei, meanwhile, harbored deep resentment toward Chen Mo. After all, Li Kai's family business had suffered, leaving Gao Feifei deeply unhappy.
Moreover, she had suffered repeated setbacks at Chen Mo's hands, which only added to her frustration.
As for Lu Di, it went without saying.
After all, Chen Mo had once toyed with her, forcing her to strip naked in front of him.
Even though Chen Mo hadn't actually done anything, Lu Di felt he might as well have. For a woman to strip naked before a man who showed no reaction whatsoever was the ultimate humiliation for Lu Di. Moments later, the class bell rang. Yan Sha glided into the classroom wearing a coffee-colored business suit.
The white blouse beneath traced an alluring curve across her chest, while her slender legs were encased in black stockings. Perched atop 10-centimeter heels, she moved with an air of grace and poise. Upon seeing Yan Sha, Meng Liang's eyes flashed with excitement. He turned to Chen Mo and exclaimed, "Our homeroom teacher has an incredible figure. If I could marry a woman like Yan Sha, I'd gladly give up 10 years of my life." "You wouldn't be able to marry her even if you lived 100 years less."
Lu Rui delivered the blow without sparing Meng Liang any mercy.
Chen Mo gazed at Yan Sha, dressed provocatively at the lectern, and couldn't help but recall the image of her changing clothes in the dormitory. Her alluring curves remained etched in his memory. The students in the classroom looked at Yan Sha on the podium and noticed the grim expression on her face, her beautiful eyes flashing with a hint of anger. Clearly, Yan Sha was not in a good mood today.
"Chen Mo, come outside with me."
Just as the students were quietly speculating about what was wrong with Yan Sha, she suddenly called out.
Chen Mo froze upon hearing her words, then quickly stood up and asked, "Teacher, is something wrong? The rest of the class will study on their own. Chen Mo, come with me."
Yan Sha replied coldly, then turned on her heel and strode toward the classroom exit.
Chen Mo hesitated for a moment before quickly following Yan Sha out of the classroom. Once outside, Chen Mo noticed Yan Sha showed no intention of stopping. Instead, she clicked her high heels toward her dormitory. As he watched Yan Sha's legs, encased in black stockings, sway seductively, Chen Mo wondered inwardly, what exactly had he done to offend Yan Sha? And why couldn't she have discussed this in the hallway? Why did she insist on taking him to her dorm room? Chapter 41, Why are you keeping your distance?
The students in the class watched Yan Sha lead Chen Mo away, all wearing puzzled expressions.
No one knew what had happened. Lu Rui, do you think Chen Mo upset Teacher Yan? Meng Liang felt a pang of concern for Chen Mo and quietly asked Lu Rui. No idea. Honestly, I don't see how Chen Mo could have done anything to upset Yan Sha. Lu Rui's face was equally puzzled. Man, if Chen Mo really did cross Teacher Yan, we're in big trouble. Meng Liang knew full well that Yan Sha wasn't someone to mess with, so he was genuinely worried about Chen Mo. Meanwhile, Li Kai, Gao Feifei, Lu Di, Su Jiao, and the others wore expressions of schadenfreude. They were practically hoping something bad would happen to Chen Mo, preferably something that would get him expelled from school. Meanwhile, after following Yan Sha out of the classroom, Chen Mo noticed she showed no intention of stopping. Instead, she headed straight toward the school dormitory. Trailing behind her, Chen Mo was utterly baffled. He couldn't fathom why Yan Sha was taking him to the dorms. That said, trailing behind Yan Sha was undeniably pleasurable. He found himself admiring her long, straight legs and her full, pert behind. In Chen Mo's eyes, Yan Sha's figure could only be described as enchanting. Teacher Yan, what exactly did you need me for? Chen Mo hesitated before asking Yan Sha softly. You'll find out soon enough. Yan Sha replied expressionlessly, continuing to stride toward the dormitory in her high heels. A few minutes later, Chen Mo followed Yan Sha into the dormitory. Once inside, Yan Sha sat directly on the bed, her long legs crossed lightly. She spoke softly to Chen Mo. Chen Mo, you should know very well why I brought you here, shouldn't you? Chen Mo froze at her words, murmuring, Teacher, I truly didn't see anything that day. I already explained that to you. I'm not talking about you peeping on me while I was changing. Yan Sha retorted coldly. Then what is it? Chen Mo asked, his tone filled with confusion. Don't you think something's missing from my room? Yan Sha asked. Missing what? Chen Mo's expression grew even more puzzled. After all, he hadn't done anything in Yan Sha's room back then. How could she possibly be missing anything? Teacher, what exactly is missing? Chen Mo hesitated before looking at Yan Sha and asking. You still won't admit it even now? When I came back earlier, weren't you hiding on the balcony? Take a good look at what's missing from the balcony now. Yan Sha pointed her slender finger toward the balcony, her voice cold as ice as she shouted at Chen Mo. Chen Mo instinctively turned to look at the balcony. Nothing seemed to be missing except for the few pieces of sexy lingerie that had been hanging there earlier. Teacher, was there anything valuable on your balcony? Chen Mo asked in a low voice. Seeing Chen Mo's bewildered expression, Yansha couldn't help but snort coldly before murmuring softly, Chen Mo, at this point, are you still planning to keep pretending? Teacher, what exactly did you lose? Can you just tell me? Chen Mo asked, his voice filled with utter frustration. Yansha paused, taken aback by Chen Mo's bewildered expression, before replying expressionlessly, Chen Mo, are you genuinely unaware, or are you just pretending? Of course I genuinely don't know. Ha! Seeing that Chen Mo didn't seem to be lying, Yansha took a deep breath, composed herself briefly, and said softly, several pairs of underwear I left on the balcony are missing. No one else has been in this room except you. Could it be that you took my underwear? Upon hearing Yansha's words, Chen Mo felt as if struck by lightning. He never imagined the missing items would be anything other than her underwear. And now she was mistakenly accusing him of the theft. Although Chen Mo had indeed seen Yansha's underwear and it was undeniably sexy and alluring, he was nowhere near perverted enough to steal it. Teacher, I did enter your dorm that day, but I didn't steal your underwear. Chen Mo explained to Yansha with an exasperated expression. You're the only one who's ever been in this dorm room. If you didn't steal it, then who else could have? Tell me. Yansha glared at him with her fox-like eyes, her expression tinged with both shame and indignation as she shouted at Chen Mo. Even if I did come to your dorm, that doesn't mean I stole your underwear. Chen Mo paused briefly before hastily adding, oh, and Ms. Yan, when I came to your dorm room, I noticed someone was already inside. That's why I went to the balcony. But by the time I got there, that person had already fled. Could it be that person who stole the underwear? Although Chen Mo knew the thief on the balcony was a figment of his own imagination, this excuse was his only way to clear himself of suspicion at the moment. Impossible. My underwear was still there when you left. I only noticed it missing when I came back that night. Yansha flatly rejected Chen Mo's explanation. Exactly. Since you yourself said the underwear was still there when I left, and it disappeared after I left, how can you be sure I stole it? Chen Mo quickly retorted. Yansha froze upon hearing Chen Mo's words, then murmured, then maybe you came back and stole it? Teacher, isn't that a bit unfair to me? I've been to your dorm several times. If I really intended to steal your underwear, why didn't I take it before? Why would I wait until this time? Chen Mo said to Yansha in an unusually distraught tone. Yansha looked at Chen Mo standing before her. Suddenly, she realized there was some logic to what he said. After all, if Chen Mo had truly intended to steal her underwear, there was absolutely no reason for him to act at this particular moment. I'm sure it was that thief who took your underwear. When I first came in, he was probably going for the underwear, but he got caught off guard when I walked in and ran off. Later, after the two of us left, that person came back and stole your underwear. Chen Mo pressed his advantage, looking at Yansha. Yansha narrowed her alluring fox-like eyes at Chen Mo, her thoughts hidden behind them. Chen Mo felt his own nerves tighten. He had no idea if Yansha would believe his explanation, but regardless, he hadn't stolen her underwear. The pervert who did must be someone else entirely. You really didn't steal my underwear? Yansha hesitated before asking softly. No, absolutely not. Chen Mo shook his head hastily without a second thought. Fine. I'll believe you this once. But you better not let me find out that pervert is you. Otherwise, just wait and see what I'll do to you. Yansha said coldly to Chen Mo. Teacher, rest assured. I definitely didn't steal your underwear. What would I possibly want with your underwear? Chen Mo declared emphatically. Don't you know exactly what you boys want with my underwear? Yansha shot back with a faint, mocking smile before stretching lazily and continuing, little Chen Mo, don't think I'm unaware of what those boys in our class mean when they look at me. You've probably been gossiping about me behind my back, haven't you? Chen Mo froze upon hearing Yansha's words, his expression twisted in confusion as he struggled to find an answer. Seeing his reaction, Yansha couldn't help but give a seductive smile. She reached up and slipped off her jacket, revealing her alluring upper body. Beneath, she wore a white blouse that highlighted her fair skin and prominently curved figure, an exceptionally tempting sight. Little Chen Mo, why are you keeping your distance? Come sit closer, let's have a little chat. Yansha spoke while gently patting the bed beside her. Upon hearing Yansha's words, Chen Mo froze instantly, his expression clearly flustered. Chapter 42, News from the Account Hacker. In Yansha's dorm room. Hey, Chen Mo, what are you standing there for? Come sit down. Yansha said cheerfully to Chen Mo. I'll just stand here. Chen Mo replied with a resigned tone. He had no idea what this female demon Yansha was planning to do to him, so naturally, he dared not sit down. Fine then. Seeing Chen Mo had no intention of approaching, Yansha nodded lightly. She then struck a devastatingly charming pose, cupping her cheek as she asked softly, little Chen Mo, what do the boys in class say about their teacher? They all say you're beautiful, teacher, and that you're very kind to your students. The lessons you teach are also. Oh, I don't want to hear this useless chatter right now. Could you tell me something I don't usually hear? Yansha cut Chen Mo off abruptly. Things I don't hear?
Chen Mo stared at Yan Sha in surprise before whispering, "Teacher, you know I don't have many friends in class, so I'm not really sure how they talk about you."
Then what kind of woman do you think I am?
Yan Sha blinked her fox-like eyes, her expression brimming with curiosity.
A kind-hearted and beautiful woman. Chen Mo replied quickly. You think I'm beautiful, don't you?
Yan Sha asked, seeming somewhat pleased.
Yes, very beautiful and sexy too. Chen Mo nodded gently. Then have you ever jerked off fantasizing about me naked? Yan Shi continued to ask, staring at Chen Mo.
Chen Mo instantly felt his world crumble upon hearing Yan Sha's words. He had no idea what this woman was trying to accomplish by saying such things to him.
Yes or no?
Yan Sha pressed, her gaze fixed on him.
No. Without hesitation, Chen Mo shook his head. Liar. Your eyes betray you.
Yan Sha smiled faintly before continuing, actually, even if you did, I wouldn't be angry.
But you still shouldn't have stolen my underwear, don't you agree? Teacher, I really didn't steal your underwear.
Chen Mo was clearly driven to the brink by Yan Sha's persistence, shouting with visible agitation.
Yan Sha gave Chen Mo a once-over.
She'd intended to distract him first, then coax the truth out of him, but seeing he wasn't falling for it, she abandoned further questioning.
Alright, I'll let you off today. You can go.
Yan Sha waved her hand lightly at Chen Mo.
Alright.
Chen Mo exhaled deeply upon seeing Yan Sha finally release him, then turned and strode toward the dorm exit.
Oh, Chen Mo. My friend's bar opens the day after tomorrow. Don't forget about your part-time job there.
Yan Sha hurriedly reminded him as he was leaving.
Don't worry, I won't forget. Chen Mo replied softly.
Also, you can't tell anyone about what happened today.
If you do, you're dead meat. Yan Sha continued. Got it. I won't say a word.
Chen Mo agreed with a hint of resignation in his voice before turning and leaving Yan Sha's dorm room. Yan Sha sat alone on the bed, her beautiful eyes narrowed as she lost herself in thought. After leaving Yan Sha's dorm, Chen Mo exhaled a long breath, his earlier tension easing considerably. Although inheriting a multi-trillion-dollar fortune had transformed many aspects of his life, one thing remained unchanged. Every time he encountered Yan Sha, he felt an inexplicable, deep-seated nervousness. He couldn't pinpoint exactly why it made him so uneasy. Moments later, Chen Mo returned alone to the classroom. It was break time, and the students in the classroom were chatting.
Meng Liang spotted Chen Mo and hurried over, his concern evident as he asked, Chen Mo, why did Teacher Yan take you away? Nothing much. Just asked me to help her with some work.
Chen Mo couldn't possibly reveal what he and Yan Shu had discussed in the dormitory, otherwise Yan Shu might genuinely kill him. Meng Liang and Lu Rui knew Yan Sha often assigned tasks to Chen Mo whenever something came up, so they didn't suspect anything.
Hey Chen Mo, got plans after school today? Meng Liang suddenly asked Chen Mo. Nothing special. Why? Chen Mo countered.
If you're free, maybe we could grab a drink at the bar tonight.
Meng Liang gave Chen Mo a knowing smile. Drink?
A flicker of confusion crossed Chen Mo's eyes at Meng Liang's suggestion. Having been broke for so long, Chen Mo had never set foot in a bar before.
What had gotten into Meng Liang to suddenly invite him? Yeah, you broke up with Gao Feifei, right? I've noticed you've been in a bit of a funk lately.
So I had Juchi round up a few girls from their dorm. We can all sit down together, guys and girls chat, get to know each other. Meng Liang explained with a cheerful smile. Chen Mo knew that Juchi was the girl Meng Liang had been pursuing for ages, though he wasn't sure what their current status was.
Well, I'm not really into going to bars. Maybe you two should just go without me. Chen Mo hesitated, wanting to decline. No way. I already talked to Juchi.
There are 3 girls in her dorm, and we're 3 guys too.
Plus, I heard there's this girl named Ming Mei in her dorm who's super pretty. I'll set you up with her, who knows, maybe you two will hit it off. Meng Liang said enthusiastically to Chen Mo.
Seeing Meng Liang so persistent, Chen Mo hesitated before softly replying, alright then, I'll go with you tonight.
But I doubt any of those girls would be interested in me. How do you know she wouldn't be interested in you?
Meng Liang grinned, baring his teeth, then reached into his wallet and handed Chen Mo a 1,000 yuan bill.
Chen Mo froze at the sight of the money, then asked in confusion, why are you giving me money? Girls these days all like rich guys. Take this money. When the time comes, you'll be the one footing the bill. When the girls see you paying, they'll definitely get a good impression of you.
Meng Liang explained cheerfully. Chen Mo stared at the cash in his hand, a sudden wave of gratitude washing over him.
After a moment's hesitation, he said nothing more and tucked the money away. Liangzi, remember that big spender past is gone who blew millions on the seafood platform a few days ago?
Just then, a boy sitting in front of Meng Liang turned his head and asked him.
Chen Mo couldn't help but glance up at the speaker.
This guy was Feng Zishu, known in their class as the human gossip machine. He seemed to know every piece of school gossip, and it was Feng Zishu who had spread the rumor about Yan Sha being kept by a wealthy patron. While much of Feng Zishu's information was fabricated, some of it was true, so the classmates in the class still trusted his sources to a certain extent.
I remember him. What's up? Meng Liang nodded slightly upon hearing Feng Zishu's words. I know who the past blows away is. Feng Zishu gave Meng Liang a mysterious smile.
Upon hearing the boy's words, the students in the class immediately gathered around Feng Zishu. Feng Zishu, who exactly is this past blows away? A girl asked him curiously. Let me tell you, Past Memories Gone with the Wind is actually a rich kid in his third year at Nanyang University. I don't know his real name, but I heard from seniors that he's trying to get that female streamer named Wenruwashi to go to a hotel room with him within a certain time frame.
He even plans to live stream it on our school's forum. Feng Zishu chuckled as he shared the story with the group. Upon hearing this, Chen Mo froze in place.
If everything Feng Zishu said was true, it meant Chen Mo's earlier suspicions had been correct. Someone had definitely hacked Chen Mo's account and was impersonating him to swindle Wenruwashi out of money and seduce her.
Chapter 43, The Proud Weijechi. Feng Zishu, is what you're saying true? Is that Past Memories Gone with the Wind really a junior at our university? Yeah, but how come I never heard about such a rich kid appearing at Nanyang University? After hearing the news about Past Blows Away, the students in the class all looked puzzled. They couldn't believe that even a rich kid could afford to spend that much money in one go. Especially to tip a streamer. You guys have no idea this Past Blows Away the Wind has a background so terrifying, it's beyond what ordinary folks like us could ever imagine. Feng Zishu said with a chuckle. Exactly. A rich kid who can pull out millions isn't your average Joe. Meng Liang chimed in with a grin.
A few million might be an unimaginable sum for us, but for him, it's just a month's pocket money.
He's spending it just to have some fun with that streamer.
Once he gets bored, he'll just move on to another one. After all, what's done is done has become the golden rule over at the streaming platform. He could just drop a casual line, and plenty of streamers would be lining up to throw themselves at him.
Feng Zishu continued, looking around at the group.
Oh my gosh, if that guy Past Memories Gone with the Wind could just notice me, my life would be set for good. Just then, a girl in the class couldn't help but whisper softly.
Chen Mo's expression, however, darkened considerably.
After all, if Feng Zishu's claim held true, then the imposter impersonating him wouldn't just be deceiving Wenruwashi, he might be targeting other female streamers as well.
Feng Zishu, do you know the real name of that the past blows away? Chen Mo hesitated before asking Feng Zishu expressionlessly. I don't know the exact name. What's up? Ran out of cash after treating everyone to dinner last time? Trying to get Past Memories Gone with the Wind to sponsor you too, huh? But they only like girls, not guys. Feng Zishu asked Chen Mo with a smirk. Ha 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 ha. Everyone burst into laughter upon hearing Feng Zishu's remark.
Although Chen Mo had slightly altered their perceptions after treating everyone to a lavish meal at the Mingsheng Hotel last time, in their eyes he remained a penniless loser.
That wasn't something a single meal could change. When Chen Mo heard Feng Zishu's words, a flicker of disappointment crossed his eyes. He had intended to pry the name of the account thief out of Feng Zishu, then have Tianhao investigate. That way, he could recover his account, and Wenruwashi and the other streamers wouldn't be scammed. Unfortunately, Feng Zishu didn't know the hacker's name either. Relying solely on the clue that the hacker was a junior at Nanyang University, finding them would be next to impossible. After mocking Chen Mo for a while, the students in the classroom resumed discussing the topic of the past blowing away with the wind. However, they only talked about trivial matters, offering no information that could help Chen Mo identify the account thief. Naturally, no one noticed the unease creeping across Chen Mo's face. When Chen Mo had tipped Wenruwashi, he hadn't considered the possibility of account theft. After all, that account wasn't particularly important to him. But hearing Feng Zishu's words now, Chen Mo finally grasped the gravity of the situation. Perhaps the hacker wasn't targeting just one female streamer like Wenruwashi, it was highly likely they would prey on many more innocent girls next. On the seafood platform, while some female streamers broadcasted out of personal interest, the vast majority did it for money. The Past Memories account was practically a golden brand in the eyes of these streamers. If the hacker reached out to them, they would likely fulfill any request without hesitation. Who would have thought one account could cause so much trouble? Chen Mo sat there, sighing helplessly as he pondered how to resolve this situation. Ding dong. Just then, the class bell rang. The students who had gathered around Meng Liang and the others scattered back to their seats, waiting for class to begin. Meng Liang seemed to notice something off about Chen Mo's expression and couldn't help but ask softly, Chen Mo, why do you look so grim? Did everyone making fun of you earlier upset you? No. Chen Mo shook his head gently, offering no explanation. After all, even if he told Meng Liang what was troubling him, Meng Liang probably wouldn't believe him. Moments later, the teacher entered the classroom and began the lesson. Chen Mo had spent the entire previous night trying to figure out how to recover his account, so he hadn't gone to sleep until late. Combined with the fact that this was a math class, he inevitably felt sleepy. After listening for a while, he simply laid his head on the desk and fell asleep. When Chen Mo opened his eyes again, it was already time for afternoon dismissal. Chen Mo, wake up. We're heading to the bar outside school to drink. Wei Juchi is waiting for us outside campus. Meng Liang nudged him gently and whispered. All right. Chen Mo opened his eyes groggily and followed Meng Liang and Lu Rui out of the classroom. Chen Mo, you're buying today at the bar. Don't forget.
And when you see the girls, act generous. I already gave you the money, so just spend freely. Meng Liang continued to lead Chen Mo toward the school exit while quietly reminding him.
Yeah, I got it. Chen Mo nodded lightly at Meng Liang's words, saying nothing more.
As long as you handle yourself well today, Chen Mo, I think you'll have no trouble winning over Jieqi's roommate. After all, none of Jieqi's roommates are students at Nanyang University, so they don't really know much about you.
Lu Rui continued, watching Chen Mo. Lu Rui, what nonsense are you spouting? Meng Liang seemed displeased upon hearing Lu Rui's words and called out sharply. I didn't say anything. Lu Rui replied awkwardly. Even if they know about Chen Mo's situation, so what? Aside from being a bit poor, he doesn't have any other issues, right? And even if he is poor, Chen Mo won't stay poor forever. Meng Liang said, looking at Lu Rui. I was just speaking off the cuff. Why are you getting so worked up? Lu Rui seemed to realize his earlier remark had been a bit harsh and quickly tried to explain. You should really watch what you say in the future. Chen Mo only has the two of us as friends. If even you think that way about him, imagine what others might say? Meng Liang said sternly to Lu Rui. Liangzi, it's fine. Lu Rui was just joking with me earlier. I didn't take it to heart at all. Hearing Meng Liang's words to Lu Rui, Chen Mo felt even more touched. But he also knew Lu Rui had always been kind to him, and there had been no malice in his earlier remark. Yeah, I was just joking around. Chen Mo, please don't take it to heart. Lu Rui chimed in. Meng Liang glanced at Chen Mo and Lu Rui, said nothing more, and continued walking toward the school exit. A few minutes later, the three of them walked out of the school gates. Meng Liang. A girl in a white dress spotted Meng Liang and called out cheerfully. Chen Mo looked up in her direction, recognizing her as Wei Jieqi, the girl Meng Liang had been pursuing. Whether they were actually together or not, Chen Mo wasn't entirely sure. Wei Jieqi's looks were only average, but she knew how to dress herself well. Her clothes and accessories were all designer brands, so she still looked quite pretty. Wei Jieqi and Meng Liang were high school classmates. Now attending Nanyang Conservatory of Music, she often visited Nanyang University to hang out with Meng Liang when she didn't have classes, which is how she'd met Chen Mo a few times. Chen Mo didn't have a high opinion of Wei Jieqi. He knew she only came to Nanyang University to see Meng Liang when she was broke at the end of the month. When she had money at the beginning of the month, she'd never bother showing up. Frankly, Chen Mo felt Wei Jieqi was merely keeping Meng Liang as a backup option. Both Chen Mo and Lu Rui, as outsiders, could see this clearly. Yet Meng Liang himself remained oblivious. Neither Chen Mo nor Lu Rui felt comfortable laying it out plainly, so they simply turned a blind eye. Jieqi, you're here? Meng Liang greeted Wei Jieqi with obvious delight upon seeing her. Yeah, why did you take so long today? I've been waiting here for over an hour. Wei Jieqi pouted playfully. I rushed over right after class ended. Meng Liang hurriedly explained, worried Wei Jieqi might be upset. Alright then. Since you had class, I won't hold it against you. Wei Jieqi replied indifferently before continuing, let's hurry to the bar. My friends should all be there by now. We don't want to keep them waiting too long. Alright. Meng Liang nodded and started walking briskly toward the bar near the school. But after taking just a few steps, Wei Jieqi suddenly turned her head toward Chen Mo's position, her expression filled with disgust. Meng Liang, why is that ragpicker still following us? Tell him to leave right now. What if my roommate sees him? I don't want them knowing I know some penniless ragpicker. Meng Liang froze upon hearing Wei Jieqi's words, his face turning deeply awkward. Chapter 44, Parting on Bad Terms. No one expected Wei Jieqi to speak so bluntly. Her words instantly made Meng Liang, Lu Rui, and Chen Mo all look extremely awkward. Wei Jieqi, how could you speak like that? Lu Rui shouted at Wei Jieqi, his expression flushing with irritation. What I say is none of your business. Isn't this guy just a junk collector? I'm going to the bar with Meng Liang to meet my friends. What's wrong with me not wanting to bring him along? Wei Jieqi retorted with a pout and an arrogant expression. You? Lu Rui was momentarily speechless at Wei Jieqi's retort. After a brief hesitation, he grabbed Chen Mo's arm and whispered, Chen Mo, let's get out of here. Yeah. Chen Mo wasn't particularly interested in going to the bar to drink in the first place. Seeing that Wei Jieqi didn't seem to welcome him either, he also felt like leaving. Chen Mo, Lu Rui, you two wait a minute. Meng Liang saw Chen Mo about to leave and quickly reached out to stop him. After all, he'd gathered everyone today specifically to set Chen Mo up with a girlfriend. If Chen Mo left now, what kind of situation would that create? Liangzi, what was Wei Jieqi saying just now? If she looks down on Chen Mo like that, why should we even bother going to the bar with you guys? Lu Rui shouted at Meng Liang, clearly agitated. Meng Liang's face twisted with helplessness at Lu Rui's words. He murmured softly, Jieqi didn't mean anything by it. Don't take it to heart. Can't you just do me this one favor? Lu Rui looked at Meng Liang, a flicker of hesitation in his eyes. After all, Meng Liang had invited them today. Even if they didn't want to give Wei Zheqi face, they had to give Meng Liang some, right? Meng Liang, that guy's just a junk collector. Why did you bring him along? It's embarrassing.
Just then, Wei Zheqi crossed her arms and sneered coldly.
Zheqi, could you please keep your mouth shut? Meng Liang shouted with an expression of utter helplessness.
He then walked straight over to Wei Zheqi, grabbed her arm, and said, Zheqi, come with me for a moment.
I need to talk to you. What do you want to talk about?
There's no way I'm going to a bar with that junk collector today.
If my friends find out, they'll laugh at me. Wei Zheqi shouted at Meng Liang, clearly displeased. Today Chen Mo invited us to the bar for drinks. If he doesn't show up, who's picking up the tab? Meng Liang asked with a resigned tone. He invited us to drink at the bar?
Wei Zheqi's eyes widened in surprise at Meng Liang's words. She looked puzzled and said, how could a broke guy like him afford to treat us to drinks at a bar?
And didn't you say earlier you wanted to introduce my roommate to your friend? You're not talking about Chen Mo, are you? Yep, Chen Mo. Meng Liang nodded. Meng Liang, have you lost your mind? Chen Mo is just a scrap collector. How could my friend possibly be interested in him? You better send him back right now. Stop embarrassing yourselves, okay?
Wei Zheqi's tone rose sharply upon learning Meng Liang intended to introduce her roommate to Chen Mo. Passing students turned their heads toward Wei Zheqi and Meng Liang's group. Moreover, Wei Zheqi had spoken so loudly just now, completely disregarding Chen Mo's feelings.
Zheqi, could you keep your voice down? Chen Mo is my best friend.
He just went through a breakup recently, and I'm just trying to comfort him.
What's wrong with that? Meng Liang gritted his teeth and whispered to Wei Zheqi. Meng Liang, why would you even be friends with a broke guy like Chen Mo? Wei Zheqi asked, utterly baffled. Wei Zheqi, aren't you being a bit too much today? At that moment, Lu Rui finally couldn't hold back. She glared at Wei Zheqi and shouted. How am I being too much? What I said earlier is the truth, isn't it? Anyway, I don't care. If Chen Mo was going to the bar today, I'm not going. And I'm definitely not introducing my roommate to someone like Chen Mo. Wei Zheqi said arrogantly, crossing her arms. Liangzi, you guys go ahead. I'm not going.
Chen Mo, who had been standing quietly to the side, finally spoke up.
Chen Mo, don't leave.
Meng Liang hurriedly reached out to stop Chen Mo, then turned to Wei Zheqi with a blank expression.
Zheqi, if you don't want to bring Chen Mo to the bar, then you can go back now.
Wei Zheqi froze in place upon hearing Meng Liang's words, her expression utterly incredulous.
Meng Liang, what did you just say to me? Wei Zheqi asked Meng Liang, her eyes filled with disbelief. I said if you don't want to take Chen Mo, then you can leave. Anyway, Chen Mo is treating us to drinks tonight. If he's not going, then I'm not going either.
Meng Liang gritted his teeth and repeated in a low voice.
Meng Liang, have you lost your mind? You're actually kicking me out over some scrap collector? Wei Zheqi couldn't believe the words that had just come out of Meng Liang's mouth. Wei Zheqi, I've told you several times already. Chen Mo is my best friend, not some scrap collector. It's true I like you, but that doesn't mean you can keep humiliating my friend like this.
If you think none of us are worthy of drinking with you, then just leave.
Meng Liang, who had been silently enduring all along, finally erupted, shouting at Wei Zheqi in a low voice. You're kicking me out? Fine, Meng Liang. I'll leave. Like I'm afraid of you? Wei Zheqi yelled before turning and walking away. Seeing Wei Zheqi actually leave, Chen Mo felt a pang of guilt.
He stepped forward and whispered to Meng Liang, Liangzi, you really didn't have to do that.
I wasn't that keen on going to the bar anyway. Even if we went, the girls there probably wouldn't be interested in me. Why don't you just chase Wei Zheqi back? She went way too far with what she said today. Let her reflect on her own actions. Meng Liang replied in a low voice. Chen Mo stood frozen, unsure what to say. After all, no one had expected things to escalate like this today. Forget it. Don't let me ruin your fun. I won't go to the bar. You two go ahead.
Chen Mo's mind was preoccupied with Wen Ruoshi's meeting with the hacker. Wei Zheqi's departure provided the perfect excuse for him to skip the bar. After saying this, he turned to leave. Wei Zheqi's gone, but that doesn't mean we can't drink. There are plenty of girls at the bar, I'll introduce you to a few. Lu Rui quickly grabbed Chen Mo's arm. Meanwhile, Wei Zheqi had barely walked 50 meters when her phone suddenly rang. She hesitated, pulled out her phone, and answered. Lulu, what's up? Zheqi, where are you? Ermi and I are already at the Sun Never Sets bar near Nanyang University. Didn't you say you'd introduce us to some handsome guys? Why haven't you shown up yet? The girl on the other end asked cheerfully. What handsome guy? He's just a stinky junk collector. How could Ermi possibly be interested in someone like him? Wei Zheqi couldn't help but mutter under her breath upon hearing her roommate's words. Chapter 45, Self-Awareness. Scavenger? What kind of scavenger? Lulu, Wei Zheqi's roommate, asked in utter confusion upon hearing her words. Nothing. Today's plans are cancelled. Let's head back to the dorm. Wei Zheqi, still stung by Meng Liang's earlier words, replied with a pout. What? The plans are cancelled?
The girl across from her gasped in surprise before continuing, Juchi, are you kidding me? Ermi and I already reserved the booth and ordered drinks. If you guys don't come now, who's going to pay the bill? You ordered drinks already? Wei Juchi asked, momentarily stunned. Yeah, didn't you tell us to? You said a rich kid would be coming your suitor and if we got there first, we should just order something. Then the rich kid would pay when he arrived. Lei said with a resigned tone. Wei Juchi had indeed made that suggestion before coming to impress her roommates about how wonderful Meng Liang was to her. But she never imagined Meng Liang would actually get angry with her over some Chen Mo. So her plan to have Meng Liang foot the bill had fallen through. So how much did you spend on drinks? Wei Juchi asked. Not much. The minimum charge for the lounge area is 2,000, so we just ordered 2,000 worth of drinks. Lulu replied slowly. Hearing this, Wei Juchi was speechless once more. She had assumed that if her roommate hadn't ordered much, she could simply pay the bill herself. But she never imagined her roommate would rack up over 2,000 yuan in charges. At most, she could scrape together 700 or 800 yuan on her person, nowhere near enough to cover the bill. Juchi, you're not pulling our leg, are you? Lulu asked softly when Wei Juchi didn't respond. Why would I play a trick on you two? I'll be right over with someone. You two just wait here. Wei Juchi replied in a low voice before hanging up immediately. After hanging up, Wei Juchi turned to look at Chen Mo and Meng Liang's table, her expression conflicted. Still, she walked over to them. Her two roommates were still inside the bar. If she didn't bring people over now, how could she face them later? So even though Wei Juchi deeply disliked Chen Mo, she had no choice but to reluctantly accept bringing him to the bar. Juchi, why are you back already? Meng Liang asked with a puzzled look when he saw Wei Juchi return. I've agreed to bring Chen Mo to the bar. Let's go. Wei Juchi said to Meng Liang with obvious reluctance. Meng Liang froze upon hearing her words, then smiled as he replied, Juchi, I knew you'd be the most understanding. I only agreed to take him because he's your friend. Otherwise, I wouldn't want to hang out with someone like him at a bar. Wei Juchi gave Chen Mo a once-over and pouted. Meng Liang thought Wei Juchi had changed her mind and beamed at Chen Mo and Lu Rui. Great. Lu Rui, Chen Mo, let's hurry to the bar. Meng Liang didn't grasp Wei Juchi's meaning, but that didn't mean Lu Rui and Chen Mo were clueless. They knew Wei Juchi's change of heart wasn't as simple as it seemed. Lu Rui stepped forward and confronted her. If you don't let Chen Mo go, he won't go. But now that you're letting him go, we have to go with you. Who do you think you are? Lu Rui, what do you mean by that? Wei Juchi glared at him with her big, watery eyes. Chen Mo and I can go, but I have one demand. Lu Rui said slowly. What condition? Wei Juchi frowned. If you treat us to dinner today, the three of us will go. If you don't, we're not going. Lu Rui had figured out that Wei Juchi's sudden change of heart was purely because she needed someone to foot the bill. He intended to use this opportunity to teach her a lesson. Upon hearing Lu Rui's words, Wei Juchi froze instantly, her expression shifting to one of awkwardness. Lu Rui, aren't you being a bit much? Juchi's just a girl, where's she supposed to get the money to buy us drinks? Besides, when a group of us goes out, it's not right to make the girls pay. Meng Liang felt Wei Juchi had already shown considerable grace by agreeing to bring Chen Mo along. For Lu Rui to now demand she foot the bill was downright unreasonable. Why can't a girl treat us? Every time we go out, it's always the two of us footing the bill. Wei Juchi hasn't spent a single penny. What's wrong with letting her pay this time? Lu Rui shot back bluntly. Previously, because of Meng Liang, Lu Rui had often treated the two of them to meals. After all, Lu Rui came from a fairly well-off family, and since Meng Liang had been pursuing Wei Juchi all along, Lu Rui felt it was only right to spend a little money for his brother. But after today's incident, Lu Rui felt deeply unsettled. Lu Rui, how can a grown man be so petty? Wei Juchi snapped at Lu Rui, clearly annoyed. I'm not being petty. If you want me to go back, shouldn't you show some sincerity? You said such harsh things to Chen Mo earlier. Now, asking you to treat us isn't unreasonable, is it? If you can't afford it, that's fine too. Just apologize for what you said to Chen Mo, and we'll consider this settled. Lu Rui seemed determined to settle this score with Wei Juchi today, his tone unwavering. Lu Rui, you. Wei Juchi looked at Lu Rui, her expression filled with helplessness. Apologizing to someone like Chen Mo was something Wei Juchi absolutely couldn't bring herself to do. But if she had to treat him to a meal, she simply didn't have the money. So now, Lu Rui's words had left Wei Juchi feeling utterly at a loss. I'll treat everyone to drinks today. What Wei Juchi said earlier probably wasn't intentional either. Otherwise, I think we should just forget about it. Just then, Chen Mo suddenly spoke up. Upon hearing this, Wei Juchi immediately looked up toward Chen Mo's seat, her expression utterly astonished. She never imagined Chen Mo would speak up for her at this moment. But in truth, Chen Mo simply didn't want to waste any more time here. He wanted to finish drinking with Meng Liang and the others as soon as possible, then head home to check on Wen Ruoshi's situation. Upon hearing Chen Mo's words, Lu Rui felt awkward continuing to pressure Wei Juchi and could only stride toward the bar area.
Meng Liang, however, was deeply grateful that Chen Mo hadn't taken Wei Jieqi's words to heart. After all, if the conversation had continued, Meng Liang would have found himself in an extremely awkward position caught in the middle.
A few minutes later, the group arrived at the Sun Never Sets bar near Nanyang University. The Sun Never Sets bar was quite large for the Nanyang University area.
Having opened recently, its interior was still very new, making it a popular hangout spot for students. But just as Chen Mo and the others were about to enter, Wei Jieqi suddenly stopped. Taking advantage of Lu Rui and Meng Liang not paying attention, she turned abruptly to Chen Mo and snapped, "Chen Mo, when you see my friends later, don't tell them you're a junk collector. I don't want them to know I know someone like you. Got it?" Wei Jieqi seemed to have forgotten that Chen Mo had just saved her face moments ago, her tone sharp and unapologetic. "Got it." Chen Mo had no desire to waste words with Wei Jieqi and replied indifferently. "Oh, and don't get any ideas about my friends. They wouldn't be interested in a broke guy like you. You'd better know your place." Wei Jieqi continued, staring at Chen Mo. Chen Mo froze upon hearing her words, then stopped abruptly. His expression remained impassive as he stated, "Wei Jieqi, if it weren't for Meng Liang, I wouldn't have come to meet your friend in the first place. Besides, I already have a fiancée. I have no interest in your friend, so your worries are unnecessary." "You have a fiancée? How can you be such a liar? Who would ever want a penniless beggar like you?" Wei Jieqi rolled her eyes at Chen Mo, her tone dripping with contempt. Chen Mo ignored Wei Jieqi and walked straight into the bar. Since Meng Liang and Lu Rui had entered the bar first, they hadn't overheard the exchange between Chen Mo and Wei Jieqi. Chapter 46, Wei Jieqi's Best Friend. Chen Mo, Meng Liang, Lu Rui, Wei Jieqi, and the others entered the Sun Never Sets bar one after another. Though it was only just past 6 in the evening, the bar was already bustling with noise, and a large portion of the crowd were students from Nanyang University. Fashionably dressed men and women moved wildly to the pulsing music on the dance floor, unleashing their youthful energy. It was Chen Mo's first time at this bar, and he was immediately stunned by the scene inside. Seeing Chen Mo's wide-eyed expression, Wei Jieqi couldn't help but flash a look of utter disdain. However, with Meng Liang and Lu Rui still by Chen Mo's side, she held her tongue. "Jieqi, I'm over here." At that moment, a heavily made-up girl wearing earrings, a low-cut sexy t-shirt, black high heels, and black stockings waved at Wei Jieqi from a short distance away. Though her attire was undeniably provocative, her looks were merely average, perhaps even less attractive than Wei Jieqi's. Yet her figure was stunning, long, slender legs and an exceptionally ample bust that far exceeded what most college girls possessed. "I'll be right over." Wei Jieqi turned her head and replied softly, then addressed Meng Liang and the others, "That's my roommate and best friend, Li Lele. Let's go over there." "All right." Meng Liang nodded eagerly. Wei Jieqi cast a faint glance at Chen Mo and murmured, "Chen Mo, when you see my roommate, don't blurt out anything. Don't expose your true nature as a penniless bum. Jieqi, could you please keep your mouth shut?" Meng Liang couldn't help but frown and scolded. "I mean, no offense. Didn't you want to introduce Chen Mo to my friends? If they found out he's a junk collector, they'd probably turn tail and run. I'm just giving him a friendly heads up." Wei Jieqi explained indifferently before wiggling her hips and striding toward the sofa area. Seconds later, the group arrived at the sofa area Li Lele had reserved earlier, where they casually introduced themselves to each other. Though Li Lele wasn't particularly attractive, her sexy, provocative style meant she never lacked for boyfriends. She knew Meng Liang had always liked Wei Jieqi. Lu Rui came from a decent family but was rather plain-looking. Chen Mo was actually quite handsome, but his shabby appearance left Li Lele unimpressed. Li Lele had expected Wei Jieqi to bring along some decent rich kids, but instead she showed up with the likes of Chen Mo and Lu Rui. Li Lele promptly lost interest, sitting alone on the sofa and playing with her phone. Chen Mo, Meng Liang, Lu Rui, Wei Jieqi, and the others each found a seat. "Lele, where's Ermiai? Didn't she come with you?" Wei Jieqi asked softly after sitting down. "Ermiai just went to the bathroom." Li Lele replied absent-mindedly while scrolling through her phone, searching for handsome guys nearby. Since Chen Mo and Lu Rui couldn't satisfy her desires, Li Lele wasn't about to let her trip to Nanyang University go to waste. She planned to pick up some random hottie at the bar for a chat. "Then let's wait. Ermiai should be back soon," Wei Jieqi said indifferently. But no sooner had Wei Jieqi finished speaking than they spotted a stunningly dressed girl gliding toward their table in high heels. "Ermiai's here," Wei Jieqi called out upon seeing the girl, then rose to greet her. Moments later, Wei Jieqi returned to the group with the beautiful girl in tow. "Let me introduce you all. This is Miss Mingmei, the renowned beauty of Nanyang Conservatory of Music," Wei Jieqi happily announced, tugging on the arm of the stunning girl beside her. Upon hearing this, Chen Mo couldn't help but glance at the girl beside Wei Jieqi. It had to be said, Mingmei's appearance was far more exquisite and refined than Wei Jieqi or Li Lele. She gave off an aura of pure, aloof elegance, with both her figure and features qualifying as top tier. Mingmei wore a black off-the-shoulder bodycon mini dress that hugged her slender frame perfectly, tracing a mesmerizing curve. Her legs were long, fair, and slender, straight as arrows, adorned with a pair of white high-heeled sandals.
Mingmei, these three are my friends Meng Liang, Lu Rui, and Chen Mo. Wei Juchi turned to introduce Chen Mo and the others. Hello? Mingmei greeted them softly. Hello, beautiful. Meng Liang flashed a toothy grin at Mingmei before continuing, now that everyone's here, let's cut the formalities. Order whatever you want Chen Mo's treating today. Li Lei couldn't help but turn and glance at Chen Mo again upon hearing Meng Liang's words. A hint of surprise flashed in her eyes. She had assumed Chen Mo, dressed so plainly, was just an ordinary student. She hadn't expected that this time, when they came to the bar, it was actually Chen Mo who was treating them. Her perception of him shifted instantly. Maybe he was just a low-key rich kid after all. Li Lei hesitated, intending to move closer to Chen Mo and have a proper chat with him. But before she could even stand up, Meng Liang abruptly pulled Mingmei over to Chen Mo's side and said cheerfully, Mingmei, you sit here. Mingmei froze at Meng Liang's words but ultimately chose to sit beside Chen Mo. Although Chen Mo's attire did look a bit shabby, she noticed he was quite handsome. Moreover, since Chen Mo was the one treating everyone today, it suggested his financial situation was actually quite decent. Naturally, she didn't refuse. Li Lei watched this unfold with a hint of displeasure but felt awkward about saying anything. She could only sit alone where she was. Wei Juchi, of course, wouldn't expose Chen Mo's true identity. Besides, knowing Mingmei as she did, she was certain Mingmei wouldn't develop feelings for Chen Mo. Thus, she tacitly accepted Meng Liang's attempt to pair the two together. After everyone took their seats, they began drinking and chatting. Though Mingmei appeared somewhat aloof, she wasn't particularly introverted and actively engaged Chen Mo in conversation. But after all, this was their first meeting. Mingmei certainly wouldn't develop any feelings for Chen Mo right away. Still, her impression of him was favorable enough they could easily be friends. Seeing her take the initiative with such warmth, Chen Mo couldn't very well keep a stiff upper lip. He responded with equal enthusiasm. Just as Chen Mo and Mingmei were deep in lively conversation, a group of people walked into the Sun Never Sets bar. Leading the way was none other than Li Kai, who had suffered several humiliating defeats at Chen Mo's hands recently. Following behind him were Gao Feifei, Lu Di, Su Jiao, and several other classmates from their grade. Chapter 47, Starting as Friends? Inside the Sun Never Sets bar. Li Kai led Gao Feifei, Lu Di, Su Jiao, and the others into the bar, casually plopping down at a sofa booth with a minimum charge of over 2,000 yuan. Brother Kai, that guy across the room looks kinda familiar to me. Just then, Zhang Meng, sitting beside Li Kai, spotted Chen Mo not far away. Isn't that Chen Mo? What's he doing here? Su Jiao also spotted Chen Mo chatting with Mingmei, a hint of confusion flickering in her beautiful eyes. Never thought that penniless kid Chen Mo could afford to hang out here. And he's even got a booth just like ours. What's gotten into him lately? It's like he's suddenly become a different person. Zhang Meng muttered with a sneer. When Li Kai overheard Zhang Meng's remark, it struck an unpleasant chord within him. After all, he brought his crew to the Sun Never Sets bar and booked a sofa booth with a minimum spend of 2,000. Li Kai felt he'd already saved face, but he never imagined Chen Mo would also book a sofa booth. This made Li Kai feel rather embarrassed. Meanwhile, Gao Feifei narrowed her eyes, watching Mingmei chatting animatedly with Chen Mo. Mingmei's attire, appearance, and aura completely overshadowed Gao Feifei, which also made Gao Feifei feel extremely uncomfortable. She had only broken up with Chen Mo a few days ago, yet he was already at the bar dating a girl even prettier than her. This scene ignited Gao Feifei's jealousy completely. Chen Mo must be on a date with that girl. Just then, Lu Di suddenly spoke up. Lu Di, stop joking around. What kind of person is Chen Mo? Everyone at Nanyang University knows him. Besides Feifei, who was a bit foolish before, what other girl would date someone like him? Su Jiao replied nonchalantly, seemingly having completely forgotten how Chen Mo had rescued her from Wei Xiaola earlier. Lu Di glanced toward Chen Mo's seat, hesitated, and remained silent. After all, she hadn't told anyone else about the hotel room incident. And after that experience, Lu Di could clearly sense that Chen Mo was far from the simple person they all thought he was. Girls from Nanyang University definitely wouldn't date Chen Mo, but what if the girl across from us isn't from Nanyang University? Just then, Li Kai spoke up slowly. Everyone froze upon hearing Li Kai's words, then instantly caught on. This Chen Mo must be pretending to be a rich kid to pick up girls here because that girl doesn't know his real situation. Zhang Meng quickly interjected. Li Kai couldn't help but let out a cold laugh. Truthfully, he'd been hunting for an opportunity to get back at Chen Mo lately, but hadn't found one. Now that the moment had finally arrived, how could Li Kai possibly let Chen Mo off the hook? Brother Kai, should I go expose Chen Mo's true colors right now? Zhang Meng asked Li Kai excitedly. No rush. Let's wait a bit longer. I want to slap him hard right when he's about to get what he wants. That'll be much more satisfying. Li Kai grinned with a sinister look. The others understood his meaning without needing to be told. Meanwhile, after their brief interaction, Mingmei found Chen Mo to have a genuinely good personality and decent looks. Most importantly, she sensed he wasn't the smooth-talking type like other guys.
This reliability earned him extra points in her estimation. While Mingmei wouldn't fall for Chen Mo just from casual conversation, at the very least, she no longer felt averse to interacting with him.
Throughout their conversation, a faint smile lingered on Mingmei's face. Chen Mo, too, had formed a very favorable impression of Mingmei. Yet he wondered if she would still speak to him with the same attitude once she discovered he was penniless. Lu Rui and Meng Liang were delighted to see Chen Mo and Mingmei getting along reasonably well. But Wei Juchi couldn't feel happy at all. She never imagined Mingmei would show not a hint of disgust toward Chen Mo. She kept wavering about whether to reveal his true identity to Mingmei once they returned to the dorm. While Wei Juchi didn't want others to know she had a friend like Chen Mo, she couldn't bear to watch her best friend get deceived by such a penniless scoundrel. Mingmei, I heard you've never had a boyfriend, right? Just then, Meng Liang suddenly asked her with a cheerful smile.
Mingmei froze at Meng Liang's words before softly replying, yeah, I just haven't met the right person yet, so I haven't dated anyone. But you're so pretty, surely lots of guys chase after you. Meng Liang grinned, baring his teeth, and continued looking at Mingmei.
So, Chen Mo is my best buddy. I know his character well.
He just broke up with his ex-girlfriend recently.
Why don't you two give it a shot? Meng Liang, what are you saying? Mingmei and Chen Mo just met today.
They barely know each other.
What do you mean give it a try? Wei Juchi shouted in displeasure upon hearing Meng Liang's words.
Meng Liang turned to Wei Juchi's seat, a hint of helplessness flashing in his eyes. He hadn't expected her to throw a wrench in his plans at this moment. I also think since Chen Mo and I just met, we should start as friends.
Mingmei hesitated before speaking softly. That's right. Since today is your first meeting, it's best to start as friends. Meng Liang grinned, baring his teeth, then nudged Chen Mo with his elbow. Chen Mo, what are you waiting for? Quickly add Mingmei on WeChat.
Then you two can hang out more when you have free time.
Hearing Meng Liang's words, Mingmei seemed to have the same thought about adding Chen Mo.
With an elegant motion, she pulled her phone from her designer handbag and opened WeChat. Chen Mo looked at Mingmei, hesitated for a moment, then instinctively pulled out his own phone.
Truthfully, Chen Mo had formed a rather favorable impression of Mingmei. After all, she surpassed Gao Feifei in every aspect: figure, looks, even personality. While she couldn't compare to goddess-level women like Su Mubai seemed utterly disinterested in him anyway. Chen Mo wasn't about to put all his eggs in one basket, so he pulled out his phone to add Mingmei. After adding Mingmei, Chen Mo planned to immediately tell her he was broke and gauge her reaction. If Mingmei still didn't look down on him, he wouldn't mind giving things a shot with her. But if she turned her back on him outright, he wouldn't waste his time on someone like that. Oh my, I wonder who this could be. Why, it's Chen Mo.
But just as Chen Mo was about to add Mingmei, a girl suddenly stepped in front of him and called out in a sarcastic tone.
Chapter 48, they were all telling the truth. Chen Mo, who had been about to add Mingmei on WeChat, froze upon hearing the girl's words. He abruptly looked up behind him. He realized the speaker was none other than his ex-girlfriend, Gao Feifei. Standing behind her were Li Kai, Lu Di, Su Jiao, and others. Gao Feifei, what are you doing here? Meng Liang instantly sensed something was off upon seeing Gao Feifei and stepped forward to shout. Meng Liang, what do you mean by that? This bar isn't your family's business. If you can come here to have fun, why can't we? Gao Feifei retorted with a slight pout. This bar isn't mine, but this booth is ours. We don't want you here right now. Please leave immediately. Meng Liang knew Gao Feifei's appearance at this moment must have a purpose, so he wanted to get rid of her as quickly as possible. Meng Liang, we're classmates. You wouldn't do this, would you? Just then, Li Kai spoke up with a sly grin. Yeah, you're in such a rush to kick us out, could it be because you're hiding something? Su Jiao chimed in. Mingmei, Wei Juchi, and Li Lei, the three girls, looked puzzled at the sudden arrival of Gao Feifei and the others. They still didn't know about Gao Feifei's relationship with Chen Mo. Guilty? What am I guilty of?
Meng Liang froze for a moment, frowning as he retorted softly.
Exactly. What do we have to feel guilty about? Lu Rui chimed in.
Only Chen Mo stood rooted to the spot, staring at Gao Feifei, Lu Di, and the others.
The moment Gao Feifei appeared, Chen Mo had already guessed what they were up to. You're nervous because I exposed Chen Mo's true colors, messing up your scheme, right?
Gao Feifei shot Meng Liang a cold sneer before striding over to Mingmei in her high heels.
She eyed Mingmei up and down and asked with a smile, you're not a student at Nanyang University, are you? No.
Uncertain of Gao Feifei's intentions, Mingmei simply shook her head.
Exactly. Gao Feifei chuckled before continuing, let me introduce myself first. I'm Gao Feifei, Chen Mo's ex-girlfriend. Hearing this, Mingmei couldn't help but glance toward Chen Mo's seat.
She wasn't particularly surprised, since Meng Liang had already mentioned that Chen Mo and his girlfriend had just broken up.
What do you want? Mingmei asked, looking at Gao Feifei. Nothing much, really. I just wanted to tell you something about Chen Mo.
I'm worried a beautiful girl like you might get deceived by someone like him.
Gao Feifei said slowly. Gao Feifei, you're not welcome here. Please leave immediately.
Meng Liang's expression grew even more agitated upon learning Gao Feifei's purpose, and he shouted at the top of his lungs. Leave? Why should I leave? I haven't finished speaking yet. Gao Feifei sneered coldly, then turned to glance at Chen Mo. She murmured softly, you girls aren't students at Nanyang University, so you might not know much about Chen Mo. But I know him very well. This Chen Mo is notorious on campus for being dirt poor, like, extremely poor. He's been wearing the same clothes for nearly 2 years without changing them. Plus, he's always survived by scavenging trash on campus. I broke up with him back then precisely because he was so poor. Upon hearing Gao Feifei's words, Mingmei froze in place, staring at Chen Mo's seat with utter disbelief. While Chen Mo's attire did look shabby to Mingmei, she never imagined he actually survived by scavenging trash on campus. If that were true, how could he afford to treat everyone to drinks at the bar? Li Leilei's face was even more shocked. She hadn't imagined Chen Mo could be this poor either. She felt a secret sense of relief that she hadn't gone to flirt with him herself. Otherwise, she might be the one getting played right now. You might find it hard to believe what I'm saying now, but if you don't, that's fine. Just ask anyone at Nanyang University, they should all know Chen Mo. Gao Feifei continued after Ming Mei remained silent. I can vouch for that too. Yes, I can vouch for it too. At that moment, a significant portion of the bar patrons were Nanyang University students. Upon hearing Gao Feifei's words, they stepped forward one after another to corroborate her story. After all, Chen Mo was quite famous at Nanyang University, and many students knew him. Meng Liang and Lu Rui stood frozen in place, utterly dumbfounded. They had no idea how to refute Gao Feifei's claims. Every word she spoke was undeniably true. It was true that Chen Mo had no money. It was true that he scavenged trash. If I'm not mistaken, Chen Mo probably never told you any of this, right? And isn't he still pretending to be a rich kid here? Gao Feifei continued, looking at Ming Mei. He wasn't pretending to be a rich kid, he just wanted to buy me a drink. Ming Mei murmured softly, biting her red lips. Exactly. He probably had the money to buy you drinks, but only because he won 100,000 yuan on the lottery a few days ago. Gao Feifei sneered. Exactly. After winning, Chen Mo took the money straight to treat our whole class to dinner at the Mingsheng Grand Hotel. He seemed to be trying to play the rich kid, but honestly, in our eyes, he's just a little cutie. He won the lottery and spent it all on treating us to dinner, without even buying himself a decent outfit. It's ridiculous. Su Jiao chimed in. Standing nearby, Lu Di hesitated before stepping forward to shout, that's right. Chen Mo even tried to blackmail me with 40,000 yuan to get me to go to a hotel with him. I flat out refused him. Doesn't he know what he looks like? Thinking he could get me to sleep with him? What a toad trying to eat swan meat. Chen Mo had remained completely unresponsive to everything Gao Feifei and Su Jiao had said earlier. But the moment he heard Gao Feifei's words, he couldn't help but lift his head and glance at her. Still, he didn't bother to refute her. He just sat there expressionless. It seemed as though Chen Mo had silently acknowledged everything Gao Feifei and Su Jiao had said. Ming Mei's expression was uncomfortably awkward. Having always been proud and aloof, she had never accepted any boy's advances. Today, out of sheer boredom, she'd developed a passing interest in Chen Mo, but she never imagined he'd turn out to be this kind of person. If word of this reached her school, Ming Mei risked becoming the laughingstock of the entire student body. After a moment's hesitation, Ming Mei turned her head directly toward Chen Mo's seat. Staring at him with her large, watery eyes, she demanded, Chen Mo, is everything those girls just said about you true? Chen Mo sat motionless, neither speaking nor refuting anything. I'm asking you. Is what they said actually true? Ming Mei continued to call out at Chen Mo. Yeah, Chen Mo, say something. Meng Liang also shouted impatiently. Chen Mo took a deep breath, then said expressionlessly, yes, everything they said is true. Chapter 49, My Fiancée is Su Mubai. Upon hearing Chen Mo personally confirm that everything Gao Feifei and the others had said was true, Ming Mei froze in place, her expression growing even more incredulous. Wei Zheqi's face was equally grim, for she had no idea how to explain this situation to Ming Mei. Alright, since Chen Mo has admitted to all this himself, I won't say more. You lot can handle the rest yourselves. Gao Feifei shot Chen Mo a smug smile before turning on her heel and walking away without a second thought. Now Gao Feifei could sit back and enjoy the show. Humiliating Chen Mo in front of the girl he liked would greatly satisfy her desire for revenge. Ming Mei stared at Chen Mo before her face twisted with fury. After a few seconds of hesitation, she bit her lip and whispered, Chen Mo, you're utterly disgusting. If you don't have money, why pretend to be a rich kid? Can't you just stick to picking up trash? Hearing Ming Mei's words, Chen Mo couldn't help but glance up at her, remaining silent. Originally, Chen Mo had planned to add Ming Mei on WeChat himself to explain his situation and gauge her reaction. But now, he didn't need to lift a finger. Gao Feifei had already done the probing for him. This is just my luck. Ming Mei exclaimed, her face flushed with anger. She grabbed her bag and turned to leave. Mei, what are you doing? Don't go. It's not what you think. Wei Zheqi saw Ming Mei actually trying to leave and quickly grabbed her arm.
Wei Jiechi, we've known each other this long, don't you know my temperament? I could tolerate you setting me up with a garbage collector, but you actually colluded with him to deceive me? Consider me never having met you in this lifetime. Mingmei shouted coldly before stomping out of the bar in her high heels. Jiechi, this is really going too far. Even if you'd introduced Ermiai to just any ordinary person, she wouldn't be this furious. But you went and introduced her to someone like Chen Mo? Seriously?
Li Lei shook her head helplessly, murmuring a soft sigh before hurrying after Mingmei to leave the bar together.
Not far away, Gao Feifei and the others watched Mingmei and Li Lei leave the bar.
A smug smile spread across their faces as they began drinking and celebrating.
Chen Mo stared at Gao Feifei's smug expression, utterly baffled. He had clearly broken up with her. During their relationship, he had treated her well. Why was she now making life difficult for him at every turn?
Meng Liang, I told you not to bring this guy to the bar.
How could Mingmei possibly be with a garbage collector?
You wouldn't listen to me and insisted on bringing Chen Mo in.
Are you satisfied with how things turned out now?
Wei Jiechi shouted at Meng Liang, her expression filled with agitation.
Meng Liang sat on the sofa with a helpless expression. He never imagined things would turn out like this. And you're
nothing but a filthy beggar scavenging for scraps.
Why are you trying to act like some rich kid picking up girls? What the hell is wrong with you? Wei Jiechi turned to confront Chen Mo. You're the one who made me come here. I told you I didn't want to. Chen Mo replied expressionlessly.
Wei Jiechi was instantly speechless at Chen Mo's retort.
After a moment's hesitation, she muttered under her breath, I never want to see you again in my life. You're just too annoying. With that, Wei Jiechi turned and walked away. After the girls departed, only Chen Mo, Meng Liang, and Lu Rui remained in the booth. Lu Rui hesitated for a moment before walking up to Chen Mo with a smile and offering comfort. Chen Mo, don't be too upset. It's just one girl, right? If this one doesn't work out, we can find another. In a couple of days, I'll introduce you to someone even prettier than Mingmei. Yeah, Chen Mo, I'm really sorry. I never thought things would turn out like this today. If I'd known, I wouldn't have let Mingmei and the others come over. Meng Liang quickly chimed in. It's all Gao Feifei and Ludi's fault. We're classmates, after all. Why act like this? Even a day as husband and wife creates 100 days of affection. Lu Rui glared toward Gao Feifei's group, his expression heated. Actually, you two don't need to set me up with anyone. I already have a fiancée. Just then, Chen Mo suddenly spoke up. What? Chen Mo, you have a fiancée now? Meng Liang exclaimed in disbelief. Yeah. Chen Mo nodded lightly. Are you serious? What's your fiancée's name? Is she from Nanyang University? Lu Rui asked curiously. My fiancée's name is Su Mubai. To stop Meng Liang and Lu Rui from continuing to worry about his love life, Chen Mo had no choice but to reveal that he and Su Mubai were engaged. Su Mubai? Upon hearing the name, Lu Rui froze in place, his expression one of utter astonishment. Meng Liang beside him reacted the same way. You two know Su Mubai? Seeing their reactions, Chen Mo couldn't help but ask softly. I do know a woman named Su Mubai in Nanyang City. She's the daughter of the chairman of the Su Group here. I don't know if the Su Mubai you're talking about is the same one I know. Meng Liang hesitated before speaking slowly. Liangzi, have you lost your mind? If Chen Mo's fiancée really were the daughter of the chairman of the Su Group, how could he possibly be drinking with us here? His fiancée must just have the same name as that Su Mubai. Lu Rui quickly interjected. You're right, it must be a coincidence. Meng Liang gave a faint smile and said no more. Beautiful face, perfect figure, privileged background, the number of suitors surrounding her must already be in the triple digits. A goddess-level girl like that couldn't possibly be Chen Mo's fiancée. So Meng Liang accepted the explanation of a shared name. Hey Chen Mo, you're something else. You just broke up with Gao Feifei a few days ago, and now you've got a fiancé and you didn't even tell us. Meng Liang put his arm around Chen Mo's neck and laughed. Yeah, if you'd told us sooner you had a fiancé, we wouldn't have had to worry about your future. Lu Rui chimed in. I only finalized the engagement a couple days ago. Chen Mo replied softly. Heh, if you get the chance, don't forget to introduce your fiancé to us. Meng Liang said cheerfully. Sure. Chen Mo nodded, offering no further explanation. Meanwhile, every word of Chen Mo's conversation with Meng Liang and Lu Rui had been overheard by Gao Feifei, Lu Di, and the others. Upon learning Chen Mo had a fiancé, the girls' expressions turned puzzled. Who's blind enough to want to marry Chen Mo? Lu Di couldn't help but mutter under her breath. Oh, come on, you actually believe Chen Mo? He's probably just made up some fiancé to save face. I don't buy that a guy like him could ever find a girlfriend. Su Jiao said, pouting her lips. Yeah, Chen Mo's definitely just bragging. Gao Feifei nodded in agreement. Ever since Chen Mo broke up with you, Feifei, he hasn't seemed quite right mentally. And he's gotten way more boastful. I bet he still can't get over you. Lu Di whispered to Gao Feifei. So what if he can't get over it?
I was blind to date him back then, but I'd never like him now.
My Li Kai is much better, rich and considerate.
As she spoke, Gao Feifei leaned suggestively into Li Kai's embrace, as if deliberately flaunting their intimacy.
Chen Mo exchanged a few casual words with Meng Liang and Lu Rui.
Seeing it was nearly time, he prepared to leave the bar and head home. But just as Chen Mo stood up, his phone suddenly rang.
Chen Mo froze for a moment before quickly pulling out his phone. To his surprise, the caller was none other than his nominal fiancée, Su Mubai. Chapter 50, Money Grab.
After their meeting at Jacques restaurant, Chen Mo and Su Mubai had exchanged phone numbers, but Su Mubai had never initiated a call to him. Now, seeing Su Mubai's name on his phone, Chen Mo's expression turned puzzled. He couldn't fathom why Su Mubai would call him so late at night. Meng Liang also noticed the name Su Mubai on Chen Mo's phone and couldn't help but chuckle as he teased, "Chen Mo, your fiancé is calling you.
Why aren't you answering?" "Yeah, go ahead and answer it." Lu Rui chimed in. Chen Mo hesitated for a moment before pressing the answer button. He spoke softly, "Hello? Where are you now?"
Su Mubai's voice came through the phone, tinged with a hint of coldness.
"I'm at the Sun Never Sets bar." "What's up?" Chen Mo paused, then replied softly.
"Wait for me at the Sun Never Sets bar.
I'll come find you." Su Mubai replied indifferently, then hung up before Chen Mo could ask what was going on.
After seeing the call end, Chen Mo's expression turned helpless as he tucked his phone away.
"Chen Mo, what did your fiancé just say to you?" Meng Liang asked Chen Mo with genuine curiosity. "Nothing much. Let's go." Chen Mo replied indifferently. At this point, he had no intention of revealing his identity to Lu Rui and Meng Liang.
If he told Meng Liang and Lu Rui that Su Mubai would personally come looking for him shortly, the two of them would undoubtedly stay behind to see his fiancée.
If Meng Liang and Lu Rui learned Su Mubai's true identity, Chen Mo might not even be able to explain himself clearly later. Therefore, Chen Mo planned to leave first and return secretly later. Noticing the unease in Chen Mo's expression, Meng Liang and Lu Rui refrained from pressing further questions and simply followed him out of the bar. A few minutes later, Chen Mo parted ways with Meng Liang and Lu Rui at the school gate. He then returned alone to the entrance of the Sun Never Sets bar, waiting quietly for Su Mubai's arrival. After waiting for over 10 minutes, a taxi pulled up outside the Sun Never Sets bar. But the person stepping out wasn't Su Mubai, it was Su Muyu, the woman Chen Mo had taken advantage of before. Today, Su Muyu was dressed as stunningly as ever, wearing a pink dress and a pair of high heels that showcased her long, beautiful legs. She looked fashionable, refined, and gorgeous. After stepping out, Su Muyu glanced briefly at the bar entrance. Spotting Chen Mo, a flicker of disgust crossed her beautiful eyes before she strode purposefully toward him in her heels. "Wasn't it your sister who wanted to see me? What are you doing here?" Chen Mo asked softly. "You think I want to see you, you trash-picking loser?" Su Muyu retorted sharply before continuing, "My sister had something come up and couldn't make it. She sent me to deliver your living expenses." "Living expenses?" Chen Mo froze upon hearing this. "Didn't my sister agree to give you 10,000 yuan every month? This is 100,000. Your living expenses for 10 months. Su Muyu spoke while pulling a thick paper envelope from her bag and handing it to Chen Mo. Only upon seeing the envelope did Chen Mo realize what was happening. When negotiating terms with Su Mubai, he had indeed requested Su Muyu provide 10,000 yuan monthly for living expenses. Chen Mo reached out to take the envelope, but Su Mubai, as if on purpose, let go with a flick of her wrist. Thud. The envelope in Su Muyu's hand fell straight to the floor. Chen Mo froze for a moment upon seeing it fall, but said nothing. He slowly bent down to pick up the envelope from the floor. Seeing Chen Mo like this, Su Muyu's expression seemed to grow even more contemptuous. She couldn't help but sneer, "Chen Mo, are you even a man? A man who actually needs to take money from my sister? I really look down on you. You're truly the most pathetic man I've ever seen. Your sister is my fiancée. She'll soon be my wife. It's only natural that I spend her money. What business is it of yours?" Chen Mo replied calmly. Then, right in front of Su Muyu, he opened the envelope and began counting the money with great care. "You?" Su Muyu's expression turned even more speechless upon hearing Chen Mo's words. "No wonder you're mocked by every student at your school. No wonder your ex-girlfriend dumped you. You're such a freak. You're so shameless about living off someone else. I'm truly amazed. How can a man like you even exist in this world?" Su Muyu held nothing back, her lips moving rapidly as she unleashed every ounce of contempt she felt toward Chen Mo. "A man like me?" A flicker of something strange passed through Chen Mo's eyes at Su Muyu's words. "Yes, exactly, men like you. It's utterly disgusting." Su Muyu retorted sharply. "Ha!" Chen Mo gave Su Muyu a faint smile, then without hesitation reached into the envelope, pulled out all the 100,000 yuan, and flung it into the air. Rustle! In an instant, 1,000 red bills danced wildly in the wind, creating a spectacular scene. "Chen Mo, what are you doing? Have you lost your mind?" Su Muyu shouted at Chen Mo in a flustered voice after seeing him scatter the money.
Now pick up every single one of those bills from the ground and hand them over to me.
Chen Mo said to Su Muyu, his expression unreadable. You threw it away.
Why should I pick it up for you?
Keep it if you want it.
Su Muyu naturally refused to obey Chen Mo and actually started picking up the money.
You won't pick it up, huh?
Chen Mo smiled faintly and continued, then go tell Su Mubai that I haven't received my living expenses for this month. If I don't see this 100,000 yuan within 3 days, our previous agreement becomes void. She must become my lawful wife, Chen Mo's lawful wife.
Chen Mo, you.
Su Muyu opened her mouth to speak, but Chen Mo turned and strode away. After a moment's hesitation, Su Muyu realized her mission today was to deliver this money to Chen Mo. But if he didn't receive it, she would have to cover the 100,000 yuan herself. Though Su Muyu came from a well-off family and was considered a rich, beautiful woman, she was still just a student. 100,000 yuan was no small sum for her.
Chen Mo, you bastard.
Su Muyu cursed loudly, then quickly bent down to start picking up the cash scattered on the floor.
But unfortunately, it seemed everyone in the bar had spotted the money too.
They rushed out from inside the bar and started scrambling to grab it.
Stop it. That's my money. Stop grabbing it.
Su Muyu yelled as she saw the crowd surge out. But the crowd seemed deaf to her words, continuing to scramble and jostle for the cash. Even Gao Feifei, Lu Di, and Su Jiao joined the mad scramble. Su Muyu, who had been so arrogant moments before, now scrambled like a madwoman, picking up money from the ground, looking utterly disheveled.
Chen Mo, watching from a distance, couldn't help but smile faintly.
He hailed a taxi and prepared to head home.
It was past 10 o'clock at night. Chen Mo returned home alone.
Perhaps it was because of Mingmei's situation, or perhaps it was because of what Su Muyu had said to him today, but Chen Mo was not in a very good mood. Distracted, he climbed the stairs and was about to enter his apartment when he suddenly noticed when Ruwashi's door was open. She was sitting on the sofa, chatting with a handsome young man, a delighted smile on her face. The moment Chen Mo saw the young man's face, he froze in shock.
Chapter 51, When Ruwashi is in trouble.
When Chen Mo saw the young man inside when Ruwashi's room, he instinctively froze. He knew full well that when Ruwashi was supposed to be on a date with the account thief today. Yet, there was a stranger in her room, a stranger who was very likely the person who had stolen Chen Mo's account. The young man's looks were average, but his attire suggested considerable wealth. He wore a Givenchy t-shirt, an Hermes belt cinched at his waist, and pants and shoes whose brands Chen Mo couldn't identify, though they were undoubtedly expensive. Meanwhile, Chen Mo was still wearing the outfit Cao Feifei had bought him from a street vendor years ago. Worn for so long, the cuffs and collar had already turned slightly white. Compared to the guy in Wen Ruwashi's room, Chen Mo looked like night and day. Even little cutie could tell who the real rich kid was. Chen Mo hesitated, reaching for his phone to snap a photo of the young man.
He planned to have Tianhao investigate the guy's identity and recover his account.
But just as he pulled out his phone, when Ruwashi suddenly turned her head toward the doorway.
To avoid detection, Chen Mo quickly stashed his phone back away. Chen Mo, you're back?
When Ruwashi greeted him warmly upon seeing him.
MHM. Chen Mo gave a faint nod, saying little else. The young man inside the room instinctively froze upon seeing Chen Mo, then quickly stood up and asked Wen Ruwashi with a smile, Ruwashi, is this your friend? Yes, this is Chen Mo, the friend I told you about. He's both my good friend and neighbor. Wen Ruwashi replied with a smile, then walked over to Chen Mo and whispered softly, Chen Mo, this is the person I told you about before, past memories gone with the wind. We just had dinner together, and he walked me home.
Upon hearing Wen Ruwashi's words, Chen Mo was now 100% certain that the young man standing beside her was the very person who had stolen his account. The young man, seemingly unaware that Chen Mo was the real past gone with the wind, smiled broadly and extended his right hand toward Chen Mo, saying softly, hello. Chen Mo looked at the outstretched hand but did not reach out to shake it. Instead, he turned to Wen Ruwashi and said, I have things to attend to.
I'll be heading out now. With that, he turned and walked straight into his room.
Facing someone who had stolen his account and was preparing to deceive others using it, Chen Mo naturally had no pleasant expression. Chen Mo planned to wait until the young man left before asking Wen Ruwashi about his identity, then have Du Tianhao track him down using that information. Given Du Tianhao's capabilities, retrieving Chen Mo's account from the young man would be a straightforward task. As for whether Wen Ruwashi would ever realize she'd been deceived, Chen Mo no longer cared. After all, he'd already explained the situation to her, but she refused to believe him. He saw no point in continuing the explanation. When the young man saw Chen Mo had indeed returned to the room, a flicker of displeasure crossed his eyes.
Wen Ruwashi's expression was equally awkward.
She apologized sheepishly to the young man, Zhang Feng, I'm so sorry.
Chen Mo just has this temper. Please don't take it personally.
Upon hearing Wen Ruwashi's words, the young man, Zhang Feng, promptly flashed a gentlemanly smile and murmured softly, Ruwashi, does Chen Mo have feelings for you?
Chen Mo likes me?
Wen Ruwashi looked puzzled.
Yeah, probably because this Chen Mo likes you.
That's why you brought me to your place, making him misunderstand us, and that's why he's acting like this toward me. Zhang Feng said with a chuckle.
Stop joking around. Chen Mo and I are just ordinary friends. How could he possibly like me? And even if he did, I.
When Ruwashi didn't finish her sentence, but her meaning was crystal clear.
She was telling Zhang Feng that she could never possibly like Chen Mo. When Ruwashi wouldn't like Chen Mo not because he was a penniless guy.
On the contrary, she had actually felt quite positively about him before. After all, he had a good personality and wasn't bad looking either. It was just that he was a bit poor. But when Ruwashi wasn't the type of girl who didn't care about money. It was precisely because of this lingering fondness that when Ruwashi had invited Chen Mo to live with her. Yet after witnessing yesterday's and today's events, when Ruwashi now found Chen Mo rather petty. She believed his attitude toward Zhang Feng stemmed entirely from jealousy over Zhang Feng's good looks and wealth.
Consequently, her opinion of Chen Mo had plummeted dramatically. Forget liking him, she now questioned whether she could even continue interacting with him as before. What's that supposed to mean?
Zhang Feng asked Wen Ruwashi with a cheerful smile.
Nothing.
Wen Ruwashi replied indifferently, then reached out to close the door behind them. She led Zhang Feng back to the sofa.
The two seemed largely unaffected by the incident involving Chen Mo, continuing their pleasant conversation.
At this moment, Wen Ruwashi's fondness for Chen Mo had completely vanished, while her admiration for Zhang Feng grew steadily.
Compared to Chen Mo, Zhang Feng was handsome, wealthy, and possessed a gentlemanly, refined demeanor. He was polite and courteous in every way, qualities Chen Mo simply couldn't match.
Meanwhile, after returning to his room, Chen Mo immediately pulled out his phone and began calling the customer service of the seafood live streaming platform, attempting to recover his account.
Unfortunately, when he had registered the account, he hadn't provided a phone number or email address.
Moreover, Zhang Feng had already linked the Past Blows Away account to his own phone number, leaving Chen Mo with no way to reclaim it.
After struggling for a while, Chen Mo ultimately gave up on retrieving the account.
Instead, he decided to wait quietly for the young man to leave, then question Wen Ruwashi about his identity before having Tianhao take action. In the blink of an eye, over 10 minutes passed.
Lying quietly on the bed, Chen Mo began to drift off into drowsiness. Boom! At that very moment, a thunderous crash echoed through the hallway. Ah!
It was followed immediately by Wen Ruwashi's shrill scream.
Upon hearing Wen Ruwashi's scream, Chen Mo sat bolt upright. Oh no, something's happened to Wen Ruwashi.
Chen Mo's heart sank, and he hurriedly slipped on his shoes before dashing out of the room. With young Zhang Feng and Wen Ruwashi alone together in a room, Chen Mo feared Zhang Feng couldn't resist his lustful urges and would try to force himself on Wen Ruwashi. When she refused, the young man resorted to taking her by force.
Chapter 52. Do you know the past blows away with the wind? Upon hearing Wen Ruwashi's shrieks, Chen Mo dashed into the hallway.
To his shock, her bedroom door stood wide open. Hesitating only briefly, he strode straight inside. But upon seeing the scene inside, he froze in place. It wasn't Zhang Feng attempting to force himself on Wen Ruwashi. Instead, 5 or 6 burly men had inexplicably stormed into her room.
Who the hell are you? What do you think you're doing barging into my house?
Wen Ruwashi's expression remained relatively composed as she glared at the burly men with her large, watery eyes and shouted at them.
You're Wen Ruwashi, right?
The leader stepped forward, sizing her up with a lecherous expression.
Yes, I am Wen Ruwashi.
Wen Ruwashi nodded slightly at the burly man.
Heh, looks like we found the right person. The burly man gave a faint smile before striding directly toward Wen Ruwashi.
Instinctively, Wen Ruwashi took 2 steps back and hid behind Zhang Feng. Zhang Feng was now terrified by these burly men, but determined to win the beauty's heart, he gritted his teeth and stepped in front of them.
He shouted in a low voice, Who the hell are you? What do you want here at Ruwashi's house? Who the hell do you think you are? What business is it of yours if I'm here for Wen Ruwashi? I advise you not to stick your nose in this. Otherwise, I'll break your legs, got it?
The burly man threatened Zhang Feng with utter contempt. You better get the hell out of here, or I'll call the police right now. Zhang Feng stammered.
Smack!
The burly man heard Zhang Feng's words and immediately swung his hand, landing a hard slap across Zhang Feng's face.
He glared at him and cursed, Who the hell do you think you are? Daring to threaten me?
Zhang Feng was sent flying by the blow, crashing to the floor with a thud. Blood trickled slowly from his nose.
Chen Mo, standing by the doorway, witnessed the scene.
Far from feeling sympathy for Zhang Feng, he actually found it somewhat satisfying. Though the burly man and his crew were clearly no saints, Zhang Feng was even less of a decent person in Chen Mo's eyes.
Zhang Feng, are you okay?
When Ruwashi rushed to Zhang Feng's side, her expression agitated. Tears glistened in her beautiful eyes after seeing him get knocked down by the burly man's slap.
Upon hearing Wen Ruwashi's words, Chen Mo finally learned the young man's real name, Zhang Feng. Ruwashi, I'm fine.
Zhang Feng wiped the blood from his face, struggled to his feet, and shouted at the burly man, How dare you hit me?
Do you know who I am? I'll make you regret this. Heh, who are you?
The burly man asked with a smirk.
I'm past memories. You dare hit me? You'll pay for this. No one's leaving here today. Zhang Feng yelled, then pulled out his phone to call for backup.
Upon hearing the name Past Blows Away, the burly man froze.
He turned to his henchman beside him and asked, "Do you know past blows away?" "No. No." The henchmen shook their heads in unison.
Seeing their reactions, Zhang Feng was utterly speechless. Truthfully, he had no backup to call for. After all, he wasn't the real Wang Shuifeng. Revealing his identity to the burly man was merely a bluff to intimidate them. But Zhang Feng never imagined these guys had no clue who Past Is Gone was.
"Brother who, I remember now.
A while back in Wenruwashi's livestream, there was this big spender who always went head to head with young Master Wei.
That guy's name was something like the past blows away."
Just then, a young man with dyed yellow hair finally recalled who knows what Win's identity. He hurried over to the burly man, Brother Tiger, and whispered.
Hug couldn't help but smile faintly upon hearing his subordinate's words. He then strode directly in front of Zhang Feng and murmured, "So you're the one who's been constantly opposing young Master Wei, huh?" "Young Master Wei?" Wenruwashi watched Tiger Brother with a flicker of surprise in her beautiful eyes. Only now did she realize this group had been sent by Nanyang's Wei young master. "That's right. Now you know who I am, don't you? I advise you to get the hell out of here right now. Otherwise, I'll make you regret it."
Zhang Feng, with his foolishly cocky expression, shouted defiantly, thinking that Brother Tiger would show him respect now that he knew his identity.
Make me regret it?"
Tiger Brother sneered coldly, his expression impassive. "Just the other day, young Master Wei asked us to look into your background. Never imagined you'd walk right into our hands today."
"Well, might as well take care of you while we're at it."
Zhang Feng froze in shock upon hearing Brother Hu's words. He hadn't expected that after learning his identity, the other party showed no fear whatsoever. Not only that, but Zhang Feng realized that Past Gone with the Wind seemed to have some kind of conflict with these people. Zhang Feng now regretted it so much he could have kicked himself. If he'd known that revealing his identity wouldn't scare off Brother Tiger and his crew, but instead enraged them further, he never would have dared admit he was Wang Shuifeng.
Chen Mo stood at the doorway, observing Zhang Feng.
An inexplicable smile flickered across his face as he inwardly marveled at Zhang Feng's utter stupidity.
To voluntarily reveal to the henchman of his sworn enemy, Wei Gongzi, that he was Wang Shuifeng, wasn't that practically begging for death? "Brother, hit him." Just then, Tiger Brother suddenly bellowed. Clatter!
4 or 5 young men instantly surrounded Zhang Feng, then swung their legs, aiming kicks straight for his head. Wenruwashi instinctively tried to stop them, but helplessly, she was just a frail woman. She couldn't hold back these burly men and was pushed to the ground. Thud! 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 The crowd surrounded Zhang Feng, taking turns kicking him repeatedly in the face. Zhang Feng probably never imagined that by stealing the identity of past memories gone with the wind, he wouldn't win the beauty's heart but would instead take a brutal beating meant for Chen Mo.
"Stop it! You're here for me, aren't you? Don't hurt my friend."
Wenruwashi screamed at the young men surrounding Zhang Feng.
But it seemed as if they hadn't heard her at all, continuing to beat Zhang Feng relentlessly. Zhang Feng's state was pitiful. He desperately wanted to confess to Brother Hu that he wasn't the past blows away at all, that he'd stolen the account, but Brother Hu's men gave him no chance to speak, kicking him repeatedly in the face. Soon, Zhang Feng's mouth was filled with blood, and he had no strength left to speak. Chen Mo stood at the doorway of Wenruwashi's room, coldly watching Zhang Feng get beaten without any intention of intervening. Wenruwashi seemed to notice Chen Mo standing nearby and immediately called out loudly, "Chen Mo, what are you doing just standing there? Hurry over and help." "Help?" Chen Mo couldn't help but let out a faint smile at Wenruwashi's words. Chapter 53, What kind of person are you? "Chen Mo, no matter what, we're still friends, right? Please, I'm begging you. Help Zhang Feng." Wenruwashi shouted at Chen Mo with an agitated expression. At that moment, besides Wenruwashi and Zhang Feng, only Chen Mo was present in the room, the sole person who could possibly intervene. Thus, Wenruwashi pinned all her hopes on him. "What can I do to help? There are so many of them, I can't fight them all." But Chen Mo's words plunged Wenruwashi into utter despair. After all, Zhang Feng had stolen Chen Mo's account, and in Chen Mo's eyes, he was anything but a good person. So Chen Mo figured he could use Brother Hu and the others to teach Zhang Feng a proper lesson. Moreover, Chen Mo had come to help Wenruwashi. Since she wasn't in danger yet, he saw no need to rush into action. Earlier, Chen Mo had already texted Du Tianhao. Du Tianhao's men were likely already waiting downstairs. If Wenruwashi faced any danger soon, Chen Mo would immediately send Du Tianhao's men upstairs. But before Wenruwashi was in danger, Chen Mo definitely wouldn't intervene to save Zhang Feng. "Chen Mo, you." Wenruwashi stared wide-eyed at Chen Mo's position, her expression utterly incredulous. She never imagined Chen Mo could be this kind of person. She couldn't help but shout at the top of her lungs, "Chen Mo, if you're not here to help, then what are you here for? You're just here to watch the show, aren't you?" "Exactly." Chen Mo nodded lightly before continuing, "Isn't this guy past blows away? Isn't he supposed to be really powerful? I don't think he needs my help." Chen Mo's words were clearly meant to remind Wenruwashi, if Zhang Feng truly was past gone with the wind, he would surely have a way to resolve today's situation. Yet here he lay, beaten to a pulp, too afraid to even call for backup.
That proved Zhang Feng was not the real past gone with the wind.
But when Ruoshi couldn't grasp Chen Mo's meaning at all.
She believed he was simply jealous of Zhang Feng because he liked her, which was why he chose to stand by and watch coldly.
Chen Mo, you've truly disappointed me.
Zhang Feng is beaten to that state, yet not only do you refuse to help, you even have the nerve to make snide remarks.
I never imagined you'd be this kind of person.
When Ruoshi stared at Chen Mo, her voice trembling with emotion. Chen Mo looked at Wen Ruoshi impassively, saying nothing.
Chen Mo, don't think I don't know what's going on in your head.
You're just jealous of Zhang Feng because you like me and can't stand seeing us together.
But let me tell you this, even if every man on this planet died out, I, Wen Ruoshi, would never like you.
To me, you're nothing but a coward, a pathetic, lowly coward. Seeing Chen Mo's silence, Wen Ruoshi continued to shout loudly. Her words stabbed Chen Mo's heart like a knife. A flash of anger flickered in his eyes, yet he remained silent, choosing not to intervene on Zhang Feng's behalf.
Coward. You're nothing but a coward.
Seeing Chen Mo's continued indifference, Wen Ruoshi screamed with heart-wrenching intensity. Watching Wen Ruoshi so distraught over Zhang Feng, a strange thought suddenly took root in Chen Mo's mind. He couldn't tell if her agitation stemmed from concern for Zhang Feng or for the past, now gone with the wind. Put another way, Chen Mo couldn't tell if Wen Ruoshi truly loved the handsome Zhang Feng or the generous spender from the livestream, past blows away.
Enough. Everyone stop.
At that moment, Brother Hu suddenly bellowed. Hug's men immediately halted their actions upon hearing his command.
Zhang Feng, are you okay? How are you?
When Ruoshi rushed to Zhang Feng's side, tears streaming down her face as she asked him with heartfelt concern. Seeing Wen Ruoshi so concerned for Zhang Feng, Chen Mo felt a strange emotion stir within him.
Ruoshi, don't worry. I'm fine.
Zhang Feng wiped the blood from his face and replied weakly.
You've been beaten like this, how could you possibly be fine? I'll take you to the hospital right now.
When Ruoshi spoke as she reached out to help Zhang Feng up, then began walking toward the door.
Wait.
Just then, Brother Hu suddenly shouted. You've already beaten Zhang Feng like this.
What more do you want?
When Ruoshi stared at Brother Hu before her, her voice trembling with emotion.
Before you leave, I have something to say to you.
Brother Hu said to Wen Ruoshi with a blank expression.
Wen Ruoshi took a deep breath, then gritted her teeth and demanded, Who are you people? What exactly do you want? We're under the command of Wei Gongzi from Nanyang.
Today, we're here to deliver a message from him. Within 3 days, you must sign a contract with Wei Gongzi.
If you still haven't signed after 3 days, we'll come back for you.
And next time we come, things won't be as simple as they were today.
Do you understand?
Tiger Brothers said expressionlessly to Wen Ruoshi. When Ruoshi stared at Brother Hu before her, a fleeting, peculiar expression crossing her eyes. She remained silent.
Didn't you hear what I just said? Seeing Wen Ruoshi's silence, Brother Hu shouted again. I heard you.
All Wen Ruoshi could think about now was rushing Zhang Feng to the hospital.
She had no patience for idle chatter with Brother Hu. Fine. Since you heard me, my job is done.
Brother Hu gave a faint smile, then turned his gaze toward Zhang Feng's location. His voice turned cold as he addressed the boy. Kid, don't let me catch you around here again. If I see you, I'll beat you every single time.
Got it? Zhang Feng gritted his teeth, staring at Hu Ji's position.
He felt utterly devastated inside. His original plan had been to steal Chen Mo's account and use it to scam female streamers on the platform. But he never imagined this account would bring such catastrophic trouble upon him.
I'm ING talking to you. Didn't you hear me?
Seeing Zhang Feng didn't respond, Brother Hu bellowed at the top of his lungs.
Got it.
Zhang Feng trembled in fear and nodded hastily. Seeing Zhang Feng's state, Brother Hu sneered contemptuously before turning and leaving with his men. Moments later, Brother Hu and his crew vanished into Wen Ruoshi's room.
Zhang Feng, come on. I'll take you to the hospital right now. I'm so sorry about what happened today. It's all my fault. Wen Ruoshi said urgently to Zhang Feng. These are just minor scrapes. No need for the hospital.
Zhang Feng hesitated before murmuring softly.
No way. You've been beaten up like this, how can you not go to the hospital?
Wen Ruoshi tugged Zhang Feng toward the door as she spoke. But just as Wen Ruoshi reached the doorway, Chen Mo suddenly reached out and stopped her. His expression remained impassive as he said, he can go to the hospital by himself.
You don't need to go with him.
When Ruoshi snapped her head up at his words, her eyes blazing with fury as she shouted back, Chen Mo, who do you think you are?
What business is it of yours whether I go to the hospital or not? Chapter 54, Will you be my girlfriend?
Chen Mo's reason for stopping Wen Ruoshi was simple. He figured if anything happened to her while she was with him, he could immediately call Tianhao's men for help. But if she went to the hospital with Zhang Feng now, and something dangerous happened along the way, Chen Mo wouldn't even know about it and wouldn't be able to rush to her rescue. Wen Ruoshi, of course, had no idea what Chen Mo was thinking. Earlier, he had watched Zhang Feng get beaten without uttering a word, which had already infuriated her. Now, as she prepared to take Zhang Feng to the hospital, Chen Mo was actually blocking her way. She couldn't help but wonder if there was something wrong with his brain.
Chen Mo, get out of my way. When Ruwashi snapped coldly at Chen Mo. Ruwashi, I think Chen Mo has a point. I can go to the hospital by myself. Maybe you shouldn't come with me.
But at that very moment, Zhang Feng unexpectedly spoke up, voluntarily declining when Ruwashi's offer to accompany him. Hearing Zhang Feng's words, when Ruwashi's heart was filled with deep emotion. The pure and kind-hearted when Ruwashi assumed Zhang Feng didn't want to trouble her, which was why he didn't want her to accompany him to the hospital. Chen Mo, however, looked utterly perplexed. He couldn't fathom why Zhang Feng would suddenly refuse to let Wen Ruwashi take him to the hospital. You got beaten up because of me. I have to take you to the hospital. Wen Ruwashi declared earnestly to Zhang Feng. Zhang Feng's face twisted into a helpless expression at her words, but he said nothing more. Seeing Zhang Feng hadn't refused, Wen Ruwashi immediately took his arm and guided him toward the door. You can't go to the hospital with this guy. But just then, Chen Mo reached out again to block Wen Ruwashi. Chen Mo, get out of my way. What business is it of yours whether I take him to the hospital or not? You didn't lift a finger to help Zhang Feng when he was getting beaten up earlier, and now you won't even let me take him to the hospital? What exactly are you trying to do? With that, when Ruwashi pushed Chen Mo aside in frustration and hurried out of the room, supporting Zhang Feng. Chen Mo watched their retreating figures, sighing softly in resignation. He made no further attempt to stop him. He had already said everything he needed to say to Wen Ruwashi. Since she didn't believe him, there was nothing more he could do. Moments later, when Ruwashi and Zhang Feng departed together in the elevator. Chen Mo prepared to return alone to his room, but just then, his phone suddenly rang. Chen Mo quickly pulled out his phone to see that it was actually Du Tianhao calling. He had been so engrossed in watching Zhang Feng get beaten up that he had completely forgotten about Du Tianhao and the others waiting downstairs. Hello? Chen Mo answered the call. Young Master Chen, should we come up now? What's the situation over there? Du Tianhao asked urgently. Xiaohao, you don't need to bring the others up. I've already taken care of things here. Chen Mo replied indifferently. Understood, young Master Chen. Du Tianhao had wasted an entire night only to discover that Chen Mo hadn't needed him at all. Anyone else would have been furious by now, but neither Du Tianhao nor Chen Mo dared to show anger. He could only respond with a quiet okay. By the way, Xiaohao, I need you to investigate 2 people for me now. Chen Mo continued. Who? Du Tianhao asked urgently. One is a guy on the seafood live streaming platform named Nanyang Wei Gongzi, and the other is someone called Zhang Feng. Chen Mo said slowly. Well. Du Tianhao seemed somewhat troubled upon hearing Chen Mo's words. Is there a problem? Chen Mo asked softly. Young Master Chen, investigating that Nanyang Wei Gongzi shouldn't be too difficult. After all, I just need to find the head of the seafood live streaming platform to get his information. But the Zhang Feng you mentioned. I think that might be a bit tricky. There are simply too many people named Zhang Feng across the country. Du Tianhao replied slowly. Zhang Feng is also from Nanyang City, and I've actually met this person. Chen Mo hesitated before speaking. In that case, it's straightforward. I'll have my team gather photos of every Zhang Feng in Nanyang City. Then, you can identify the specific person you're referring to through the photos. Du Tianhao replied promptly. Alright. Chen Mo agreed, then hung up the phone immediately. Meanwhile, when Ruwashi helped Zhang Feng out of the residential compound, they stood by the roadside, waiting to hail a taxi to take him to the hospital. Zhang Feng, hang in there a little longer. My place is very close to the hospital. We should get there soon. When Ruwashi said softly to Zhang Feng. Ruwashi, I'm really fine. Maybe we shouldn't go to the hospital after all? Zhang Feng said to Wen Ruwashi with a helpless tone. There was a reason he didn't want Wen Ruwashi to go to the hospital right now. Zhang Feng simply didn't have the money for medical treatment. Every penny he had was spent treating Wen Ruwashi to meals and showering her livestream with gifts. Moreover, to maintain his facade as a wealthy heir, he'd rented an expensive designer outfit from a clothing store. The rental fee was steep, and if he couldn't return it before midnight, he'd face a hefty penalty fee. With no money left for medical treatment, how could he possibly afford the penalty? No way. You're hurt this badly, I have to take you to the hospital. When Ruwashi insisted stubbornly. Ruwashi, I really can't go to the hospital. I actually have some other things I need to take care of. Why don't you go back first? Once I've handled these matters, I'll go to the hospital on my own, okay? Zhang Feng said softly to Wen Ruwashi. Other things? What could possibly be more urgent than getting medical treatment? Wen Ruwashi asked, momentarily stunned. I need to find someone to investigate that Wei guy who's been giving you trouble. Since he dared to bully you like that and even came looking for you, I won't let these people off the hook. Zhang Feng, flustered, made up an excuse on the spot and continued, Ruwashi, it's a good thing I was here today. Otherwise, you might have been the one getting beaten up. I absolutely won't allow anyone to bully you like this. I have to find this Wei guy today and teach him a lesson. When Ruwashi was moved to tears by Zhang Feng's words. Even after being beaten so badly, his only thought was how to avenge her. When Ruwashi found herself at a loss for words to describe her emotions.
Zhang Feng, why are you so kind to me?
Tears glistened in Wen Ruwashi's captivating eyes as she asked softly.
Didn't I tell you today? From the moment I first saw you, I fell for you. If you could be my girlfriend, I consider everything I'm enduring right now worth it.
Zhang Feng gazed at Wen Ruwashi with deep affection.
Zhang Feng, you.
Wen Ruwashi was flustered by Zhang Feng's sudden confession.
Ruwashi, I truly like you. Will you be my girlfriend? Zhang Feng pressed his advantage, continuing to ask. Chapter 55, who was crying and begging me to sleep with her?
Truthfully, Zhang Feng had already confessed to Wen Ruwashi during their lunch today. After all, he'd spent so much time and money scheming just to win her over. Wen Ruwashi, however, felt she had only just met Zhang Feng today. Agreeing to be with him so quickly seemed unbecoming. Moreover, she didn't feel she knew him well enough yet, so she suggested they get to know each other first. But after tonight's events, Wen Ruwashi was completely moved by Zhang Feng, and her resolve began to waver.
Ruwashi, just give me a chance, okay? I know we haven't known each other long, and you might feel like you don't understand me yet. But I genuinely like you. I swear I'll treat you well. Seeing Wen Ruwashi's hesitation, Zhang Feng pressed on. I need some time to think about it, okay?
Wen Ruwashi said shyly to Zhang Feng.
Ruwashi, what's there to think about? Don't you know how I feel about you?
Zhang Feng asked, his voice tinged with urgency. I know you're good to me, but I still need time to think. After all, we haven't known each other long enough.
Can you give me some time? Wen Ruwashi said nervously to Zhang Feng. Alright, Ruwashi. Take your time then.
Zhang Feng replied, his expression slightly agitated. He understood that since Wen Ruwashi had said those words, it meant she was already inclined to accept him. It was just that girls tended to be a bit reserved. Therefore, Zhang Feng didn't press her further. More importantly, he only had half an hour left before he had to return the clothes. He didn't have the patience to keep wasting time with Wen Ruwashi.
Alright.
Wen Ruwashi looked at Zhang Feng and nodded gently. Taking advantage of Wen Ruwashi's distraction, Zhang Feng hailed a taxi and climbed inside without a second glance.
Zhang Feng, you.
Wen Ruwashi had intended to take Zhang Feng to the hospital, but in the blink of an eye, she realized he had already gotten into the cab. Watching the taxi slowly disappear from view, a hint of amusement flickered in Wen Ruwashi's beautiful eyes. Though she felt deeply saddened by the beating Tiger and the others had given Zhang Feng today, this incident had also allowed her to see two people clearly. One was Chen Mo, and the other was Zhang Feng. During her dates with Zhang Feng, Wen Ruwashi had been unsure whether Chen Mo's influence had swayed her decision to reject Zhang Feng's confession. But now, when Ruwashi felt she had seen Chen Mo for who he truly was. His actions today had utterly disappointed her, while Zhang Feng had moved her to the core. Originally, when Ruwashi had considered asking Chen Mo whether she should agree to be with Zhang Feng. After all, Chen Mo was her only friend in Nanyang City, and she had previously held a very favorable impression of him. But after this incident, every shred of goodwill Wen Ruwashi had harbored toward Chen Mo vanished completely, replaced entirely by disgust and contempt.
Moments later, when Ruwashi walked back to the residential complex alone.
Meanwhile, Zhang Feng, now in a taxi, felt surprisingly upbeat. Though he'd been inexplicably beaten today, he reasoned that if Wen Ruwashi truly agreed to be with him, then the beating hadn't been in vain. Young man, do you need to go to the hospital? The taxi driver asked with concern, noticing Zhang Feng's bloodied face.
No need for the hospital. What kind of injury is this? Take me to Hong Yun costume rental.
Zhang Feng wiped the blood from his face as he called out casually.
Huh, still not going to the hospital after that? Young people these days.
The taxi driver sighed with a hint of resignation before driving off toward the destination Zhang Feng had given. Meanwhile, Zhang Feng pulled out his phone, opened the Nanyang University forum, and typed out a post titled, "Successfully confessed to the female streamer today. Only 3 days left until I take her to a hotel room. I'll live stream it for everyone then." Moments later, he posted it, attaching a candid photo he'd snapped earlier that day while dining with Wen Ruwashi. Even though it was already past 10 p.m., within 5 minutes of posting, Zhang Feng's update had garnered over 3,000 likes and comments. A smug smile spread across Zhang Feng's face as he scanned the comments.
The next morning at 8 o'clock, Chen Mo arrived at the classroom at Nanyang University.
As he entered the classroom, every student in the class stared at him with peculiar looks, their eyes filled with disgust and contempt.
Chen Mo didn't need to ask to know what was going on.
It was definitely because Li Kai, Gao Feifei, and the others had spread the story about him pretending to be a rich kid to deceive girls at the bar last night. That was why the students in the class reacted this way when they saw him.
Oh my, Chen Mo's here? Why so late? Aren't you usually early?
Su Jiao sneered in a sweet voice upon seeing him.
What business is it of yours when I come to school? Chen Mo replied expressionlessly. We're classmates. I was just showing concern.
Su Jiao said in a sweet, whiny voice. I don't need your concern. With that, Chen Mo strode straight to his seat.
Chen Mo, we exposed your true colors last night. Didn't get that music school girl to fall for you? Didn't sleep well, huh? Lu Di chimed in with her own mockery. Perhaps yesterday's events had made Lu Di feel she'd gained the upper hand, emboldening her to provoke Chen Mo now. What do you want? Chen Mo gave Lu Di a once-over, his expression calm as he asked. Nothing much. Just curious how it feels to be exposed by us. Lu Di said with a smirk. Nothing at all. Chen Mo replied indifferently before continuing toward his seat. Hey, wait up, Chen Mo. Tell us about last night. I'm dying to know how you convinced that girl from the conservatory she thought you were some rich kid. Gao Feifei saw him walking away and thought he was backing down. She grabbed his arm and teased relentlessly. Chen Mo had initially intended not to dwell on last night's incident at the bar with Lu Di, Gao Feifei, and the others. But seeing Lu Di so relentless, coupled with the matter involving Zhang Feng, left Chen Mo feeling deeply unsettled. He abruptly halted his steps, fixing Lu Di with an icy stare. Chen Mo, why are you looking at me like that? Feeling sour after we exposed you? You dare hit me again? Startled by his glare, Lu Di took a couple of steps back and asked softly. Lu Di, have you forgotten who stripped naked in that hotel room, crying and begging me to sleep with her? Chen Mo asked calmly, his expression unreadable. Buzz. Chen Mo's words exploded like a bomb in the classroom. The classmates who had been mocking him froze instantly, their faces frozen in utter disbelief. Even Lu Di herself hadn't expected Chen Mo to bring this up. She stood frozen before Chen Mo like a statue, as if under a spell. Chapter 56, Big Trouble Ahead. After Chen Mo finished speaking, the entire classroom fell into a deafening silence. Everyone stared blankly at Chen Mo and Lu Di's seats, their expressions frozen in utter disbelief. After all, none of the students in the class could have imagined Chen Mo would suddenly drop such a bombshell. Lu Di had stripped naked in a hotel room and actively asked to sleep with Chen Mo? To everyone, this seemed utterly impossible. Not only would a girl like Lu Di never do such a thing, but even the ugliest girl in the class wouldn't willingly sleep with Chen Mo. Moreover, Lu Di had always despised Chen Mo intensely. How could she possibly do such a thing? Lu Di stared at Chen Mo with her large, watery eyes, her expression equally shocked. Deep down, she felt a twinge of regret. She never imagined that her words, meant to provoke Chen Mo, would lead him to expose their hotel encounter. Truthfully, Chen Mo hadn't intended to reveal it. Though he found Lu Di utterly despicable, she was still his classmate. Exposing this would severely damage her reputation. But today, Chen Mo was already in a foul mood. Coupled with Lu Di's relentless harassment, he blurted out the truth in a fit of desperation. Chen Mo, what the hell are you talking about? At that moment, a tall, muscular boy from the back row burst forward, shouting at Chen Mo with intense emotion. Chen Mo glanced up at the boy. His name was Zhao Hongtao, the class sports representative. He was big and strong, but not the sharpest tool in the shed basically, all brawn and no brains. Zhao Hongtao's crush on Lu Di wasn't new. He'd confessed to her multiple times in class, only to be rejected each time. Though Lu Di had no interest in him, she maintained a distant yet accessible distance, ensuring Zhao Hongtao wittingly did favors for her. Now Chen Mo was claiming Lu Di had stripped naked and tried to sleep with him. To Zhao Hongtao, this was nothing short of an insult to Lu Di. He wouldn't stand idly by. Am I lying? Chen Mo looked up at Zhao Hongtao, gave a faint smile, and continued, whether I'm lying or not, you can ask Lu Di yourself. Upon hearing this, the classmates in the classroom all turned their heads to look at Lu Di. Lu Di, however, was completely dumbfounded. She hadn't yet recovered from Chen Mo's earlier remark and had no idea how to explain herself now. Lu Di, say something. Is this Chen Mo talking nonsense? Just say the word, and I'll beat him up right now. Zhao Hongtao shouted at Lu Di, his eyes wide. Lu Di stood frozen for 2 seconds before suddenly bursting into tears, offering no explanation whatsoever. Gao Feifei, seeing Lu Di cry, hurried over to her side, gently guided her to a seat at the table, then turned to face Chen Mo. Her tone turned icy as she demanded, Chen Mo, since you just claimed Lu Di actively wanted to sleep with you, do you have any proof now? Does something like this even need proof? Chen Mo replied indifferently. Since you have no proof, you can't possibly prove what you're saying is true. You're just making this up. You must apologize to Lu Di right now. Gao Feifei shouted at Chen Mo with righteous indignation. I can apologize, but Lu Di needs to return the 40,000 yuan I gave her. You can ask Lu Di right now, does she want to apologize to me, or does she want her money back? Chen Mo said expressionlessly. Gao Feifei froze upon hearing this, turning to look at Lu Di's seat. She couldn't help but wonder when exactly Lu Di had ever owed Chen Mo 40,000 yuan. Xiao Di, do you owe him money? Zhao Hongtao asked softly. I. Lu Di stammered, tears streaming down her face, unsure how to explain the situation to everyone. Ding dong. Just then, the class bell suddenly rang. Alright, everyone, stop standing around here. Deal with whatever you need to privately. Class is about to start. If Teacher Yin sees you all like this, she'll definitely be upset. Upon hearing the bell, class monitor Zhao Ainen seemed eager to bail Chen Mo out of the awkward situation. She quickly stood up and called out. No sooner had she finished speaking than the crisp click-clack of high heels echoed outside the classroom door. Class advisor Yanxi, dressed in a sexy and stylish outfit, appeared at the doorway.
Upon seeing her enter, the students inside the classroom quickly returned to their seats. After a moment's hesitation, Gao Feifei, Zhao Hongtao, and the others dared not continue discussing the earlier incident with Chen Mo and dispersed.
The farce ended abruptly.
No one could figure out whether Lu Di really wanted to sleep with Chen Mo or not, or why she owed him 40,000 yuan, a substantial sum for an unemployed college student.
And the most perplexing question remained, how could a penniless guy like Chen Mo possibly have 40,000 yuan? Chen Mo returned alone to his seat.
When Lu Rui and Meng Liang saw him come back, their expressions were equally puzzled.
Chen Mo, was what you said earlier real or fake? Lu Rui whispered to Chen Mo. You tell me, was it true or not? Chen Mo replied indifferently. Lu Di wouldn't really want to sleep with you, would she? Lu Rui couldn't bring himself to believe it, his expression filled with disbelief. Ha! Chen Mo gave Lu Rui a faint smile, offering no further explanation.
His words were merely meant to ruffle Lu Di's feathers and vent his own frustration. Having achieved his goal, Chen Mo saw no reason to continue the confrontation.
Lu Rui and Meng Liang were both deeply puzzled, but since this was Yansha's class, they dared not press Chen Mo further on the matter.
Thus, they both fell silent.
The class period passed quickly. Since Chen Mo was now attending university, he didn't need to attend classes on campus every day. He only had one class this morning. Usually after class, students would leave the classroom to return to their dorms and rest. But today, no one left. The atmosphere felt strangely tense. Chen Mo gathered his things to leave, but just then, Zhao Hongtao, Li Kai, and several other boys in the class who were close to Li Kai blocked his path at the classroom door. This is bad. Chen Mo's in big trouble today.
Meng Liang observed the scene and remarked with a grave tone.
Chapter 57, Courting Death.
After class, all the students in the classroom had, without prior arrangement, chosen not to leave immediately.
Instead, they sat quietly inside, waiting to watch the show.
Although Yansha's earlier appearance had interrupted Li Kai and Zhao Hongtao's interrogation of Chen Mo, it was clear that this time, the group had no intention of letting him off the hook.
What Chen Mo had said earlier was indeed extremely offensive to a girl like Lu Di. After gathering his belongings, Chen Mo strode purposefully toward the classroom exit.
But Zhao Hongtao reached out and blocked the doorway, his gaze icy as he stared at Chen Mo, clearly ready to confront him.
Move aside.
Chen Mo glanced up at Zhao Hongtao, his expression unreadable.
Move aside? Zhao Hongtao couldn't help but sneer coldly at Chen Mo's words, then murmured, Chen Mo, don't you owe us an explanation? What explanation? Chen Mo asked softly in return. You spread rumors in class, slandering Lu Di. Don't you owe everyone an explanation? If you just walk away today, Lu Di's reputation will suffer. You must clarify this matter to everyone now. Zhao Hongtao declared with righteous indignation. Chen Mo looked at Zhao Hongtao before him and couldn't help but smile wryly. It had to be said, Zhao Hongtao truly was a loyal dog by Lu Di's side. Lu Di herself hadn't reacted much to Chen Mo's earlier words, yet Zhao Hongtao, an outsider, was getting so worked up over it now. What I said to Lu Di is between us. What business is it of yours? The old Chen Mo might have feared Zhao Hongtao, knowing his temperament and wanting to avoid escalation. But this was no longer the same Chen Mo. His attitude couldn't possibly remain as submissive as before. Chen Mo's retort clearly stunned Zhao Hongtao into silence, for the matter truly had nothing to do with him. Zhao Hongtao could sense that the Chen Mo standing before him now seemed like a different person entirely. The old Chen Mo would never have dared speak to him like this. The students in the classroom seemed to notice this change too, all staring at Chen Mo with the same look. That's right, this is a private matter between you and Lu Di. But as her friends, we can't stand by and watch her get bullied. So today, you either explain those words you said earlier clearly, or you kneel down and apologize to Lu Di. Li Kai's reaction was noticeably quicker than Zhao Hongtao's. He stepped forward and shouted at Chen Mo. Chen Mo turned his head and gave Li Kai a cold glance. He knew full well that Li Kai was the instigator of this whole affair, clearly seizing this opportunity to exact revenge. Zhao Hongtao, Li Kai, what do you think you're doing blocking the way? School's out, don't you want everyone to leave? Just as Chen Mo was about to speak, the exquisitely beautiful Zhaonan suddenly walked up beside him, her expression agitated as she shouted at Zhao Hongtao. Upon hearing Zhaonan's words, Meng Liang and Lu Rui hurried over to Zhao Hongtao and shouted loudly, Zhao Hongtao, what happened between Chen Mo and Lu Di has nothing to do with you. Let them handle their own private matters. What the hell are you doing blocking the way? Chen Mo felt a sudden pang of emotion when he realized all three of them had stepped forward to speak up for him. No matter what, there were still three people in the class willing to stand by him. Zhao Hongtao, facing Lu Rui, Meng Liang, and Zhaonan, no longer seemed as arrogant as before. His gaze shifted hesitantly toward Li Kai beside him. Li Kai hesitated for a moment before addressing Zhaonan directly. Class monitor, what you're saying isn't right. We're only stopping Chen Mo from leaving. If anyone else wants to leave, they can go right now. Then why are you stopping Chen Mo from leaving? Zhaonan retorted, her large, watery eyes widening as she shouted. We already explained earlier what Chen Mo said caused Lu Di immense harm. He must give everyone an explanation today. Otherwise, how could Lu Di possibly stay in this class? Li Kai said calmly. You. Class monitor, don't waste your breath on these people. Just as Zhao Yinan opened her mouth to speak, Chen Mo suddenly cut her off. He looked at Li Kai and asked, you want an explanation now, right? Exactly. Either prove your earlier claims are true, or kneel and apologize to Lu Di. Otherwise, you won't leave here today. Li Kai replied bluntly. In truth, Li Kai was deliberately putting Chen Mo in a difficult position. He knew that regardless of whether Chen Mo's claim about Lu Di willingly sleeping with him was true or false, Chen Mo couldn't possibly produce any evidence. As long as Chen Mo couldn't provide proof, he would have to kneel and apologize to Lu Di. Kneeling to apologize to a girl in front of the entire class was an immense humiliation for any man. Li Kai wanted Chen Mo to understand that crushing him was easier than squashing an ant. Gao Feifei sat beside Lu Di, her eyes brimming with contempt. She knew Chen Mo had only one choice today, kneel and apologize to Lu Di. Otherwise, Li Kai and his crew wouldn't let him go. Not even Zhao Yinan's intervention could change that. You want me to prove that everything I said earlier was true, right? Chen Mo asked Li Kai softly. Yes. If you can prove right now that what you said earlier is true, we'll let you go. Li Kai nodded slightly. Fine. I'll prove it to you right now. Chen Mo gave a dismissive smirk, then turned his head directly toward Lu Di's seat and called out expressionlessly, Lu Di, tell everyone now is what I said earlier true or not? The students in the classroom instinctively froze upon hearing Chen Mo's words, then burst into laughter. Even Li Kai and Zhao Hongtao shared an exasperated smile, for in their eyes, Chen Mo's words were nothing short of courting disaster. After all, Lu Di was the victim in this incident. Even if she had genuinely wanted to sleep with Chen Mo back then, how could she possibly admit it now that he was asking her this question in front of so many people? But Lu Di, who had been sitting at her desk waiting for Chen Mo's apology, flinched at the question. A flash of despair crossed her beautiful eyes as she struggled to find an answer. Chapter 58, The Licking Dog's Fate. When the classmates heard Chen Mo actually demand Lu Di stand up and testify for him, they all burst into laughter, their expressions utterly speechless. No one had imagined Chen Mo could be this foolish. Chen Mo had slandered Lu Di earlier, and now he was asking her to testify on his behalf? That was practically suicide. Upon hearing Chen Mo's words, Lu Di was filled with regret. She regretted why she had provoked Chen Mo in the first place. If it weren't for her own sharp tongue, how could Chen Mo have said such things? If Chen Mo hadn't brought this up, Zhao Hongtao and the others wouldn't be so enraged and demanding answers. Now look at this mess. Chen Mo was forcing her to admit in front of the entire student body that she had indeed stripped naked and tried to sleep with him back then. Lu Di felt that if she confessed to this today, she'd never be able to show her face in public again. So now, Lu Di was torn inside, agonizing over whether to confess or not. After a burst of laughter, the students in the classroom all turned their heads toward Lu Di's seat, waiting for her response. But this time, Lu Di didn't deny it outright as everyone expected. Instead, she remained seated, biting her lip tightly, refusing to utter a single word. Xiao Di, what are you doing just sitting there? All you have to do is shake your head, and Li Kai and the others will definitely make Chen Mo kneel and apologize to you. Gao Feifei, seeing Lu Di's silence, quickly whispered her advice. Truthfully, whether it was Gao Feifei or Li Kai, their current agitation wasn't entirely driven by a desire to help Lu Di. Both were simply seeking revenge for what Chen Mo had done at the Jacques restaurant back then. After a moment's hesitation, Lu Di opened her mouth to speak. Lu Di, I advise you to tell the truth. Otherwise, I'll find Wei Shella and the others again. Even if I don't take that 40,000 yuan, I'll make you pay the price. At that moment, Chen Mo suddenly spoke up, his voice cold as ice directed at Lu Di. Hearing this, Lu Di's slender frame trembled slightly. Her expression filled with terror as she cried out to Zhao Hongtao, Li Kai, and the others, let Chen Mo go. I don't want his apology. Her hesitation about lying earlier stemmed precisely from this fear. If she did lie, Chen Mo could easily bring Wei Shella to deal with her. At that point, the consequences for Lu Di would extend far beyond mere reputational damage. Upon hearing Lu Di's words, the entire class froze in place, their expressions filled with utter disbelief. Everyone understood exactly what Lu Di's words implied. Though Lu Di hadn't explicitly admitted it, her words now amounted to nothing less than a confession. Xiao Di, have you lost your mind? You actually want Chen Mo to leave? Zhao Hongtao stared wide-eyed at Lu Di's seat, his expression baffled. Li Kai and Gao Feifei shared the same bewildered look, utterly baffled by why Lu Di would say such a thing. Yes, let Chen Mo go. Lu Di nodded softly, tears streaming down her face. Though her heart burned with reluctance, this was Lu Di's only choice. No, you can't let him go. He slandered you like that before, why would you let him leave? He must have threatened you, right? That's why you're doing this, isn't it? Zhao Hongtao found himself unable to believe what Lu Di had just said. He hurriedly stepped in front of her, his voice filled with urgency. Yeah, Xiao Di, is Chen Mo threatening you? How could you possibly have slept with him willingly? Gao Feifei also couldn't accept Lu Di's reaction. She frowned and asked softly. Can you all just stop asking? Let Chen Mo go. Faced with everyone's relentless questioning, Lu Di didn't want to embarrass herself further. After all, the classmates in the classroom were still watching. The more she explained now, the more humiliating it would be for her. Xiao Di, you actually asked Chen Mo to sleep with you? How could that be? How could you possibly fancy a stinking beggar like Chen Mo? Zhao Hongtao couldn't accept this reality for a moment and blurted out in desperation. Upon hearing Zhao Hongtao's words, Lu Di's pretty face turned icy. She stepped forward and delivered a sharp slap across his face, shouting with fury, "When the hell did I ever say I asked Chen Mo to sleep with me? Can you keep your filthy mouth shut?" Lu Di was seething with rage. While today's incident had been triggered by her repeated provocations toward Chen Mo, which led him to expose her claim of wanting to sleep with him. But if Zhao Hongtao hadn't been stirring the pot all along and was still preventing Chen Mo from leaving, things would never have escalated this far. Naturally, Lu Di vented all her pent-up resentment on Zhao Hongtao. After taking Lu Di's hard slap across the face, a distinct handprint instantly appeared on Zhao Hongtao's cheek. The entire classroom fell into a stunned silence. Who could have imagined that Lu Di wouldn't strike Chen Mo, the one who'd been slandering her all along, but instead hit Zhao Hongtao, the one who'd been defending her reputation at every turn? Chen Mo found the scene rather amusing. Zhao Hongtao, who had shielded Lu Di from start to finish, now bore the brunt of her slap. Perhaps this was the fate of a sycophant. Just as everyone expected Zhao Hongtao to lose face and confront Lu Di over the slap, he didn't ask why she'd hit him. Instead, he gave a silly grin and looked at her, saying, "Xiao Di, you mean you didn't sleep with Chen Mo on your own initiative, right? Nothing happened between you two, right?" Hearing this, everyone froze in place, their expressions utterly speechless. It had to be said, Zhao Hongtao truly embodied the role of a sycophant to the extreme. Even at a moment like this, he was still fixated on whether Lu Di had slept with Chen Mo. Chen Mo had no patience for this nonsense. He strode purposefully toward the classroom exit. Zhao Ainan, Meng Liang, Lu Rui, and the others followed suit, exiting the classroom behind him. The students in the classroom never imagined today's incident would conclude in such a manner. After leaving the classroom, Chen Mo's phone rang. He pulled it out and saw it was Du Tianhao calling. But with Lu Rui, Meng Liang, and the others present, Chen Mo didn't answer the call. Instead, he pressed reject. Soon after, Du Tianhao sent a text message. The message read, "Young Master Chen, I have news about the two individuals you asked me to investigate yesterday. I'm waiting for you at the northeast gate of Nanyang University." A flicker of excitement crossed Chen Mo's eyes upon reading the message. After all, exposing the true identity of the account thief, Zheng Feng, was his top priority now. Chapter 59, I actually know this guy. After following Chen Mo out of the classroom, Zhao Ainan, Lu Rui, and Meng Liang all wore expressions of utter bewilderment. They simply couldn't fathom why Lu Di, who had always looked down on Chen Mo, would voluntarily ask to sleep with him. Although Lu Di hadn't explicitly admitted it today, the fact that she'd been so agitated about getting Chen Mo to leave meant she'd already acknowledged everything. "Chen Mo, what exactly is going on between you and Lu Di?" Meng Liang couldn't hold back any longer. He walked up beside Chen Mo and whispered the question. "Yeah, Chen Mo, why would Lu Di want to sleep with you?" Lu Rui asked, equally curious. Chen Mo glanced at the two of them, then briefly recounted how Lu Di had been kidnapped by Wei Shiola and others, and later called him demanding money for their rescue. Although Chen Mo didn't want to reveal his true identity to Meng Liang, Lu Rui, and the others right now, he felt explaining this particular incident wouldn't cause any problems. After hearing Chen Mo's explanation, Meng Liang suddenly understood and quickly said, "So Lu Di actually slept with you to repay the 40,000 yuan, right?" "Yeah, but I wasn't really interested in that woman, so I didn't touch her. I never intended to tell anyone about it either. But today, Lu Di got way too pushy, and I lost control for a moment, that's why I blurted it out." Chen Mo explained softly. "So that's how it was." Lu Rui nodded lightly, his lingering doubts finally resolved. In Lu Rui and Meng Liang's eyes, Chen Mo's explanation still seemed quite credible. After all, if that weren't the case, how could the ever-proud Lu Di have willingly slept with Chen Mo? "But Chen Mo, where did you get that 40,000 yuan?" Just then, Zhao Ainan seemed to sense something amiss. Furrowing her brow, she quietly asked Chen Mo. "Yeah, Chen Mo, last time you said you won the lottery, which is why you could afford to treat everyone to dinner at a place like the Mingsheng Grand Hotel. But you blew through 100,000 yuan in one go back then. Where did this 40,000 yuan come from?" Meng Liang caught on too, looking at Chen Mo and asking. Chen Mo froze upon hearing this, then replied softly, "Actually, I didn't tell you the whole truth back then. I won a total of 150,000 yuan from the lottery. I spent over 100,000 on the dinner, and the remaining 40,000 plus went towards saving Lu Di and Su Jiao. So now, I've pretty much spent all my lottery winnings." Zhao Ainan, Meng Liang, and Lu Rui stared at Chen Mo, their expressions utterly incredulous. The three of them never imagined that Chen Mo, who had always been seen as a penniless loser, could have such incredible luck winning a 150,000 yuan jackpot. After all, at Nanyang University, the average student's monthly living expenses were only between 2,000 and 3,000 yuan.
Only a handful of students from well-off families received over 3,000 yuan a month. To Lu Rui and the others, the figure of 150,000 yuan Chen Mo mentioned was nothing short of astronomical. What baffled them even more was that after winning such a huge sum, Chen Mo had spent it all on treating everyone to meals and rescuing useless people like Lu Di and Su Jiao. None of the three could fathom what Chen Mo was thinking. Could it be that after years of poverty, he now had no idea how to handle sudden wealth? Though they couldn't fathom why he'd squandered the 150,000 yuan this way, they still found his reasoning plausible.
Chen Mo, since you won so much money, why didn't you save it? You could have used it to improve your life later. Zhao Ainen seemed genuinely heartbroken that he'd squandered it all, frowning as she addressed him. This money was unexpected windfall for me to begin with. Wasting it doesn't really hurt me. Chen Mo explained helplessly. But if you hadn't wasted it, you wouldn't have to pick through trash. You could buy yourself some new clothes, and then people wouldn't look down on you. Zhao Ainen hurriedly added. Just changing my clothes would make people look at me differently? Chen Mo couldn't help but chuckle at Zhao Ainen's words before continuing, you're oversimplifying things. They look down on me not because of my clothes, but because they refuse to accept I'm not a poor beggar. If I spent this 150,000 on expensive clothes, they'd still think I found them or stole them. Even if they believed I bought them myself, they'd still see me as a beggar. It wouldn't change their contempt. Zhao Ainen stared at Chen Mo before her, suddenly stunned. She realized there was some truth to what he was saying. Not everyone who puts on expensive clothes becomes a prince or princess. Even in these rags, you still choose to stay by my side as my friends. But those who look down on me? Even if I dressed in luxury, they'd still despise me. Chen Mo paused before continuing, I think my current clothes are just fine. I don't need to change anything just because of other people's opinions. Actually, I think Chen Mo has a point. Clothes are something you should just wear if you like them. There's no need to force yourself to change just because of what others think. Meng Liang seemed to agree with Chen Mo's perspective, saying with a smile. Even if Chen Mo doesn't want to buy clothes, he could use that money for something else. He doesn't have to waste it like this. Zhao Ainen still sounded a bit regretful. Chen Mo understood Zhao Ainen was only saying this for his own good, so he didn't argue. Glancing at his phone, he murmured, well, I've got something to take care of. I'll head out now. With that, he strode purposefully toward the northeast gate of the school. At that moment, Chen Mo had no interest in discussing with Zhao Ainen and the others how he should spend his 150,000 yuan. After all, what he held wasn't just 150,000 yuan, it was tens of thousands of 150,000 yuan. Chen Mo was still preoccupied with the matter involving Wen Ruoshi. As for changing clothes, Chen Mo had considered buying something nice. But then he realized this outfit wasn't so bad after all, at least it allowed him to see people's true colors. That was precisely why he hadn't changed. A few minutes later, Chen Mo arrived at the northeast gate of Nanyang University. Since fewer students passed through the northeast gate, Du Tianhao deliberately parked the car there to prevent other students from seeing Chen Mo interacting with him. Du Tianhao was a man of keen insight. He had long sensed that Chen Mo was concealing his identity. Chen Mo found Du Tianhao's Mercedes, opened the door, and got in. Young Master Chen. Du Tianhao greeted him with great respect upon seeing Chen Mo. How's the investigation I asked you to conduct? Chen Mo asked, his expression impassive. Young Master Chen, let's start with that Nanyang Wei fellow from the seafood platform. This guy is quite interesting, and you should actually know him. Du Tianhao spoke while pulling out a file and handing it to Chen Mo. I know this person? Chen Mo froze momentarily upon hearing this, then reached out to take the file. When Chen Mo saw the photo in the file, he froze again, then smiled helplessly and murmured softly, I do know this person. Chapter 60, Why isn't the person I'm looking for here? Chen Mo examined the file Du Tianhao had given him about the Nanyang Wei prince, a faint smile playing on his lips. He couldn't help but inwardly marvel at how fate had brought him face to face with this very same Nanyang Wei prince. For this Nanyang Wei Gongzi was none other than Wei Xiola, the very person with whom Chen Mo had previously clashed. But this was actually for the best. After all, with just a word from Du Tianhao, Wei Xiola would dare not continue to make things difficult for Wen Ruoshi. Young Master Chen, shall I take you to see Wei Xiola now? Du Tianhao asked softly. I won't waste my time on someone like him. Handle this matter yourself. Tell him to stop harassing a female streamer named Wen Ruoshi. Chen Mo replied softly. Understood. Du Tianhao promptly agreed. Oh, and don't reveal my identity. Understand? Chen Mo paused before adding another instruction. Young Master Chen, rest assured. I'll handle this properly. Du Tianhao quickly assured him. Chen Mo nodded slightly, then continued, by the way, how's the investigation on that Zhang phone I asked you to look into? Du Tianhao snapped to attention, quickly pulling out a thick stack of files and handing them to Chen Mo. He then whispered, Young Master Chen, I'm terribly sorry. There are over 5,000 people named Zhang Feng in Nanyang City. This investigation has proven quite difficult. Chen Mo felt a wave of despair wash over him at Du Tianhao's words. 5,000 people?
By the time he found the real Zhang Feng, when Ruoshi and Zhang Feng would likely have already done whatever they needed to do. What good would it do then to expose Zhang Feng's true colors? However, based on the information you provided, I filtered out records of individuals named Zhang Feng around 20 years old in Nanyang City. There are roughly 70 candidates. You can review these profiles to see if the person you seek is among them, Du Tianhao continued, looking at Chen Mo. 70 plus is about right. Chen Mo exhaled a long breath, then took the files from Du Tianhao and began examining them with a serious expression.
Meanwhile, after Chen Mo left the classroom, the other students also dispersed.
After all, the main character of this scene was gone, there was no point in them staying. Once the classroom emptied, Gao Feifei, Li Kai, Zhang Meng, Zhao Hongtao, and others gathered around Lu Di.
Xiao Di, what's really going on between you and Chen Mo? Did he threaten you? Or does he have something on you?
Gao Feifei, utterly baffled by Lu Di's unusual behavior today, pressed her with an agitated expression.
Chen Mo didn't pressure me. I genuinely owed him 40,000 yuan.
Lu Di leaned on the table, her expression filled with helplessness as she replied.
You really owe Chen Mo money?
A flicker of confusion crossed Gao Feifei's eyes. She couldn't fathom why Lu Di would be in debt to him.
Lu Di, what on earth did you owe Chen Mo money for? Li Kai frowned as he asked. Li Kai, don't you know exactly why? Just then, Su Jiao, who had remained silent until now, finally couldn't hold back. She stood up and shouted at Li Kai. Su Jiao, what do you mean by that? Why Lu Di borrowed money from Chen Mo has nothing to do with me. Li Kai retorted, puzzled. Back then, Feifei offended Wei Xiola. We too got dragged into it too. It took 40,000 yuan to get me and Xiaodi out.
But you took the money and rescued Feifei, completely ignoring whether we lived or died.
Xiaodi found out Chen Mo won the lottery a few days ago.
She had no choice but to call him, asking for the money to save us both.
That's how all this happened. Do you understand now?
Su Jiao shouted, her large, teary eyes wide with emotion. Upon hearing Su Jiao's words, Li Kai and Gao Feifei exchanged awkward glances, momentarily at a loss for how to face Lu Di.
Zhao Hongtao, however, was visibly agitated. He shouted at the top of his lungs, Lu Di. When you needed money, why didn't you call me? It took 40,000 to get me out. Did you have that kind of money? Lu Di retorted with a cold laugh.
Zhao Hongtao froze upon hearing her words, utterly speechless. Although Zhao Hongtao came from a well-off family, 40,000 yuan was still a substantial sum for him. There was no way he could come up with that amount in such a short time. I truly don't have that kind of money, but how could that penniless Chen Mo possibly have that much?
Zhao Hongtao protested indignantly.
I already explained Chen Mo won the lottery, which is why he could afford to treat everyone to dinner at the Mingsheng Hotel and even rescue the two of us.
Su Jiao replied helplessly. If Chen Mo really won the lottery, do you think he'd be willing to spend that money treating everyone to dinner? Or spending it to rescue the two of you?
Just then, Gao Feifei suddenly sneered coldly. Hearing Gao Feifei's words, everyone looked puzzled.
I've been with Chen Mo for so long, I know his personality well. If he really just won the lottery, he absolutely wouldn't be this generous. Gao Feifei continued. Feifei, what exactly are you implying? Li Kai hesitated before asking. My meaning is simple. This money definitely isn't Chen Mo's. Gao Feifei declared with unwavering certainty. Not his own? The group once again exchanged puzzled looks. Oh my gosh, how can you all be so clueless? Remember those thefts happening in our dorms a few days ago? Lots of students lost money, and the police even came to investigate last time, but they still haven't caught the thief. Gao Feifei said slowly. Feifei, are you saying Chen Mo is the thief? Lu Di gasped. We don't have proof that Chen Mo is the thief yet, but I think he's been acting really strange lately. He's been going out of his way to antagonize us, and he even blabbed about how you slept with him. If we don't teach Chen Mo a lesson, I think he'll just get more arrogant. Gao Feifei said coldly. The others exchanged glances, clearly agreeing with Gao Feifei's desire for revenge. But how exactly should we get back at Chen Mo? Zhao Hongtao asked, momentarily stunned. Zhao Hongtao, if I recall correctly, we have a PE class in 2 days, right? Gao Feifei asked, narrowing her eyes. Yeah, what about it? Zhao Hongtao nodded slightly. The four of us could do this the day after tomorrow. Gao Feifei and the others began whispering among themselves in the classroom, plotting how to deal with Chen Mo the day after tomorrow. Meanwhile, Chen Mo sat in Du Tianhao's Mercedes, flipping through the documents in his hands one after another. But after reviewing all the files, he was astonished to discover that none of them contained any information about the Zhang Feng he had seen the previous night. Du Tianhao, are you certain all the files on anyone named Zhang Feng are here? Chen Mo set down the documents and asked Du Tianhao with a grave expression. Absolutely. My files are extremely precise. Even if someone isn't a local from Nanyang City, if they attend university here, I can still find their records. This data is the most accurate. Du Tianhao replied softly. Then why isn't the person I'm looking for here? Chen Mo muttered in confusion, staring at the documents in his hands. Chapter 61, Indifference and Coldness. Seated in Du Tianhao's Mercedes, Chen Mo couldn't fathom why, despite Du Tianhao having gathered all records for anyone named Zhang Feng, the person he'd seen yesterday was conspicuously absent. Young Master Chen, are you certain that person's real name is Zhang Feng? Noticing Chen Mo's uneasy expression, Du Tianhao hesitated before asking softly. Well. A flicker of helplessness crossed Chen Mo's eyes at Du Tianhao's question. He realized he couldn't definitively confirm the identity thief was named Zhang Feng after all, he'd never seen the person's ID. Young Master Chen, all this information came from the household registration office. That means all these individuals named Zhang Feng used that name when registering their household. But if the person isn't actually named Zhang Feng, or if Zhang Feng is just a nickname and their real name is something else, then I have no way of finding their information. Du Tianhao explained softly to Chen Mo. That's a bit of a problem. Chen Mo sighed softly. Young Master Chen, do you have any other information about this person? Like photos or a phone number? Du Tianhao asked. No. Chen Mo shook his head gently. Then this matter is a bit troublesome. Du Tianhao now had no idea how to locate the person Chen Mo was seeking. Alright, I'll go back and try to gather some information on that person. Once I find something, I'll let you know. Chen Mo knew it was impossible to track down Zhang Feng with just a name. His only option now was to wait for Zhang Feng to return to Wenruoshi's home, then find an opportunity to secretly take a photo of him to give to Du Tianhao. Guess that's our only option for now. Du Tianhao nodded slightly. Alright, go handle Wei Xiola's matter. Chen Mo spoke as he pushed open the car door and stepped out. After watching Chen Mo leave, Du Tianhao immediately pulled out his phone, found Wei Ming's number, and dialed it. Ring. After 2 rings, Wei Ming answered with a respectful tone. Brother Hao, what can I do for you? Where's your brother, Wei Xiola? Get him on the phone. Du Tianhao's tone was as cold as ice, as if he were a different person. Wei Ming sensed the shift in Du Tianhao's tone and immediately sensed trouble. He hurriedly handed the phone to Wei Xiola, who was standing beside him. Brother. Brother Hao? What? What do you need? Wei Xiola stammered after taking the phone. Did you offend a female streamer named Wenruoshi? Du Tianhao demanded in an icy tone. Wenruoshi? Wei Xiola froze instantly upon hearing the name. I'm giving you 3 hours to apologize to Wenruoshi. Never cross her again. If you don't, you'll face the consequences. Got it? Du Tianhao could tell from Wei Xiola's reaction that he definitely knew Wenruoshi, so he cut straight to the point. Yes, I understand. Wei Xiola stammered out his reply before continuing. Brother Hao, you know this Wenruoshi? Click. Du Tianhao didn't waste words with Wei Xiola. He hung up immediately and drove away. Left staring at the disconnected call, Wei Xiola was utterly bewildered. He had previously investigated Wenruoshi's background and discovered she didn't know anyone in Nanyang City. That's why he'd dared to make a move against her. But now he couldn't fathom how Wenruoshi could possibly know a big shot like Du Tianhao. Meanwhile, after parting ways with Du Tianhao, Chen Mo headed straight for home. Although he had located the Wei young master of Nanyang and helped Wenruoshi resolve a major problem, Chen Mo remained unsettled by his failure to uncover Zhang Feng's true identity. Ring. Just as Chen Mo neared his home, his phone rang again. Assuming it was news from Du Tianhao, Chen Mo answered without hesitation. Mr. Chen, hello. But the voice on the other end wasn't Du Tianhao's, it was a seductively alluring female voice. Chen Mo recognized the voice instantly. It was none other than Wang Yaoyao, the saleswoman who had looked down on him earlier at the sales office. Wang Yaoyao was a woman with a sexy figure and beautiful looks. Combined with her slightly older age, she was the epitome of a mature, alluring woman. Her voice carried that unique seductive quality typical of such women, which is why Chen Mo recognized her immediately. How did you get my number? Chen Mo paused for a moment before asking softly. I got your number from Lin Shi. Wang Yaoyao replied with a smile. Oh, okay. What's this about? Chen Mo had indeed given his number to Lin Shi before, so it made perfect sense that Wang Yaoyao had it. Well, Mr. Chen, a few days ago I mentioned our company launched a new development. There's one villa with an excellent layout and prime location. The price might be slightly higher, but it shouldn't be an issue for someone like you. Are you free this afternoon? How about I take you to see the property? Wang Yaoyao hurriedly suggested. Chen Mo hesitated upon hearing Wang Yaoyao's words. While he did have no plans for the afternoon, his mind was preoccupied with concerns about Wenruoshi, leaving him in no mood to view properties. Mr. Chen, this villa is in high demand. If you don't act quickly, someone else might snap it up. Noticing his hesitation, Wang Yaoyao pressed on. Alright then. I don't have anything else to do anyway. I'll go with you to take a look. Chen Mo agreed immediately. That's wonderful. Where are you now, Mr. Chen? I'll come pick you up. Wang Yaoyao said excitedly. I'm at Red Star Residential Complex. Hearing Wang Yaoyao was coming to pick him up, Chen Mo didn't think twice and simply gave his location. Got it, I'll be right over. Wang Yaoyao replied before hanging up immediately. Chen Mo tucked his phone into his clothes and stood at the community entrance waiting for Wang Yaoyao.
But just as he finished putting away his phone, he suddenly spotted a familiar figure walking toward him. Wen Ruoshi wore a white loungewear set, radiating a delicate feminine charm that made her look exceptionally beautiful. She carried several shopping bags, likely returning from the supermarket. Perhaps because she was carrying quite a lot, Wen Ruoshi seemed a bit strained. After a moment's hesitation, Chen Mo stepped forward with a smile and offered, "Let me help you carry those upstairs." Upon hearing his offer, Wen Ruoshi turned and shot him a fierce glare. Without a word, she marched straight into the residential complex, seemingly ignoring him entirely. Chen Mo stood there looking slightly awkward, feeling somewhat disheartened. After all, he had consistently offered her help, only to be met with her indifference and coldness. Such treatment would be hard for anyone to bear. Just as when Ruoshi stepped into the residential compound, the roar of an engine echoed down the street. A black Passat pulled up arrogantly at the entrance. Wei Xiaola rushed out of the car, panic evident on his face. When Chen Mo saw Wei Xiaola, he instinctively froze. He never imagined Du Tianhao could act so swiftly. But if Wei Xiaola saw him, she would surely approach him first, potentially exposing his identity, especially since when Ruoshi had just entered the compound. For a moment, Chen Mo found himself at a loss for what to do. Chapter 62, Can't Keep It Hidden Any Longer? Seeing Wei Xiaola appear at the community gate, Chen Mo felt a surge of nervousness. Although Chen Mo had previously told Wen Ruoshi that he was past memories gone with the wind and had wanted to reveal his true identity to her, at that time, Chen Mo had only spoken impulsively out of concern for Wen Ruoshi's safety. But now, Chen Mo had no intention of revealing his identity. Naturally, he didn't want Wen Ruoshi to know about the matters between him and Wei Xiaola. After getting out of the car, Wei Xiaola headed straight toward the residential complex. Perhaps due to the angle, she didn't immediately spot Chen Mo. After a moment's hesitation, Chen Mo turned and hid behind a parked car. Wan Ruoshi. Just then, Wei Xiaola suddenly called out loudly. Wan Ruoshi froze upon hearing her name called, then slowly turned her head toward Wei Xiaola. Though she didn't recognize Wei Xiaola as the notorious Nanyang Wei young master who constantly antagonized her on the live streaming platform, she knew the man following him, brother Hu. When Ruoshi saw them, she assumed they had come to cause trouble. A flicker of panic crossed her beautiful eyes, and then, purely instinctively, she looked toward Chen Mo standing by the entrance of the residential complex. After all, she had seen Chen Mo standing there just moments ago. She assumed he wouldn't have left so quickly, pinning her hopes on him. But when Ruoshi spotted Chen Mo, she froze in place, her expression utterly speechless. From her vantage point, she could clearly see Chen Mo hiding behind a car, completely out of Wei Xiaola and the other's sight. When Zhang Feng got beaten yesterday, Chen Mo just hid on the sidelines, not daring to say a word. Now that these people have come looking for him, Chen Mo has actually gone into hiding. I must have been blind to ever associate with someone like Chen Mo. Wen Ruoshi sighed with profound disappointment. Yet instead of fleeing immediately, she began walking purposefully toward the exit of the residential compound. You must be Wen Ruoshi? Wei Xiaolio eyed Wen Ruoshi up and down before asking softly. That's right, I'm Wen Ruoshi. I thought it through last night. As long as you leave me and my friends alone, I'll sign with Nanyang Wei Gongzi's talent agency. Wen Ruoshi knew she couldn't stand up to these people. Though she felt deeply resentful, this was her only option. Wen Ruoshi, I think you might have misunderstood something. Wei Xiaola grinned at her, baring his teeth, then continued, I'm the very same Nanyang Wei Gongzi who's been contacting you all along. You're the Nanyang Wei Gongzi? A flicker of confusion crossed Wen Ruoshi's beautiful eyes at Wei Xiaola's words. She couldn't understand why he suddenly seemed like a different person, speaking to her with such politeness. Yes. I am the Wei young master from Nanyang. Wei Xiaola nodded lightly, then looked at Wen Ruoshi and continued, I think there might have been some misunderstanding between us before. I want to apologize for what I did back then. After saying this, Wei Xiaola immediately bowed deeply to Wen Ruoshi. When Ruoshi stared at Wei Xiaola before her, her expression one of utter shock. She couldn't fathom why the man who had sent thugs to threaten her last night and even beaten Zhang Feng was now acting like a completely different person, coming to her doorstep to apologize. Seeing Wei Xiaola's apology, Hu Gu and the others also began bowing to Wen Ruoshi in apology. What the hell is going on here? Wen Ruoshi exclaimed in utter bewilderment. Miss Wen, we mean no harm. We just came to apologize. If you'd mentioned you knew brother Hao earlier, I wouldn't have dared to give you a hard time. Wouldn't you agree? Wei Xiaola said with a cheerful smile. Brother Hao? When Ruoshi was now completely bewildered, utterly clueless about Wei Xiaola's true intentions. Miss Wen, here's 20,000 yuan. I heard my men injured your friend yesterday. This is for medical expenses. From now on, do whatever you want on the live streaming platform. I won't interfere with you anymore, nor will I force you to sign with me. As Wei Xiaola spoke, he pressed the 20,000 yuan into Wen Ruoshi's hands. Before she could react, he turned and walked away with his men. Moments later, the black Passat vanished from the entrance of the residential complex. Wang Ruoshi held the 20,000 yuan, her expression filled with confusion.
Could it be Zhang Feng who helped?
Once when Ruwashi processed the situation, she couldn't help but mutter softly to herself.
Not many people knew about the conflict between Wen Ruwashi and Wei Shilla. Only Chen Mo and Zhang Feng were aware.
Chen Mo had hidden the moment he saw Wei Shilla, so when Ruwashi was certain it wasn't him.
If Chen Mo had helped her, he'd have no reason to hide now. If it wasn't Chen Mo, then it must have been Zhang Feng.
After all, Zhang Feng had said last night that he would investigate who was threatening Wen Ruwashi. This thought made Wen Ruwashi's gratitude toward Zhang Feng grow even stronger. She had been torn about whether to be his girlfriend, but now her mind was clearly made up. Zhang Feng was handsome, had a great personality, and most importantly, stepped up to protect her when it mattered, unlike that coward Chen Mo, who hid behind a car the moment Wei Shilla's men showed up. The thought made Wen Ruwashi laugh bitterly. At first, Wen Ruwashi had held a favorable impression of Chen Mo. Though he was a bit poor, his character seemed sound. But now it was clear that appearances could be deceiving. After Wei Shilla's men left, Chen Mo emerged from behind the car and grinned at Wen Ruwashi.
Weren't those guys the ones threatening you yesterday? They've apologized now, so you should be safe, right? Is my safety any of your concern?
Wen Ruwashi shot back, her tone icy cold. Seeing Wen Ruwashi still treating him this way, Chen Mo felt puzzled.
He thought she should be in a good mood now. Where were you hiding just now? Thought these guys were here for me and didn't want to get dragged into trouble, huh?
Wen Ruwashi shot Chen Mo a look of utter disdain, pursing her lips as she continued. A flicker of resignation crossed Chen Mo's eyes upon hearing her words. He finally understood why Wen Ruwashi still treated him this way. It turned out Wen Ruwashi had misunderstood him.
Earlier, Chen Mo had hidden behind the car simply because he was worried Wei Shilla would expose his identity.
But in Wen Ruwashi's eyes, it had become him hiding because he was afraid of being implicated.
I wasn't hiding on purpose just now. Chen Mo opened his mouth to explain. But just then, a Mercedes pulled up to the curb. Thud. A dull thud echoed as the Mercedes door swung open. The sexy and beautiful saleswoman, Wang Yaoyao, stepped out of the Mercedes. Her beautiful eyes scanned the area.
Spotting Chen Mo, she immediately walked towards him, swaying gracefully in her high heels.
Upon seeing Wang Yaoyao, Chen Mo felt an overwhelming sense of helplessness.
He had just dodged Wei Shilla, and now Wang Yaoyao was here.
Looks like I can't hide anymore. Chen Mo knew it was too late to hide now.
The moment Wang Yaoyao spoke to him, Wen Ruwashi would surely sense something was amiss. Thus, even if Chen Mo wanted to conceal the truth, it was no longer possible.
Chapter 63, Encountering Su Mubai again.
At the community gate,
Wang Yaoyao stepped out of the Mercedes and walked straight toward Chen Mo. Wang Yaoyao's outfit today was incredibly alluring.
She wore a tight-fitting t-shirt that accentuated her beautiful curves. Already possessing a naturally sexy and alluring figure, this outfit added an extra layer of mature femininity to her already captivating presence.
Mr. Chen. Upon reaching Chen Mo, Wang Yaoyao waved enthusiastically at him.
Upon hearing her greeting, Wen Ruwashi's beautiful eyes flashed with confusion. She couldn't fathom why a woman stepping out of a Mercedes would address Chen Mo as young Master Chen. Chen Mo gave Wang Yaoyao a helpless smile before turning to whisper softly to Wen Ruwashi, "My friend came to pick me up.
I'll have to go now." Your friend?
Wen Ruwashi looked at Wang Yaoyao, her confusion deepening.
Being a woman herself, Wen Ruwashi could tell that Wang Yaoyao's clothes and accessories were undoubtedly expensive. Perhaps even a single pair of her earrings could buy Chen Mo an entire outfit. How could a penniless guy like Chen Mo possibly know a woman like Wang Yaoyao? Yes, my friend.
Chen Mo gave a slight nod, then said nothing more, walking straight toward Wang Yaoyao's table. Wen Ruwashi stood frozen in place, staring at Chen Mo's retreating figure, utterly baffled by the situation.
Chen Mo reached Wang Yaoyao's side and whispered softly, "Let's go." Yes, Mr. Chen. Wang Yaoyao nodded gently, then turned to glance up and down at Wen Ruwashi before asking Chen Mo softly, "Mr. Chen, is that beautiful lady your girlfriend?" No. Chen Mo shook his head flatly. Oh, I see. Wang Yaoyao nodded thoughtfully, then in the next instant made a move neither Chen Mo nor Wen Ruwashi had anticipated.
She reached out her slender arm and wrapped it around Chen Mo's arm in an intimate, suggestive gesture.
Startled by Wang Yaoyao's sudden move, Chen Mo momentarily forgot to push her away. Wang Yaoyao's intent was crystal clear. She deliberately wanted Wen Ruwashi to witness their intimacy, making her believe they were the couple. Though when Ruwashi saw Chen Mo as just a penniless young man, Wang Yaoyao knew he was one of the rarest super-rich second-generation heirs in all of Nanyang City. Wang Yaoyao saw befriending a playboy like Chen Mo as a chance sent from heaven. She would never give up pursuing him. Marrying into wealth and becoming a wealthy wife was the dream she'd chased for years. Even if she couldn't be his wife, she'd gladly be his mistress. But Wang Yaoyao knew Chen Mo was undoubtedly surrounded by countless beauties harboring the same ambitions as her. This one Ruwashi was likely one of them. Thus, Wang Yaoyao's actions were nothing more than an attempt to make Wen Ruwashi back down, clearing away a potential rival. Upon witnessing Chen Mo and Wang Yaoyao's intimate closeness, a flicker of shock crossed Wen Ruwashi's beautiful eyes, swiftly replaced by disgust. Who would have thought Chen Mo was actually being kept by some rich woman? It's utterly disgusting. When Ruwashi naturally didn't believe Chen Mo and Wang Yaoyao were in a normal boyfriend-girlfriend relationship. Plus, Wang Yaoyao was significantly older than Chen Mo and dressed in a very mature, sexy way. That's why when Ruwashi assumed Chen Mo was being kept by Wang Yaoyao. In when Ruwashi's eyes, a man kept by a woman was usually no good. After muttering disgusting under her breath, she turned and walked straight back into the residential complex. Meanwhile, Chen Mo, completely unaware of the thoughts swirling in both women's minds, was pulled into the Mercedes by Wang Yaoyao. Once inside, Wang Yaoyao released his arm, then sat in the driver's seat and started the car. "Mr. Chen," she murmured, her lips parting seductively as she turned to him, her voice dripping with allure, "I must say, you look even more handsome today than the last time we met." Wang Yaoyao's luscious lips parted slightly as she spoke to Chen Mo in an unusually seductive tone. "You didn't say that last time we met." Chen Mo replied with a helpless expression. Remember, when Chen Mo and Wang Yaoyao first met, she had dismissed him outright as a trash collector, refusing even to speak to him. Yet now, she was actively batting her eyelashes at him and had even taken his arm before getting into the car. It had to be said, money really did hold immense power, capable of instantly altering someone's perception of you. "Oh, I didn't mean to be like that last time." Seeing Wang Yaoyao like this, Chen Mo couldn't help but swallow hard. He quickly said, "Just focus on driving. I don't want to die on the road." "Fine." Seeing that Chen Mo seemed oblivious to her advances, Wang Yaoyao could only sigh in resignation before focusing on the road ahead. After about 10 minutes, Wang Yaoyao pulled up in front of a sales office. "Mr. Chen, we're here," Wang Yaoyao whispered to Chen Mo. "All right." Chen Mo nodded lightly before reaching out to open the car door. But just as he stepped out, he suddenly spotted a very familiar figure emerging from the sales office. "What is she doing here?" Chen Mo couldn't help but mutter under his breath. Upon hearing this, Pan Ning quickly turned her head toward the entrance of the sales office. She spotted a beautiful girl in a white long dress, swaying gracefully in high heels as she emerged from the building. And this woman was none other than Chen Mo's goddess fiancée, Sumu Bai, the one he'd been given for free. Chapter 64, You Want to Buy Me a Villa? "Mr. Chen, do you know that person?" Wang Yaoyao sensed that Chen Mo's gaze seemed off after seeing Sumu Bai. He hadn't moved an inch from where he stood, so she couldn't help but ask softly. Go wait for me inside the sales office. I'll come find you in a moment." Chen Mo replied indifferently. Chen Mo wasn't worried about revealing his identity to Wen Ruwashi, but he was concerned about exposing himself to Sumu Bai. The inheritance agreement contained explicit stipulations. Chen Mo was forbidden from revealing his true identity until he married Sumu Bai. He concealed his identity from others simply to maintain a low profile. He didn't want his life disrupted. If everyone knew Chen Mo was a trillionaire, he'd be unable to live normally. All sorts of people would come knocking. But hiding his identity from Sumu Bai was a choice forced upon him. He had no other option. Upon hearing Chen Mo's words, Wang Yaoyao hesitated for 2 seconds before strutting toward the sales office in her high heels, her curvaceous hips swaying. Chen Mo, meanwhile, headed toward Sumu Bai's location. Today, Sumu Bai wore a white spaghetti strap dress. The fabric had a heavy drape, with a side slit reminiscent of a qipao, revealing her long, fair legs. She wore white high-heeled sandals, exuding a sensual yet dignified aura, truly goddess-like. Chen Mo had encountered his fair share of beauties, but he felt none could compare to Sumu Bai. Whether it was her aura, figure, or looks, she was truly the cream of the crop. That such a woman was his fiancée was perhaps the ultimate dream of every man. But alas, this fiancée was merely a fiancée in name only. Chen Mo knew that if he truly wanted to marry Sumu Bai, he would have to reveal his true identity to her. Otherwise, there was no way she could ever come to love him. "Ah!" Chen Mo let out a soft sigh before striding over to Sumu Bai. With a cheerful smile, he said, "What a coincidence to run into you here." "Chen Mo?" Sumu Bai, who had been deep in thought moments before, flashed a look of surprise in her beautiful eyes upon seeing Chen Mo. "What are you doing here?" Sumu Bai asked, her gaze fixed on Chen Mo. Chen Mo opened his mouth to speak when a pleasant ringtone suddenly interrupted him. "Hold on a sec. I need to take this call." Sumu Bai knew it was his own phone ringing, so he quickly pulled it out of his bag and answered the call. "Bai, how did you like that villa your dad asked you to check out today?" A middle-aged woman's voice came through the phone. "Mom, I'm at the sales office right now. I've seen all the houses. The location is great, it's very close to Dad's company. Plus, the surrounding amenities and the neighborhood environment are all excellent." Sumu Bai replied in a sweet voice. "Well, if you like it, you should just go ahead and buy it. Your dad has been talking about moving into a villa lately, hasn't he?" Su's mother said slowly. Sumu Bai instinctively glanced at Chen Mo upon hearing her mother's words, her tone tinged with resignation. "Mom, these villas are indeed excellent, but the price is a bit steep. The one I'm considering is over 70 million. Dad's company has only just started turning a profit. If we were to shell out that much money all at once, I worry that if the company runs into any problems, we might not have the funds to cover it." "I see." Su's mother replied softly before adding calmly, "All right then.
When you return, your father and I will discuss it. If it truly can't be helped, we'll take out a loan.
Sumubai nodded lightly before hanging up. You're planning to buy a house here? Chen Mo asked with a smile after seeing Sumubai hang up.
Yeah.
Sumubai nodded lightly before continuing. My dad's company just moved locations. This villa is very close to his new office, so my parents are planning to move into a new place.
Oh, I see.
Chen Mo nodded slightly, saying nothing more.
What brings you here?
Looking for a part-time job? Sumubai gave Chen Mo a once-over.
She was certain he wasn't here to buy property after all. Every home in this area was a villa, with the cheapest option starting at over 50 million yuan.
Even a family like hers found it hard to afford, let alone someone like Chen Mo. I'm here to look at properties. Chen Mo replied indifferently.
You're here to look at houses? Sumubai froze upon hearing Chen Mo's words, then pursed her lips and said, Do you even know how much these houses cost?
Can you afford one? Doesn't mean I can't look, right? Chen Mo said casually.
Sumubai was instantly speechless at Chen Mo's words. She couldn't fathom what kind of person had arranged such an eccentric fiancé for her. If Chen Mo had been even slightly more normal, Sumubai might not have laid down those 3 conditions for him.
But Sumubai felt Chen Mo was genuinely off kilter.
You never knew what was going on in his head, so naturally, she couldn't agree to marry him for real.
Oh, I heard you saw a villa earlier but couldn't afford it, right? Chen Mo asked, looking at Sumubai. What? Are you planning to lend me money? Sumubai asked irritably. You're my fiancé. Calling it a loan would be too formal. Why not just let me buy that villa outright and give it to you?
Chen Mo said with a cheerful smile.
Fine then. If you can really buy that villa for me, we won't need to keep up this charade. I'll marry you right away anytime you want. Sumubai knew Chen Mo was just joking. He provided his own monthly living expenses. How could he possibly afford a villa worth 70 million? Are you serious? Chen Mo asked urgently. Of course. Sumubai nodded with a half-smile, convinced Chen Mo couldn't possibly afford a villa here. Just wait and see. Chen Mo replied indifferently, then turned and strode straight into the sales office.
Sumubai watched Chen Mo's retreating figure, a flicker of something unusual crossing her eyes. Because in that instant when he turned away, Sumubai sensed that Chen Mo might not have been joking after all.
Chen Mo, wait a minute.
Sumubai hesitated for a moment before suddenly calling out.
Is there something else? Chen Mo slowly turned to face Sumubai and asked softly. What's your bank account number? Last time I had Xiaoyu bring you some living expenses, but you didn't take them. I'll just transfer it directly to you. Sumubai said softly. I'll text you my bank account number later. Chen Mo replied indifferently before continuing toward the sales office. Seconds later, Sumubai received Chen Mo's text.
When Sumubai saw the message, a hint of helplessness flashed in her beautiful eyes. She shook her head and chuckled softly. A man who needs to ask me for 10,000 yuan in living expenses every month actually boasts about buying me a villa.
How utterly ridiculous. Chapter 65. Are rich kids this low-key nowadays?
Actually, Chen Mo hadn't been joking when he mentioned buying Sumubai a villa. After all, Sumubai was, to some extent, his fiancée. Even if their relationship was merely in name, Chen Mo believed Sumubai wasn't fundamentally a bad person.
Moreover, she had helped him smoothly inherit Wang Cheng's estate.
Therefore, buying her a villa wasn't out of the question. The only question was how to present the villa to Sumubai without her discovering his true identity.
With these questions in mind, Chen Mo entered the sales office. The moment he stepped inside, he was utterly stunned by the opulent decor. True to its purpose as a villa sales center, it looked far more upscale than any sales office Chen Mo had visited before. Even the sales ladies inside were exceptionally beautiful, though they still fell short compared to the sexy, mature charm of Wang Yaoyao. Mr. Chen, you're here. Wang Yaoyao spotted Chen Mo and hurried over to his side, calling out in a sweet, coquettish voice. I ran into an old friend earlier, so I was a bit delayed. Chen Mo explained softly as he looked at Wang Yaoyao. No problem, no problem. Let me give you a quick tour of the villas in this community. Wang Yaoyao spoke while casually linking her arm through his as they walked toward the scale model. Her voice took on a seductive tone as she began detailing the villa community's features. The other saleswomen in the office watched Wang Yaoyao and Chen Mo's sudden intimacy with expressions of shock, their eyes filled with disbelief. Didn't Sister Yao say she'd bring a rich kid to buy a villa today? Could this be him? Probably not. No matter how you look at him, he doesn't seem like a rich kid at all. He just looks like an ordinary college student. Yeah, I think he might not even be as well off as an ordinary college student. Just look at what he's wearing. But look at how Sister Yao treats him. That must mean he's got some serious connections. The saleswomen began whispering among themselves, their eyes brimming with disdain for Chen Mo. They couldn't see how he could possibly afford any of the villas in this sales office. Mr. Chen, all our villas here come fully furnished with luxury finishes. Once you purchase, you can move in any time. What do you think? Wang Yaoyao briefly introduced the villa's surroundings, her smile radiant as she addressed Chen Mo. Not bad. Chen Mo replied indifferently, then turned to Wang Yaoyao.
Earlier, a girl in a white dress very pretty came to view properties here.
Go ask her which villa she was looking at.
Wang Yaoyao froze upon hearing this, then instantly recalled Su Mubai, the man she and Chen Mo had encountered earlier at the sales office entrance. Mr. Chen, I'll go find the person who assisted your friend earlier.
You can ask her directly about anything.
Wang Yaoyao replied softly.
Alright. Chen Mo nodded lightly, then walked over to the nearby lounge area and sat down on the sofa to rest.
Wang Yaoyao hurried to the front desk and asked softly, Xiaoli, could you check who was assisting the lady in the white dress who just left? The young receptionist immediately glanced at the computer's registration records and replied softly, Sis Yao, the lady who just left should have been handled by Manager Sun.
Manager Sun?
Wang Yaoyao froze upon hearing this, a look of exasperation flashing in her eyes. Having worked at this real estate company for several years, Yaoyao got along reasonably well with most colleagues except for Manager Sun, with whom she never quite clicked. Manager Sun, whose real name was Sun Miao, had been Wang Yaoyao's university classmate, and their relationship had never been particularly warm back then.
After graduation, they both ended up at the same company.
Initially, their relationship was tolerable, but it deteriorated when Sun Mao began using underhanded tactics to poach clients from Wang Yaoyao.
Their conflict escalated from there. Last year, both competed for the sales department manager position. However, because Sun Miao's boyfriend had connections with the company's CEO, he pulled strings to get her appointed as the sales office manager for a luxury villa community. Wang Yaoyao, on the other hand, was assigned to manage the sales office for an ordinary residential complex. Although both held managerial positions, the caliber of clients they could access differed vastly, naturally leading to a disparity in earnings. Despite being the more capable candidate, Wang Yaoyao lost out to Sun Miao, who succeeded solely through her connections with men. This experience made Wang Yaoyao acutely aware that for women, finding the right husband can sometimes be more crucial than anything else.
Both Wang Yaoyao and Sun Miao were deeply materialistic women, each hoping to find their so-called Prince Charming and marry into wealth. Their approaches, however, were worlds apart. Sun Miao would stop at nothing to close a real estate deal, frequently engaging in unscrupulous acts with clients or superiors.
While Wang Yaoyao also loved money, she always held firm to her principles. Only someone like Chen Mo, a super-rich second-generation heir, could make her willingly offer herself. For ordinary men, she would never compromise her standards. Sis Yao, should I go find Manager Sun now?
The young receptionist asked softly.
Alright, go get her down here. Wang Yaoyao hesitated briefly before nodding lightly. She actually wanted to take advantage of Chen Mo's presence today to thoroughly crush Sun Miao's arrogant attitude.
Upon hearing this, the front desk girl hurriedly dashed upstairs. A few minutes later, the receptionist returned with a woman who was less attractive and slender than Wang Yaoyao, but possessed a hint of alluring charm.
Oh my, I was wondering who was looking for me. It's you, Yaoyao.
Sun Miao greeted Wang Yaoyao warmly upon seeing her.
Sun Miao, my client has some questions for you. Wang Yaoyao had no interest in bickering with Sun Miao today and replied bluntly. Your client?
Sun Miao paused upon hearing this, then casually asked, where are your clients?
Mr. Chen is waiting over there. Wang Yaoyao spoke while walking toward Chen Mo's location. Though Sun Miao and Wang Yaoyao had never gotten along, Sun Miao was well aware of Wang Yaoyao's influence. She knew Wang Yaoyao would never personally bring someone unless they were a genuine buyer for the villa. Seconds later, Wang Yaoyao approached Chen Mo and addressed him with utmost respect. Mr. Chen, I've located the person who previously assisted your friend. Please direct any inquiries to her. When Sun Miao witnessed Wang Yaoyao addressing Chen Mo with such deference, she froze in place, her expression utterly incredulous. She never imagined the client Wang Yaoyao referred to would be this ordinary-looking, down-to-earth young man. Had Wang Yaoyao not mentioned it earlier, Sun Miao would never have guessed Chen Mo could afford a villa here. Wang Yaoyao, you're not saying that client is this guy, are you?
Sun Miao stepped forward, her expression filled with confusion as she addressed Wang Yaoyao.
Yes, this is Mr. Chen. Is there a problem? Wang Yaoyao replied indifferently. Wang Yaoyao, did this kid pull the wool over your eyes? Do you really think someone like him can afford a villa here?
Sun Miao asked, his tone tinged with utter helplessness.
Mr. Chen bought a villa at my sales office just 2 days ago and immediately gifted it to someone else. Do you really think someone of his stature couldn't afford a villa here?
Wang Yaoyao retorted proudly, as if it were she not Lin Shi who had received the villa from Chen Mo.
The saleswomen who had looked down on Chen Mo earlier shifted their gaze toward him dramatically after hearing Wang Yaoyao's words. Their eyes now held a hunger that seemed ready to devour him at any moment. Sun Miao couldn't help but scrutinize Chen Mo once more, inwardly marveling, who knew today's rich kids could be so low-key? He actually went out dressed like this? Earlier, a girl in a white dress viewed properties at your sales office. Do you recall which villa she was interested in? Chen Mo, indifferent to the stunned stares, stepped forward and asked Sun Miao. I remember. She looked at Villa 302. Sun Miao paused before answering softly. I'm buying that villa. Chen Mo didn't even inquire about the price or size of the villa.
His tone was as casual as if he were buying vegetables at the market. Sun Miao froze again upon hearing those words, his eyes filled with nothing but utter shock.
Chapter 66, A Fraud? The sales staff in the showroom all wore expressions of utter shock upon hearing Chen Mo declare, "I'll take this villa." While they knew full well that only wealthy individuals came here to buy villas, they had never encountered a buyer as decisive as Chen Mo. He hadn't even inquired about the price, size, or any discounts. Just one sentence, "I'll take this villa." Utterly commanding. Among all the salespeople present, only Wang Yaoyao's expression remained somewhat normal.
After all, she alone understood exactly what kind of person Chen Mo truly was.
This. Sir, are you absolutely certain you wish to purchase this villa? Might you not wish to reconsider? Sun Miao was utterly stunned by Chen Mo's declaration, stammering as he addressed him.
Encountering such a decisive client was the stuff of every salesperson's nightly dreams. Yet now, such a client stood before him in stark reality, and Sun Miao found himself momentarily unable to process it.
It's just a villa. What's there to consider?
Chen Mo gave Sun Miao a casual glance, his tone so calm it felt almost unreal. No, I mean you know the actual price of this villa, sir.
You're committing to it right now? You?
Sun Miao spoke nervously, his voice trembling as he looked at Chen Mo.
Sun Miao, what do you mean by that? Are you seriously worried Chen Mo can't afford to buy this villa?
Wang Yaoyao shot Sun Miao a dismissive smile before continuing. Just the other day, Mr. Chen bought a villa at my sales office.
He didn't even ask about the exact price.
Mr. Chen isn't like those other wealthy people. The money for a villa is practically nothing to him.
But? Sun Miao opened her mouth to speak again. After all, she still found it hard to believe that Chen Mo would purchase this villa so readily. There's no but about it. Since Mr. Chen said he'd buy this villa, he's definitely buying it. What are you still standing there for? Hurry up and prepare the contract for Mr. Chen.
Wang Yaoyao, now feeling vindicated, glared at Sun Miao with her big, watery eyes and shouted. Although Wang Yaoyao would receive the lion's share of the commission if Chen Mo actually bought the villa, Sun Miao, as the sales office manager, would also reap significant benefits. Therefore, she dared not show any negligence. Her expression filled with excitement, she said to Chen Mo, "Mr. Chen, please wait a moment. I'll go prepare the contract right away." Chen Mo didn't even glance at Sun Miao, merely nodding lightly. Meanwhile, Wang Yaoyao's gaze toward Chen Mo was practically dripping with sweetness. Had Chen Mo not appeared, she never would have witnessed Sun Miao's terrified state. Already, Wang Yaoyao's mind was scheming about tonight's plans. Finally encountering a super-rich second-generation heir like Chen Mo, Wang Yaoyao was determined to seize this opportunity at all costs. After speaking with Chen Mo, Sun Miao hurried upstairs to prepare the contract. Typically, buyers here would pay a partial deposit first, then return days later to settle the balance. But seeing Chen Mo show no intention of paying a deposit, Sun Miao realized he intended to pay the entire sum upfront. Rushing about with the sales office staff, Sun Miao scrambled to seize this once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. The other saleswomen also shifted their attitude toward Chen Mo, proactively serving him tea and water while exchanging flirtatious glances. However, they were all aware of Wang Yaoyao's feelings toward Chen Mo, so they refrained from getting too close to him, stopping just short of crossing the line. Initially, everyone had wondered if Wang Yaoyao had been deceived by Chen Mo, leading her to mistakenly believe he was a wealthy heir. But now, witnessing his generous purchase of an entire villa, they secretly envied her good fortune. Wang Yaoyao, meanwhile, was thoroughly enjoying the attention. A few minutes later, Sun Miao rushed over to Chen Mo, holding several copies of the purchase contract. She whispered to him, "Mr. Chen, I've prepared the contracts. How would you like to proceed with the payment for the property? Charge it to my card." Chen Mo replied indifferently. "Right." Sun Miao nodded lightly, then bent down and gestured invitingly toward Chen Mo with a smile. "Mr. Chen, please follow me over here to make the payment." "All right." Chen Mo stood up and followed Sun Miao, Wang Yaoyao, and the others toward the sales office's finance department. The other sales ladies inside the sales office were also filled with curiosity, so they followed behind Chen Mo and the others. At that moment, Chen Mo felt like an emperor surrounded by countless concubines. The sensation was undeniably pleasant. Had Chen Mo not inherited Juncheng's trillion-dollar fortune, he might never have experienced such a sensation in his lifetime. "Mr. Chen, please have a seat." Sun Miao proactively pulled over a chair for Chen Mo. Chen Mo didn't hesitate and sat down immediately. "Mr. Chen, the villa you selected earlier is valued at 73,650,000. Are you planning to pay by card?" The finance representative asked him, her voice tinged with nervousness. "Yes, by card." Chen Mo nodded lightly, then reached into his pocket, preparing to pull out his Huaxia Bank black card. But just as his hand reached into his pocket, a look of helplessness flashed across his face. He suddenly remembered that he had changed his pants the night before, and his bank card was in the other pair. In other words, he hadn't brought his card with him at all. "Mr. Chen, you can swipe your card now." Seeing Chen Mo sitting motionless, Sun Miao couldn't help but gently remind him. Chen Mo turned to glance at Sun Miao before murmuring, could I come back tomorrow to pay? Could you hold this villa for me today?" Upon hearing this, the crowd fell into another wave of confusion. Everyone stared at Chen Mo with puzzled expressions, even Wang Yaoyao's beautiful eyes flickered with bewilderment.
Mr. Chen, why do you need to come tomorrow to make the payment?
Sun Miao paused, looking at Chen Mo as she asked.
Because I forgot to bring my bank card today. Chen Mo replied indifferently.
Sun Miao and the other saleswomen present instantly paled. Their gazes now fixed on Chen Mo as if he were a fraudster.
Chapter 67, Sun Miao's aggressive stance.
Sun Miao and the others turned pale upon hearing Chen Mo say he hadn't brought his bank card.
The atmosphere in the sales office grew tense and awkward. Mr. Chen, you can't be joking with me, right? Buying a house is such a major decision, and now you're telling me you forgot your bank card? Are you kidding me? Sun Miao's face grew cold as she asked Chen Mo in a tone that seemed almost icy. Is buying a house such a big deal?
Chen Mo sat in his chair, his tone as calm as ever. To Sun Miao and her colleagues, 70 million yuan might be an astronomical sum, but to Chen Mo, it was practically pocket change. That's why he'd never taken the villa purchase seriously.
Moreover, he hadn't planned to view the villa today.
It was only because Wang Yaoyao had called him earlier, and with nothing else scheduled for the afternoon, he had reluctantly agreed. Mr. Chen, buying a villa might not be a big deal to you, but all our staff have been working hard for you. The contract is ready, and we've already updated the property listing on our website.
Now you're backing out just because you forgot your bank card? Who's going to cover these losses?
Sun Miao looked at Chen Mo and questioned him softly.
Sun Miao's attitude toward Chen Mo had shifted completely from before.
She was starting to suspect he might be an actor hired by Wang Yaoyao just to toy with her. After all, if not for Wang Yaoyao's earlier words, Sun Miao would never have imagined Chen Mo could be a super-rich second-generation heir capable of purchasing a 70 million yuan villa.
Did I ever say I wouldn't buy it?
Chen Mo countered softly, his gaze fixed on Sun Miao.
But if you don't pay now, where am I supposed to find you tomorrow?
Sun Miao replied expressionlessly.
It's not just 70 million, is it? Do you really think I'd run away over such a small sum?
Already in a foul mood from when Ruwashi's repeated misunderstandings today, Chen Mo's tone grew sharp under Sun Miao's cutting sarcasm.
If you're not going to run, then hand over the money now.
Seeing the shift in Chen Mo's tone, Sun Miao felt even more certain of her earlier suspicions. Clearly, Chen Mo was flustered now that she'd exposed him, his composure and calmness gone.
Sun Miao, how dare you speak to young Master Chen like that?
At that moment, Wang Yaoyao, standing nearby, couldn't bear to watch any longer. She glared at Sun Miao with her big, watery eyes and shouted.
The others present might not fully grasp Chen Mo's status, but Wang Yaoyao knew him well. After all, he'd once purchased a villa at her sales office without batting an eye, gifting it to Lin Shi. Only Wang Yaoyao believed Chen Mo genuinely hadn't brought his bank card and would pay tomorrow. Wang Yaoyao, did you bring this guy here just to make fools of us? He walked in without even asking the price, declared he wanted to buy a villa, and now that we've prepared the contract, he tells me he forgot his bank card? Does he think we're all suckers? Is that it?
Sun Miao couldn't keep up the pretense any longer and shouted at Wang Yaoyao, tearing off the mask of civility. Since Mr. Chen expressed his intent to purchase this villa, he certainly intends to follow through.
Even if he didn't bring his bank card today, he could pay the deposit now and settle the balance tomorrow. Isn't that feasible? Wang Yaoyao retorted coldly.
Fine, since you insist, I'll trust this kid one more time.
Let him pay the deposit.
Sun Miao now seemed convinced that Chen Mo was nothing more than a con artist sent by Wang Yaoyao. She refused to believe he actually had the money for the deposit.
How much is the deposit?
Wang Yaoyao asked, looking at Sun Miao.
Just 200,000.
Sun Miao replied coldly, arms crossed.
Mr. Chen, how about you pay the deposit now, and we come back tomorrow to settle the balance? Wang Yaoyao hurriedly whispered to Chen Mo. I don't have 200,000 right now either. Chen Mo replied indifferently from his seat.
Since he'd changed pants earlier that day, both his bank cards were in the other pair.
Right now, he literally didn't have a single penny on him.
Upon hearing this, Wang Yaoyao froze in place, her expression filled with helplessness. She clearly hadn't anticipated that the same Chen Mo who had just moments ago splurged freely in her sales office would now be unable to produce even a 200,000 yuan deposit. If Chen Mo had simply forgotten his bank cards and couldn't pay the 70 million yuan directly, everyone might have accepted that. After all, such a huge sum wasn't something one could produce on a whim. But for a rich second-generation heir to be unable to come up with even 200,000 yuan? That was simply unacceptable. Wang Yaoyao, where on earth did you find this rich kid? He can't even produce 200,000 yuan. Are you sure he hasn't scammed you? Sun Miao sneered coldly at Wang Yaoyao after hearing Chen Mo's words. Sun Miao, Mr. Chen simply forgot his bank card today. I stake my reputation on it he will absolutely pay this amount tomorrow. There's no need for you to be so aggressive. Wang Yaoyao replied expressionlessly, then whispered to Chen Mo, Mr. Chen, let's go. I'll bring you back tomorrow to pay. All right. Chen Mo nodded lightly, then stood up to follow Wang Yaoyao out. Wang Yaoyao, you stay right there. Sun Miao, seeing Wang Yaoyao and Chen Mo about to leave, quickly blocked her path. Her large, watery eyes widened as she shouted, "Today you brought this penniless kid and made fools of everyone in this sales office.
Now you just say you're leaving and expect to walk out? Don't you owe us an explanation for what happened today?" "Yes. You owe us an explanation."
The other sales office staff now stepped forward in unison, their voices rising in chorus.
"Sun Miao, I advise you not to push things too far."
Wang Yaoyao bit her red lips and whispered at Sun Miao.
"Wang Yaoyao, who exactly is being extreme here?
You bring this trash collector here to mock our entire sales office.
What exactly are you trying to accomplish?"
Sun Miao replied coldly, showing no fear whatsoever.
"Me mocking you?" Wang Yaoyao gave Sun Miao a helpless smile before murmuring, "Fine.
Since you think I'm mocking you, how about this? If Mr. Chen doesn't come tomorrow to pay up, I'll resign and leave this company myself."
"Is that acceptable?" "Wang Yaoyao, are you serious?"
A flicker of surprise crossed Sun Miao's eyes.
"Of course I am. Everyone's listening. My words carry weight." Wang Yaoyao retorted coldly, still convinced Chen Mo had the means to purchase the villa. "Fine.
I'll let you two go for today."
Sun Miao agreed cheerfully.
She reasoned that since Wang Yaoyao had staked her job on the deal, Chen Mo might actually have the funds to purchase the villa. Even if he didn't, Sun Miao could use this as a legitimate excuse to get rid of her arch-rival at the company. Therefore, whether Chen Mo came to pay tomorrow or not, Sun Miao herself stood to lose nothing.
Naturally, she was more than willing to agree. "Mr. Chen, let's go." Wang Yaoyao whispered to Chen Mo after seeing Sun Miao agree. Chen Mo gave a slight nod before striding toward the exit of the sales office. "Chen Mo?" But just then, a beautiful woman in a black dress entered the sales office. Upon seeing Chen Mo, she instinctively called out. Chapter 68. If I buy a villa, what should you do? Chen Mo, who had been about to leave with Wang Yaoyao, froze upon hearing his name. He slowly lifted his head toward the entrance of the sales office. When Chen Mo saw the girl walking in from outside the door, a hint of surprise flashed in his eyes. "Ming Mei?" Chen Mo murmured softly.
Indeed, the girl appearing in the sales office was none other than the one Meng Liang and Lu Rui had intended to introduce to Chen Mo last night, Wei Zheqia's close friend, Ming Mei.
Last night, Ming Mei and Chen Mo had actually gotten along quite well.
They were about to exchange WeChat contacts to get to know each other better when Gao Feifei, Lu Di, and the others ruined everything.
Chen Mo's image in Ming Mei's eyes plummeted.
To her, he was nothing but a complete and utter fraud. He was clearly just a trash-picking poor guy, yet he insisted on pretending to be a rich second-generation heir to deceive girls everywhere.
Ming Mei looked stunning today.
She wore a crop knit top that accentuated her ample cleavage, paired with black denim shorts that exposed her long, fair legs. She wore high-heeled sandals, giving her an aura that, while not as seductive as Wang Yaoyao beside Chen Mo, radiated a fresh, vibrant innocence. Upon hearing Chen Mo call her name, Ming Mei instinctively froze for a moment before stepping forward.
"So it really is you, you big liar," she said. "What are you doing here?" Hearing Ming Mei's words, Chen Mo knew she hadn't forgotten last night's incident.
He chose not to engage further, instead striding toward the exit of the sales office.
"Don't rush off like that." Ming Mei suddenly grabbed Chen Mo's arm. She glanced up and down at Wang Yaoyao beside him. Combined with the fact that they were at a villa sales office, a look of understanding instantly flashed across Ming Mei's pretty face. "Chen Mo, you're not pretending to be a rich kid to scam people here again, are you?" Ming Mei sneered coldly at Chen Mo. The saleswomen present, upon hearing Ming Mei's words, immediately gathered around Chen Mo, their eyes filled with confusion. They hadn't expected Ming Mei to actually know him. Ming Mei scrutinized Wang Yaoyao from head to toe before pursing her lips and saying, "Chen Mo, is it because every university in Nanyang City knows you're a con artist that you've started targeting slightly older women? Is that any of your business?" Chen Mo retorted expressionlessly. "It's none of my business, but seeing you deceive people just rubs me the wrong way." "Got a problem with that?" Ming Mei retorted with a pout, then turned to Wang Yaoyao. "Hey, sis, I think you might be getting played by this Chen Mo. Did he bring you here promising to buy you a villa? Let me tell you, don't believe a word of it. He's a complete and utter con artist. Mr. Chen never said he'd buy me a villa. I'm a salesperson at the sales office." Wang Yaoyao replied coolly. "Oh, I see.
Then Chen Mo must have been pretending to be a rich kid who wanted to buy a villa, deliberately getting close to you.
I'm telling you, don't believe a word he says. He's a con artist through and through. He couldn't possibly afford a villa." Ming Mei had no idea about the relationship between Wang Yaoyao and Chen Mo.
She assumed Chen Mo had simply moved on to another target after failing to deceive her.
"Xiao Mei, you know this guy?" Just then, Sun Miao walked up beside Ming Mei and asked her expressionlessly. "Cousin, of course I know him. His name is Chen Mo. We were drinking together at the bar just last night." Ming Mei quickly replied. Only after hearing Ming Mei and Sun Miao's exchange did Chen Mo realize why Ming Mei was here. Sun Miao was her cousin. "So that's how it is." Sun Miao nodded with a faint, ambiguous smile. "Cousin, let me tell you, this Chen Mo is nothing but a con artist. Last night he tried to pass himself off as a rich kid to trick me, but his friend exposed him.
He's just a trash-picking bum who pretends to be wealthy to feed his ego and swindle young girls.
Mingmei pointed at Chen Mo and said in a coquettish tone. The crowd erupted in commotion upon hearing Mingmei's words.
While they'd never fully believed Chen Mo was a rich kid, Wang Yaoyao's unwavering conviction had left them in a state of half-belief, half-doubt.
But now, Mingmei's revelation had exposed Chen Mo's true colors, leaving everyone utterly shocked.
Beyond their disgust toward Chen Mo, they also felt a hint of sympathy for Wang Yaoyao. They didn't believe she'd conspired with Chen Mo to deceive them after all. She was a manager at the company with decent relationships. She had no reason to stoop to such petty tricks.
Xiaomei, is all this you're saying true? Sun Miao asked Mingmei coldly. Of course it's true. If you don't believe me, cousin, go ask around at Nanyang University right now. There's not a single person there who doesn't know about Chen Mo. Mingmei replied with absolute certainty. Oof. Sun Miao couldn't help but snort coldly. She stepped forward and looked at Wang Yaoyao. Wang Yaoyao, I don't think we need to wait until tomorrow, do we? Since this kid is just a penniless trash collector, he definitely won't show up tomorrow to pay. So you might as well go process your resignation paperwork sooner rather than later. How do you know Mr. Chen can't afford the villa? Wang Yaoyao replied expressionlessly. Didn't you hear what Xiaomei just said? So what if I did? What proof do you have that everything she said is true? Even if you want to fire me now, there's no need to be so impatient, is there? Wang Yaoyao retorted coldly. Wang Yaoyao, it seems you won't believe it until you see it with your own eyes. Fine, I'll give you 1 day. If that kid still hasn't paid by tomorrow, I'll see what you have to say then. Sun Miao felt certain of victory, so he naturally wasn't in a hurry about that 1 day. I don't need a day. But just then, Chen Mo, who had been standing silently while Mingmei berated him, suddenly spoke up. What do you mean by that? Sun Miao asked, looking at Chen Mo. I can buy this villa today. But since Wang Yaoyao just said that if I can't afford it, she'll resign, what should you do if I actually buy it? Chen Mo asked, fixing his gaze on Sun Miao. Sun Miao froze instinctively upon hearing Chen Mo's words. Chapter 69, please, stop pretending. If you buy this villa, what should I do? Sun Miao, the sales office manager, froze upon hearing Chen Mo's question, seemingly unable to grasp his meaning. Sun Miao, I just said that if Mr. Chen doesn't buy this villa tomorrow, I'll resign myself. But if Mr. Chen buys this villa, what do you plan to do? Wang Yaoyao instantly grasped Chen Mo's meaning, glaring at him with her big, watery eyes and shouting at Sun Miao. Sun Miao knew Wang Yaoyao was challenging her to a bet, but she didn't immediately agree. Instead, she hesitated slightly. After all, she couldn't be as certain as Wang Yaoyao, because at this moment, Sun Miao knew nothing about Chen Mo. So Sun Miao turned to look at Mingmei and asked softly, Xiaomei, you're sure this guy is just a penniless bum, right? Cousin, don't worry. This Chen Mo was definitely a deadbeat. Last night at the bar, all his classmates came forward to expose him. If it weren't for them, I would have been fooled by Chen Mo too. And last night, Chen Mo himself admitted that everything his classmates said was true. How could he possibly afford a villa? Mingmei replied with absolute certainty. Sun Miao felt her confidence surge upon hearing Mingmei's words. She knew her cousin wouldn't lie to her. If Mingmei said so, then Chen Mo must be a penniless student scraping by on scavenging. The 70 million needed for that villa was an astronomical sum for someone like him. How could he possibly afford it? Wang Yaoyao, if this penniless kid can actually buy a villa here, I'll quit my job. Deal? Sun Miao whispered to Wang Yaoyao. Fine. Wang Yaoyao nodded immediately, then continued, we'll see you tomorrow then, Mr. Chen. Let's go. No need to wait until tomorrow. I can buy this villa today. Chen Mo replied calmly, then reached for his phone and dialed Li Juncheng's number. Originally, Chen Mo had planned to return tomorrow with his car to purchase the villa. But unexpectedly, he encountered Mingmei just as he was preparing to leave. Coupled with her mocking remarks, it left him feeling deeply unsettled. Despite last night's incident at the bar, Chen Mo knew Mingmei's opinion of him had plummeted. There was no possibility of them continuing their relationship. But he couldn't help but think, even if he really was a penniless trash collector, did Mingmei really need to be so relentlessly cruel and kick him while he was down? Chen Mo had always been careful not to reveal too much about his identity, but that didn't mean he would tolerate being pushed around. Therefore, he now intended to purchase this villa and thoroughly humiliate Mingmei, Sun Miao, and the others. Young Master Chen. Li Juncheng answered the call promptly, his tone unusually deferential. Li Juncheng, I need 70 million now. Chen Mo said expressionlessly. Young Master Chen, I'm currently on a business trip abroad. Please provide your address, and I'll have the bank deliver a check directly to you. You can fill in the amount yourself. Li Juncheng hurriedly replied. I'm at the sales office of Jinqiu Manor Villa Complex. Chen Mo glanced up at the sales office sign and replied indifferently. Understood. I'll have someone from the bank head over immediately. Li Juncheng replied softly. Without further ado, Chen Mo hung up the phone. Truthfully, Chen Mo could have gone home with Wang Yaoyao to retrieve the bank card. But he found that approach too cumbersome and was far simpler to have Li Juncheng's people deliver the money directly. Besides, if he chose to leave now, Mingmei and Sun Miao would likely follow suit. Chen Mo believed that when it came to humiliating someone, you either didn't act at all, or you delivered a crushing blow when they were at their most arrogant. There was no waiting until tomorrow. The bank will deliver the money shortly. Just wait a bit. After hanging up, Chen Mo murmured to Wang Yaoyao. Yes, Mr. Chen. Wang Yaoyao nodded promptly, then shot a defiant glance at Sun Miao and Mingmei nearby. Wang Yaoyao knew exactly who Chen Mo was and what his background entailed. When he said the money would arrive soon, it meant it would definitely come. She knew she had this day in the bag. Meanwhile, Sun Miao and Mingmei exchanged puzzled glances. Though they knew Chen Mo was penniless, the tone of his phone call and the calm expression on his face suggested he wasn't joking with them. Xiao Mei, could this Chen Mo actually be a rich kid? Did you get the wrong person? Sun Miao asked Mingmei nervously. After all, this job was crucial to Sun Miao, and she didn't want to lose it over something like this. Cousin, relax. Last night at the bar, it was Chen Mo's ex-girlfriend who exposed him. Plus, Chen Mo himself admitted it to me. He's a penniless bomb pretending to be a rich kid to scam people. Wang Yaoyao must have been fooled by him. Mingmei replied confidently. She didn't believe Chen Mo could possibly afford such an expensive villa. But if Chen Mo was really lying, why doesn't he just leave now? Sun Miao frowned. Probably to make the act more convincing. Mingmei retorted with a pout, then continued, Cousin, I bet either Chen Mo will say the bank guy has an emergency and can't make it, or he'll bring someone else to play along. Either way, there's no way he's actually buying this villa. Don't worry. That's good. Sun Miao's expression visibly relaxed after hearing Mingmei's words. Meanwhile, the sales ladies inside the showroom had gathered around Sun Miao. Clearly, they too seemed to believe Mingmei's words, convinced that Chen Mo simply couldn't afford to buy the villa here. In the blink of an eye, over half an hour had passed. But the bank representative still hadn't arrived to deliver the money to Chen Mo. Sun Miao seemed to be growing impatient. She stepped forward and shouted at Chen Mo, Hey, kid! When the hell is the person bringing you the money going to show up? How much longer are we supposed to wait? Chen Mo, please stop pretending, okay? Everyone knows you can't afford this villa. You're probably going to tell us the bank won't be coming, right? Mingmei also looked at Chen Mo and shouted. Chen Mo slowly lifted his head to glance at Mingmei when suddenly, hurried footsteps echoed from the entrance of the sales office. A young man in a black suit hurried into the sales office, his expression anxious as he called out, Excuse me, who here is Mr. Chen Mo? At the young man's words, everyone froze in place. Chapter 70, Calling the Police? Young Master Chen is here. Upon hearing the young man's words, Wang Yaoyao immediately stood up and pointed to Chen Mo beside her, her voice sweet and soft. The young man wiped the sweat from his forehead, then strode over to Chen Mo. With a respectful expression, he addressed him, Mr. Chen, hello. I'm Zhang Ming, the key account manager from the Industrial and Commercial Bank of China in Nanyang City. The sales ladies in the showroom all looked shocked upon hearing Zhang Ming's words, secretly wondering if this Chen Mo was indeed a rich kid. Only Mingmei and Sun Miao wore expressions of utter disdain. Who knew the actor Chen Mo hired could pull it off so convincingly? Mingmei sneered, eyeing Zhang Ming in his professional manager attire. Yeah, Chen Mo really went to great lengths. Just to get Wang Yaoyao into bed? Was it really worth all this? Sun Miao added with a cold laugh. Hello? Chen Mo greeted Zhang Ming softly. Mr. Chen, I'm terribly sorry. I hit some traffic on the way and ended up running late. No problem. Did you bring the check? Chen Mo asked calmly, his expression unreadable. I brought it. Zhang Ming nodded hastily, then pulled a check from his briefcase and whispered, Young Master Chen, Mr. Li already explained everything earlier. You can fill in any amount on this check. Our industrial and commercial bank has a long-standing partnership with Mr. Li. Once you write the amount, this check becomes valid. Chen Mo, how long do you plan to keep this up? Just then, Mingmei suddenly called out to Chen Mo. Chen Mo glanced up at Mingmei without speaking. Instead, he took the check from Zhang Ming and handed it to Wang Yaoyao, his expression impassive. Fill in the price for the villa. Oh, okay. Wang Yaoyao nodded excitedly, then took out a pen and wrote the villa price mentioned earlier by Sun Miao on the check. Does this mean the check is valid now? Chen Mo turned to ask Zhang Ming. Yes. It's already valid. Zhang Ming nodded urgently. Chen Mo took the check from Wang Yaoyao's hand, stood up, and walked directly to Sun Miao. His expression remained impassive as he declared, I'm buying this villa now. Ha! Upon hearing Chen Mo's words, Sun Miao showed no sign of surprise. Instead, he sneered with disdain. Sun Miao, didn't you hear what Mr. Chen said? He's bought that villa. Wang Yaoyao called out to Sun Miao. Sun Miao took the check from Chen Mo, gave it a playful glance, and remarked indifferently, I must say, your act is quite convincing. This check looks pretty convincing too, huh? Miss, what exactly do you mean by that? Zhang Ming asked Sun Miao with apparent confusion. Don't you know exactly what I mean? If I'm not mistaken, you're an actor hired by Chen Mo, right? And all your so-called checks are probably fake too, aren't they?
If I actually sold this villa to Chen Mo like this, wouldn't I be the biggest fool? Sun Miao held the check, her face beaming with a victorious smile, convinced she had seen through everything.
The checks are fake?
Zhang Ming's eyes flashed with exasperation before he replied solemnly, "Ma'am, I think there might be some misunderstanding here.
I'm an employee of the Industrial and Commercial Bank of China. How could I possibly present a fake check? How do you prove you're an ICBC employee?"
Sun Miao asked, staring at Zhang Ming. Zhang Ming froze at the question, then hurriedly rummaged through his briefcase. But he realized he'd been in such a rush leaving that he'd forgotten to bring his employee ID.
You said you work for ICBC? Well then, prove it to me right now.
Mingmei stepped forward, her expression defiant as she shouted at Zhang Ming.
Zhang Ming's face was utterly speechless.
This was the first time he'd ever encountered such a situation. Someone actually thought he was impersonating an ICBC employee. "I really am a manager at ICBC, but I was in such a rush leaving that I forgot my badge,"
Zhang Ming shouted, feeling utterly defeated.
Chen Mo forgot his bank card in his rush to leave, and you forgot your name tag.
You two are using the exact same trick. Sun Miao couldn't help but snort coldly.
He flung the check in his hand onto the floor, crossed his arms, and shouted at Chen Mo, "Chen Mo, you think everyone in this sales office is a sucker, don't you? You just hired some random actor, forged a check, and think you can trick me into buying a villa? Ridiculous. I've worked in this sales office for years. What kind of rich people haven't I seen? I can tell at a glance whether you can afford these villas. Trying to play the rich kid with me? Pathetic." Chen Mo sat still, squinting at Sun Miao's position, a look of helplessness on his face. He never imagined Zhang Ming could be so unreliable, a senior account manager who couldn't even verify his own identity. "Ma'am, I genuinely work for ICBC. If you don't believe me, you can call the bank right now to verify." Zhang Ming never imagined things would escalate like this. His expression turned frantic as he shouted at Sun Miao. "I don't think it's necessary to call the bank." Mingmei suddenly interjected, then turned to Sun Miao. "Cousin, impersonating bank staff and forging checks are criminal offenses. I think we should just call the police and have these people arrested." "Right. Call the police and have them all arrested." The other saleswomen in the office chimed in with their own shouts. Upon hearing Sun Miao and the others threaten to call the police, Wang Yaoyao instantly panicked. She hurriedly shouted at Zhang Ming, "Aren't you the manager of the Industrial and Commercial Bank? Prove yourself quickly." "How am I supposed to prove it now? This is the first time I've ever encountered something like this. I'm just the one delivering the checks." Zhang Ming shouted with an expression of utter helplessness. "If anything happens later, you'd better go explain it to the police yourselves." Sun Miao pulled out his phone as he spoke, intending to call the police. "Sun Miao, for the sake of our work relationship, please don't call the police just yet. There must be some misunderstanding here. How could Mr. Chen possibly be a fraudster?" Wang Yaoyao, now frightened, tugged at Sun Miao's sleeve. "Wang Yaoyao, don't worry. I know you're not in cahoots with this Chen Mo. You've probably been deceived by these people too. Once the police arrive, I'll vouch for you." Sun Miao replied calmly before dialing the emergency number. "What's the need to call the police?" Just then, a middle-aged man's voice suddenly echoed from the entrance of the sales office. Sun Miao froze upon hearing the man's words, then quickly turned to see who had entered. To his surprise, it was the general manager of the real estate company. "Mr. Wang, why did you come personally today?" Sun Miao put down her phone and asked with a smile. "I had nothing else to do today, so I dropped by. Before even entering, I heard you shouting about calling the police." "What's going on?" the middle-aged man asked expressionlessly. "Mr. Wang, it's like this. This man is impersonating a manager from the Industrial and Commercial Bank of China and presented a counterfeit check. I was just about to call the police." Sun Miao pointed at Zhang Ming and exclaimed. Upon hearing this, Mr. Wang turned to look at Zhang Ming and froze, his expression puzzled. "Manager Shang, what are you doing here?" Chapter 71. Do you remember what I told you? Inside the sales office. After hearing Mr. Wang's words, Zhang Ming froze for a moment, looking at Mr. Wang's position with a puzzled expression. "Manager Shang, surely you don't not recognize me? I'm Li Juncheng. Back when our company applied for a loan at your bank, you were the one who handled my case. I even mentioned wanting to treat you to a meal later," Mr. Wang said cheerfully to Zhang Ming. Sun Mia Mingmei and the sales ladies in the office all froze upon hearing Wang Juncheng's words. "Bank? Loan? You handled my case?" Even little cutie could piece together these words and deduce that Zhang Ming must be a bank employee. Is this man really the manager of the Industrial and Commercial Bank? A flicker of fear crossed Sun Miao's eyes. She stared blankly at the check she just tossed on the floor, thinking to herself, if Zhang Ming really is a bank manager, then this check must be real too? Ming Mei, who had been adamant about calling the police to arrest Chen Mo, Zhang Ming, and the others, was now completely dumbfounded, standing frozen in place. "Ah, it's Mr. Wang. I remember now." Zhang Ming sized up Wang Juncheng from head to toe and instantly caught on.
Manager Zhang, how come you have time to visit me today?
I've been meaning to treat you to a meal but never found the chance.
Why don't we grab a drink later? Real estate companies like Li Juncheng actually had significant needs for bank financing.
Essentially, they required loans from banks to fund construction projects, repaying the loans once the properties were sold. Although Zhang Ming was just a lowly manager, he headed the credit department, so Wang Zhongxian was being quite polite to him. Mr. Wang, your staff just tried to call the police to arrest me.
How could I possibly be in the mood to go out for dinner with you? Zhang Ming said to Wang Zhongxian with an unusually helpless tone. Arrest me? Why would they arrest you?
Wang Zhongxian frowned and asked. Well, I came today to deliver a check to Mr. Chen, but your people insisted I was an imposter and that my check was counterfeit. That's why they wanted to call the police.
Zhang Ming explained softly. Hearing this, Wang Zhongxian couldn't help but glance at Chen Mo. Though Chen Mo was dressed quite plainly at the moment, Wang Zhongxian wasn't a fool.
He knew that if Zhang Ming had personally come to deliver the check, Chen Mo's background and status were definitely no ordinary affair.
Young Master Chen, Manager Zhang, I sincerely apologize for this incident. I'll handle it immediately. Please wait just a moment.
Wang Zhongxiang showed not the slightest hint of disrespect, addressing Chen Mo and Zhang Ming with utmost deference.
Mr. Wang, I think you really need to manage your staff properly. I went to great lengths to bring a distinguished guest like Mr. Chen to your sales office. Not only did your staff fail to thank me, they actually called the police. What on earth is going on here? After confirming Zhang Ming's identity, Wang Yaoyao's tone grew noticeably firmer. Yes, I will handle this matter with the utmost seriousness.
Wang Zhongxiang replied in a low voice, then turned to Sun Miao and the others, asking expressionlessly, who was the one who wanted to call the police just now?
Come on, step forward.
Sun Miao hesitated briefly before stepping forward.
Sun Miao, you were the one who called the police?
Wang Zhongxiang looked at her, his expression seemingly troubled. Wang Zhongxiang knew Sun Miao had a boyfriend with powerful connections. She had long taken advantage of this to run amok in the company. Wang Zhongxiang had never been fond of her, but he couldn't do anything about it. Mr. Wang, I just asked this Zhang Ming to prove his identity, but he refused. And that Chen Mo is clearly penniless. He survived in school by collecting scrap.
How could he possibly afford a villa worth over 70 million?
Even if Zhang Ming really is a bank manager, I think there's definitely something fishy about this deal. Even if Zhang Ming was indeed a manager at the Industrial and Commercial Bank, Sun Miao still didn't believe Chen Mo could afford this villa.
How do you know young Master Chen has no money?
Wang Yaoyao exclaimed, her big, watery eyes wide.
Does he look like a rich man to you?
Sun Miao retorted, pouting her lips.
Enough. Both of you, stop arguing.
Wang Zhongxiang snapped expressionlessly, then continued, all right, here's what we'll do.
Didn't Manager Zhang just hand over a check? I'll have our finance team verify whether it's genuine or counterfeit. That should settle everything.
Upon hearing this, Sun Miao quickly picked up the check from the floor and handed it to Wang Zhongxiang, whispering, Mr. Wang, this is the check.
You actually dropped the check on the floor? If this check turns out to be genuine, can you afford to compensate for it?
Wang Zhongxiang exclaimed to Sun Miao in a tone of helplessness.
Mr. Wang, rest assured. This check is definitely fake.
I'm starting to suspect that Zhang Ming was brought in by Chen Mo to help him put on this charade. Sun Miao replied with absolute confidence. Zhang Ming looked at Sun Miao, a flicker of helplessness in his eyes.
He couldn't understand why Sun Miao was so certain Chen Mo couldn't come up with the money. Whether it's real or not, I'll have it verified.
Wang Zhongxiang spoke while pulling out his phone and dialing a number. Seconds later, a bespectacled, demure-looking young woman hurried downstairs.
Mr. Wang, what can I do for you?
The young woman asked softly, addressing Wang Zhongxiang.
Xiao Lu, can you tell me if this check is genuine?
Wang Zhongxiang handed the check to the young woman. After taking it, she examined it meticulously, occasionally pulling out a magnifying glass for closer inspection. After several minutes, she cautiously returned the check to Wang Zhongxiang and said softly, Mr. Wang, this is a general-purpose check from the Industrial and Commercial Bank of China. All signatures and seals are complete and valid. This check is now fully enforceable and can be cashed at any bank at any time. Upon hearing her words, Wang Zhongxiang felt his legs go weak and his right hand, holding the check, began to tremble slightly. This was a check worth 70 million yuan. Just moments ago, Sun Miao had tossed it onto the floor. If he hadn't intervened in time, today could have ended in disaster. Upon hearing the girl's words, Ming Mei, Sun Miao, and everyone present all wore expressions of utter shock. Who could have imagined that Chen Mo's check was actually genuine? How could this be possible? Isn't Chen Mo just a trash collector? How could he possibly have that much money? Ming Mei felt as if she were in a dream, staring blankly at Chen Mo sitting on the sofa. Chen Mo hadn't uttered a single word throughout the entire incident. He knew his check was genuine could never become fake. How could this check be real? Xiao Lu, did you make a mistake? Sun Miao exclaimed, his expression visibly agitated. Manager Sun, rest assured. I absolutely cannot be mistaken.
If you don't believe me, you can take this check to the bank right now and ask. Xiao Lu from finance said sternly to Sun Miao. No need to go to the bank. I am the bank. I can confirm this check is perfectly valid.
Zhang Ming said expressionlessly.
Sun Miao was utterly dumbfounded after hearing both of them.
Chen Mo slowly rose to his feet, strode over to Sun Miao, and spoke softly to her. Do you remember what I told you before I bought this villa?
Chapter 72, Sun Miao's boyfriend.
Sun Miao's face flushed with emotion upon hearing Chen Mo's words, for she knew he was preparing to make her resign voluntarily. This job wasn't particularly important to Sun Miao after all. She now had a wealthy second-generation boyfriend with an astonishing background. But she felt that if she really quit like this, it would be utterly humiliating. Even now, Sun Miao refused to believe that the check Zhang Ming had given Chen Mo was genuine.
She couldn't fathom where someone like Chen Mo could possibly get so much money. Ming Mei, meanwhile, was completely dumbfounded. Everything that had happened today felt like a dream.
Last night at the Sun Never Sets bar, Gao Feifei and the others had clearly called Chen Mo a trash-picking bum.
Later, back in the dorm, Wei Juqi had also admitted to Ming Mei that Chen Mo was indeed a garbage collector. Chen Mo hadn't denied their accusations, which meant he admitted it himself. But how could he possibly afford to buy an entire villa now? Did Chen Mo really collect over 70 million yuan by picking up trash? How much trash would that take?
Ming Mei stared at Chen Mo with her beautiful, watery eyes, utterly at a loss for words to describe her current emotions.
Sun Miao, didn't you say before that if young Master Chen bought this villa, you'd resign? Now he has bought it, what are you waiting for? Wan Yaoyao wouldn't miss this chance to eliminate her biggest rival at the company.
She stepped forward, her voice sharp and commanding.
Resign? Why should I resign? I don't believe this check is real.
Sun Miao shouted, visibly agitated. Manager Sun, our finance staff member Lu and the bank's manager Zhang have both confirmed this check is valid.
What are you still arguing about?
Wang Zhongqiang shouted angrily.
Mr. Wang, I.
Sun Miao opened his mouth to speak.
What do you mean, I? Even if you don't resign today, I'll fire you myself. You don't need to come to work starting tomorrow.
Wang Zhongqiang cut him off, his tone harsh as he delivered the ultimatum. Truthfully, Wang Zhongqiang had disdained Sun Miao for quite some time. But Sun Miao's background was formidable, and higher-ups had always spoken up for him, so Wang Zhongqiang had never dared to take action against him.
But now, Wang Zhongqiang could sense that Chen Mo's identity and background were anything but ordinary. To casually produce a 70 million yuan check, delivered personally by the bank manager, what immense favor was that? Faced with such a super-rich second-generation heir, Wang Zhongqiang knew he had to curry favor. Besides, he never liked Sun Miao anyway, so why not seize this chance to fire him outright? Sun Miao's expression turned even more shocked upon hearing Wang Zhongqiang's words. Her eyes widened as she exclaimed, Mr. Wang, what did you say? You want to fire me? Does the chairman know about this decision? The chairman doesn't need to know about this. Today's huge misunderstanding alone is reason enough you nearly got Mr. Chen and manager Zhang arrested. That alone warrants your dismissal. Wang Zhongqiang replied calmly, seemingly anticipating Wang Yaoyao's attempt to leverage her connections to threaten him. A flicker of despair crossed Sun Miao's eyes. She hadn't expected Wang Zhongqiang to disregard her connections within the company at this moment. Meanwhile, Ming Mei was filled with regret. She never imagined that a single remark from her would cost Sun Miao so dearly. After all, Sun Miao had worked tirelessly to reach her current position as manager. If Wang Zhongqiang fired her now, Sun Miao would surely feel utterly resentful. Wang Zhongqiang, do you even know who my boyfriend is? If you dare fire me today, I'll make you regret it. Sun Miao shouted, her emotions running high. Today, I don't care who your boyfriend is. I must fire you. Wang Zhongqiang replied coldly. In truth, Wang Zhongqiang knew the higher-ups had been backing Sun Miao all along because of her boyfriend's connections. But he himself didn't know exactly who Sun Miao's boyfriend was. Mr. Wang, why are you so angry? For my sake, give my girlfriend another chance, okay? Just then, a handsome young man in a white suit walked into the sales office with a smile. Hearing the voice, everyone turned to look in the young man's direction. Chen Mo also gave the young man a once-over. He didn't recognize him, but for some reason, the young man seemed vaguely familiar. Honey, you finally made it. If you hadn't come today, I would have been bullied to death by these people. Sun Miao's expression changed the moment she saw the young man. She hurried over and began acting coy. Meanwhile, Ming Mei's expression visibly softened. She knew her cousin's boyfriend had an impressive background, so Chen Mo, Wang Zhongqiang, and the others probably couldn't do anything to Sun Miao today. So what if that poor bastard has a little money? Thinking this, Ming Mei glanced back toward Chen Mo's seat. In her eyes, even with his newfound wealth, he remained a poor bastard. In today's society, having money alone didn't grant you free reign, you still needed connections. Mr. Wang, what's going on here? Sun Miao's boyfriend stepped forward and asked Wang Zhongqiang softly. Young Master Du, how did you get here? Wang Zhongqiang stammered in reply. From the look on Wang Zhongqiang's face when facing the young man, it was clear that Sun Miao's boyfriend was no ordinary person. I'm here to pick up my girlfriend.
As he spoke, Du Xiao reached out and pulled Sun Miao into his embrace. Sun Miao immediately adopted a pitiful expression. Mr. Du, manager's son just had a minor disagreement with a client at our sales office.
I'm handling the situation right now,
Wang Zhongxiang said with a smile.
A minor disagreement?
Du Xiao glanced over at Chen Mo, Zhang Ming, and the others nearby, his tone casual. Nothing more than a nouveau riche.
Mr. Wang, you wouldn't dare offend the Du family just because this upstart bought a villa, would you? Young Master Du.
Wang Zhongxiang looked at young Master Du, his expression filled with extreme difficulty. He never imagined Sun Miao's boyfriend would be none other than the renowned young master of the Du family in Nanyang City.
Mr. Wang, save your words. If you have any questions, go ask your company's chairman.
See if he'd dare fire my girlfriend, Du Yan, the young man declared with overwhelming arrogance, addressing Wang Zhongxiang. Sun Miao said it herself just now, if Mr. Chen could buy this villa, she'd resign. This has nothing to do with Mr. Wang. Wang Yaoyao, unwilling to let go of this golden opportunity to eliminate Sun Miao, immediately stepped forward and shouted loudly.
Miao Miao, did you really say that? Du Xiao asked softly, turning to Sun Miao.
Sun Miao froze for a moment, then instantly grasped Du Xiao's meaning. She shook her head gently and said, "Husband, I never said that."
If you didn't say it, then it doesn't count. Du Xiao smiled faintly.
Wang Yaoyao stared at Du Xiao and Sun Miao, frozen in place, her expression utterly speechless.
She never imagined these two could be so shameless. Enough. I'm not in the mood to waste time here with you two. Miao Miao, let's go.
I'll find a chance to explain the rest to the chairman later.
He's just some nouveau riche with a bit of spare cash. What's so great about him anyway?
Du Xiao acted with utter arrogance, seemingly ignoring Chen Mo and the others entirely. He wrapped his arm around Sun Miao and prepared to leave.
Wang Zhongxiang dared not interfere.
After all, bringing up Sun Miao's dismissal now would truly mean going against Du Xiao again.
Honey, you're so handsome. Seeing Du Yan's domineering display instantly lifted Sun Miao's spirits.
She planted a kiss on his cheek and turned to leave with him.
Sun Miao isn't resigning today. No one leaves.
But just as Sun Miao turned, Chen Mo suddenly shouted.
Chapter 73, No One Leaves. Heh, you're pretty cocky, aren't you?
Du Yan couldn't help but sneer coldly upon hearing Chen Mo's words.
Chen Mo, have you grown tired of living? Do you even know who my brother-in-law is? Do you realize who you're talking to?
Don't think just because you bought this villa with your money, everyone will fear you.
Mingmei glared at Chen Mo with her big, watery eyes as she shouted. Yeah, you really think having a few stinking bucks makes you special? It's just a crappy villa. My sister was only joking with you earlier. Do you seriously think I'd quit my job over one sentence from you? How naive. Sun Miao, emboldened by Du Yan's presence, continued her taunts.
After all, in their eyes, Chen Mo might have some money, but Du Yan was the eldest son of the Du family in Nanyang City.
His connections and background were staggering, nothing a nouveau riche like Chen Mo could compare to.
You said before that if I bought this villa, you'd quit.
So if you don't resign today, none of you are leaving. Chen Mo looked at Sun Miao and replied calmly. Truthfully, if it weren't for Du Yan's utterly arrogant behavior, Chen Mo hadn't intended to escalate matters.
But Du Yan's attitude had deeply annoyed him. Besides, now that his identity was exposed and everyone knew he was wealthy, Chen Mo was determined to exact proper revenge on Sun Miao and Ming Mei.
Upon hearing Chen Mo's words, Wang Yaoyao looked at him with admiration, finding his statement incredibly cool. Even Ming Mei, standing behind Du Yan, couldn't help but feel a momentary flicker of disbelief. She could sense that the Chen Mo sitting on the sofa now was like a completely different person from the timid, meek individual she'd met yesterday, the one who'd endured everyone's insults without daring to fight back. His entire demeanor had undergone a complete transformation. Kid, you won't let me leave, so I won't, right? Du Yan sneered coldly at Chen Mo. If I say you can't leave, you're not leaving today. Chen Mo retorted with unmistakable authority. Poof. In Nanyang City, no one has ever stopped me, Du Yan. I'm leaving today. Let's see what you can do about it.
Du Yan seemed to lose his temper at that moment, striding toward the exit of the sales office. Sun Miaoming and Mei were both watching.
How could Du Yan possibly back down? Wang Zhongxiang, have your sales office security stop this man. Chen Mo turned and barked at Wang Zhongxiang. Young Master Chen, this Mr. Du. Wang Zhongxiang's expression betrayed his unease.
If you can stop this man, I'll buy that villa in your community, the one worth over 300 million right now.
Chen Mo said casually.
Earlier, when Wang Yaoyao was introducing the villas to Chen Mo, she had specifically mentioned the most luxurious one. However, she assumed that even if Chen Mo was a super-rich second-generation heir, he probably couldn't afford such an extravagant purchase, so she hadn't gone into excessive detail. Upon hearing this, everyone present froze in shock. Sun Miaoming, Mei Du Yan, and the others were all stunned. After all, that villa, valued at over 300 million yuan, was quite famous in Nanyang City. Countless people had been watching to see what kind of tycoon could possibly afford to buy it. Now, hearing Chen Mo declare his intent to purchase it, how could they not be astonished?
Young Master Chen, you're telling the truth?
Wang Juncheng exclaimed excitedly, his words stumbling out in a rush.
I never joke about such matters. Chen Mo replied calmly. Wang Juncheng visibly hesitated.
Though Du Yan was someone he dared not offend, if Chen Mo truly purchased that villa worth over 200 million, Wang Juncheng could pocket nearly 10 million yuan in bonuses. Every employee at the sales office would also receive a 100,000 yuan reward.
For Wang Juncheng and the other employees, this money would essentially be free money. Who wouldn't be tempted? Wang Juncheng, do you think this kid has the money to buy that villa? Du Yan seemed to notice Wang Juncheng's wavering resolve and immediately shouted at the top of his lungs. Zhang Ming, tell him, do I have the money to buy this villa? Chen Mo turned and whispered to Zhang Ming.
Zhang Ming froze upon hearing this, then wiped the cold sweat from his face and whispered, young Master Chen certainly has the money to buy this villa. Zhang Ming had been sent by the bank president himself to deliver the check to Chen Mo.
Before leaving, the president had specifically instructed him that Chen Mo could spend whatever amount he desired today. Though Zhang Ming wasn't entirely clear on Chen Mo's true identity, he understood exactly what the president's words meant. Upon confirming that Chen Mo could indeed afford the villa priced at over 200 million, Wang Juncheng's expression turned frantic. He bellowed at the top of his lungs, what are the security guards standing around for? Stop those three people. Clatter. Over a dozen security guards immediately blocked the entrance. Meanwhile, the sales ladies inside the sales office all positioned themselves to block Du Yanming, Ming Mei, and Sun Miao.
After all, if Chen Mo actually bought that villa, each of them would receive a 100,000 yuan bonus. So, disregarding any previous ties with Sun Miao, they all sided with Chen Mo.
Seeing this scene, Chen Mo couldn't help but smile faintly.
At that moment, he finally understood the truth behind the saying, money talks.
Standing beside Chen Mo, Wang Yaoyao felt utterly stunned.
She had originally thought that if Chen Mo could buy a 70 million yuan villa, she would receive a substantial commission.
But who could have imagined that Chen Mo was now buying the villa reputed to be the largest and most expensive in Nanyang City? Moreover, he was using this opportunity to eliminate Wang Yaoyao's arch-rival, Sun Miao. How could Wang Yaoyao not be overjoyed? What are you all doing blocking my way? Have you all lost your minds? How could someone like Chen Mo possibly buy that villa? You've all been deceived by him.
Sun Miao shouted at the security guards in front of her, visibly agitated.
Ming Mei stood frozen in place, her mind consumed by a single thought, could Chen Mo really afford that villa? After all, no one had believed that check was genuine earlier. If Chen Mo truly had the money to buy that villa, then he couldn't even be described as a rich second-generation heir anymore. Wang Juncheng, are you sure you want to go against me? Du Yan turned to glare at Wang Juncheng's position, his voice thick with fury. Young Master Du, Sun Miao did say earlier that if young Master Chen bought the villa, she would resign.
So if you just get Sun Miao to resign voluntarily, I'll let you leave immediately. Wang Juncheng replied softly.
Make Sun Miao resign? Du Yan couldn't help but snort coldly. Truthfully, Du Yan didn't care much about Sun Miao's job. He simply felt that forcing her to resign today would be utterly humiliating. To put it plainly, this wasn't about resignation at all, it was about saving face. Fine. Looks like you guys really have the guts of a bear and a leopard daring to block even me.
Du Yan sneered coldly, then reached for his phone and said expressionlessly, you'll all pay for this.
I'm calling my uncle right now to bring people over. Today, I'll make you understand that in this little place called Nanyang City, having a few stinking bucks doesn't mean you can do whatever you want. Upon hearing Du Yan threaten to call his uncle, Wang Juncheng and Zhang Ming froze instantly, fear etched across their faces. Mr. Chen, I think we should just drop this matter today. The Du family really isn't someone to mess with. You should just let them go. Zhang Ming, now terrified, stammered to Chen Mo. Chapter 74, Facing Death. The Du family is troublesome? Chen Mo chuckled at Zhang Ming's words before replying softly, why exactly are the Du family untouchable? No matter who shows up today, if Sun Miao doesn't resign, no one leaves this building alive. Zhang Ming looked at Chen Mo beside him, his expression filled with helplessness. He couldn't fathom why Chen Mo, who had been silent moments ago, had suddenly become so assertive. Wang Yaoyao's beautiful eyes fixed intently on Chen Mo. She could clearly sense that the Chen Mo before her now seemed like a completely different person. Yet, a wave of unease began to creep into her heart. What if today's incident escalated beyond control? Wang Juncheng hesitated for a moment before rushing over to Chen Mo. He whispered urgently, young Master Chen, perhaps we should just drop this matter today. If we keep this up, it won't benefit anyone. Du Yan's uncle is someone you really don't want to mess with. Clearly, Wang Juncheng was also deeply wary of the powerful connections behind Du Yan. Forget it? Why should we forget it? Before Chen Mo could respond, Du Yan bellowed at the top of his lungs. Chen Mo turned to face Du Yan's position, remaining silent. This punk won't let us leave today? Well, I'll make him understand that the Du family isn't something a worthless piece of trash like him can mess with. I'm calling my uncle right now. You all just wait. Anyone who crosses me today won't get off scot-free. Du Yan felt Chen Mo's current behavior was clearly a provocation. Even if Chen Mo let him go now, he wouldn't leave. Right, honey. Not a single one of them should be spared. What's so great about having a few stinking bucks to buy a villa? What gives them the right to act so arrogant? Sun now chimed in.
Only upon hearing Du Yan's words did Wang Zhongxiang, Zhang Ming, and Wang Yaoyao grasp the gravity of the situation.
Their expressions turned tense, fearing that if Du Yan's uncle arrived, they might be implicated as well.
Du Yan pulled out his phone and dialed a number.
Ring. After 2 rings, the person on the other end answered. Third uncle, I'm at the Jinqiu Manor Villa complex right now. The security guards are blocking my exit.
Seeing the call connect, Du Yan cried out in a tone laced with grievance.
Did you get into trouble outside? The voice on the other end asked in a low tone. Third uncle, what trouble could I possibly have gotten into? Someone's blocking my way and won't let me leave, that's why I called you. Du Yan hurriedly explained.
The voice on the other end hesitated briefly before replying softly, alright, wait where you are.
I'll come take a look right now. Okay, Uncle San. Du Yan answered cheerfully before hanging up immediately. You all better watch out. My Uncle San is on his way. When he gets here, I'll make you cry so hard you won't even know how to cry.
After hanging up, Du Yan pointed at Chen Mo and the others and shouted.
Mr. Chen. Mr. Chen, you have to think of something fast.
I heard Uncle Du Yan is a big shot who runs both sides of the law in Nanyang City. If we really piss him off today, we're going to be in serious trouble. Zhang Ming was now completely panicked, his face twisted with anxiety as he pleaded with Chen Mo.
A big shot who controls both sides? Chen Mo heard this and gave a faint smile, shaking his head without responding.
The reason Chen Mo remained so composed was that he wasn't the least bit concerned about who stood behind Du Yan.
After all, no matter how formidable Du Yan's third uncle might be, could he possibly match Li Juncheng and Du Tianhao?
If things got too dire, he could always call those two and have them handle the rest. Wang Zhongxiang, Wang Yaoyao, and Zhang Ming, however, had no idea what was going through Chen Mo's mind. They only felt that if they really waited for Du Yan's third uncle to arrive, it might be too late. Chen Mo, if you apologize to my brother-in-law now, I'll plead your case.
Maybe he'll let you off today.
Just then, Ming Mei suddenly approached Chen Mo and whispered softly to him.
Chen Mo, Wang Yaoyao, and the others all looked puzzled upon hearing Ming Mei's words.
They couldn't fathom why she would suddenly speak to Chen Mo like this now.
In truth, Ming Mei's actions were clearly an attempt to be nice to Chen Mo. Today's incident had essentially been sparked by Ming Mei.
If she hadn't publicly called Chen Mo a trash-picking poor bastard in front of everyone, Sun Miao would never have misunderstood him, and none of the subsequent events would have unfolded. By now, Ming Mei knew Chen Mo was a super-rich second-generation heir, and he genuinely had the money to buy that villa. This revelation stirred new feelings toward Chen Mo within her heart. Last night at the bar, Ming Mei had actually formed a pretty favorable impression of Chen Mo and was quite willing to give interacting with him a try. It was only later, when Gao Feifei and the others exposed his identity, that she found herself unable to accept the reality that Chen Mo was a trash-picking poor guy. But in reality, Chen Mo wasn't some penniless bum at all, he was a super-rich second-generation heir.
Given that, Ming Mei felt she could definitely try getting to know Chen Mo.
That's precisely why she stepped forward now to say those words to Chen Mo, aiming to reshape her image in his eyes and lay the groundwork for future interactions.
Upon hearing Ming Mei's words, Chen Mo couldn't help but turn his head and give her a faint glance. Chen Mo, why are you still staring at me? Hurry up and apologize to my brother-in-law. Today's incident will be forgotten.
I promise, as long as you apologize, my brother-in-law will spare you out of respect for me.
Seeing Chen Mo's silence, Ming Mei shouted at him anxiously. Apologize?
Chen Mo smiled faintly and replied softly, I didn't do anything wrong today.
Why should I apologize? Chen Mo, have you lost your mind? Do you even know what kind of figure my brother-in-law's uncle is? Don't think having a little money makes you special. In today's world, money alone doesn't let you do whatever you want. You need real power, connections, and background, things you can't possibly match up against my brother-in-law, do you understand? Ming Mei shouted, visibly agitated. Ability, connections, background? Chen Mo sneered dismissively, then replied calmly, with money, do you really think I'd lack those things? You? Ming Mei stared at Chen Mo, utterly speechless, unsure what to say. Oomph, never expected you to be so stubborn, kid. I was considering letting you off for Xiaomei's sake, but since you refuse to apologize, just wait for my uncle to arrive. We'll see if you can still be so arrogant then. Du Yan coldly shouted at Chen Mo.
Ming Mei, meanwhile, felt profoundly disappointed in Chen Mo. She had initially intended to make overtures to him, capitalizing on his wealth, hoping they might turn hostility into friendship over today's incident.
Then, with a little seduction, she could easily reel in this super-rich second-generation heir. But how could she have imagined that Chen Mo seemed to have some kind of problem with his brain? His way of thinking was completely different from ordinary people. Even with death staring him in the face, he could still be so arrogant. So Ming Mei gave up trying to persuade him. Just then, a series of hurried footsteps echoed from the entrance of the sales office. A middle-aged man, accompanied by several bodyguards in black suits, stormed into the sales office with an intimidating presence. Chapter 75, Chen Mo, can I still add you on WeChat?
The moment Du Yan saw the middle-aged man and his bodyguards enter, his face lit up with excitement. He hurried over to the man and said cheerfully, "Third uncle, thank goodness you made it. If you hadn't come today, I would have been bullied to death by these people. All you do is stir up trouble outside day after day. How many times have I told you to keep a low profile when you're out there?" The middle-aged man scolded him expressionlessly. "Third uncle, you're really misunderstanding me this time.
I didn't start anything, they came after me. I had no choice but to."
Before Du Yan could finish his sentence, he suddenly noticed the middle-aged man's body tremble slightly.
His expression turned utterly shocked as he stared toward Chen Mo's position. "Third uncle, what's wrong?" Du Yan asked the middle-aged man with a puzzled look. The middle-aged man paid Du Yan no mind whatsoever. Instead, he strode quickly to Chen Mo's side and spoke with extraordinary deference. "Young Master Chen, what brings you here?" The others present froze upon hearing the middle-aged man's words. Their expressions were eerily identical, eyes wide, mouths agape. The reinforcements Du Yan had called for actually knew Chen Mo. Moreover, from the tone the middle-aged man used when addressing Chen Mo, it was clear that Du Yan's uncle San held Chen Mo in the highest regard. What's going on? Du Yan's uncle actually knows Chen Mo? Mingmei looked toward Chen Mo's position, her expression filled with confusion. Chen Mo lifted his head and gave the middle-aged man before him a faint glance. Truthfully, Chen Mo hadn't expected Du Yan's backup to be none other than Du Tianhao. Truthfully, Chen Mo had intended to call Du Tianhao earlier to handle Du Yan, but he never imagined Du Yan would actually summon Du Tianhao himself. "Third uncle, you know this kid?" Du Yan froze, turning to Du Tianhao with a puzzled look. Smack! The moment Du Tianhao heard Du Yan refer to Chen Mo as this kid, he didn't hesitate. He turned and delivered a hard slap across Du Yan's face. Everyone watched as Uncle Du slapped Du Yan, their expressions growing even more bewildered. Instead of coming to Du Yan's aid, his supposed ally had just slapped him across the face. What kind of plot twist was this? "Uncle. Uncle San, why did you hit me?" Du Yan clutched his stinging cheek, his expression filled with hurt. "Kneel and apologize to young Master Chen." Du Tianhao shouted at Du Yan, his eyes bulging. "Why should I kneel and apologize to him? He was the one bullying me and blocking my way just now." Du Yan shouted, visibly agitated. "I'm telling you to kneel and apologize to young Master Chen right now. Did you not hear me?" Du Tianhao had already figured out what was going on. There must have been a conflict between Du Yan and Chen Mo, which was why Du Yan had called him over. If this had happened to anyone else, Du Tianhao would have sided with Du Yan without hesitation. But who could have imagined that Du Yan had offended none other than his own boss, Chen Mo? Du Tianhao knew full well that Chen Mo was the company's chairman, sitting on trillions in assets. Even someone of Li Juncheng's stature worked for Chen Mo. How could he possibly risk offending Chen Mo over a mere Du Yan? "Third uncle." Du Yan still seemed unwilling to accept his fate. "I told you to kneel and apologize to Chen Mo. Are you deaf?" Du Tianhao glared at him, his expression boiling with rage as he shouted. Du Yan hesitated for 2 seconds where he stood. He had never seen Du Tianhao so stern with him before. Tianhao's reaction could only mean one thing: Chen Mo was someone he couldn't afford to provoke. After that brief hesitation, Du Yan actually dropped to his knees before Chen Mo with a clatter. When Sun Miao saw Du Yan actually kneel before Chen Mo, she felt her last shred of hope shatter completely. Originally, Sun Miao had planned to leverage the influence of Du Yan's family to teach Chen Mo a lesson and re-establish his authority at the sales office. But who could have imagined that when reinforcements arrived for Du Yan, not only did they fail to assist him, but they actually forced Du Yan to kneel before Chen Mo. Mingmei now regretted it so much she could have kicked herself. First, Chen Mo's ability to purchase that villa worth over 70 million yuan had already changed her view of him. She regretted believing Gao Feifei and the others' words yesterday. Now, seeing Du Yan kneel, her regret only deepened. If only she had added Chen Mo on WeChat yesterday and been more proactive, she might have become his girlfriend. But alas, she had missed her chance. "Young Master Chen, I'm sorry. This whole thing today is my fault." Du Yan gritted his teeth and whispered to Chen Mo. Chen Mo gave Du Yan a cold glance but said nothing. At that moment, everyone present froze in shock upon seeing Du Yan actually kneel before Chen Mo. Only now did they fully grasp the reality: Chen Mo wasn't just a super-rich second-generation heir, but also possessed formidable connections. Otherwise, Du Tianhao would never have adopted such an attitude. Sun Maya Mingmei and the others had provoked someone they shouldn't have today. Nini even felt her earlier actions were utterly ridiculous. She had actually thought she could get Chen Mo to apologize to Du Yan, thereby doing Chen Mo a favor. When Chen Mo refused her, Mimi had still believed he was ignorant of his own limitations. Now it was clear, Chen Mo simply didn't regard Du Yan and his crew as threats, which explained his confidence. What kind of monster is this Chen Mo? He's clearly a super-rich second-generation heir, yet he pretends to be some trash-picking poor guy at school. Mingmei suddenly felt her brain wasn't quite up to the task. She simply couldn't comprehend Chen Mo's actions. Wang Yaoyao's beautiful eyes fixed intently on Chen Mo's position. She never imagined things would end up like this.
The reinforcements Du Yan had called for didn't come to his aid. Instead, they sided with Chen Mo. Zhang Ming and Wang Juncheng were equally stunned.
They knew full well what kind of figure Du Tianhao was in Nanyang City. Yet who could have imagined that such a powerful figure with connections reaching to the highest levels would now be groveling before Chen Mo? Wang Juncheng couldn't help but glance again at Chen Mo, whose attire and appearance were utterly ordinary.
His mind was reeling.
Xiaohao, is this guy your nephew?
At that moment, Chen Mo suddenly spoke up, addressing Du Tianhao in a soft voice. Hearing this, the expressions on everyone's faces grew even more astonished. Who could have imagined that Chen Mo would address Du Tianhao, the big brother who had dominated Nanyang City for years, as Xiaohao?
Wasn't that a bit too informal? Yes, young Master Chen. Du Tianhao nodded nervously.
Since he's your nephew and has already admitted his mistake, I'll spare him for your sake.
Chen Mo said slowly. Thank you, young Master Chen. Du Tianhao hurriedly exclaimed, then turned to shout at Du Yan, what are you standing there for? Hurry up and thank young Master Chen. Thank you, young Master Chen. Thank you, young Master Chen. Du Yan hurriedly shouted.
I'm about to have Wang Zhongxiang fire your girlfriend.
Any objections?
Chen Mo narrowed his eyes as he asked Du Yan.
No objections, no objections. Without a moment's hesitation, Du Yan shook his head vigorously. No objections is fine.
Chen Mo gave Du Yan a faint smile, then waved his hand dismissively.
All right, you can get out now. Don't let me see you around here again.
Hearing this, Du Yan felt a wave of relief wash over him. He scrambled to his feet and dashed toward the exit of the sales office. Sun Miao hesitated for a moment before turning and following Du Yan out of the sales office.
Only Mingmei remained, staring blankly at Chen Mo seated on the sofa.
She had no words to describe her emotions. Only now did she realize what she had missed out on last night.
Why aren't you leaving yet? Chen Mo seemed to notice Mingmei standing nearby and asked softly. Chen Mo, can I add you on WeChat? Mingmei hesitated for a moment before uttering the words that left Chen Mo feeling both amused and exasperated. Chapter 76, I need you to promise me one thing. Upon hearing Mingmei insist on adding him on WeChat, Chen Mo couldn't help but smile wryly. He simply couldn't fathom why she would say such a thing at this moment. If it hadn't been for Mingmei stepping in to stir the pot earlier, none of this would have happened. Can't you show some decency, girl? How did you pick up such habits at your age, just like your cousin? Before Chen Mo could respond, Wang Yaoyao was the first to step forward, pointing her finger at Mingmei and scolding her. Hearing Wang Yaoyao's words, Mingmei couldn't help but turn her head to glare at her, stammering, I didn't mean anything by it. I just wanted to apologize to Chen Mo. Apologize if you must, but why add young Master Chen on WeChat? Wang Yaoyao shouted, her eyes wide, then continued, how dare you even think about adding young Master Chen on WeChat now? Weren't you the one mocking him earlier? Calling him a trash collector? Now that you see he's got money, you want to add him on WeChat to seduce him, right? How shameless can you be? Knowing she now had Chen Mo as her powerful ally, Wang Yaoyao spoke with unrestrained boldness. The sales office staff, well versed in shifting allegiances, now joined in, pointing at Mingmei and snapping, we've never seen such a shameless girl. So young and already trying to seduce people, huh? If we'd known this would happen, why did you mock young Master Chen earlier? If you hadn't said those things earlier, how could we have misunderstood young Master Chen? How could all this have happened? The saleswomen in the office looked as if they wanted to devour Mingmei, venting all their pent-up resentment toward Sun Miao onto her instead. After all, Mingmei was just a girl in her 20s. With her privileged background, striking looks, and enviable figure, she was the center of attention wherever she went. When had she ever faced such a barrage of collective scorn? So when Mingmei heard the words hurled at her, tears welled up uncontrollably. I just wanted to apologize to Chen Mo. I didn't mean anything else. Mingmei shouted at the crowd before turning and sprinting toward the exit of the sales office. But just then, Chen Mo reached out and grabbed her arm. Mingmei froze, then whipped her head around to face Chen Mo, her voice trembling with emotion. Chen Mo, why are you holding me back? I know I'm being shameless, okay? I don't want to add you on WeChat. Let me go. I can let you add me on WeChat. Chen Mo spoke slowly. Everyone froze in place upon hearing his words, their expressions filled with utter shock. Even Mingmei herself looked utterly bewildered. Chen Mo, what did you say? Mingmei stammered, turning to him. I said I can add you on WeChat, but you have to agree to one thing first. Chen Mo said softly. What is it? Mingmei hurriedly asked. I'll tell you what it is later. For now, just add me on WeChat. As he spoke, Chen Mo pulled his phone from his pocket, opened WeChat, and held it out to Mingmei. Mingmei felt happiness come upon her all too suddenly. Her hands trembling, she fumbled for her phone and added Chen Mo's WeChat. You don't need to leave just yet. I have something to tell you later. After seeing Mingmei at him, Chen Mo said softly. Oh okay, sure. Mingmei clearly felt overwhelmed by the unexpected attention, quickly nodding to Chen Mo. The other saleswomen present, seeing that Chen Mo had genuinely allowed Mingmei to add him, all fell silent, no longer daring to mock her.
Most people assumed Chen Mo had added Mingmei because he found her attractive. Her pretty face and great figure had sparked other thoughts in his mind. After all, Chen Mo wasn't that old, and he surely had no resistance to a girl like Mingmei who looked pure and pretty.
Wang Yaoyao stood in the distance, her face twisted with jealousy. If Chen Mo really hooked up with Mingmei, wouldn't all her plans come to nothing? That little only knows how to seduce Mr. Chen. Wang Yaoyao couldn't help but curse inwardly, scheming about how to deal with Mingmei. As for looks, Wang Yaoyao didn't know Mingmei well, but their styles were completely different. Wang Yaoyao was the sexy, dominant type, while Mingmei was the pure, innocent type. Who knew which style Chen Mo would prefer?
After seeing Chen Mo actually add her on WeChat, Mingmei naturally felt he developed feelings for her. After all, last night he shown clear interest, only for Gao Feifei and the others to disrupt everything. Now that Mingmei knew Chen Mo's identity, she was more than willing to accept his affections if he truly had feelings for her.
Wang Juncheng. Just then, Chen Mo suddenly called out. Young Master Chen, what are your instructions?
Wang Juncheng hurried over to Chen Mo's side, smiling broadly as he asked. I just purchased a villa at your sales office, correct?
Chen Mo said slowly. Yes, Mr. Chen. I'll have someone prepare the contract immediately.
Wang Juncheng responded as soon as he realized what was happening.
No need for a contract. I bought this villa as a gift. Contact a woman named Su Mubai shortly. She viewed properties at your sales office.
Tell her someone purchased this villa for her, but under no circumstances should she know it's from me.
Understand? Chen Mo said softly. Upon hearing Chen Mo's words, everyone present wore expressions of utter shock. Who could have imagined that Chen Mo bought that villa worth over 70 million yuan just to give it away? What kind of wealthy heir was he? Just giving away a villa like it was nothing.
And seeing the expression on Chen Mo's face now, it seemed as if he didn't care about the villa at all, as if he were casually giving away something worth less than 10 bucks. Mingmei stared at Chen Mo with her large, dark, alluring eyes, her resolve to deceive him only growing stronger. After all, such a super-rich second-generation heir wasn't someone you encountered every day. Wang Yaoyao, however, wasn't as shocked as the others. After all, Chen Mo had once bought a villa for Lin Shi too. Yet deep down, she felt intense jealousy toward Su Mubai. She couldn't fathom what kind of relationship that woman named Su Mubai had with Chen Mo, that he would so readily gift her such an expensive villa. Meanwhile, Su Mubai had already returned home. Unaware that Chen Mo had purchased this villa for her, she was still fretting over the money needed to buy one.
Chapter 77, Forced Kiss? Mr. Chen, I understand. I'll contact that Miss Su right away.
After Wang Juncheng realized Chen Mo intended to gift the villa to Su Mubai, he stammered out his agreement. Chen Mo nodded lightly before continuing, oh, and I've also purchased that villa worth over 300 million.
Go prepare the contract.
Handle the payment directly with Zhang Ming. Once we sign the contract, have Zhang Ming transfer the funds directly to your company's account.
Understood, Mr. Chen. Zhang Ming nodded without hesitation. Upon witnessing Chen Mo's genuine intent to purchase the villa, the crowd once again fell into stunned silence. After all, this villa was reputed to be the most luxurious in all of Nanyang City. Major media outlets were currently focused on which wealthy individual would ultimately secure it. Yet who could have imagined it would ultimately be purchased by someone as seemingly ordinary as Chen Mo? Moreover, Chen Mo bought this villa worth over 300 million yuan as casually as picking up a radish at the market. He didn't even bother to inquire about the villa's details, purchasing it without a second thought. At that moment, everyone realized just how wealthy Chen Mo truly was. Upon seeing Chen Mo genuinely intent on purchasing the villa, Wang Juncheng dared not delay. He immediately gathered his team to prepare the contract. Half an hour later, Chen Mo signed the villa purchase contract with Wang Juncheng.
Wang Juncheng handed the keys to Chen Mo and grinned broadly as he said, Young Master Chen, this villa is already fully furnished and ready for you to move in any time.
Would you like to take a look now? What's there to see in a villa? Forget it. Chen Mo replied softly, taking the keys and preparing to leave. Chen Mo, why don't you go take a look?
I've never seen such a large villa before. Mingmei suddenly spoke up at that moment.
Hearing this, Chen Mo turned to glance at Mingmei before murmuring, alright then. Since you want to see it, let's go take a look. Seeing Chen Mo hadn't refused her request, Mingmei felt even more certain he was genuinely interested in her. Her smile grew so sweet it could practically drip honey. Whether intentionally or not, she shifted her long legs, positioning herself closer to Chen Mo. Wang Yaoyao's resentment deepened at the sight of Mingmei's radiant smile.
She had meticulously planned everything, yet never anticipated Mingmei suddenly appearing clearly intent on disrupting her scheme to seduce Chen Mo.
Mr. Chen, this way please.
Wang Juncheng, however, couldn't care less about the drama. As long as Chen Mo bought the villa, he was overjoyed. After all, he stood to earn a hefty commission.
Chen Mo gave a slight nod and followed Wang Juncheng toward the exit of the sales office. The others quickly followed suit, exiting the sales office behind him. A few minutes later, the group arrived at the villa community.
Though they hadn't yet reached Chen Mo's villa worth over 300 million yuan, the mere sight of the community's surroundings left Mingmei utterly awestruck.
Mingmei's family was well off, so they had purchased a villa in the suburbs of Nanyang City.
However, the community where her family's villa was located couldn't compare to Chen Mo's estate in terms of either location or surrounding environment.
The entire complex gave off an aura reminiscent of a royal palace.
Mr. Chen, your villa is right in the center of the complex. Li Juncheng guided them while cheerfully describing the community's features to Chen Mo.
Very well. Chen Mo nodded lightly.
A few minutes later, the group arrived at the entrance of a 5-story villa. When Mingmei saw the villa's majestic and imposing appearance, she was completely dumbfounded, her face betraying intense excitement.
This villa is enormous. Mingmei gasped, covering her mouth.
The villa itself has an interior area of 800 square meters, but it also comes with a courtyard over 1,000 square meters complete with a mini golf course, swimming pool, basketball court, and all that.
Li Juncheng said with a cheerful smile. This is insane. When will I ever have a house like this? Mingmei was at a loss for words to describe her current emotions.
If she could become the mistress of this villa, she'd do anything. Chen Mo, however, felt rather indifferent toward the villa. In his eyes, no matter how grand or luxurious a house was, beyond being a status symbol, it was ultimately just a place to sleep and live. Living alone in such a huge villa would only make him feel lonely and empty. After Wang Zhongxiang opened the villa's main gate, everyone stepped inside. The moment they entered, they were stunned by the opulent interior.
Every corner of this villa seemed to scream luxury.
Even Wang Yaoyao, who had seen her share of mansions, couldn't help but be astonished. A magnificent crystal chandelier cast waves of soft, brilliant warm light, bathing the entire living room in a cozy and romantic glow.
Walking on the plush wool carpet, everyone could distinctly feel waves of comfort.
From the tiles to every nook and cranny, the villa radiated opulence. Modern amenities were seamlessly integrated throughout, creating a harmonious blend of classical luxury and contemporary design. The renovation costs alone for such a villa must have run into the millions.
Mr. Chen, I have other matters to attend to, so I'll have to excuse myself.
Wang Zhongxiang needed to report to headquarters that he had sold the villa and contact Su Mubai to come sign the contract, so naturally he didn't want to linger any longer.
All right. Chen Mo gave Wang Zhongxiang a slight nod.
After Wang Zhongxiang departed, Du Tianhao and Zhang Ming also left the villa. After all, neither of them was particularly interested in such things. Seeing it once and knowing what it looked like inside was enough for them.
In the blink of an eye, only Chen Mo,
Mingmei, and Wang Yaoyao remained in the villa. Chen Mo turned to look at Mingmei, whose large, watery eyes were darting around curiously as she waited for him. He spoke softly, Mingmei, come with me for a moment.
I need to talk to you about something.
Mingmei's eyes flashed with a hint of coyness at Chen Mo's words, but she still nodded gently at him.
Meanwhile, Wang Yaoyao's face darkened with anger.
She silently wondered if all her effort to bring Chen Mo here had been for nothing, only for this little brat Mingmei to swoop in and take him away.
Mr. Chen, is there something you need to discuss behind my back? Wang Yaoyao asked Chen Mo, her voice thick with jealousy.
What business I have with Mr. Chen is none of your concern. Mingmei shot back defiantly at Wang Yaoyao, then swayed gracefully in her high heels to keep pace with Chen Mo. Chen Mo hesitated for a moment before heading straight upstairs. He casually opened the door to a random room and stepped inside. Upon entering, Chen Mo was startled by the scene inside. The room was decorated in an exceptionally warm and romantic style: a standard red, romantic style round bed, warm yellow, suggestive lighting, and decorations like candles.
It was obvious this room was meant for couples. Chen Mo couldn't fathom why such a room existed in this villa. Upon seeing the room's state, Mingmei's lovely face flushed instantly.
She had no idea Chen Mo had stumbled into this room by accident. She assumed he had deliberately brought her here.
Though she desperately wanted to become the mistress of this villa and held a favorable impression of Chen Mo, Wang Yaoyao was still downstairs. Mingmei felt a sudden surge of nervousness, but it quickly gave way to a determined gleam in her eyes. Yesterday, Mingmei had missed an opportunity. Today, she would not let this chance slip away. Mingmei gently closed the door behind her.
As she glided closer with her long, elegant legs, she asked with a seductive, half-closed gaze, "Young Master Chen, what did you call me here for?"
Mingmei, I. Chen Mo opened his mouth to speak.
Suddenly, a wave of fragrance washed over him. Mingmei had suddenly wrapped her arms around his neck, her luscious red lips moving straight toward his.
Before Chen Mo could comprehend what was happening, Mingmei had already kissed him forcefully. Chapter 78, Would you consider being with me? Completely unprepared, Chen Mo was kissed forcefully by Mingmei. Her rosy, tempting lips pressed against his, waves of fragrance flooding his senses. Chen Mo felt his mind go completely blank.
Although he'd been with Gao Feifei for a long time, they'd never shared such an intimate moment.
Chen Mo never imagined his first kiss would be taken from him like this. Mingmei's lips were soft and fragrant, incredibly pleasurable.
Having never experienced such a sensation before, Chen Mo didn't even want to let go of the soft, fragrant body nestled in his arms. Yet Chen Mo still felt humiliated that a grown man like himself had been kissed against his will.
After a moment's hesitation, he pushed Mingmei away. Seeing Chen Mo push her away, Mingmei froze for a moment before blushing and asking shyly, "Chen Mo, what's wrong? Did I go too far just now? It's my first time kissing someone, so I might not be very skilled. I'm sorry." Mingmei wasn't lying. Though exceptionally beautiful with countless admirers, her privileged upbringing and Sun Miao's influence meant she held little regard for ordinary boys at school. When choosing a boyfriend, she had specific requirements for height, looks, and family background. But right now, Chen Mo clearly met all her criteria, which was why she'd been so forward with him. Chen Mo was momentarily speechless by Mingmei's apology. After a brief hesitation, he softly asked her, "Why did you just kiss me?" Mingmei froze at his words before whispering, "Chen Mo, didn't you bring me here to confess your feelings? Weren't you planning to ask me to be your girlfriend? When did I ever say I wanted you to be my girlfriend?" Chen Mo's expression fell even further upon hearing Mingmei's words. "If you didn't want me to be your girlfriend, why did you add me on WeChat? And last night at the bar, didn't we get along just fine?" A flicker of confusion crossed Mingmei's beautiful eyes before she continued, "Sure, there might have been a little misunderstanding between us yesterday, but now everything's been cleared up. I actually have a pretty good impression of you. I'd be willing to be your girlfriend. Sis, I think you might have misunderstood me." Chen Mo replied helplessly, then added softly, "We did have a nice chat last night, and I genuinely wanted to add you on WeChat to get to know each other better. But after what happened last night, I don't think we're a good fit. The kind of girlfriend I'm looking for isn't your type." Hearing Chen Mo's words, Mingmei felt as if she'd been struck by lightning. Having been proud and ambitious since childhood, this was the first time she'd taken the initiative with a guy only to be rejected. Mingmei simply couldn't accept this. "Am I not pretty enough? Is my figure not good enough? Do you have any idea how many guys chase after me? What gives you the right to not like me?" Mingmei glared at him with wide eyes, her voice trembling with emotion. "You are beautiful, and you have a great figure. But you don't genuinely like me. You only wanted to be my girlfriend because you were after my money. I could never be with a girl like you." Chen Mo replied softly. "If you never intended to make me your girlfriend, then why did you add me on WeChat? Why did you bring me to this room?" Mingmei asked, staring at Chen Mo. "I brought you here to tell you not to reveal my identity to others. I had no other intentions." Chen Mo said slowly. "When you added me on WeChat, you asked me to promise you something. It wasn't to be your girlfriend, but to keep your identity secret, right?" Mingmei finally understood, her beautiful eyes glistening with tears as she asked softly. "Yes." Chen Mo nodded gently. Mingmei looked at Chen Mo before her, her eyes filled with sorrow. She felt as if he had toyed with her. "If I hadn't walked away last night, and if I hadn't exposed your identity in front of all these people today, would you have considered being with me?" Mingmei paused for 2 seconds, biting her lip as she asked softly. "Maybe I would have." Chen Mo replied casually. Mingmei was truly exceptional in every way: her figure, her looks, her appearance. Unlike girls like Gao Feifei or Lu Di, she wasn't particularly concerned with money. Chen Mo had sensed this during their time together at the bar last night. The only problem was that Mingmei couldn't accept Chen Mo being a garbage collector. She felt that if he truly was one, being with him would be incredibly embarrassing for her. So Chen Mo realized that if not for last night's events, he might not have rejected Mingmei in the first place. "So that means you actually have a pretty good impression of me, right?" Mingmei exclaimed excitedly, her expression flushing. Chen Mo looked at Mingmei, unsure how to respond to this question. "If you have a good impression of me, that means I still have a chance. I won't give up. Sooner or later, I'll make you truly fall for me," Mingmei declared firmly to Chen Mo. "What you think is your business. I can't control your thoughts. Just expose my identity. If Wei Jieqi and the others find out who I am, I won't let you off the hook." Chen Mo didn't want to continue this conversation with Mingmei. After responding with a blank expression, he turned and walked straight out of the room. "Chen Mo, I will never give up. I refuse to believe I can't win you over." Watching Chen Mo's retreating figure, Mingmei silently vowed that one day, she would become the mistress of this villa. As for Chen Mo's fear that Mingmei would reveal his identity, he was overthinking it. Mingmei had no such intention. After all, the more people who knew Chen Mo's identity, the more women would actively pursue him. That would only increase the number of her competitors. She wasn't foolish enough to reveal Chen Mo's identity. Wang Yaoyao, who had been anxiously waiting outside, exhaled a long breath when she saw Chen Mo emerge so quickly. In such a short time, Chen Mo and Mingmei couldn't have done much in the room. Moreover, judging by Chen Mo's current state, he didn't seem to have been with Mingmei. Otherwise, the two of them would have definitely walked out hand in hand. "Mr. Chen, you're out already?" Wang Yaoyao swayed over in her high heels, her movements practiced as she hooked her arm through Chen Mo's. Chen Mo glanced at Wang Yaoyao beside him with a helpless expression. He'd just been forcefully kissed by Mingmei, and now Wang Yaoyao was here too. It seemed that having money wasn't necessarily a good thing after all. The temptations were simply too numerous. "Let's go," Chen Mo murmured softly to Wang Yaoyao. "Sure, Mr. Chen."
I reserved a table at a restaurant earlier. Shall we celebrate your villa purchase? Wang Yaoyao said with a beaming smile. Chen Mo froze at her words before murmuring, all right. I'm actually feeling a bit hungry now. Then let's hurry up. Seeing Chen Mo agree, Wang Yaoyao beamed like a flower. She tugged him toward the villa exit, leaving Mingmei alone inside. By the time Mingmei emerged from the bedroom, Chen Mo and Wang Yaoyao had already departed. After following Wang Yaoyao out of the villa, she immediately drove them straight to the restaurant. About 10 minutes later, as they drove past a large shopping mall, Chen Mo suddenly froze. A large crowd had gathered in front of the mall. In the center of the crowd, a handsome young man in a suit held a bouquet of roses, kneeling on one knee before a beautiful girl. He seemed to be confessing his feelings to her. And that girl was none other than Wen Ruoshi. Kneeling before Wen Ruoshi was none other than Zhang Feng, the very man who had stolen Chen Mo's account. Chapter 79, Watch Out, I Won't Be Gentle. Sitting inside the Mercedes, Chen Mo watched Zhang Feng kneeling before Wen Ruoshi. He knew exactly what was happening. Zhang Feng was confessing his feelings to her. After all, Wen Ruoshi had mistakenly believed that Wei Shila's apology had been orchestrated by Zhang Feng. She must be deeply grateful to him. A heavy weight pressed down on Chen Mo's chest, making him feel incredibly uneasy. All these actions were clearly his doing. The past blows away account belonged to him, and he was the one who had helped Wen Ruoshi. Yet Wen Ruoshi stubbornly believed Zhang Feng was responsible for everything, even viewing Chen Mo as a cowardly, timid fool. This feeling was truly unbearable. Young Master Chen, what's wrong? Wang Yaoyao noticed the unease in Chen Mo's expression and asked softly. Nothing. Chen Mo shook his head gently. Recalling Wen Ruoshi's attitude toward him these past few days and the words she had spoken, he felt a chill in his heart. Chen Mo vowed that from now on, no matter what happened to Wen Ruoshi, he would not interfere. After all, their relationship was nothing more than ordinary friendship. Even if Wen Ruoshi was deceived by Zhang Feng, losing both money and affection, it wouldn't affect him in the slightest. But just as Wang Yaoyao was about to drive past the mall, Chen Mo couldn't help but shout, "Stop the car!" Wang Yaoyao slammed on the brakes and turned to look at Chen Mo, her expression puzzled. Mr. Chen, is something wrong? Yeah, I need to handle something. I'll be right back. Chen Mo replied in a low voice before pushing open the car door and striding toward Wen Ruoshi and Zhang Feng. Wang Yaoyao hesitated for a moment before following in his footsteps, her high heels clicking against the pavement. In front of the mall, Zhang Feng knelt on one knee, holding a rose, while Wen Ruoshi stared at him in utter shock. She never imagined he would confess his feelings to her again. Counting the confession at the community gate earlier, this was Zhang Feng's third declaration of love. Ruoshi, I truly love you. I swear I'll treat you well for the rest of my life. Please, don't reject me. Give me a chance, okay? Zhang Feng cried out to Wen Ruoshi before him, his expression intensely emotional. Warmth flickered in Wen Ruoshi's eyes, yet her gaze held a trace of conflict. She wasn't sure if she truly liked Zhang Feng, nor did she know whether she should accept him. She was certain she felt affection for Zhang Feng. After all, he had helped her in her live stream room back then, and later, he had also resolved the issue with Wei Shiala. Wen Ruoshi was naturally very grateful to Zhang Feng. But she didn't know if this gratitude was love, or if it was affection. Ruoshi, I know you're hesitating. You feel we haven't known each other long enough to understand one another. But I genuinely like you. Can you give me a chance? We can date and get to know each other at the same time. It was clear Zhang Feng had prepared thoroughly this time. Seeing Wen Ruoshi hesitate, he continued to appeal to her emotions. Zhang Feng, I. When Ruoshi hesitated, unsure how to respond to Zhang Feng. Say yes to him. Say yes. Just then, several young men suddenly ran out from the front of the square and began leading the chant. The crowd surrounding the two of them was instantly swept up in the fervor, their voices rising in unison as the atmosphere grew boisterous. Seemingly swept up by the fervor, Wen Ruoshi resolved to accept Zhang Feng's proposal. She would give their relationship a try for a while, allowing them to get to know each other. Zhang Feng, I'll. After a moment's hesitation, Wen Ruoshi was about to agree to Zhang Feng's proposal. But before she could utter the final word, a figure suddenly dashed in front of her and snatched the rose from Zhang Feng's hand. Everyone froze in place at the sight of this sudden intrusion. Zhang Feng, still kneeling on the ground, wore an expression of utter bewilderment. When Ruoshi instinctively glanced at the person before her, her expression turning utterly astonished as she exclaimed, Chen Mo, what are you doing here? Indeed, the one who snatched the rose from Zhang Feng was none other than Chen Mo. You can't be with this man. Chen Mo said to Wen Ruoshi, his face expressionless. Chen Mo, what are you doing? Zhang Feng is confessing to me, not to you. Whether I accept or not has nothing to do with you. When Ruoshi snapped back, her emotions rising as she realized what was happening. I don't care if others confess to you, but you absolutely cannot be with this man. He's a fraud. Chen Mo said in a low voice. Wait, bro, what are you talking about? Zhang Feng slowly stood up, his expression challenging as he confronted Chen Mo. Chen Mo glanced at Zhang Feng but said nothing, reaching out to grab Wen Ruoshi and pull her away from the scene.
Chen Mo, why are you dragging me? Let go of me. We're not even together. Whether I'm with Zhang Feng or not isn't up to you.
Wen Ruoshi struggled violently, shouting at Chen Mo with intense emotion. Seeing Wen Ruoshi's intense reaction, Chen Mo hesitated before slowly releasing her hand.
You absolutely cannot be with this man. Chen Mo said, staring at Wen Ruoshi. Bro, what the hell do you mean? What business is it of yours whether Ruoshi is with me or not? Are you here looking for trouble?
Zhang Feng had thought he was about to succeed, but never expected Chen Mo to suddenly burst in and ruin everything. He must have been furious inside, but since Wen Ruoshi was still present, he didn't show it too obviously.
Are you out of your mind? What business is it of yours if someone confesses their feelings? Yeah, what are you messing around for? Get lost. That guy's got a lot of patience. If it were me, I'd have slapped him already. How dare you interrupt someone's confession like that? What kind of jerk are you? The onlookers now joined in, directing their criticism at Chen Mo. Isn't that the trash-picking guy from Nanyang University? What's that stinking beggar doing here? Just then, a Nanyang University student recognized Chen Mo and shouted with utter contempt. Yeah, he's the trash collector from our school. He must be jealous that someone confessed to his goddess, so he's here to ruin it. It's utterly ridiculous. Doesn't he see what he looks like? How could a girl this beautiful and well-built ever go for him? It's like a toad trying to eat swan meat. This guy is beyond ridiculous. Does he have something wrong with his brain? Even if she didn't accept that handsome guy, she'd never be with him anyway. He's such an embarrassment to our school. How did someone this weird even get accepted here? I heard he got dumped by his girlfriend a few days ago. Probably has some psychological issues. Several Nanyang University students, recognizing Chen Mo, began sneering with disdainful expressions. The other onlookers shouted for Chen Mo to get lost. In an instant, it seemed as though everyone despised Chen Mo. You hear me? You'd better get out of here now. I'm letting you off for Ruoshi's sake, but don't push your luck or I won't be so kind. Zhang Feng stepped forward, pointing his finger right at Chen Mo's nose as he threatened. Chapter 80, like a little cutie. You'll be rude to me? Chen Mo couldn't help but sneer coldly at Zhang Feng's words. He hadn't even been rude to Zhang Feng yet, and now Zhang Feng dared to threaten him? Originally, Chen Mo had planned to deal with Zhang Feng behind Wen Ruoshi's back. After all, in Chen Mo's eyes, Wen Ruoshi was merely an innocent victim. There was no need for her to endure further harm. But he hadn't anticipated Zhang Feng's reckless haste confessing his feelings to Wen Ruoshi right now. If he waited until Chen Mo uncovered Zhang Feng's true nature, Wen Ruoshi would likely have been deceived into following him to a hotel room. By then, it would be too late. So Chen Mo reached for his phone, ready to call Tianhao and have him deal with Zhang Feng. Chen Mo, get out of here. My affairs have nothing to do with you. Whether I choose to be with Zhang Feng is not for you to decide. Just then, Wen Ruoshi suddenly snapped at Chen Mo in a cold voice. Chen Mo froze upon hearing this, lifting his head to glance at Wen Ruoshi. Kid, if you don't get out of here now, I swear I won't hold back with you. Zhang Feng, seeing Chen Mo showed no intention of leaving, gritted his teeth and yelled at him. Clickety-clack. Before Chen Mo could respond, the sound of high heels clicking against the floor echoed beside him. Wang Yaoyao glided over to his side, pointing at Zhang Feng and exclaiming, Hey! How dare you speak to young Master Chen like that? Young Master Chen? What kind of young Master Chen is he? He's just a trash collector. A few days ago, his girlfriend dumped him, and the guy who stole her even made him buy condoms in front of a bunch of students. Who at Nanyang University doesn't know about that? Does someone like that even deserve to be called young Master Chen? Zhang Feng shouted with utter contempt. He had previously investigated Chen Mo's background. Zhang Feng had initially thought Chen Mo was his rival, but never imagined he was such a lowlife. This revelation put his mind at ease. Ha 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 ha. The crowd burst into laughter at Zhang Feng's words, their gazes toward Chen Mo filled with equal disgust. At that moment, Chen Mo looked no different than a pathetic little fool in everyone's eyes. Wen Ruoshi's expression darkened. She hadn't expected Zhang Feng to say such things in front of so many people. Though she didn't know why Chen Mo was so determined to stop her from being with Zhang Feng, she felt that no matter what, Chen Mo was still her friend. There was no need to speak so harshly. Wang Yaoyao froze instinctively after witnessing Zhang Feng humiliate Chen Mo. Then, raising her small hand, she lashed out directly at Zhang Feng's face. Smack! A sharp crack echoed through the air. Everyone present froze. Those who had been laughing instantly fell silent. No one expected Wang Yaoyao to be so bold she actually slapped Zhang Feng across the face. After a moment of shock, Zhang Feng glared at Wang Yaoyao and shouted, You dare hit me? So what if I hit you? Wang Yaoyao knew exactly who Chen Mo was, a man even the notorious Du Tianhao of Nanyang City feared. She was venting for Chen Mo now, so she had absolutely no reservations. How could you do this? How dare you hit someone like that? Seeing Zhang Feng struck, Wen Ruoshi instantly grew displeased. She stepped forward, her expression heated as she shouted at Wang Yaoyao. This guy deserves it for shooting his mouth off. What are you gonna do about it? Wang Yaoyao declared with extraordinary boldness. You're completely unreasonable. When Ruwashi's face flushed crimson with anger as she shouted, then turned to Zhang Feng and asked, Zhang Feng, are you okay? I'm fine.
Zhang Feng gritted his teeth and replied in a low voice.
With Wen Ruwashi still present, Zhang Feng had to maintain his gentlemanly composure and refrained from confronting Wang Yaoyao. If Wen Ruwashi hadn't been present, Zhang Feng would have retaliated long ago. Upon hearing Zhang Feng's words, Wen Ruwashi immediately turned to face Chen Mo, her expression agitated as she exclaimed, Chen Mo, I beg you, please stop flattering yourself here, okay? Whether I'm with Zhang Feng or not has absolutely nothing to do with you. I admit I once considered you a friend, but I never imagined you'd turn out like this. Maybe you think Zhang Feng isn't great, I get that. But no matter what, in my eyes, he's still better than you, some kept man living off women. So don't meddle in my affairs anymore. I don't even know you. A kept pretty boy? Chen Mo stared at Wen Ruwashi, his expression filled with utter bewilderment. You're still trying to wriggle out of this? Didn't that woman just stick her neck out for you? When Ruwashi glanced at Wang Yaoyao before continuing, she might be a bit older, but she's still quite attractive. Getting kept by a woman like that's quite an accomplishment for you. Everyone stared at Chen Mo and Wang Yaoyao, their expressions filled with utter disbelief. Had Wen Ruwashi not spoken up, none of them would have imagined Chen Mo was actually Wang Yaoyao's kept man. That good-for-nothing from Nanyang University is actually being kept by someone. Yeah, it's unbelievable. Who would sponsor him? And such a gorgeous woman at that. What kind of dog luck did Chen Mo walk into? The crowd began whispering among themselves as they watched Wang Yaoyao. Chen Mo stared at Wen Ruwashi, his expression utterly devastated. He never imagined Wen Ruwashi harbored such deep misunderstandings about him. Wen Ruwashi actually thinks Wang Yaoyao is keeping me? When did Wang Yaoyao ever keep me? Chen Mo sighed helplessly to himself, then stepped forward to explain to Wen Ruwashi. Wen Ruwashi, I think you. Chen Mo, you don't need to explain any of this to me. I don't want to hear about your affairs, nor do I want to get involved. And I hope you stop meddling in mine. When Ruwashi cut him off, her beautiful face cold. She turned to Zhang Feng and said, Zhang Feng, let's go. Ruwashi, would you be willing to be my girlfriend? Zhang Feng asked Wen Ruwashi. When Ruwashi bit her red lips, hesitating for 2 seconds before murmuring softly, Zhang Feng, I'll be your girlfriend. Upon hearing Wen Ruwashi's words, Chen Mo froze in place, his expression utterly speechless. He felt like everything he'd done so far was utterly ridiculous. If he hadn't stepped in to stop Wen Ruwashi, she might have actually rejected Zhang Feng. But now, out of spite, she had actually agreed to Zhang Feng. Upon seeing Wen Ruwashi actually agree, Zhang Feng turned to Chen Mo with a taunting expression before leading Wen Ruwashi away toward the distance. Chapter 81, Back to Jacques Restaurant. Chen Mo watched Zhang Feng and Wen Ruwashi get into a taxi, his expression filled with helplessness. Had he foreseen that this account would stir up so much trouble, Chen Mo would never have gifted in Wen Ruwashi's livestream. If he hadn't gifted in her livestream, none of the subsequent events would have unfolded. The misunderstanding between Wen Ruwashi and Chen Mo had only deepened. Wen Ruwashi stubbornly believed that the account let the past blow away belonged to Zhang Feng, and that the person who had helped her later was also Zhang Feng. These were matters Chen Mo simply couldn't explain clearly now. Besides, Wen Ruwashi had no intention of listening to his explanations. Therefore, Chen Mo could only pin his hopes on Du Tianhao, urging him to find Zhang Feng as soon as possible. If they could recover the account, the rest would be straightforward. Young Master Chen, what exactly is your relationship with that girl? Wang Yaoyao approached Chen Mo and asked softly. We're just ordinary friends. Chen Mo replied indifferently. If you're just ordinary friends, why are you even bothering with her, Mr. Chen? I think she's just being ungrateful. Wang Yaoyao pouted. Hearing this, Chen Mo turned to glance at Wang Yaoyao, letting out a soft sigh without adding anything further. After all, the complicated history between him and Wen Ruwashi wasn't something that could be explained in a few words. Alright, let's go. Chen Mo noticed the crowd on the square still staring at him like he was a sideshow attraction. He turned to Wang Yaoyao and said, Okay. Wang Yaoyao replied, then sashayed toward the parking spot in her high heels. 10 minutes later, Chen Mo and Wang Yaoyao arrived at a French restaurant. Mr. Chen, this is the finest Western restaurant in Nanyang City. Non-members aren't allowed to dine here, and even for members, securing a reservation is usually extremely difficult. I had to pull quite a few strings to get this one. Wang Yaoyao said cheerfully to Chen Mo after getting out of the car. Hearing this, Chen Mo glanced up at the restaurant's name and realized it was none other than Jacques Restaurant, the very place where he had previously met Su Mubai. I've been to this restaurant before. Chen Mo murmured softly to Wang Yaoyao. Wang Yaoyao paused for a moment upon hearing Chen Mo's words, then smiled and said, For someone as wealthy as you, Mr. Chen, visiting a restaurant like this shouldn't be anything unusual, right? That's true. Chen Mo replied casually, saying no more, and followed Wang Yaoyao into the restaurant. Inside, he noticed a long line of people waiting. Among them, he spotted two familiar figures, Wen Ruwashi and Zhang Feng.
Clearly, after successfully confessing his feelings to Wenruoshi, Zhang Feng had borrowed a membership card and some money from someone else to maintain his playboy image. He had then reserved a table at Jacques restaurant.
At that moment, Zhang Feng was arguing heatedly with a front desk attendant, his expression visibly agitated.
I clearly made a reservation here earlier.
Why are you telling me there's no table now?
Zhang Feng demanded in a low voice.
Sir, I've explained this to you multiple times. Our restaurant has limited seating right now.
Even with a reservation, you still need to wait in line, the attendant replied impatiently.
If I have to wait in line even with a reservation, then what's the point of making one? Zhang Feng shouted, sounding quite agitated.
Sir, if you hadn't made a reservation, you might not even have gotten a chance to wait in line, the attendant replied calmly. Zhang Feng was instantly speechless upon hearing this. After all, he had never dined at this restaurant before and naturally had no idea that Jacques restaurant had such rules.
What's wrong with you? We all made reservations too, and we're all waiting in line now. Just come over and join the queue already. Don't waste everyone's time.
The customers behind Zhang Feng shouted impatiently. Wenruoshi watched Zhang Feng hesitate for a moment before whispering softly, Zhang Feng, maybe we should just forget it.
It doesn't matter where I eat. We can find another place. No way. This is our first meal together. I have to treat you to the best Western cuisine.
Zhang Feng said to Wenruoshi with a serious expression. Hearing his words, a flicker of emotion passed through Wenruoshi's beautiful eyes, but she said nothing more. Truthfully, Zhang Feng's refusal to change venues wasn't because he genuinely wanted to dine here. He had paid 1,000 yuan deposit when reserving the table. If they didn't eat here today, that deposit would be forfeited, meaning Zhang Feng would waste over 1,000 yuan.
Then let's go queue up.
Wenruoshi said softly to Zhang Feng. We have no choice but to wait in line now, Ruoshi.
I'm truly sorry.
I had no idea this restaurant had such rules.
If I'd known, I never would have brought you here. Zhang Feng apologized profusely to Wenruoshi. It's okay. It's just a matter of waiting here for a bit. We'll wait a bit, that's all. Everyone else is waiting too.
Wenruoshi said with great understanding.
As long as you don't mind. Zhang Feng smiled at Wenruoshi, then suddenly noticed Chen Mo entering the restaurant.
The moment Zhang Feng saw Chen Mo, his expression changed instantly.
He glared at Chen Mo and shouted, Are you out of your mind? Why are you following us around like a dog tag? What the hell is your problem?
When Wenruoshi saw Chen Mo, a strange look flashed in her eyes. She hesitated for 2 seconds but didn't speak to him.
Who's following you? We're here to eat too. This restaurant isn't your family's business. Just because you're here doesn't mean I can't be.
Wang Yaoyao retorted, her big, watery eyes wide.
He's just a filthy rag picker. How could he possibly afford to eat here?
Zhang Feng shouted loudly. Upon hearing this, diners throughout the restaurant turned their heads toward Chen Mo's table. Dressed plainly, he certainly didn't look like someone who could afford to eat here, and the disdain in their gazes was palpable.
Who are you calling a junk collector? Are you asking for another beating? Wang Yaoyao shouted, visibly agitated. Alright, everyone, quiet down. Customers in the back, please come forward and take a number to queue.
Seeing Wang Yaoyao about to argue with Zhang Feng, the waiter called out impatiently. Upon hearing the server's words, Wang Yaoyao hurried over in her high heels and whispered, I made a reservation at your restaurant earlier for 7:30.
We have limited seating available right now. Please join the queue first.
The server handed Wang Yaoyao a numbered ticket, her expression unchanged.
Wang Yaoyao froze for a moment upon seeing the number. Don't bother looking. Everyone ahead of you also made reservations, and they're all waiting in line now. The server seemed to sense Wang Yaoyao's confusion and quietly addressed her. Wang Yaoyao hesitated for 2 seconds before handing the number ticket back to the server. Pouting slightly, she declared, Forget it, we're not eating here. If you don't queue now, your reservation deposit will be forfeited.
The server reminded her softly.
It's only 1,000 yuan. I don't care about it. Unlike some people who can't even spare 1,000 yuan and are standing here waiting in line with longing looks. If you don't have money, don't pretend to be a rich kid. It was obvious Wang Yaoyao meant this remark for Zhang Feng. Zhang Feng's expression darkened even further upon hearing this. Today was the day Wang Yaoyao planned to treat Chen Mo to dinner. If she showed up with a super rich second-generation kid who could casually buy a villa just standing in line here, what kind of impression would that make? So Wang Yaoyao decided to change restaurants for their meal. Mr. Chen, let's go. This place is just too crowded. Wang Yaoyao whispered to Chen Mo. Chen Mo hesitated for a moment before turning to leave.
Wenruoshi and Zhang Feng were still there. Seeing them now only annoyed Chen Mo, so this seemed like the perfect chance to leave. But just as Chen Mo turned, a young man in a suit walked in from outside the restaurant. Upon seeing Chen Mo, the young man froze momentarily before addressing him with unusual deference. Mr. Chen, what brings you here? Why didn't you let me know you were dining at our restaurant? Hearing this, everyone turned their heads toward Chen Mo's table, their expressions filled with confusion. The young man who had just entered was none other than Zhang He, the manager of Jacques Restaurant.
Chapter 82, a 10,000 yuan fine. Young Master Chen, what brings you here? Manager Zhang approached Chen Mo, smiling broadly as he asked. I came here with my friends to dine, but it seems your restaurant is fully booked now. We were just about to leave. Chen Mo replied expressionlessly to Manager Zhang. Upon hearing this exchange, everyone present wore puzzled expressions. They couldn't fathom how someone as ordinary as Chen Mo, both in appearance and demeanor, could possibly know the manager of Jacques restaurant. Of course, the most shocked individuals at that moment were undoubtedly Zhang Feng and Wen Ruoxi. How could Chen Mo possibly know the manager here? Wen Ruoxi murmured in utter bewilderment. Mr. Chen, we sincerely apologize. We truly had no idea you would be visiting in person today. Had we known, we would have prepared a private room for you in advance. Manager Zhang broke out in a cold sweat upon hearing Chen Mo's words. Li Juncheng was the owner of Jacques restaurant, and Chen Mo was Li Juncheng's boss. How could Manager Zhang not understand the connections involved? That's why he dared not show the slightest disrespect when facing Chen Mo. It's fine. I can just eat somewhere else. After saying this, Chen Mo glanced at Wang Yaoyao and began to walk away. Mr. Chen, since you've come all this way today, how could I possibly let you leave? Manager Zhang nervously stepped in front of Chen Mo, continuing, Mr. Chen, please wait just a moment. I'll have someone arrange a private room for you immediately. Seeing Manager Zhang's enthusiastic reception, Chen Mo hesitated briefly before deciding not to leave. Meanwhile, the people waiting in line inside the restaurant stared at Chen Mo with astonishment. Jacques restaurant was extremely famous in Nanyang City. Even members often couldn't secure a table. Yet now, the manager was proactively arranging a private room for Chen Mo? What kind of favor was this? Zhang Feng, observing Chen Mo, wore an equally astonished expression. Manager Zhang briefly communicated with the waitstaff, then turned and hurried over to Chen Mo. With a broad smile, he said, Mr. Chen, we've arranged a private room for you. This way, please. All right. Chen Mo gave a slight nod before striding purposefully toward the private room. Wang Yaoyao followed excitedly at his side, feeling immensely honored to be dining with someone like Chen Mo. But just as Chen Mo and Wang Yaoyao passed by Zhang Feng, he suddenly spoke up, Chen Mo, you're not just being kept by a rich woman, are you? Are you also being kept by the owner of this restaurant? The restaurant patrons froze upon hearing Zhang Feng's remark. Knowing Chen Mo's status, no one dared to laugh. Chen Mo turned to glance at Zhang Feng, then said coolly, have this man removed. Yes, Mr. Chen. Manager Zhang nodded. Chen Mo then led Zhang Feng into a private room. After watching Chen Mo leave, Manager Zhang shouted at the security guards by the door, what are you standing around for? Get this guy out of here. Several security guards immediately rushed toward Zhang Feng's location upon hearing this. What are you doing? I'm a member of your restaurant. How dare you try to kick me out? Zhang Feng shouted nervously as the security guards closed in around him. You're a member of our restaurant? Why have I never seen you before? Manager Zhang looked at Zhang Feng before him, a hint of confusion flashing in his eyes. Jacques restaurant had extremely strict membership requirements, involving a highly professional approval process. Manager Zhang was familiar with the background of nearly every member, allowing him to tailor his hospitality to each guest accordingly. Here's my membership card. Zhang Feng, in his panic, immediately pulled out the membership card he'd borrowed to prove his identity, completely unaware of how foolish his actions were. May I see your membership card? Manager Zhang asked softly. Of course. Zhang Feng handed the membership card directly to Manager Zhang. After receiving the card, Manager Zhang immediately handed it to a server and whispered, check the identity information on this membership card for me. Right away. The attendant nodded and inserted the card into the reader. Upon hearing Manager Zhang's words, Zhang Feng's expression instantly changed. He knew full well that this membership card was borrowed. Ruoxi, let's go. Worried his identity might be exposed, Zhang Feng hesitated before whispering to Wen Ruoxi. Okay. Wen Ruoxi nodded quickly, ready to leave with Zhang Feng. But just then, Manager Zhang suddenly reached out to block Zhang Feng, his expression impassive as he declared, you cannot leave yet. Why can't I leave? Zhang Feng stammered. Because your identity hasn't been verified yet. Zhang Feng replied calmly. Manager Zhang, this membership card belongs to Mr. Wang of Huiding Group. The waiter's voice echoed throughout the restaurant. Manager Zhang couldn't help but snort coldly upon hearing this, then said expressionlessly, I've met Mr. Wang of Huiding Group. You're not Mr. Wang, are you? Zhang Feng stared blankly at Manager Zhang before him, his expression awkward. Wen Ruoxi now looked at Zhang Feng with utter confusion. She couldn't fathom why someone as wealthy as him would need to use someone else's membership card. Zhang Feng, what's going on here? Wen Ruoxi hesitated before softly asking Zhang Feng. Ruoxi, the truth is, I borrowed this membership card. Zhang Feng knew he couldn't hide it any longer and could only admit in a low voice that he had borrowed the card from someone else. You borrowed this card? Wen Ruoxi was instantly speechless upon hearing this. Now that you've admitted it, this matter will be easier to resolve.
Just then, manager Zhang suddenly called out from the side.
Easier? What's easier? Zhang Feng asked manager Zhang in confusion. Our restaurant has a clear policy: if you misuse or borrow someone else's membership card, you'll be fined.
Manager Zhang stated expressionlessly.
A fine?
Zhang Feng stared at manager Zhang before him, his expression growing even more incredulous.
Yes, a fine of 100,000 yuan.
Manager Zhang replied softly.
Upon hearing manager Zhang's words, Zhang Feng felt as if struck by lightning. He couldn't scrape together 1,000 yuan on his entire body, yet now he was being asked to pay 100,000 yuan fine. This was practically a death sentence. Chapter 83, You're actually treating me to hot pot?
To maintain his image as a super-rich second-generation heir in front of Wenruoshi, Zhang Feng had gone to great lengths to borrow a Yake restaurant membership card from a friend. He had assumed that simply presenting the card would prove his status. But what Zhang Feng never imagined was that Jacques Restaurant kept detailed records on every member card. What made it even worse was that the restaurant explicitly stated anyone caught borrowing or using another person's membership card would be fined 100,000 yuan. In recent days, Zhang Feng had been showering gifts in Wenruoshi's livestream to get closer to her. Though the amounts weren't huge, it still cost him tens of thousands daily. He'd even rented a BMW and bought an expensive suit. Most of this money had been borrowed from friends, leaving Zhang Feng deeply in debt. He simply couldn't come up with 100,000 yuan. Pay the fine now, and you can leave. At that moment, manager Zhang said to Zhang Feng with a blank expression. Zhang Feng froze upon hearing this, then muttered, Why should I pay just because you tell me to? What can you do to me if I refuse to pay today? We certainly won't do anything to you, manager Zhang replied softly, narrowing his eyes. But if you don't pay this fine, our restaurant will revoke your membership privileges. Manager Zhang replied softly, narrowing his eyes. Hearing this, Zhang Feng froze in place, his face frozen in utter shock. The membership card he was holding had been borrowed from a wealthy second-generation heir in his class. If that heir found out his card had been revoked, he wouldn't let Zhang Feng off the hook. After all, a membership card for Jacques Restaurant was something ordinary people couldn't buy even if they had the money. Zhang Feng hesitated for 2 seconds as he looked at manager Zhang, then whispered, I was in a hurry when I left home today and didn't bring enough cash. Could I pay this amount another day? You can swipe your card now, or I can have someone from the restaurant accompany you to the bank to withdraw the money. Manager Zhang said indifferently. Zhang Feng looked at manager Zhang with a troubled expression, unsure what to say. After all, he simply couldn't come up with the money. Wenruoshi, observing Zhang Feng's expression, felt equally puzzled. In her eyes, Zhang Feng was the famously generous past blows away with the wind someone who casually spent millions in her livestreams. Yet now, he couldn't even produce 100,000 yuan? Moreover, if Zhang Feng wasn't a member here, why had he brought her to dine at this place? Wenruoshi began to suspect that Zhang Feng's behavior was somewhat suspicious. Ruoshi, did you bring money? Could you cover this bill for me first? I'll definitely pay you back once I get my bank card from home. Just then, Zhang Feng suddenly turned to Wenruoshi and said. Upon hearing his words, every customer in the restaurant wore expressions of disdain. After all, most patrons at a place like Jacques Restaurant were well-off individuals who considered themselves part of the upper crust. So seeing Zhang Feng shamelessly ask a girl for money now, they naturally looked down on him. But Zhang Feng couldn't afford to dwell on such thoughts. He just wanted to pay the fine quickly and leave with Wenruoshi. Wenruoshi didn't refuse Zhang Feng. She quickly pulled out a bank card from her purse, handed it to manager Zhang, and said softly, I'll cover this fine. Manager Zhang gave Wenruoshi a cold glance but said nothing. He took the card to the front desk and swiped it for 100,000 yuan. After paying the fine, Zhang Feng exhaled a long breath of relief and immediately led Wenruoshi toward the restaurant exit. Once outside, Wenruoshi hesitated, then stopped and asked softly, Zhang Feng, are you hiding something from me? What could I possibly be hiding from you? Zhang Feng replied with a puzzled expression, then continued, Ruoshi, you're not suspecting me just because I borrowed 100,000 yuan from you, are you? I already told you I just forgot my bank card when I left home. I'll definitely pay you back. That's not what I meant. Wenruoshi quickly protested. Then what do you mean? I just want to know if something happened to you. If something really did happen, you can tell me. Wenruoshi felt Zhang Feng was acting unusually today, his demeanor vastly different from his usual self, which prompted her to speak up. Don't worry, I'm fine. Let's just go to a different restaurant for dinner. Seeing that Wenruoshi hadn't caught on, Zhang Feng let out a long sigh of relief. Alright then. Wenruoshi nodded at Zhang Feng and didn't press further. A few minutes later, Zhang Feng led Wenruoshi into a spicy hotpot restaurant. Seeing Zhang Feng bring her to such a place only deepened Wenruoshi's suspicions about his background. While food wasn't particularly important to her, she couldn't help but wonder if Zhang Feng was truly a super-rich second-generation heir, why would he bring her to a place like this? Could it be that everything Chen Mo told me back then was true? Is this Zhang Feng just a fraud? A bold thought flashed through Wenruoshi's mind at that moment. But she quickly shook her head, dismissing the notion, and followed Zhang Feng into the spicy hot pot restaurant. Meanwhile, after returning home, Sumubai promptly kicked off the exquisite, alluring high heels from her delicate feet and scampered barefoot toward the sofa.
Cousin, you're back?
Just then, Sumuyu came running out of the bedroom, calling out cheerfully to Sumubai.
Xiaoyu, what brings you here? Sumubai looked surprised upon seeing Sumuyu. I was bored all alone at school, so I came over to hang out with you.
Sumuyu explained softly before continuing. Oh, and cousin, I heard you went to look at that villa today.
How was it?
That villa's location is great, and the scenery in the community is really nice, but the price is just too steep.
Over 70 million for a single villa? My dad simply can't come up with that kind of money right now.
Sumubai replied with a hint of resignation after hearing Sumuyu's words.
70 million? Sumuyu gasped at the figure, then pouted. Have these people lost their minds? 70 million for a villa? Why don't they just go rob a bank? That's not even the strangest part. Guess who I ran into at the sales office today? Sumubai asked softly. Who?
Sumuyu asked, blinking her big, watery eyes.
I saw Chen Mo.
Sumubai replied in a low voice, then continued, and that Chen Mo actually said he'd give me a villa.
Isn't that ridiculous? Ha ha ha.
Sumuyu burst out laughing upon hearing this, clutching her stomach as she said, how can Chen Mo be such a braggart?
He's just a penniless junk collector.
Even if he scavenged junk his whole life, he couldn't possibly afford a villa worth over 70 million yuan.
Sumubai opened his mouth to speak when his phone suddenly rang. Sumubai quickly answered the call and asked softly, hello, who are you looking for? Is this Miss Su?
The voice on the other end inquired softly.
Yes, it's me.
This is Wang Zhongxiang, general manager of the Jinqiu Manor sales office. Upon hearing this, Sumubai froze in place, a flicker of confusion crossing her eyes.
She couldn't fathom why the sales office manager would be calling her now. Chapter 84, someone actually wants to give me a villa?
Upon learning that the caller was Wang Zhongxiang, the general manager of Jinqiu Manor, Sumubai's beautiful eyes flickered with confusion.
Hello, what can I do for you?
Sumubai hesitated before speaking softly.
Miss Su, did you happen to view properties at our sales office today?
Wang Zhongxiang inquired with a cheerful tone. Only then did Sumubai realize the reason for the call. It was undoubtedly related to her visit to the sales office earlier that day. The caller likely wanted to inquire about her impressions of the properties and when she might be ready to make a purchase. Having viewed numerous villas over the past few days, Sumubai had received many similar calls. But this was the first time she'd received a call from someone like Wang Zhongxiang, the general manager himself.
I did visit your sales office this afternoon.
Your properties are indeed quite impressive.
However, I'm not ready to make a purchase at this time.
If I decide to buy in the future, I'll be sure to call you then.
Sumubai finished speaking and prepared to hang up. Miss Su, you've misunderstood me. I wasn't asking when you plan to buy a house. Wang Zhongxiang hurriedly interjected. If you weren't asking when I'd buy, then what were you asking about? Did you want to know how professional your sales staff are? Sumubai's tone grew even more puzzled. Miss Su, it's like this. I called to inform you that someone has already purchased the villa you were interested in and is gifting it to you. Would it be convenient for you to come sign the purchase contract now?
Wang Zhongxiang said with a smile.
Someone bought the villa I was interested in and gifted it to me? You can't be joking. That villa costs over 70 million.
Sumubai's eyes widened instantly upon hearing Wang Zhongxiang's words, her expression utterly incredulous.
Miss Su, I'm not joking. Everything I've said is true. All you need to do now is bring your ID over to sign the purchase contract with us. Wang Zhongxiang hurriedly added. Sumubai hesitated for 2 seconds with the phone in her hand before murmuring, your scam is way too amateurish. Who would just randomly gift me a villa? I'm not some naive kid. I'm not falling for this. With that, Sumubai hung up the phone. She pursed her lips and muttered, these sales offices are so unprofessional these days. I only went to look at a house this afternoon, and by evening, I'm already getting scam calls. Clearly, Sumubai suspected the sales office had leaked his number, with Wang Zhongxiang acting as the scam artist. The scheme involved first claiming someone wanted to gift him a villa, then later demanding he pay various fees. This type of scam was actually quite common, and many people in society still fell for it. What's wrong, cousin? Sumuyu asked with a smile after seeing Sumubai hang up the phone. Nothing much, just a scam call. Sumubai didn't take the call seriously at all, replying calmly. I heard someone bought a villa to give to you? Sumuyu pressed on. Yeah, that villa costs over 70 million. Who would possibly buy it to give to me? Sumubai sighed softly. Not necessarily. Didn't Chen Mo say he'd buy that villa for you? Maybe it really was him who bought it? Sumuyu said with a hint of a smile. Xiaoyu, please stop joking around. Everyone knows Chen Mo is just a poor student. How could he possibly afford that villa? Sumubai said to Sumuyu with an expression of utter helplessness. Oh, come on, cousin. Maybe Chen Mo is just a low-key rich kid? He might just pick up trash around campus for fun, but his family is actually incredibly wealthy.
And today, he just happened to buy that villa to give to you. Sumuyu said this, but deep down, she didn't believe Chen Mo had actually bought the villa for Sumubai. After all, the fact that Chen Mo was a penniless student was common knowledge among everyone who knew him. Xiaoyu, stop making fun of Chen Mo. Sure, he's a bit strapped for cash, but it's not nearly as bad as you make it out to be. Sumubai said softly. He's not as bad as I say? The first time I met him, he deliberately tripped to take advantage of me. He even asks you, my cousin, for 10,000 yuan in living expenses every month. And what really infuriates me is that last time I gave him money, he threw it all away. I had to fight to get back less than 50,000 yuan. Just thinking about it makes me want to kill him. Sumuyu exclaimed, her expression intensely agitated. Last time you went to give Chen Mo money, it was definitely because you told him about it beforehand that he threw it away. Don't think I don't know what happened. Sumubai shot Sumuyu a gentle glare. Having grown up together, she knew Sumuyu's temperament inside out. Sumuyu stuck out her tongue and murmured, I didn't actually say anything to Chen Mo that day. Who knew he had such a temper? Everyone has their dignity. You should watch your tone when speaking to others from now on, Sumubai said slowly. Chen Mo's just a freeloader. What dignity could a freeloader possibly have? The kind of man I despise most in this life is a freeloader. You. Sumubai opened his mouth to speak, but suddenly noticed his phone ringing again. Sumubai hesitated, then picked up the phone and answered the call. Miss Su, hello. Wang Juncheng's voice came through. Didn't I just tell you? Your scam is way too amateurish. I'm not falling for it, and no one is actually going to gift me a villa. So please stop harassing me, okay? Sumubai's tone carried a hint of impatience as she shouted back at Wang Juncheng's voice. Miss Su, I'm not deceiving you. If you call me again, I'll call the police right now. Do you believe me? Sumubai said angrily. Miss Su, you can check the number I'm calling from. This is our sales office's phone number. If I were a scammer, how could I possibly use this number to call you? Besides, we don't need you to spend a single penny right now. All you need to do is come to our sales office for a look. If I were a scammer, would I dare invite you to the sales office? Wang Juncheng explained rapidly. Sumubai immediately glanced at the caller ID on her phone. The number ended with 58. Earlier, to learn more about the villas, Sumubai had proactively called Jinqiu Manor and the number matched Wang Juncheng's exactly. Could someone really have bought the villa and gifted it to me? Sumubai exclaimed in utter disbelief. Immediately, Chen Mo's earlier words flashed through her mind. Chapter 85, I can't accept this villa. Back then, Sumubai had indeed met Chen Mo in front of the sales office, and Chen Mo had said he would buy the villa and give it to her. But Sumubai had dismissed it as nothing more than Chen Mo's playful banter, never taking it seriously. In fact, she had jokingly told him that if he really bought the villa for her, she would genuinely marry him. Could Chen Mo have actually bought the villa? But where would he get that kind of money? Did he win the lottery? After confirming Wang Juncheng's identity, a barrage of questions flashed through Sumubai's mind. Miss Su, are you still there? Wang Juncheng asked softly. I'm here. Sumubai snapped back, then asked doubtfully, are you really the general manager of Jinqiu Manor? Miss Su, if you still have doubts, you're welcome to visit our sales office anytime. We won't charge you a single penny, and it won't take much of your time. Wang Juncheng said softly. Alright, I'll stop by your sales office later. Sumubai replied softly before hanging up. She turned to Sumuyu and said, Xiaoyu, I have something to attend to and need to step out. Cousin, what's going on? Did you actually believe that scammer? How could anyone just give you a villa for nothing? Sumuyu exclaimed in disbelief. The number he used earlier was the sales office's number. Plus, he actively suggested I go check it out. If he were really a scammer, why would he send me to the sales office? Sumubai replied softly while searching for her car keys. I find that highly implausible too, unless Chen Mo actually bought that villa. But he has to ask his cousin for living expenses every month. The villa costs 60 million. He couldn't even scrape together 600,000. Sumuyu whispered. I'll find out if it's true or not by heading over to the sales office right now. After finding her car keys, Sumubai immediately dashed out of the house in her high heels. Cousin, it's a bit dangerous for you to go alone. Let me come with you. Sumuyu set down her ice cream and followed Sumubai out the door. Half an hour later, Sumubai drove to the sales office of Jinqiu Manor. Cousin, I think we shouldn't go inside. What if those scammers are in cahoots with the sales office? What if they tie us up the moment we step in? After getting out of the car, Sumuyu said to Sumubai with obvious fear. It's fine, Xiaoyu. I've researched Jinqiu Manor's developer. Their company is a renowned domestic real estate firm that exclusively handles high-end villa projects. How could such a major corporation collude with scammers to defraud us? Sumubai, however, wasn't concerned about these issues. Her sole focus was whether someone had genuinely purchased a villa and gifted it to her. But isn't there something wrong here? Sumuyu blinked her beautiful big eyes. Don't worry about it. Sumubai replied casually before gliding into the sales office on her high heels. Su Muyu hesitated briefly before following Su Mubai inside. Wang Zhongxiang, who had been anxiously waiting inside, spotted Su Mubai and hurried over with a smile.
Miss Su, you finally made it.
We were about to close up shop if you hadn't shown up. Su Mubai briefly scanned the sales office, finding nothing unusual. Several of the saleswomen were indeed the same ones she had seen earlier that afternoon.
Are you the general manager of this sales office? Su Mubai asked, frowning.
That's correct,
Miss Su. Here's my business card.
Wang Zhongxiang respectfully handed Su Mubai a business card before continuing. Miss Su, now that you've come to our sales office, surely you have no further concerns? Su Mubai glanced briefly at Wang Zhongxiang's card and murmured, Mr. Wang, is it true that someone bought the villa to give to me?
Could this be some marketing ploy orchestrated by your sales office? Yes, can my cousin move into the villa right now? After confirming everything was in order upon entering the sales office, Su Muyu plucked up her courage to ask. Miss Su, rest assured. I've already prepared all the necessary contracts.
Once you sign them, that villa is yours and you won't have to pay a single penny to move in.
Our Jinshou Group ranks among China's top 3 real estate developers. We've built nearly every villa in Nanyang City. Why would we deceive you?
Wang Zhongxiang replied with a broad smile.
How could such a good thing exist in this world? I really won't have to spend a single penny? Su Mubai still couldn't fully believe Wang Zhongxiang's words. I assure you, you won't spend a single penny.
Wang Zhongxiang nodded gently at Su Mubai before continuing, Miss Su, why don't you come take a look at the contract?
Su Mubai hesitated for 2 seconds before following Wang Zhongxiang into the conference room in her high heels.
Wang Zhongxiang handed her the pre-prepared contract. After reading it thoroughly, Su Mubai found it genuinely flawless, a genuine property purchase agreement for the very villa she had admired earlier.
Mr. Wang, what on earth is going on here?
Su Mubai set down the contract, her expression utterly incredulous as she confronted Wang Zhongxiang.
Miss Su, I already explained this clearly over the phone.
Someone paid for this villa and informed our sales office that they intended to gift it to you. That's why I called you here.
Wang Zhongxiang replied slowly. Then who gifted me this villa? Su Mubai asked urgently.
Miss Su, the payer requested we keep their identity confidential. Therefore, I cannot disclose who gifted you this villa, Wang Zhongxiang replied indifferently. Su Mubai stared at Wang Zhongxiang before her expression filled with deep confusion.
Cousin, it couldn't possibly be Chen Mo who gave it to you, could it?
Su Muyu whispered to Su Mubai after grasping the situation.
How could that be? Where would Chen Mo even get the money to buy this villa? Su Mubai murmured in reply. Then who could it be? Su Mubai was equally puzzled at this point. Miss Su, if you're certain there are no issues, you can sign the contract now.
Wang Zhongxiang said, looking at Su Mubai.
Tell me who exactly wants to gift me this villa? Su Mubai asked Wang Zhongxiang with a serious expression. Miss Su, I truly cannot disclose that information.
Wang Zhongxiang shook his head gently.
If you won't tell me who sent it, I can't sign this contract, and I won't accept the villa. With that, Su Mubai tossed the contract back at Wang Zhongxiang and stormed out of the conference room. Chapter 86, You want to take me to a hotel room? Wang Zhongxiang never imagined Su Mubai would choose to abandon the villa.
He hurriedly caught up with her, his expression resigned as he pleaded, Miss Su, I truly cannot reveal who purchased this villa. If I could tell you, I would have done so already. If you won't tell me, I won't sign the contract.
Su Mubai said indifferently. Then you're just going to walk away from this villa? Wang Zhongxiang exclaimed urgently. Exactly. Unless you get the buyer to come discuss this with me personally. I need to know why they're giving me this villa before I can decide whether to accept it. Otherwise, I can't just take something from someone else.
Although Su Mubai desperately wanted to buy this villa now, that didn't mean she could casually accept gifts from just anyone. This was perhaps the difference between Su Mubai and other girls. If the same situation had happened to any of the girls around Chen Mo, they would have signed the contract without asking any questions. After all, this villa was worth over 70 million yuan. Even if sold casually, it could fetch 60 or 70 million, enough money for an ordinary person to live comfortably for a lifetime. Yet even faced with such a massive temptation, Su Mubai maintained her rationality. She understood that nothing in this world comes without a price. Without knowing who this person was or why they were giving her the villa, Su Mubai simply couldn't accept it.
Miss Su, I'm just completing an assignment. Could you please help me out and sign the contract now?
Wang Zhongxiang pleaded earnestly with Su Mubai beside him. I already made myself perfectly clear earlier.
I won't accept it if I don't know who it's from. Su Mubai replied coolly, then turned to shout at Su Muyu, Xiaoyu, what are you still standing there for? Come with me. Cousin. Su Muyu, however, showed no intention of leaving. Her eyes lingered greedily on the contract lying on the table. Xiaoyu, come with me now. Seeing Su Muyu's reluctance to leave, Su Mubai frowned and scolded her. Cousin. This is a villa. A villa worth over 70 million. All you need to do is sign your name, and it's yours. Are you really just going to walk away like this? Su Muyu shouted at Su Mubai, her expression agitated. I have no idea who gave this to me. Why should I? Sumubai said expressionlessly. Sister, what are you thinking? Do you have any idea how many people would kill for this chance? And you're just going to throw it away?
Sumuyu sighed helplessly before turning to Wang Zhongxiang.
Mr. Wang, I'm her cousin. If she doesn't want it, can I have it?
No, Wang Zhongxiang replied firmly. The person who purchased this villa specified it could only be given to Miss Su herself. Wang Zhongxiang shook his head with a hint of resignation.
Xiaoyu, what nonsense are you spouting? Get out of here now. Sumubai was so flustered by Su Muyu's words he didn't know what to say. He quickly grabbed Su Muyu and dragged her toward the exit of the sales office. Miss Su, are you absolutely certain you won't reconsider?
Wang Zhongxiang exclaimed, his expression agitated. Tell the person who bought the villa to contact me directly. Sumubai replied coldly before striding out of the sales office in her high heels. Sumuyu followed beside her, looking helpless and at a loss for words. Inside the sales office, the agents now stared at Sumubai with puzzled looks. They couldn't fathom why she would refuse a villa worth over 70 million yuan that had been offered to her for free.
Was this woman out of her mind?
After watching Sumubai leave, Wang Zhongxiang sighed softly in resignation. He pulled out his phone and dialed Chen Mo's number, only to find it switched off.
Meanwhile, after Sumubai and Su Muyu left the sales office, Su Muyu looked at her cousin in utter bewilderment. Cousin, why didn't you take that villa?
It's worth over 70 million. There's no such thing as a free lunch in this world, and no one would just hand me a villa for nothing. Sumubai replied expressionlessly from inside the car. When Sumubai's father's company ran into trouble, someone offered to help him, but the price was for Sumubai to become Chen Mo's wife. After that incident, Sumubai had completely given up on believing in free lunches. Whoever bought this villa to gift to you, cousin, and refuses to reveal their identity, it's all so mysterious. Sumuyu murmured under her breath after seeing Sumubai was dead set against accepting the property.
I have no idea either.
Sumubai shook her head gently.
Truthfully, she had already mentally reviewed everyone she knew.
While many wealthy second-generation suitors pursued her, none possessed the extravagant means to make such a lavish gesture.
After all, those who pursued Sumubai were mostly ordinary rich second-generation kids.
They weren't wealthy enough to buy a villa worth over 70 million yuan as a gift, especially not for a woman.
Cousin, could it really be Chen Mo?
Su Muyu gasped, her eyes wide.
How could that be? Su Muyu gave a bitter laugh. She simply couldn't believe Chen Mo could afford this villa. Cousin, why don't you call Chen Mo and ask?
Maybe he really did win the lottery and that's why he bought this villa.
Su Muyu suggested softly. This villa costs 70 million. The top prize lottery is only 5 million. Chen Mo would need to win at least 14 times. Do you think that's likely? Sumubai retorted coldly.
Oh, maybe he bought a bunch of tickets at once.
Just ask him already. Besides Chen Mo, who else could afford to buy you a villa? No one else has that kind of money, right? Su Muyu persisted.
Sumubai hesitated, unable to shake the promise he'd made to Chen Mo earlier. Reluctantly, he pulled out his phone and dialed Chen Mo's number.
Chen Mo's phone is turned off.
A few seconds later, Sumubai turned to Su Muyu.
Cousin, I can find out where Chen Mo lives. Let me ask him for you. The two of us should just go to Chen Mo's place and get to the bottom of this. Su Muyu took out her phone and started contacting her friends from Nanyang University. After all, Chen Mo was somewhat of a figure at Nanyang University, so tracking him down wouldn't be difficult.
Seeing Su Muyu's determination to find Chen Mo's address, Sumubai hesitated for 2 seconds but didn't stop her. She too was now intensely curious about the villa Chen Mo had purchased.
Meanwhile, inside a spicy hotpot restaurant in Nanyang City,
when Ruwashi followed Zhang Feng to this restaurant for a meal of spicy hotpot. Throughout the meal, her mind was filled with curiosity about Zhang Feng. After all, today's events made her suspect Zhang Feng wasn't a rich kid at all. Chen Mo seemed far more likely to be one.
But when Ruwashi didn't press the matter.
After all, it wasn't impossible that Zhang Feng had rushed out today without bringing his bank card. When Ruwashi slowly set down her chopsticks and looked across at Zhang Feng.
Ruwashi, are you done eating?
Zhang Feng asked with a smile.
Mei-chem, I'm done. Could you give me a ride home?
When Ruwashi nodded gently. Zhang Feng paused upon hearing this, then softly suggested, Ruwashi, it's still early.
Why the rush to go home? I bought 2 movie tickets, why don't we catch a film later?
Never mind, when Ruwashi murmured softly.
I'm feeling a bit tired today and just want to go home and rest.
Zhang Feng looked at when Ruwashi hesitantly, then slowly said, Ruwashi, your place is so far from here.
Why don't you just stay over tonight? Where else would I go if not home?
When Ruwashi blinked, her voice tinged with confusion. I could book you a room at a nearby hotel.
That way, I could spend more time with you.
Zhang Feng said with a smile. When Ruwashi froze in place upon hearing Zhang Feng's words, a flicker of tension crossing her beautiful eyes. She never imagined he would suggest taking her to a hotel room.
Chapter 87, First Showing of Fangs. inside a spicy hot pot restaurant in Nanyang City.
When Ruwashi stared at Zhang Feng across the table with wide, watery eyes, her expression utterly incredulous. She never imagined Zhang Feng would take the initiative to ask her to get a room together. Had Ruwashi been with Zhang Feng for a long time, she might not have found it strange. After all, for couples who'd been together a while, checking into a hotel room was a natural progression. But when Ruwashi had only known Zhang Feng for less than a week, she had only agreed to be with him today.
They hadn't even held hands yet. For Zhang Feng to want to take her to a hotel room now seemed a bit too hasty, didn't it?
Truthfully, Zhang Feng knew asking Ruwashi to go to a hotel with him now was indeed a bit rash. But he had no choice, he wasn't willing to waste any more time on this woman. In Zhang Feng's eyes, Ruwashi was a bottomless pit, and pretending to be a rich kid wasn't as easy as it seemed. To maintain his fake rich kid persona, Zhang Feng spent tens of thousands daily on gifts in Ruwashi's livestream. Renting designer clothes and luxury cars cost thousands more each day, not to mention their dating expenses. In less than a week, Zhang Feng had already racked up hundreds of thousands in debt, all borrowed from loan sharks.
If he couldn't repay this money quickly, the loan sharks could come knocking at any moment.
So Zhang Feng's plan was simple: get Ruwashi into a hotel room, snap a few compromising photos of her in bed, then use those pictures to blackmail her for money. This way, Zhang Feng could not only sleep with Ruwashi, a stunningly beautiful streamer with an amazing figure, for free, but also extract a large sum from her to settle his debts. Zhang Feng, I don't think our relationship has progressed that far yet.
While I've agreed to be with you now, I never said I actually wanted to do anything with you. After all, I only agreed to give you a chance to get to know me. At that moment, Ruwashi's icy words shattered all of Zhang Feng's fantasies. Wenji looked at Zhang Feng before her, feeling profoundly disappointed. She had intended to give him a chance, but never imagined he would be so unappreciative. Ruwashi, did you misunderstand me?
Zhang Feng gave Ruwashi an awkward smile and hurriedly explained, I meant to take you to the hotel, but not in that way. I just thought your place was too far from here. It'd be better if I booked you a room at the hotel so you could rest properly. I promise I won't do anything to you. You promise you won't do anything to me? When Ruwashi couldn't help but snort coldly at Zhang Feng's words before replying flatly, Zhang Feng, I'm not one of those naive little girls at school.
I'm not as easy to fool as you imagine. We both know exactly what you're trying to do. Ruwashi, what do you mean by that?
Zhang Feng exclaimed, his expression visibly agitated.
I mean nothing.
Zhang Feng, I admit I have a decent impression of you, but that doesn't mean Ruwashi, am some easy woman. If you truly want to be with me forever, I suggest you abandon that notion. Ruwashi retorted coldly.
Ruwashi, aren't your words a bit too harsh?
I wanted to take you to the hotel because I was worried the long journey would tire you out.
I never imagined you'd think of me that way. I'm truly disappointed. Is this really how you see me, Zhang Feng?
Zhang Feng, realizing Ruwashi had seen through his scheme, instantly put on a dramatic act, shouting at her with feigned emotion.
Customers in the restaurant turned to stare at them after hearing Zhang Feng's outburst.
A flicker of uncertainty crossed Ruwashi's eyes.
Could she have misjudged Zhang Feng? Perhaps he hadn't harbored the intentions she suspected?
Ruwashi, we've only been together for one day.
No matter how impatient I am, Zhang Feng, could I possibly take you to a hotel room on the very first day? Even if I were a little cutie, I wouldn't do something like that. Do you really think I would?
Zhang Feng shouted at Ruwashi, his eyes wide and his expression agitated.
Zhang Feng, why are you so worked up?
Seeing him like this, Ruwashi began to regret her earlier words. Seeing Ruwashi's belief, Zhang Feng seized the moment. Ruwashi, if you're worried I'd do something to you in a hotel, then I'll take you home right now.
Is that okay?
With that, Zhang Feng turned and strode toward the restaurant exit.
Zhang Feng.
Seeing Zhang Feng actually leave, Ruwashi cried out urgently, then hurried after him in her high heels. Once outside the restaurant, Zhang Feng opened his car door and shouted expressionlessly at Ruwashi, get in.
I'll take you home now. Zhang Feng, I'm sorry. I shouldn't have said those things to you earlier. I must have really misunderstood you.
Ruwashi apologized earnestly. Zhang Feng took a deep breath upon hearing this, then spoke with deep affection, Ruwashi, I genuinely like you.
That's why I'm with you. I'm not the kind of person you imagine me to be.
I understand your preconceptions about me, but time will prove my love for you. Hearing Zhang Feng's heartfelt confession, Ruwashi felt a sudden pang of emotion and a twinge of guilt. She realized it must have been today's events that made her doubt Zhang Feng's true intentions. That's why, when he suggested taking her to a hotel room, she'd instinctively felt resistance.
Ruwashi, let me drive you home.
Zhang Feng said softly to Ruwashi.
MHM.
Ruwashi nodded firmly, then stepped into the car with graceful poise. After getting in, the innocent and kind Ruwashi couldn't bring herself to look Zhang Feng in the eye. After all, the words she had just spoken were truly harsh.
Zhang Feng, I'm sorry. I feel like I shouldn't have misunderstood you.
Ruwashi hesitated, biting her lip as she spoke softly to Zhang Feng.
It's fine. You were just acting on instinct.
I understand, Zhang Feng replied calmly.
Seeing Zhang Feng's thoughtful and generous response, Wen Ruoshi's admiration for him instantly grew.
Ruoshi, have some water. Just then, Zhang Feng suddenly pulled out a bottle of mineral water and handed it to Wen Ruoshi. Completely unaware of why Zhang Feng had offered her water, Wen Ruoshi instinctively took it and took a small sip. When Zhang Feng saw Wen Ruoshi drink the water, a smug smile spread across his face. He silently marveled to himself, Wen Ruoshi.
Thank goodness I came prepared earlier. Otherwise, you really would have gotten away today.
When Ruoshi saw the smile on Zhang Feng's face, she couldn't help but pause for a moment.
She whispered softly, Zhang Feng, what are you smiling about? Nothing much.
Zhang Feng replied casually.
Wen Ruoshi sensed something was off with Zhang Feng.
She quickly glanced out the car window and suddenly realized this road wasn't the way back to her home at all.
Zhang Feng, where are you taking me?
Before Wen Ruoshi could finish her sentence, a wave of dizziness washed over her. Only then did Wen Ruoshi realize Zhang Feng must have drugged her drink.
Chapter 88, Scum.
The moment Wen Ruoshi felt the dizziness, she instantly understood what had happened. She had only taken a sip of the water Zhang Feng had offered, and now she was in this state. This proved Zhang Feng's water was tainted. Recalling his earlier enigmatic smile, she was absolutely certain he had drugged her.
Zhang Feng, you dared to drug me.
When Ruoshi glared at him with wide, watery eyes, her voice trembling with fury. Hearing this, Zhang Feng turned to glance at Wen Ruoshi, flashing an evil grin without responding. At this moment, Zhang Feng had completely exposed his true nature before Wen Ruoshi. He never genuinely cared for her. His entire approach had been nothing more than a scheme to swindle her money and exploit her.
Warm Ruoshi now deeply regretted everything.
She regretted not heeding Chen Mo's advice earlier, regretted not keeping her distance from this Zhang Feng.
Wen Ruoshi, you didn't think I actually intended to take you home, did you?
Truth is, everything I said earlier was just to deceive you. I knew you'd likely reject me, so I deliberately laced the water with a drug. Zhang Feng glanced at Wen Ruoshi, who was nearly unconscious, and said indifferently.
Zhang Feng, I never imagined you'd be this kind of person. Why did you do this?
Wen Ruoshi shouted at Zhang Feng, her expression filled with agitation.
Why did I do this?
Zhang Feng sneered coldly before replying indifferently, I've spent so much money tipping in your livestream.
Don't you have any idea why? You didn't seriously think I'd just give you money for free, did you? Besides, isn't that how all you female streamers operate? Whoever tips the most gets to sleep with you. Why are you pretending to be so high and mighty in front of me?
When Ruoshi stared at Zhang Feng before her, utterly speechless.
All those gifts I sent you? Just to sleep with you. Rest assured, I had absolutely no other intentions.
Seeing Wen Ruoshi's silence, Zhang Feng continued. When Ruoshi clenched her teeth and pulled out her phone, instinctively dialing Chen Mo's number. To her utter shock, his phone was turned off.
Wang Ruoshi turned to dial the police, but just then, Zhang Feng spotted her phone.
He snatched it from her hand and flung it out the car window. Witnessing Zhang Feng toss her phone away, despair washed over Wen Ruoshi's eyes before she fainted. Zhang Feng glanced back at Wen Ruoshi, grinned, and sped off toward the hotel he had already booked earlier. Half an hour later, Zhang Feng parked the car at the hotel entrance. After a moment's hesitation, he lifted the unconscious Wen Ruoshi from the passenger seat and carried her into the hotel. The hotel staff exchanged glances when they saw Zhang Feng and Wen Ruoshi, their eyes flickering with a hint of unease, but they asked no questions. This hotel was owned by one of Zhang Feng's friends. He had made arrangements with the staff beforehand and slipped the front desk clerk a 2,000 yuan bribe. Zhang Feng carried Wen Ruoshi to the room he had reserved earlier and tossed her onto the bed.
By now, Wen Ruoshi lay unconscious, utterly unresponsive. Zhang Feng gazed at her long, slender legs and high, supple breasts.
A hint of greed flashed in his eyes as he licked his lips lightly, muttering to himself, finally got you.
Let's see how you escape this time.
After saying this, Zhang Feng pulled out his phone and snapped a few random photos of Wen Ruoshi. After taking the photos, he casually selected one featuring only her legs without her face and posted it on the forum. He edited a post titled Got the Hot Streamer.
She's lying in my bed right now.
Within a minute of posting, the thread garnered tens of thousands of replies and likes.
Young Master Phone is awesome. Young Master Phone is awesome. Young Master Phone, could you share the fun? How about a full body shot?
Similar comments flooded in, and upon seeing them, Zhang Feng couldn't help but flash a satisfied smile. Clearly, Zhang Feng thoroughly enjoyed this feeling of being adored online. After reading the replies, Zhang Feng tossed his phone aside and headed straight for Wen Ruoshi's location. Who'd have thought I, Zhang Feng, could get my hands on such a top-tier woman, huh? Zhang Feng licked his lips slightly, then reached out to tug at Wen Ruoshi's clothes. Seconds later, he pulled her t-shirt off completely, revealing her black lace lingerie. Her proud breasts seemed poised to burst free from the fabric at any moment, an exceptionally alluring sight.
Zhang Feng couldn't help but swallow hard, then prepared to pull down Wen Ruoshi's skirt. Ring ring. But just then, Zhang Feng's phone suddenly rang.
Zhang Feng hesitated, glancing at the phone. When he saw the name Brother Gao, he froze for a moment.
After 2 seconds of indecision, he didn't ignore the call.
Instead, he reached out, picked up the phone, and answered. "Brother Gao, what brings you to call me?" Zhang Feng asked with a cheerful tone. "Don't play dumb with me, you bastard. When the hell are you planning to pay back what you owe me?" The other end snapped rudely. "Brother Gao, give me 2 more days. I'll definitely pay you back after that, okay?" Zhang Feng quickly replied. "Zhang Feng, how many 2 days have I given you? You've taken over 100,000 from me now, are you planning to never pay it back?" The other man shouted, sounding somewhat agitated. "Brother Gao, what are you saying? How could I possibly not pay you back? I just secured a deal with a female streamer, I'll have the money soon. Can you give me 2 more days?" Zhang Feng pleaded softly. 2 days. This is your final 2 days, I'm telling you. If I don't see the money after 2 days, you'd better be ready for me to come find you at your school. The other hesitated for a moment before saying in a low voice. "Alright, Brother Gao, rest assured. I'll definitely pay you back in 2 days. At this moment, Zhang Feng felt certain he had secured Wen Ruoshi, so repaying this debt would pose no problem whatsoever. Hanging up. The other person replied indifferently before hanging up. "Just wait till I get the damn money. See if you dare talk to me like that again, you piece of..." After seeing the call end, Zhang Feng muttered under his breath with a scowl, then glanced at Wen Ruoshi before preparing to continue undressing her. Chapter 89, Am I late? After kicking Zhang Feng to the floor, Wen Ruoshi hurriedly grabbed the clothes from the bed. How the hell did she wake up? Zhang Feng groaned in pain as he lay sprawled on the floor. His entire body felt limp, utterly drained of strength. Meanwhile, Wen Ruoshi quickly pulled her clothes back on and dashed toward the door with a panicked look on her face. By the time Zhang Feng regained his senses, he realized Wen Ruoshi had already bolted out of the room. Damn it! Zhang Feng's heart sank. He scrambled to his feet and hurried after her. Help! Someone, help! After bursting out of the room, Wen Ruoshi shouted frantically. But unfortunately, the hotel itself wasn't very crowded, so despite her shouting for a long time, no one responded. Zhang Feng knew he absolutely couldn't let Wen Ruoshi escape today. If she got away, not only would he be unable to repay his high-interest loan, but he might also face jail time. Stop that woman! Seeing Wen Ruoshi nearly reach the hotel entrance, Zhang Feng bellowed at the top of his lungs. The front desk clerk, having previously accepted a bribe from Zhang Feng, hesitated briefly before reaching out to block Wen Ruoshi. What are you doing? This man is trying to rape me. Help me, please. Wen Ruoshi shouted at the front desk clerk in front of her, her expression frantic. Don't listen to her nonsense. She's my girlfriend, we're just having a little argument. Zhang Feng yelled back at the top of his lungs. The front desk clerk glanced up and down at Wen Ruoshi before murmuring softly, there's no need for a young couple to make such a scene over a fight. You two should go back now. Only then did Wen Ruoshi realize what was happening. The front desk clerk was clearly in cahoots with Zhang Feng, otherwise, there was no way they could have stopped her. Wang Ruoshi shoved the front desk clerk aside and rushed out onto the street, shouting frantically, help! This man is going to... Before she could finish, Zhang Feng burst out of the hotel, stepped forward, and covered her mouth with his hand. He then turned to the crowd with a helpless expression and explained, sorry, everyone. My girlfriend and I just had a disagreement. She's acting out right now. Wha? Upon hearing Zhang Feng's words, Wen Ruoshi struggled violently, her emotions running high. But with her mouth covered, she couldn't utter a sound. Everyone, please stop watching here. They're a couple, they were fine when they arrived. Now, who knows what happened? Everyone, please disperse quickly. Seeing the crowd growing larger, the hotel front desk staff stepped forward to explain on Zhang Feng's behalf. After all, today's incident involved him too. If anything happened to Zhang Feng, trouble would surely follow for them as well. Hearing the front desk clerk's words, the crowd's expressions softened considerably and they gradually dispersed. If Zhang Feng had spoken alone, his words would have carried little credibility. But when the front desk clerk echoed his account, it added significant weight to the story. So the bystanders simply assumed Wen Ruoshi and Zhang Feng were a quarreling couple, and no one wanted to get involved. Once Zhang Feng saw the crowd had dispersed, he let out a long sigh of relief before yanking Wen Ruoshi toward the hotel entrance. Wen Ruoshi struggled frantically, but her strength was no match for Zhang Feng's, leaving her unable to break free from his grip. Meanwhile, inside a Mercedes on the street, Chen Mo and Wang Yaoyao had just finished dinner at Jacques restaurant. Wang Yaoyao planned to drive Chen Mo home, hoping to see if something might happen between them. But less than 5 minutes after pulling out, Chen Mo spotted Wen Ruoshi and Zhang Feng arguing fiercely outside the hotel entrance. Stop the car! Chen Mo shouted urgently upon realizing something was wrong. Wang Yaoyao froze for a moment before slamming on the brakes and turning her head toward the hotel. Chen Mo pushed open the door, intending to get out and see what was going on between Wen Ruoshi and Zhang Feng. Wen Ruoshi and Zhang Feng were standing right at the hotel entrance. Chen Mo knew Zhang Feng had approached Wen Ruoshi with the intent to swindle her money and take advantage of her, but he never imagined Zhang Feng would move so fast, confessing his feelings today and then immediately bringing Wen Ruoshi here to get a room. Moreover, from Wen Ruoshi's current state, Chen Mo could sense that she probably hadn't come to get a room with Zhang Feng willingly.
Young Master Chen, where are you headed? Wang Yaoyao called out urgently as soon as she saw Chen Mo get out of the car. To save someone. Chen Mo replied expressionlessly. Mr. Chen, have you lost your mind? Have you forgotten how those two treated you before? If you go over now, they'll just accuse you of meddling again. Why go looking for trouble? Wang Yaoyao tugged at Chen Mo, her voice filled with urgency. Hearing Wang Yaoyao's words, Chen Mo froze momentarily. The words Wen Ruoshi had spoken to him earlier echoed in his mind. But after hesitating for 2 seconds, Chen Mo decided he couldn't just stand by and watch Wen Ruoshi get deceived. He dashed across the street and ran into the hotel. Mr. Chen, why are you doing this to yourself? Wang Yaoyao called out helplessly. As Chen Mo entered the hotel, Zhang Feng had already dragged Wen Ruoshi to the elevator entrance. Just as they were about to step inside, a dark figure suddenly burst from behind. Instantly, Zhang Feng felt darkness engulf his vision. Thud! A thunderous impact echoed as Chen Mo's fist slammed into Zhang Feng's face. Zhang Feng staggered back 2 steps before bracing himself against the wall to steady his body. Chen Mo? When Ruoshi stared wide-eyed at Chen Mo as he burst through the door, her expression utterly astonished. I'm not too late, am I? Chen Mo glanced at Wen Ruoshi, his tone calm as he asked. Upon hearing his words, tears instantly welled up in Wen Ruoshi's eyes. In that moment, her heart was filled with endless regret. She regretted that if she had only listened to Chen Mo's advice, none of this would have happened. Then she thought back to the harsh words she had spoken to him earlier. That he could still stand up for her now made Wen Ruoshi feel she had been utterly unreasonable. Kid, I advise you not to meddle in this. Zhang Feng shouted at Chen Mo, his eyes red. You piece of trash. Chen Mo growled lowly, then charged straight toward Zhang Feng. Zhang Feng and Chen Mo immediately locked in a fierce struggle. Having done physical labor regularly, Chen Mo was significantly stronger than Zhang Feng. He pinned Zhang Feng to the ground, landing punch after punch on his face. Zhang Feng's head bounced up and down like a soccer ball, the scene brutally violent and bloody. Chen Mo unleashed every ounce of pent-up resentment he'd been holding inside. But just as Wen Ruoshi thought Chen Mo had gained the upper hand and she might escape danger, another group burst into the hotel. And when Wen Ruoshi saw the man leading them, she froze in shock. Because the leader was none other than the Nanyang Wei young master from the live streaming platform. Wei Xiela had just happened to be passing by earlier when he noticed the fight inside the hotel. He'd originally intended to watch the spectacle, but never expected the fighter to be Chen Mo, so he rushed in. Chen Mo, stop fighting. We need to get out of here fast. When Ruoshi grabbed Chen Mo's arm, her voice urgent. Chen Mo turned to glance at Wen Ruoshi before replying indifferently, run? Why should we run? Wei Xiala's men are coming. They must be reinforcements Zhang Feng called for. We need to get out of here now. When Ruoshi shouted, her expression tense. Wei Xiala? Chen Mo froze upon hearing the name. Yes. It was Zhang Feng who helped me back then, which is why Wei Xiala came to apologize personally. They're all in cahoots. We need to get out of here. When Ruoshi tugged at Chen Mo, trying to pull him toward the hotel entrance. After all, when Ruoshi still believed Zhang Feng had let bygones be bygones. It was Zhang Feng who had tracked down Wei Xiala, which was why Wei hadn't continued to harass her. Now that Wei Xiala had stormed in with his men, it was clear he intended to help Zhang Feng. But when Ruoshi didn't know that Wei Xiala didn't even know any Zhang Feng, it was all Chen Mo's doing. Panic-stricken, when Ruoshi tugged at Chen Mo twice, only to find him standing completely still, seemingly unwilling to move. Chen Mo, what are you doing standing there? Run! When Ruoshi shouted, her voice filled with urgency. No need to run. Chen Mo replied indifferently. They're all in cahoots. You. Before Wen Ruoshi could finish her sentence, Wei Xiala walked directly up to Chen Mo. With an extremely respectful tone, he addressed Chen Mo, young Master Chen, is there anything I can assist you with? Beat him. Chen Mo pointed at Zhang Feng beside him, his tone calm. Without hesitation, Wei Xiala led his men straight toward Zhang Feng. Seeing the group charging at him, despair flashed in Zhang Feng's eyes. Upon hearing the exchange between Chen Mo and Wei Xiala, Wen Ruoshi was stunned once more, staring at Chen Mo beside her with utter shock. Could these people not be here to help Zhang Feng? Wen Ruoshi stammered. Chapter 90, The Whole Story. Upon hearing Chen Mo's command, Wei Xiala and his men charged straight toward Zhang Feng without hesitation. You. Zhang Feng saw so many people charging toward him and instinctively opened his mouth to speak. But Wei Xiala didn't give him a chance. A massive kick slammed into Zhang Feng's mouth. Then, several people surrounded him, delivering kick after kick to his face. Zhang Feng's once handsome face was instantly reduced to a bloody, mangled mess by Wei Xiala and the others, a truly pitiful sight. When Ruoshi stood frozen beside Chen Mo, her expression utterly bewildered. She couldn't comprehend what was happening. In Wen Ruoshi's eyes, Wei Xiala had persistently harassed her earlier, trying to get her to join his talent agency. It was only after Zhang Feng had someone handle the matter that Wei Xiala had come to apologize to her.
Moreover, from the way Wei Shella had spoken to her that day, she could sense that he should have been terrified of Zhang Feng. But now, not only did Wei Shella show no fear toward Zhang Feng, he had actually attacked him. Instead, he seemed deeply reverent toward the seemingly ordinary Chen Mo. Could it be that it wasn't Zhang Feng who helped me back then? But Chen Mo? At that moment, a bold thought flashed through Wen Ruoshi's mind, and she couldn't help but turn her head to look at Chen Mo beside her. Chen Mo's expression was eerily calm, and his entire demeanor seemed profoundly altered. To Wen Ruoshi, he appeared like a completely different person. Could it be that it was actually Chen Mo who helped me back then? That past memories gone with the wind was Chen Mo? Wen Ruoshi couldn't help but recall the words Chen Mo had spoken to her earlier. Yet she remained uncertain if her guesses were true, for she still found it impossible to believe Chen Mo could afford to send her so many gifts on the live streaming platform. Please, stop hitting me. I know I was wrong. I truly know I was wrong. At that moment, Zhang Feng knelt on the ground, his face contorted in anguish as he pleaded desperately to Wei Shella and the others. Wei Shella seemed concerned that they might have beaten Zhang Feng too badly, so he turned to look at Chen Mo's position, wanting to ask for his opinion. Does it hurt? Chen Mo stepped forward and asked Zhang Feng. It hurts. Without hesitation, Zhang Feng nodded urgently. Now that you know pain, this will be easy. Tell me everything you've done during this time, and I won't hit you. Chen Mo said calmly. What did I do? What have I done? Zhang Feng shouted in confusion. Looks like you still don't plan on telling the truth. Chen Mo shook his head slightly, then turned to Wei Shella and said, Continue. Yes, young Master Chen. Wei Shella nodded and strode toward Zhang Feng. Seeing Wei Shella approach, Zhang Feng's expression turned as if he'd seen a demon. He cried out frantically, No, no. Stop hitting me. I'll talk. I'll tell you everything, okay? Go ahead. Chen Mo replied, his expression unreadable. Zhang Feng stared at Chen Mo, took a deep breath, and whispered, Where do you want me to start? What nonsense. Of course, you start with how you deliberately approached Wen Ruoshi. Chen Mo snapped back, his expression unchanged. Zhang Feng froze for a moment, then looked up toward Wen Ruoshi's seat and slowly said, Wen Ruoshi, the truth is, I've been deceiving you from the very beginning. I'm not some past memories gone with the wind, nor am I some wealthy tycoon. I'm just a student at Nanyang University. Hearing Zhang Feng's words, Wen Ruoshi was utterly shocked. Even after what Zhang Feng had done to her today, she had never doubted his identity. She had only thought he was acting so absurdly because he wanted to win her over. You're not past blows away? Then how did you log into that account? When Ruoshi stared at Zhang Feng, her expression filled with confusion. Actually, I learned some account hacking techniques by chance from someone else. I've been watching your live streams all along. I genuinely admire you. Then Past Blows Away appeared. I thought his account had real value, so I tried to see if I could hack it and contact you. Zhang Feng paused before continuing, but what I never expected was that the account wasn't even linked to a phone number and had zero security measures. Hacking it was child's play for me. So I changed the password and reached out to you in the live stream chat. After hearing Zhang Feng's explanation, Wen Ruoshi's expression seemed even more shocked. She never imagined the truth could be like this. What stunned her even more was that every word Chen Mo had told her turned out to be true. Zhang Feng wasn't past memories gone with the wind at all. You pretended to be the past blows away just to trick me into sleeping with you, didn't you? Wen Ruoshi bit her lip and whispered to Zhang Feng. Yes. I figured most female streamers these days are easy to fool. Any rich guy who contacts them, just meet up once, and they'll willingly go to a hotel room with him. But I didn't expect you to be different. The first time we met, I confessed my feelings and you didn't accept me. That's why all this happened later. Zhang Feng murmured. If you're not let the past blow away, then you didn't resolve the situation between me and Wei Shilla, did you? When Ruoshi bit her lip, shouting at Zhang Feng in agitation. I didn't even know Wei Shilla back then. How could I have resolved that for you? I was desperate to get you to leave, so I just made up some excuse on the spot. Who actually handled the Wei Shilla situation? Honestly, I have no idea. Zhang Feng replied helplessly. Upon hearing this, Wen Ruoshi immediately looked up toward Wei Shilla's seat. Miss Wen, the reason I came to apologize to you back then was because Brother Hao, Du Tianhao, called me first. That's why I went over to apologize. Don't you know Brother Hao? Wei Shilla said, looking at Wen Ruoshi. Brother Hao? What Brother Hao? A flicker of confusion crossed Wen Ruoshi's eyes. How could you not know Brother Hao? If you knew him, why would he help you? Wei Shilla asked, clearly puzzled. Wen Ruoshi hesitated for a moment before turning to look at Chen Mo. She whispered, Chen Mo, didn't you help me with this Wei Shilla thing? Wen Ruoshi knew she didn't have many friends. Only Chen Mo and Zhang Feng were aware of the conflict between her and Wei Shilla. Since Zhang Feng had now claimed he didn't even know Wei Shilla, that left only Chen Mo as a possibility. And given Wei Shilla's current attitude toward Chen Mo, Wen Ruoshi was certain Chen Mo was behind this. But now, suddenly, there was this Brother Hao. Chen Mo stared at Wen Ruoshi before him, his expression hesitant. He wavered over whether to tell her the truth.
Chapter 91, no need for such thanks, right? Chen Mo, didn't you help me with that Wei Xiaola incident back then? Why aren't you saying anything?
Seeing Chen Mo didn't answer, when Ruwashi stepped forward, her expression puzzled as she pressed him.
Chen Mo hesitated for 2 seconds before softly admitting, actually, I didn't help you with that matter back then.
Chen Mo had previously confessed to Ruwashi that he was past matters blow away with the wind, but she hadn't believed him. At the time, Chen Mo had only revealed his identity out of desperation, fearing Ruwashi might be deceived by Zhang Feng. But now that the threat of Zhang Feng seemed neutralized, whether he was really the past blows away no longer mattered much.
Chen Mo wanted to keep his identity hidden.
He didn't want Ruwashi to know he was actually a rich kid, fearing that once she found out, their relationship would change.
Chen Mo, you really didn't help me with this? If you hadn't, why would Wei Xiaola treat you like that?
When Ruwashi exclaimed, her voice tinged with emotion.
My attitude toward young Master Chen. Wei Xiaola opened his mouth to speak, but Chen Mo cut him off.
Wei Xiaola's attitude toward me is because of that Hao brother he mentioned earlier.
Right. It's all because of brother Hao. Wei Xiaola felt Chen Mo's explanation made perfect sense, so he quickly nodded in agreement. After all, Wei Xiaola had only learned of Chen Mo's identity through Du Tianhao back then. Impossible. It definitely wasn't because of some brother Hao.
When Zhang Feng approached me back then, you told me he was an imposter. And you even said you were past blows.
When Ruwashi shook her head at Chen Mo, then cried out emotionally, Chen Mo, don't lie to me here. You really are past gone with the wind, aren't you? That incident back then you were the one who helped me, weren't you?
I truly am not past gone with the wind, and I didn't do any of those things. Seeing when Ruwashi wasn't so easily fooled, Chen Mo's expression seemed resigned.
Then how did you know Zhang Feng wasn't past gone with the wind back then? How do you explain this? Tell me.
When Ruwashi shouted, her large, watery eyes fixed on him. Chen Mo froze upon hearing this, then hurriedly said, Ruwashi, there's something I've always wanted to tell you, but never had the chance.
What is it? When Ruwashi pressed urgently. Actually, I know that past blows away with the wind that guy is Du Tianhao, aka Brother Hao. So when Zhang Feng claimed to be past blows away with the wind, I knew he was an imposter. Chen Mo made up an excuse on the spot to placate Wen Ruwashi. But how could that be possible?
When Ruwashi stared at Chen Mo with wide, teary eyes, her expression filled with shock.
She never imagined the truth would be this. Everything I said is true.
Chen Mo looked at Wen Ruwashi with a serious expression.
I think young Master Chen's theory is highly plausible. Wei Xiaola nodded in agreement, then bared his teeth and added, otherwise, Brother Hao wouldn't have suddenly come looking for me back then, demanding I apologize to you. Wang Ruwashi hesitated for 2 seconds before stepping forward. Her eyes wide and teary, she shouted at Chen Mo, if you knew all along about Wang Shiwei's identity, why didn't you tell me? Because Du Tianhao is a big shot here in Nanyang City.
He feared that if people found out he watched female streamers and even gifted them, they'd laugh at him.
That's why he hid his identity. Chen Mo hurriedly explained.
When Ruwashi looked at Chen Mo standing before her, feeling an inexplicable sense of disappointment. She had assumed Chen Mo was behind all this. She never imagined these events had nothing to do with him or Zhang Feng, but were instead orchestrated by someone when Ruwashi didn't even know.
I've already told you everything I know. Can I go now?
At that moment, Zhang Feng, lying on the ground in obvious agony, shouted at Chen Mo and the others. Chen Mo glanced at Zhang Feng and said indifferently, looks like you won't be leaving today.
You? What do you mean by that?
Zhang Feng stared wide-eyed at Chen Mo, his face twisted with terror.
Chen Mo reached for his phone, intending to call the police.
After all, Zhang Feng's actions today constituted attempted rape, and Chen Mo had no intention of letting him go easily. But when he pulled out his phone, he discovered it was dead.
Turning to Wei Xiaola, he ordered, you call the police now. Have them take this man away. Yes, Mr. Chen. Wei Xiaola nodded at Chen Mo, then pulled out her phone and dialed the police.
10 minutes later, the police arrived at the hotel and took Zhang Feng away. As when Ruwashi was the victim in this case, she naturally had to accompany them to the police station to give her statement. Worried when Ruwashi might be scared alone, Chen Mo accompanied her to the station. As for Wei Xiaola, Wang Yaoyao, and the others, they weren't particularly close to Wen Ruwashi, so they didn't go to the station either.
Instead, they each went home. After midnight.
After finishing their statements at the police station, Chen Mo and Wen Ruwashi decided against going home. Given the late hour and the emotional toll of the day's events on Wen Ruwashi, they instead booked 2 rooms at a nearby hotel. They planned to rest there overnight before returning home. After checking in, Chen Mo went straight to his room to sleep. But before he could lie down, a knock sounded at the door.
Who's there? Chen Mo called softly. Chen Mo, may I come in?
Wen Ruwashi replied softly.
Sure. Upon recognizing Wen Ruwashi's voice, Chen Mo nodded in agreement and got out of bed to open the door. Wen Ruwashi followed Chen Mo into the room. Chen Mo, thank you so much for today. If you hadn't shown up, I might have been.
Wen Ruwashi sat beside him and whispered softly.
It's nothing.
I couldn't just stand by and watch something like that happen. Don't dwell on today's incident too much. People like Zhang Feng are rare.
Chen Mo replied with a cheerful smile. Then I should thank you too.
Before Wen Ruoshi could finish her sentence, a strange look flashed in her eyes and her face began to flush.
What's wrong?
Noticing something was off with Wen Ruoshi, Chen Mo hurriedly asked.
Chen Mo, I feel so hot. I feel awful.
As soon as she finished speaking, Wen Ruoshi reached out to start pulling at her clothes.
Wen Ruoshi, what's wrong?
Chen Mo quickly reached out to stop her, his voice filled with confusion.
But Wen Ruoshi paid him no mind.
She shoved him onto the bed, flipped over to straddle him, and began frantically tugging at his clothes. Seeing Wen Ruoshi in such a frenzied state, Chen Mo was instantly dumbfounded.
He had no idea what she was doing. Is this woman trying to rape me?
She just said she wanted to thank me, but this isn't how you show gratitude.
Chen Mo couldn't help but scream inwardly. Chapter 92, The Accuser Accuses First. Inside the hotel room, Wen Ruoshi pushed Chen Mo onto the bed and began frantically tugging at his clothes.
Her face flushed crimson, her luscious red lips parted slightly, creating an irresistible urge to kiss them. Chen Mo knew that under normal circumstances, Wen Ruoshi would never be this proactive. It simply wasn't her character.
Could it be that Wen Ruoshi was drugged by Zhang Feng?
The thought flashed through Chen Mo's mind.
Chen Mo, please, hurry.
Wen Ruoshi now seemed to have lost all rationality, her eyes narrowed seductively as she repeated those words to Chen Mo. To be honest, Chen Mo did feel an urge to pin Wen Ruoshi down on the bed right then. After all, she had such an amazing figure, and she was currently sitting on top of him. As their bodies touched, he could clearly feel the softness of her delicate frame. Combined with her current level of initiative, it was enough to stir the desires of any man. But then a thought struck him: if he really did something with Wen Ruoshi now, how would his actions differ from Zhang Feng's? So Chen Mo pushed with all his strength, shoving Wen Ruoshi off his body. When Wen Ruoshi saw him push her away, she froze for a moment before lunging at him again. Seeing her persistence, Chen Mo grabbed her and pinned her onto the bed, then wrapped her body in the quilt.
Chen Mo, what are you doing? Let me go. I'm hot. I beg you.
Once Wen Ruoshi realized she was trapped beneath the quilt, she began struggling frantically, kicking wildly with her long legs against Chen Mo. But no matter how much she thrashed, Chen Mo held the quilt down firmly, refusing to let her escape. Chen Mo genuinely feared that if he released Wen Ruoshi, he might succumb to her allure and end up doing something with her.
If that happened, things would get complicated.
After struggling for nearly half an hour, whether from exhaustion or the drug wearing off, Wen Ruoshi let out a soft moan before slowly closing her eyes. She drifted off into a drowsy sleep beneath the covers.
Finally quiet.
Chen Mo exhaled a long breath upon seeing Wen Ruoshi asleep, then turned and lay down beside her.
Who would have thought this drug could be so potent? To turn a woman like Wen Ruoshi into such a wild beast, it's utterly unbelievable. Chen Mo murmured softly as he lay on the bed.
Having expended considerable energy subduing Wen Ruoshi, Chen Mo too drifted into a deep sleep within half a minute of lying down.
Meanwhile,
after locating Chen Mo's residence, Su Mubai and Su Muyu drove straight to his home intending to question him about the villa.
But after waiting nearly 2 hours, Chen Mo still hadn't returned. Cousin, maybe we shouldn't wait any longer. Look at this dump he's living in. Is this tiny room even fit for humans? If he really had enough money to buy a villa, why would he live here? Su Muyu had completely dismissed the idea that Chen Mo could afford to buy Su Mubai a villa. Su Mubai hesitated upon hearing Su Muyu's words, then pulled out her phone and dialed Chen Mo's number. But his phone remained switched off. Where the hell is Chen Mo? Why is his phone always turned off? Su Mubai exclaimed in exasperation before turning to Su Muyu. Alright, it's late. Let's not wait here any longer. We should head back. We should have left ages ago. That penniless bum Chen Mo couldn't possibly afford a villa. We shouldn't have come here today. Su Muyu retorted with a pout before following Su Mubai out of the residential complex. The next morning at 7 o'clock, Chen Mo awoke from his deep sleep and slowly opened his eyes. The moment his eyes fluttered open, he froze in place, his expression one of utter shock. He discovered Wen Ruoshi clinging to him like an octopus. Her fair, delicate arms were wrapped tightly around his neck, her long, slender legs clamped around his waist, and her exquisite, pretty face buried against his chest. The position the two of them were in was highly suggestive. Chen Mo took a deep breath, realizing Wen Ruoshi hadn't woken up yet. He was just about to pull himself free. Wen Ruoshi suddenly opened her eyes, her beautiful gaze locking onto Chen Mo beneath her. You're awake? Chen Mo said awkwardly to Wen Ruoshi. Ah. Wen Ruoshi let out a shriek upon realizing her clothes were gone. Wen Ruoshi, listen to me. It's not what you think. Chen Mo opened his mouth to explain. Chen Mo, I never imagined you'd be this kind of person. How could you do this to me? Wen Ruoshi shouted at Chen Mo, then grabbed her clothes and started running toward the door. Chen Mo watched her retreating figure, his heart shattering inside. It was you who wanted to do that to me last night and got rejected. Now you're playing the victim? Chapter 93, Are You Even a Man? Inside the hotel room.
When Ruoshi woke up, she discovered her clothes were gone and she was lying on top of Chen Mo. If Chen Mo claimed nothing had happened last night, no one would believe him. Grasping her clothes, when Ruoshi rushed toward the door, her heart brimming with injustice. She fought so hard to escape Zhang Feng last night, only to fall into Chen Mo's clutches.
She never imagined he'd be just like Zhang Feng. When Ruoshi, can you just let me finish speaking?
Chen Mo chased her out of the room, shouting at her with a flushed expression.
Things have already come to this. What else do you need to explain? Tell me.
When Ruoshi halted, her beautiful eyes brimming with tears.
Last night, we didn't do anything. If something really had happened between us, why did you only take off your top? Why did you keep the rest of your clothes on? Chen Mo stared at Ruoshi as he spoke. When Ruoshi froze upon hearing his words, then quickly glanced down at her lower body. She realized her lower garments were indeed intact. Then why did we sleep in the same bed last night? Didn't we book 2 rooms when we came to the hotel?
When Ruoshi stammered.
Seriously, sis? You don't remember anything that happened last night? Chen Mo exclaimed with an expression of utter helplessness. I don't seem to remember.
When Ruoshi suddenly felt dizzy, recalling only that she and Chen Mo had checked into the hotel last night, nothing else came to mind.
Looks like you really don't remember. Chen Mo sighed helplessly, then pointed to the room across the hall. Look closely. This is my room. Last night, you ran into my room on your own. That one over there is your room.
Upon hearing this, when Ruoshi quickly glanced at Chen Mo's room and realized he wasn't lying, she really had ended up in his room. If Chen Mo had truly intended to do anything to her, he should have been the one who entered her room.
Then what exactly happened last night? Why did we end up sleeping together?
When Ruoshi asked Chen Mo, her voice filled with confusion.
Can you come back now? Chen Mo felt there were simply too many people in the hotel hallway.
He couldn't possibly recount last night's events in front of all these people.
When Ruoshi hesitated for 2 seconds where she stood before turning and following Chen Mo into the room. Once inside, Chen Mo immediately closed the door. When Ruoshi sat down on the bed and whispered, "Can you talk now?"
Chen Mo briefly organized his thoughts internally before recounting everything that had transpired the previous night to Ruoshi in full detail.
Upon hearing his words, Ruoshi's face flushed crimson like a ripe peach. Stammering slightly, she asked, "Chen Mo, is all of this true? Why would I lie to you?"
Chen Mo replied helplessly before continuing, "Last night, you were so wild because Zhang Feng drugged you.
But I didn't do anything to you. I just tied you up in the quilt. Later, I was so exhausted that I fell asleep too. That's how the scene you saw this morning happened."
When Ruoshi sat on the bed, dazed and dumbfounded, her expression awkward. Last night, Chen Mo had clearly acted like a proper gentleman, yet she had still misunderstood him.
When Ruoshi felt incredibly embarrassed inside. "Chen Mo, I'm so sorry. I shouldn't have misunderstood you like that."
Her voice was barely above a whisper.
"It's fine. Try to recall last night. I think you might remember bits and pieces," Chen Mo said calmly.
I remember coming to your room to apologize, but I really can't recall anything that happened after that."
When Ruoshi said, her pretty face flushed. "If you can't remember, then forget it." Chen Mo smiled at Ruoshi before continuing, "It's getting late. I have class at school. I should head out now." "Okay." When Ruoshi nodded quickly upon hearing this. Chen Mo turned and headed straight for the door. After Chen Mo left, when Ruoshi flopped onto the bed, her pretty face flushed to an indescribable degree. When Ruoshi, what have you done? How could you do such a thing? I'm so embarrassed, so embarrassed."
When Ruoshi grabbed the pillow on the bed and smacked it twice, venting her pent-up emotions. Who would have thought that when Ruoshi, who always appeared so aloof and cold, could have such a girlish side? But after the second blow, she seemed to suddenly remember something. She stopped her actions, glaring with her large, watery eyes and shouted, "Right. You dead Chen Mo, stupid Chen Mo. I was so proactive last night, and you just buried me under the covers. Are you even a man? Or is it that I'm not charming enough?" Chen Mo, who had just returned to the room, overheard Ruoshi's outburst. His expression turned intensely awkward. "Ruoshi, I actually felt something last night too. But I was afraid that if anything happened between us, you'd call the police and accuse me of rape. That's why I covered you with the blanket." Chen Mo whispered an explanation to Ruoshi lying on the bed. When Ruoshi turned abruptly at his words, her face flushing even redder.
When did you come in? Why didn't you knock?"
When Ruoshi exclaimed, visibly agitated.
"I forgot my phone. I just came to get it."
After saying this, Chen Mo picked up his phone from the bedside table and turned to Ruoshi.
You go ahead. I'm really leaving this time."
"You?" When Ruoshi stared at Chen Mo, her eyes wide, unsure what to say.
"Chen Mo, wait for me. I'll go with you."
After a moment's hesitation, when Ruoshi decided there was nothing left for her to do here anyway, so she might as well leave with Chen Mo.
"All right then.
Chen Mo, who had just reached the doorway, stopped in his tracks upon hearing her words. When Ruwashi stood up, quickly straightened her clothes, and followed Chen Mo as they walked toward the hotel exit. Perhaps it was because of last night's events, or perhaps it was because of what Ruwashi had just said, but the atmosphere between them grew incredibly awkward as they walked.
Ruwashi, to be honest, last night, I really started to develop feelings for you. Chen Mo spoke up to ease the awkwardness. I was just joking about what I said earlier. You mustn't take it seriously. Ruwashi hurriedly explained. I didn't take it seriously. Chen Mo chuckled before continuing, by the way, what are you planning to do about that Zhang Feng? Of course I'm suing him. After what he did to me, I'll never let someone like that off the hook. Just thinking about Zhang Feng now filled Ruwashi with fury. If Chen Mo hadn't appeared in time last night, she would have fallen into Zhang Feng's clutches by now. Exactly. People like that can't be let off the hook. Chen Mo nodded slightly, opening his mouth to speak when a familiar figure suddenly appeared in his line of sight. Su Muyu? Chen Mo couldn't help but gasp inwardly. He never expected to see Su Mubai's cousin, Su Muyu, here. Chen Mo knew Su Muyu's temperament all too well. If she saw him and Ruwashi walking out of the hotel together, she would definitely misunderstand and report it to Su Mubai. So Chen Mo turned to head back inside the hotel, but it was too late. Su Muyu had already spotted him. Chen Mo, you stop right there. Su Muyu shouted, her large, watery eyes fixed on him. Chapter 94, I truly despise you. Upon hearing Su Muyu call Chen Mo's name, Ruwashi couldn't help but freeze for a moment. She then turned to look at Chen Mo and whispered softly, Chen Mo, is this person your friend? I suppose so. Chen Mo replied helplessly. Inside, he felt utterly devastated. He couldn't fathom why his luck had taken such a nosedive. He'd just finished explaining last night's events to Ruwashi and stepped out of the hotel only to run into Su Muyu, the last person he wanted to see right now. In truth, Su Muyu hadn't just happened to be passing by. She was a student at Nanyang Music Academy, and this hotel wasn't far from the campus. Su Muyu walked this route almost every day on her way to class. It really is that bastard. Su Muyu muttered under her breath upon recognizing Chen Mo, then turned her gaze toward Ruwashi beside him. A flicker of surprise crossed Su Muyu's eyes when she recognized Ruwashi. Without hesitation, she sashayed over toward Chen Mo in her high heels. Chen Mo's expression grew even more resigned when he saw Su Muyu approaching. Today, Su Muyu was dressed exceptionally beautifully. She wore a white, form-fitting sleeveless t-shirt that perfectly accentuated her proud, ample bust and slender, supple waist. Below, she sported a pair of denim shorts that revealed her fair, long legs. On her feet were a pair of blue high-heeled sandals, and in her hand, she carried a Dior handbag. She radiated youthful charm and fashionable allure. What do you want? Though Su Muyu was undeniably beautiful, Chen Mo had no recollection of her. He frowned, his tone stiff as he asked. No wonder when my cousin and I came looking for you at your place last night, you were out here with another woman. Su Muyu raised her eyebrows, her expression charged with emotion as she exclaimed. Watch your language. Ruwashi and I are just ordinary friends. Chen Mo replied expressionlessly, then turned to Ruwashi and said, ignore her. Let's go. Stop right there. I'm not finished talking. Why are you in such a hurry to leave? Su Muyu reached out and grabbed Chen Mo by the arm. What exactly do you want? Chen Mo asked, growing irritated. What do I want? Su Muyu sneered coldly, then turned to look at Ruwashi beside Chen Mo and murmured, who would have thought you could actually find such a beautiful woman to bring to a hotel room with you? You really are quite the catch. Chen Mo and I are friends, not what you're thinking. Ruwashi seemed equally repulsed by Su Muyu's remark, frowning as she retorted. You two came to a hotel together and claimed to be just friends? Do you really think I'd believe that? Su Muyu sneered dismissively. Su Muyu, what exactly are you trying to do? Chen Mo shouted, his eyes wide. Nothing much. I just came to say hello, is that so wrong? Su Muyu glanced up at the hotel before her and continued, this place can't be cheap, right? Chen Mo, if you're living off money from scavenging trash, you shouldn't be able to afford a hotel like this. You're using the living expenses my sister gives you to bring other women here, aren't you? Upon hearing this, Ruwashi froze for a moment, her mind racing with the realization that Su Muyu might be the sister of the woman she'd seen at the community gate back then. Only then did Ruwashi suddenly realize that although the misunderstanding about Zhang Feng had been cleared up, the issue of Chen Mo being kept by a woman remained unresolved. Originally, Ruwashi had thought Chen Mo being kept by Wang Yaoyao was merely her own conjecture. But now, Su Muyu's words made Ruwashi feel that her earlier guess had been correct. Chen Mo was actually being kept by a woman. What business is it of yours how I pay for my hotel room? Chen Mo looked at Su Muyu and said. Ruwashi looked at Chen Mo, even more certain that he was being kept by a woman. Otherwise, why wouldn't he refute Su Muyu now? You're the most shameless freeloader I've ever seen. How utterly brazen. Su Muyu looked at Chen Mo with a slight sneer, then turned to Ruwashi and said, I advise you to stay away from this Chen Mo.
He's nothing but a trash-picking, penniless bum who scams people with the 10,000 yuan my sister gives him every month.
This man is utterly shameless.
Wen Ruoshi stared at Su Muyu without responding.
Chen Mo, I'll tell my sister about you sleeping with other women.
I'll make sure she dumps you.
Su Muyu shouted at Chen Mo before turning and striding away. Chen Mo watched Su Muyu's retreating figure and sighed helplessly, unsure what to say.
Meanwhile, Wen Ruoshi was now staring at Chen Mo with a peculiar look.
Chen Mo, you really are being kept by a woman?
Wen Ruoshi hesitated for a long time before biting her lip and asking softly.
Chen Mo snapped his head up at her words, finally realizing something was terribly wrong.
His appearance with Wen Ruoshi at the hotel entrance had not only led Su Muyu to mistakenly believe they were checking in together, but also revealed to Wen Ruoshi that he was being kept by Su Mubai.
This misunderstanding was now becoming rather serious. Wen Ruoshi, it's not what you think. Chen Mo opened his mouth to explain. You don't need to explain anything to me. We're just ordinary friends.
Even if you're being kept by someone, it has nothing to do with me. Wen Ruoshi cut him off expressionlessly, then strode directly toward the street.
Wen Ruoshi, listen to me. I was just. Chen Mo hurried after her.
Chen Mo, I already said it, we're just ordinary friends.
You don't need to explain anything to me.
Wen Ruoshi shouted at Chen Mo before continuing. Chen Mo, I know you've always liked me. Before, we had some misunderstandings because of Zhang Feng, and I said a lot of unkind things to you.
I apologize for that. But honestly, I always had a pretty good impression of you. Even though you're a bit poor and ordinary, you have a kind heart and treated me well. If you had confessed to me back then, I might have agreed. But I never imagined you'd turn out to be a freeloading pretty boy. It's just laughable.
Chen Mo stared wide-eyed at Wen Ruoshi before him, his expression utterly speechless.
When did I ever like Wen Ruoshi?
Chen Mo had indeed been looking for a girlfriend. After all, his relationship with Su Mubai was merely a marriage in name only. If Su Mubai found a boyfriend, then naturally Chen Mo would need to find one too. When Ruoshi had a great figure, a pretty face, and wasn't overly materialistic, she definitely fit within Chen Mo's criteria.
But liking her? That was a stretch. And besides, when the hell did Chen Mo become a gigolo? Chen Mo, I really underestimated you. A man with hands and feet, so what if he's a little poor? He can earn money. Why resort to living off someone else? I truly misjudged you. When Ruoshi shot Chen Mo a cold sneer before hailing a taxi and climbing inside. Moments later, the taxi vanished from Chen Mo's sight. Chen Mo's expression was one of utter helplessness. Just when his relationship with Wen Ruoshi had finally begun to thaw, Su Muyu's appearance had plunged it back to freezing point. Chapter 95, A Thief in the Class? After Wen Ruoshi left, Chen Mo hailed a taxi and headed toward Nanyang University. The scene at the hotel entrance had led Su Muyu to believe he'd checked into a room with Wen Ruoshi, causing her to mistakenly think he was a kept man. But Chen Mo hadn't done either of those things, so he was utterly speechless inside. Hiding my identity isn't going to be easy after all. Chen Mo murmured softly to himself as he sat in the taxi. Half an hour later, Chen Mo arrived at Nanyang University and entered the classroom. Because Su Muyu had delayed him at the hotel entrance, most of the students had already arrived by the time Chen Mo entered the classroom. Moreover, as he entered the classroom, every student in the class stared at him with peculiar looks. Hesitating briefly, Chen Mo walked straight over and sat down beside Meng Liang and Lu Rui. Did something happen in our class? Noticing the lingering stares, Chen Mo grew concerned that his identity might have been exposed. Feeling slightly uneasy, he turned to Meng Liang and asked, Chen Mo, tell me the truth, did you really win all that money from the lottery?
Meng Liang asked with a serious expression.
Oh, of course it is. Where else would I get all this money?
Chen Mo, convinced his cover had blown, grew even more flustered and stammered out a reply.
You're not lying to me? Meng Liang asked with a straight face. No. Chen Mo shook his head. Good.
Meng Liang exhaled deeply, then whispered, listen, there's a thief on campus. While no one in our class has lost anything yet, several students from other classes have had money stolen. You really need to be careful.
People have lost money?
Chen Mo froze upon hearing this, then instantly realized why those classmates upstairs had been staring at him like that earlier. It turned out they all mistakenly thought he was the thief.
Those questions you asked me earlier, you were suspecting me of being the thief, weren't you?
Chen Mo snapped at Meng Liang, his voice tinged with irritation.
He could accept others suspecting him, but he never imagined even Meng Liang would doubt him. I wasn't suspecting you, I was just asking. Meng Liang replied awkwardly. Chen Mo, it's actually normal for others to suspect you. After all, you spent so much money treating everyone to dinner the other day, and lately you've been splurging like crazy. It's like you're a completely different person compared to before. Of course they'd suspect you first. Lu Rui said to Chen Mo. Forget it. If they want to suspect me, let them. I'm not a thief. Chen Mo hesitated, realizing Lu Rui had a point. His current behavior was so different from before that suspicion was understandable. Oh, and our class just collected the class fund. Liangzi covered your share. Lu Rui continued, looking at Chen Mo. I'll give you the money. How much is it? Chen Mo asked Meng Liang. Forget it, it's not much. Just treat me to lunch sometime. Meng Liang replied casually. Alright then. Chen Mo nodded. Actually, Meng Liang had always paid Chen Mo's class fees before, knowing Chen Mo was broke. Then Chen Mo would symbolically treat Meng Liang to a meal. Though he never said it out loud, Chen Mo had always kept this in mind. Tap tap tap. Just then, the sound of high heels tapping on the floor echoed outside the classroom, plunging the entire class into silence. Class advisor Yan Shi glided into the classroom, her high heels clicking rhythmically. Yan Sha looked stunning today, wearing a black strapless dress. The fabric was soft and heavy, draping gracefully. The side slit open just to the edge of her beautiful legs, while the high neckline gave the impression of something about to spill out. Her waist was slender, softly hugging two firm, pert buttocks. Her dainty feet were adorned with high-heeled sandals, giving her an air of sensual charm and allure. Yan Sha's outfit alone was enough to captivate every boy in the class. There have been frequent thefts on campus lately. If any of you lose something, please report it to me immediately. Also, avoid bringing valuable items to school. Yan Sha set down her textbook and spoke softly. Upon hearing her words, the students in the classroom all turned their heads toward Chen Mo's seat. Yan Sha seemed to notice the stares but said nothing further. She simply called out softly, "Everyone, take out your textbooks and get ready for class." Chen Mo felt extremely uncomfortable under the stares of his classmates, but he didn't want to explain anything. After all, no matter what he said, he couldn't change their perceptions. In the corner of the classroom, Li Kai, Gao Feifei, Lu Di, Su Jiao, and Lu Di's admirer Zhao Hongtao sat together, whispering among themselves. Zhao Hongtao, are you all set? Li Kai narrowed his eyes and asked Zhao Hongtao. Brother Kai, don't worry. I've got everything covered. Zhao Hongtao grinned, baring his teeth, and continued, our class monitor just collected the class fund today. She's got it in her backpack. After this class, it's PE. All we need to do is figure out a way to get Chen Mo into the classroom, then swap the class fund from the monitor's backpack into Chen Mo's. Good. Li Kai nodded with satisfaction, then turned to Chen Mo's seat and whispered, Chen Mo, let's see how you handle this. Mess with me, and you're dead meat. Maybe we should just drop this whole thing. Lu Di seemed a bit worried as she spoke. Forget it? Why forget it? Did you forget how Chen Mo humiliated you just a few days ago? Gao Feifei retorted to Lu Di with obvious displeasure. I'm just worried what if something goes wrong and someone finds out. Lu Di hesitated. Lu Di, don't worry. No one will ever find out about this. Zhao Hongtao said with a cheerful smile. Then who's going to handle this? Su Jiao suddenly asked. Upon hearing this, everyone turned their gaze toward Zhao Hongtao's seat. Zhao Hongtao, didn't you say you've always had a crush on Lu Di? Now's your chance to prove yourself. Gao Feifei, with her vicious nature, wouldn't dream of letting Li Kai handle this. After all, if anyone got caught, Zhao Hongtao would be the one in trouble. Zhao Hongtao paused briefly before nodding decisively. Alright, I'll handle it. Zhao Hongtao, you. Lu Di opened her mouth to speak. Lu Di, you don't need to say anything. For you, I'd do anything. Zhao Hongtao declared with intense passion, his eyes locked on Lu Di. Hearing his words, Lu Di silently cursed under her breath and fell silent. Chapter 96, Yan Shi's Comfort. Ding dong. The class period passed quickly. Upon hearing the bell, Yan Sha grabbed her textbooks and sashayed out of the classroom in her high heels. Our homeroom teacher is ing perfect. If I could find a girlfriend like her, I'd gladly give up 10 years of my life. Lu Rui couldn't help but whisper as he watched Yan Sha's graceful silhouette. What? How much toilet paper do you need to stock up tonight? Meng Liang chuckled in reply. Probably at least one roll. Lu Rui answered with a serious expression. Overhearing Lu Rui and Meng Liang's exchange, Chen Mo couldn't help but recall his own conversation with Yan Sha earlier. Yan Sha was well aware of how the students in her class viewed her. But Chen Mo felt that despite her outwardly open demeanor and provocatively sexy style, she remained fundamentally traditional at heart, at the very least, not nearly as flirtatious as the rumors suggested. Chen Mo. Just then, the gaze that had already left the classroom suddenly returned. Standing at the doorway, it called out to Chen Mo. Teacher, what is it? Chen Mo jumped to his feet the moment he heard Yan Sha's voice, his expression filled with confusion. Come outside with me. I need to talk to you. Yan Sha replied indifferently before striding out of the classroom. Chen Mo hesitated for a moment before following Yan Sha out. Meng Liang and Lu Rui exchanged glances when they saw Chen Mo leave, their eyes flashing with confusion. Liangzi, have you noticed how close Chen Mo's been getting to our homeroom teacher lately? Lu Rui whispered to Meng Liang. Yeah, definitely. Meng Liang nodded slightly, narrowing his eyes as he continued, could something be going on between Chen Mo and our homeroom teacher? Give me a break. How could the homeroom teacher possibly be interested in Chen Mo? Lu Rui replied, sounding somewhat exasperated. Why not? Sure, Chen Mo's a bit poor, but other than that, he's got no real flaws. He's got decent looks too.
It's not impossible for the homeroom teacher to be interested in him. Meng Liang replied softly.
Lu Rui froze upon hearing Meng Liang's words, then nodded slightly. Liangzi, now that you mention it, you're probably right. The homeroom teacher's family is pretty well off. Money wouldn't matter to her. Maybe something really is going on between those two. I'll have to ask Chen Mo about this when he gets back.
Meng Liang said through gritted teeth.
Meanwhile, after Chen Mo and Yan Sha left the classroom,
Yan Sha found a secluded spot and stopped, turning to look at Chen Mo.
Chen Mo was also looking at Yan Sha. Honestly, this woman was simply too captivating.
Even though Chen Mo constantly restrained his emotions, his gaze would still involuntarily drift toward the deep valley between her high peaks of view that seemed to stretch endlessly.
Yan Sha's figure was nothing short of perfect.
Her breasts were high and firm, her legs long and straight, her waist slender. There was simply no flaw to be found.
Have you had enough?
Yan Sha suddenly spoke up, her voice directed at Chen Mo.
Teacher, you're simply too captivating.
Chen Mo scratched his head awkwardly upon hearing her words, responding with a sheepish grin. Yan Sha shot him a playful glare, then reached into her pocket and pulled out a business card. "This is my friend's card," she murmured.
"Her bar opens today. The address is on the card. Just stop by after class this afternoon. Mention my name when you arrive. The pay is 100 yuan a day, and you can get paid on the spot." "Thank you, teacher."
Although Chen Mo wasn't particularly eager to work as a bar attendant right now, he had already promised Yan Sha, so it would be awkward to refuse.
"You don't need to thank me.
My friend has a bit of a temper, best not to provoke her." Yan, she cautioned softly.
"Got it." Chen Mo nodded again. "Alright, I've said all I needed to say. You can go now."
Yan Sha waved at Chen Mo and turned to leave.
Chen Mo turned and headed toward the classroom. "Oh, Chen Mo." Just as Chen Mo turned back, Yan Sha suddenly called out. "Teacher, is there something else?" Chen Mo turned to ask Yan Sha. "Chen Mo, you know about the recent spate of thefts happening around campus, right?"
Yan Sha asked, looking at him.
Hearing this, Chen Mo couldn't help but feel a pang of resentment as he interpreted Yan Sha's words as implying suspicion toward him. I know." Chen Mo nodded slightly. "Good to know. Just keep an eye on your own belongings.
Also, many students in the class might misunderstand you, but it's okay.
I know you're not that kind of person. Don't worry about what others think. Once we find the thief, all these misunderstandings will be cleared up."
Yan Sha looked at Chen Mo, her tone earnest. As Chen Mo looked at Yan Sha before him, the gloom that had clouded his heart vanished completely, replaced by an inexplicable sense of warmth. He had assumed Yan Sha was also misunderstanding him, which had left him feeling deeply wronged. Yet here she was, offering him comfort.
"Alright, nothing else to discuss. Remember to show up for work at the bar."
Seeing Chen Mo remain silent, Yan Sha turned and walked away toward the distance. Chen Mo watched her graceful, swaying figure recede, his heart filled with mixed emotions. Since becoming wealthy, Chen Mo had encountered countless people and felt their shifting attitudes toward him.
Yet some remained genuinely caring, regardless of his financial status. "Chen Mo, stop staring. Let's go to gym class." Just then, Meng Liang and Lu Rui emerged from the classroom. Meng Liang bellowed at Chen Mo. "Got it." Chen Mo replied indifferently, then turned and followed Meng Liang and the others toward the playground.
"Chen Mo, you've been hanging out with our homeroom teacher a lot lately.
Is something going on between you two?" Lu Rui slung his arm around Chen Mo's neck and asked with a grin. "Yeah, Chen Mo, why does the homeroom teacher keep calling you over?" Meng Liang chimed in.
"She's been calling me because I'm going to work part-time at her friend's bar.
If you two are interested, I can pass the opportunity on to you." Chen Mo explained with a hint of resignation in his voice. "Forget it, I'm not doing any part-time work." Lu Rui waved his hands dismissively at the suggestion. "Me neither." Meng Liang chimed in quickly. Meanwhile, in the classroom, Li Kai, Gao Feifei, Lu Di, Zhao Hongtao, and others remained seated at their desks chatting, lingering long after everyone else had left. Several minutes later, most of the students had left, leaving only the class monitor, Zhao Anan, sitting alone. A look of conflict crossed Zhao Anan's face. She was holding the class funds she had just collected in her backpack, debating whether to take them with her. Li Kai and the others knew that if Zhao Anan took the money now, their plan would be impossible to execute. So Li Kai turned his head directly toward Gao Feifei, Lu Di, and Su Zhao. Gao Feifei instantly understood Li Kai's meaning. She stood up, walked over to Zhao Anan, and said with a smile, "Class monitor, why haven't you left yet? Let's go to PE class together." Just as Zhao Anan opened her mouth to speak, Su Zhao reached out and hooked her arm through Zhao Anan's, her tone urgent. "Class monitor, what are you waiting for? We're going to be late. The PE teacher has a bad temper. If we're late, we'll get scolded." With that, Su Zhao and Gao Feifei tugged Zhao Anan out of the classroom. After a moment's hesitation, Li Kai followed the girls out of the classroom. After Zhao Anan and the others left, only Zhao Hongtao remained in the classroom. Chapter 97, The Unusual Mingmei. On the school playground.
All the students in the class had already gathered and lined up, but the physical education representative, Zhao Hongtao, was still nowhere to be seen.
Where is your class's physical education representative?
A stout, rugged-looking middle-aged man stepped before the crowd and called out expressionlessly. Sir, Zhao Hongtao just went to the restroom.
He should be here any minute.
Li Kai shouted at the top of his lungs upon hearing this.
This is unacceptable. The physical education representative is late for PE class.
The PE teacher snorted coldly, his expression clearly displeased. Teacher. Just then, Zhao Hongtao came running breathlessly from his seat in the classroom.
Where the hell were you? You're late for my class? Do you even want to be sports committee anymore?
The PE teacher glared at Zhao Hongtao, his expression furious. The students in the class heard the PE teacher's words and all wore expressions of schadenfreude. Zhao Hongtao had often bullied students who didn't get along with him during PE class, relying on his position as sports committee member. Now that Zhao Hongtao was getting his comeuppance, those who had been bullied by him were naturally delighted.
Serves him right. Who'd have thought his day would come?
Meng Liang muttered under his breath as he watched Zhao Hongtao.
Teacher, I had a stomachache earlier and went to the bathroom.
Zhao Hongtao clutched his stomach and offered a quiet explanation.
Enough with the excuses. Get on with the roll call.
The PE teacher tossed the roster into Zhao Hongtao's hands before finding a shady spot to rest.
Zhao Hongtao began taking attendance.
After confirming everyone was present, he turned to the PE teacher and asked, Sir, everyone's here.
What are we doing today? Didn't I tell you last time? First, run 1,000 meters. Then girls play volleyball, boys play basketball. What exactly is that brain of yours for?
Can't you even remember something this simple? The PE teacher shouted, his voice filled with frustration.
Teacher. I forgot to bring the basketball and volleyball.
Zhao Hongtao feigned helplessness and whispered.
Then what are you still standing here for? Go get them.
The PE teacher was on the verge of losing it. Zhao Hongtao never made mistakes like this normally, but today, for some reason, he hadn't even brought the basketball or volleyball.
Hearing the teacher's words, Zhao Hongtao couldn't help but chuckle inwardly.
He knew these items were needed today, but he'd deliberately left them behind. Now he could openly send Chen Mo back to the classroom. Given Zhao Hongtao's intelligence, he certainly wouldn't have come up with such a meticulous plan. It was all Li Kai's doing.
Deep down, Zhao Hongtao couldn't help but admire Li Kai's ingenuity. Chen Mo, go get the volleyball and basketball from the classroom.
The rest of you start the physical fitness test.
Zhao Hongtao shouted at Chen Mo.
Zhao Hongtao, you're the one who forgot the stuff. Why don't you go yourself? Meng Liang felt Zhao Hongtao was deliberately picking on Chen Mo and shouted back indignantly.
Yeah, the classroom is so far away. Why make Chen Mo go alone? Lu Rui chimed in.
I'm the physical education committee member.
I need to supervise everyone's fitness test later. Chen Mo has always performed well in PE class. What's wrong with sending him?
Zhao Hongtao retorted, glaring.
Chen Mo probably can't carry all that stuff alone. I'll go with him. Just then, Zhao Anan suddenly spoke up.
Zhao Hongtao froze upon hearing Zhao Anan's words. If Zhao Anan really went to the classroom with Chen Mo now, their scheme might be exposed. Li Kai, Gao Feifei, and the others also showed similar expressions on their faces. Class monitor, today's test is pretty important. Maybe you shouldn't go after all, it's not like there's that much stuff. Zhao Hongtao hesitated for a moment before smiling at Zhao Anan.
But, Zhao Anan opened her mouth to speak. Forget it. I can handle carrying those few things myself. I'll go alone.
Just then, Chen Mo stepped forward abruptly and called out expressionlessly. Upon hearing Chen Mo's words, Zhao Hongtao, Li Kai, and the others all smiled. They had been thinking this matter was a bit troublesome, but now that Chen Mo had volunteered, things would be much simpler.
Alright, Chen Mo, hurry up and go. Get in and out quickly. Zhao Hongtao chimed in after Chen Mo spoke.
Chen Mo had no idea this was a trap set by Zhao Hongtao and the others, so he didn't hesitate. He immediately started walking toward the classroom. Over 10 minutes later, Chen Mo returned to the playground carrying a large pile of basketballs and volleyballs. By then, the students in the class had all finished their physical fitness tests.
Meng Liang and Lu Rui sat resting on the grass. Seeing Chen Mo return with so much stuff, they couldn't help but say angrily that Zhao Hongtao really went too far, making Chen Mo carry all this alone. Honestly, it's not that heavy. No need to get worked up over someone like Zhao Hongtao. Chen Mo replied expressionlessly. That's just Chen Mo for you. Anyone else would have refused to go. Rying. Before Meng Liang could finish his sentence, his phone rang. Jiechi, what's up? Meng Liang pulled out his phone, answered the call, and asked cheerfully. Meng Liang, what are you up to? I don't have class this afternoon. Want me to come hang out at your school? Wei Jiechi said cheerfully. Sounds great. Come over this afternoon then. Meng Liang quickly replied, then turned to look at Chen Mo beside him and whispered, oh, by the way, Jiechi, is your roommate Ming Mei coming too? At that moment, Meng Liang seemed to be trying to set up Chen Mo and Ming Mei. Meng Liang, have you lost your mind? You're not seriously trying to set Mingmei up with that penniless bum Chen Mo, are you? Mingmei's parents are gorgeous and her family's loaded. Why would she ever like Chen Mo?
Plus, she's been mad at me for days over that last incident.
Just let that beggar Chen Mo give up already. Mingmei would never even look at him.
Wei Juqi exclaimed, visibly agitated.
Well, fine then. Meng Liang glanced at Chen Mo, his expression awkward as he reluctantly agreed.
Then wait for me at school.
Bye.
With that, Wei Juqi hung up the phone.
In the women's dormitory of Nanyang Conservatory of Music.
After finishing her call with Meng Liang, Wei Juqi stood before the mirror and carefully touched up her makeup. Satisfied with her appearance, she rose to leave the dorm room.
Truthfully, Wei Juqi wasn't actually going to see Meng Liang to hang out.
She was running low on cash and hoped to trick some money out of him. But before Wei Juqi could step out of the dorm room, Ming Mei, dressed in stylish attire, walked in wearing high heels.
A faint smile graced Ming Mei's face, suggesting she was in a good mood.
When Wei Juqi saw Ming Mei, a flicker of nervousness crossed her eyes. She had always felt terribly guilty about introducing Ming Mei to someone like Chen Mo.
She opened her mouth to greet Ming Mei. Juqi, are you heading out?
Before Wei Juqi could utter a word, Ming Mei spoke to her first. Wei Juqi froze in place upon hearing Ming Mei's words, her expression filled with confusion. After the incident with Chen Mo, Ming Mei hadn't spoken to her for days, yet today she was initiating a greeting.
Has Ming Mei forgiven me so quickly? Wei Juqi couldn't help but exclaim inwardly. Chapter 98, You're going to humiliate Chen Mo. In the dorm room. Mimi, you've forgiven me? After hearing Ming Mei speak to her first, Wei Juqi looked at her with utter confusion. Forgive you? For what? What did you do wrong that I should forgive you? Ming Mei blinked her big, watery eyes at Wei Juqi and asked with a smile. Have you lost your memory?
Wei Juqi exclaimed, staring at the girl before her.
Why would I have amnesia? I'm perfectly fine.
Ming Mei spoke while pulling a cup of milk tea from her bag and handing it to Wei Juqi. She added softly, I just happened to pass by a milk tea shop earlier. I remembered how much you loved their milk tea, so I bought you a cup.
What's gotten into you? Weren't you still mad at me over that Chen Mo incident? Why are you buying me milk tea now? Did that Chen Mo thing really get to you? Wei Juqi dared not take the milk tea from Ming Mei's hand.
She stumbled back 2 steps, as if she'd seen a ghost, and let out a startled cry. Only then did Ming Mei realize what had happened, and she couldn't help but chuckle. But Wei Juqi had no idea that Ming Mei wasn't angry at all about being introduced to Chen Mo. On the contrary, Ming Mei was incredibly grateful to her for introducing someone like Chen Mo, a super-rich second-generation heir. Yet Ming Mei harbored her own calculations.
She wouldn't reveal Chen Mo's true identity to Wei Juqi.
If word got out, countless schemers would swarm around him, intensifying her own competition. It was best if no one knew Chen Mo was a super-rich heir. That way, she could effortlessly win him over.
Nini, you must be upset by that poor jerk Chen Mo. I admit what I did was wrong, but I genuinely didn't know Meng Liang's friend was Chen Mo. I know he's not good enough for you. Can you please stop acting like this? You're worrying me. Seeing Ming Mei remain silent, Wei Juqi spoke to her with deep remorse. Oh my, Juqi, I thought you were talking about something else.
I've long forgotten about that Chen Mo incident. You really shouldn't dwell on it so much.
Ming Mei gave Wei Juqi a faint smile. So, do you forgive me now? Wei Juqi asked, looking at Ming Mei. Of course I forgive you. Ming Mei nodded gently, unwilling to dwell on the matter.
She changed the subject immediately. Juqi, you look so pretty.
Where are you headed? I'm heading to Nanyang University to hang out with Meng Liang. Wei Juqi was completely baffled by Ming Mei's reaction.
Just days ago, Ming Mei hadn't spoken to her because of the Chen Mo incident, yet now she claimed to have forgiven her.
What on earth was going on? Is Chen Mo at Nanyang University too? Ming Mei gasped, her expression suddenly animated as she called out to Wei Juqi. Yes. Wei Juqi nodded gently at Ming Mei. Then I'm coming with you. I'm going to find Chen Mo. Ming Mei shouted loudly.
Hearing Ming Mei's words, Wei Juqi's expression froze, her heart churning as if a tidal wave had just crashed through it.
Ming Mei was actually going to seek out Chen Mo to hang out? What the hell was this? The same Ming Mei who had despised Chen Mo so intensely before now seemed like a completely different person, actually wanting to seek him out? Juqi, wait for me to change clothes.
Knowing she'd need to look her best for Chen Mo, Ming Mei immediately headed toward the wardrobe in her high heels. Wei Juqi watched Ming Mei, her expression growing even more stunned.
The fact that Ming Mei was going to seek out Chen Mo on her own was already beyond Wei Juqi's comprehension, but now she was actually planning to change her outfit? Mei, are you sure you want to go see Chen Mo? Wei Juqi asked Ming Mei doubtfully. Yeah, I don't have anything else to do this afternoon anyway. Might as well go hang out over at Nanyang University. Ming Mei replied cheerfully, pulling several outfits from her wardrobe and holding them up in front of the mirror.
Yet she seemed unsatisfied with each one, so she tried on a few more.
I get it.
Wei Juchi called out from the doorway as she watched Mingmei carefully selecting her outfit. Hearing this, Mingmei turned to glance at Wei Juchi, her expression slightly puzzled as she asked, "You get it? What exactly do you get? You're going to Nanyang University this time to get revenge on Chen Mo, right?" Wei Juchi said to Mingmei with a very serious expression. "Revenge on Chen Mo?" Mingmei froze upon hearing Wei Juchi's words, a flicker of confusion crossing her beautiful eyes. "Yeah, Chen Mo humiliated you at the bar the other day. You're definitely planning to get back at him now, to thoroughly humiliate him at Nanyang University." Wei Juchi believed that given Mingmei's personality, she would never have any interest in Chen Mo. But now that Mingmei was actively seeking him out, it was clear she wanted revenge to find an opportunity to thoroughly humiliate Chen Mo. After hearing Wei Juchi's words, Mingmei's expression seemed resigned, momentarily at a loss for how to respond. "Mimi, don't worry. This time, I'll definitely help you humiliate that Chen Mo," Wei Juchi declared emphatically, trying to show Mingmei she was sorry. "Alright, fine." Mingmei didn't know how to explain these things to Wei Juchi either, so she could only reluctantly agree. "Alright, stop checking yourself in the mirror. You look good in anything. Let's hurry up and go." Wei Juchi was already itching to humiliate Chen Mo at Nanyang University. Mingmei shot Wei Juchi a helpless glance before turning and following her out of the dorm room. Meanwhile, on the sports field of Nanyang University, the class period passed quickly. After the bell rang, students streamed toward the cafeteria as lunchtime approached. "Meng Liang, Lu Rui, lunch is on me today. Let's hit the cafeteria?" Chen Mo turned to address Lu Rui and Meng Liang. "Sure thing. I'm kinda hungry too." Meng Liang grinned, showing his teeth, and readily agreed. He knew Chen Mo was treating him and Lu Rui to lunch because Meng Liang had previously covered Chen Mo's class fund contribution. Lu Rui didn't refuse either, and the three of them started walking toward the cafeteria. But after taking only a few steps, Meng Liang's phone rang again. Hesitating briefly, Meng Liang pulled out his phone and answered the call. "Juchi, have you arrived yet?" he asked softly. "Yep, Mingmei and I are already at your school gate. Hurry over to pick us up." Wei Juchi replied cheerfully. "What? Mingmei came too?" Meng Liang exclaimed in surprise. "Yeah, Mingmei came with me. You might as well bring that poor bastard Chen Mo along too. Mingmei is here to find him this time," Wei Juchi said slowly. Hearing this, Meng Liang's expression seemed even more shocked. Earlier, he had wanted Wei Juchi to bring Mingmei over so he could properly explain what happened at the bar, but Wei Juchi had insisted Mingmei would never come back. But now Mingmei was actually coming to find Chen Mo on her own? What the hell is going on? Meng Liang couldn't help but mutter under his breath. Chapter 99, I'm not leaving. After hanging up the phone, Meng Liang's face was filled with confusion. He simply couldn't figure out what Mingmei and Wei Juchi were up to. Earlier, Meng Liang had suggested Wei Juchi bring Mingmei along, but Wei Juchi had been adamant that Mingmei would never come to Nanyang University to see Chen Mo. Yet now, Mingmei had come on her own and specifically to find Chen Mo. Meng Liang sensed something was off about Mingmei and Wei Juchi's actions today. "Liangzi, what's wrong?" Lu Rui noticed the unease on Meng Liang's face and frowned as he asked. "And nothing." Meng Liang shook his head and replied before continuing, "Wei Juchi and Mingmei are here at our school. They're at the school gate right now." "Mingmei? The girl you introduced to Chen Mo before?" Lu Rui's expression turned puzzled upon hearing the name. "Yep, that's the one." Meng Liang nodded slightly. "But didn't she leave the bar yesterday? What's she doing here today?" Lu Rui murmured. "I don't know either. Wei Juchi said she's here to find Chen Mo." Meng Liang replied slowly. "Looking for Chen Mo?" Lu Rui fell silent upon hearing this, pursing his lips. Didn't she seem to despise Chen Mo back at the bar? Why come looking for him now? "I really don't know." Meng Liang shook his head slightly, then turned to ask Chen Mo, "Chen Mo, do you want to see this Mingmei? If you don't want to meet her, just say you're not on campus. Since she's here, I'll see her." Chen Mo replied indifferently. "Alright then. They're waiting at the school gate right now. Let's go meet them." After seeing Chen Mo agree to meet Mingmei, Meng Liang immediately strode toward the school gate. Lu Rui took a few steps before turning back and whispering to Chen Mo, "Chen Mo, I don't think Mingmei coming here today is just about seeing you. You should be careful." "I know." Chen Mo gave Lu Rui a faint smile. Though Meng Liang and Lu Rui didn't know why Mingmei had come to see Chen Mo today, Chen Mo himself was perfectly clear on the matter. Now that Mingmei knew his identity, she would naturally try to curry favor with him or even seduce him. Chen Mo felt something indefinable toward Mingmei, not exactly liking her, but not particularly disliking her either. Of course, Chen Mo had no intention of being with Mingmei. He knew she was only approaching him because of his money, and he couldn't possibly date a woman who was only after his wealth. But if it was just friendship, Chen Mo could accept that. A few minutes later, Chen Mo and the others reached the school gates, where they found Wei Juchi and Mingmei standing prettily by the entrance, waiting for them. Mingmei looked stunning today, dressed in a pale-colored chiffon dress with sunglasses covering her face. She wore a smile, appearing in high spirits, her aura both cool and captivating. Her features were gentle, sweet, and radiant with charm, while her figure naturally exuded an irresistible allure. Her ample bosom, long, fair legs, and 10-centimeter high-heeled sandals made her appear even taller and more enchanting. By contrast, Wei Juqi beside her appeared far more ordinary. Juqi. Meng Liang greeted Wei Juqi enthusiastically upon seeing her. Wei Juqi and Ming Mei both turned to look at Chen Mo, Meng Liang, and the others. When Wei Juqi spotted Chen Mo, a flash of disgust crossed her eyes. She turned to Ming Mei and said, "Second beauty, that poor bastard is here. How are you planning to humiliate him?" Before Wei Juqi could finish her sentence, she noticed Ming Mei had already dashed over to Chen Mo. Her expression brimming with excitement, she exclaimed, Chen Mo, you came?" Everyone froze in place, utterly stunned by the sight of Ming Mei greeting Chen Mo in such a manner and with that tone. Their expressions betrayed utter disbelief. What's Ermi doing? Why is she actually talking to that beggar Chen Mo? Wei Juqi stared blankly at Ming Mei's position, her eyes filled with confusion. Meng Liang and Lu Rui looked even more shocked, for to them, the Ming Mei before them now seemed like a completely different person from the one they'd seen that night at the bar. Chen Mo turned his head to glance at Ming Mei, responding with a single, expressionless N before saying nothing more. Chen Mo, what kind of attitude is that? Ermi initiates a conversation with you, and all you can manage is a yeah? What are you playing at? Wei Juqi was thoroughly displeased with Chen Mo's attitude. She stepped forward, glaring at him with her large, watery eyes. What business is it of yours if I talk to Ming Mei? Chen Mo shot Wei Juqi a cold glance. Oh my, you trash-picking poor bastard, you've got some nerve, don't you? Wei Juqi grew even angrier at his words. Clutching her slender waist, she shouted before striding directly in front of Chen Mo. We haven't settled the score with you yet for pretending to be a rich kid at that bar last time. What gives you the right to act so arrogant here? When did I pretend to be a rich kid? Chen Mo couldn't help but sneer coldly at Wei Juqi, finding the whole situation rather amusing. Did he even need to pretend? He was a super rich kid himself, wasn't he? You know exactly when you were pretending to be a rich kid. Since Ermi is here today, you better apologize to her right now. Maybe she'll be in a good mood and forgive you. Wei Juqi now looked every bit the shrew, her voice raised to a shrill volume. Students who had been passing by stopped in their tracks upon hearing her words, turning their gaze toward Wei Juqi, Chen Mo, and the others. Seeing the crowd growing larger, Wei Juqi couldn't help but flash a satisfied smile. She believed that making Chen Mo apologize to Ming Mei in such a crowded place was the only way to completely erase the rift between herself and Ming Mei. Juqi, didn't we already put that last incident behind us? What are you doing? Meng Liang had long suspected Ming Mei's visit wasn't straightforward, but he hadn't expected Wei Juqi to go this far, forcing Chen Mo to apologize to Ming Mei in front of so many students. Wasn't this humiliating? Last time he pretended to be a rich kid and embarrassed Ermi at the bar. What's wrong with making him apologize to Ermi now? Wei Juqi declared with righteous indignation. Wei Juqi, you've gone too far. Lu Rui couldn't stand by any longer. He stepped forward, pointing at Wei Juqi and shouting. Am I going too far, or is Chen Mo? If Chen Mo doesn't apologize today, Ming Mei and I are leaving right now. Wei Juqi felt certain Chen Mo would apologize given his beggar-like nature, so she deliberately issued the threat. Then leave. But no one expected Chen Mo to suddenly shout back, his face expressionless. Wei Juqi froze upon hearing his words, then gritted her teeth. Fine, Chen Mo. I was even willing to give you a chance to win Ming Mei's forgiveness. Who knew you'd be so ungrateful? Ermi, let's go. After spouting this nonsense, Wei Juqi grabbed Ming Mei and tried to pull her away. But after tugging twice, she realized Ming Mei was still standing there, showing no intention of leaving. Ermi, what are you doing standing here? That cheapskate won't apologize, let's go. Wei Juqi shouted at Ming Mei in confusion. If you want to leave, go ahead. I'm not going. Ming Mei replied expressionlessly. Upon hearing Ming Mei's words, Wei Juqi froze in place, her face etched with utter bewilderment. Chapter 100, I'll expose him. Outside Nanyang University. Everyone froze in place upon hearing Ming Mei's words. Of course, the most shocked person was Wei Juqi herself. She had intended to threaten Chen Mo into apologizing, but she never expected him to refuse. What shocked Wei Juqi even more was that Ming Mei showed no sign of leaving. Wei Juqi was utterly bewildered, completely unable to comprehend what was happening. Nini, if this guy won't apologize, why are you still standing here? Wei Juqi asked Ming Mei with a look of utter bewilderment. Upon hearing Wei Juqi's words, Ming Mei turned her head and looked at Wei Juqi, asking, when did I say I wanted Chen Mo to apologize? You. Ermi, you. Wei Juqi stared at Ming Mei, utterly devastated. Last time at the bar, Chen Mo really didn't say he was a rich kid. It was just a misunderstanding on our part. I came to see Chen Mo this time to apologize to him. After saying this, Ming Mei walked straight up to Chen Mo and whispered softly, Chen Mo, we misunderstood you last time. I'm sorry. Meng Liang, Wei Juchi, Lu Rui, and the surrounding students all looked utterly shocked upon hearing Mingmei's words.
It was supposed to be Chen Mo apologizing to Mingmei, yet now she was actively apologizing to him? What on earth was going on? Mingmei's unexpected move left everyone present dumbfounded. It's fine. Chen Mo replied calmly, looking at Mingmei. Juchi, what are you still standing there for? Apologize to Chen Mo right now. Mingmei turned and shouted at Wei Juchi. Mei, why? Why would you apologize to that poor jerk? Wei Juchi shouted, visibly agitated. We were in the wrong about this whole thing. I shouldn't have just walked away back then. What's wrong with me apologizing to Chen Mo now? Mingmei retorted coldly. Even if you were wrong to leave, I'd still apologize to him. What does he think he is? Wei Juchi pouted. Wei Juchi, if you don't apologize to Chen Mo right now, I'll never forgive you for the rest of my life. Mingmei declared bluntly. Mei, what's gotten into you today? You're actually threatening to cut ties with me over some Chen Mo? Wei Juchi felt her brain was struggling to process it all. How could Mingmei's attitude toward Chen Mo have changed so drastically in just a few short days? Meng Liang, Lu Rui, and the others were equally perplexed. Are you going to apologize or not? Mingmei shouted at Wei Juchi. Wei Juchi hesitated for 2 seconds where she stood, then reluctantly approached Chen Mo. She whispered to him, Chen Mo, I'm sorry. I shouldn't have treated you like that earlier. Chen Mo heard this and gave Wei Juchi a faint glance, offering no reply. He could be friends with Mingmei, but he would never be friends with Wei Juchi. She was the classic type who fawned over the powerful and trampled on the weak. On top of that, she had always treated Meng Liang as a backup option while using Chen Mo, a trait that made Chen Mo deeply despise her. Alright. Now that the misunderstanding is cleared up, it's all good. Seeing Chen Mo's silence, Meng Liang quickly stepped in with a smile, trying to smooth things over. He then turned to Wei Juchi and said, have you two eaten yet? Why don't we grab a bite at our school cafeteria? Today happens to be Chen Mo's treat. The cafeteria at Nanyang University was reasonably priced, and adding a couple more people wouldn't cost much extra. That's why Meng Liang deliberately said Chen Mo was treating them. It was also a way to save face for Chen Mo. Though Wei Juchi had apologized to Chen Mo verbally, she remained deeply resentful inside. Upon hearing Chen Mo would treat them to a meal, she immediately pouted and retorted, Mei and I came all this way. You guys aren't seriously planning to take us to that crappy cafeteria, are you? If not the cafeteria, where do you want to go? Take you to the White House? Lu Rui, who also disliked Wei Juchi intensely, couldn't help but glare and snap back. The White House? I heard your school has this Yushenjiwan restaurant that's pretty good. Why don't we go there instead? Wei Juchi said slowly. Yushenjiwan? Meng Liang and Lu Rui froze upon hearing this, inwardly marveling at Wei Juchi's audacity. Yushenjiwan was a restaurant reserved for the wealthy second-generation students. A casual meal there could easily cost as much as a month's worth of cafeteria food for an ordinary student. Not only could Chen Mo never afford it, but even Meng Liang and Lu Rui couldn't swing the price tag. What? You guys can't even spare that much money? Seeing Chen Mo, Meng Liang, and the others fall silent, Wei Juchi asked softly. Juchi, the food at Yushenjiwan is pretty pricey. Meng Liang opened his mouth to try to dissuade Wei Juchi, but unexpectedly, Chen Mo spoke up directly, fine. Since she wants to go to Yixing Garden, then let her go. Lu Rui and Meng Liang both turned to look at Chen Mo, their expressions filled with utter astonishment. They never imagined Chen Mo would actually agree. The reason Chen Mo agreed to Wei Juchi's request at this moment wasn't because of Wei Juchi herself, but because of Meng Liang and Lu Rui. After all, Chen Mo was now quite wealthy and didn't care about the cost of a meal. During their time at university, Meng Liang and Lu Rui had consistently helped Chen Mo, so this was the perfect opportunity for him to treat them to something nice. Chen Mo, are you sure about where we're going? Meng Liang asked, looking at Chen Mo. Chen Mo gave a slight nod before turning and striding toward the school grounds. Mingmei quickly caught up to Chen Mo and started chatting with him. Faced with Mingmei's unusually warm demeanor, Wei Juchi, Meng Liang, and Lu Rui all looked perplexed. They couldn't fathom what could have caused such a dramatic change in Mingmei. While Nanyang University had its share of beauties, Mingmei was truly in a league of her own. In Chen Mo's estimation, Mingmei ranked among the most beautiful girls he knew, slightly behind Su Mubai and on par with Wen Ruoxi. As for girls like Gao Feifei and Lu Di, their looks were simply incomparable to Mingmei's. Thus, whenever Mingmei appeared on campus, she drew countless stares. But when those students saw Mingmei seemingly approach Chen Mo to speak with him of her own accord, puzzled expressions spread across their faces. They couldn't fathom why such a stunning girl would be seen with a trash-picking poor guy like Chen Mo, especially since Mingmei appeared to be quite enthusiastic toward him. A few minutes later, Chen Mo and his group entered the Yushenjiwan restaurant. Upon entering Yushenjiwan restaurant, everyone could clearly sense that the place was indeed beautifully decorated. Unless you were a genuine rich kid, you'd never come to eat at a place like this. Most of the students inside were dressed fashionably in designer brands, while Chen Mo stood out starkly in his ordinary attire.
Just as Chen Mo and his group entered the restaurant, several people dining in a corner turned their gaze toward him.
Isn't that the girl from the bar the other night? Why is she dining with Chen Mo? Lu Di couldn't help but whisper to Ming Mei beside her. Chen Mo can actually afford to eat at a place like this? And what's with that girl? How did she end up back with him? Gao Feifei watched Ming Mei actively engaging with Chen Mo, a flicker of jealousy crossing her eyes.
She couldn't accept that Chen Mo had found a new girlfriend so quickly, nor could she accept that his new girlfriend was prettier than her. She desperately wished Chen Mo would fall apart after she left, proving she was right to walk away. But what Gao Feifei never expected was that Chen Mo wasn't getting worse, he was getting better. If Chen Mo can afford to eat here, that means the thief at our school must be him, and that girl is probably someone he lured with money.
Li Kai narrowed his eyes and whispered. That bastard, I have to expose him.
Hearing this, Gao Feifei immediately stood up and strode toward Chen Mo's table.
Chapter 101, You want Chen Mo to be your boyfriend? Inside Yushenjiwan restaurant.
Seeing Gao Feifei about to confront Chen Mo, Li Kai quickly reached out to stop her, his expression blank as he asked, Where are you going?
That Chen Mo must be using stolen money to deceive people, inviting them here for meals. I'll expose him in front of everyone.
Gao Feifei gritted her teeth and muttered under her breath.
How many people are even in this restaurant? What good will exposing him now do?
At most, you'll just make some girl leave Chen Mo. Li Kai said with a resigned tone.
Yeah, Feifei, we've already set the trap.
The class monitor will discover her money missing this afternoon.
That's the perfect time to expose Chen Mo.
If you go expose him now, you'll only alert him prematurely.
Su Jiao hurriedly tried to persuade her.
Gao Feifei froze upon hearing Su Jiao's words.
After hesitating for 2 seconds, she sat back down. Don't worry. Chen Mo will be exposed soon enough.
When that happens, everyone will see he's nothing but a thief, and the school will expel him.
Li Kai chuckled as he addressed Gao Feifei.
Gao Feifei turned her head toward Chen Mo's seat, her gaze icy as she said, Chen Mo, I wonder how much longer you can keep acting so arrogant? After today, you might not even get the chance to pick up trash around campus anymore. Li Kai hesitated briefly before pulling out his phone and snapping a photo of Chen Mo's seat.
He then tucked his phone away and resumed eating. Meanwhile, Chen Mo had also noticed Gao Feifei and Li Kai.
What surprised him was that they hadn't come looking for trouble this time. Chen Mo figured they'd learned their lesson after several previous incidents and wouldn't bother him this time. He didn't dwell on it, casually finding a seat to sit down.
The waitress spotted Chen Mo and his group settling down and immediately approached them with a menu.
However, upon seeing Chen Mo's plain attire, the waitress chose to ignore him entirely. She assumed he was merely tagging along with his classmates to eat for free. Instead, she handed the menu to Ming Mei with a smile and asked, Miss, what would you like to order? I'm fine with anything. Let Chen Mo order. Ming Mei took the menu and immediately handed it to Chen Mo. The waitress's eyes flickered with confusion at Ming Mei's words. A country bumpkin like Chen Mo must be dining here for the first time. How could he possibly order? I'll handle it. Wei Zheqi exclaimed loudly, snatching the menu from Ming Mei's hands and beginning to order. First, get me a halal boiled fish, then some stir-fried eel, and some braised duck tongues.
Knowing Chen Mo was treating today, Wei Zheqi whether intentionally or not opened her mouth and ordered several dishes in quick succession. Upon hearing Wei Zheqi's selections, Meng Liang and Lu Rui couldn't help but feel a bit alarmed.
They knew this restaurant wasn't cheap, and Wei Zheqi's casual choices had already racked up nearly 1,000 yuan.
Both Meng Liang and Lu Rui were worried whether Chen Mo could afford the bill.
But Chen Mo's expression remained utterly calm.
Bring me another serving of braised mutton with milk-fed lamb. Wei Zheqi showed no signs of stopping. Zheqi, maybe we should stop here? There are only 5 of us, we won't be able to finish all that. Meng Liang couldn't bear to watch any longer and quietly urged Wei Zheqi.
Wei Zheqi glanced at the menu, hesitated for a moment, then murmured softly, I still haven't ordered the snails.
You're ordering so much, how are you going to eat it all?
Lu Rui exclaimed, her voice rising.
Why couldn't I eat it all?
Wei Zheqi retorted defiantly.
If she wants to order it, let her order it. Just then, Chen Mo suddenly spoke up.
Meng Liang, Lu Rui, Wei Zheqi, and the others all turned their heads toward Chen Mo's seat, their expressions filled with confusion.
They felt that today, it wasn't just Ming Mei acting strangely, Chen Mo was acting very unusual too.
Wei Zheqi was also quite surprised when Chen Mo let her order this dish. Truthfully, she hadn't ordered so much because she wanted to eat it, but to deliberately challenge Chen Mo. Now that she saw he showed no reaction whatsoever, she couldn't help but feel a bit disappointed.
Pouting, she retorted, You tell me to order, so I should just order? I'm not ordering. With that, Wei Zheqi handed the menu back to the waiter beside her and murmured, Alright, I'm done ordering. Alright, I'll call you when your food is ready. The waiter replied indifferently before taking the menu away. I'm going to the restroom. Ming Mei stood up and whispered to Chen Mo. Alright. Chen Mo nodded. After seeing Ming Mei leave, Wei Zheqi hurriedly followed her toward the restroom. After the 2 girls left, Meng Liang turned to Chen Mo and asked directly, Chen Mo, what's going on between you and Ming Mei?
I can't shake the feeling that something's off with her today.
Yeah, didn't she leave that day? Why do I feel like you two seem to be getting pretty close today? Lu Rui chimed in.
After we got home from the bar that day, Mingmei and I exchanged WeChat contacts.
I explained everything to her, and she forgave me. Chen Mo naturally wouldn't reveal that Mingmei's sudden change was because she'd discovered his true identity, so he just made up a flimsy excuse to get by. You're pretty impressive, kid.
Meng Liang smiled at Chen Mo, then a hint of helplessness flashed in his eyes as he whispered, Chen Mo, how much cash do you have on you?
Enough to cover this meal?
It's the end of the month, and I just paid my dorm fees, so I'm pretty much broke too.
Don't worry about it.
I just landed a part-time job at a bar. I've got cash on me, so covering the bill shouldn't be a problem.
Chen Mo said cheerfully, looking at Meng Liang. Oh, that's good then. Meng Liang nodded at Chen Mo with a puzzled look, saying nothing more. Meanwhile, after Wei Jiaqi and Mingmei entered the restroom. Mimi, what's gotten into you today? Didn't we agree to team up and humiliate Chen Mo? Why did you suddenly act like a different person?
Not only did you not help me, but you made me apologize to that Chen Mo. Wei Jiaqi pouted at Mingmei, who was carefully touching up her makeup.
When did I ever say I wanted to humiliate Chen Mo? Mingmei replied indifferently. Weren't you here today to humiliate Chen Mo?
Wei Jiaqi stammered after a moment.
Of course I didn't come here to humiliate Chen Mo. Then why did you come?
Wei Jiaqi looked at Mingmei before her, her expression puzzled.
I came here today to ask Chen Mo to be my boyfriend.
Mingmei said slowly, applying lipstick as she spoke.
Ask Chen Mo to be your boyfriend? Wei Jiaqi was completely dumbfounded upon hearing Mingmei's words. Chapter 102, It's you, kid. Mingmei, have you lost your mind? How could you possibly want someone like Chen Mo as your boyfriend? He's just a trash-picking bum.
After hearing Mingmei's words, Wei Jiaqi shouted at her with a highly agitated expression.
Yeah, I know he's a trash-picking bum, but right now I just want a bum to be my boyfriend. Mingmei said calmly while applying lipstick. Why? Why would you want a beggar as your boyfriend? There are so many rich kids chasing after you at our school.
Wei Jiaqi exclaimed, her eyes wide.
Hearing Wei Jiaqi's words, Mingmei couldn't help but smile faintly inside. Compared to Chen Mo, those rich kids weren't even on the same level, okay? Of course, Mingmei didn't plan to tell the truth now. She could only casually brush it off. The reason is very simple. I don't really want Chen Mo to be my boyfriend.
I just want him to temporarily fill in.
What do you mean, stand in? Wei Jiaqi looked utterly confused. What else could it be?
That Zhozha from our school has been harassing me. Even though his family is well off, he's just too ugly for me to consider. That's why I decided to have Chen Mo pretend to be my boyfriend so Zhozha would get the hint and back off.
Do you understand now? Mingmei explained with a sigh. Oh, I see. Wei Jiaqi nodded, seeming to grasp the idea only partially. She continued, but even if you wanted a fake boyfriend, you didn't have to pick someone like Chen Mo. He's just a garbage collector. How embarrassing would that be? That's exactly why I chose Chen Mo to make Zhozha understand that I, Mingmei, am not the kind of girl who chases money. No matter how rich he is, if I'm not interested, I'm not interested. It saves him from bombarding me with gifts every day. It's driving me crazy. Truthfully, Mingmei had spent ages crafting this excuse. She sensed Wei Jiaqi's growing suspicion about her sudden warmth toward Chen Mo. If Wei found out his true identity, word would spread like wildfire across the entire music academy. That's why she concocted this elaborate story. Oh, I see what you mean. Wei Jiaqi nodded at Mingmei, then added with a hint of regret, honestly, I think Zhozha is actually a pretty decent guy. Sure, he's not the best looking, but his family is loaded. And he treats you so well. Chen Mo doesn't have money, but he's decent looking. That's why I chose him as my boyfriend. Once Zhozha gives up on me completely, I'll just dump Chen Mo, right? Mingmei stood before the mirror, scrutinizing herself meticulously until she was satisfied every inch was flawlessly beautiful. Only then did she turn to Wei Jiaqi with contentment. Wei Jiaqi didn't quite understand Mingmei's reasoning. In her eyes, looks weren't that important, money was the real key. If a rich second-generation guy like Zhozha had pursued her, she would have accepted without a second thought. Oh, and don't tell Chen Mo about this. I'm just using him right now. If he found out the truth, he'd never agree to be with me. Mingmei whispered to Wei Jiaqi. Don't worry, I won't tell Chen Mo. And even if he did find out, what could he do? He's just a penniless loser. Being your boyfriend? He'd probably laugh himself awake in his dreams. Wei Jiaqi said with a slight pout, her tone tinged with disdain. Hearing Wei Jiaqi's words, Mingmei couldn't help but sneer inwardly. If Chen Mo really could become her boyfriend, the one who would be laughing in her sleep wasn't Chen Mo at all, it was Mingmei herself. Mingmei planned to stall Wei Jiaqi with this excuse for now. That way, her own approach to Chen Mo would seem perfectly natural, and no one would suspect her. Then, once she truly had Chen Mo, she would reveal his true identity to everyone. By that point, everyone would envy her. But the naive Wei Jiaqi seemed to think Mingmei's current actions were merely an act, so she didn't think much of it. Meanwhile,
Chen Mo, Meng Liang, and the others had been seated at the table waiting for several minutes when a server from the kitchen suddenly called out, "Gentlemen, your dishes are ready.
please come pick them up."
Although Yashenzhuan was Nanyang University's finest restaurant, the sheer number of students on campus meant many wealthy offspring frequented the place. The waitstaff were perpetually overwhelmed, so by lunchtime, students routinely fetched their own meals. Upon hearing the server's call, Chen Mo, Meng Liang, and the others immediately stood up and headed toward the food pickup area. Who knew this place would be just like our cafeteria? We actually have to get our own food. Meng Liang, visiting such a place for the first time, picked up a plate of food and remarked with a smile.
Yeah, this is my first time trying their food too. Wonder how it tastes. Lu Rui chimed in. If you two like it, I can bring you here often. Chen Mo murmured softly after overhearing Meng Liang and Lu Rui's conversation. Come here often?
Meng Liang stared at Chen Mo, momentarily stunned, then pursed his lips and said, "Bro, just our group today cost over 1,000 yuan for this meal. If we come here often, I bet after just 2 meals, you'd be eaten out of house and home by the two of us."
Ha! Chen Mo chuckled and said nothing more.
Meng Liang and Lu Rui carried the dishes away, leaving only a bowl of mutton stew with milk behind at the serving area.
Chen Mo picked up the plate and turned toward their table.
But before he could take 2 steps, a figure suddenly darted out.
Ah!
A shrill scream followed immediately.
A girl in a pink dress, rushing in a hurry, hadn't noticed Chen Mo at all.
She collided directly with him, causing the mutton stew in his hands to spill instantly, splashing all over her clothes.
Honey, are you okay?
A short, chubby boy rushed out from behind upon hearing the girl's scream, his face flushed with panic as he asked her.
Honey, that jerk deliberately bumped into me and ruined my dress.
Seeing her dress completely drenched in goat milk, the girl cried out with a look of grievance. Upon hearing her words, the chubby boy glanced up at Chen Mo standing before her. He froze in place, his gaze turning icy as he spat. "It's you little..."
Chapter 103, The Dominant Mingmei. Inside Yashenzhuan restaurant.
A girl suddenly rushed forward and knocked over the dishes in Chen Mo's hands. Before Chen Mo could say anything, she turned around and falsely accused him of intentionally bumping into her.
Chen Mo stared at the expression on the girl's face, utterly speechless. The girl's boyfriend, upon seeing Chen Mo, flashed a peculiar look in his eyes. He recognized Chen Mo. Chen Mo also took a quick look at the guy in front of him. He realized this guy was actually his high school classmate, originally named Zheng Dong. But because he was pretty chubby and short, back then a lot of people called him Zheng Wintermelon. Zheng Dongguo's family was in business, and their circumstances had improved significantly in recent years. Back in high school, he often bullied others, humiliating and tormenting Chen Mo no end. In recent years, rumors spread that Zheng Dongguo's father had struck it rich in real estate, multiplying his net worth several times over. This only fueled Zheng Dongguo's arrogance and tyranny. Oh, I wonder who it could be. Why, it's you, Chen Mo.
Zheng Dongguo had been worried that the rich kid causing trouble with his girlfriend might be someone he couldn't handle.
After all, Nanyang University was full of hidden talents. While Zheng Dongguo's family had some money, it didn't mean he could pick fights with just anyone. But upon seeing Chen Mo, he instantly relaxed. He took 2 steps forward, narrowed his eyes to size Chen Mo up, and continued, "Chen Mo, you're working as a waiter at Yashenzhuan restaurant now, right?" "I'm here to eat." Chen Mo replied calmly. "You're here to eat?"
Zheng Dongguo sneered coldly at Chen Mo, his tone dripping with contempt.
"With your penniless look, do you think you can afford to eat here? You should be grateful if you can even afford the cafeteria food." Chen Mo shot Zheng Dongguo a look of utter disgust. With Meng Liang and the others present, he saw no point in further banter. "Your girlfriend bumped into me earlier and spilled my food," he stated bluntly. "Since we know each other, I won't make a fuss about it." "Bull. You deliberately bumped into me just now and got food all over my clothes."
The girl behind Zheng Dongguo immediately shouted at Chen Mo's words.
Chen Mo started to walk away.
Zheng Dongguo reached out and blocked his path, sneering coldly, "Chen Mo, this isn't about whether you want to make a big deal out of it. You stained my wife's clothes.
Don't you think you owe me an explanation?"
Not far away, Li Kai, Gao Feifei, and the others narrowed their eyes at Chen Mo's position, their expressions pure schadenfreude.
They couldn't wait to see Chen Mo humiliated.
Gao Feifei had originally intended to expose Chen Mo in front of everyone, but later reconsidered to avoid alerting their target. Now, with Zheng Dongguo suddenly appearing, it provided the perfect opportunity for them to enjoy the spectacle. Meng Liang and Lu Rui also noticed the commotion over here.
"Are you being completely unreasonable? It was clearly your girlfriend who bumped into Chen Mo just now. And now you want us to pay for the food? We're already being generous by not making you cover the bill, okay?"
Meng Liang shouted, his eyes wide and his expression heated.
"Which eye of yours saw my girlfriend bump into him?" Zheng Dongguo replied expressionlessly.
Meng Liang froze upon hearing Zheng Dongguo's words. He had indeed left the scene first and hadn't witnessed how Chen Mo and the girl had collided.
"What do you want now?"
Chen Mo asked, looking at Zheng Dongguo. "You stained my wife's clothes. Since we've known each other for a while, I'll give you 2 choices. First, pay for the damage.
Second, kneel down and apologize to my wife. You decide. Zhang Donghua said arrogantly. Kneel and apologize?
A strange look flashed in Chen Mo's eyes upon hearing this.
How much money do you want?
Meng Liang, wanting to avoid escalating the situation, hesitated before asking Zhang Donghua.
This dress cost me 3,000 yuan.
The girl pouted her lips and said in a coquettish voice after hearing Meng Liang's words.
Both Meng Liang and Lu Rui froze in place upon hearing the figure, their expressions frozen in utter shock. Neither had imagined the girl's dress could possibly cost that much. 3,000 yuan. Meng Liang and Lu Rui simply couldn't come up with that kind of money right now. Not far away, Li Kaiji, Gao Feifei, and the others were grinning from ear to ear. In their minds, Chen Mo had no way of coming up with 3,000 yuan. Even if he did, he wouldn't be willing to part with it. So, in the end, Chen Mo would definitely choose to kneel and apologize. Chen Mo, I know you're just a penniless bum who scrapes by picking up trash at school. So forget about paying up, just get down on your knees and apologize to my girlfriend, and we'll call it even. Seeing the awkward expressions on Meng Liang and Lu Rui's faces, Zhang Donghua grinned as he addressed Chen Mo. Chen Mo stood expressionless, staring at Zhang Donghua without a word. He was contemplating how to deal with this guy, but since Meng Liang and Lu Rui were still present, calling Du Tianhao directly would expose his identity. Explaining that to Meng Liang and the others later would be awkward. So this is the guy who collects trash at our school? Just then, a girl shot Chen Mo a disgusted look before pursing her lips and continuing, today is just my luck running into this guy. I heard he got dumped by his girlfriend a few days ago. Look at him, what a beggar. What girl would ever go for someone like that? He deserves to be single forever. Just apologize already so I can go change my clothes. Her words were overheard by Mingmei and Wei Juchi, who had just emerged from the restroom. This Chen Mo, how does he manage to stir up trouble wherever he goes? Though Wei Juchi didn't know the details, she guessed what had happened from the stain on the girl's clothes and her words. After a moment's hesitation, Mingmei walked straight over to Chen Mo in her high heels and coldly demanded of the girl, what did you just say about Chen Mo? I said he's a. No girl would ever want him. Serves him right to be single forever. The girl crossed her arms and shot back coldly. Upon hearing this, Mingmei felt an overwhelming urge to raise her hand and slap the girl across the face. Smack! A sharp crack echoed through the air. The entire Yashenjuan restaurant fell into a stunned silence. Everyone stared wide-eyed at Mingmei, utterly shocked that she would act so boldly, slapping the girl across the face just because of a single remark. Chapter 104, Mingmei confesses. Zhang Dongguo's girlfriend froze in place after being slapped by Mingmei, utterly stunned that she'd been struck without warning. Meng Liang, Lu Rui, Chen Mo, and the others looked utterly bewildered. None had anticipated Mingmei resorting to physical force. Li Kai, Gao Feifei, and the others sat at a distance, their expressions growing even more puzzled. They couldn't fathom why Mingmei would choose to stand up for Chen Mo. After all, Gao Feifei had already exposed Chen Mo's true identity earlier. The fact that Mingmei was even dining with Chen Mo now was already astonishing enough. That she would now actively defend him by striking someone left them utterly bewildered. What exactly is the relationship between this girl and Chen Mo? Zhao Hongtao couldn't help but whisper under his breath. Could Chen Mo already be dating this girl? Su Jiao hesitated before whispering. Impossible. She's so beautiful, wearing designer clothes, her family must be well off. Why would she go for a penniless loser like Chen Mo? Absolutely not. Gao Feifei couldn't accept that Chen Mo had found such a stunning girlfriend, Mingmei, less than 2 weeks after breaking up with her. Her voice trembled with indignation as she shouted. Hearing Gao Feifei's outburst, everyone turned to look at her. Narrowing her eyes, Gao Feifei stared at Chen Mo and Mingmei. She absolutely couldn't let Mingmei be with Chen Mo. Because if Chen Mo ended up with Mingmei, it would prove that he could thrive perfectly well without her and even find a girlfriend more beautiful, wealthier, and more refined than she was. Gao Feifei could only accept Chen Mo's decline as proof that her choice had been right, but she couldn't accept that after she left, Chen Mo would thrive. How dare you hit me? On the other side, the girl screamed in shock before lunging toward Mingmei with claws outstretched. But before she could take 2 steps, Zhang Donghua reached out and grabbed her arm. Why are you holding me back? Didn't you see this person hit me? Help me fight back. The girl turned to glare at Zhang Donghua, her voice trembling with rage. Zhang Donghua's expression darkened. After a moment's hesitation, he whispered to Mingmei, second beauty sister, what are you doing here? Upon hearing Zhang Donghua's words, everyone froze in place, their expressions filled with shock. No one had expected Zhang Donghua to actually know Mingmei. In fact, Mingmei had only acted so aggressively because she knew this girl was Zhang Donghua's girlfriend. The girl beside Zhang Donghua looked equally bewildered. She hadn't expected Zhang Donghua to know Mingmei either. Xiaodong, looks like you've been living it up at Nanyang University lately? Mingmei sneered coldly at Zhang Donghua. It's okay. Zhang Donghua replied nervously. Then should I have Uncle Zhang have a serious talk with you about your behavior at Nanyang University? Just the other day, your father came over for dinner at my place. Mingmei continued, staring at Zhang Donghua. No need, second sister Mei, no need.
Zhang Donggua's face drained of color at Mingmei's words, and he immediately shouted at the top of his lungs.
Zhang Donggua's father and Mingmei's father were classmates and comrades in arms, sharing a close bond.
Naturally, Zhang Donghua and Mingmei had known each other since childhood.
That's why Zhang Donghua was terrified of Mingmei right now. If she went to his father and said anything, he'd be finished. What just happened? Mingmei asked, staring at Zhang Donghua. Just now. Zhang Donghua hesitated for a moment before lowering his voice. What happened earlier was just a misunderstanding. My girlfriend accidentally bumped into Chen Mo and knocked over the food he was holding. The misunderstanding has been cleared up now. Second beauty, since you and Chen Mo are friends, you two should go ahead and eat. I won't bother you anymore.
At that moment, Zhang Donghua seemed like a completely different person, responding with an extremely submissive tone. After saying this, he grabbed his girlfriend and prepared to leave.
Wait. Mingmei called out, her expression unreadable. Sister Ermiai, is there something else?
Zhang Donghua turned to face Mingmei, his expression resigned as he asked. I don't know what just happened, but since Chen Mo stained your girlfriend's clothes, we'll just compensate for the garment. After saying this, Mingmei pulled out a stack of cash from her bag and tossed it in front of the girl without a second thought. Clatter! The cash instantly scattered across the floor, leaving everyone present stunned.
Even Gao Feifei, Li Kai, and the others hadn't imagined Mingmei could be this wealthy.
That stack of cash was easily 5 or 6,000 yuan. For a student to produce that much money in one go was genuinely astonishing. After all, the average monthly living expenses for a student at Nanyang University were only around 2 or 3,000 yuan. Mingmei tossing out 5 or 6,000 without even blinking an eye, now that was the real deal, a true rich and beautiful woman. The girl beside Zhang Donghua stared wide-eyed at Mingmei, knowing this was a deliberate humiliation.
What are you staring at? Hurry up and pick up the money.
Mingmei snapped at the girl, her expression unreadable. The girl opened her mouth to speak. But before she could speak, Zhang Donghua bent down, scooped up all the cash on the ground, and yanked the girl toward the exit.
Did I say you could leave? Seeing Zhang Donghua dragging the girl away, Mingmei shouted again.
By now, Zhang Donghua was nearly driven mad by Mingmei. He turned back at her with an expression of utter helplessness and murmured, Sis Ermiai, is there something else?
Mingmei ignored Zhang Donghua. Instead, she sashayed over to the girl in her high heels and asked expressionlessly, did you just say no one likes Chen Mo?
The girl stared wide-eyed at Mingmei, unsure how to answer her question.
I'm telling you, I just like Chen Mo, that's why I hit you earlier. Mingmei's words fell. The entire restaurant fell silent once more.
Everyone froze in place, their expressions utterly incredulous. None of them had ever imagined Mingmei would openly admit her feelings for Chen Mo like this. Chen Mo, however, looked at Mingmei with calm eyes. He had long been aware of her feelings for him, but he simply didn't feel the same way about her at the moment. Under the stunned gazes of the crowd, Mingmei slowly turned to face Chen Mo and declared loudly, Chen Mo, I like you.
Will you be my boyfriend?
Li Kai, Gao Feifei, and the others stared wide-eyed at Mingmei, utterly devastated inside.
A rich, beautiful girl with both looks and a great figure was actually confessing to a penniless loser like Chen Mo? The expressions on the students' faces in the restaurant were like they'd seen a ghost. Chapter 105, The Drama Queen Gao Feifei. After hearing Mingmei's confession, every student in the restaurant fixed their attention on the two of them, their expressions oddly uniform.
Only Chen Mo and Wei Jiaqi remained relatively calm.
Wei Jiaqi had already known about Mingmei's plan to confess to Chen Mo. She just didn't realize Mingmei genuinely intended to be with him, rather than simply using him to get rid of Zhouxia. Chen Mo, for his part, understood that Mingmei's current confession was nothing more than an attempt to get her hands on his money. She had already confessed to him once before, back at the villa. But for the others in the restaurant who didn't understand what was happening, it felt like a storm had erupted in their hearts. This was the kind of plot twist you'd only see in a soap opera, right? A rich, beautiful woman actually pursuing a penniless guy?
Meng Liang and Lu Rui stood frozen in place, staring blankly at Chen Mo. The Mingmei who stormed out of the bar just days ago now seemed like a completely different person. They couldn't fathom what had transpired between Chen Mo and Mingmei to cause such a drastic change in her. Of course, the most shocked people at that moment were still Li Kai and his friends.
Gao Feifei couldn't believe her eyes or ears. What did Chen Mo do? How did he get a girl like Mingmei to confess to him? Did he slip her some kind of love potion? Lu Di exclaimed, her eyes wide. Who knows? Chen Mo must have used some trick to make Mingmei fall for him. Su Jiao retorted indignantly. I'm going to expose this Chen Mo. I won't let him get away with this. Gao Feifei couldn't accept the idea of Chen Mo actually being with Mingmei. She immediately stood up and started walking toward Mingmei's seat. Feifei, can you calm down? If you go now, all our previous efforts will be wasted. Li Kai quickly grabbed Gao Feifei's arm, his voice urgent. Don't worry, I won't spill the beans. I have other ways to break them up. Gao Feifei replied calmly, then shook off Li Kai's hand and headed toward Mingmei's seat. Li Kai watched her retreating figure, his eyes filled with anxiety. Chen Mo, I really like you. Will you be my boyfriend? Mingmei felt she had just helped Chen Mo and saved him from an awkward situation.
So now, if she confessed her feelings to him, maybe he'd be so touched that he'd actually agree to be with her.
Chen Mo opened his mouth to speak. Mingmei, you can't be with Chen Mo. Before Chen Mo could utter a word, Gao Feifei's voice echoed through the restaurant. Mingmei turned at the sound of Gao Feifei's voice.
When she saw Gao Feifei, a flash of disgust crossed her eyes.
If Gao Feifei hadn't come to cause trouble at the bar back then, she wouldn't have misunderstood Chen Mo. Maybe she would already be with him now. Why can't I be with Chen Mo? Mingmei demanded coldly, her voice icy toward Gao Feifei. He's just a penniless bum. You must have been fooled by him. Gao Feifei shouted, her expression agitated.
I know he has no money now, and I know he scrapes by collecting trash. But I don't care about those things. I like him for who he is, not his money.
It's fine that he has no money, I have money.
Mingmei replied expressionlessly, then continued, I know you're Chen Mo's ex-girlfriend.
You broke up with him because you thought he had no money, right? You. Gao Feifei hadn't expected Mingmei to anticipate her next words.
Let me tell you something, not every woman in this world loves money, and not every girl would abandon love for it.
We're not cut from the same cloth. You don't need to persuade me. I genuinely like Chen Mo, nothing else is involved. Mingmei looked at Gao Feifei and continued. Chen Mo narrowed his eyes, watching Mingmei's position, unable to suppress a faint amusement. If Mingmei didn't know his true identity, hearing her say these words might have genuinely moved him. He might have even agreed to be with her. But unfortunately, Mingmei had long known his true identity. And wasn't her drastic change in attitude now all because she was after Chen Mo's money?
So in Chen Mo's eyes, Mingmei and Gao Feifei were probably just the same type of person.
They were two peas in a pod, neither better than the other.
Upon hearing Mingmei's words, Gao Feifei's mind went blank for a moment. She hadn't expected Mingmei to be so stubbornly deluded.
Yet in this moment, Gao Feifei mustered every ounce of her wit, putting on a dramatic performance as she retorted, You think I left Chen Mo because he had no money, right? Isn't that exactly why? Mingmei retorted with a cold laugh. No!
Gao Feifei shouted, her eyes reddening. She continued, It wasn't me who dumped Chen Mo back then, it was Chen Mo who dumped me. Everyone froze upon hearing Gao Feifei's words. Even Li Kai, Su Jiao, Lu Di, and the others had no idea what Gao Feifei was up to now.
If I really left Chen Mo for money, why did I choose him in the first place?
Why did I stay with him for so long? So many guys pursued me, any one of them was richer than him.
Why did I pick him? Why endure hardship with him? It was because I saw how good he was to me. As long as Chen Mo kept treating me well, I'd gladly do anything for him. Even having an abortion for him wouldn't have been a regret. But I never imagined Chen Mo was such scum, not only broke but also incredibly unfaithful. Once he got bored of me, he wanted to toss me aside like trash and go fool around with other women. He always pretended to be a rich kid to deceive people. I couldn't take it anymore, so I chose to break up with him. After saying this, Gao Feifei suddenly burst into tears. After hearing Gao Feifei's words, Chen Mo's expression was utterly speechless.
If Chen Mo hadn't known the truth, he might have believed her.
What a scumbag! People like that are utterly disgusting, poor and despicable. Yeah, how can people like that even exist? It's utterly disgusting.
Mingmei, you absolutely mustn't get involved with someone like that.
You'll regret it for sure.
The students in Yisheng Garden erupted the moment they heard Gao Feifei's words.
Everyone stepped forward to condemn Chen Mo. Even Wei Zheqi now believed Gao Feifei's words.
She hurried over to Mingmei and whispered, Mimi, this Chen Mo is disgusting.
You should find someone else. Mingmei turned to glance at Wei Zheqi but said nothing.
You might think I'm meddling in your business, but I just don't want to see you repeat my mistakes.
Seeing Mingmei fall silent, Gao Feifei assumed she had won her over and continued urgently. Mingmei looked at Gao Feifei hesitantly before slowly speaking up, Are you done? Gao Feifei froze.
While the story you just told was fascinating, it has nothing to do with me.
I like Chen Mo now.
So what if he's poor? So what if he's a jerk?
I like him just the way he is. Got a problem with that? Mingmei said expressionlessly. Are you out of your mind? He's like that, and you still like him? Gao Feifei stared at Mingmei, utterly speechless.
She had laid everything out so clearly, yet Mingmei still loved Chen Mo.
Gao Feifei couldn't fathom what kind of spell Chen Mo had cast on Mingmei to make her so utterly devoted. If Chen Mo were rich, handsome, and successful, Gao Feifei might understand Mingmei's actions. But he was just a penniless loser. What on earth was Mingmei playing at? You're the one with the problem. Mind your own business.
Mingmei pouted and snapped, then turned to Chen Mo and declared, Chen Mo, no matter what you are poor or a jerk, I just like you.
Will you be my boyfriend? Chapter 106, Big Trouble. No one could have imagined that after hearing Gao Feifei's words, Mingmei still hadn't given up on pursuing Chen Mo. To everyone else, this whole situation seemed like a joke. It was dramatic enough that a rich, beautiful girl like Mingmei could fall for a penniless loser like Chen Mo. But for her to still like him after Gao Feifei told her story? That was just baffling.
Gao Feifei stared at Mingmei sitting before her, suddenly feeling like a complete joke herself. Despite her impassioned speech moments ago, Mingmei hadn't taken a single word to heart. Lu Rui and Meng Liang stood frozen in place, at a loss for words to describe their feelings. While they'd always thought Chen Mo was decent, he certainly wasn't good enough to make a rich, beautiful girl like Mingmei so utterly devoted, right?
Chen Mo, what are you waiting for? Just say yes to Mingmei already. Though Meng Liang didn't understand the situation, Mingmei's words had genuinely moved him. He was eager for Chen Mo to accept her confession. Chen Mo gave Mingmei a faint glance before uttering words that stunned everyone present even more.
Mingmei, I don't think we're right for each other.
Let's just be friends for now. After Chen Mo finished speaking, the entire restaurant fell silent once more.
Everyone froze in place, their expressions frozen in utter disbelief.
No one had expected Chen Mo to reject Mingmei's confession at this moment. In this situation, wouldn't anyone else have accepted her confession immediately? Li Kai, Lu Di, and the others gaped, utterly baffled by what Chen Mo was doing. Gao Feifei also froze in place, staring at Chen Mo with a puzzled expression. Chen Mo actually turned Mingmei down? What's going on? Has Chen Mo lost his mind?
Wei Juchi stammered, her eyes wide.
Chen Mo, aren't you going to give me a chance? Mingmei asked him pitifully. I told you, we're not compatible. Let's just be friends for now. Chen Mo replied expressionlessly. Chen Mo, have you lost your mind? She's already confessed her feelings to you, why won't you just say yes?
Meng Liang seemed to shout in frustration upon hearing Chen Mo's words.
Chen Mo turned his head and gave Meng Liang a faint glance.
There were many things about this situation that neither Meng Liang nor Lu Rui knew, so it was difficult for Chen Mo to explain clearly right now.
Chen Mo, what the hell are you thinking? Lu Rui looked equally perplexed. I'm not thinking anything. We're just not compatible. Chen Mo said indifferently. Chen Mo, are you being shameless? Mingmei confessed to you, and here you are playing dumb? Do you realize how incredibly lucky you are that she likes you?
Wei Juchi stepped forward, her expression heated as she shouted at Chen Mo.
Juchi, don't talk nonsense. Chen Mo has the right to choose. Mingmei frowned and scolded. Hearing Mingmei's words, Wei Juchi instantly fell silent, standing there at a loss for what to say next. Chen Mo, you might not like me yet, but I won't give up. I'll make you fall for me. Mingmei stepped forward, her eyes brimming with deep affection as she spoke to Chen Mo. Chen Mo looked at Mingmei, torn between laughter and tears, unsure how to respond. Meanwhile, the students in the restaurant stared at Chen Mo with astonished looks. They couldn't fathom his behavior either. In their eyes, it was already an honor that Mingmei had taken a liking to him, yet he was actually rejecting her. Wasn't that like spitting in her face? Let's go eat. Don't just stand there. Not wanting to endure the stares any longer, Chen Mo turned and headed straight for their table. Mingmei, Wei Juchi, and the others quickly followed Chen Mo back to their seats, ready to start eating. After watching Chen Mo and the others leave, Gao Feifei stood alone for a moment. After 2 seconds of silence, she suddenly called out toward Chen Mo's seat. Chen Mo, I know why you rejected Mingmei. I finally understand what's going on. Hearing Gao Feifei's words, Chen Mo couldn't help but glance up at her. You still can't forget me, can you? You're still hung up on me, aren't you? Gao Feifei exclaimed triumphantly. Chen Mo stared at Gao Feifei without responding. Silence means admission, right? You still can't let go of me, that's why you staged this whole thing with Mingmei just to provoke me, right? But Chen Mo, let me tell you this, I'll never be with you again in this lifetime. I could never like you. You'd better give up on me. A like you isn't worthy of me. And you're nowhere near as good as Li Kai, you know that? Gao Feifei continued shouting at Chen Mo. She felt only this explanation could justify everything that had happened today. Chen Mo had found Mingmei to act out this scene to provoke her, hoping she'd change her mind. Otherwise, how could Mingmei possibly have any interest in Chen Mo? How could she confess to him after learning he was both poor and a scumbag? And how could Chen Mo possibly refuse Mingmei? But if everything that just happened was all part of Chen Mo's act to win her back, then it all made perfect sense. Lu Di, Su Jiao, and the others seemed to agree that Gao Feifei's theory was plausible. Chen Mo shot Gao Feifei a cold glance and said flatly, you really have some issues with your brain. Chen Mo, don't try to wriggle out of this. I see right through you. You've gone to such lengths for me, but sorry, I'll never change my mind and fall for you. Stop wasting your energy on me. Gao Feifei retorted proudly before turning and striding toward the restaurant exit. Li Kai, Su Jiao, and the others hurriedly followed Gao Feifei out of the restaurant. After watching Gao Feifei leave, Lu Rui's expression turned slightly puzzled. He leaned in and whispered to Chen Mo, was that really just an act you and Mingmei put on? Do you think I'm that bored? Mingmei shot Chen Mo a fierce glare before continuing, I genuinely like Chen Mo. Who would put on a show for that stupid woman? Lu Rui shot Mingmei an awkward glance but said nothing. Perhaps because Chen Mo had rejected Mingmei earlier, everyone tacitly avoided mentioning it during the meal. Over an hour later, Chen Mo and the others finally finished their meal. Meng Liang checked the time on his phone and whispered, it's still early. Juchi, Mingmei, do you two have plans this afternoon?
I heard a new movie just came out.
Want to go see it? Sure, I'm free this afternoon. Wei Juchi nodded eagerly. I'm free this afternoon too. Mingmei replied indifferently. She had come specifically for Chen Mo today and naturally didn't want to leave. Alright then, let's go see a movie. The theater's pretty close by.
Meng Liang was thrilled that both girls had agreed and stood up to leave.
I'll cover the bill,
Chen Mo said, turning toward the restaurant's cashier counter.
Seeing Chen Mo head for the register, Meng Liang wanted to follow him, worried Chen Mo might not have enough money. But just then, his phone suddenly rang. Meng Liang glanced at the caller ID and saw it was a classmate. He answered the call and said cheerfully, Hey Lei, what's up? Meng Liang, are you with Chen Mo and Lu Rui right now? The caller asked urgently after Meng Liang answered. Yeah, why?
Meng Liang replied softly. You, Chen Mo, and Lu Rui need to get back to the classroom immediately.
Something big has happened in our class. A big problem? What kind of problem?
Meng Liang asked, looking puzzled.
There's been a thief in our class. Everyone else is back now, only the three of you are missing. A thief in our class?
Meng Liang froze upon hearing this, a flicker of bewilderment crossing his eyes.
Chapter 107, I know who the thief is. There's a thief in our class? Meng Liang's expression was filled with confusion after hearing his classmate's words. Alright, this isn't something I can explain in a few words. Hurry up and get Chen Mo and Lu Rui back here right now. Everyone else in our class is here, we're only missing the three of you.
The other person said urgently.
Got it, I understand. Meng Liang sensed the other person wasn't joking.
He gave a quiet reply before hanging up immediately.
Meng Liang, what's wrong? Wei Juchi asked Meng Liang with a puzzled look after seeing him hang up.
Juchi and Mingmei, you two go wait somewhere outside the school for a bit. Something just happened in our class, and the three of us need to head back now. Meng Liang said slowly.
Is it really urgent? If it's not, you shouldn't go back. Mingmei and I finally made it here today. Wei Juchi seemed reluctant to let them leave, pouting as she protested. It seems pretty urgent. We'll come find you guys once we've handled it. Meng Liang said helplessly. Alright then. Wei Juchi nodded lightly. Let's go.
Meng Liang called out to Lu Rui, then turned and headed straight for the restaurant exit.
Liangzi, what's wrong? Chen Mo had just finished paying the bill when he returned to see Meng Liang and Lu Rui hurriedly preparing to leave.
Chen Mo, it seems like there's a thief in our class.
All the students have gone back now. Lei Zi just called me and told the three of us to head back too.
Meng Liang hurriedly explained.
A thief?
Chen Mo's eyes flashed with a hint of confusion upon hearing Meng Liang's words.
This morning, classmates were still discussing this very topic, and now a thief appears in the afternoon? Wasn't that a bit too coincidental?
Before Chen Mo could ponder further, Meng Liang grabbed his arm and pulled him out of the cafeteria.
Chen Mo, once we get back to class, those students will definitely suspect you're the thief. But don't worry, both Lu Rui and I can vouch for you.
You've been with us the whole time, there's no way you could have stolen anything.
Earlier, with Mingmei and Wei Juchi present, Meng Liang hadn't voiced this. Only after leaving the cafeteria did he whisper to Chen Mo. Yeah, I can vouch for him too. Lu Rui nodded at Chen Mo. Hearing their words, Chen Mo gave a helpless smile and said nothing more. Meanwhile, after seeing Meng Liang and the others leave, Wei Juchi quietly asked Mingmei, are you really planning to pursue Chen Mo? Yes. Mingmei nodded gently.
I think it's such a waste for you to settle for someone like Chen Mo just because of Joja.
Didn't you hear what his ex-girlfriend said earlier? He's practically broke and a total jerk, it's disgusting. Wei Juchi frowned. I'm not planning to be with him forever. What are you worried about? Mingmei smiled at the innocent Wei Juchi beside her. But you shouldn't just let Chen Mo get away with it. And he rejected you earlier, I just don't get it. What gives him the right to turn you down? He should take a good look at himself.
Wei Juchi still seemed furious about the whole thing.
Don't worry, I'll get him eventually. Mingmei declared with confidence. You're absolutely right. With your beauty, Mingmei, no man could ever turn you down. Wei Juchi nodded dumbly. Meanwhile,
Chen Mo, Meng Liang, and Lu Rui returned to the classroom, where all the students were seated at their desks. A middle-aged man in a black suit stood at the front of the classroom, his expression stern as he surveyed the students.
Chen Mo froze upon seeing the man. His name was Qian Guangfa, the freshman dean at Nanyang University. Though Chen Mo hadn't interacted much with Qian Guangfa, he knew the man was no saint.
Qian had leveraged his status as the university president's nephew to secure the dean position. He routinely bullied others on campus, turning a blind eye to mistakes made by students who curried favor with him. Ordinary students, however, faced harsh consequences for errors. Light cases resulted in beatings, while severe ones led to immediate expulsion. Rumors also swirled that Qian Guangfa frequently harassed female students, making him deeply unpopular on campus.
Many dared not speak out against him. What are you standing at the door for? Get your asses in here. Stop wasting time. Chen Guangfa glared at Chen Mo and his two companions as he shouted. Chen Mo hesitated briefly before hurrying into the classroom. Are all your students present now? Chen Guangfa asked expressionlessly after seeing Chen Mo and the others take their seats. Everyone's here. Class monitor Zhaonan replied in a low voice. Her eyes were red and her voice trembled slightly, revealing she had been crying. Zhao Anan, please explain what happened. Chen Guangfa addressed Zhao Anan. Teacher, it happened like this. This morning, I collected the class fund from everyone 200 yuan per student. With 40 students, that totaled over 8,000 yuan. Before PE class, I worried about carrying so much cash to class and losing it, so I put it in my backpack. Right after PE ended, I rushed back to the classroom and discovered the money was gone. Zhao Anan explained haltingly to Chen Guangfa. What were you thinking? I even posted a notice on the bulletin board outside school today warning everyone about a thief on campus and telling them to keep an eye on their belongings. And you go and lose the money right away. Do you even have a brain in your head? Chen Guangfa shouted, utterly exasperated. I didn't mean to. Zhao Anan burst into tears upon hearing Chen Guangfa's words. Enough with the crying now. Let's see if we can find any clues. If we get the money back, you won't be held responsible. If not, you'll need to discuss with your class whether you'll cover the loss yourself or collect the class fund again. Chen Guangfa was clearly just going through the motions. After all, thieves in the school weren't anything new, and the administration had never seriously pursued them. Upon hearing Chen Guangfa's words, the students in the class began murmuring among themselves. After all, most of them were ordinary students. While 200 yuan wasn't a huge sum to them, they certainly wouldn't be happy about having to pay it all over again. But if Zhao Anan had to cover the entire amount alone, it would be a fortune for her. Chen Mo watched the look of injustice on Zhao Anan's face and hesitated. He silently considered that if Zhao Anan had truly lost the money, he could find an opportunity to lend her some. After all, over 8,000 yuan was a huge sum for an ordinary student, but to Chen Mo, it was practically insignificant, something he wouldn't even bat an eye at. Teacher! But just then, Zhao Hongtao suddenly stood up and called out. What is it? Chen Guangfa turned to look at Zhao Hongtao and asked softly. Teacher, I know who stole this money. Zhao Hongtao continued to shout. Upon hearing this, every student in the classroom turned to look at Zhao Hongtao's seat, their expressions filled with astonishment. Chapter 108. Do you consent to a body search? Zhao Hongtao's words sent shockwaves through the classroom as every head turned toward him. Zhao Hongtao shot Chen Mo a smug glance, inwardly sneering. Chen Mo, let's see how arrogant you can be now. Just wait for your doom. You say you know who the thief is? Chen Guangfa hesitated, narrowing his eyes as he asked Zhao Hongtao in a low voice. Yes, I know. Zhao Hongtao nodded, then pointed directly at Chen Mo and shouted loudly, the one who stole the money is Chen Mo. Chen Mo? Chen Guangfa couldn't help but freeze for a moment. The students in the classroom all turned their heads toward Chen Mo and began whispering among themselves. Truthfully, the students in the class had long suspected Chen Mo, but their suspicions had remained private. No one had been able to produce evidence proving Chen Mo was the thief. Zhao Hongtao, what nonsense are you spouting? What makes you say Chen Mo was a thief? Meng Liang stood up, shouting with an agitated expression. Exactly. What proof do you have? Chen Mo was with us the whole time, never left our side. Both Meng Liang and I can vouch for him. Lu Rui also stood up, shouting at Zhao Hongtao. Are you two absolutely certain you were with Chen Mo the entire time? Zhao Hongtao sneered coldly at Lu Rui and Meng Liang. I can confirm it. Yes, I can too. Lu Rui nodded urgently. Poof. Even if you can confirm it, what difference does it make? Zhao Hongtao suddenly sneered coldly. Chen Mo narrowed his eyes and looked toward Zhao Hongtao's position. From the expression on Zhao Hongtao's face at that moment, he sensed that today's incident might not be as simple as losing money. Tap tap tap. Just then, the crisp sound of high heels tapping against the floor echoed outside the classroom. Everyone turned their heads toward the doorway upon hearing the sound. Teacher Yan is coming. Ms. Yan is coming. The students whispered excitedly upon recognizing Yan Sha. Yan Sha walked over to Chen Guangfa's side, gave him a faint smile, and said softly, Director Chen, I'm truly sorry to trouble you personally over such a minor matter. It's nothing. As the school's director of academic affairs, this falls squarely within my responsibilities. Chen Guangfa turned his head to appraise Yan Sha, her alluringly seductive charm radiating from every inch. His gaze was lecherous, fixated on her prominent curves. Yan Sha, of course, noticed Chen Guangfa's gaze, but she said nothing. After all, virtually everyone at Nanyang University knew Chen Guangfa was no good. He had made plenty of suggestive remarks to Yan Sha during work hours, but she had never once responded to him. Zhao Hongtao, you just called Chen Mo a thief. What proof do you have? Yan Sha turned to face Zhao Hongtao's seat, her tone icy as she demanded. Though the class suspected Chen Mo, Yan Sha refused to believe he'd commit such an act. Teacher, I wouldn't falsely accuse Chen Mo. I have evidence to back up my claim. Zhao Hongtao replied with great confidence, then looked at everyone and said, the fact that our class collected the class fund today is probably only known to the students in our class.
So I'm sure the thief must be one of us. The students nodded in agreement upon hearing Zhao Hongtao's words, finding his reasoning somewhat plausible.
Seeing their agreement,
Zhao Hongtao's expression grew even more confident as he continued his analysis. The class monitor said her money was still there before gym class, but it was gone when she returned after class.
That means the money must have been stolen during gym class.
Chen Mo stared expressionlessly at Zhao Hongtao, silently reasoning that Zhao Hongtao's intelligence level couldn't possibly have deduced all this on his own.
Someone must have told him. So who exactly had told Zhao Hongtao? The answer was obvious.
So based on the 2 points I just mentioned, I believe the most likely suspect is definitely Chen Mo.
Because Chen Mo was the only person in our class who returned to the classroom during PE class.
Zhao Hongtao calmly and composedly repeated the words Li Kai had previously instructed him to say. Upon hearing Zhao Hongtao's analysis, every student in the classroom nodded in agreement, convinced that his reasoning held undeniable logic. Yan Sha also turned her head toward Chen Mo's seat, her beautiful eyes clouded with doubt.
She silently wondered, could Chen Mo really be the thief? Had she trusted him too much?
Teacher Yan, Director Qian, I believe if we thoroughly search Chen Mo right now, we'll definitely find the class funds.
Zhao Hongtao continued to call out at that moment. Right. Search Chen Mo. He did come back during PE class. This thief is definitely Chen Mo.
The students in the classroom began shouting in agreement.
Chen Mo, do you have anything to say now?
Yan Sha hesitated for a moment before turning to look at Chen Mo and asking. Chen Mo slowly stood up and said calmly, what Zhao Hongtao just analyzed does make sense, but I think he might have forgotten one thing. I did come back during PE class, but Zhao Hongtao himself was the last one to leave the classroom.
Everyone in our class saw it. Zhao Hongtao was late for PE class today. Could it be that Zhao Hongtao stole the money himself and deliberately framed me? Exactly. If we follow Zhao Hongtao's own logic, then he's a suspect too.
Chen Mo, you're absolutely right. Zhao Hongtao was late for PE class today.
Meng Liang and Lu Rui quickly chimed in. Upon hearing Chen Mo's words, Zhao Hongtao couldn't help but let out a cold laugh.
Showing no sign of nervousness and offering no explanation, he turned directly to Qian Guangfei and shouted, Principal Qian, since I suspect Chen Mo and Chen Mo suspects me, why don't you settle this? Conduct a search on both of us. I haven't left campus since PE class ended. Li Kai and the others can vouch for that.
Meng Liang and Lu Rui can also confirm Chen Mo never left. So if either of us stole the money, it must still be on our persons.
Right, body search. Search us. The students in the classroom erupted into shouts after hearing Zhao Hongtao's words. Chen Mo narrowed his eyes, fixing them on Zhao Hongtao's position. He felt a twinge of confusion. He couldn't fathom why Zhao Hongtao was so insistent on a search now, or why he was so utterly convinced Chen Mo was the thief.
Chen Mo, do you consent to a search? Yan Sha hesitated for a moment before asking Chen Mo.
As soon as Yan Sha finished speaking, all the students turned their heads to look at Chen Mo. Li Kai's face broke into a smug grin.
If Chen Mo refused the search now, it would prove he was definitely the thief.
But if he agreed to the search, then their plan to frame him would succeed. Everything seemed to be unfolding exactly as Li Kai had envisioned.
Chapter 109, Explain. What is this thing?
Chen Mo's gaze remained calm as he looked toward Zhao Hongtao's position. By now, he had vaguely pieced together what was happening today. The fact that Zhao Hongtao could analyze so much and speak with such confidence meant only one thing.
That everything had been meticulously planned by someone else.
And given Zhao Hongtao's insistence on the search, perhaps the money was hidden in Chen Mo's desk right now.
This was all a setup.
Zhao Hongtao was the last to leave the classroom. He placed Zhao Ainan's class fund in his own desk. Then, when Zhao Ainan discovered the money missing, Zhao Hongtao stepped forward to accuse Chen Mo and demanded everyone search him.
Well, Chen Mo, do you dare let everyone search you?
Seeing Chen Mo standing silently in place, Zhao Hongtao grinned and asked him.
Do you have any idea how foolish you're being right now?
Chen Mo said softly to Zhao Hongtao.
What did you just say?
Zhao Hongtao stared at Chen Mo, momentarily stunned.
Chen Mo stared at Zhao Hongtao without responding. Director Qian, I think this Chen Mo must be guilty, that's why he dares not let you search him. This Chen Mo is a thief.
Zhao Hongtao shouted at Qian Guangfa with great agitation. Qian Guangfa hesitated briefly before whispering to Yan Shi, Teacher Yan, you witnessed the situation. Since both Zhao Hongtao and Chen Mo could be the thief, I believe searching them both is the best course of action. Director Qian, conducting a search without consent is illegal. You should think this through carefully, Yan Sha replied softly.
Well.
Qian Guangfa's expression turned troubled upon hearing this, for he knew full well that without Chen Mo's consent, the search would be illegal.
Director Qian, I'm not worried about legality. How about this, I'll search Chen Mo first. If I find nothing, then Chen Mo can search me.
Seeing matters escalate to this point, Zhao Hongtao naturally refused to back down easily. His expression grew heated as he shouted.
I think that's a good suggestion. Go ahead and search Chen Mo.
Qian Guangfa instantly agreed upon hearing Zhao Hongtao's words. After all, if Chen Mo and Zhao Hongtao searched each other, even if Chen Mo truly wasn't the thief, it wouldn't affect him in the slightest.
The one who would bear responsibility would be Zhao Hongtao. Zhao Hongtao strode directly toward Chen Mo. Instead of searching his clothes immediately, he headed straight for Chen Mo's seat. It was clear Zhao Hongtao had hidden the money inside the desk. Chen Mo noticed this too. Watching Zhao Hongtao, he murmured, "You guys really went to great lengths to frame me, didn't you?" "Frame you? Don't be ridiculous. Who's framing you?" Zhao Hongtao sneered coldly. "Mark my words, in 1 hour, you'll pay for what you're doing right now." At that moment, Chen Mo showed no sign of tension on his face. On the contrary, he remained remarkably calm. In Chen Mo's eyes, Zhao Hongtao and his crew's petty tricks were utterly insignificant. How could a billionaire worth hundreds of billions stoop to stealing a few thousand yuan? Zhao Hongtao, meanwhile, was brimming with confidence. He knew that once he found the money in Chen Mo's desk, there would be no chance for Chen Mo to recover. The entire classroom fell into a deathly silence, broken only by the sound of Zhao Hongtao's footsteps approaching Chen Mo's desk. Li Kai, Gao Feifei, and the others, seeing their plan about to succeed, wore smug smiles. Lu Di, however, felt a surge of nervousness. But the most anxious person in the room was class monitor Zhao Anan. Zhao Anan seemed to sense something was off about today's events. Zhao Hongtao's absolute certainty that Chen Mo was the thief pointed to only two possibilities: either Chen Mo really was the thief, or he had been framed by Zhao Hongtao. "Stop searching." At that moment, Zhao Anan abruptly stood up and shouted loudly. Everyone turned to look at her upon hearing her words. Zhao Hongtao also halted his steps, a look of confusion in his eyes. "I remember now. Actually, my money wasn't lost at all. I deposited it in the bank. I just forgot in my panic earlier." Zhao Anan bit her red lip as she told a lie, her voice trembling with nervousness. Zhao Anan's actions were clearly meant to protect Chen Mo. Though she didn't know for certain if Chen Mo had stolen her money, if Zhao Hongtao found it, Chen Mo would undoubtedly be branded a thief and possibly expelled from school. Zhao Anan would rather take the blame herself than watch Chen Mo get expelled. Simply put, Zhao Anan still didn't believe Chen Mo was a thief. "Anan, what did you say?" Yan Shi heard Zhao Anan's words and asked with a tone of utter bewilderment. Teacher, the money isn't missing. I saved it." Zhao Anan whispered. "Impossible." Zhao Hongtao shouted, his expression agitated. Before gym class, he had personally hidden Zhao Anan's money inside Chen Mo's desk. Now that Zhao Anan claimed the money hadn't been lost, he wouldn't believe it even if you beat him to death. "How do you know it's impossible?" Seeing Zhao Hongtao's reaction, Zhao Anan grew even more suspicious and retorted directly. Something this big, how could you possibly forget?" Zhao Hongtao was momentarily flustered, stammering out a reply. "Class monitor, you mean you deposited the class fund into the bank?" Seeing the situation spiraling out of control, Gao Feifei stood up abruptly and confronted Zhao Anan. Yes. Zhao Anan nodded lightly. "But you just said you never left campus? You came straight back to class after PE and found the money gone. When exactly did you deposit it? Which bank did you use? Do you have any deposit slips?" Gao Feifei fired off a barrage of questions, leaving Zhao Anan completely flustered. Zhao Anan stood frozen in place, staring at Gao Feifei, utterly clueless about how to respond to these questions. "If you really deposited it in the bank, fine. Then take your bank card and lead us to withdraw the money. Once it's out, we'll accept that you made a mistake. But if it's not there, wouldn't I be justified in suspecting you, class monitor, of colluding with others to embezzle funds?" Gao Feifei shouted, her tone unusually sharp. Zhao Anan was so flustered she couldn't find the words, and tears welled up in her eyes again. "Class monitor, no need to explain. If they want to search, let them search." Chen Mo suddenly spoke up. Chen Mo knew Zhao Anan, that silly girl, was only doing this to protect him. He couldn't bear to watch her get bullied any longer. "Chen Mo, you're the one who asked me to search." Zhao Hongtao sneered coldly, then bent down and rummaged through Chen Mo's desk twice. With an expression of smug satisfaction, he pulled out a pink wallet. Thud! Zhao Hongtao slammed the wallet down in front of Chen Mo and bellowed at the top of his lungs, "Chen Mo! Now explain to me what this is." The classroom erupted in a buzz of astonishment when the classmates saw Zhao Hongtao had actually found the wallet in Chen Mo's desk. Chapter 110, Do I Even Need to Knock? Inside the classroom. The crowd fell into chaos upon seeing Zhao Hongtao retrieve Zhao Anan's wallet from Chen Mo's desk. Though many students had secretly suspected Chen Mo of being the school thief, his recent extravagant spending habits seemed utterly out of character for a poor student scraping by on scavenged trash. But when they finally confirmed Chen Mo was the thief, they were still shocked. Who would have thought Chen Mo was actually the thief? Yeah, this Chen Mo is disgusting. He seemed a bit poor at school, but he was still honest. Who knew he was this kind of person? Honestly, I suspected Chen Mo was no good a long time ago. Otherwise, where did he get all that money to treat us to dinner that day? From collecting bottles? A few students whispered among themselves. Meng Liang and Lu Rui turned to stare at Chen Mo, their eyes filled with disbelief. They simply couldn't fathom that Chen Mo had actually done such a thing. Zhao Anan and Yan Shi, meanwhile, looked utterly stunned. Teacher Yan, did Chen Mo really take the money?
Zhao Ainan asked Yan Sha, her expression filled with confusion. I'm not entirely sure myself.
Having taught for so many years, Yan Sha had seen all kinds of students, but someone like Chen Mo was exceptionally rare.
In her eyes, Chen Mo had always seemed like a decent kid at the very least, she trusted him implicitly.
But now, caught red-handed, even she couldn't be certain he wasn't a thief. Could there be some hardship at Chen Mo's home? Zhao Ainan pressed on.
Yan Sha shook her head gently, unwilling to voice any opinion at this moment. Gao Feifei, Li Kai, Su Jiao, and the others wore expressions of triumph. After planning for so long, they were finally witnessing Chen Mo's downfall.
How could they not be delighted?
When Chen Mo saw Zhao Hongtao retrieve the wallet from his desk, his expression remained utterly calm. He narrowed his eyes, observing everyone present, silently committing their expressions to memory. Perhaps it was precisely at moments like this that one could see a person's true nature most clearly.
It seems the real masterminds behind today's events are Li Kai and Gao Feifei. Otherwise, how could they have shown no surprise at all just now? Chen Mo murmured to himself after observing Gao Feifei and Li Kai's expressions.
Chen Mo had never understood why Gao Feifei had wronged him first, and why Li Kai had stolen his girlfriend. He had never done anything to deserve their repeated hostility.
Class monitor, isn't this your wallet?
Zhao Hongtao yelled at Zhao Ainan at the top of his lungs.
Zhao Ainan couldn't believe her eyes.
Her beautiful eyes fixed intently on Chen Mo, as if waiting for his explanation.
Seeing Zhao Ainan's silence, Zhao Hongtao opened the wallet, exposing the cash inside for all to see. Director Qian, is this Chen Mo now caught red-handed? How do you want to handle him?
Seeing Zhao Ainan's silence, Zhao Hongtao shouted at Qian Guangfa.
Well.
Who'd have thought you'd pull something like this, you slacker?
Come with me to the academic affairs office now.
I'll discuss with the other teachers how to handle your case. Qian Guangfa shouted, his expression agitated.
Academic affairs office.
The students in the classroom all showed expressions of fear upon hearing those 3 words. Because whenever a student made a mistake, they'd be taken there for a thorough scolding. Basically, no student who went in ever came out unscathed.
Principal Qian, I think Chen Mo deserves a proper lesson.
Maybe he stole all the other money from our school too. Zhao Hongtao called out cheerfully to Qian Guangfa.
I know exactly what needs to be done.
Qian Guangfa snorted coldly, then turned to Chen Mo and barked, alright, you come with me.
I want to see the principal. Chen Mo said calmly to Qian Guangfa. What do you think you're doing?
Qian Guangfa asked, momentarily stunned.
I said I want to see the principal.
Chen Mo repeated softly, then continued, according to school regulations, any student caught stealing should be handed over directly to the principal for handling. Serious cases warrant expulsion, while minor offenses result in probation. Therefore, I demand to see the principal now. When Chen Mo enrolled, he had memorized every school regulation out of fear that disciplinary action might disqualify him from receiving financial aid for students from low-income families. If he went to the academic affairs office with Qian Guangfa now, he'd surely get beaten up.
People like Qian Guangfa acted without thinking.
No matter how much power Chen Mo had, he couldn't reason with him. So Chen Mo's plan was simple, go straight to the principal. Once he dealt with the principal, the rest were mere puppets.
Heh, not bad, kid. You actually know this rule? Fine then, I'll take you to see the principal right now.
Chen Guangfa grinned at Chen Mo. Handing this matter over to the principal meant Chen Mo would be expelled outright, saving Chen Guangfa the trouble. Upon hearing Chen Mo volunteer to meet the principal, Li Kai, Gao Feifei, and the others nearly burst with glee.
Wasn't this the clearest path to self-destruction? Let's go. Qian Guangfa ordered Chen Mo coldly. Chen Mo turned his head and gave Zhao Hongtao a faint glance before striding directly toward the classroom exit.
As he passed Yan Sha, she suddenly grabbed his arm and whispered urgently, Chen Mo, tell me the truth, did you steal that money?
No. Chen Mo shook his head gently.
Then when you see the principal later, don't say anything untrue.
I'll do everything I can to help you.
Yan Sha said earnestly.
Thanks.
Chen Mo felt touched by Yan Sha's words. He gave a faint smile and walked out of the classroom. A few minutes later, Chen Guangfa led Chen Mo to the door of the president's office at Nanyang University.
Wait here. I'll go in and... Chen Guangfa opened his mouth to speak to Chen Mo.
Chen Mo reached out and pushed open the door to the president's office, striding inside.
Hey, you! Stop right there! Chen Guangfa shouted urgently upon seeing Chen Mo barge in. But it was too late.
Without a second thought, Chen Mo plopped himself down in the chair opposite the desk, his attitude brimming with arrogance. Earlier in the classroom, with other students watching, Chen Mo had kept his identity hidden. But now, with only Qian Guangfa and the principal present, Chen Mo felt no need to conceal anything.
Who are you? Why didn't you knock before entering my office?
The president of Nanyang University seemed startled by Chen Mo's actions, his expression turning angry as he demanded.
Do I need to knock to enter your own office? Chen Mo replied calmly, narrowing his eyes. Chapter 111, No one can fire me. Do I need to knock before entering your office? Chen Mo's words were utterly domineering, leaving Nanyang University's president, Qian Zilan, speechless. In truth, Chen Mo's attitude toward Qian Zilan wasn't about showing off.
He knew that despite his refined, scholarly appearance, the university president was fundamentally no good. Though not as brazen as Qian Guangfa, Chen Zilan had privately engaged in despicable acts such as maintaining relationships with faculty members and exploiting scholarship and graduate admission quotas to coerce female students into unethical arrangements. Chen Mo had heard numerous such tales, yet most students merely whispered about them behind closed doors. No one dared expose these scandals publicly. After all, Nanyang University was now ruled by Qian Zilan and Chen Guangfa.
Students dared not cross either of them. But just because others dared not confront them didn't mean Chen Mo wouldn't. Director Qian, what's going on with this student? Is he here to cause trouble?
After a moment of shock, Chen Zilan shouted excitedly toward Qian Guangfa at the doorway. Qian Guangfa, however, had been so startled by Chen Mo's earlier remark that he broke out in a cold sweat.
He immediately stepped forward and shouted at Chen Mo, "Are you out of your mind? Get up right now and apologize to the principal." Chen Mo lifted his head and gave Qian Zilan a cold glance before replying expressionlessly, "Does someone like him even deserve my apology?" You. Qian Zilan trembled with rage, his voice cracking as he shouted, "Director Qian, what's wrong with this kid? Is he mentally unstable or something?" "Principal Qian, this kid was caught stealing money from the class, so I brought him to you to ask how we should handle him." Chen Guangfa assumed Chen Mo must have known he was facing expulsion today, which explained his audacity. He hurriedly explained to Qian Zilan. "Caught stealing money?" Qian Zilan couldn't help but snore coldly before murmuring, "I never imagined Nanyang University would harbor such scum.
This individual has no place receiving an education here. Expulsion is immediate, and the Ministry of Education must be notified."
No university in Nanyang City should ever admit this student again. Chen Mo's earlier actions had thoroughly enraged Qian Zilan. Now, he intended not only to expel Chen Mo but also to report the incident to the Ministry of Education. This meant that not only would Nanyang University know Chen Mo was a thief, but other universities would learn of it too. By then, Chen Mo would have no chance of attending any other school. "You're expelling me?" Chen Mo asked with a smirk. "Yes. Scum like you must be expelled. No one can plead for you." Qian Zilan shouted, his emotions running high. "This university no one can expel me unless I choose to leave myself." Chen Mo narrowed his eyes and said calmly. "You? What did you say? I'm the president of Nanyang University, and you dare claim I can't expel you? This is utterly ridiculous." Qian Zilan glared at Chen Mo, his voice cold. "I said you can't expel me, and you can't expel me." Chen Mo's expression remained calm. Click. Qian Zilan refused to waste words with Chen Mo. He grabbed his phone and dialed a number. "Professor Zhang, please retrieve the file of a third-year student named Chen Mo. I need to expel this student immediately." Qian Zilan bellowed into the phone before slamming it down. He turned to Chen Mo and declared, "Just you wait. Your records will be here soon. We'll see if I can expel you today." "Ha!"
Chen Mo watched the furious Qian Zilan with a faint smile, then reached for his own phone and dialed a number.
"Kid, suddenly think of calling for help now, huh?"
Qian Guangfa sneered coldly at Chen Mo before muttering, "If you'd shown a bit more respect when you walked in earlier, the principal might have given you a chance to stay on probation.
But now you're looking for help? It might be a little late. Just wait for your expulsion." Chen Mo ignored Qian Guangfa, staring quietly at his phone. "Mr. Chen, hello." The call was answered quickly. 15 minutes. President's office at Nanyang University. Chen Mo replied indifferently. "Understood." The other party didn't even ask what had happened. After saying that, they hung up immediately. "Even if you summon the director of education here today, I must expel you as a student. In all my years as president, I've never encountered a student like you." Qian Zilan shouted, visibly agitated after Chen Mo hung up. "It's a bit premature to say that now." Chen Mo replied casually. "Fine, then just wait and see." Qian Zilan's hatred for Chen Mo deepened at his arrogant attitude. He felt Chen Mo's current behavior was a direct provocation. Moreover, he could see that Chen Mo's attire was utterly ordinary, nothing like that of a wealthy second-generation heir with astonishing connections. Naturally, he couldn't possibly have any powerful contacts. Earlier, when Qian Zilan boasted that he wouldn't give face even to the Education Bureau director, it was pure bluff. He knew Chen Mo couldn't possibly summon the director. If he actually did, it would probably scare the living daylights out of Qian Zilan. Chen Mo sat casually in his chair, waiting quietly. Qian Zilan and Qian Guangfa both glared at Chen Mo with furious eyes, plunging the entire office into a deafening silence. While the principal's office was silent, the classroom was in complete chaos. All the students were discussing the rumor that Chen Mo was a thief. Gao Feifei, Li Kai, Zhao Hongtao, and others secretly gloated, convinced Chen Mo was finally going to be expelled by the principal. This was absolutely a satisfying turn of events. Gao Feifei had even begun scheming about how she would mock Chen Mo when he left the school. But Lu Di's pretty face betrayed a hint of anxiety, for she sensed today's incident was far from simple.
Zhao Anan sat in her seat, her expression grim, inwardly regretting that she had ever mentioned the missing money. Yansha kept making calls, trying to find connections that might help Chen Mo avoid expulsion. Lu Rui and Meng Liang sat motionless, their eyes vacant, utterly clueless about what they could possibly do now. In the blink of an eye, 20 minutes had passed. A middle-aged man wearing glasses entered the principal's office carrying Chen Mo's file. He bowed respectfully to Chen Zilin and said, "Principal Chen, I brought the documents you requested." "Good." Chen Zilin reached out to take the file folder, glanced up at Chen Mo, then immediately pulled out Chen Mo's records. "Chen Mo, do you still dare claim I can't expel you?" Chen Zilin asked coldly as he produced the seal used to expel students. "If you stamp this, I'll make you regret it for the rest of your life," Chen Mo said calmly, staring at Chen Zilin. "At a time like this, you still dare to threaten me." Chen Zilin sneered dismissively, then raised his hand to stamp the seal. Bang! But just as Chen Zilin's hand rose, the door to the principal's office burst open. Chen Zilin instinctively glanced up, then froze in place. Qian Guangfa, upon seeing the person entering, also froze in place, a flicker of surprise crossing his eyes. Only Chen Mo remained seated quietly in his chair, for he already knew exactly who had entered. Chapter 112, The entire school belongs to me. Inside the president's office at Nanyang University. Chen Guangfa and Qian Zilin both wore expressions of shock upon seeing the middle-aged man entering the office. "Chairman Li, how did you find the time to visit today?" Qian Zilin hurriedly stood up and walked briskly to the middle-aged man, asking with a smile. "Indeed, Chairman Li isn't today scheduled for the Board of Trustees meeting?" Qian Guangfa chimed in immediately. The middle-aged man appearing in Qian Zilin's office at that moment was none other than Li Juncheng, the very same person who had just spoken with Chen Mo on the phone. When Li Juncheng had introduced Chen Mo to the inheritance left by Wang Chang, he had specifically mentioned that Wang Chang had originally been the chairman of the Nanyang University Board of Trustees. After Wang Chang's death, Li Juncheng had taken over his position, becoming the acting chairman of the board. Chen Mo's earlier confidence stemmed from knowing that Li Juncheng, as chairman of the Nanyang University Board of Trustees, held a position far above Qian Zilin's. It could be said that the university's chancellor was entirely subject to the board's will. Therefore, as long as Chen Mo himself didn't want to leave, no one at the university could fire him. Nanyang University was a private institution, meaning all funding came from shareholders within the board. Li Juncheng currently held an 80% stake in the university, which meant Chen Mo effectively controlled 80% of the shares. The entire university belonged to Chen Mo. What authority did Qian Zilin have to dismiss him? Li Juncheng cast a cool glance at Qian Zilin and Chen Guangfa without responding. Instead, he approached Chen Mo with utmost respect and murmured, "My apologies, young Master Chen, I'm late." Upon hearing Li Juncheng's words, Qian Zilin and Qian Guangfa froze instantly, their expressions frozen in utter shock. They never imagined that a penniless youngster like Chen Mo could possibly know someone as influential as Li Juncheng. Beads of sweat began to form on Qian Zilin's forehead. Only now did he understand why Chen Mo had been so arrogant earlier, why he'd been so certain Qian wouldn't dare fire him. If Chen Mo truly knew Li Juncheng, Qian Zilin certainly didn't have the guts to dismiss him. "I haven't been fired yet." "You're not too late." Chen Mo replied casually, then stood up abruptly and addressed Li Juncheng. "Mr. Li, how much of this school's shares do I currently hold?" "Young Master Chen, you now hold 80% of the shares and possess absolute controlling rights," Li Juncheng hastily replied. Qian Zilin and Qian Guangfa were dumbfounded once more upon hearing this. They couldn't fathom how Chen Mo had suddenly acquired 80% of Nanyang University's shares. Shouldn't those shares belong to Li Juncheng? "Qian Zilin, I forgot to introduce you. This is Mr. Chen Mo, the sole legal heir of Chairman Wang Chang. Therefore, the 80% stake in Nanyang University previously held by Mr. Wang Chang now belongs entirely to Mr. Chen. I have been serving as the acting chairman of the Board of Trustees. Now that Mr. Chen has inherited Mr. Wang Cheng's estate, this position should rightfully belong to him." Li Juncheng turned to face Qian Zilin, his tone calm. Though Li Juncheng's tone was composed, his words sent shockwaves through both Qian Zilin and Qian Guangfa. Who could have imagined that this seemingly ordinary young man who had scraped by on poverty scholarships by collecting trash on campus would now transform into Wang Cheng's heir and chairman of the university's Board of Trustees? For Qian Zilin, this was nothing short of explosive news. Chen Zilin had no idea just how wealthy Wang Chang truly was, but he knew full well how terrifying a presence Li Juncheng represented. Now that Li Juncheng had become Chen Mo's subordinate, Chen Mo's power was simply beyond imagination. "This entire school is mine now. Do you still dare claim you have the authority to expel me?" Chen Mo stepped forward, narrowing his eyes as he asked Qian Zilin in a low voice. Mr. Chen." A flicker of fear crossed Qian Zilin's eyes as he stumbled backward twice before crashing to the floor with a thud. Seeing Qian Zilin cowering before him, Chen Mo sneered with disdain. He then turned to Li Juncheng and demanded, "Li Juncheng, do I have the authority to replace the principal?" Upon hearing Chen Mo's words, both Qian Zilin and Qian Guangfa's expressions grew even more terrified.
Young Master Chen, replacing the school principal requires convening a board of trustees meeting and securing approval from 70% of the shareholders. However, since you now hold 80% of the shares, you can essentially make this a mere formality by holding a symbolic board meeting. Li Juncheng replied slowly. Understood. Chen Mo nodded lightly, then turned to Chen Zilan and continued, I said before, unless I choose to leave, no one can fire me. Now, not only can you not fire me, but I have the authority to fire you. Upon hearing Chen Mo's words, Chen Zilan abruptly looked up at him, his face turning ashen. His entire body went limp, collapsing to the floor. He never imagined he'd stirred up such a massive hornet's nest. But who could have imagined that a rich second-generation heir, capable of inheriting the Juncheng estate, would be idly picking up trash at school pretending to be poor? Young Master Chen, do you wish to replace Principal Chen Zilan now? Li Juncheng stepped forward and asked Chen Mo. Mr. Li, no. Chen Zilan immediately knelt on the ground, shouting at the top of his lungs. Mr. Li, young Master Chen, today I truly failed to recognize a mountain when I saw it. I have offended young Master Chen. You two may punish me however you wish, but please don't fire me. After all, I've served this school for so many years, if not for merit, then at least for the effort. Chen Zilan cried out, visibly agitated. After a moment's hesitation, Chen Guangfa also knelt on the ground and cried out to Chen Mo, Mr. Chen. Mr. Chen, today I was blind to offend you. I beg you, please give us two another chance. Please don't fire us. Chen Guangfa wasn't naive either. He knew full well that his position as Dean of Discipline at Nanyang University was entirely due to his uncle Chen Zilan. If Chen Mo expelled Chen Zilan now, his own fate wouldn't be much brighter. Chen Mo narrowed his eyes, observing the two men kneeling before him, and couldn't help but find the scene somewhat amusing. The once arrogant Chen Guangfa and Chen Zilan were now begging for mercy on their knees. Had Chen Mo been just an ordinary student, he might have been expelled by Chen Zilan today without even a chance to explain. Perhaps this was the transformation wealth wrought upon people. Chen Zilan stared at Chen Mo with an intensely nervous gaze, hoping he would show mercy. As the president of Nanyang University, Chen Zilan had once held the power to decide Chen Mo's fate with a single word. But now the tables had turned. Chen Mo's single word could determine Chen Zilan's fate. Meanwhile, in the classroom, a student dashed into the classroom, panting heavily as he shouted at Yan Shi, Teacher Yan, Chen Mo might have been expelled already. Yan Sha whipped her head around at the student's position, eyes wide. How do you know that? I just saw Teacher Zhang from the records office carrying a file into the principal's office, the student replied. It's over. Chen Mo might really be expelled. Yan Sha muttered with a look of despair. As a teacher at Nanyang University, she knew the archives room stored all faculty and student records. If someone took a file out, it could only mean two things, either a teacher was resigning, or a student was transferring schools or getting expelled. This can't be. I have to go see the president. Yan Sha shouted expressionlessly, then turned and sprinted toward the principal's office. Zhao Anan hesitated for a moment before hurrying after her. Upon learning that Chen Mo had been expelled, Li Kai, Gao Feifei, and the others broke into delighted smiles. They began discussing where best to celebrate that evening. Meanwhile, Meng Liang and Lu Rui wore expressions of utter despair. They never imagined Chen Mo would actually be expelled like this. Chapter 113, the show begins. Inside the president's office at Nanyang University, Chen Zilan and Chen Guangfa knelt before Chen Mo, desperately pleading for him to give them a second chance. Chen Mo, however, was internally debating whether to dismiss them. After all, if he did fire them, finding suitable replacements for the position of president in such a short time would be no easy task. But if he didn't fire them, Chen Mo knew full well the things these two had done at the university. They were utterly unqualified to be teachers. Thus, Chen Mo found himself hesitating for a moment. Tap tap tap. Just then, the sound of high heels tapping on the floor echoed outside the office. Chen Mo froze upon hearing the sound. Thump thump thump. Immediately after, a series of knocks sounded on the door. Principal, are you in there? Yan Shi asked urgently. Ms. Yan, why are you here? Chen Mo felt a flicker of surprise at hearing Yan Sha's voice, but quickly realized she might have come to plead his case. At this moment, Chen Mo had no intention of revealing his identity to Yan Sha. After a moment's hesitation, he whispered to Chen Zilan, get up. When Yan Sha comes in, don't tell her my identity. Understand? Understood. Chen Zilan nodded urgently at Chen Mo's words, then stood up and walked over to sit back down in his chair. Chen Mo stood up and lowered his head, looking every bit the repentant schoolboy. Chen Guangfa and Li Juncheng sat on the sofa nearby. Who is it? Chen Zilan composed himself briefly before calling out expressionlessly. Principal Chen, it's Yan Shi. Yan Sha hurriedly replied. Teacher Yan, come in then. Chen Zilan said indifferently. Upon hearing this, Yan Sha pushed open the door and stepped into the office. When she saw the files and official seal on Chen Zilan's desk, she became even more certain that he was about to expel Chen Mo. Principal Chen, I believe there must be some misunderstanding about Chen Mo stealing money.
I've known him for quite some time, and I don't think he's the kind of person who would do such a thing.
Yan Sha said, looking at Chen Zilan. Yes, Principal Chen, I lost that money. I don't want to pursue this matter anymore. Could you please not fire Chen Mo? Zhao Anan chimed in.
Seeing Yan Sha and Zhao Anan pleading for him at this moment truly moved Chen Mo. He felt an urge to explain the whole situation to them. But Chen Mo feared Yan Sha and Zhao Anan might think he was deceiving them, so he suppressed that urge. Ms. Yan, regarding the matter of Chen Mo stealing, there's no need to worry. We're still investigating.
Once we have the results, I'll notify you immediately. Chen Zilan said solemnly to Yan Sha. But Principal Chen. Ms. Yan, I won't frame the innocent nor let the guilty off the hook.
If you can produce evidence proving Chen Mo isn't a thief right now, I'll release him immediately. But if you can't, then go back and wait. Chen Zilan was preoccupied with whether Chen Mo would expel him, so he had no desire to waste words with Yan Shi.
Seeing Chen Zilan's unyielding stance, Yan Sha dared not press further. She turned to Chen Mo and said, Chen Mo, you must cooperate fully with Principal Chen's investigation, understand? Teacher, I understand. Chen Mo replied in a low voice. Anan, let's go.
Yan Sha sighed helplessly and turned to head out of the office. After a moment's hesitation, Zhao Anan followed Yan Sha out.
Both of them now hoped Chen Zilan would truly get to the bottom of this matter. Chen Zilan watched Yan Sha and Zhao Anan leave, then stood up and addressed Chen Mo. Young Master Chen, please take a seat. Did I handle myself well just now? Chen Mo sat down in Chen Zilan's chair and murmured, Chen Zilan, do you still want to keep being principal? Of course I do, Mr. Chen. I beg you, give me another chance.
Chen Zilan exclaimed, his expression filled with desperation.
Chen Mo had actually intended to fire Chen Zilan earlier.
However, Yan Sha and the other's sudden appearance made him realize that dismissing Chen Zilan now would inevitably arouse suspicion. Moreover, his unresolved accounts with Li Kai and Zhao Hongtao meant he still needed Chen Zilan and Qian Guangfa to keep playing their roles in his scheme.
Thus, Chen Mo changed his mind. He spoke softly, alright, I won't fire you now. But I need you to do 2 things. Not 2 things, I'd do 10 if you asked. Chen Zilan exclaimed excitedly. First, you must never reveal to anyone that I am the chairman of our school's board of trustees. If anyone finds out, I will fire you immediately. Chen Mo said slowly. Young Master Chen, rest assured. Only a few of us know this. I won't tell anyone else.
Chen Zilan agreed readily, though he didn't understand the significance of Chen Mo's actions. Second, you and Qian Guangfa must write down every single bad thing you've done during your time at this school.
Sign it with your fingerprints. Not a single thing can be left out. And you must promise never to do such things again. Otherwise, I won't just expel you, I'll hand these documents over to the police and let them deal with you. Chen Mo knew Chen Zilan had committed numerous misdeeds over the years, and he feared Chen Zilan would continue doing so.
Therefore, he needed something to keep both Chen Zilan and Qian Guangfa in check.
A flicker of unease crossed Chen Zilan's eyes. If you refuse, I can fire you right now. Chen Mo said slowly. I'm willing.
Chen Zilan exclaimed excitedly, then continued, rest assured, Mr. Chen, I'll hand these items over to you tomorrow.
Good.
Chen Mo nodded lightly, then turned to Qian Guangfa and ordered, go fetch Zhao Hongtao for me right now.
Right away.
Qian Guangfa hurriedly agreed before turning and dashing out of the office. Having dealt with Chen Zilan and Qian Guangfa, Chen Mo now turned his attention to Zhao Hongtao, Li Kai, Gao Feifei, and the others.
A sense of anticipation began to stir within Chen Mo.
He wondered what kind of reactions Gao Feifei, Li Kai, and the others would have when all the truths finally came to light.
Chapter 114, The Last Chance. Truthfully, it would have been incredibly simple for Chen Mo to truly deal with Gao Feifei, Li Kai, and the others. A single word from him could have Chen Zilan expel them immediately. But he didn't do it. Because the matter of him stealing hadn't been cleared up yet. If this wasn't resolved, every student in the entire school would think he was a thief. How could Chen Mo possibly continue attending Nanyang University after that?
Therefore, he had to get to the bottom of this matter. Meanwhile, Chen Guangfa remained utterly stunned by Chen Mo's astonishing identity. Even as he approached the front of the classroom, his face still bore a look of extreme tension.
Huff. Chen Guangfa took a deep breath before stepping into the classroom. Director Chen, why are you here? Is there any news about Chen Mo's situation?
Yan Sha's face lit up with excitement as she rushed over to ask.
I'm here to find someone.
Qian Guangfa replied in a low voice, then turned and called out to Zhao Hongtao in the classroom. Zhao Hongtao, come with me outside. Zhao Hongtao, still basking in the satisfaction of his successful scheme, froze upon hearing Qian Guangfa's words.
He quickly stood up and asked, Director Chen, what is it? The principal wants you to come over. Qian Guangfa said in a low voice. Got it.
Zhao Hongtao replied cheerfully, then strode out of the classroom alongside Qian Guangfa.
Who'd have thought Zhao Hongtao would score such a big win this time? He's definitely going to get praised by the principal. Su Zhao remarked with a hint of envy after seeing Zhao Hongtao leave.
Yeah, if I'd known it would go so smoothly, I would have done it myself.
Now that little cutie Zhao Hongtao gets to take all the credit. Li Kai felt a pang of regret. After all, Zhao Hongtao had played a major role in catching the thief Chen Mo. The school might even award him a certificate of merit. As long as Chen Mo gets expelled, who cares if we get the credit or not? Gao Feifei, however, was in high spirits. She'd already planned how she'd mock Chen Mo and was just waiting for the expulsion notice to arrive. Zhao Hongtao, seemingly convinced he was headed for praise, turned to Chen Guangfa with a grin and asked, "Director Chen, since I helped the school catch that thief Chen Mo, don't you think they should give me some kind of bonus or reward?" Bonus? Chen Guangfa snorted coldly at this, silently cursing under his breath. Who knew what awaited Zhao Hongtao? Yet here he was, still thinking about bonuses. "Director Chen, let me tell you, people like Chen Mo should be expelled immediately and handed over to the police. Our school has lost so much money, and it's all Chen Mo's doing. We absolutely cannot go easy on scum like him." Zhao Hongtao continued, fixing his gaze on Chen Guangfa. "You'd better focus on your own affairs." Chen Guangfa replied coolly. "My own affairs?" Zhao Hongtao froze upon hearing Chen Guangfa's words, then asked with a puzzled expression, "Director Chen, what do you mean by that? What business of mine?" "You'll find out soon enough." Chen Guangfa replied indifferently, then pushed open the door to the principal's office. Zhao Hongtao hesitated for a moment before stepping directly into the office. Upon entering, Zhao Hongtao discovered Chen Mo seated in the principal's chair, while Principal Chen Zilan stood beside him. A flicker of bewilderment crossed Zhao Hongtao's eyes. Raising his voice, he shouted at Chen Mo, "Chen Mo, who do you think you are? What gives you the right to sit there? Get up this instant." Thud. Without a second thought, Chen Guangfa, standing behind Zhao Hongtao, delivered a powerful kick straight to Zhao Hongtao's backside. Staring wide-eyed, he shouted, "Who do you think you are? How dare you speak to young Master Chen like that?" Young Master Chen? After being kicked by Chen Guangfa, Zhao Hongtao's face was filled with utter bewilderment. He couldn't fathom why Chen Guangfa had suddenly changed like a different person, addressing Chen Mo as young Master Chen. Even their school principal now stood respectfully beside Chen Mo. Zhao Hongtao was utterly bewildered, having no clue what was going on. Chen Mo slowly rose and walked up to Zhao Hongtao. Narrowing his eyes, he said, "Zhao Hongtao, in my eyes, you've always been a minor figure of little consequence. So even when you occasionally gave me a hard time in class, I never bothered to confront you. I figured arguing with trash like you would be a waste of my time. But I never imagined you'd stoop so low, learning to frame others and trying to put me in mortal danger. You really are vicious." "Frame you?" Zhao Hongtao froze for a moment, then shouted at the top of his lungs, "When did I frame you? What proof do you have that I framed you?" "Zhao Hongtao, at this point, you still refuse to admit it?" Chen Mo replied softly. "Admit what? What do I have to admit?" Zhao Hongtao roared, then turned his gaze toward Chen Zilan's seat, sneering coldly, "I know exactly what's going on. You must have bribed the principal and the director with that stolen money, right? Chen Mo, you really are cunning. You even bribed the principal? How much did you steal?" Chen Mo looked at Zhao Hongtao before him and smiled helplessly. He didn't even know what to say. Zhao Hongtao's way of thinking was truly beyond the comprehension of ordinary people. "Principal Chen, you must give me an explanation for today's incident. Otherwise, I'll go to the police right now and report that you accepted a bribe from a student to bully me." Zhao Hongtao gritted his teeth and shouted at Chen Zilan. "Zhao Hongtao, I forgot to mention I'm actually the chairman of our school's board of directors. So I suggest you tell the truth right now. Otherwise, I can fire you at any moment. Got it?" Chen Mo looked at Zhao Hongtao as he spoke. "Ha ha ha. Chen Mo, what era do you think this is? Stop blowing smoke here. How could you possibly be the chairman of the board? Doesn't the whole school know you're just a penniless trash collector?" Zhao Hongtao bellowed as if he'd heard the most ridiculous joke in the world. "Young Master Chen isn't bragging. He is our school's board chairman. He has no need to bribe me. Besides, you claimed he stole 8,000 yuan from another student. Given his standing, I doubt he'd stoop to such a petty act over a measly 8,000 yuan. Chen Zilan stated impassively at that moment. Zhao Hongtao froze in place upon hearing this, his face frozen in utter disbelief. A buzzing sensation filled his head as he was completely dumbfounded. Zhao Hongtao might not have believed Chen Mo's words, but now that Chen Zilan had confirmed it, even someone as slow as Zhao could sense Chen wasn't joking with him just now. Chen Mo was actually the chairman of the university board? How could that be possible? Wasn't Chen Mo just a poor kid who scavenged trash? Zhao Hongtao stared wide-eyed at Chen Mo, utterly at a loss for words to describe his current state of mind. "Zhao Hongtao, what exactly happened today? I'm giving you one last chance to explain." Chen Mo narrowed his eyes and spoke softly to Zhao Hongtao. Today's incident. At this moment, Chen Mo's identity had utterly intimidated Zhao Hongtao. A flicker of fear crossed his eyes, and for a moment, he didn't know how to face Chen Mo. Chapter 115, The Truth Surfaces. Zhao Hongtao had originally intended to confess everything truthfully about today's events. But the instant he opened his mouth, he suddenly realized that if he admitted to framing Chen Mo, the school would undoubtedly treat him as a thief. The ultimate outcome would still be expulsion.
In other words, whether he spoke or remained silent, expulsion loomed as his fate.
If he spoke up, he'd be branded a thief. If he stayed silent, he might still have a sliver of hope. After a moment's hesitation, Zhao Hongtao shouted at the top of his lungs, "I had nothing to do with today's incident. I never framed Chen Mo. Still playing dumb when you're about to get caught?"
Chen Mo stared at Zhao Hongtao, his expression unreadable.
I'm not being stubborn. This incident has nothing to do with me. Don't ask me about your money theft, I know nothing. Zhao Hongtao shouted back at Chen Mo with unwavering resolve. Zhao Hongtao, I was willing to give you a chance to confess. But since you refused to cooperate, don't blame me for being ruthless. Chen Mo replied coolly, then turned to Chen Guangfa and murmured, "Chen Guangfa, if I recall correctly, every classroom in our school has surveillance cameras installed, right?" A flicker of fear crossed Zhao Hongtao's eyes as he suddenly realized he'd completely forgotten about the cameras. "Mr. Chen, it's true that our school has installed cameras in every office, but they're all turned off." Chen Guangfa replied with a hint of resignation. Upon hearing this, Zhao Hongtao couldn't help but chuckle inwardly.
Without the cameras, Chen Mo would have no way to find evidence of his frame-up. Come that time, he could simply deny everything.
Even as chairman of the school board, Chen Mo wouldn't be able to do anything to him. It doesn't matter.
I know the cameras in the classrooms are off, but the ones in the hallway should be recording 24/7, right?
Get someone to retrieve the surveillance footage for me now.
Chen Mo knew full well the classroom cameras were mere decorations. On his way to the principal's office, he'd noticed the corridor cameras devices that not only monitored the hallway but also captured views inside the classrooms. Chen Mo had already devised his countermeasures against Zhao Hongtao and his associates.
Yes, young Master Chen. Chen Guangfa hurriedly agreed. Zhao Hongtao sat dumbfounded on the floor, his face etched with utter despair. His emotions had been like a roller coaster, soaring and plummeting. Hearing Chen Mo's words had sent him spiraling into complete collapse. He hadn't anticipated a single oversight. How could Zhao Hongtao have known the hallway cameras could also capture the classroom? A few minutes later, Chen Guangfa returned to the office with the USB drive. He handed it directly to Chen Mo and whispered, "Young Master Chen, what you requested is inside." Chen Mo took the flash drive without any intention of opening it, for he knew exactly what was recorded inside. "Zhao Hongtao, at this point, is there anything you wish to say?" Chen Mo asked softly, waving the USB drive in his hand toward Zhao Hongtao. Zhao Hongtao was now utterly hopeless. After hesitating for 2 seconds, he shouted at Chen Mo, "Chen Mo, I know I was wrong. I beg you, don't fire me. I truly know I was wrong. I shouldn't have framed you. I beg you. You finally admit it now." Chen Mo gave Zhao Hongtao a faint smile before saying expressionlessly, "I can let you off the hook, but I need you to do 3 things. "What are they?" Zhao Hongtao asked urgently. "First, don't tell anyone else about my identity."
Zhao Hongtao stared at Chen Mo in surprise for a moment before nodding hastily.
"Alright, I promise I won't tell anyone."
"Second, come back to class with me to admit what you've done and reveal who was behind it all."
Chen Mo continued.
A flicker of hesitation crossed Zhao Hongtao's eyes.
"If you can't do it, you can leave right now." Chen Mo said calmly. "I can do it. I can do it. I promise you." Though Zhao Hongtao was reluctant to betray Li Kai, circumstances had forced him to choose obedience to Chen Mo for his own survival.
At that moment, Zhao Hongtao was kicking himself.
Who could have imagined that Chen Mo had been pretending to be an ordinary person all along?
In reality, Chen Mo was a super-rich second-generation heir who had become the chairman of Nanyang University's Board of Trustees at such a young age.
What a terrifying background that must be. "Alright, let's go." Chen Mo grabbed the USB drive and turned to head out of the office. "Chen Mo, what about the third thing?" Zhao Hongtao called after him. "You'll find out about the third thing soon enough." Chen Mo replied indifferently before stepping out of the office. Chen Guangfa, Chen Zilan, and Zhao Hongtao hurriedly followed behind him. As for Li Juncheng, he didn't accompany Chen Mo back to the classroom after all. If Li Juncheng showed up, Chen Mo's identity would be exposed. Along the way, Chen Guangfa, Chen Zilan, and Zhao Hongtao kept sizing up Chen Mo.
They were filled with curiosity and confusion about him, unable to fathom why someone like Chen Mo would pretend to be poor at school and specifically instruct them not to reveal his identity.
What was the point of Chen Mo doing this?
The reason was actually quite simple. If his identity were exposed, Chen Mo would never again be able to live an ordinary life. He would lose the ability to distinguish between those around him who were after his money and those who were after him as a person. It was akin to how no one who won a $5 million lottery jackpot would go around bragging about it. Because once relatives and friends learned of it, endless troubles would follow. Chen Mo now shared this exact mindset.
A few minutes later, Chen Mo and the others returned to the classroom. But when the students in the class saw Chen Mo return, they all wore expressions of contempt. They genuinely despised thieves like him. Yan Sha and Zhao Anan remained unaware of what had transpired in the principal's office.
They assumed Chen Mo's return signaled the imminent announcement of his expulsion.
Chen Mo, see? You got expelled after all. Let's see how cocky you can be now. Gao Feifei sneered coldly at Chen Mo's empty seat, then sneered sarcastically at him. Oh my, our class thief is back? Did you come back to beg everyone for forgiveness and ask for a chance to reform? Chen Mo lifted his head to glance at Gao Feifei. Why should someone like him get a second chance? He should have been expelled outright. Right. I'll never forgive someone like that. We're lucky the police didn't arrest him already. The other students in the class shouted in unison. Everyone, stop shouting. Actually, Chen Mo had his reasons for stealing. After all, he's so poor, yet he's so obsessed with saving face. With no money of his own, he had to steal to keep up appearances. Li Kai shouted at that moment. Can't he just be honest when he's broke? He's so obsessed with saving face, and he steals other people's money to show off. That's just shameless. Gao Feifei quickly interjected. Chen Mo narrowed his eyes at Gao Feifei and Li Kai. Far from feeling anger, he actually found himself wanting to laugh. He was curious to see what kind of faces they would make next. Chapter 116, You'll all pay the price. When the students in the classroom saw Chen Mo, Zhao Hongtao, Chen Guangfa, and the others all return, they assumed Chen Mo must have confessed everything, admitting he was the thief. They figured he was back to beg everyone for a chance to redeem himself. Thus, most of them stood up and hurled insults at Chen Mo. Chen Mo had never been popular in class, and with this theft incident, the students naturally refused to let him off the hook. Meng Liang and Lu Rui sat frozen in their seats, seemingly still unable to believe that Chen Mo had stolen the money. Chen Guangfa and Xian Zilan had intended to step forward to clarify the situation, but Chen Mo raised his hand to stop him. Young Master Chen, I'll go clear this up for you right now. Xian Guangfa whispered urgently. No need. I enjoy watching these people kick someone when they're down. Soon, I'll make them all pay for it. Chen Mo replied indifferently, then strode onto the podium, narrowing his eyes as he surveyed the students below. Chen Mo believed that only at moments like this could one see a person's truest colors. He would remember every student who had humiliated him and exact his revenge. Xian Guangfa, Chen Zilan, and the others, seeing that Chen Mo didn't want them involved, said nothing more and stood quietly to the side. But Yan Sha sensed something was off. If Chen Mo had truly been expelled, Chen Guangfa should have announced it immediately. Why was he standing there silently? Principal Qian, what exactly is going on here? Yan Sha hesitated before softly asking Qian Zilan. You'll find out soon enough, Qian Zilan replied indifferently. Yan Sha's eyes widened with even greater confusion at his words. Meanwhile, the students in the classroom grew even more agitated when they saw Chen Mo walk up to the podium. Chen Mo, how dare you show your face back in class? Having a thief like you is an absolute disgrace to our class. Yeah, who'd have thought Chen Mo was like this? No wonder he suddenly had money, turns out he was stealing from others. Splurging and showing off with stolen money? That's just shameless. The crowd shouted at Chen Mo's seat, their faces flushed with anger. Chen Mo stood expressionless at the front of the classroom, enduring the barrage of accusations without the slightest hint of rebuttal. Chen Mo, what's going on here? Just then, a slender figure dashed into the classroom from outside, her voice filled with confusion as she confronted Chen Mo. Nothing. Chen Mo turned his head and saw that it was Ming Mei and Wei Zheqi who had arrived. Ming Mei and Wei Zheqi had been waiting for quite some time and had been unable to reach Meng Liang by phone, which is why they came to the classroom to look for them. But the moment they entered the classroom, they witnessed Chen Mo being humiliated by the crowd. When Meng Liang spotted Ming Mei and Wei Zheqi, a flicker of panic crossed his eyes. He feared that if Ming Mei learned about Chen Mo stealing, she would surely leave him again. Rushing over to Ming Mei, he grabbed both her and Wei Zheqi by the arms and stammered, Zheqi, Ming Mei, why did you two come over too? We waited for you guys for so long, but you never came out, so we came looking for you. Wei Zheqi pouted as she replied, then turned her gaze toward Chen Mo's seat and pressed further, Meng Liang, what's going on? What happened between you two? Nothing major, just a little misunderstanding. You two should really get going. Meng Liang gave a casual brush off. A minor misunderstanding? It doesn't seem that way to me. Did Chen Mo get into trouble? Wei Zheqi frowned and replied. No. Before Meng Liang could finish, Gao Feifei suddenly stood up and exclaimed, you guessed right. Chen Mo really did something wrong, he stole our class fund. We're discussing how to deal with him right now. Gao Feifei had long wanted to break up Chen Mo and Ming Mei. When Ming Mei confessed to Chen Mo at Yisheng Garden earlier, it had already rubbed Gao Feifei the wrong way. Now that Ming Mei had come over on her own, Gao Feifei wasn't about to let this opportunity slip. Chen Mo, you're a thief? I never imagined you'd be this kind of person. How could you do something like this? Wei Zheqi exclaimed at Chen Mo, her expression filled with utter disbelief upon hearing Gao Feifei's words. Chen Mo gave Wei Zheqi a faint glance but offered no reply. Ming Mei, meanwhile, felt her mind going blank. How could Chen Mo, a rich kid, possibly be a thief? Did he steal the money to buy that villa? That was clearly impossible. A super-rich second-generation heir who casually bought a villa worth over 200 million yuan would actually steal class funds? Even if you beat Ming Mei to death, she couldn't believe it. Well, Are you stunned now?
Seeing Mingmei frozen in place, Gao Feifei's expression grew even more smug as she shouted, I warned you before, this Chen Mo is no good.
You wouldn't listen. Now you regret it, don't you? Chen Mo is a thief. And you actually wanted to be with someone like that? It's laughable. How could Chen Mo possibly be a thief? Mingmei retorted, her eyes filled with utter bewilderment. The evidence is irrefutable. The class fund was hidden in Chen Mo's desk, and every student in the class saw it. How can you still not believe it? Gao Feifei said coldly. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Mingmei knew Chen Mo's character and still couldn't believe he'd steal such a small amount of money. Looks like you really have been fooled by Chen Mo.
Seeing Mingmei still doubted her, Gao Feifei shook her head helplessly.
Enough. Stop wasting your breath on someone like Chen Mo. Just expel him already. Exactly. Fire this trash immediately, and he has to return every penny he stole. He must be behind all the other thefts at our school too. The students in the classroom, unwilling to waste any more words, shouted excitedly. After hearing everyone's words, Gao Feifei turned to face Chen Mo directly, her expression blank as she asked, Chen Mo, at this point, is there anything else you want to say? Is that all you have to say?
Chen Mo surveyed everyone in the classroom, his tone calm. Everyone froze upon hearing Chen Mo's words. Since everyone has spoken, I'll say a few words.
I've taken note of every person who stood up to accuse me just now.
Soon, you'll all pay the price for the words you've spoken. Chen Mo continued, his gaze fixed on the crowd. The students who had stood up looked at Chen Mo, their eyes flickering with confusion.
None of them understood what he meant.
Chen Mo turned his gaze toward Qian Guangfa's seat and said softly, Director Qian, please share the findings of this investigation with them.
Certainly.
Qian Guangfa nodded slightly before striding up to the podium.
Chapter 117, Not Asking Him. Inside the classroom.
Qian Guangfa slowly approached Chen Mo and stated expressionlessly, after investigation by myself and Principal Qian, we've discovered a significant misunderstanding regarding today's incident. The real thief was not Chen Mo, but Zhao Hongtao himself.
What? The entire class fell into stunned silence, their expressions filled with utter disbelief.
Zhao Hongtao stole the class fund and hid it in Chen Mo's desk, then stepped forward to frame Chen Mo.
This is a classic case of framing someone. Qian Guangfa continued to shout. As his words fell, the entire classroom plunged into silence. Everyone froze in place.
Gao Feifei, Li Kai, Lu Di, and the others were utterly dumbfounded.
Yan Sha and Zhao Anan also wore expressions of utter astonishment.
Ming Mei, however, let out a relieved smile. If this was the truth, then everything made sense. Why would a super rich kid like Chen Mo steal the class fund? This was ridiculous. Principal Qian, are you certain this investigation is complete? Li Kai hesitated, then pressed the question, seemingly unwilling to accept it. Yeah, Director Qian, there's definitely something fishy here. Did Chen Mo bribe you? The money was found in Chen Mo's desk. Gao Feifei knew the truth was out, but she still argued back.
Exactly. Chen Mo must be the thief. Director Qian, you've been bribed by him, haven't you?
Several students in the class seemed unable to accept this turn of events, shouting in unison.
Thud.
Upon hearing these words, Qian Guangfa slammed his fist on the desk in front of him and bellowed, Shut your mouths.
What do you mean I was bribed by Chen Mo? Do you think both Principal Qian and I were bought off? The students fell silent at Qian Guangfa's words. Qian Guangfa turned his gaze toward Zhao Hongtao's seat and barked coldly, Zhao Hongtao, what are you still standing there for? Get up here and admit what you did.
Zhao Hongtao hesitated, then gritted his teeth and walked up to the podium. In a low voice, he admitted, Director Qian was right.
I did do this today. I stole the class fund from the monitor and deliberately placed it in Chen Mo's desk to frame him. Clang.
Gao Feifei, who had been acting so arrogant moments ago, took 2 steps back upon hearing Zhao Hongtao's confession. She collapsed into a chair, her eyes filled with panic. Li Kai stared at Zhao Hongtao with reddened eyes, utterly baffled as to why he would confess now. Lu Di looked at Zhao Hongtao with a bitter smile. She had opposed this plan from the very beginning, always sensing something was off.
Sure enough, the truth had finally come out.
The students in the classroom stood frozen in place, staring at Zhao Hongtao's seat, utterly shocked. They never imagined that Chen Mo really wasn't the thief.
Meng Liang and Lu Rui's faces now wore expressions of intense excitement. Great news! Chen Mo wasn't the thief after all.
Meng Liang exclaimed joyfully.
Yeah, I knew Chen Mo wouldn't do something like that. Lu Rui quickly chimed in. We've thoroughly investigated this matter.
The real thief is Zhao Hongtao, and Chen Mo is the victim. So just now, I discussed with Principal Qian how to handle Zhao Hongtao and we've decided to leave it up to Chen Mo to decide.
Qian Guangfa announced to the class with a straight face.
Upon realizing his fate now rested in Chen Mo's hands, Zhao Hongtao frantically turned toward Chen Mo's seat, his face contorted with desperation.
Chen Mo, I know I was wrong. I shouldn't have framed you. Please, I beg you just don't expel me. I'll do anything you ask. Please.
Gao Feifei, Li Kai, and the others watched Zhao Hongtao groveling so pitifully before Chen Mo, their hearts plunging into the depths of despair. Who could have imagined that just as victory seemed within their grasp, the situation would take such a dramatic turn? Even now, Li Kai couldn't fathom why Zhao Hongtao had confessed to everything. If Zhao hadn't admitted it, even if they couldn't prove Chen Mo was the thief, they certainly couldn't pin these crimes on Zhao Hongtao.
Zhao Hongtao, do you remember the second task I assigned you? Chen Mo asked Zhao Hongtao expressionlessly. I remember. Zhao Hongtao nodded hastily. Spill it. Who exactly was pulling your strings behind the scenes? Chen Mo said calmly. Li Kai froze upon hearing Chen Mo's words, utterly stunned that Chen Mo knew someone was pulling Zhao Hongtao's strings. Tension crept into Li Kai's expression as he feared Zhao Hongtao might actually turn him in. Gao Feifei, Lu Rui, Su Jiao, and the others instinctively avoided Zhao Hongtao's gaze. After hesitating for 2 seconds, Zhao Hongtao gritted his teeth and shouted, "The one truly pulling the strings behind me is Li Kai. Li Kai has always wanted to find an opportunity to get back at you, so this plan was Li Kai's idea. I was just the one put forward to carry it out." Bip. Zhao Hongtao's words sent shockwaves through the classroom. Every head whipped around to stare at Li Kai's seat. No one had imagined that Li Kai was the one pulling Zhao Hongtao's strings behind the scenes. Zhao Hongtao, don't make these baseless accusations. When did I ever order you to do anything? Li Kai shouted, his eyes bulging with fury. You ordered me to do this. I still have the text messages you sent me on my phone. If you don't believe me, I can show them to you right now. Zhao Hongtao retorted immediately. Hearing this, Li Kai's face paled noticeably, and beads of sweat began forming on his forehead. For a moment, he was at a loss for words. Mr. Chen Mo, now that the 2 individuals who framed you have been identified, how do you intend to handle them? Qian Zilan walked over to Chen Mo and asked him with a serious expression. What they did should be grounds for expulsion, right? Chen Mo said slowly. Absolutely. Qian Zilan immediately affirmed. Chen Mo turned his head and gave Li Kai a faint glance. Upon catching Chen Mo's gaze, Li Kai lost all composure. His father had gone to great lengths and pulled numerous strings to secure his admission to Nanyang University. If Li Kai were expelled now, his father would undoubtedly beat him to death with his own hands. That fear made Li Kai tremble at the thought of Chen Mo actually expelling him. Chen Mo, I know I was wrong. I shouldn't have framed you. Please, give me a chance. I'll do anything you ask, just don't expel me. Li Kai, who had always looked down on Chen Mo, finally bowed his head before him, his tone utterly submissive. The other students in the class stared at Li Kai, their eyes unfocused. They found the whole situation utterly unbelievable. Who could have imagined that the rich kid of the class would now be begging the poor, lowly Chen Mo, someone they all looked down on? Li Kai, why are you begging him? What does he even amount to? Gao Feifei seemed unable to accept Li Kai's defeat at Chen Mo's hands. Her emotions running high, she shouted at Li Kai. Chen Mo, I beg you. Give me a chance. Don't expel me. I'll do anything you ask, just don't expel me. Ignoring Gao Feifei, Li Kai abandoned his pride and pleaded softly to Chen Mo. Chapter 118, A Single Day's Humiliation, Tenfold Retribution. The students in the classroom stood frozen in place, stunned. None of them had anticipated such an outcome. The real thieves weren't Chen Mo at all, but Li Kai and Zhao Hongtao. Zhao Hongtao had named only Li Kai for 2 reasons. First, he was still protecting Lu Di at that moment. Second, he only had evidence implicating Li Kai and ordering him to do it, not evidence linking others to the crime. Therefore, naming others would have been pointless. Chen Mo, how do you intend to handle these 2? Qian Zilan knew Chen Mo's standing, so naturally, he left the decision regarding Zhao Hongtao and Li Kai to Chen Mo. You 2 don't want to get expelled, right? Chen Mo hesitated briefly before narrowing his eyes at Li Kai and Zhao Hongtao. Yes. As long as you don't expel me, I'll do anything you ask. Li Kai nodded immediately without a second thought. Fine. Then you 2 go to the school playground and kneel there until 6 o'clock tonight. I'll let you off the hook. Chen Mo said expressionlessly. The students in the classroom were utterly shocked upon hearing Chen Mo's words. Chen Mo, isn't this a bit too much? Don't push your luck, I'm telling you. Gao Feifei stepped forward, glaring at Chen Mo with her big, watery eyes. If you think I'm being unreasonable, you don't have to kneel. Just get expelled instead. Chen Mo glanced at Gao Feifei and said casually. You. Gao Feifei was momentarily speechless, unsure how to respond to Chen Mo's words. Li Kai, eyes red, stared at Chen Mo's seat. He found Chen Mo's solution utterly humiliating and couldn't accept it. But if he refused, expulsion was inevitable. Chen Mo, we're classmates in the same class. Is it really necessary to push things this far? Yeah, making someone kneel on the playground is a bit too humiliating. Chen Mo, you've gone too far. After hearing Chen Mo's words, students from the class began speaking up in support of Li Kai and Zhao Hongtao. Over the top? Chen Mo couldn't help but sneer coldly at their words, then shouted expressionlessly, when those 2 falsely accused me of being a thief, why didn't a single one of you speak up and say it was going too far? Now you suddenly know it's going too far? The crowd stared blankly at Chen Mo's seat.
After hesitating for 2 seconds, no one dared to speak up for Li Kai and Zhao Hongtao anymore.
Kneel or not?
Chen Mo stepped before Li Kai and demanded coldly.
Chen Mo, you're ruthless. I'll kneel. I'll kneel, is that good enough? Li Kai shouted through gritted teeth.
Seeing Li Kai comply with Chen Mo's demand, Zhao Hongtao immediately followed suit, shouting, I'll kneel too.
I'll kneel too.
The entire class froze in place upon hearing these two voices, their expressions filled with utter disbelief. No one had expected them to actually agree to Chen Mo's seemingly unreasonable and absurd demand. Yan Sha narrowed her eyes, watching Chen Mo's seat. She suspected that the reason he'd taken such extreme measures today stemmed from years of being bullied by Li Kai and his crew, compounded by Li Kai stealing Chen Mo's girlfriend. The accumulation of old grudges and new grievances had driven Chen Mo to this extreme.
So Yan Sha said nothing more.
After dealing with Li Kai and Zhao Hongtao, Chen Mo turned his gaze toward the other students in the classroom. Those who had previously mocked and insulted him now flinched at his gaze, fear evident on their faces. They knew that after dealing with Li Kai and Zhao Hongtao, Chen Mo would turn his attention to them next.
Do you remember what I told all of you before?
Chen Mo shouted expressionlessly at the students in the classroom.
The crowd stared at Chen Mo, silent. If you all remember, then let me remind you, I said every single one of you would be held accountable for your words. Chen Mo declared with force. Chen Mo, we're all classmates in class 1. Don't take this too far, I'm telling you. Yeah, we didn't frame you either. What are you planning to do?
Several boys shouted at Chen Mo, their expressions tense.
So now you remember we're classmates? Have you forgotten how you humiliated Chen Mo before?
Lu Rui heard their words and immediately stood up, shouting.
Yeah, weren't you guys shouting pretty enthusiastically just now? Didn't you want to expel Chen Mo? Why didn't you think about being classmates back then? Have you all forgotten when Chen Mo invited you to eat at the Mingsheng Grand Hotel?
Meng Liang shouted along with him.
We don't know how this happened.
We all thought Chen Mo was the thief, that's why we said those things.
A boy explained nervously. You dare to humiliate someone without knowing the facts?
It's precisely because of people like you that right and wrong get twisted, and good people become villains.
Chen Mo shouted expressionlessly. Chen Mo was absolutely right.
What you're doing spreading rumors and slandering others is no different from what Li Kai and Zhao Hongtao did.
If this matter hadn't been investigated today, Chen Mo might have been forced to withdraw from school by people like you. That's why I must deal with you properly, so every student at Nanyang University understands, before you know the truth, you must be accountable for every word you speak. Xian Zilin proved quite adept at shifting allegiances. Recognizing Chen Mo's intent to confront these students, he stepped forward and declared with righteous fervor. Upon hearing Xian Zilin's words, the students froze in place, their eyes filled with fear. If Chen Mo had targeted them personally, they wouldn't have been so afraid. After all, many had mocked him earlier, and he couldn't possibly take action against so many people. But if Xian Zilin wanted to deal with them, that was a different story. As the president of Nanyang University, he could handle them however he pleased. No one dared defy the president's will. Mr. Chen Mo, Xian Zilin turned and asked softly, what do you think about giving each of these students a major disciplinary penalty? 1 major disciplinary penalty each? The crowd fell completely silent upon hearing this. No one had expected Xian Zilin to be so ruthless. Merely for hurling a couple of insults at Chen Mo moments ago, he was now proposing a major disciplinary penalty for each of them. This punishment seemed excessively harsh. She glanced between Xian Zilin and Chen Mo, a flicker of confusion crossing her eyes. She couldn't fathom why Xian Zilin was so furious today. Even if those students had indeed spoken harshly to Chen Mo earlier, did each of them truly deserve a major disciplinary warning? Chen Mo, I don't think these guys really meant to hurt you. We're all classmates, let's not make a big deal out of this. Yan Sha hesitated before whispering softly to Chen Mo. Yeah, Chen Mo, we didn't mean anything by it. You should talk to Principal Qian right away and convince him not to give us major demerits. We're all classmates. We'll still have to see each other. Is it really worth making such a big deal out of this? The other students were now visibly anxious, pleading softly with Chen Mo. Chen Mo, I really think we shouldn't make a big deal out of this. Kind-hearted Zhao Anan approached Chen Mo and whispered her advice. Chen Mo had originally intended to handle these students according to Xian Zilin's suggestion. But after hearing Zhao Anan's words, his heart softened slightly. He addressed the expressionless group. You don't want to be given a major demerit, do you? No. Of course not. The crowd shook their heads frantically. Very well. Today, for the sake of the class monitor and teacher Yen, I'll give you a chance. I won't let Principal Chen give you a major demerit. But every single one of you must apologize to me for what you said earlier. Chen Mo declared with unwavering resolve. Upon hearing this, the students finally understood. Chen Mo was striking back at them. They would not only have to apologize for what they said today, but also for everything they had said to Chen Mo before. Chen Mo, long seen as a poor kid anyone could push around, had finally bared his fangs at the entire class. He was telling everyone he wasn't so easy to bully after all. An eye for an eye, a tooth for a tooth. One day's humiliation, tenfold repayment. Chapter 119, the entire class apologizes. The crowd stared at Chen Mo, their eyes filled with confusion. They hadn't expected him to spare even them, demanding that everyone who had ever humiliated him step forward and apologize. We didn't do anything wrong. Why should we apologize? Yeah, we didn't do anything wrong. We don't need to apologize. Although the students in the class already knew that Chen Mo wasn't the thief, they still refused to step forward and apologize to him. Fine, no apology. Then give them all a major demerit. Chen Mo had no patience for further nonsense and turned to Qian Zilan. Alright. Qian Zilan nodded without hesitation. Chen Mo. One of the girls who had mocked Chen Mo earlier, seeing that disciplinary action was truly imminent, hurriedly stepped forward and called out to him in a low voice. Is there something you need? Chen Mo replied indifferently. Don't give me a major demerit. I'll apologize, okay? The girl bit her lip and whispered. Chen Mo stared at the girl without speaking. Chen Mo, I'm sorry. I shouldn't have spoken to you like that earlier. The girl stepped in front of him and whispered softly. This person doesn't need a major demerit. Seeing the girl had apologized, Chen Mo immediately addressed Qian Zilan. Understood. Qian Zilan nodded again. I apologize too. Chen Mo, I apologize too. Though reluctant to apologize to Chen Mo, the others were even more unwilling to face disciplinary action over this minor incident. One after another, they stepped forward and shouted their apologies at Chen Mo. Chen Mo narrowed his eyes, watching them scramble to be the first. He couldn't help but find the scene somewhat amusing. Chen Mo, I'm sorry. Chen Mo, I'm sorry. I shouldn't have misunderstood you. Apologies echoed incessantly. Even those who had previously looked down on Chen Mo now stepped forward to offer their apologies. Chen Mo's expression remained utterly calm as he accepted their apologies. Meng Liang and Lu Rui watched Chen Mo's seat, their hearts filled with emotion. Chen Mo had spent over 2 full years among these students. No matter how they humiliated or bullied him back then, he never once retaliated. Only Meng Liang and Lu Rui would ever stand up to speak on his behalf. To many, the old Chen Mo had been nothing more than a poor, helpless kid who could be bullied at will. But today, Chen Mo seemed like a completely different person. He had finally learned to fight back, and in one fell swoop, he had returned every single insult he had ever endured. Ming Mei watched Chen Mo, her beautiful eyes filled with confusion. She couldn't fathom why someone like Chen Mo, a super-rich second-generation heir, would conceal his identity. If his true identity were revealed, it would likely terrify every student present. Yan Sha remained relatively calm. Though unaware of Chen Mo's true identity, she understood his actions today. She was well aware that the other students in the class had always looked down on Chen Mo because of his poverty, frequently humiliating him. Yet she had been powerless to change anything. Today, Chen Mo finally found an opportunity to stand up for himself. Naturally, he wanted to repay all the humiliation he had endured. Any normal person would have done the same. Gao Feifei, Li Kai, Zhao Huntao, and the others now wore ashen expressions. They had meticulously planned for so long, never imagining the outcome would turn out this way. Originally, they had hoped this incident would get Chen Mo expelled from school. Yet none of them could have predicted that not only would Chen Mo avoid expulsion, but they themselves were now on the verge of being expelled. What's the deal with this Chen Mo? Why is Principal Qian backing him so much? Gao Feifei still couldn't accept it, her teeth clenched as she shouted angrily. Li Kai glanced at Gao Feifei, but he had no energy to care about such things. His mind was consumed by the dread of having to kneel at the school gate and apologize. If he really knelt down to admit his mistake to Chen Mo, how could he possibly continue attending Nanyang University afterward? A few minutes later, all those who had humiliated Chen Mo earlier, including Su Shang, stepped forward to apologize to him. Upon hearing their apologies, Chen Mo showed no reaction whatsoever. In truth, he hadn't demanded their apologies out of a desire for revenge. He merely wanted them to understand one thing. Chen Mo was not someone to be bullied so easily. No disciplinary action will be taken against these individuals. Chen Mo turned and shouted at Qian Zilan, then strode over to Li Kai and Zhao Huntao. His expression remained impassive as he said, "What are you two still doing standing here? Get your asses over to the school gate and kneel down. Chen Mo, can we do this somewhere else?" Li Kai gritted his teeth and whispered to Chen Mo. Chen Mo sneered at Li Kai's words, then coldly replied, "Do you think you have the standing to negotiate terms with me right now? You?" Li Kai was completely stunned by Chen Mo's retort. "I'm not in the mood for small talk. Are you coming or not?" Chen Mo shouted at Li Kai. Li Kai hesitated for 2 seconds where he stood, then shouted with reddened eyes. Chen Mo scoffed at Li Kai's response and remarked coldly, "I thought you had some backbone." "You?" Li Kai turned and glared fiercely at Chen Mo. "Let's go." Chen Mo turned and strode toward the classroom exit. Li Kai hesitated for 2 seconds before gritting his teeth and following Chen Mo out of the classroom. Zhao Huntao glanced back at Lu Di, took a deep breath, and then followed Chen Mo and Li Kai out.
The students in the classroom were still curious whether Li Kai, Zhao Hongtao, and the others would actually kneel before Chen Mo to apologize. Curiosity got the better of them, and they all left the classroom to watch the spectacle unfold.
10 minutes later, the students from the class arrived at the entrance of Nanyang University. Chen Mo watched calmly as Zhao Hongtao and the others followed. Hurry up and kneel. I don't have time to waste on you two. Chen Mo addressed the pair casually. Chen Mo, framing you was indeed my fault. But I've realized my mistake now and apologize to you. Can you give me a chance?
Seeing the crowd gathering around them, Zhao Hongtao seemed to change his mind, unwilling to simply kneel down.
Kneeling to admit your mistake is already giving you a chance, Chen Mo said indifferently.
Zhao Hongtao stared at Chen Mo for 2 seconds before gritting his teeth and whispering, Chen Mo, I'll kneel if you insist.
But can we do this somewhere else? There are far too many people here. Can't you spare me a little dignity? Spare you some dignity? Chen Mo couldn't help but snort coldly at this, then shouted expressionlessly, when you framed me back then, did you ever think about saving me any face? I. Kneel. Chen Mo barked coldly. Clang.
Perhaps intimidated by Chen Mo's imposing presence, Zhao Hongtao's knees buckled slightly.
To everyone's astonishment, he actually knelt before Chen Mo in front of the crowd. The crowd watched in stunned silence as Zhao Hongtao knelt before Chen Mo. The humiliation Zhao Hongtao was enduring now was nowhere near even 1/10,000th of the humiliation Chen Mo had endured back then. Back then, even though Zhao Hongtao had bullied Chen Mo relentlessly, he had never forced Chen Mo to kneel before him. Yet now, Chen Mo had actually made Zhao Hongtao kneel before him. The expressions of the students standing by watching the spectacle began to shift. Only now did they realize that perhaps the Chen Mo of today was no longer the same person he had been back then. Seeing Zhao Hongtao kneel, Chen Mo sneered with disdain before turning to Li Kai. His expression remained impassive as he said, he's already kneeling. What are you still standing there for? Li Kai stared blankly at Chen Mo's position, his expression torn with conflict. He knew that if he truly knelt today, he might never be able to hold his head high in front of Chen Mo for the rest of his life. Li Kai was filled with bitter resentment. Resentful that he had lost to someone like Chen Mo. Li Kai, we won't kneel today. I don't believe Chen Mo can do anything to you. Just as Li Kai wavered, Gao Feifei suddenly burst out of the crowd, shouting at him with an agitated expression. Chapter 120, Who Says I'm Broke? At the entrance of Nanyang University, countless students had gathered around Chen Mo, Li Kai, and Zhao Hongtao, including many who weren't even from their class. Most of these people knew Chen Mo was a poor trash collector, but they didn't know why Zhao Hongtao was kneeling before him. Upon seeing Zhao Hongtao actually kneel, Li Kai's expression wavered, unsure whether he should kneel as well. Had Li Kai, Zhao Hongtao, and the others known the outcome would be like this, they would never have dared frame Chen Mo back then. Now, they were kicking themselves. Meanwhile, Lu Di, the true instigator of this mess, stood aloof, her expression impassive as she watched Zhao Hongtao kneel before Chen Mo. She had warned them not to cross Chen Mo, but they ignored her. Now that things had escalated to this point, there was nothing she could do. Li Kai, no kneeling today. I don't believe Chen Mo can actually expel you. Your dad knows people at the Education Bureau, right? Let's go straight to them. Gao Feifei hurried over to Li Kai and shouted at him. Had Gao Feifei not spoken, Li Kai might have refused to kneel before Chen Mo out of pride. But the moment he heard Gao Feifei's words, without a second thought, he dropped to his knees before Chen Mo with a clatter. Everyone froze in place upon seeing Li Kai kneel, their expressions frozen in utter shock. Who could have imagined that Li Kai, the renowned young Master Li of Nanyang University, would now be kneeling before a poor beggar who survived by scavenging trash? Wasn't this the kind of plot twist reserved for underdog beggars defeating rich, handsome men in TV dramas? Even Gao Feifei herself looked utterly bewildered, unable to fathom why Li Kai had suddenly knelt before Chen Mo. What Gao Feifei likely didn't know was that Li Kai had agreed to kneel and apologize to Chen Mo because his father had pulled countless strings to get him into Nanyang University. His father had groveled and served others tea and water everywhere, finally securing Li Kai's admission. If Li Kai's father found out his son had been expelled over this, he'd probably beat Li Kai to death. Even if he didn't kill him, Li Kai's life would be hell afterward. That's why he'd kneeled before Chen Mo in the heat of the moment. The surrounding students, witnessing Li Kai's kneeling, began whispering among themselves. Why is young Master Li kneeling before someone like Chen Mo? Yeah, didn't young Master Li steal Chen Mo's girlfriend just a few days ago? And didn't he make Chen Mo buy condoms for the two of them? What's going on today? Several students from other classes asked in confusion. You guys probably don't know, but Li Kai and Zhao Hongtao framed Chen Mo for theft. Our principal investigated it and found out. Now those two are apologizing to Chen Mo. A girl from Chen Mo's class cautiously replied. So that's what happened. Who knew Li Kai and Zhao Hongtao were such scumbags? Accusing Chen Mo of theft? That's just shameless. Yeah, sure, Chen Mo might be a bit poor, but that doesn't give them the right to bully him like that. Everyone now sided with Chen Mo, condemning Zhao Hongtao and Li Kai. Li Kai knelt on the ground, clenching his teeth as he listened to their murmurs. He had never felt such humiliation in his entire life. Li Kai, why are you kneeling before such people? Get up quickly. Gao Feifei couldn't accept what was happening.
Her eyes reddened as she shouted at Li Kai in agitation.
Feifei, don't get involved in this. Just go do whatever you were doing.
Li Kai felt he'd already suffered enough humiliation and didn't want Gao Feifei to make a scene.
You're my boyfriend. Why shouldn't I get involved? Gao Feifei yelled at the top of her lungs. Falsely accusing Chen Mo was my mistake to begin with.
Kneeling to apologize was something I promised him earlier.
Just go already. Li Kai shouted, sounding somewhat resigned. You?
Gao Feifei stared at Li Kai, her eyes filled with confusion. She couldn't understand how the always proud and arrogant Li Kai could now willingly kneel before Chen Mo.
Chen Mo, make Li Kai get up right now. Gao Feifei turned and shouted at Chen Mo. Why should I let him up? He chose to kneel. Chen Mo replied indifferently. You? How can you be so shameless?
Gao Feifei was so furious she couldn't find words, glaring at him with wide eyes as she scolded.
I'm shameless? Chen Mo couldn't help but snort coldly, unwilling to engage with Gao Feifei.
Turning to Li Kai and Zhao Hongtao, he declared, you two will kneel until school lets out at 5 this evening. If I find out either of you gets up early, I'll still have the school expel you both.
I understand.
Zhao Hongtao muttered under his breath, eyes fixed on Chen Mo.
Li Kai remained silent. Alright, let's go. Chen Mo called out to Meng Liang Mingmiai and the others before turning to head toward the school exit. Chen Mo, you stop right there. Gao Feifei saw Chen Mo about to leave and quickly reached out to grab his arm. Is there something else? Chen Mo asked Gao Feifei calmly. Chen Mo, don't think you can do whatever you want just because you have the principal backing you now. Let me tell you, someone like Li Kai isn't someone you can afford to offend. You'd better get Li Kai up quickly, or you'll regret it for the rest of your life. Gao Feifei shouted, her lips pressed tightly together, her expression agitated. If I told him to get up now, would he dare? Chen Mo said to Gao Feifei, his face expressionless. You. Gao Feifei trembled with rage at his words, pointing an accusing finger at him. Chen Mo, don't think I don't know why you're doing this. It's because I chose to break up with you and be with Li Kai instead. You think Li Kai stole me away from you, don't you? Chen Mo watched the emotionally charged Gao Feifei before him and gave a helpless smile, unsure what to say. Chen Mo, let me tell you this, back then, it was my own choice to be with Li Kai. He didn't steal me away from you. Do you know why I chose to be with him? Chen Mo stared at Gao Feifei, still silent. Because I saw no hope in you whatsoever. To me, you were nothing but a good-for-nothing, a worthless piece of trash who spent all day scavenging through garbage. I didn't want to live that miserable life with you, do you understand? Gao Feifei shouted furiously, completely disregarding Chen Mo's feelings.
Chen Mo remained silent, staring back at Gao Feifei. To him, this woman was utterly ridiculous. He wondered if she'd still have the nerve to say these things if she knew his true identity.
How dare you speak to me like that?
Of all the people present, only Ming Mei knew Chen Mo's true identity.
Hearing Gao Feifei's words, she couldn't hold back any longer. She stepped forward, ready to confront Gao Feifei. How I speak is none of your business. Let me tell you, Chen Mo is a penniless bum, a poor schmuck. If you get involved with someone like him, you'll regret it sooner or later. Gao Feifei turned and shouted at Ming Mei. At that moment, Gao Feifei's usually delicate, pretty face looked utterly repulsive. Chen Mo felt fortunate that Gao Feifei had left him back then.
Otherwise, spending his entire life with a woman like her would have been truly terrifying.
I'll regret it? Ming Mei couldn't help but chuckle. She couldn't help but think Gao Feifei was utterly ridiculous. She herself was dreaming about how to be with Chen Mo, yet Gao Feifei claimed she would regret it. To Ming Mei, that statement was nothing short of a colossal joke. Still, Ming Mei felt a tinge of gratitude toward Gao Feifei. After all, if Gao Feifei hadn't chosen to leave Chen Mo back then, she would never have had the chance to meet him. You will regret it, I'm telling you. A guy like Chen Mo doesn't deserve a girlfriend. By now, Gao Feifei had completely lost her mind, her face contorted with fury as she hurled insults at Chen Mo. Chen Mo stared at Gao Feifei for 2 seconds, then strode directly in front of her. Clenching his teeth, he growled lowly, Gao Feifei, let me tell you this, the one who should truly regret isn't him, but you. Sooner or later, you'll realize just how foolish your actions are right now. Me regret? Gao Feifei couldn't help but snort coldly at this, then pouted her lips and retorted, what should I regret? That I broke up with a penniless loser like you? Who called me a penniless bum? Chen Mo roared, finally unable to contain his rage. He wanted to reveal his true identity and slap Gao Feifei hard across the face, making her understand exactly who she was dealing with. Chapter 121, Sitting in a Beauty's Lap? What else are you if not a penniless bum? Chen Mo, after all these years together, don't you think I know you? Do you really believe I'd be as foolish as that woman, thinking you're some rich kid? Your little tricks are laughable to me. Your rich kid identity is nothing but a facade. Gao Feifei glared at Chen Mo, her voice dripping with contempt. Chen Mo opened his mouth to speak, but just then, Ming Mei suddenly stepped in front of him and shouted loudly, even if Chen Mo is a penniless bum, it's none of your business to say so. And whether Chen Mo is rich or poor, I love him. I don't care about any of that, and I won't regret it. Earlier, Mingmei had noticed Chen Mo's emotions running high and feared he might reveal his true identity. If that happened, every student at Nanyang University would know Chen Mo was a super rich heir, and more girls would compete with her for his attention. That's why Mingmei stepped in to cut him off. Chen Mo looked at Mingmei before him, his emotions calming slightly. He swallowed all the words he had been about to say. Whether you regret it or not has nothing to do with me. Li Kai, get up. Let's go. Gao Feifei didn't want to continue discussing this with Mingmei. She grabbed Li Kai and started to leave. Gao Feifei, will you stop ing around? Don't you think I'm embarrassed enough already? Do you want me to keep humiliating myself? Li Kai shouted at Gao Feifei with a furious expression. There hadn't been many students gathered around earlier, but Gao Feifei's outburst drew a growing crowd. Li Kai now wished he could sink through the floor. Hearing this, Gao Feifei froze, staring blankly at Li Kai. Her expression turned hurt as she stammered, I just wanted you to leave. I didn't mean anything else. Get out of my sight. I'm perfectly happy kneeling here right now, so just get the hell out of here. Li Kai unleashed all his pent-up fury at Gao Feifei, shouting with intense emotion. Li Kai, you. Gao Feifei hadn't expected that after defending Li Kai so fiercely just moments ago, all she'd get in return was his scolding. Tears instantly welled up in her eyes. What about me? I'm telling you to get out now. Didn't you hear me? Li Kai shouted at Gao Feifei. Gao Feifei, just leave already. We've made complete fools of ourselves. Zhao Hongtao knelt on the ground, his expression utterly helpless as he called out. Gao Feifei stood frozen, suddenly feeling like a complete fool for having spoken up for Li Kai. Get out of here already. What are you staring at? Li Kai gritted his teeth and barked coldly. Fine, I'll get lost. I'm leaving right now. Gao Feifei yelled, then turned and ran tearfully toward the distance. Chen Mo watched her retreating figure and sighed helplessly, his heart filled with sorrow. The Gao Feifei he once idolized as a goddess was nothing more than a plaything in Li Kai's eyes, summoned at will and discarded just as easily. Let's go. Chen Mo turned and called out to Mingmei, Wei Zheqi, Meng Liang, and the others before walking out of Nanyang University. Meng Liang, Lu Rui, and the others glanced at Li Kai kneeling on the ground but said nothing. They followed Chen Mo out the campus gates. Chen Mo, you were absolutely awesome today. Finally gave Li Kai, Gao Feifei, and the rest of them a proper lesson. After exiting the campus, Meng Liang exclaimed excitedly to Chen Mo. Yeah, when Xian Guangfa took you away earlier, I was scared out of my wits. I actually thought you were a thief. Lu Rui chimed in. I would never do something like that. Chen Mo was still pondering the words Gao Feifei had just spoken to him. Truthfully, he felt she had a point. If he hadn't inherited that massive fortune, he might genuinely have ended up a worthless trash collector for life, with no chance of ever amounting to anything. Chen Mo, how did you explain things to the principal? Why did I get the feeling Principal Qian seemed a bit afraid of you? Meng Liang recalled the attitude Qian Zilan had shown toward Chen Mo earlier and asked him with a slightly puzzled expression. How could the president of Nanyang University possibly be afraid of me? President Qian just felt I'd been wronged and thought it unfair. Chen Mo replied with a cheerful smile. Who knew our school principal was actually pretty decent? Not at all like what people say about him. Meng Liang also began to doubt his own perception and pressed further. By the way, Chen Mo, how did you prove you weren't the thief? I had Xian Guangfa retrieve the surveillance footage, which showed Zhao Hongtao stealing the money and hiding it in my desk. That proved my innocence. Chen Mo explained softly. Oh, I see. Meng Liang nodded, then slung his arm around Chen Mo's shoulder. I knew you weren't the thief. You'd never steal anything. Alright, can we drop this already? Because of your petty nonsense, Ermi and I have been waiting all afternoon. Are we still going to the movies or not? Chen Mo had cleared his name and thoroughly humiliated Li Kai and the others, leaving Meng Liang and Lu Rui feeling immensely satisfied. Wei Zheqi, however, was far from pleased. She had believed she caught Chen Mo red-handed and planned to use his supposed theft to humiliate him. Instead, she ended up with nothing but false hope. Chen Mo was never the thief at all. I'll go book tickets right now. Let's go see the movie. Upon hearing Wei Zheqi's words, Meng Liang quickly pulled out his phone to purchase tickets. But just then, Chen Mo's phone suddenly rang. Chen Mo pulled out his phone and saw it was Yan Sha calling, so he quickly answered. Ms. Yan, what's wrong? Chen Mo asked softly. Chen Mo, it's almost 5 o'clock now. Once you're done with things at school, head straight to the bar. My friend has a bit of a temper, and if you're late, she'll definitely give you a hard time. Yan Sha gently reminded him. Got it. Chen Mo suddenly remembered his part-time job at Yan Sha's friend's bar after hearing her words. I'll hang up now. Yan Sha replied indifferently before hanging up immediately. You guys go catch a movie. I've got something else to take care of. After putting away his phone, Chen Mo said softly to Meng Liang and the others. Chen Mo, what do you mean? Mingmei and I waited for you this long, and now you're telling us you're not coming? Wei Zheqi exclaimed, clearly displeased. Yeah, Chen Mo, we've all been waiting for you this long. What could be so urgent that you can't reschedule?
Meng Liang seemed somewhat resigned as he tried to reason with him.
I promised to work a part-time shift at teacher Yan's friend's bar.
It's almost time to start, and I really should go.
Chen Mo seemed a bit embarrassed as he replied in a low voice. You can't skip the part-time job? How much does that thing even pay? Wei Jixi pouted. If Chen Mo has something important to do, then let him go handle it.
Meng Liang knew the part-time pay was crucial for Chen Mo, so after a moment's hesitation, he stepped in to speak up for him.
Next time I'll treat you guys to a movie. Chen Mo replied indifferently, then strode directly toward the road ahead. Ming Mei watched his retreating figure, a flicker of confusion crossing her eyes.
She couldn't fathom why a rich kid like Chen Mo would choose to work in a bar.
After parting ways with Meng Liang and the others, Chen Mo walked to the roadside and hailed a taxi. The cab slowed to a stop. Chen Mo pulled open the door and climbed inside. Driver, I need to go to. Comfortable?
Just as Chen Mo was about to name the bar he intended to go to, he suddenly heard a woman's voice behind him. Chen Mo froze, quickly glancing back, then stood rooted to the spot. When he got in the cab, Chen Mo had been observing Meng Liang and the others the whole time, so he hadn't looked inside the car. Naturally, he hadn't noticed there was another person inside. Right now, Chen Mo was sitting on top of a woman's long, fair legs. Chapter 122, The Strange Beautiful Boss. Chen Mo sat on the lap of a stunningly beautiful woman, his expression awkward beyond words. He could even catch whiffs of the faint fragrance wafting from the neckline of her dress. The expression on the beauty beneath him was equally helpless. She had been asleep when Chen Mo boarded the car, completely unaware anyone else had gotten on. She only woke up when Chen Mo landed on top of her. What are you still doing? Get off me. The woman possessed remarkable composure. Despite Chen Mo suddenly landing on her lap, she didn't scream or panic but remained surprisingly calm. Sorry, I didn't see anyone else in the car. Chen Mo offered an extremely awkward explanation to the woman before shifting slightly to sit beside her. The woman glanced at Chen Mo with a fleeting look of disdain in her eyes. She said nothing, simply closed her eyes and resumed resting. Chen Mo turned to observe the woman beside him. She appeared to be around 27 or 28, possessing a strikingly beautiful oval face with exquisitely defined features. Her jet black hair was pulled up high, revealing a long, fair neck. She wore a black business skirt suit and high heels, her skin as white as snow, soft and delicate. Her figure was stunning, with long, fair legs and a high, full chest. However, there was a certain icy quality to her aura that made one feel intimidated. My romantic luck seems to be on the rise lately. Even taking a cab lands me a beauty like this. Chen Mo couldn't help but marvel inwardly. Where are you headed, young man? Just then, the taxi driver started the car and turned to ask Chen Mo with a cheerful smile. Driver, take me to the Sun Never Sets bar. Chen Mo replied softly. Heh, what a coincidence. This lovely lady is also heading to the Sun Never Sets bar. The taxi driver chuckled happily upon realizing Chen Mo and the other beautiful woman in the car were headed to the same place. Chen Mo turned to look at the woman beside him, feeling a bit puzzled. It was only 5 in the afternoon. If she was heading to a bar for fun, it seemed far too early. Most bars weren't even open yet at this hour. Besides, her outfit didn't exactly scream bar hopping. Could this beauty actually work at the Sun Never Sets bar? Chen Mo couldn't help but wonder silently. Upon learning that Chen Mo was also heading to the Sun Never Sets bar, the woman turned and gave him a faint glance, saying nothing. Chen Mo had intended to strike up a conversation, but seeing she had no intention of acknowledging him, he kept quiet and pulled out his phone to scroll through it. More than half an hour later, the car pulled up slowly at the entrance of the Sun Never Sets bar. After paying the fare, Chen Mo and the beautiful woman stepped out of the car together. Do you also work at the Sun Never Sets bar? Chen Mo hesitated before softly asking the woman. The woman gave Chen Mo a faint glance, showing no intention of acknowledging him. She sashayed gracefully toward the bar in her high heels. Seeing the woman ignore him, Chen Mo gave a helpless smile and stepped into the bar. Inside, he briefly surveyed the surroundings. The decor was quite impressive, definitely a mid to high-end establishment by Nanyang standards. Since it was still early, the place was nearly empty except for a few servers tidying up. Sorry, we're not open yet. Just then, a woman called out to Chen Mo. I'm not here to drink, I'm here for a part-time job. Chen Mo quickly replied. Looking for a part-time job, huh? The girl set down her tools, walked up to Chen Mo, gave him a once-over, then smiled warmly. Hi, I'm Li Cici, the manager here. You can call me Sister Cici. Sister Cici, hello. My name is Chen Mo. Chen Mo greeted her politely. Since you're here for the part-time job, I'll take you to meet our bar owner, Li Cici said slowly. Sure. Chen Mo nodded. Li Cici turned and headed toward the second floor of the bar, with Chen Mo following behind her. Though Li Cici wasn't particularly attractive, she had an excellent figure, curvy with ample bust and hips. Her swaying gait as she walked was undeniably alluring. A few minutes later, Li Cici led Chen Mo to an office door and knocked lightly. Who is it? A woman's voice echoed from inside the office.
Ms. Lin, a young man says he's here for a part-time job. Did you know about this? Li Sisi replied softly. Have him come in. Got it. Li Sisi acknowledged the instruction, then turned to Chen Mo and said, go on in. Ms. Lin is inside. Thanks, Sister Sisi. Chen Mo hurriedly said. You've got a sweet mouth. Li Sisi flashed Chen Mo a suggestive smile before turning on her high heels, swaying her curvaceous, pert little hips as she walked away. After watching her leave, Chen Mo pushed open the door and stepped into the office. Upon entering the office, Chen Mo froze in his tracks. Seated at the desk was a stunning woman, none other than the beauty he had encountered in the taxi moments earlier. The beauty froze for a moment upon seeing Chen Mo, then furrowed her brow and asked, You're the student Yen she introduced? Yes. Chen Mo nodded quickly. What's your name? The woman asked coldly. Chen Mo. Chen Mo replied. Chen Mo? The woman narrowed her eyes, sizing him up from head to toe. Then she murmured softly, Since Yen Sha introduced you, she must have told me about my bar and your salary and benefits, right? Ms. Yen told me everything. Chen Mo nodded. Then there's no problem. Go find Li Sisi later. She'll give you your uniform, and you can start working. My bar is short-staffed right now, so you'll just work for a while. Once we're not short-staffed anymore, you won't need to come in anymore. The woman spoke to Chen Mo with the emotionless, icy tone of a robot. All right, I understand. Chen Mo nodded helplessly once more. Since you know, what are you still standing there for? Get to work. The woman, seemingly unimpressed with Chen Mo, dismissed him outright. Ms. Lin, I don't even know your name yet. Chen Mo asked the woman with a smile. Lin Xiaoshui. The woman replied indifferently before continuing, If there's nothing else, you can leave now. Oh. Chen Mo reluctantly agreed, then turned and headed straight for the office exit. After watching Chen Mo leave, Lin Xiaoshui's beautiful eyes flickered with a hint of resignation. In truth, her harsh treatment of him wasn't due to the incident in the taxi, but because she'd been preoccupied with a troubling matter these past few days. Ring ring. Just then, the phone on Lin Xiaoshui's desk suddenly rang. Lin Xiaoshui glanced down at her phone. When she saw the word mom, a flicker of despair crossed her eyes. After hesitating for 2 seconds, she still picked up the phone and answered the call. Xiaoshui, what are you doing? A woman's voice came from the other end. Mom, if you have something to say, just get to the point. Lin Xiaoshui replied with a sigh. Sure, in a couple of days it'll be your engagement ceremony with Uncle Zhang's second son. You absolutely must come, understand? Her mother said slowly. Mom, how many times do I have to tell you? I'd rather die than marry that bastard. Please stop pressuring me, okay? Lin Xiaoshui shouted, her voice trembling with emotion. Having just stepped out of the office, Chen Mo overheard Lin Xiaoshui's words and couldn't help but think to himself, no wonder Lin Xiaoshui has such a fiery temper, turns out she's being pressured by her parents to marry. Chapter 123, Lin Xiaoshui's thoughts. Sunset Bar, Lin Xiaoshui's office. Lin Xiaoshui held her phone, listening to her mother's words, her face etched with utter despair. Born into a prominent business family, both her parents were well-known entrepreneurs in Nanyang City. With their affluent background and Lin Xiaoshui's striking beauty, she fit the stereotype of a classic rich, beautiful woman. However, Lin Xiaoshui had one major flaw: she suffered from severe obsessive-compulsive disorder. She simply couldn't tolerate the presence of a man in her life. Consequently, even at 27, she had never been in a relationship and had no desire to start one. Recently, her parents arranged a blind date for her. The man was handsome, and his family background was well matched with the Lins. Though Lin Xiaoshui felt no attraction whatsoever, in fact, she found him utterly repulsive. Her parents adored him. Without her consent, they were determined to seal the marriage agreement. This situation nearly drove Lin Xiaoshui to despair. She had no idea how to face a man she didn't like, let alone marry him and have children. The very thought was terrifying. Xiaoshui, I think Uncle Zhang's son is quite suitable. He's handsome and has a good job. You're getting older. If you keep waiting like this, who knows how long it will take. So just listen to your mother's advice and get married soon. It would give me peace of mind too. Lin Xiaoshui's mother said softly. Mom, give up on that idea. I absolutely will not marry someone I don't want to marry. Lin Xiaoshui said softly, biting her lip. Then tell me who you want to marry? Her mother retorted, her tone tinged with irritation. I just don't want to marry that person. Xiaoshui, this isn't about whether you want to marry or not. Your father and I have already decided. If you refuse to marry the son of Uncle Zhang, we'll take back the bar. You'll have to figure things out on your own then. With that, Lin Xiaoshui's mother hung up the phone. Lin Xiaoshui stared at the phone, her pretty face etched with despair. Owning a bar had been her greatest dream, but she simply didn't have the money to run it on her own. A significant portion of the bar's startup funds had come from her parents. Now her parents were threatening her with the bar. Lin Xiaoshui felt like she was going mad. If she agreed to marry that man, she would feel deeply resentful. But if she refused, her parents would take back her bar.
Lin Xiaoshui sat alone in her chair, her expression torn with conflict, unsure how to make this decision.
Ring ring.
Just then, Lin Xiaoshui's phone rang again. She glanced at the caller ID and saw it was Yan Shi calling, so she answered.
Xiaoshui, did my student arrive at your bar?
Yan Shi asked cheerfully.
He's already there.
I've arranged his work schedule.
Don't worry, I'll take good care of any student you refer to me.
Lin Xiaoshui replied softly.
That's good. This Chen Mo is actually quite pitiful.
His parents passed away when he was very young. He's always worked part-time jobs to support himself through school.
So please take extra care of him, understand?
Yan Shi said slowly.
Is Chen Mo really that pitiful?
Lin Xiaoshui couldn't help but recall how she treated Chen Mo earlier, feeling a twinge of guilt. After all, her bad mood hadn't stemmed from Chen Mo offending her in the taxi, but from her parents pressuring her about marriage. Yet when interacting with Chen Mo, she'd taken out her frustration on him.
Yeah, today Chen Mo was even mistaken for a thief at school.
Yan Sha murmured softly.
Oh, I see. I'll give him a little extra bonus when payday comes.
Lin Xiaoshui said absent-mindedly.
Xiaoshui, you don't seem to be in a good mood today. Did something happen?
Yan Sha noticed Lin Xiaoshui's unusual state and asked with genuine concern.
It's all because my parents are pressuring me to get married. They actually want me to get engaged to a man I've only met twice. I really don't know what they're thinking.
Lin Xiaoshui replied weakly, her head resting on the table.
I can't help you with this one. You'll have to figure it out yourself.
Yan Sha knew a little about how Lin Xiaoshui's parents had been pressuring her to marry.
As an outsider, she naturally couldn't do anything to help. Yeah, if only I had a boyfriend right now.
Then I could tell my parents straight up that I don't want to marry that guy.
Lin Xiaoshui pouted. Too bad you don't have anyone you like. You think all men are disgusting.
Yan Sha smiled faintly.
Sigh.
Lin Xiaoshui sighed helplessly, unsure what to do about her situation.
Meanwhile,
after leaving Lin Xiaoshui's office, Chen Mo followed the busty Li Cici to the bar's storage room, where she found him a uniform. During their brief interaction, Chen Mo noticed that Li Cici was quite flirtatious. She frequently brushed her ample bosom against his body and occasionally teased him with suggestive remarks. The Chen Mo before inheriting the fortune might have been powerless against a woman like her. Though not exceptionally beautiful, her figure was undeniably sexy. For a virgin like Chen Mo, untouched by women, she was highly tempting.
But now, Chen Mo was surrounded by beautiful women.
Whether it was Su Mubai, Wang Yaoyao, or Ming Mei, any one of them was far superior to Li Cici.
Naturally, Chen Mo had little interest in her now.
After changing into his new uniform, Chen Mo followed Li Cici into the bar. He briefly introduced himself to the other staff members before getting to work. Having previously worked in bars, Chen Mo was quite familiar with the tasks at hand and handled them with ease. Even though he had inherited assets worth hundreds of billions, Chen Mo felt that since he had promised Yan Shi to help out at this bar, he should fulfill his responsibilities properly. Thus, he didn't slack off while working, handling more tasks single-handedly than several other servers combined. Lin Xiaoshui, who had just finished her call with Yan Shi, emerged from the office and happened to see Chen Mo diligently cleaning. Lin Xiaoshui nodded with satisfaction, then strode toward Chen Mo, intending to offer him some praise. But after taking just a few steps, she abruptly stopped, a flicker of something unusual crossing her beautiful eyes. Lin Xiaoshui recalled her mother's earlier words, then linked them to what Yan Sha had told her about Chen Mo's background. A bold thought suddenly flashed through her mind.
If that's the case, does that mean my mother won't have to pressure me into marriage anymore?
A sly gleam flickered in Lin Xiaoshui's eyes as she murmured softly.
Chapter 124, Another Chance Encounter. Inside the bar.
Lin Xiaoshui stood at the second-floor railing, her hands lightly resting on the rail as she struck a decidedly alluring pose. She narrowed her captivating eyes, watching Chen Mo diligently at work.
Chen Mo seems a bit cleaner than the other men. Moments later, Lin Xiaoshui took a deep breath, mentally confirming her plan. Tap tap tap.
Lin Xiaoshui glided toward Chen Mo's table, her high heels clicking softly on the floor.
Upon hearing the footsteps, Chen Mo instinctively glanced behind him. Hello, Ms. Lin. Upon recognizing Lin Xiaoshui, Chen Mo greeted her politely. Yan Sha introduced you.
She's my best friend.
No need for formalities, just call me Sister Xiaoshui.
Lin Xiaoshui said calmly, looking at Chen Mo. Chen Mo looked at Lin Xiaoshui before him, a flicker of confusion crossing his eyes.
He silently wondered, is this woman schizophrenic? She was cold and distant earlier, barely acknowledging me, and now she's suddenly so approachable? Chen Mo, are you adjusting well to the environment here? Lin Xiaoshui gave Chen Mo a once-over, seeming somewhat satisfied as she asked. I'm adjusting. Chen Mo nodded quickly. Good. Yan Sha mentioned you've been working part-time to pay for school, right?
Lin Xiaoshui continued, her gaze fixed on him.
Yes.
My parents passed away when I was very young, so I've been working part-time to cover my tuition fees all by myself.
Chen Mo replied slowly. You're quite impressive, I must say.
Lin Xiaoshui gave Chen Mo a faint smile before continuing, I've already discussed it with Yin Sha. Your original wage was 50 yuan per hour, but I'm raising it to 100 yuan. Just focus on doing a good job here for me. Chen Mo looked at Lin Xiaoshui before him, a flicker of astonishment crossing his eyes once more. He couldn't fathom what Yin Sha had possibly told Lin Xiaoshui to cause such a drastic shift in her attitude toward him. Not only was she speaking to him with far more warmth, but she was also offering him a raise? Chen Mo, Lin Xiaoshui is raising your pay. What are you standing there for? Hurry up and thank her. Just then, Li Sisi walked up beside Chen Mo and called out cheerfully. Thank you, Sister Xiaoshui. Chen Mo snapped out of his daze and immediately called out to Lin Xiaoshui. Truthfully, the pay raise didn't particularly interest Chen Mo. He wasn't short on money at all. What truly intrigued him was why Lin Xiaoshui's attitude toward him had undergone such a drastic change. Upon seeing Li Sisi approach, Lin Xiaoshui cut short her conversation with Chen Mo and turned to address the others. Everyone, get ready quickly. We'll be serving guests shortly. Yes, Ms. Lin. The bar staff responded promptly. Lin Xiaoshui gave Chen Mo a fleeting glance before strutting away in her high heels, swaying her hips as she headed upstairs to the office. After watching Lin Xiaoshui leave, Li Sisi turned to Chen Mo and asked softly, Little Chen Mo, what's your relationship with our bar's manager Lin? Nothing much. We just met today. Chen Mo replied softly. No way. You and Ms. Lin must have something going on. Why else would she give only you a raise and not the others? Li Sisi wrapped her arm around Chen Mo's as she spoke, then pressed her soft chest firmly against his arm. In a sweet, coquettish voice, she coaxed, Tell your sister the truth. What exactly is your relationship with manager Lin? Chen Mo stared blankly at Li Sisi's high curves, slightly distorted by the tight fabric. Speak up. What are you staring at? Seeing his reaction, Li Sisi pressed herself against him again, creating a very obvious cleavage that caught Chen Mo's attention. Sis Sisi, I swear I have nothing going on with Mr. Lin. It's getting late, we should get back to work. Fearing Li Sisi's continued temptation might make him bleed from the nose, which would be utterly embarrassing, Chen Mo hastily pushed her away and turned to walk off into the distance. Watching Chen Mo's retreating figure, a peculiar gleam flashed in Li Sisi's eyes. She pouted her lips and muttered, You little Chen Mo, trying to act all proper in front of your big sister. Just wait a couple of days, and I'll have you willingly crawling into my bed. I'll be damned if I can't handle you, you little virgin. In the blink of an eye, over 2 hours had passed. The bar began to fill with more patrons, and Chen Mo and his crew grew busier. Countless men and women filled the dance floor, wildly swaying their bodies to the pulsing music. Chen Mo navigated through the crowd, carrying trays of drinks and snacks. Since most of the bar staff were newly hired, their efficiency paled in comparison to Chen Mo's. 3 of them combined couldn't match what Chen Mo accomplished alone. Chen Mo, could you take these bottles to room 303 for me? I need to use the restroom. A fairly attractive waitress batted her eyelashes at him, her voice sweet and coquettish. Like Chen Mo, this waitress was also working part-time. Sis Fawn, this is the 5th time I've helped you out. How do you plan to thank me? Chen Mo took the tray from her hand and asked with a smile. Oh dear, I know you're the sweetest to me. How about I treat you to dinner once I get paid? The waitress giggled. Now we're talking. Alright, I gotta go now, I need to use the restroom. The waitress patted Chen Mo's shoulder and clattered off toward the restroom in her high heels. Chen Mo carried the tray to the door of private room 303 and knocked lightly. Who is it? Came the prompt reply from inside. Waitress, delivering drinks. Chen Mo replied softly. Come in. Upon hearing this, Chen Mo pushed open the door and stepped inside. What the hell is going on? Why did it take so long to bring the bottles I ordered? Is this bar even worth running anymore? A young man dressed stylishly, sitting on the sofa, shouted impatiently at Chen Mo. Sir, I'm terribly sorry, but our bar just opened and we're a bit short-handed. We hope you'll bear with us. Chen Mo heard the young man's words and quickly offered an explanation. He'd already encountered several instances of customer dissatisfaction before, so he didn't take this one too seriously either. What a crappy bar. I'm never coming back. Seeing that Chen Mo's attitude was reasonably good, the young man didn't press the issue further, instead muttering under his breath. Young Master Zhang, please calm down. It's just that the drinks took a little longer to arrive. It's really no big deal. A young woman beside the young man quickly interjected with a smile. Chen Mo walked over to the coffee table, intending to set down his drink. Just then, a beautiful woman who had been sitting on the sofa playing with her phone suddenly looked up at him. Her expression turned puzzled as she exclaimed, Chen Mo? What are you doing here? Hearing this, Chen Mo immediately looked up. He found Su Mubai sitting on the sofa, looking utterly astonished. Chapter 125, Someone's about to confess. Chen Mo stared at Su Mubai before him, his own eyes reflecting a hint of shock. He hadn't expected to run into Su Mubai in this bar. Su Mubai looked stunning today, a white chiffon skirt below, a loose yet alluring white blouse above, and black high heels on her feet. Her long, fair legs paired with the heels made her look sexy and fashionable, yet still carrying a touch of elegance. With her exquisite features and perfect figure, plus the slightly dim lighting in the private room, Su Mubai looked even more alluring.
Su Mubai's expression mirrored Chen Mo's utter astonishment. Truthfully, Su Mubai wasn't particularly fond of such settings. However, her newly established cosmetics company had recently encountered difficulties. The man named Zhang, who had just been speaking with Chen Mo, happened to be interested in investing in her venture. Thus, Su Mubai had accompanied this group to the bar for a drink. She never imagined she would run into Chen Mo here. And to her surprise, Chen Mo was working as a bartender here. Currently, Su Mubai provided Chen Mo with 10,000 yuan monthly as living expenses. This sum was more than sufficient for basic living costs as long as Chen Mo didn't splurge. Su Mubai couldn't fathom why Chen Mo still worked as a waiter here. "Mubai, you know this guy?" Zhang Xiao turned and asked her with a grin. I suppose so." Su Mubai didn't want these people to know Chen Mo was his fiancée, so he replied with a forced expression. "Mubai, how could you possibly know someone like that? Yeah, how do you even know a waiter from a bar?" The others exclaimed in puzzlement upon hearing Su Mubai's words. After all, the Su family, to which Su Mubai belonged, was considered a prominent clan in Nanyang City. Su Mubai had been treated like a princess since childhood. In the eyes of others, it was simply inconceivable that someone like her would know a lowly figure from the bottom rung of society like Chen Mo. Chen Mo blushed slightly upon hearing their remarks. It wasn't just Su Mubai who felt embarrassed, even Chen Mo himself found the situation humiliating. "Chen Mo, what are you still standing there for? Hurry up and put the things down." Su Mubai called out urgently to Chen Mo, wanting to spare him further humiliation from the crowd. Chen Mo set down the bottle of red wine and turned to head toward the private room. "Mubai, I think your approach to making friends might be a bit off. You'd be better off limiting your interactions with these low-level nobodies. After all, people like them offer you no real benefit. In fact, they'll just bring you unnecessary trouble. When choosing friends, what truly matters is a person's capability and character." After Chen Mo left, a slightly older young man said to Su Mubai with a mocking smile. "Yeah, Brother Li's absolutely right. We should be making connections with people like young Master Zhang. What good is knowing some lowly waiter?" a girl chimed in eagerly. Upon hearing their flattery, young Master Zhang flashed a satisfied smile. Su Mubai hesitated for a moment where he sat before softly saying, "Young Master Zhang, I need to use the restroom." "All right." Zhang Xiao nodded slightly at Su Mubai. Su Mubai hurried out of the private room in her high heels. Spotting Chen Mo still nearby, she called out, "Chen Mo, wait up." Chen Mo turned his head, giving Su Mubai a faint glance before asking softly, "What is it?" Su Mubai walked up to Chen Mo, gave him a once-over, and asked with genuine puzzlement, "Why are you working as a waiter here?" Chen Mo felt a twinge of irritation at Su Mubai's accusatory tone, compounded by her earlier dismissive attitude. His response was sharp and cold. "Didn't we agree this was just a marriage of convenience? Working as a waiter doesn't require your approval, does it?" Su Mubai couldn't help but sneer coldly at Chen Mo standing before him. Then, recalling Su Muyu's claim that she'd seen Chen Mo checking into a hotel room with another woman, he said expressionlessly, "You must have used the living expenses I gave you to deceive some young girl. Now that you're broke, you've come here to work, right?" Chen Mo froze at the accusation, then frowned. "Is that all you wanted to talk about?" "Of course not." Su Mubai shook her head and murmured softly, "Someone bought a villa for me at Jinqiu Manor a few days ago." "Was that you?" Chen Mo stared at Su Mubai before him, desperately wanting to admit he'd bought that villa. But the inheritance contract explicitly forbade him from revealing his identity to Su Mubai. If he broke that rule, the entire inheritance would be nullified. Hiding his identity from others was to avoid disrupting his life. Hiding it from Su Mubai was a necessity born of circumstance. When Su Mubai saw Chen Mo remain silent, he couldn't help but let out a cold laugh. His expression remained impassive as he said, "All right, your reaction tells me everything. Someone like you could never afford a villa over there. And if you could afford a villa, you wouldn't be working here." "You're right. I certainly can't afford any villa." Chen Mo nodded slightly at Su Mubai before continuing, "Is there anything else? If not, I need to get back to work." Su Mubai hesitated, then looked at Chen Mo and said, "I don't want anyone to know about our relationship. So if anyone asks how we know each other, just say we're friends. Got it?" "Understood." Chen Mo nodded lightly. "Also, since I agreed to marry you, I'll keep my word. Tomorrow, we'll go get our marriage certificate." Su Mubai knew marrying Chen Mo was now an unavoidable reality. Moreover, the person who had demanded this marriage had helped her father's company weather a crisis. Rather than prolong the uncertainty, she decided it was best to simply get the marriage certificate with Chen Mo. Getting married so soon? A flicker of excitement passed through Chen Mo's eyes at Su Mubai's words. "Don't read too much into it. We're just getting a marriage certificate. You'll still be you, and I'll still be me. Nothing changes." Su Mubai feared Chen Mo might misunderstand, so she explained sternly. "Ah, I understand." Seeing Su Mubai's attitude, Chen Mo nodded somewhat dejectedly.
Still, he felt that getting the marriage certificate with Su Mubai as soon as possible was actually a good thing for him. After all, once they were officially married, he could openly inherit the Juncheng estate and wouldn't have to hide his true identity from Su Mubai anymore.
Alright, I've said my piece. You can go back to work now. Su Mubai said to Chen Mo with a faint expression. When should we go get the certificate tomorrow? Chen Mo asked. Wait for my call.
I've got some things to take care of tomorrow. Su Mubai replied softly before turning and heading toward the private room.
After watching Su Mubai leave, Chen Mo sighed and turned back toward the bar counter.
Although Su Mubai had agreed to get married with him, for some reason, Chen Mo couldn't feel the slightest bit of joy. He felt that instead of growing closer, the distance between him and Su Mubai was only widening. His spirits were low, and he couldn't muster the same energy for his work as before. In the blink of an eye, over an hour had passed. Throughout that time, Chen Mo drifted in a daze, his mind consumed by Su Mubai's attitude toward him in the private room and the words Su Mubai had just spoken.
Excuse me, excuse me. Just then, a waiter entered the bar carrying a large bouquet of roses. Everyone's expressions turned stunned upon seeing the bouquet in the waiter's arms.
Xiao Xiao, where did you get these roses?
Is someone planning to confess their feelings? Li Sisi asked excitedly upon seeing the bouquet.
These are for the guests in private room 303. Seems like someone in there is planning a confession, the waiter replied with a cheerful smile.
Room 303?
Chen Mo froze upon hearing the waiter's words, then recalled that Su Mubai was indeed in room 303. Earlier, when Chen Mo entered the private rooms, he noticed only 2 girls in room 303. One of them appeared to already have a boyfriend, and that Zhang guy was giving Su Mubai some strange looks.
Could it be that Zhang wanted to confess to Su Mubai? Though Chen Mo knew it had nothing to do with him, even if someone did confess to Su Mubai, he couldn't suppress his curiosity. He hurried over to the waitress and whispered, Xiao Xiao, give me the roses.
I'll deliver them.
No way. The guest promised me 100 yuan tip.
The waiter hastily refused. Without hesitation, Chen Mo pulled 2 bills from his pocket and tossed them onto the waiter's counter. Snatching the roses, he hurried toward room 303.
After catching the money Chen Mo tossed his way, the waiter's eyes flashed with confusion.
He pursed his lips and muttered, it's just a confession.
Why is he so worked up? Chapter 126, Tonight, you're coming home with me.
After snatching the roses from the waiter's hands, Chen Mo strode purposefully toward private room 303.
Clang! Chen Mo pushed open the door to room 303. Zhang Xiao, seated on the sofa, spotted Chen Mo entering with the roses and cursed in displeasure. What the hell took you so long?
Useless piece of trash. With that, Zhang Xiao snatched the roses from Chen Mo's hands and slowly walked over to Su Mubai. Seeing this, Chen Mo became even more certain that Zhang Xiao intended to confess his feelings to Su Mubai.
Su Mubai, however, didn't notice Chen Mo entering. Instead, he focused all his attention on Zhang Xiao, looking utterly perplexed as he asked, Zhang Xiao, what do you mean by this? Clang! Without hesitation, Zhang Xiao knelt before Su Mubai. Chen Mo was instantly dumbfounded when he saw Zhang Xiao kneel. The young master was actually on both knees.
The young man beside Zhang Xiao seemed to notice something was off and quickly whispered a reminder, Young Master Zhang, for confessions or proposals, it's usually just one knee.
Isn't kneeling on both knees more sincere?
Zhang Xiao retorted with a smirk. Young Master Zhang, people usually kneel on both knees when visiting graves, the young man said with an exasperated expression.
Damn it, I don't need your advice.
Zhang Xiao cursed, his face flushing with embarrassment. He adjusted his posture slightly and looked at Su Mubai. Mubai, I've liked you for a long time.
Will you be my girlfriend?
Su Mubai stared blankly at Zhang Xiao before her, utterly speechless. She never imagined he would confess his feelings to her.
Mubai, I really like you a lot. Please let me be your boyfriend.
Seeing Su Mubai's silence, Zhang Xiao hurriedly pressed on.
Say yes to him. Say yes. The other guests in the private room began chanting in unison.
Chen Mo stared at Su Mubai's seat, feeling inexplicably nervous.
He worried that if Su Mubai actually agreed to Zhang Xiao's proposal, wouldn't he truly become a cuckold?
Even though he and Su Mubai were merely a marriage in name only, Chen Mo still didn't want to be the cuckold. Young Master Zhang, we've only known each other for less than 2 weeks. Su Mubai replied, utterly speechless. True, you've only known me for 2 weeks, but I fell for you long before that. Every night when I sleep, I think of you. I truly believe I'm in love with you. Please, give me a chance? Let me be your guardian angel, protecting you, cherishing you. Young Master Zhang spouted some cheesy pickup line he'd picked up from who knows where, giving everyone goosebumps.
Chen Mo stood at the doorway, utterly devastated.
To him, Zhang Xiao's words sounded like a sanitary pad commercial protecting you, caring for you.
The only thing missing was a claim about leak protection.
Zhang Xiao, I'm sorry, but I can't accept your offer. Su Mubai looked at Zhang Xiao and shook his head gently.
Why?
I love you so much, why can't you accept me? Zhang Xiao shouted, his expression intensely agitated.
Because I don't think we know each other well enough yet, Su Mubai replied softly. I think I know you very well already. What you like, your hobbies, I know all of that. Zhang Xiao shouted, staring at Su Mubai. If you know me so well, then why didn't you know I already have a fiancé? And I plan to register our marriage with him tomorrow. With no other choice, Su Mubai used Chen Mo as a shield. Upon hearing Su Mubai's words, Chen Mo couldn't help but feel a surge of satisfaction. After all, Su Mubai hadn't accepted Zhang Xiao's advances and had even told everyone she had a fiancé. You already have a fiancé? Zhang Xiao froze in place upon hearing Su Mubai's words, his expression frozen in utter shock. Yes, I already have a fiancé, so I can't accept your proposal. Su Mubai nodded lightly. Zhang Xiao stared at Su Mubai for a moment before hurriedly saying, even if you have a fiancé, it doesn't matter. You can break off your engagement now and be with me. Mr. Zhang, my fiancé, and I have a very strong bond. I have no intention of breaking up with him. Thank you for your feelings, but I cannot accept yours. Su Mubai replied with a bitter smile. She picked up her phone to check the time and said softly, Mr. Zhang, it's getting late. I really should be going now. With that, Su Mubai grabbed her bag and prepared to leave the private room. Su Mubai, if you don't accept my confession today, you'll absolutely regret it, mark my words. Seeing Su Mubai about to leave, Zhang Xiao abruptly stood up, glaring at her as he shouted. Su Mubai turned his head, gave Zhang Xiao a faint glance, said nothing, and walked straight toward the door. As Su Mubai reached the doorway, he suddenly noticed Chen Mo standing nearby. Su Mubai gave Chen Mo a cold glance, said nothing, and walked out of the private room. Damn it! How the hell does Su Mubai have a fiancé? Didn't you say he's always been single? Zhang Xiao cursed excitedly after seeing Su Mubai actually leave. We have no idea either. All her friends say she's single. We've never heard of her having a fiancé. Zhang Xiao's friend replied helplessly. Find out. Investigate thoroughly. By tomorrow night, you must uncover this fiancé of Su Mubai's. I'll make him break it off with her. Zhang Xiao shouted, his eyes red with fury. Chen Mo heard Zhang Xiao's words and couldn't help but smile faintly before turning and walking out of the private room. Little did they know, the fiancé Su Mubai mentioned was actually the waiter standing right before them all alone. Learning that Su Mubai had rejected Zhang Xiao and would be registering their marriage with him tomorrow, Chen Mo's mood suddenly lifted. He resumed his rounds, serving tea and wine between private rooms. In the blink of an eye, over 3 hours had passed. It was past 1 a.m. The bar patrons began to disperse one by one. The waitstaff started cleaning up the bar and preparing to clock out. Since Chen Mo was only working part-time, he didn't need to stay for cleanup. Stretching lazily, he turned to Li Cici and said, Sis Cici, if there's nothing else, I'll head home now, okay? Don't rush off just yet. How about I treat you to a late-night snack? Li Cici said to Chen Mo with a flirtatious smile. I'm not hungry. I think I'll pass. Chen Mo reluctantly agreed before striding toward the bar exit. But just as he was about to exit the bar, a seductive voice called out from behind him. Chen Mo, wait a moment. Chen Mo turned to look at Lin Xiaoshui behind him, his expression puzzled. Sis Xiaoshui, is there something else? You're coming home with me tonight. Lin Xiaoshui murmured softly to Chen Mo. The waitstaff who had been busy working in the bar froze in place upon hearing her words, their expressions filled with astonishment. Lin Xiaoshui was actually taking Chen Mo home? Chapter 127, this money is all yours. Sis Xiaoshui, I'm going home with you? Chen Mo looked utterly bewildered upon hearing Lin Xiaoshui's words. He couldn't fathom why she would invite him home in the dead of night alone, just the two of them. Was she up to something? Yes. I just bought a massage chair today, but I can't carry it upstairs alone. So come home with me first to help carry it up, then you can take a taxi back. I'll reimburse your fare. Lin Xiaoshui said softly to Chen Mo. Hearing this, the expressions on everyone's faces visibly relaxed. So Lin Xiaoshui had brought Chen Mo home to help carry something. The waiter's expression shifted from confusion to relief, thankful Lin Xiaoshui hadn't called him to help carry the chair. After a long day of work, who had the energy left to lug around a massage chair? But Chen Mo looked thoroughly puzzled. Normally, appliances like massage chairs were delivered to your doorstep with installation included. Lin Xiaoshui asking him to carry such a thing felt off. Stop spacing out and hurry up, follow me. With that, Lin Xiaoshui sashayed out of the bar in her high heels. Though hesitant, Chen Mo didn't refuse Lin Xiaoshui. After all, she was his boss and a stunning beauty at that. He was more than happy to help a beautiful woman. A few minutes later, Chen Mo followed Lin Xiaoshui to the parking lot in front of the bar. Lin Xiaoshui pressed her car key fob, and the headlights of a white Mercedes illuminated the night. Get in! Lin Xiaoshui called out to Chen Mo before turning to open the door and climbing in. Chen Mo hesitated briefly before sliding into the passenger seat. Once settled, Chen Mo briefly scanned the car's interior. Most of the decorations were pink, giving it a distinctly feminine feel. Who knew Lin Xiaoshui had such a girly side? Chen Mo couldn't help but sigh inwardly. The car was filled with a fragrance identical to the scent on Lin Xiaoshui's body. When Lin Xiaoshui saw Chen Mo sitting in the passenger seat, her delicate brows furrowed slightly, but she said nothing more and slowly started the car.
Lin Xiaoshui was a woman with a deep-seated aversion to impurity. She simply couldn't tolerate a man sitting in her passenger seat. Even among women, only exceptionally close confidants like Yan Sha were permitted there. Thus, Chen Mo was the only man who had ever sat in Lin Xiaoshui's passenger seat. Throughout the ride, Chen Mo kept trying to strike up conversations with Lin Xiaoshui. Unfortunately, she seemed completely disinterested, her expression perpetually pensive as if deep in thought. Chen Mo's guess was correct. Lin Xiaoshui was wrestling with whether her plan for the day was the right one. She was deeply conflicted, unsure if she should proceed. After about half an hour, Lin Xiaoshui pulled the car to a stop in front of a villa. Though it couldn't compare to Chen Mo's mansion, to ordinary people it would still be considered luxurious. "Get out! We're here!" Lin Xiaoshui seemed to have made up her mind, her expression resolute as she addressed Chen Mo. "All right." Chen Mo nodded lightly, then reached out to open the door and stepped out. "Sis Xiaoshui, where's your massage chair? I'll help carry it upstairs." After getting out, Chen Mo spoke softly to Lin Xiaoshui. "Chen Mo, you've probably never lived in a villa like this before, have you?" Lin Xiaoshui didn't answer his question, instead asking something oddly unrelated to moving the massage chair. Chen Mo couldn't help but chuckle wryly at her remark. Not only had he never lived in one, but he'd actually purchased 3 villas several times more luxurious than this one. "You definitely haven't lived in one." Lin Xiaoshui pursed her small lips. "I haven't actually lived in one." Though Chen Mo didn't understand why Lin Xiaoshui asked such a question, he replied softly. He had bought villas, but he had never lived in one. "Come with me." Lin Xiaoshui clicked her high heels as she scampered toward the villa. Sister Xiaoshui, didn't you ask me to help carry the massage chair? Where is it?" Chen Mo asked Lin Xiaoshui with a puzzled expression. "I just got a text from the delivery company the massage chair won't be arriving today." Lin Xiaoshui replied softly. Chen Mo froze in place upon hearing her words, his expression utterly speechless. "So this woman dragged me out here in the middle of the night just to show off her villa? Sis Xiaoshui, since the massage chair hasn't arrived, I'll head back now. When it does come, you can call me over then." With that, Chen Mo turned to leave, sensing something off about Lin Xiaoshui. "Chen Mo, wait a moment." Lin Xiaoshui called out urgently as she saw Chen Mo about to leave. "What else is there?" Chen Mo asked, frowning. My computer broke. Could you come in and fix it for me?" Lin Xiaoshui bit her lip, her expression tense as she pleaded with Chen Mo. "Sis Xiaoshui, I don't know how to fix computers either. How about I find someone who does tomorrow?" Chen Mo wasn't lying, he genuinely didn't know how to repair computers. "Oh, come on. You're a guy, you must know more about computers than us girls. Just come in and take a look. If you really can't fix it, I'll find someone else." Lin Xiaoshui tugged Chen Mo along as she spoke, pulling him into the villa. With no other choice, Chen Mo followed Lin Xiaoshui inside. Inside, Chen Mo briefly surveyed the interior decor. The overall feel was exquisitely refined, yet utterly lacking in warmth, hardly the of a woman. Most furnishings, bedding, and covers were monochromatic black and white, creating an indescribably peculiar atmosphere. "This woman's place is way too clean." Chen Mo couldn't help but inwardly exclaim. "My laptop is over there. Go take a look." Lin Xiaoshui kicked off her high heels, walked barefoot into the living room, and pointed to the laptop on the coffee table. "Ah." Chen Mo nodded and strode toward the computer. As Chen Mo sat down on the sofa, Lin Xiaoshui instinctively opened her mouth to stop him. She had a cleanliness obsession and found it unbearable for a stranger to sit on her sofa. But she hesitated, swallowed her words, and said expressionlessly, "Chen Mo, you can fix the computer here. I'm going to take a shower. Don't touch anything in my house without permission, understand?" "Got it." Chen Mo nodded, then opened the computer and began studying it intently. Lin Xiaoshui gave Chen Mo a faint glance before turning and walking into the bathroom. A few minutes later, the sound of running water filled the bathroom. After briefly testing the computer, Chen Mo tossed Lin Xiaoshui's laptop onto the sofa and stared toward the bathroom with a puzzled look. While Chen Mo admittedly wasn't very tech-savvy, he wasn't a complete novice. His quick test had shown Lin Xiaoshui's laptop booted up and surfed the web perfectly smoothly, no issues whatsoever. He genuinely had no idea what he was supposed to fix. Moreover, the more Chen Mo thought about today's events, the more off they seemed. Earlier, Lin Xiaoshui had asked Chen Mo to move the massage chair, but when he arrived, she claimed it hadn't been delivered yet. Then she asked him to come in and fix her computer even though her laptop was perfectly fine. What the hell is this woman up to? Could she have figured out who I am and be trying to blackmail me? A terrifying thought flashed through Chen Mo's mind. The old Chen Mo wouldn't have worried like this. Back then, he was just a penniless nobody. Even if kidnapped, the captors wouldn't get much ransom. But things were different now. Chen Mo was a billionaire. If he really got kidnapped, that would spell big trouble. The thought sent a chill down his spine. He rose to his feet, determined to leave this eerie villa immediately. But just as he was about to leave, the bathroom door opened. "Chen Mo, where are you going?" Lin Xiaoshui, freshly bathed, emerged from the bathroom.
She gently asked Chen Mo as she dried the water droplets from her hair.
Lin Xiaoshui had already shed her daytime business suit, now wearing a black lace nightgown. Her long, fair legs were exposed to the air, her breasts high and firm, and her exquisite, pretty face glowed with a rosy flush from her recent shower. Chen Mo froze in place upon seeing her like this. Sis Xiaoshui, I've got some other things to take care of.
I fixed your computer, so I'll be heading out now. Chen Mo shook his head to clear his thoughts.
He knew he absolutely couldn't let himself be distracted by her beauty at this moment.
You have other things to do? What could possibly be so urgent this late at night?
Lin Xiaoshui walked barefoot up to Chen Mo, her voice light and teasing.
Xiao. Sister Xiaoshui, what are you doing? The distance between Chen Mo and Lin Xiaoshui was now extremely close. He could clearly smell the intoxicating fragrance emanating from her body. Seeing his reaction, Lin Xiaoshui gave a faint smile before turning away. She walked to the coffee table, bent down, and opened a drawer.
Just as Chen Mo was admiring Lin Xiaoshui's perfect figure, she pulled out a large stack of cash from the drawer and placed it on the coffee table. Chen Mo, sleep with me, and all this money is yours.
Lin Xiaoshui commanded Chen Mo like a queen. Chapter 128, Are you even a man? Sleep, with you? Chen Mo froze in place upon hearing Lin Xiaoshui's words, his expression frozen in utter shock.
He had assumed Lin Xiaoshui had brought him here because she knew his identity and intended to kidnap him. But he never imagined she actually planned to sleep with him. This woman really does have ulterior motives toward me.
Chen Mo muttered to himself before sizing up Lin Xiaoshui from head to toe.
She wore a black, sexy nightgown, her skin fair and rosy, her figure alluring and captivating. Her delicate, oval face showed no flaws, and she radiated the unique charm of a mature woman. Such a seductive older woman actively proposing intimacy, any normal man would likely find it impossible to refuse. Yet Chen Mo's expression was deeply conflicted, for he had no idea what Lin Xiaoshui was truly after.
What are you still standing there for? Hurry up and take off your clothes.
Lin Xiaoshui spoke while reaching to remove her own nightgown. Seeing her move, Chen Mo quickly reached out to stop her, his expression filled with helplessness as he said, Sister Xiaoshui,
I'm not the kind of man you imagine. If that's what you're looking for, you should find someone else. Am I not pretty enough? Would sleeping with me be beneath you?
Lin Xiaoshui hadn't expected Chen Mo to refuse her at all. Her tone turned slightly displeased as she snapped at him. Sis Xiaoshui, you're beautiful.
Sleeping with you wouldn't be a burden, it's just that I'm not worthy of you.
Besides, I have no idea why I'd even want to sleep with you in the first place.
Chen Mo said, his expression utterly defeated. Why sleep with me?
Lin Xiaoshui froze upon hearing Chen Mo's words, then extended her slender jade-like fingers to point at the cash on the coffee table.
Chen Mo, here's 100,000 yuan.
If you sleep with me tonight, this money is yours.
If you can get me pregnant, I'll give you another 100,000. Now do you understand why you should sleep with me? You want to sleep with me to get pregnant? Chen Mo seemed to grasp Lin Xiaoshui's meaning. Yes, I just want to have a child.
Lin Xiaoshui nodded lightly. Having a child with Chen Mo, that was the plan Lin Xiaoshui had conceived. Given her advanced age, her parents had relentlessly arranged blind dates for her. But Lin Xiaoshui herself was a woman with a deep-seated aversion to certain things, unable to tolerate those men. She had never encountered a man she truly liked. Today, her parents had issued an ultimatum: if she didn't get engaged soon, they would take back her bar. Running a bar was Lin Xiaoshui's greatest dream. She refused to let it be taken away, which is why she devised this solution that seemed to satisfy both sides. If she could conceive a child with Chen Mo, no one would want to marry her afterward, and her parents would have no grounds to pressure her into marriage. Lin Xiaoshui had already resolved to remain single for life. Having a child would at least fulfill her desire to be a mother.
You want to have a child with me?
Chen Mo stared at Lin Xiaoshui before him, his expression utterly helpless. Lately, strange things had been happening to him one after another. First, he'd inexplicably inherited a huge fortune. Then, he'd gained a nominal fiancée. Now, just by taking a part-time job at a bar, the female owner was trying to pull some underhanded deal on him, asking him to help her have a child.
What kind of nonsense was this? Chen Mo, I've looked into your situation.
Your parents passed away when you were very young.
If you sleep with me now and have a child, you'll receive 200,000 yuan. If you think that's too little, I can give you more.
Lin Xiaoshui said expressionlessly.
Wait, Sister Xiaoshui, why exactly do you want to have a child with me? Chen Mo asked Lin Xiaoshui with a look of utter bewilderment. Why do you care so much?
I'll pay you, you just sleep with me.
Lin Xiaoshui pouted. No way. I'm not that kind of person. You need to explain this clearly to me today. If I genuinely believe you need my help, and considering your great figure and good looks, I might even agree to your request. Otherwise, I absolutely won't sleep with you.
Chen Mo was now intensely curious why Lin Xiaoshui had made such a request. After all, she was attractive and had a great figure. If she was lacking male attention, she could easily find someone better than him. Seeing Chen Mo's unwavering stance, Lin Xiaoshui hesitated for 2 seconds before revealing her entire plan to him.
Upon learning the truth, Chen Mo was utterly shocked. He never imagined Lin Xiaoshui had devised this scheme merely to evade marriage pressure. He had overheard her phone call with her mother earlier, so he was certain she wasn't lying to him now. Sis Xiaoshui, if you want someone to have a child with, you could easily find someone more suitable than me. Why choose me? We're barely acquainted. Chen Mo hesitated before asking softly. Because you're poor. Lin Xiaoshui replied calmly. After hearing Lin Xiaoshui's words, Chen Mo froze in place, a look of helplessness spreading across his face. He hadn't expected the reason behind her choice to be so straightforward. In truth, Lin Xiaoshui's choice of Chen Mo wasn't solely because he was poor. First, Lin Xiaoshui had a fairly favorable impression of Chen Mo. He was reasonably good-looking, appeared cleaner than most men, and most importantly, seemed dependable and desperately short on cash. Lin Xiaoshui believed that someone like Chen Mo could be handled simply by providing money. But if she chose another man, there was always the risk that he might develop feelings for her and later use the child to blackmail her, creating endless trouble. Thus, the honest, hard-working, and penniless Chen Mo was the perfect candidate for Lin Xiaoshui's plan. Chen Mo could get the money he desperately needed from Lin Xiaoshui, and after having his child, Lin Xiaoshui would sever all ties with him immediately. This way, neither party would suffer any harm. Sister Xiaoshui, Chen Mo whispered to Lin Xiaoshui, with today's advanced medical technology, you could have a child without needing a man at all. You mean artificial insemination? Lin Xiaoshui replied expressionlessly. Yes, exactly that. Chen Mo nodded slightly. I've looked into it online, but it's not as simple as you think. You need medical exams, appointments, and a whole bunch of paperwork. Most importantly, I can't justify why I want to have a child. The hospital would never approve the procedure. Even if they did, it'd take at least 6 months. My parents are arranging my engagement in a couple of days. I can't wait that long. Lin Xiaoshui paused as she looked at Chen Mo, then continued, plus, I keep feeling weird about not knowing who the father is. I just can't accept this situation myself. So that's it. Chen Mo looked at Lin Xiaoshui and nodded gently. Enough with the excuses. Get undressed and get in bed with me. As she spoke, Lin Xiaoshui reached up and pulled her nightgown off. Once the nightgown was gone, Lin Xiaoshui's flawless figure was exposed to Chen Mo's gaze. Chen Mo was instantly dumbfounded. Sis Xiaoshui, I really can't help you with this. Maybe you should ask someone else. Realizing Lin Xiaoshui genuinely intended to sleep with him, Chen Mo instinctively stood up, his expression resigned as he protested. Is it because you think the money I'm offering isn't enough? Lin Xiaoshui looked at Chen Mo, her expression puzzled. It's not about the money. Chen Mo replied in a low voice. Although Lin Xiaoshui was undeniably alluring, Chen Mo didn't want to get involved with her under such ambiguous circumstances, especially if it meant having a child. He turned to leave. If it's not about the money, then what is it? Chen Mo, is there something wrong with your body? You're not impotent, are you? Lin Xiaoshui couldn't fathom what was wrong with her plan. Logically speaking, Chen Mo was so poor, she'd offered him a substantial sum, and she wasn't unattractive herself, her figure was decent too. A penniless guy like Chen Mo had absolutely no reason to reject her. You're not incapable, are you? Upon hearing Lin Xiaoshui's words, Chen Mo froze in place. He felt his dignity as a man had been deeply challenged. I'm perfectly healthy. There's nothing wrong with my body. Chen Mo snapped back at Lin Xiaoshui. If you're so healthy, then why won't you sleep with me when I'm practically offering myself to you? There must be something wrong with you. You're not a real man. Lin Xiaoshui sat on the sofa, striking a provocative pose, her tone dripping with contempt as she addressed Chen Mo. Chen Mo hesitated for 2 seconds before striding purposefully toward Lin Xiaoshui. Today, I'll show you exactly what kind of man I am. Chen Mo growled lowly, then reached out and scooped up Lin Xiaoshui clad only in her underwear, lifting her effortlessly around the waist. He spun and charged toward the bedroom. Chapter 129, Are you tired? Ever since inheriting his fortune, the temptations surrounding Chen Mo had steadily increased. Whether it was the alluring older woman like Wang Yaoyao or the youthful students like Ming Mei and Lu Di, these women would obediently book hotel rooms and wait naked for Chen Mo with just a single phone call. But Chen Mo never acted on it. He was determined to find a woman who truly loved him, not one who loved his money. If he got involved with any of these women, he might never be able to shake them off. Compounding this was Su Mubai. Though she refused to acknowledge Chen Mo as her fiancée, he remained determined to pursue her. He believed that since he had agreed to marry her, he owed her responsibility. But Lin Xiaoshui's words just now had struck a nerve with Chen Mo. What do men strive for with their wealth? Isn't it to live freely and happily? Chen Mo was deeply attracted to Lin Xiaoshui. Sleeping with a woman like her wouldn't be a loss at all. Earlier, he'd merely been restraining his desires. But the words Lin Xiaoshui had spoken to him ignited a raging fire of anger within him. Lin Xiaoshui didn't know Chen Mo's true identity, and it was she who had initiated the request to sleep with him. Even if something happened between them, Chen Mo wouldn't have to take responsibility. Plus, he could pocket the 200,000 yuan cash, it wouldn't affect him in the slightest.
That was precisely why Chen Mo had abruptly changed his mind. Chen Mo sought Lin Xiushui's body, while Lin Xiushui sought to resolve her own troubles. They were simply fulfilling each other's needs. Afterward, they would go their separate ways without interference. Chen Mo felt he wasn't at a disadvantage. When Lin Xiushui felt Chen Mo lift her up, a flicker of anxiety crossed her beautiful eyes. But her gaze quickly hardened with resolve. She knew that only pregnancy could solve all her problems now. Seconds later, Chen Mo tossed Lin Xiushui onto the large bed in the bedroom and began stripping off his own clothes. Lying on the bed, Lin Xiushui's heart raced. Having never had any intimate contact with the opposite sex since childhood, she was understandably nervous. Chen Mo watched the expression on Lin Xiushui's face, hesitated for a moment, then whispered, "If you change your mind now, there's still time." Lin Xiushui seemed nervous too. She opened her mouth to speak but hesitated before whispering, "Hurry up. I don't regret it." Hearing her words, Chen Mo stopped talking and leaned down, his lips seeking the delicate, tempting mouth of Lin Xiushui. When Lin Xiushui saw Chen Mo about to kiss her, she quickly turned her head away and waited, her big, watery eyes wide as she exclaimed, What are you doing? You can't kiss me. Sis Xiushui, what kind of thing is this where you can't kiss? Chen Mo was instantly speechless at Lin Xiushui's words. Ignoring her protests, he leaned in toward her lips once more. Panic flashed across Lin Xiushui's face as she darted left and right, occasionally muffling whimpers. But after a couple of dodges, Chen Mo finally found his chance and pressed his lips directly onto her sensual, tempting mouth. Lin Xiushui's eyes widened instantly as she stared straight at him. This was Lin Xiushui's first kiss, and it was also Chen Mo's first kiss. Both froze in place almost simultaneously. Chen Mo hesitated for a moment, then used his tongue to gently part Lin Xiushui's pearly white teeth before locking lips with her in a deep kiss. Moments later, Chen Mo's breathing grew agitated. His hand slid down toward Lin Xiushui's smooth back, intending to slip off her undergarments. Feeling the warmth of Chen Mo's palm, Lin Xiushui's delicate body trembled slightly, but she clenched her teeth and did not stop him. To escape her parents' constant pressure to marry, Lin Xiushui was willing to do anything at this point. But this was Chen Mo's first time undressing a woman, so he inevitably struggled with how to unhook the bra. After fiddling with it for a while, Chen Mo still hadn't managed to remove Lin Xiushui's underwear. Perhaps because he was a bit too excited, beads of sweat appeared on his forehead. Damn it, why won't it come undone at such a crucial moment? Chen Mo couldn't help but curse under his breath. Chen Mo, what's wrong? Lin Xiushui noticed his sweaty forehead and asked with a puzzled look. Nothing. Chen Mo's voice trembled slightly. He had no intention of telling Lin Xiushui that his sweat was caused by his inability to undo the bra clasp. That would be too embarrassing. If you're fine, then why are you sweating? Lin Xiushui asked breathlessly. Chen Mo remained silent, glancing down at Lin Xiushui's back before suddenly freezing in place. Because he realized there was no clasp on the back of the lingerie at all. He had fantasized countless times about being in a hotel room with a woman. Yet now, with a stunning beauty right before him, he couldn't even undo her bra. Panic surged through him, but the more he panicked, the harder it was to find the clasp. Could the clasp be in the front? Chen Mo hesitated for 2 seconds, staring at Lin Xiushui's pale, high peaks, then began searching for the clasp in front. After searching for a long time, he realized there were none up front either. Chen Mo was on the verge of losing his mind. Chen Mo, are you tired? Lin Xiushui suddenly asked, looking at him. Tired? Why would I be tired? Chen Mo muttered under his breath before resuming his focused search for buttons. You must be exhausted. We haven't even done anything yet, and you're already sweating. Is there really something wrong with your body? Lin Xiushui asked with a puzzled expression. There's nothing wrong with my body. Chen Mo growled back, his eyes red. Then why are you sweating? Maybe the room's too hot. Chen Mo replied helplessly. How about we both take a break? Lin Xiushui suggested softly. No need. Can I ask you something? Chen Mo felt he couldn't keep stalling with Lin Xiushui, so he decided to ask how to undo the buttons. What is it? Lin Xiushui paused before speaking. Where's the clasp on your underwear? Chen Mo asked Lin Xiushui with utter resignation in his voice. Hearing this, Lin Xiushui couldn't help but smile softly. So all this time you've been struggling because you couldn't find the clasp on my underwear. How do you even open your bra? Chen Mo was on the verge of losing his mind. The clasp is on the side. Lin Xiushui seemed to relax a bit, replying with a smile. Damn it, who designed this bra? Why put the clasp on the side? Chen Mo shouted in utter exasperation, reaching out to feel along the side of Lin Xiushui's underwear. Chen Mo, you're not a virgin, are you? Lin Xiushui spoke slowly at that moment. I'm definitely not. Fearing Lin Xiushui would mock him, Chen Mo hastily denied it. Then why can't you even find the buttons? Lin Xiushui continued to question him. Chen Mo had no patience to engage with Lin Xiushui. He finally located the button and tried to force it open. Ring. But just then, the phone tucked inside Chen Mo's clothes suddenly rang. Both Chen Mo and Lin Xiushui froze in place upon hearing the ringtone. Chapter 130, Because of Me? Upon hearing the ringtone, Chen Mo chose to ignore it and continued undressing.
Chen Mo, your phone is ringing.
Lin Xiushui hesitated before whispering to him.
Ignore it. Chen Mo replied expressionlessly. It's so late, it must be urgent. You should answer it and see what it's about. We have all night, so there's no rush.
Lin Xiushui urged softly.
Huff. Chen Mo took a deep breath.
After silently cursing the caller several times in his mind, he finally pulled his phone from his pocket. When Chen Mo saw the name on the screen, he froze.
The caller was none other than his fiancée, Sumubai. It's so late. What's the matter? Chen Mo answered softly. Chen Mo, come to my company tomorrow morning at 10. Remember to bring your ID card and household registration book. We're going to get married.
Sumubai's voice sounded somewhat weary.
Your company.
I'll text you the address shortly.
Don't be late.
Sumubai anticipated his question and cut him off.
Alright, I got it. Chen Mo nodded. See you tomorrow. Sumubai replied indifferently before hanging up.
After seeing the call end, Chen Mo slowly lowered his phone and glanced at Lin Xiushui. Suddenly, a pang of guilt washed over him. Though he and Sumubai were only nominal spouses, Sumubai had never done anything to betray him. Yet here he was, lying in bed with another woman, doing this.
If the roles were reversed, if a man were lying in Sumubai's bed right now, could Chen Mo accept it? He knew he couldn't.
Even if someone confessed their feelings to Sumubai, it would make him deeply uncomfortable.
How much more so if a man was actually in Sumubai's bed? A deep sense of guilt welled up within Chen Mo. Who was that call from? Lin Xiushui noticed Chen Mo's unease and couldn't help but ask softly. Sister Xiushui, I'm afraid I can't help you with this matter. Chen Mo spoke while reaching for the clothes he'd left beside him. Why? Didn't we just agree on this?
Lin Xiushui sat up abruptly upon hearing this, her expression filled with confusion as she called out to Chen Mo.
Actually, I've always had a fiancée, and we're getting married tomorrow. I feel it would be unfair to her to do this. So Sister Xiushui, I can't help you. Chen Mo explained softly as he dressed. You have a fiancé? Lin Xiushui stared at Chen Mo in utter disbelief. She'd assumed a penniless guy like him wouldn't even have a girlfriend. But she never imagined Chen Mo actually had a fiancé. Yes, I've always had a fiancé.
I'm sorry, Sister Xiushui.
Chen Mo said softly.
Lin Xiushui stared at Chen Mo before her, hesitating for 2 seconds before softly saying, the one who should apologize isn't you, but me.
I didn't know you already had a fiancé. If I had known, I absolutely wouldn't have asked you to help me with this.
Sister Xiushui, I admit I acted impulsively earlier. If you want to escape your parents' marriage pressure, you should find someone you truly love and be with them. You shouldn't resort to such extreme measures.
Chen Mo said earnestly to Lin Xiushui. You probably don't know much about my situation. I want to find a man I truly love too, but there's nothing I can do, I just haven't found him yet.
Lin Xiushui gave a helpless smile before continuing, alright, if there's nothing else, you can leave now.
Maybe this is just my fate. Honestly, I'll have to marry someone sooner or later anyway.
The man my mother introduced this time seems decent enough. I suppose I'll just accept my lot. Though Lin Xiushui said this, Chen Mo could sense her deep reluctance. Sister Xiushui, if you had a boyfriend now, would your parents still pressure you to marry? Chen Mo paused, then asked softly. That depends on whether they like my boyfriend. If they do, they definitely won't push me to marry someone else. But if they don't? Lin Xiushui paused before continuing slowly, if they don't like him, but I insist on marrying him, I think my parents would eventually have no choice but to agree.
I see. Chen Mo nodded thoughtfully.
Truthfully, the only reason my parents are so eager for me to marry is that they want to see the next generation. They're afraid I'll really stay single forever. Lin Xiushui said slowly. Sis Xiushui, I have a solution now, one that lets you avoid having children while also stopping your parents from pressuring you to marry.
Chen Mo looked at Lin Xiushui as he spoke. Really? What is it?
Lin Xiushui asked excitedly.
I could just pretend to be your boyfriend, right? That way, you insist on staying with me.
Even if they think I'm poor, they can't force you to marry someone else.
Then, whenever you find someone you like, you can just break up with me. Chen Mo grinned at Lin Xiushui. Right. Why didn't I think of that? Lin Xiushui looked at Chen Mo with sudden realization.
She'd been agonizing over how to avoid marriage, but never considered that finding a fake boyfriend could temporarily placate her parents. If her parents knew she already had a boyfriend, even if they weren't happy about it, they couldn't keep pressuring her to marry someone else.
Chen Mo, that's a brilliant idea. When you have time, I'll take you to meet my parents and introduce you as my boyfriend. Lin Xiushui exclaimed happily. Sure. Chen Mo nodded lightly. I really can't thank you enough. Here, take this money.
Seeing how Chen Mo had helped her solve a major problem, Lin Xiushui felt deeply grateful and quickly picked up the cash on the table.
Sis Xiushui, I kissed you and touched you earlier. Helping you out with this makes us even. So take the money back. Chen Mo replied casually.
This 100,000 yuan was hardly a significant sum to Chen Mo, but it was no small amount for Lin Xiushui. Thus, Chen Mo had no intention of accepting it. Lin Xiushui couldn't help but recall what they'd done in bed together, her pretty face flushing slightly.
Alright, Sister Xiushui, if there's nothing else, I'll be heading out now.
Chen Mo smiled at Lin Xiushui before turning and striding toward the villa's exit. Lin Xiushui stood frozen in place, staring at Chen Mo's retreating figure. A flicker of confusion crossed her eyes. She realized Chen Mo didn't seem like a penniless beggar at all. Otherwise, why wouldn't he show the slightest interest in the money she held? After leaving the villa, Chen Mo hailed a taxi and returned home. Lying alone on his hard wooden bed, Chen Mo recalled Lin Xiushui's exquisite figure and felt a pang of disappointment. If not for Su Mubai's call, he'd probably still be curled up in her comfortable bed, holding her delicate form as he drifted off to sleep.
Ah, what a strange turn of events. Never mind, no point dwelling on it. Tomorrow I still have to go with Su Mubai to get our marriage certificate.
Chen Mo murmured softly to himself before closing his eyes and drifting off to sleep.
The next morning, around 9 o'clock.
Chen Mo arrived at the address Su Mubai had sent him the night before, carrying his ID card and household registration booklet. It was a cosmetics company. The company was neither large nor small, employing around 50 to 60 people.
Upon entering, Chen Mo noticed the interior decor was quite tasteful. Good morning, sir.
May I assist you? The receptionist asked softly.
I'm here to see Su Mubai. Chen Mo replied indifferently. Ah, Mr. Su is currently in a meeting.
Would you mind waiting in the lounge? The receptionist promptly offered.
All right. Chen Mo nodded and strode into the lounge.
The pretty receptionist enthusiastically poured him a glass of water. Sitting on a chair in the lounge, Chen Mo briefly surveyed the company's surroundings.
After a moment, his gaze settled on the location of the conference room. Since the conference room had glass doors, Chen Mo could clearly see Su Mubai inside the meeting, though he couldn't hear what was being said. Su Mubai's expression seemed somewhat agitated as he argued with a bespectacled middle-aged man. What kind of trouble has Su Mubai gotten himself into? Chen Mo couldn't help but wonder inwardly. Chen Mo?
Just then, a familiar voice suddenly rang out beside him.
Chen Mo froze for a moment before glancing beside him.
To his surprise, the speaker was none other than Su Mubai's cousin, Su Muyu.
What are you doing at my cousin's company?
Su Muyu walked up to Chen Mo, her expression puzzled as she called out.
This is my fiancé's company. I can come whenever I want. Chen Mo replied indifferently. You?
Su Muyu glared fiercely at Chen Mo before hissing under her breath, you're shameless.
You and my cousin are only a nominal couple. Stop deceiving people by claiming to be my cousin's fiancé. Do you even know what happened in here? Chen Mo had no patience for bickering with Su Muyu.
After a moment's hesitation, he pointed at the conference room and demanded.
You have the nerve to ask? It's all because of you this mess.
Su Muyu seemed to flare up even more at Chen Mo's words, glaring back with her large, watery eyes.
Because of me?
Chen Mo froze, his expression clouded with confusion.
Chapter 131, The Whole Story. Inside Su Mubai's company. After hearing Su Muyu's words, Chen Mo's face showed utter bewilderment. He couldn't fathom how problems at Su Mubai's company could possibly involve him. Had Su Mubai not summoned him here today, Chen Mo would never have known Su Mubai even ran a cosmetics company. I've never even been to this company. What business do I have with its affairs? Chen Mo asked Su Muyu. Don't play dumb. My cousin's company ran into trouble because of you. If it weren't for you, how could young Master Zhang have pulled his investment from my sister's company? And if he hadn't pulled out, why would these shareholders be causing a scene?
Su Muyu pouted, her voice soft yet sharp.
Young Master Zhang?
Chen Mo froze upon hearing this, then recalled the wealthy second-generation heir who had confessed to Su Mubai last night. He seemed to go by the name Zhang Xiaotu.
Su Muyu, could you elaborate? How exactly am I involved in today's incident?
Chen Mo hesitated, then asked Su Muyu with a serious expression.
Su Muyu turned her head and gave Chen Mo a dismissive glance.
Oh, come on, she said with utter disdain.
You're just a trash collector. Even if I told you, you couldn't solve this problem. Why are you prying so much? Su Mubai is my fiancée. Of course I care about her affairs. Chen Mo retorted softly. You actually think you're my sister's fiancé? If it weren't for having a useless fiancé like you, she wouldn't be bullied like this.
Su Muyu sighed softly, seemingly feeling a pang of pity for Su Mubai.
What the hell is going on? Can you cut the crap?
The more Su Muyu spoke, the more anxious Chen Mo grew, his voice rising with frustration. Seeing Chen Mo so agitated, Su Muyu paused in surprise before softly explaining, this company is my sister's own cosmetics business. Its main products are all authentic traditional Chinese cosmetics.
And then? Chen Mo pressed urgently. When the company was first established, my uncle provided my cousin with 20 million yuan in startup capital. My cousin thought that should be enough. But after a year in operation, she realized that traditional Chinese cosmetics weren't as popular in the market as she'd hoped.
Most girls preferred big international brands and remained hesitant about my sister's products.
That's why, within just 2 years, my cousin spent every last penny of that 20 million, yet the company never turned a profit. It remained in the red the entire time.
Su Muyu whispered. What does all this have to do with the current situation?
Chen Mo asked impatiently. Oh, why are you getting so worked up? Don't I have to tell you bit by bit? If you don't want to hear it, I won't say another word.
Su Muyu turned her head and shot Chen Mo a disapproving look, exclaiming with obvious impatience.
Alright, go on. My uncle thinks my cousin's cosmetics company isn't profitable and has been operating at a loss. He wants her to declare bankruptcy.
But my cousin has always dreamed of creating her own cosmetics brand and refuses to give up.
They've been arguing constantly over this.
Later, my uncle had no choice but to agree to let my cousin continue with the cosmetics line.
But he won't provide any more financial support.
Plus, his own company hit major trouble recently.
Even if he wanted to help, he doesn't have the money.
Su Muyu's small mouth opened and closed as she spoke slowly.
Chen Mo stared at Su Muyu without speaking, still unable to grasp how this matter connected to the people in the conference room. After losing my uncle's financial backing, my cousin's company faced a critical funding gap. With no other options, she had to seek external investment. Fortunately, she has a strong network. She sold off 50% of her shares to the very people in that conference room. Su Muyu glanced back at the conference room and whispered. So these people are now shareholders in Su Mubai's company? Chen Mo paused before asking.
Yes, they're all shareholders. Su Muyu nodded gently, her tone tinged with resignation. After selling her shares, my cousin got some cash and resumed promoting the company's cosmetics.
But unfortunately, the business still showed no signs of improvement.
That's when these shareholders started causing trouble for her. They wanted her to change the company's business strategy, shifting from producing traditional Chinese cosmetics to becoming an agent for major international brands.
And then? Chen Mo asked. My cousin founded this company to promote traditional Chinese cosmetics.
There's no way she'd agree to become a foreign brand distributor. She flat out refused the shareholders' demands, so they started pushing to withdraw their investments.
Su Muyu explained slowly. If those people want to withdraw their shares, then let them withdraw. Chen Mo said with a very relaxed tone. Brother, are you an idiot? Do you think shareholders can just walk away like that?
If they all pull out, my sister will have to pay a huge severance package, but she doesn't have that kind of money right now.
Su Muyu shot Chen Mo a withering glare, her voice thick with exasperation. What happens if she can't come up with the money? Chen Mo frowned and asked.
If my cousin can't come up with the money, they'll sue her in court. The outcome will inevitably be that she loses the case, pays the damages, and the company has to declare bankruptcy.
So that's how it is. Chen Mo nodded slightly, having grasped the situation.
Put simply, Su Mubai's company had been poorly managed, leading to losses. These shareholders wanted to withdraw their investments, but Su Mubai simply couldn't come up with the money to pay them back.
But what puzzled Chen Mo was this: how did Su Mubai's poor business management have anything to do with him? Had he even been involved in the company's operations? I understand everything you've said, but what do you mean by blaming it all on me? How is this my problem? Chen Mo turned to confront Su Muyu. You have the nerve to ask.
Su Muyu glared fiercely at Chen Mo before pouting. A few days ago, some rich kid named Zhang Xiao wanted to invest in my sister's company a whopping 30 million yuan.
If my sister could secure that funding, she could properly promote the company.
By then, maybe the company would turn around, and the shareholders wouldn't dare cause trouble.
Who is this Zhang Xiao? Chen Mo asked, momentarily stunned.
I don't know much about this Zhang Xiao either, but I do know that last night he confessed his feelings to my sister. She told him she already had a fiancée and turned him down. After being rejected, Zhang Xiao immediately withdrew his investment offer for my sister's company. Once the shareholders found out he wasn't investing, they all came here to cause trouble. Su Muyu explained softly.
Chen Mo suddenly understood.
So the young master who appeared at the bar last night was indeed Su Mubai's investor.
Now you still dare claim this has nothing to do with you? If you weren't my sister's fiancé, Zhang Xiao wouldn't have given up on her. He might even have continued investing in her company.
Su Muyu spat at Chen Mo with utter disgust. Chen Mo narrowed his eyes as he scanned the conference room seats, a look of conflicted expression on his face. In truth, the problem Su Mubai faced now was hardly a problem at all in Chen Mo's eyes.
Anything money could solve, Chen Mo had a way to handle. The problem was that Chen Mo hadn't officially married Su Mubai yet, and he feared exposing his true identity. Honestly, my sister is being unreasonable.
Just the other day, someone offered to buy her a mansion worth tens of millions. If she'd accepted it and resold it, her current troubles would be solved.
But she refused the mansion. I really don't understand what she's thinking. Su Muyu continued, staring at Chen Mo. Su Mubai didn't accept that villa?
Chen Mo couldn't help but gasp inwardly upon hearing this, then immediately stood up and headed toward the conference room.
Chen Mo, where are you going? Su Muyu called out urgently as she saw Chen Mo preparing to leave.
Chen Mo paid Su Muyu no mind whatsoever, striding swiftly to the conference room door and pushing it open.
Chapter 132, Have you lost your mind?
Inside Su Mubai's company conference room.
Mr. Su, you must process our withdrawal from the company today, no matter what. Otherwise, we're not leaving.
A middle-aged man in a suit shouted at Su Mubai with an unusually agitated expression.
That's right. We're not leaving until we get our money today. We're not leaving.
The other shareholders echoed his demand in unison.
Uncle Zhang, Uncle Li, please spare me a few more days for my father's sake. I promise to give you a satisfactory resolution in 3 days.
Su Mubai rubbed his temples, his exhausted expression evident as he addressed the group.
Give you a few more days? The middle-aged man couldn't help but snort coldly at this.
Mubai, we invested in your company because of your father's reputation.
We let you manage this company because of your father's reputation.
Yes, but we never imagined you'd run the company into this mess.
And now you actually expect us to give you more time? Think carefully about how much time we've already given you.
I know you uncles have always looked out for me, but I'm truly facing some difficulties now.
Su Mubai looked at the others, wanting to explain. What but is that supposed to mean?
Just days ago, we thought young Master Cheng's investment could turn this company around. But now look, you've managed to blow that deal too.
We've reached our limit. You need to give us answers today. The middle-aged man shouted, his eyes bulging with fury.
But I simply can't come up with that much money to buy back your shares right now. Su Mubai sat slumped in his seat, his voice tinged with despair.
It doesn't matter if you can't come up with the money for the buyout.
You can go find young Master Zhang now.
As long as he invests in us, we won't rush the buyout.
The middle-aged man replied expressionlessly. Upon hearing this, Su Mubai froze momentarily, a flicker of surprise crossing her beautiful eyes. She knew these shareholders all had their own businesses, and their stakes in her company weren't particularly large. If they did withdraw, each would receive at most $1 million or $2 million, a sum that was hardly significant for such bigwigs. Yet these individuals persistently demanded Su Mubai withdraw their shares, constantly stirring trouble. This behavior was clearly unusual. Business tycoons like them had no reason to make such a fuss over such a small sum. Combined with the middle-aged man's earlier remark, Su Mubai suddenly realized these individuals might not genuinely want to withdraw their shares. They were likely colluding with young Master Zhang, aiming to lure Su Mubai into approaching him and agreeing to his demands. Everything that had transpired these past days was actually Zhang Xiao's carefully orchestrated plan to get her. But even though Su Mubai now understood Zhang Xiao's scheme, she had no solution. Either she would have to let these shareholders withdraw their investments, causing her company to collapse. Or she could agree to be with Zhang Xiao, but Su Mubai simply couldn't bring herself to be with him.
Mubai, all you need to do is call Zhang Xiao. If he agrees to invest in our company, we won't demand our shares back. It's such a simple matter, why are you making it so complicated? Yeah, Mubai, it's just a phone call. Is it really that difficult? Another middle-aged man chimed in. Clang.
At that moment, the conference room door burst open. Everyone turned toward the entrance at the sound.
When Su Mubai saw Chen Mo walk in, he froze for a moment before frowning and snapping, Chen Mo, what are you doing here? Get out.
I'm here to help you resolve this matter.
Chen Mo gave Su Mubai a cool glance and replied calmly.
You're here to help me resolve this?
Su Mubai couldn't help but let out a helpless laugh at Chen Mo's words.
He knew exactly what Chen Mo was capable of, so he coldly retorted, this isn't something you can handle.
You'd better get out now. Chen Mo, why did you suddenly barge in? Get out with me now, don't cause trouble for my cousin.
Just then, Su Muyu rushed in, her face flushed with agitation as she snapped at him.
Who is this kid? Can he help us sell our shares? Or find us investors? Ha ha ha.
The bigwigs in the conference room all burst into laughter upon hearing Chen Mo claim he could resolve today's situation.
Su Mubai's expression grew even more disgusted. Chen Mo was just a penniless student, a lowly bartender.
There was no way he could resolve today's situation. Coupled with the mocking tone of the crowd, Su Mubai felt thoroughly uncomfortable.
I can handle this matter for you today. Trust me. Chen Mo looked up at Su Mubai and said. Chen Mo, don't you think things are chaotic enough here already? Could you please stop making things worse? Get out now and stop embarrassing yourself, okay?
Su Mubai knew Chen Mo meant well, but this situation was beyond someone like him to handle.
He frowned and snapped at him. Mubai, what exactly is this kid doing here? Is he an employee of your company?
A middle-aged man eyed Chen Mo up and down, his expression puzzled as he asked.
He is. I'm her fiancée. Before Su Mubai could finish his sentence, Chen Mo cut in. Fiancée?
Upon hearing Chen Mo's words, everyone froze in place, their expressions filled with utter disbelief.
Though they knew Su Mubai had rejected young Master Zhang yesterday precisely because she already had a fiancé, none could have imagined that Su Mubai's fiancé was this seemingly ordinary, poorly dressed young man. No one could fathom why Su Mubai would choose someone like Chen Mo as her fiancé. Su Mubai, however, turned and shot Chen Mo a fierce glare, clearly displeased with his earlier revelation of their relationship. Chen Mo, get the hell out of here.
Su Mubai, unable to contain her anger any longer, shouted at Chen Mo, her large, watery eyes fixed on him.
I'm your fiancée. Your company is in trouble, I won't stand idly by. Chen Mo said calmly, looking at Su Mubai. Chen Mo, are you out of your mind? Do you really think you have the capability to handle my sister's company affairs? Why don't you focus your energy on collecting more bottles instead?
Su Muyu also snapped at him without any tact. In the eyes of Su Mubai and Su Muyu, Chen Mo was nothing more than a penniless student. He couldn't possibly understand the complexities of the company's affairs, he was just making things worse.
So this guy's a scrap collector?
Haha, I never imagined you'd find a scrap collector as your fiancé, Mubai.
Do your parents know about this? Mubai, what were you thinking? How could you end up with a fiancé like this?
The people in the conference room burst into loud laughter at Chen Mo's seat, their expressions filled with utter contempt. Chen Mo saw their mocking smiles, and a flash of anger flickered in his eyes. It was one thing for them to mock him, but they dared to mock Su Mubai as well. Chen Mo stepped forward, grabbed the folder from the table, and flung it with surprising grace toward the face of a middle-aged man.
Thud! A loud thud echoed through the room. The laughter abruptly ceased.
Everyone stared wide-eyed at Chen Mo's position, their expressions frozen in utter shock. The middle-aged man struck by Chen Mo froze in place, a flicker of anger in his eyes.
Chen Mo, have you lost your mind? Su Mubai shouted at Chen Mo, his expression utterly devastated. Chapter 133, I can handle the money. Inside the conference room.
After Chen Mo flung the folder in his hand right into the middle-aged man's face, everyone froze in place, their expressions frozen in utter shock. They hadn't expected Chen Mo to be so bold as to throw something at their faces. Su Mubai, meanwhile, had completely broken down. She now understood clearly, Chen Mo had come solely to cause trouble. His appearance had only made today's situation more complicated. You little punk, you dare throw things at me? The middle-aged man snapped out of his shock and turned to yell at Chen Mo.
Weren't you laughing so happily just now? Keep laughing now.
Chen Mo narrowed his eyes and spoke coldly to the middle-aged man. You. Shaking with rage, the middle-aged man screamed at the top of his lungs, Su Mubai.
So this was your plan all along, bringing this kid here to humiliate me today, wasn't it?
I was willing to give you a chance out of respect for your father, but since that's how you feel, I won't waste my breath.
I'm withdrawing my shares today. That's right. We're withdrawing our investment too. Withdraw our shares. The other shareholders in the conference room rose one after another, shouting at Su Mubai. Uncle Zhang, please don't be angry. I truly have no idea why Chen Mo did this. I'll have him apologize to you right now. Su Mubai replied frantically, then turned to Chen Mo and shouted, Chen Mo. What are you standing there for? Apologize to Uncle Zhang right now. Why should I apologize to him? Chen Mo said expressionlessly. You.
Su Mubai was utterly speechless at Chen Mo's response, her eyes filled with utter despair.
She couldn't fathom why he would act this way. You won't apologize? Fine. I'm withdrawing my investment right now. If I don't see that money today, I'm suing you in court. Let's go down together. That share sale money is nothing to me anyway.
The middle-aged man shouted loudly.
Uncle Zhang, you.
Su Mubai seemed to be trying to salvage the situation, but Chen Mo suddenly grabbed her arm and said coldly, if this man wants to withdraw his shares, then let him withdraw them.
You just say withdraw and it's done? Tell me, where's the money coming from? If I can't pay them, the court will declare my company bankrupt, do you understand that? Su Mubai turned and yelled at Chen Mo. I can handle the money. Chen Mo replied indifferently. Chen Mo, will you stop messing around? Do you have any idea how much blood, sweat, and tears I've poured into this company? Because of your actions just now, all my years of hard work might go down the drain. What the hell are you trying to do? Get the hell out of here.
Su Mubai was now completely overwhelmed, turning to shout at Chen Mo with intense emotion.
I said I'll handle the money.
If these people want to withdraw their shares, just let them do it. Chen Mo said with a serious expression. At this point, Chen Mo hadn't yet registered their marriage with Su Mubai, so he couldn't reveal his true identity. But once they were legally married, Chen Mo could openly provide a substantial sum to help Su Mubai's company.
You'll handle the money? Su Mubai shot Chen Mo a cold sneer before bellowing, do you even know how much I'd have to pay if all these people withdraw their shares? I don't know. Chen Mo shook his head gently. I'll have to pay nearly 20 million yuan. Can you come up with that kind of money? Tell me, can you? Su Mubai pointed at Chen Mo and demanded coldly. I can come up with it. Chen Mo said through gritted teeth. How exactly do you plan to come up with it? Are you going to work your ass off as a bartender to scrape together 20 million, or pick through trash at school to scrape together 20 million? Su Mubai was so overcome with emotion he didn't even notice Chen Mo's distress. Ha 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 ha.
Everyone burst into laughter upon hearing Su Mubai's words.
No one had imagined that Su Mubai's fiancé wasn't just a penniless trash collector, but also a bar waiter. For a lowly bar attendant to claim he could cough up 20 million yuan in severance pay was nothing short of a colossal joke. Chen Mo, stop embarrassing yourself here. Get out now, or I'll call security. Su Mubai, hearing the mocking laughter, seemed to calm down slightly.
Sitting in his chair, he coldly addressed Chen Mo. Chen Mo stared at Su Mubai without responding.
What are you still doing standing here? Didn't you hear me tell you to leave? Su Mubai shouted when Chen Mo didn't move.
At that moment, Chen Mo had only one thought, to have Li Juncheng bring over those 20 million in cash and slap everyone present in the face. But he knew he couldn't do that. Since he and Su Mubai weren't married yet, bringing Li Juncheng here now would expose Chen Mo's true identity.
I can help you find an investor. This person should be willing to inject a substantial sum into your company. This money would not only cover their severance packages but also allow your company to resume normal operations. Chen Mo looked at Su Mubai and said softly. You can find me an investor? Su Mubai shook her head helplessly, then said with a bitter smile, Chen Mo, I beg you, please don't joke around with me like this, okay? How could you possibly find an investor for me? Who do you think you are? I can have that person here right now. Chen Mo said softly. You can have them come right now?
Su Mubai froze upon hearing Chen Mo's words, staring at him beside him with utter bewilderment. At that moment, Su Mubai sensed that Chen Mo didn't seem to be joking with him. That's right. I can have that person come over right now to invest in your company, and the investment amount will definitely exceed whatever that so-called young Master Zhang offered.
Chen Mo declared with unwavering conviction. Chen Mo, at a time like this, could you please stop joking around? Just go do whatever you need to do.
Su Mubai rubbed his temples, his expression filled with exasperation as he called out to Chen Mo.
I'm not joking. Mubai, why don't you have this kid make the call? I'm actually curious to see if he can find someone to invest in your company today. If he really pulls it off, we might reconsider not withdrawing our shares. The middle-aged man suddenly interjected, addressing Su Mubai. If you want to withdraw your shares, go ahead and do it. If you don't want to, then don't.
Chen Mo shot the middle-aged man a cold sneer before declaring with unmistakable authority, everyone who just shouted about withdrawing their shares get the hell out of this company today. Chen Mo believed that even if these people didn't withdraw now, keeping them around would only cause trouble. It would be better to have Li Juncheng come and buy out their shares, than let Su Mubai manage the company alone.
After all, Chen Mo had plenty of money now. 200 million was nothing to him, let alone 2 billion.
Everyone froze upon hearing Chen Mo's words. No one had expected Chen Mo to be so uncompromising, wanting to kick everyone out of the company.
Kid, stop spouting hot air.
Find investors first before you talk, the middle-aged man snapped coldly at Chen Mo.
I'm making the call right now.
Chen Mo gave Su Mubai a faint glance before turning to leave the conference room with his phone in hand.
Su Mubai stared blankly at Chen Mo, utterly perplexed.
At that moment, he couldn't tell whether Chen Mo was joking with him or dead serious.
Chapter 134, I'll make a call.
Since Chen Mo couldn't reveal his identity now, he planned to find a secluded spot to call Li Juncheng and have him handle today's matter.
But before Chen Mo could exit the conference room, a young man in a white suit swayed unsteadily inside.
Chen Mo glanced up and recognized the man as none other than Zhang Xiao, the wealthy second-generation heir who had confessed his feelings to Su Mubai at the bar the night before.
Young Master Zhang. Young Master Zhang.
Upon seeing the rich kid, everyone immediately stood up and greeted him with great politeness.
Clearly, these people had colluded with young Master Zhang beforehand, otherwise, they wouldn't be acting this way. Mubai, what's going on here? Your company sure is lively today.
Young Master Zhang walked up to Su Mubai, smiling broadly as he addressed him. Zhang Zhe, stop putting on a show in front of me.
Su Mubai replied calmly. Acting? When have I ever acted? You orchestrated all this today, didn't you? You knew I couldn't afford to pay these shareholders their severance packages, so you used them to blackmail me. You arranged for them to demand their shares back a few days ago. Then you showed up offering to invest in my company. But after I rejected you last night, you pulled your investment. Now you've brought these people here to cause trouble, trying to corner me into partnering with you, right? Su Mubai turned to glare at Zhang Zhe, his voice thick with rage. Ha! Seeing Su Mubai had figured it out, Zhang Zhe dropped the pretense and chuckled. Mubai, I didn't expect you to be so sharp. You're right, I orchestrated all this. But I have my reasons. What possible hardship could you have? Su Mubai couldn't help but sneer coldly. Didn't I do all this just to be with you? If you dumped that so-called fiancée of yours and agreed to be with me, none of this would have happened today, right? Zhang Zhe said cheerfully to Su Mubai. Su Mubai stared at Zhang Zhe without responding. Since we've come this far, I'll be blunt. You have two choices now. The first is to be with me, and I'll invest in your company. The second is to stay with your fiancé, but all your company's shareholders will withdraw their investments. You'll face a huge severance payment. Think it over carefully. Zhang Zhe sat down leisurely in his chair and spoke softly to Su Mubai. Zhang Zhe, give up this delusion. I'll never be with someone like you in this lifetime. You're utterly despicable.
Sumubai shouted, her large, teary eyes glaring at him.
I never expected you to be so loyal to your fiancé. Well, then, just wait for your company to go bankrupt.
Zhang Zhe replied indifferently before continuing, I wonder where that useless fiancé of yours is hiding. His fiancé is in this state, and he still won't step up to resolve it.
Why didn't you choose your boyfriend more carefully? Finding a good-for-nothing who can't even help you with this, how could he ever make you happy?
Young Master Zhang, you might not know this, but Su Mubai's fiancé is standing right behind you. The middle-aged man who had been harassing Su Mubai all along called out cheerfully. Zhang Zhe froze upon hearing this, then whipped his head around to look at Chen Mo.
His expression turned puzzled as he asked, you mean this guy is Su Mubai's fiancé?
Yep, this guy right here.
He was just bragging about how he could find Su Mubai new investors.
The middle-aged man nodded lightly. Zhang Zhe stared at Chen Mo's position for 2 seconds before bursting into laughter, clutching his stomach.
Pointing at Chen Mo, he gasped, aren't you the waiter from the bar last night? How did you become Su Mubai's fiancé? What does my job as a waiter have to do with whether I'm Su Mubai's fiancé? Chen Mo retorted. It doesn't matter. Zhang Zhe's laughter grew even more arrogant. Su Mubai watched Zhang Zhe's expression with utter helplessness.
But now that things had reached this point, she didn't feel like explaining anything. She could only brace herself for the worst. After laughing for a moment, Zhang Zhe regained his composure and turned to Chen Mo. You're just a lowly bar attendant.
What kind of investor could you possibly find? And Su Mubai, how did you even find a fiancé? Choosing a bar attendant? That's absolutely hilarious. What's so funny? Who I choose as my fiancé is my business. What does it have to do with you?
Unable to tolerate Zhang Zhe's mockery, Su Mubai stood up, her expression heated as she shouted.
I just think this bartender is completely beneath you. Su Mubai chose me, a bartender, over you. Haven't you ever considered if the problem might lie with you? Chen Mo suddenly cut Zhang Zhe off.
Zhang Zhe whipped his head around and glared fiercely at Chen Mo before grinding out through clenched teeth, enough.
I'm not in the mood for your nonsense. Su Mubai, what are your plans? Are you going to stay with this penniless kid and wait for the company to go under, or are you going to be with me?
Su Mubai hesitated, then turned her gaze directly toward Chen Mo's seat. Though she knew the chances of Chen Mo finding an investor were slim, it was still a glimmer of hope.
What if a miracle really happened? Prepare the withdrawal agreements for these people. I'll make a call. Chen Mo whispered to Su Mubai. Chen Mo, can you really find investors for my cousin? If you can't, don't pretend to be capable here. Otherwise, once the contracts are signed, my sister won't have the money to pay their severance fees. The consequences could be severe. Su Muyu said to Chen Mo with a tense expression. Chen Mo gave Su Muyu a fleeting glance, said nothing, and walked out of the conference room with his phone in hand. When everyone saw Chen Mo actually leave, a hint of confusion flashed in their eyes. Deep down, they were all curious whether Chen Mo could truly help Su Mubai find investors. Su Mubai took a deep breath and whispered to Su Muyu, Xiaoyu, have my secretary prepare the contract. Cousin, are you seriously considering giving these people their shares back? If Chen Mo can't find investors, we're in big trouble. Su Muyu exclaimed urgently upon hearing Su Mubai's words. Yes. Mubai, would you rather watch your company collapse than be with me? Zhang Zhe stood up, his expression equally agitated as he shouted at Su Mubai. Su Mubai glanced at Zhang Zhe indifferently before replying flatly, Zhang Zhe, I've told you before I'd rather die than be with someone like you. You? Zhang Zhe stared at Su Mubai, utterly baffled. He couldn't fathom what was so great about that penniless nobody Chen Mo. Why would Su Mubai choose to be with Chen Mo over him? Xiaoyu, go prepare the contract. Su Mubai knew that if she didn't buy back their shares today, these people wouldn't let it go. So regardless of whether Chen Mo could ultimately help her find investors, she had to buy back their shares. As for severance pay, if Chen Mo could secure investors, that would be ideal. If not, Su Mubai would have to figure something else out. Chapter 135, You want to break off our engagement? After leaving the conference room, Chen Mo walked straight to the corner of the hallway and pulled out his phone to call Li Juncheng. Ring ring ring. After a long ring, Li Juncheng finally answered. Young Master Chen, what are your instructions? Li Juncheng asked softly. I need you to invest in a company right now, 100 million yuan. Chen Mo replied expressionlessly. Understood. Please provide the company name, and I'll have my team handle it immediately. Li Juncheng responded promptly. This can't be handled by your team. I need you to come over immediately. I'm at Extreme Blossom Cosmetics Company, Limited. This company belongs to my fiancée, Su Mubai. I'm concerned she might suspect my identity, so you must personally discuss the investment with her. Chen spoke rapidly. This. Li Juncheng paused upon hearing this, his tone sounding somewhat troubled. Is there a problem? Chen Mo pressed urgently. Mr. Chen, the thing is, I'm currently on a business trip abroad. I won't be able to return until tomorrow at the earliest. How about I go talk to your fiancé tomorrow instead? Li Juncheng said with a hint of resignation in his voice. You're abroad right now? Chen Mo was instantly speechless upon hearing Li Juncheng's words. Yes, I just got off the plane. If you're really in a hurry, I can have the finance department transfer the investment funds to your fiancé first. We can't transfer the money over first.
If you invest such a large sum without even being here in person, Sumu Bai will definitely suspect our relationship.
Once he discovers I'm actually a rich kid, I'll lose my chance to inherit the fortune.
Chen Mo said with obvious frustration. Young Master Chen, you're thinking more and more thoroughly these days. I'll catch a flight back to the country immediately and should arrive in Nanyang City tomorrow morning.
Li Juncheng couldn't resist a bit of flattery at this moment. Hearing this, Chen Mo couldn't help but glance toward the conference room.
Everyone was waiting for his return. If he announced Li Juncheng wouldn't arrive until tomorrow, they wouldn't let it go easily.
But if Li Juncheng hadn't even visited Sumu Bai's company and was transferring 100 million yuan outright, that seemed far too suspicious. Even a little cutie could probably spot something was off. You won't be back today? Chen Mo asked quietly. Mr. Chen, I'm currently overseas. Even if I board a flight now, the earliest I could arrive is tomorrow morning.
Li Juncheng replied softly.
All right then. Come over tomorrow morning.
I need to explain this to my fiancé first. Chen Mo said with a hint of resignation in his voice.
All right. Li Juncheng replied indifferently before hanging up. This Li Juncheng, why does he always screw things up at the most critical moments? Chen Mo cursed under his breath, visibly irritated as the call ended abruptly. If this had happened on any other day, it wouldn't have been so bad.
But right now, the shareholders in the conference room along with Zhang Zhe were all waiting to see Chen Mo fail.
If he went back and told them the investor wouldn't arrive until tomorrow, they wouldn't believe him. Huff. Chen Mo hesitated, then picked up his phone to call Du Tianhao.
He considered asking Du Tianhao to invest and then transfer the funds to him.
But then he thought about it. Du Tianhao was a notorious crime boss in Nanyang City. There was hardly anyone who didn't know him. How could someone like Du Tianhao invest in a cosmetics company for no reason? It just didn't make sense. So in the end, Chen Mo didn't dial Du Tianhao's number. He turned and headed toward the conference room. Chen Mo, have you found an investor? When can they come over?
Sumu Yu had already prepared the contracts for Sumu Bai, waiting for Chen Mo's return so they could finalize the share transfers. Sumu Yu glanced back at Chen Mo, her eyes brimming with hope. After all, he was her last remaining hope.
Well, the investor said he has something come up today and can't make it. He'll probably have to come tomorrow. Chen Mo said awkwardly to Sumu Bai and Sumu Yu. Not until tomorrow?
Sumu Yu froze in place upon hearing Chen Mo's words.
Sumu Bai shook her head in disappointment.
Truthfully, she had already anticipated this outcome deep down.
Chen Mo was just a penniless student, no money, no connections. How could he possibly find a big boss to invest in her company? Is it that he truly can't come today, or that you haven't found anyone to invest in Sumu Bai's company at all? At that moment, Zhang Zhe, sitting nearby, couldn't help but chuckle. Chen Mo turned to look at Zhang Zhe, his expression unreadable. The investor can't make it today, but he'll definitely be here tomorrow morning. Ha! At a time like this, you still have the nerve to brag.
Zhang Zhe slowly rose and walked up to Chen Mo, his expression unchanged.
Why don't you just admit you can't find an investor? Why keep bragging? Yeah, Mubai, no offense coming from Uncle Zhang here, but how did you end up with a fiancé like this? Not only is he completely useless, but he's such a braggart. Look at the state our company is in now.
Besides young Master Zhang, there's absolutely no one else who would invest.
If this kid can really find investors, I'll kneel down and kowtow right now. After learning Chen Mo hadn't secured any investors, the room erupted in mocking laughter. Everyone stared at him like he was some kind of cute little thing. Chen Mo, you can leave now. Sumu Bai, deeply disappointed, called out to Chen Mo in a low voice. Sumu Bai, I. Chen Mo tried to explain. Enough. You don't need to explain anything to me. Truthfully, I already knew you'd never find investors for my company. But I can't understand why you lied. Did you think this was fun? Sumu Bai's tone was icy as he addressed Chen Mo. The investor really had an emergency today and couldn't make it.
Chen Mo shouted, his voice trembling slightly. Only now did he truly grasp the profound injustice of being wrongly accused. While others might dismiss his claims as bragging, something he could perhaps ignore, he never imagined even Sumu Bai would view him this way.
Chen Mo, enough. Stop telling me these things. You've truly disappointed me. Sumu Bai shouted at Chen Mo. In an instant, the entire conference room fell silent. Everyone stared at Sumu Bai in shock.
No one had ever imagined that the usually composed and quiet woman could display such intense emotion.
Chen Mo, you've truly let me down.
I thought that even though you were a bit poor, you were otherwise decent and not entirely unpleasant.
But I never imagined you'd do something like this today. You treated me like some little darling, deceiving me over and over. You think this is fun, don't you? Sumu Bai stepped in front of Chen Mo, her voice icy cold. Chen Mo opened his mouth to speak. What do you mean, what? Starting today, our engagement is off. I've got a huge debt to shoulder anyway. I don't mind taking on my father's debt too. Even if I end up in jail, I'll never be with someone like you. Sumubai shouted at Chen Mo, his voice trembling with emotion. You want to break off our engagement? Chen Mo froze in place upon hearing Sumubai's words. That's right. I'm canceling our engagement. Sumubai nodded firmly. Chapter 136, see you tomorrow. Originally, Sumubai had become Chen Mo's fiancée out of necessity due to his father's company facing difficulties. Although Sumubai had laid down 3 ground rules with Chen Mo that they would only be nominal spouses, each living separate lives without interfering in the other's affairs. But in truth, Sumubai had only said this as a formality. A woman like her simply couldn't bear the idea of having a husband in public while secretly being with someone else. So, in recent days, Sumubai had been quietly investigating and getting to know Chen Mo, trying to gradually accept him. Through her observations these past days, Sumubai concluded that aside from being broke, Chen Mo presented no major issues. That was why she had summoned him to her company today to register their marriage. Her plan was to have Chen Mo move into her home after they registered. Though she couldn't accept sharing a bed with him anytime soon, she could let him stay in another room. They could get to know each other, and perhaps she would gradually come to truly accept him. But Sumubai never imagined today's events would unfold. Even if Chen Mo had said nothing and done nothing today, she wouldn't have been angry, because she knew he simply didn't have the power to control her affairs. But Chen Mo had to step in and stir up trouble, bragging that he could find new investors. Sumubai couldn't bear being deceived like this. Her resolve shifted. She wanted to annul their engagement, let her company collapse, and shoulder her father's debts. Now Sumubai would rather shoulder the enormous debt herself, even face imprisonment, than spend her life with someone like Chen Mo. Chen Mo stared wide-eyed at Sumubai before him, utterly stunned that this matter could provoke such intense emotion in her. Are you certain you want to break off our engagement? Chen Mo asked in a low voice. Yes, I'm absolutely certain. You've disappointed me beyond measure today. Sumubai replied with unwavering resolve. Chen Mo stood frozen, watching Sumubai for 2 seconds. He desperately wanted to walk away right now. But he knew that if he walked away now, he would lose his right to inherit the royal city's legacy. A mere misunderstanding had cost Chen Mo everything that should have been his. The bitter resentment burned fiercely within him. Why did you break off our engagement? Chen Mo gritted his teeth as he demanded of Sumubai. Because you lied to me today. I won't marry a liar. What if I hadn't lied to you? Chen Mo retorted immediately. Sumubai stared at Chen Mo, momentarily stunned. The investor is coming tomorrow. If you want to cancel our engagement, that's fine. But can you give me 1 day? If no one invests in your company tomorrow, you won't need to cancel it. I'll cancel it myself. How about that? Chen Mo asked Sumubai with utmost seriousness. Sumubai remained silent. Seeing Sumubai's silence, Chen Mo snatched the withdrawal agreement from Sumuyu's hand and slammed it onto the conference table. His tone turned unusually arrogant as he shouted at the people in the room, didn't all of you just want to withdraw your shares? Sign this agreement and get the hell out. Kid, it's true we want to withdraw our shares, and we don't mind signing the contract. But if we sign it, what about severance pay? Who's going to cover that? A middle-aged man asked Chen Mo expressionlessly. Come here tomorrow at noon to collect your severance pay. If Sumubai can't pay you, I will. Chen Mo shouted in a low voice. What are you going to pay with? You're just a bartender. How could you possibly come up with that kind of money? The middle-aged man yelled back. I said I'd give it to you, and I will. Cut the crap. Either sign the contract or get the hell out of here. Chen Mo could no longer contain his emotions, shouting angrily. The crowd seemed intimidated by Chen Mo's intensity, all turning their heads toward Zhang Zai's position. After hesitating for 2 seconds, Zhang Zai narrowed his eyes and said to Chen Mo, what if we can't find you tomorrow? Don't worry. I'll definitely be there. Chen Mo replied slowly. Fine then. Since you've said it, I'll give you a chance. We'll come collect the money tomorrow at noon. If you don't have it, you'll be facing a lawsuit. Zhang Zai sneered coldly at Chen Mo. How could he pass up such a golden opportunity? Truthfully, even if Chen Mo disappeared tomorrow, Zhang Zai wasn't worried. After all, if Chen Mo really did vanish, Sumubai would only grow more disappointed in him. Young Master Zhang, should we sign this contract or not? The middle-aged man called out to Zhang Zai, clearly confused. Sign it. Why wouldn't we? Not only do you sign this contract, but you must also add a clause stating that if Sumubai is unable to pay the severance, Chen Mo will be responsible for covering it. Furthermore, this contract must bear Chen Mo's signature and fingerprint to be legally binding. Zhang Zai replied with a cold laugh. After grasping the implication of Zhang Zai's words, everyone picked up the contract and signed their names. Zhang Zai's agreement to Chen Mo's demand stemmed from a simple calculation. Once both parties signed, it meant that if no investor came forward for Sumubai's company tomorrow, Sumubai and Chen Mo would face hefty severance payments. Zhang Zai knew Sumubai's current situation well. She definitely didn't have the money. And Chen Mo certainly couldn't come up with that kind of money either.
At that point, all these people needed to do was file a lawsuit against Chen Mo, and he would be sentenced to prison. Once Chen Mo went to prison, the engagement between Su Mubai and Chen Mo would be nullified, allowing Zhang Zhe to step in and take advantage of the situation. Soon, everyone signed their names on the contract, including the clause Zhang Zhe had insisted on adding earlier.
Chen Mo, we've finished signing the contract. Sign it now.
The middle-aged man tossed the contract onto Chen Mo's desk with a cold sneer. Chen Mo hesitated for a moment before reaching out and picking up the contract.
Chen Mo. Su Mubai frowned and called out when he saw Chen Mo genuinely intending to sign the contract.
Chen Mo turned his head, gave Su Mubai a faint glance without speaking, and picked up the pen to write his name.
Chen Mo, do you even know what signing this means? Su Mubai knew exactly what Zhang Zhe was up to, so he shouted at Chen Mo with visible agitation. Of course I know what it means. But someone will come to invest in your company before noon tomorrow.
If no one shows up, I'll cancel our engagement, and I'll find a way to repay this severance payment. Chen Mo replied calmly before writing his name directly on the contract.
Su Mubai stared blankly at Chen Mo before him, utterly bewildered.
He couldn't fathom where Chen Mo had found the confidence to sign his name on that contract.
Could it be that Chen Mo really wasn't deceiving me? Could he genuinely help me find investors? A strange thought suddenly flashed through Su Mubai's mind.
At that moment, Chen Mo had already finished signing his name on the contract.
I've signed the contract. Chen Mo tossed the contract onto the middle-aged man's desk.
The middle-aged man quickly picked it up, studied it intently for a moment, then turned to Zhang Zhe and declared, "Young Master Zhang, the contract is in order."
All right, then we'll see you tomorrow. Zhang Zhe smiled happily upon hearing the middle-aged man's words, then turned and left the conference room. Seeing Zhang Zhe depart, the others quickly rose and followed him out. Only Chen Mo, Su Mubai, and Su Muyu remained in the conference room. Chapter 137, Father-Daughter Conversation. Inside the conference room, Su Mubai strode quickly to Chen Mo, snatched the contract, and shouted at him with a look of utter bewilderment. Chen Mo, do you even realize what signing this contract today means? Of course I know what it means. I'll bring the investors over tomorrow at noon. Rest assured. Chen Mo replied calmly. Brother, how can you be so sure you'll definitely bring them tomorrow? And even if you do bring them, will they really invest in my company? Su Mubai glared with wide, teary eyes, shouting in agitation. Yeah, why drag my sister into this if you just want to die? Su Muyu pouted at Chen Mo. If I can't find investors for your company by tomorrow, I'll cancel our engagement. And I'll personally cover the severance pay. It won't affect you. Chen Mo looked at Su Mubai, his tone unusually calm. Chen Mo, you. Su Mubai opened her mouth to speak, but Chen Mo showed no intention of staying. He turned and strode straight out of the conference room. What the hell does Chen Mo think he's doing? After watching Chen Mo leave, Su Mubai slumped into a chair, his expression utterly devastated. Cousin, Chen Mo absolutely won't find investors by tomorrow. He's just deceiving you. Su Muyu rushed to Su Mubai's side, her voice trembling with urgency. Su Mubai glanced at Su Muyu, sighed helplessly, and murmured softly, the contract is already signed. What's the point of saying all this now? We need to think of other solutions. What other options do we have? If Chen Mo can't secure investors for your company tomorrow, it'll face bankruptcy. Plus, you'll have to pay those shareholders a huge severance package. Su Muyu added, equally distressed. Su Mubai narrowed his eyes, saying nothing, his thoughts hidden. If we can't find Chen Mo by tomorrow, those shareholders will definitely come after you for money. If you can't pay them, they might actually sue you in court. Su Muyu continued, watching Su Mubai. What the hell is Chen Mo trying to do? Su Mubai was on the verge of losing his mind from all this, his expression filled with utter despair as he shouted. Cousin, if it really comes down to it, you should go ask Uncle for some money. After all, you got involved with Chen Mo in the first place because of Uncle's company. He shares responsibility for this mess now. Su Muyu hesitated before suggesting. My father's company isn't doing well right now. If I ask him for money now, I'm afraid he won't be able to come up with that much. Su Mubai replied softly. But honestly, asking my uncle for money is the only option left. Su Mubai sat in place for 2 seconds, then abruptly stood up and headed straight for the conference room exit. Cousin, where are you going? Su Muyu called out urgently. I'm going to talk to my dad about this. See if he has any ideas. Su Mubai replied expressionlessly, then grabbed her bag and dashed out of the company. Meanwhile, after leaving Su Mubai's company, Chen Mo felt extremely irritated. He had thought he could smoothly obtain the marriage certificate with Su Mubai, which would mean he wouldn't have to hide his identity from her anymore. But he never expected this to happen. Still, Chen Mo wasn't worried about tomorrow. He knew Li Juncheng would definitely return, and even if Li couldn't make it, Chen Mo could simply find another person to pose as an investor for Su Mubai's company. The only thing that bothered Chen Mo was that Su Mubai actually wanted to break off their engagement. He understood Su Mubai had never harbored genuine feelings for him, but he couldn't fathom why Su Mubai wouldn't trust him after he'd spent the entire day helping her. Why would she risk her father's company collapsing by breaking off their engagement? The rich are always right, the poor are always wrong.
Chen Mo sighed helplessly, then hailed a taxi to head to work at the Sun Never Sets bar. Meanwhile, after leaving his company, Su Mubai drove straight to his father Su Chenkai's company.
Xiao Bai, what brings you here?
Su Chengkai, who had been reviewing documents in his office, looked up with a puzzled expression upon seeing Su Mubai.
Dad, the shareholders at my company caused trouble again today. Su Mubai said expressionlessly. Aren't those people always causing trouble? I think you should just shut down that company and come help me. Su Chengkai replied with a smile. This time it's different. They're here to withdraw their investments. Su Mubai said in a low voice. Withdraw their shares?
Su Chengkai froze upon hearing this, then narrowed his eyes and said, Xiao Bai, tell me exactly what happened.
Su Mubai took a deep breath and recounted everything that had happened today to Su Chengkai. After hearing Su Mubai's words, Su Chengkai fell deep in thought. Dad always felt deeply indebted to you for forcing you to become engaged to someone you barely knew, all for the sake of this company. But I never imagined the man they wanted you to marry would turn out to be such a penniless young man, and now he's caused all this trouble. Su Chengkai sighed softly. Dad, now isn't the time for that. Chen Mo has already signed the contract with those people. I have to pay them severance tomorrow, but my company simply doesn't have that kind of money. What do you think I should do? Su Mubai said urgently to Su Chengkai. Are you certain Chen Mo can't help you find new investors? Su Chengkai asked softly. I don't think Chen Mo can find any. He's just a poor student, how could he possibly know wealthy people? Su Mubai retorted hastily. If Chen Mo can't find new investors, we'll have to fork over a huge severance payment. But you know my situation, the company just resumed normal operations. We simply can't come up with 20 million. Su Chengkai said, sounding somewhat reproachful. What are we supposed to do then? Su Mubai instantly grew frantic at the words, his large, watery eyes brimming with tears, his expression pitifully vulnerable. Xiao Bai, I actually have a solution that could resolve all your problems. Su Chengkai hesitated before speaking. What is it, Dad? Tell me quickly. Su Mubai pressed urgently. Xiao Bai, if you break off your engagement with Chen Mo and start dating Zhang Zhe instead, all your troubles will be solved. Su Chengkai whispered softly. Su Mubai froze in place upon hearing Su Chengkai's words. Dad, I don't even like that Zhang Zhe. Su Mubai shouted, her emotions running high. Then do you like Chen Mo? Su Chengkai asked back, his expression unreadable. I don't like Chen Mo either. Then why can you get engaged to Chen Mo but not be with Zhang Zhe? I agreed to marry Chen Mo to resolve your company's crisis. And if I break off the engagement now, he'll withdraw his investment in your company. While that might save mine, yours would still face collapse. Su Mubai shouted, visibly agitated. Earlier in the conference room, Su Mubai had indeed mentioned canceling the engagement to Chen Mo. But that was only her last resort. Moreover, her desire to break off the engagement with Chen Mo wasn't driven by a wish to be with Zhang Zhe. If you could be with Zhang Zhe, then even if Chen Mo withdraws his investment from my company, it wouldn't matter. The Zhang family, where Zhang Zhe comes from, is extremely wealthy. Getting him to invest a few tens of millions more into my company shouldn't be a problem at all. Su Chengkai said slowly. The moment Su Mubai heard Su Chengkai's words, he instantly grasped his meaning. Su Chengkai now intended for Zhang Zhe to replace Chen Mo. After all, Su Mubai's engagement to Chen Mo had only been arranged because Su Chengkai's company was facing difficulties. As long as someone could invest in his company, Su Chengkai couldn't care less about who that person was. Besides, Su Mubai felt no particular affection for either Zhang Zhe or Chen Mo, let alone any romantic inclination. If Su Mubai could be with Zhang Zhe now, it would not only resolve all current issues, but the Su family would also gain the Zhang family as a powerful ally to lean on in the future. But if Su Mubai stayed with Chen Mo, it would only solve Su Chengkai's company's immediate problems. After that, Chen Mo would hold no further value for the Su family. Xiao Bai, I know this might sound harsh coming from your father, but think about it. Whether you marry Chen Mo or Zhang Zhe, you're marrying into a family. Why shouldn't we maximize the value of this marriage? Su Chengkai murmured softly, his eyes narrowed. Dad, did Zhang Zhe come looking for you? Su Mubai asked Su Chengkai in a low voice. Zhang Zhe just called me. Su Chengkai didn't deny it, answering directly. Su Mubai stared blankly at Su Chengkai, his eyes filled with helplessness. He remained silent for a long time. Xiao Bai, I've already told you everything I needed to say. How you choose to handle it is entirely up to you. Su Chengkai said calmly to Su Mubai. I understand. Su Mubai nodded absently, his gaze unfocused. Chapter 138, Su Mubai's decision. 8 o'clock the next morning. After wrestling with the decision all night, Su Mubai finally made up her mind. Su Mubai realized that Su Chengkai's words held truth. Whether she married Chen Mo or Zhang Zhe, marriage was marriage. Why not maximize the benefits of this union? The Zhang family, to which Zhang Zhe belonged, was a renowned powerhouse in Nanyang City, boasting assets worth billions.
Marrying Zhang Zhe would not only resolve all her current problems but also ensure the Su family's financial security for generations to come. Marrying Chen Mo, however, would at best resolve the immediate issues with his father's company. Beyond that, she would likely have to shoulder the responsibility of building their life together. So when faced with choosing between these two men, even a little cutie would know which way to go. Moments later, Su Mubai emerged from the bedroom wearing a flowing white gown.
Her already tall frame appeared even more slender and alluring in the dress, radiating an air of dignified charm.
Su Changkai, however, showed no urgency to head to the office today. Instead, he sat on the sofa watching the news, waiting for Su Mubai's decision.
Dad! Su Mubai called out to Su Changkai on the sofa. Woke up, huh?
Su Changkai replied with a smile.
Yeah, I thought it through last night. If Chen Mo can't find a new investor to fund my company today, I'll break off our engagement and be with Zhang Zhe. Su Mubai said softly. Alright, Dad respects your decision. Su Changkai nodded with a look of relief, then stepped closer to Su Mubai and whispered softly, Xiaobai, I know this whole situation has been unfair to you. I'll make it up to you later. Hearing Su Changkai's words, Su Mubai couldn't help but smile wryly.
If she married Zhang Zhe, she might never find happiness in this lifetime.
What could possibly make up for her happiness? It's getting late. You should hurry to the company.
Seeing Su Mubai remain silent, Su Changkai continued.
MHM.
Su Mubai gave a slight nod before gliding gracefully toward the front door in her high heels.
Half an hour later, Su Mubai drove to her cosmetics company.
Before she could even step inside, the receptionist rushed over, flustered, and said, Miss Su, the shareholders are all waiting for you in the conference room.
Got it.
Su Mubai replied indifferently before heading straight for the conference room.
Mr. Su, you're finally here. We've been waiting for over an hour.
The moment Su Mubai pushed open the conference room door, a middle-aged man called out in a sarcastic tone.
Uncle Zhang, did you think I'd run away?
Su Mubai shot the middle-aged man a cold smile before striding into the conference room. Inside, Su Mubai found all the shareholders who had appeared yesterday were present today. Zhang Zhe sat in his chair, idly playing with his phone. Seeing the smug look on Zhang Zhe's face, a wave of disgust washed over Su Mubai. Truthfully, if it weren't for Su Changkai's company, Su Mubai would rather marry Chen Mo than Zhang Zhe. Zhang Zhe's actions these past days had been utterly repulsive. Miss Su, why hasn't your fiancé shown up? Yeah, didn't that kid swear yesterday he'd bring in a new investor? Why hasn't he shown up yet? Could he have already bailed? Ha! That kid definitely bailed. Just look at his cheap, shabby appearance, how could he possibly find a new investor? The crowd watched as Su Mubai mocked him loudly. Su Mubai's slender frame trembled slightly, her beautiful eyes filled with rage. Even though these people were humiliating Chen Mo, Su Mubai still felt deeply hurt inside. Miss Su, why don't we just forget about waiting for that kid? You should just pay us our severance packages now. The middle-aged man knew full well Su Mubai couldn't possibly come up with that much money right now, yet he deliberately shouted it out. It's only 9 o'clock now. We agreed on noon, what's the rush? Su Mubai frowned and snapped coldly. Heh, I doubt that kid will show up even if we wait until noon. The middle-aged man said indifferently. If Chen Mo doesn't show up, I'll still be here. Uncle Zhang, are you that desperate for this money? Su Mubai shouted at the middle-aged man with utter disgust in his voice. Su Mubai. The middle-aged man seemed displeased, rising to confront Su Mubai. Mr. Zhang, I think Mubai is right. We agreed to meet at noon yesterday, so let's wait until noon. Even if Chen Mo doesn't show up, Mr. Su is still here. You won't lose a penny of what you're owed. Just then, Zhang Zhe spoke up slowly. Upon hearing Zhang Zhe's words, the middle-aged man snorted coldly and remained silent. Su Mubai sat in the chair, quietly waiting for Chen Mo to approach. In the blink of an eye. The group had waited in the conference room for over 2 hours, yet Chen Mo still hadn't shown up. Su Mubai, how much longer do you expect us to wait? It's already 11:30. That kid isn't coming. Just hand over the severance pay already. A middle-aged man, finally losing patience, glared and shouted at Su Mubai. Yeah, how much longer are we supposed to wait? There's no point in waiting any longer. Just give us the money already. Hearing the middle-aged man's words, the others rose and joined in the chorus. Su Mubai remained seated, a flicker of helplessness in her eyes. She reached for her phone, tempted to call Chen Mo and ask what was going on, but she doubted he'd answer even if she did. Creak. Just then, the conference room door suddenly swung open from the outside. Hearing the sound, everyone immediately turned their heads toward the doorway. A glimmer of hope flickered in Su Mubai's beautiful eyes. But to everyone's surprise, the person who walked in wasn't Chen Mo at all, it was Su Muyu. Noticing everyone staring at her with strange looks, Su Muyu couldn't help but feel a bit embarrassed. She quickly walked over to Su Mubai's side. Cousin, has Chen Mo not arrived yet? Su Muyu asked softly. No. Su Mubai shook her head gently. That Chen Mo must have deceived you. He absolutely won't show up today. Su Muyu gritted her teeth, her voice trembling with emotion.
Yeah, Mubai, I don't think you need to wait any longer. That Chen Mo is a fraud. He'll never find anyone to invest in your company. Zhang Zhe, growing impatient with the wait, stood up and called out to Su Mubai. Su Mubai looked up at Zhang Zhe upon hearing this. Mubai, since you've already signed contracts with these people, you have to pay them what you promised. But I know you can't come up with the money right now. All you have to do is agree to break off your engagement with Chen Mo and be with me. I'll cover their severance pay. Once these severance payments are settled, this company will be entirely yours to command. You can do whatever you wish with it. The investment I originally promised for your company, I will deliver. Oh, and regarding your father's company, I've already discussed it with my father. Our Zhang family will do everything in our power to support your Su family. Zhang Zhe narrowed his eyes and whispered to Su Mubai. Su Mubai looked at Zhang Zhe, his expression hesitant. Cousin, just agree to young Master Shang's terms. Chen Mo won't show up today anyway. Why let someone like him ruin your life? You should have broken off your engagement with him long ago. He's completely beneath you. Su Muyu seemed impatient as she called out to Su Mubai. Su Mubai took a deep breath, then asked Zhang Zhe expressionlessly, Zhang Zhe, everything you just said, can you actually make it happen? Absolutely. Zhang Zhe nodded cheerfully. Very well. I can cancel my engagement to Chen Mo. If you want to break off our engagement, don't you need my consent? Before Su Mubai could finish his sentence, a voice suddenly echoed from the conference room doorway. Everyone turned their heads toward the entrance as the speaker stepped into the room. Chapter 139, Secretary's Son. Upon hearing the voice, everyone turned their heads toward the entrance of the conference room. But when they saw who had entered, they all froze in shock. Chen Mo? Zhang Zhe's eyes widened in shock upon seeing Chen Mo, for he never imagined Chen Mo would actually show up today. Su Mubai now stared at Chen Mo with equal astonishment. She had already given up hope moments ago, convinced Chen Mo would never show up today. She had been preparing to agree to Zhang Zhe's request to cancel her engagement to Chen Mo. Yet, at this very moment, Chen Mo had appeared. You want to cancel our engagement? Doesn't that require my consent first? Chen Mo stepped before Su Mubai, his tone utterly calm. Chen Mo. Su Mubai stared at Chen Mo with wide eyes, her heart filled with conflicting emotions, unsure how to respond. Chen Mo, how dare you show your face here? Didn't you promise yesterday to find an investor for my sister's company? Where is that investor now? Before Su Mubai could speak, Su Muyu pointed at Chen Mo's nose and shouted. Did I speak to you? Chen Mo turned to face Su Muyu, his expression blank as he asked. Stop beating around the bush. You made a promise to my sister yesterday. If you couldn't find an investor by today, you'd have to call off the engagement. Where's your investor? You don't have one, do you? Su Muyu stared at Chen Mo for a moment, then continued shouting at the top of her lungs. Chen Mo, honestly, I think Mubai is doing this for your own good. After all, if Mubai ends up with me, I'll cover the severance pay for these shareholders. That way, you won't have to shoulder that expense. Otherwise, given your current financial situation, I doubt you could ever pay it off even if you spent your entire life trying. Zhang Zhe finally caught on, grinning as he addressed Chen Mo. My fiancée's affairs are none of your business, you outsider. Chen Mo turned to face Zhang Zhe, his gaze unusually cold. You. Zhang Zhe froze at Chen Mo's words, then gritted his teeth and hissed, Chen Mo, don't be so ungrateful. Let me tell you, canceling your engagement with Su Mubai is your best option right now. Otherwise, based on the contract you signed with those shareholders yesterday, if Su Mubai can't repay the severance, you'll have to cover it. Who told you Su Mubai can't repay it? Chen Mo asked calmly, his tone steady. Zhang Zhe froze upon hearing Chen Mo's words, a flicker of confusion crossing his eyes. Meanwhile, Su Mubai hurriedly stepped in front of Chen Mo, her expression filled with confusion as she asked, Chen Mo, what do you mean by that? Have you already found an investor? Hope suddenly ignited within Su Mubai. She reasoned that if Chen Mo hadn't secured an investor, there would be no reason for him to be here today. Chen Mo turned his head to glance at Su Mubai. Chen Mo, why are you staring at me? Speak up. Have you found an investor or not? Seeing Chen Mo remain silent, Su Mubai exclaimed, her voice tinged with urgency. Did you genuinely mean it when you said you wanted to cancel our engagement earlier? Chen Mo asked softly, turning to Su Mubai. Su Mubai was instantly speechless at Chen Mo's question. What on earth was the situation now? How could Chen Mo still have the energy to care about such things? Chen Mo, did you find an investor or not? Just give me a straight answer. Stop playing games, okay? Su Muyu shouted impatiently. Yeah, what the hell is your deal? If you haven't found investors, then just hand over the severance pay already. We don't have time to waste here. Just give us a straight answer. I've got no patience for this nonsense. The shareholders present were clearly losing patience, shouting at Chen Mo with visible agitation. Zhang Zhe couldn't help but sneer coldly at Chen Mo. Seeing his hesitant demeanor, Zhang Zhe could tell Chen Mo hadn't secured any investors. Otherwise, he wouldn't be spouting so much nonsense. Chen Mo, answer me. Did you find investors or not?
Su Mubai shouted at him, his expression filled with urgency.
Answer my question first. When you said you wanted to break off our engagement, was that truly what you felt? Chen Mo asked Su Mubai expressionlessly. What's the point of discussing this now? I only became your fiancé because my father's company ran into trouble. Now my own company is in crisis. If I break off our engagement and marry Zhang Zhe instead, it will solve all my family's problems. There's no question of sincerity or insincerity here, I'm simply maximizing the value of my marriage. Su Mubai shouted at Chen Mo.
After hearing Su Mubai's words, Chen Mo fell silent for 2 seconds before replying expressionlessly, alright, I understand your position.
So have you found a new investor or not? If you haven't, then I'm afraid I'll have to say I'm sorry. Though Su Mubai said this, deep down she desperately hoped Chen Mo would secure the investment.
After all, she felt relatively free with him, whereas being with Zhang Zhe would reduce her to nothing more than his plaything.
Huff. Chen Mo took a deep breath, then turned and called out toward the conference room door, Secretary Sun, you may come in now. Truthfully, the reason Chen Mo had asked Su Mubai that question earlier was to gauge her true feelings. If Su Mubai was set on being with Zhang Zhe, then even if he helped her secure the investor this time, she would still choose to leave him should any problems arise later. Chen Mo knew she had to marry Su Mubai no matter what. But if Su Mubai's heart wasn't with her, then Chen Mo saw no point in wasting too much energy on him. They could simply be a nominal couple from then on. However, if Su Mubai had actually been forced to cancel the engagement with Chen Mo, then Chen Mo felt there might still be a chance for them to become a real couple. As soon as Chen Mo finished speaking, a middle-aged man wearing gold-rimmed glasses entered the conference room. This man was Li Juncheng's secretary and also the vice president of one of Chen Mo's investment companies. Chen Mo had arrived so late today primarily because he was waiting for Li Juncheng. Unfortunately, Li Juncheng's flight was delayed. With no other option, Chen Mo had brought Secretary Sun here to discuss the investment matters with Su Mubai. The shareholders in the conference room froze in surprise upon seeing Secretary Sun enter. Their expressions betrayed utter astonishment. They hadn't expected Chen Mo to actually secure an investor. Even Zhang Zhe, who had been sitting confidently in his seat, couldn't help but jump to his feet upon seeing Secretary Sun staring at Chen Mo with utter shock. Chapter 140, Your acting is impressive. Cousin, who is this person? Su Muyu's eyes flickered with confusion as she watched Secretary Sun enter the conference room. She turned and whispered to Su Mubai. I don't know either. Su Mubai shook his head gently. Since Secretary Sun primarily handled Li Juncheng's out-of-province business affairs, he rarely appeared in public in Nanyang City. It was perfectly normal for these people not to recognize him. Could this guy actually be here to invest in your company, cousin? Did Chen Mo really find an investor? Su Muyu stared wide-eyed at Chen Mo's seat, her expression filled with confusion. Su Mubai took a deep breath but remained silent. She wasn't sure what this middle-aged man brought by Chen Mo did for a living. Even if he had the means to invest in her company, there was no guarantee he would actually do so. Her heart was still pounding with anxiety. Chen Mo strolled over to Su Mubai's side and whispered softly, Don't worry. This is the person I brought over to invest in your company. Chen Mo, will this person really invest in my company? Su Mubai froze upon hearing Chen Mo's words, his expression turning doubtful as he asked. He will. Chen Mo nodded firmly with conviction before walking over to a chair and sitting down casually. Chen Mo, where did you find this guy? What does he do? Zhang Zhe felt a bit uneasy now. After all, Su Mubai had been on the verge of agreeing to his proposal just moments ago, but Chen Mo's sudden appearance had thrown all his plans into disarray. His greatest fear now was that this Secretary Sun truly had the capital to invest in Su Mubai's company. If that were the case, all his efforts would have been for nothing. Secretary Sun, please introduce yourself first. Chen Mo turned to look at Secretary Sun, his tone calm. Certainly, Mr. Chen. Secretary Sun replied respectfully before turning to the assembled crowd. I am Sun Huamao, Deputy General Manager of Dingsheng Investment Company, Limited. I'm here today primarily to discuss investment opportunities with the CEO of Extreme Blossom Cosmetics Company, Limited. Our company has recently shown significant interest in traditional Chinese cosmetics. It so happens that your company has always been dedicated to preserving the most authentic traditional Chinese cosmetic formulas? Sun Huamao briefly explained his purpose to the group. After all, having served as Li Juncheng's longtime deputy, he knew instinctively how to handle such situations without needing Chen Mo's guidance. After hearing Sun Huamao's words, the expressions on everyone's faces were one of utter shock. Su Mubai found it utterly unbelievable that Chen Mo had actually brought in an investor. And this investor was none other than the vice president of Dingsheng Investment Company, Limited. Though Su Mubai didn't personally know Sun Huamao, he was familiar with the company. It was reputed to be one of the top investment groups in the entire Jiangnan province, boasting formidable financial strength. Su Muyu, meanwhile, stared wide-eyed at Chen Mo's seat, inwardly puzzled. How could a penniless nobody like Chen Mo possibly know such a powerful figure? Is this man really from the Dingsheng Group? Su Muyu stood at a distance, scrutinizing Sun Huamao, her beautiful eyes tinged with confusion.
Su Mubai, however, could no longer contain his excitement. He looked at Sun Huamao and asked, Mr. Sun, based on what you just said, you must be quite familiar with our Extreme Blossom Cosmetics Company, Limited, right? Of course. Sun Huamao nodded lightly, then tapped his notebook casually before murmuring, your company has been in operation for 3 years, but during that time, it has accumulated losses exceeding 30 million yuan. Without securing external financing, it may face bankruptcy within 3 to 5 months. Before arriving, Sun Huamao had done some preliminary research on Su Mubai's company, so he now had a comprehensive grasp of its entire situation.
Upon hearing Sun Huamao's words, Su Mubai's expression grew even more agitated.
She knew that such detailed knowledge of her company meant he had conducted thorough research beforehand and that he definitely had investment intentions.
If you know our company has lost so much money over 3 years, why would you still come to invest? Does your company have money to burn?
At that moment, a middle-aged man spoke up slowly. Sun Huamao couldn't help but smile wryly at this remark, inwardly marveling that her boss, Chen Mo, truly had money to burn. Only someone like him would casually invest 100 or 2 million into a company showing zero signs of growth.
Though he thought this, Sun Huamao certainly wouldn't voice it.
Instead, he explained expressionlessly, that's correct.
Your company is currently in a loss-making state.
However, our company has always been highly optimistic about your growth prospects.
I anticipate that within 3 years, your company will absolutely turn a profit. Ha! The middle-aged man gave a cold chuckle and remained silent. Mr. Sun, are you saying you intend to invest in our company now?
Su Mubai looked at Sun Huamao, his expression unusually excited as he asked.
Of course. My visit today is precisely to invest in your company. Sun Huamao looked at Su Mubai and nodded slightly. Then how much are you prepared to invest? Su Mubai quickly pressed on.
For now, I plan to invest 80 million yuan up front.
However, I require a 50% stake in your company. That said, I won't interfere with Miss Su's management of the company. This figure had been previously agreed upon with Chen Mo. 80 million? Su Mubai froze in place upon hearing Sun Huamao's words, his expression utterly incredulous. The other shareholders present shared equally shocked expressions. Zhang Zhe, in particular, stared wide-eyed, his mouth agape. They had already found it astonishing that Chen Mo had secured an investor at all. After all, in their eyes, he was just a penniless college student. How could a penniless student possibly attract wealthy investors? And now, not only had Chen Mo brought an investor, but this investor was offering a whopping 80 million yuan in one go. Even Zhang Zhe had only planned to invest 30 million in Su Mubai's company. Mr. Sun, it seems you don't know our company very well. And since this is your first visit today, are you really planning to invest such a large sum in our company? The middle-aged man who had been opposing Su Mubai all along couldn't hold back any longer. His expression flushed with agitation as he shouted at Sun Huamao. Sun Huamao paused upon hearing this, then turned his gaze toward Chen Mo's seat. With a cheerful smile, he replied, this company is one young Master Chen asked me to help invest in. I have complete faith in young Master Chen, so I see no reason why investing in your company shouldn't be a problem. So you're investing in our company because of Chen Mo? Su Mubai couldn't help but turn to look at Chen Mo again, her beautiful eyes filled with astonishment. Only then did Su Mubai recall that Sun Huamao's presence today was entirely due to Chen Mo's connection. Su Mubai couldn't help but scrutinize Chen Mo from head to toe. Suddenly, she found herself puzzled by the nature of his relationship with Sun Huamao. Logically speaking, shouldn't Chen Mo and Sun Huamao be from two entirely different worlds? Yet right now, Sun Huamao seemed to trust Chen Mo implicitly and showed him great respect. Chen Mo's expression remained utterly calm. He narrowed his eyes, observing everyone present without uttering a single word from start to finish. Ha 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 ha. At that moment, Zhang Zhe suddenly burst into loud laughter. Hearing his laughter, everyone turned toward Zhang Zhe's seat, their expressions filled with confusion. Mr. Sun, your acting is quite impressive, isn't it? Just now, I almost fell for your trick. Zhang Zhe narrowed his eyes as he addressed Sun Huamao. Chapter 141, Cut the bull, just transfer the money. My acting is good? Sun Huamao froze upon hearing Zhang Zhe's words, then asked with a look of utter bewilderment, Sir, what exactly do you mean by that? Yeah, Zhang Zhe, what nonsense are you spouting? Su Mubai, suspecting Zhang Zhe was trying to sabotage things because he couldn't have her, jumped up and shouted. Mubai, aren't you being a bit naive? You don't seriously think this guy actually plans to invest in your company, do you? Zhang Zhe shot Su Mubai a cold, mocking look. What do you mean by that? If I'm not here to invest, then what else could I possibly be doing? Sun Huamao couldn't help but snort coldly. Don't you know exactly why you're here? You're just playing along with Chen Mo's charade. Zhang Zhe pointed at Chen Mo's seat and shouted. Playing a role? Su Mubai heard Zhang Zhe's words and a flicker of confusion crossed her beautiful eyes. She couldn't fathom what Zhang Zhe was trying to accomplish now. Don't you people understand what's going on yet? Zhang Zhe shouted at the crowd before continuing, this guy isn't even the vice president of Dingxing Investment Company, Limited. Dingxing Investment is one of the top investment groups in our Jiangnan province. How could a company like that possibly be interested in a small firm like yours? And you should be well aware of your company's current situation. Do you really think Dingxing Investment would be foolish enough to invest in you? And to start with an offer of 80 million? Isn't that just ridiculous?
Upon hearing Zhang Zai's words, everyone froze in place, their eyes flashing with confusion. Chen Mo, however, looked at Zhang Zai with an expression of helplessness. He hadn't expected Zhang Zai to conjure up such elaborate fantasies just to win over Su Mubai.
Mubai, you know perfectly well whether what I just said makes sense.
I don't believe this Sun Guangmo is actually from Dingxing Investment Company, Limited.
He's just an actor hired by Chen Mo to help him put on a show.
Seeing Su Mubai and the others remain silent, Zhang Zai continued to shout loudly.
Su Mubai's eyes flickered with hesitation.
Zhang Zai's words carried weight.
First, it was highly suspicious that Chen Mo knew anyone from the Dingxing Group.
Second, Su Mubai knew her company's situation well. Not only had major investment firms like Dingxing Group refused to invest, but even those with good relations with her had turned her down.
Yet here was Sun Guangmo offering to invest 80 million yuan outright, utterly unbelievable. Exactly. This guy is a fraud. I never imagined Chen Mo would bring in a con artist. This kind of person is utterly despicable. Chen Mo, if you couldn't find investors, that's one thing, but bringing in an actor to deceive us? What exactly are you playing at? Su Muyu now seemed convinced by Zhang Zai's accusations.
She strode quickly toward Chen Mo and shouted at him fiercely.
How do you know Sun Guangmo is a fraud?
Chen Mo gave Su Muyu a cool glance, his tone perfectly calm as he asked. A penniless nobody like you couldn't possibly know such a powerful investor.
You must have hired an actor to deceive us.
Su Muyu glared with her large, watery eyes, clearly ready to confront him.
Chen Mo hesitated, then turned to look at Sun Guangmo beside him. He felt Sun Guangmo should be able to verify his identity now.
Sun Guangmo hesitated, then coldly addressed Zhang Zai. If I recall correctly, you should be the son of Zhang Yunsan from Nanyang City, right?
Humph.
Zhang Zai sneered dismissively before replying indifferently, well, I never would have guessed. You're quite the dedicated actor, knowing exactly who I am.
But so what? Does knowing my identity prove you're from Dingxing Investment Company, Limited?
Your father, Zhang Yunsan, recently discussed a financing project with our Dingxing Group. Though the amount isn't particularly large, considering what you just said to me, I've decided to cancel our investment in your Zhang family.
Sun Huamao addressed Zhang Zai with an utterly calm tone.
I must say you put on quite the convincing act. It's true our Zhang family recently had some dealings with the Dingxing Group, but those were all multi-billion yuan projects. Even if you were the real deputy general manager, let alone this fake one, you'd have no authority to cancel our Zhang family's partnership with the Dingxing Group. Zhang Zai retorted with a cold laugh. Sun Guangmo looked at Zhang Zai and shook his head helplessly before saying expressionlessly, I've met your father.
You can go call him now. Oh, now you're getting sassy, are we?
Zhang Zai sneered at Sun Guangmo, then pulled out his phone to call his father and prove Sun Guangmo was a fraud. Young Master Zhang, I don't think it's necessary for you to call your father. Just then, a middle-aged man spoke up slowly.
Why?
Young Master Zhang asked, turning to the middle-aged man.
I just remembered meeting with someone from the Dingxing Group a few days ago. The person who received me was the vice president of Dingxing Group.
This guy is 100% an imposter. The middle-aged man said with a smile. Upon hearing this, Sun Guangmo froze for a moment before instantly grasping the situation. The middle-aged man's company did indeed have a partnership with Dingxing Group. However, Sun Guangmo had been away on a business trip at the time, so the person who had actually received the middle-aged man must have been another vice president of Dingxing Group. Dingxing Group was the largest investment company in Jiangnan province. Aside from Li Juncheng as general manager and Chen Mo as chairman, the company had 4 or 5 vice presidents, each responsible for distinct areas.
Among these vice presidents, Sun Guangmo wielded the most authority.
Upon hearing the middle-aged man's words, everyone present wore expressions of shock. As the head of a company worth tens of millions, he had no reason to lie at this moment.
Chen Mo, what else do you have to say now?
Zhang Zai put down his phone and asked Chen Mo coldly. Chen Mo narrowed his eyes at Zhang Zai, his expression calm, saying nothing.
Because he knew Sun Guangmo was genuine. Genuine things never turn fake, no matter what. Chen Mo, you're utterly shameless. Hiring an actor to deceive us.
Seeing Chen Mo's silence, Su Muyu interpreted it as tacit admission. Her expression flushed with fury as she shouted at him.
Sun Guangmo might be fake, but Sun Guangmo's money can't possibly be fake.
Chen Mo had no desire to explain himself to these people now. His expression remained impassive as he retorted.
Chen Mo, at this point, you're still playing dumb? Just admit you hired an actor and be done with it. What good does it do you to keep pretending? Zhang Zai sneered contemptuously at Chen Mo. Su Mubai's beautiful eyes fixed intently on Chen Mo's position.
She still couldn't tell if the Sun Guangmo he'd brought was actually from the Dingxing Group. Sun Guangmo, cut the nonsense with these people.
Have your company's finance department transfer the money immediately? At that moment, Chen Mo suddenly turned and barked at Sun Guangmo.
Everyone froze upon hearing his words.
Zhang Zai's eyes flickered with confusion. If Sun Guangmo was indeed an actor hired by Chen Mo, why would Chen Mo now order him to transfer the money? Wasn't he that digging his own grave? Chapter 142, Still Can't Transfer the Money? Chen Mo understood perfectly well that the people in the conference room would naturally suspect Sun Guangmo's identity.
After all, in their eyes, Chen Mo was just a penniless student and a poor guy. There was no way he could possibly know the deputy general manager of the Dingsheng Group.
Chen Mo and Sun Guangmo belonged to two entirely different worlds. So when faced with Zhang Zai and the other's slander, Chen Mo didn't bother explaining.
He simply had the Dingsheng Group transfer the money over. That would reveal the truth. Chen Mo had plenty of money now, and he intended to use it to slap Zhang Zai and the others hard across the face. After hearing Chen Mo's words, Sun Guangmo simply replied, "Understood," then hurriedly exited the conference room with his phone in hand.
As the others watched Sun Guangmo leave, their expressions grew complex, and the entire conference room fell into a heavy silence. Could this Sun Guangmo really be from the Dingsheng Group? Zhang Zai felt a sudden unease. He quickly pulled out his phone, intending to call his father to verify whether a Sun Guangmo truly existed within the group. But before Zhang Zai could make the call, Sun Guangmo rushed back into the conference room. His expression turned grave as he addressed Chen Mo. "Young Master Chen, we absolutely cannot transfer the funds yet."
A murmur rippled through the crowd. Zhang Zai, however, wore a smug smile as he slowly lowered his phone, inwardly marveling, so this Chen Mo was still putting on a show. He really gave me a scare. Chen Mo abruptly stood up, fixing his gaze on Sun Guangmo beside him.
After a moment's hesitation, he asked in a low voice, "Why?"
Sun Guangmo glanced at the others in the conference room and whispered, "Young Master Chen, we should discuss this outside."
"All right." Chen Mo nodded lightly and prepared to leave. "Chen Mo, how long do you plan to keep up this charade? Just admit this guy is an actor you hired. I doubt Mubai will do anything to you. What's the point of continuing this charade? Won't you be exposed sooner or later?"
Zhang Zai snapped coldly at Chen Mo.
Chen Mo turned his head, gave Zhang Zai a faint glance, and said nothing. He turned and followed Sun Guangmo out of the conference room.
Su Mubai sat quietly in her seat, her eyes filled with confusion.
She had no idea whether Chen Mo was deceiving her or not. "Mubai, with things as they are, you're not still trusting Chen Mo, are you?"
Zhang Zai turned and asked Su Mubai with a smirk.
"Exactly, cousin. I think that Sun Guangmo is definitely an actor Chen Mo hired. He's been deceiving you from start to finish."
Su Muyu exclaimed, her expression now agitated.
"Why would Chen Mo deceive me? What possible benefit could he gain from going to such lengths?" Su Mubai looked at Su Muyu and asked. "What else could it be? He just doesn't want you to be with young Master Zhang. He's trying to keep you here." Su Muyu retorted quickly. "But some things can only be deceived for a moment, not forever. I don't think Chen Mo was deceiving me. Otherwise, he wouldn't have signed that contract yesterday, and he wouldn't have any reason to come today." Su Mubai shook his head softly. Mubai, you're far too naive. I think this guy has been putting on an act from start to finish. How could someone like him possibly know the vice president of Dingsheng Group? It's laughable." Just then, a middle-aged man looked at Su Mubai and said, "Enough. There's no point dwelling on this now. If Chen Mo didn't deceive me, then Mr. Sun will definitely invest in our company. If he did deceive me, then I'll cancel our engagement." Su Mubai rubbed his temples, his expression weary. "Well, let's just sit back and watch the show. I bet the moment he gets back, he'll tell us there's been a problem with the Dingsheng Group. If it doesn't work out, he'll say he'll transfer the money tomorrow, then come up with some excuse tomorrow. He'll keep stalling like this, and in the end, the only one getting screwed is you, Mubai." Zhang Zai now wore the smug expression of a victor, utterly convinced that both Chen Mo and Sun Guangmo were frauds. Meanwhile, after following Sun Guangmo out of the conference room, Chen Mo looked utterly dumbfounded as he demanded, "Secretary Sun, what's going on? Why can't the money be transferred? Mr. Chen, Mr. Li isn't here right now, and I can't reach him. If he doesn't approve, the finance department won't authorize the payment, especially not such a large investment all at once." Sun Guangmo explained to Chen Mo with a helpless tone. "Is this company mine or Li Juncheng's? I'm the chairman now, does my word not hold any weight?" Chen Mo's voice trembled with frustration. After all this time, if he couldn't secure investment for Su Mubai's company, he risked becoming nothing more than a fraud in Su Mubai's eyes. "Young Master Chen, you are indeed the chairman. However, few within our company are aware of your true identity. Moreover, Mr. Li has always served as the acting chairman. Therefore, such a substantial sum absolutely requires Mr. Li's approval." Sun Guangmo explained nervously. Huff. Chen Mo couldn't help but take a deep breath after hearing this. Gritting his teeth, he asked, "Then do you have any other options?" "There is a way. Since the company belongs to you anyway, if you're truly in a hurry today, you could invest your own money into this company first." Sun Guangmo looked at Chen Mo as he spoke. "That won't work. If I use my personal funds to invest in Su Mubai, he'll trace the money back to my private account, not your Dingsheng Group. That would only complicate matters further. Chen Mo shook his head decisively before pressing on. Can you get in touch with Li Juncheng right now?
I called Mr. Li before coming to this company, but now when I try to reach him, his phone shows as turned off.
Sun Guangmo said helplessly. What the hell is Li Juncheng doing? Why does he always drop the ball when it matters most? Chen Mo muttered under his breath, his face betraying utter exasperation.
Young Master Chen, Mr. Li's flight must have been delayed. If it really can't be helped, perhaps you could speak with Sumu Bai and the others. We could come back tomorrow to sign the contract and make the payment.
Mr. Li will definitely be able to come in person tomorrow.
Sun Guangmo hesitated for a moment before softly suggesting.
Guess that's our only option now.
Chen Mo sighed helplessly before continuing. Call your company now and have them cancel the partnership between your firm and the Zhang family. That should also serve as proof of your identity.
Alright, I can handle that. Sun Guangmo nodded quickly, pulling out his phone to call his subordinate.
Moments later, Chen Mo and Sun Guangmo returned to the conference room. Upon seeing Chen Mo, Zhang Zhe grinned and said, Chen Mo, have you already discussed with this guy how to keep pulling the wool over our eyes?
Chen Mo gave Zhang Zhe a cool glance but ignored him. Instead, he quietly addressed Su Mubai. Mubai, Sun Guangmo says their company's general manager is currently unreachable. Do you think we could reschedule the payment and contract signing for tomorrow? Ha ha ha.
Zhang Zhe burst into loud laughter upon hearing this, then shouted at Su Mubai, Mubai, see how this guy's line matches my guess exactly?
I knew Chen Mo would pull this excuse. The rest of the meeting room erupted in laughter. Chen Mo, how shameless can you be? Would admitting you can't find investors kill you? Yesterday you pushed it to today you pushed it to tomorrow. Just how far into the future do you plan to keep pushing it? Sumu Yu snapped at Chen Mo without holding back.
Our company's general manager really did contact.
Sun Guangmo knew today's incident was his responsibility and opened his mouth to explain. Enough, Mr. Sun. No need to say more. But just then, Sumu Bai coldly cut Sun Guangmo off.
He stood up, walked to Chen Mo, and asked sternly, Chen Mo, tell me the truth right now.
Did you bring this fraud here? No. Chen Mo shook his head. Very well. Sumu Bai couldn't help but let out a cold laugh. His eyes filled with profound disappointment as he shouted, Chen Mo, at a time like this, you still dare to deceive me?
I, Sumu Bai, detest being deceived more than anything in this world.
Leave. I never want to see you again. Mubai, didn't you hear me tell you to leave? Do you want me to call security to throw both of you out? Sumu Bai gave Chen Mo no chance to explain, convinced from the moment he suggested signing the contract tomorrow that he was deceiving her. Miss Su, I truly am with Huiding Group. Sun Guangmo tried to interject. I don't care who you are. I don't need your investment right now. Both of you, get out. Sumu Bai refused to be treated like some naive little thing to be deceived.
Pointing toward the conference room door, she shouted loudly.
Chen Mo hesitated for 2 seconds where he stood before gritting his teeth and turning to leave.
Chen Mo had genuinely intended to help Sumu Bai, but he hadn't anticipated that his efforts would only be met with repeated misunderstandings. With Sumu Bai speaking so coldly now, Chen Mo felt there was no point in staying. Sun Guangmo, seeing Chen Mo about to leave, hurriedly followed him toward the conference room exit. A poor bastard is a poor bastard. Sooner or later, the truth will come out.
Zhang Zhe sneered contemptuously as he watched Chen Mo prepare to leave. Thud. 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 But just as Chen Mo neared the conference room door, a series of hurried footsteps echoed. The next second, the conference room door swung open. Li Juncheng strode into the conference room.
The moment Zhang Zhe saw Li Juncheng, he froze in place, his smile instantly freezing on his face.
Chapter 143, Mixed Feelings. Sun Guangmo wasn't particularly well known in Nanyang City, so not many people recognized him. But Li Juncheng was different. Virtually every respectable business owner in Nanyang City knew him. Thus, when Li Juncheng appeared in the conference room, everyone present froze in place, their expressions filled with utter shock. Chen Mo, sorry about that.
I had an urgent matter to handle over there today, so I ended up running a bit late. Li Juncheng explained in a casual, friendly tone to avoid revealing Chen Mo's identity.
No problem. Chen Mo replied indifferently.
Upon hearing the exchange between Chen Mo and Li Juncheng, the expressions on everyone's faces seemed to grow even more stunned. They never imagined that Chen Mo and Li Juncheng actually knew each other.
The entire conference room fell into an eerie silence, so profound it felt almost frightening.
They held their breath, unable to make a sound, overwhelmed by the sheer improbability of the day's events.
Sumu Bai's gaze drifted slowly, finally settling on Chen Mo.
She had assumed all his previous claims were mere bragging, but now that Li Juncheng had personally arrived, it proved Chen Mo hadn't been boasting at all.
No one dared question him anymore.
Sumu Yu stared wide-eyed, her expression utterly astonished.
She never could have imagined Chen Mo actually knew Li Juncheng.
She was at a loss for words to describe her own feelings.
However,
the most interesting expression belonged to Zhang Zhe. His mouth hung open as he stared at Chen Mo and Li Juncheng, his face deathly pale and his body trembling slightly. He was now kicking himself.
If Chen Mo truly knew Li Juncheng, then Sun Guangmao's identity must be genuine too.
If Sun Guangmo was truly the vice president of Dingsheng Group, then his earlier threat to cancel their partnership was no bluff. If Zhang Yunshan, Zhang Zhe's father, found out his son had squandered the investment he'd worked so hard to secure, he'd probably want to beat Zhang Zhe to death. Thud, thud, thud. Just as Zhang Zhe's mind was racing with thoughts of how to salvage the situation today, footsteps sounded outside the conference room once more.
Clang. Soon, the conference room door swung open.
A pot-bellied middle-aged man burst into the conference room. Zhang Zhe froze in place the moment he saw the man, his eyes wide with fear as he stammered, "Dad.
Dad, what are you doing here?" The man who had just entered was none other than Zhang Zhe's father, Zhang Yunsan.
Zhang Yunsan had been working at the company when he suddenly received news that the Prosperity Group had cancelled their investment in his company.
This investment was crucial for the Zhang family.
Its cancellation meant all their prior investments would be wasted. Zhang Yunsan immediately contacted Dingsheng Group. After digging around, he finally learned that Zhang Zhe had offended Sun Guangmo, the group's vice president. Sun Guangmo held a position second only to general manager Li Juncheng within Dingsheng Group, meaning even pleas from others would be futile.
Left with no other choice, Zhang Yunsan personally came here.
"Dad, why are you here?" The moment Zhang Zhe saw Zhang Yunsan, he guessed what had happened and asked nervously, "You little bastard. I'll beat the out of you." Without a second thought, Zhang Yunsan charged straight at Zhang Zhe, raising his hand to deliver a sharp slap across his face.
Smack! A loud crack echoed through the air. Zhang Zhe staggered back 2 steps from the blow, crashing down onto the floor with a thud. Sumubai stared at Zhang Zhe with wide, teary eyes. Firstly, Juncheng showed up, and now Zhang Yunsan both had barged into her company. It could only mean one thing. Chen Mo hadn't lied from start to finish, and Sun Guangmo was indeed the vice president of Dingsheng Group. "Dad, why did you hit me?"
Zhang Zhe clutched his chubby cheeks, his face twisted in indignation as he shouted at Zhang Yunsan.
"You good-for-nothing brat. You've really lost all sense of your place now, daring to offend even Mr. Sun. Have you grown tired of living?"
Zhang Yunsan spoke as he raised his hand once more, aiming another slap at Zhang Zhe's face. Zhang Zhe took the blow hard, his eyes red as he stared at Zhang Yunsan before him. He knew deep down he'd gotten himself into serious trouble today, otherwise, Zhang Yunsan wouldn't be this furious. In Zhang Zhe's eyes, Chen Mo had always been nothing more than a worthless, penniless bum. But now he understood, Chen Mo was far from the simple man he had imagined.
A good-for-nothing couldn't possibly know people like Li Juncheng and Sun Guangmo. "Mr. Sun, I am truly sorry for today's incident.
It is entirely my fault for failing to raise my son properly and causing you offense."
After slapping Zhang Zhe twice, Zhang Yunsan turned to Sun Guangmo with an expression of deep regret. "It's fine.
I won't hold such a person accountable."
Sun Guangmo replied indifferently. "Well then, Mr. Sun, what about your Dingsheng Group investing in our Zhang family?" Zhang Yunsan asked with a smile. "At a time like this, you're still thinking about investments?"
Sun Guangmo couldn't help but snort coldly before replying expressionlessly, "My decision not to pursue this matter with your Zhang family is already extremely generous. Effective immediately, your Zhang family will have no further business dealings with our Dingsheng Group."
"Mr. Sun, you. Clang.
Upon hearing this, Zhang Yunsan felt darkness engulf his vision. Before he could finish his sentence, he collapsed to the floor.
The Zhang family had now offended the Dingsheng Group.
This wasn't merely a matter of severing business ties. Every enterprise in Nanyang City knew exactly what kind of force the Dingsheng Group represented. Once a company angered the Dingsheng Group, every other enterprise in Nanyang City would sever ties with that company. Therefore, Sun Guangmao's words at this moment were nothing short of a death sentence for the Zhang family.
Zhang Zhe stared blankly at Chen Mo's seat. How could he have imagined that a single individual like Chen Mo could reduce the Zhang family to this state? Anyone who crossed the Dingsheng Group in Nanyang City never ended up well.
The others in the conference room stared blankly at Chen Mo, Sun Guangmao, and the others, their hearts filled with unease.
"Not just the Zhang family. From today onward, none of you here will have any business dealings with our Dingsheng Group."
In the next instant, Sun Guangmao had effectively sentenced everyone in the conference room to death. Those who had been gloating moments ago froze in shock upon hearing Sun Guangmao's words.
Zhang Zhe was the mastermind behind today's incident, while the others were accomplices.
Sun Guangmao acted this way primarily to curry favor with Chen Mo, whom he recognized as his true boss. Moreover, he harbored deep-seated anger over the previous humiliations these individuals had inflicted upon him, seizing this opportunity to vent his fury.
Sumubai stared wide-eyed at Sun Guangmao's seat.
Only now did she grasp the sheer terror that the Dingsheng Group commanded a single sentence from Sun had reduced these people to this state of fear.
Mr. Sun, I beg you. Please give me a chance? I truly didn't recognize a mountain when I saw it today." At that moment, the middle-aged man who had mocked Chen Mo the most rushed forward and knelt down with a clatter. "Yes, Mr. Sun, I beg you. Give us a chance."
The other shareholders quickly knelt before Sun Guangmo as well, abandoning their dignity in exchange for a chance to survive. Li Juncheng had no interest in watching them plead with Sun Guangmao.
He turned and asked Chen Mo softly, Chen Mo, do you think I should still invest in Miss Su's company?
Chen Mo slowly turned his head toward Su Mubai's seat upon hearing this.
Su Mubai, her eyes wide, stared back at Chen Mo. Their eyes met. Chen Mo's emotions began to grow complex. Chapter 144, Chen Mo, I apologize to you.
If Su Mubai hadn't just chased Chen Mo away and hurled those harsh words at him, Chen Mo would definitely have persuaded Li Juncheng to invest. But Su Mubai's behavior had truly angered Chen Mo, and now he didn't know how to proceed. Su Mubai watched Chen Mo, her gaze suddenly growing tense. Now that Su Mubai knew Chen Mo wasn't a fraud, and that he had indeed helped her find an exceptionally capable investor, she regretted having spoken harshly to him and misunderstood his intentions. Had she not misunderstood him, things wouldn't have escalated to this point. Su Mubai now had no choice whatsoever. If Chen Mo refused to let Li Juncheng invest in her company, she would have to watch it collapse. Zhang Zhe and his father were already struggling to save themselves and had no money to invest in her venture.
Chen Mo, I apologize.
At that moment, Su Muyu suddenly shouted at Chen Mo. Yes, the once haughty Su Muyu had finally set aside her pride.
Though she didn't understand why Chen Mo knew someone like Li Juncheng. But regardless, Chen Mo hadn't deceived her.
Su Muyu felt her earlier words humiliating him had been excessive, prompting her to step forward and apologize.
You're apologizing to me?
Chen Mo stared at Su Muyu, momentarily stunned.
Yes.
Even though you're still a penniless nobody in my eyes, you didn't lie about today's incident.
I take back everything I said to you earlier. Su Muyu declared to Chen Mo with remarkable candor. Truthfully, Su Muyu had always been this way outspoken and blunt, saying whatever came to mind.
While her personality wasn't exactly endearing, it was refreshingly genuine. Moreover, a significant reason she'd mocked and humiliated Chen Mo all this time stemmed from the fact that he'd taken advantage of her back then. She'd never been able to get over that hurdle in her mind.
Ha!
Chen Mo smiled at Su Muyu without saying more. He hadn't expected a girl like her to apologize to him first.
Chen Mo, I want to apologize too. I shouldn't have misunderstood you before. Su Mubai hesitated, then gathered her courage to address Chen Mo.
Seeing the hurt expression on Su Mubai's face, the softest part of Chen Mo's heart seemed to be touched.
Ha!
Chen Mo took a deep breath, then stepped in front of Su Mubai and said slowly, Su Mubai, I want you to remember this, I am your fiancé, and you are my fiancé.
If something happens to you, I won't stand idly by. But I hope you'll trust me more in the future. I, Chen Mo, am not as useless as you think. Hearing these words, Su Mubai felt an overwhelming sense of shame. Chen Mo was right.
Perhaps it was precisely because Su Mubai had written him off as a worthless good-for-nothing that she doubted him at every turn.
She'd rather believe outsiders than trust Chen Mo. But after today's events, Su Mubai gained a new understanding of Chen Mo. Perhaps Chen Mo was just an ordinary poor guy. Perhaps he wasn't some privileged young master from a wealthy family. But sometimes, Chen Mo might not be as ordinary or incompetent as they imagined.
For an ordinary person to know figures like Li Juncheng and Sun Guangmao was already an extraordinary feat.
Since Miss Su is your fiancée, I'll consider this a favor. I've decided that our Dingsheng Group will invest 80 million yuan into Miss Su's company. If her company can turn a profit within the next 3 years, Dingsheng Group will provide additional funding.
Li Juncheng, a skilled actor, immediately responded with a cheerful shout upon hearing Chen Mo and Su Mubai's words.
Su Mubai's expression turned visibly excited. Stammering slightly, she asked Li Juncheng, Mr. Li, is all of this really true?
Absolutely. I'll have my secretary draft the contract immediately.
Miss Su, shall we discuss this elsewhere? Li Juncheng nodded lightly. Certainly, Mr. Li.
This way, please. Su Mubai promptly agreed, then led Chen Mo, Li Juncheng, and the others out of the conference room. After Chen Mo and the others left, Zhang Yunsan and the others knelt on the ground, repeatedly kowtowing to Sun Guangmao, begging for his forgiveness.
But Sun Guangmao felt utterly helpless inside. After all, these men didn't realize they'd offended not Sun Guangmao, but Chen Mo.
Therefore, no matter how desperately they begged Sun Guangmao, he could never forgive them. Meanwhile, Su Mubai brought Li Juncheng and Chen Mo to his office, briefly discussing the collaboration with Li Juncheng. Since Li Juncheng had already researched Su Mubai's company beforehand, there were few significant disagreements during their discussions. Soon, Li Juncheng, acting as the interim chairman of Dingsheng Group, signed a contract with Su Mubai. Li Juncheng invested 80 million yuan into Su Mubai's company and acquired 50% of its shares.
This meant Chen Mo now held 50% of Su Mubai's company.
After signing the contract, Dingsheng Group immediately transferred the funds into Su Mubai's company account. Upon receiving the funds, Su Mubai promptly prepared severance packages for his company's shareholders and transferred the payments to their respective accounts. However, at that moment, the shareholders were preoccupied with scheming how to win Sun Guangmao's forgiveness. None of them cared about the severance pay. If Dingsheng Group were to announce it would never collaborate with them again, their companies would likely collapse within 2 months. The losses from such failures far exceeded the compensation offered by these severance payments. Originally, they had hoped to use Su Mubai's situation to curry favor with the Zhang family, to which Zhang Zhe belonged. Yet they never imagined they would end up losing both the battle and the wife, not only failing to win the Zhang family's favor, but instead provoking an even more terrifying presence. After finalizing the contract with Li Juncheng, Su Mubai briefly introduced his company's situation. Li Juncheng showed genuine interest in Su Mubai's cosmetics brand, believing that if executed successfully, it could undoubtedly pioneer a new trend. Around 5 p.m. Chen Mo, Li Juncheng, Sun Guangmao, and the others departed Su Mubai's company. Su Mubai drove Chen Mo and the others straight to the company entrance. "Alright, Miss Su, you don't need to see us off. Head back quickly," Li Juncheng said cheerfully to Su Mubai. "Alright, Mr. Li, whenever you have time in the future, you're always welcome to come visit us for an inspection." Su Mubai was in a good mood at that moment and replied with a smile. "Alright." Li Juncheng nodded lightly before striding toward his Mercedes-Benz. After seeing Chen Mo about to leave, Su Mubai hesitated for a moment before suddenly calling out, "Chen Mo, could you come over here? I have something I want to talk to you about." Chapter 145, Are You Messing With Me? Chen Mo turned to glance at Li Juncheng upon hearing Su Mubai's words. Li Juncheng offered a faint smile before murmuring, "I'll wait for you in the car then." "Sure." Chen Mo nodded, then turned and walked towards Su Mubai. When Su Mubai saw Chen Mo approaching, a flicker of nervousness crossed her beautiful eyes, and she instinctively took 2 steps back. "What did you want me here for?" Chen Mo asked softly. "Well, Chen Mo, thank you so much for today. If you hadn't called in Mr. Li and Mr. Sun, I never would have secured this investment." Su Mubai addressed him with great politeness. "You're my fiancé. Isn't it a bit too formal for you to be saying these things to me?" Chen Mo smiled faintly. "I just feel so ashamed. You helped me so much, yet I misunderstood you time and again. I even thought you were a fraud. I feel truly sorry for how I treated you." Su Mubai wasn't apologizing just for today's incident, but for everything she'd done to Chen Mo before. Truthfully, she'd never truly regarded him as her fiancé. Yet seeing how wholeheartedly he'd helped her this time, she felt deeply guilty. "As long as you don't misunderstand me now." Hearing Su Mubai's words, Chen Mo felt his mood lift considerably. No matter how convoluted the path had been, the outcome was positive. Su Mubai was finally accepting him from the heart. "When we first met, I genuinely believed I couldn't fall for someone I barely knew. That's why I laid down those 3 rules. But later, I thought about it. Since we're betrothed, I'd marry you sooner or later anyway." Su Mubai paused here, looking at Chen Mo without speaking. "Then what?" Chen Mo asked Su Mubai with a puzzled expression. Su Mubai hesitated, staring at Chen Mo. In the end, he didn't voice what he truly wanted to say. Instead, he spoke softly, "It's nothing really. I just wanted to tell you that I think we could start by getting to know each other as friends." "Alright. Let's start by getting to know each other as friends." Chen Mo nodded lightly. Even though Su Mubai hadn't voiced what she truly wanted to say, Chen Mo now understood what Su Mubai had been trying to convey. After this incident, Su Mubai's perception of Chen Mo had undergone a profound shift. While she wasn't quite at the point of liking him yet, she was willing to begin accepting and understanding him little by little. "Chen Mo, there's actually one more thing I can't quite figure out." Seeing that Chen Mo understood her meaning, Su Mubai didn't pursue the topic further but changed the subject instead. "What is it? Just ask. I don't understand why you know someone like Li Juncheng. You two shouldn't have any connection, right?" Su Mubai glanced up at Li Juncheng's seat and asked with a puzzled tone. "I know Li Juncheng because I saved his life once. His help this time is simply him repaying that debt." Chen Mo made up a casual excuse, knowing he couldn't reveal his true identity just yet. "You saved Li Juncheng?" Su Mubai stared at Chen Mo, his expression filled with astonishment. "Yeah, back then when Li Juncheng was being hunted down by a group of people, I hit him," Chen Mo said casually. In truth, Chen Mo had anticipated Su Mubai's curiosity about why he knew Li Juncheng. That's why he'd already prepared this excuse earlier, during Su Mubai's contract negotiations with Li Juncheng. "So that's how it was." Su Mubai nodded lightly. Though he found it somewhat unbelievable, Chen Mo's explanation wasn't entirely implausible. "Is there anything else? If not, I'll take my leave." Chen Mo feared that continuing this conversation with Su Mubai might expose his true intentions, so he sought an opportunity to leave. "I originally asked you to come to my company so we could go get our marriage certificate together. I never imagined so many things would happen these past couple of days." Su Mubai glanced at his watch as he spoke, then added softly, "The Civil Affairs office is probably closed now. Are you free tomorrow? Let's go get our marriage certificate then." "Yes, I'm free." Chen Mo nodded quickly. "Then, see you tomorrow." Su Mubai whispered to Chen Mo. "Alright, see you tomorrow." Chen Mo nodded. "I'm heading back. You should head home early too." Su Mubai waved her small hand at Chen Mo before turning and walking into the company building. Chen Mo watched Su Mubai's retreating figure and let out a soft sigh before turning to walk toward the Mercedes-Benz where Li Juncheng and the others were waiting.
Young Master Chen, I'm truly sorry about today.
The flight was delayed for quite a while and I came straight to your fiancé's company after landing. Li Juncheng looked extremely nervous as he explained to Chen Mo after he got into the car.
You're still here in time.
Chen Mo replied indifferently before continuing, keep a close eye on Su Mubai's company for the time being. If she needs any help and you happen to be able to assist, lend her a hand.
Mr. Chen, rest assured. As long as it's within my means and doesn't compromise your identity, I'll do everything I can to support Miss Su.
Li Juncheng hastened to assure him.
MHM. Chen Mo gave a slight nod before turning to Li Juncheng with a question. By the way, once I get married to Su Mubai, does that mean I can reveal my true identity to her?
Well, Li Juncheng hesitated upon hearing this, then replied softly, Mr. Chen, logically speaking, if you obtain a marriage certificate with Miss Su, you would formally inherit the late chairman's estate.
However, the contract stipulates that Miss Su must be wholeheartedly willing to be with you for this inheritance to take effect. What does willingly be with me mean? Chen Mo asked Li Juncheng with a puzzled expression.
It means Miss Su must genuinely fall in love with you.
Only then can you truly inherit the estate.
Li Juncheng replied in a low voice.
Is that clause even in the contract? Are you pulling my leg? Chen Mo fell silent upon hearing Li Juncheng's words, his expression turning agitated as he shouted. It's in the contract, and it's written very clearly. Want me to fetch it for you to see?
Li Juncheng said with a smile. Chen Mo stared at Li Juncheng before him, his expression utterly devastated. He had thought that once he and Su Mubai obtained their marriage certificate, all this would end.
He wouldn't have to hide anything from Su Mubai anymore.
But he never imagined that Wang Chang would be so twisted, demanding that Su Mubai must genuinely fall in love with him before he could inherit the estate.
What kind of rule was that? Chen Mo couldn't reveal his true identity, yet he had to make Su Mubai willingly stay with him.
This was practically harder than asking Chen Mo to fly into the sky without any external help.
Young Master Chen, rest assured.
I'll do my utmost to help you win Miss Su's heart. Li Juncheng said cheerfully to Chen Mo.
Forget it.
What could you possibly do for me at your age?
Chen Mo was thoroughly annoyed with Li Juncheng now.
After all, when they signed the contract, Li Juncheng hadn't mentioned anything about Su Mubai having to genuinely be with him.
He'd only said Chen Mo must marry Su Mubai.
Ha! Li Juncheng gave an awkward chuckle before turning to Chen Mo. Young Master Chen, actually, there's something else I need to discuss with you.
What is it?
Noticing something off in Li Juncheng's eyes, Chen Mo quickly turned his head to ask.
Chapter 146, Competitor.
Inside the Mercedes-Benz. Li Juncheng hesitated for a moment before speaking softly to Chen Mo. Young Master Chen, someone is now seeking to compete with you for the inheritance of the late chairman's estate.
Someone wants to compete with me for the inheritance?
A flicker of confusion crossed Chen Mo's eyes at Li Juncheng's words.
He replied softly, didn't you tell me before that Wang Chang had no children, no spouse? Who could possibly be competing with me for his inheritance? Young Master Chen, the late chairman did indeed remain unmarried and childless during his lifetime. However, he had a nephew named Wang Tianyi.
Li Juncheng looked at Chen Mo as he spoke slowly.
Wang Tianyi? Chen Mo froze upon hearing the name, then frowned and asked, is this person also from Nanyang City? No, he's from the Wang family in the capital city.
Li Juncheng shook his head slightly as he looked at Chen Mo, then continued, the Wang family in the capital is quite a prominent clan there.
The late chairman and Wang Liang, the current head of the Wang family in the capital, were actually brothers.
So you're saying this Wang Tianyi is Wang Liang's son, and Wang Liang is Wang Cheng's brother, right? Chen Mo gave a brief analysis and said softly.
Exactly. Li Juncheng nodded slightly. If Wang Cheng still has family in this world, why did he want me to inherit his estate? Chen Mo asked with a look of puzzlement.
The late chairman's own brother, Wang Liang, might be even more ruthless than a stranger. Li Juncheng sighed softly before turning to Chen Mo. Originally, there were two heirs to the Wang family in the capital, Wang Liang and the late chairman Wang Cheng. These two competed fiercely for the family's position.
Knowing he couldn't defeat the chairman, Wang Liang resorted to desperate measures.
He hired foreign assassins to kill the chairman.
Cornered, the chairman fled the Wang family in the capital and established his own company abroad. There's more to this story? Chen Mo's eyes widened with surprise at Li Juncheng's revelation.
The scheming and backstabbing within wealthy families was beyond the imagination of an ordinary person like him. Yes, but it was precisely because of Wang Liang that the old chairman achieved such a glorious life. Back then, he left his homeland alone and started from scratch. No one could have imagined he would accomplish so much. Li Juncheng sighed softly before continuing, it was precisely because Wang Liang tried to eliminate the old chairman back then that he was so disillusioned. That's why, when he passed away, he specifically left a will naming you, young Master Chen, as the heir. He didn't want to see everything he worked so hard for his entire life end up in the hands of the Wang family. Poof. After hearing Li Juncheng's words, Chen Mo couldn't help but chuckle. He pursed his lips and remarked that Wang Tianyi and his father Wang Liang really are shameless.
Back then, they drove Wang Cheng out of the Wang family and tried to eliminate him completely.
Now that they see Wang Cheng has money, they want to inherit his estate.
It can't be helped. Wang Liang and Wang Tianyi are both relatives of the late chairman. They themselves meet the conditions to inherit his estate. They just never expected the late chairman to leave a will naming you as the heir. Li Juncheng said slowly. Since Wang Cheng left a will, what grounds do Wang Liang and his father have to challenge me? Legally speaking, I am the rightful heir. Can they possibly take what's rightfully mine? Chen Mo said to Li Juncheng in a very casual tone. Young Master Chen, you are indeed the heir. But don't forget, you haven't truly inherited the late chairman's estate yet. You merely possess the temporary right to manage it. If within the next 3 years, you still haven't completed the marriage to Miss Su, you will permanently lose your right to inherit the estate. Li Juncheng reminded him softly. Who said it's 3 years? Chen Mo froze upon hearing Li Juncheng's words, his expression turning agitated as he shouted. The contract explicitly states 3 years. Chen Mo stared blankly at Li Juncheng before him, utterly speechless. Earlier, Li Juncheng had insisted that Su Mubai must marry him willingly, a demand already daunting enough for Chen Mo. Now he discovered there was also a time constraint. So you're saying I have to make Su Mubai willingly marry me within 3 years for Wang Cheng's inheritance to be mine, right? Chen Mo asked, looking at Li Juncheng. Correct. Li Juncheng nodded lightly. Damn it, what the hell is Wang Cheng trying to do? Just let me inherit the inheritance already. Why all these conditions? What if I fail? Won't all of Wang Cheng's inheritance end up in the hands of Wang Tianyi and his crew? Chen Mo shouted, visibly agitated. I believe you can accomplish it, young Master Chen. I'll do my utmost to help you win Miss Su's heart. Li Juncheng said cheerfully to Chen Mo. Get lost, old man. What could you possibly do to help me? Chen Mo snapped irritably at Li Juncheng. Sun Guangmo, sitting in the passenger seat, couldn't help but flinch slightly upon hearing Chen Mo's words. He silently marveled to himself, in the whole world, I bet young Master Chen is the only one who dares to talk to Mr. Li like that. Ha! Li Juncheng gave Chen Mo an awkward smile before continuing, Young Master Chen, the Wang family currently has no plans to take action against you. Their strategy is to wait and see. If you fail to marry Miss Su Mubai within these 3 years, you will naturally forfeit your inheritance rights. Then the Wang family can reap the benefits. But what if I do marry Su Mubai? Chen Mo narrowed his eyes and asked Li Juncheng. If you do marry Miss Su Mubai, they might just kill you. Once you're dead, the late chairman's inheritance will pass to the Wang family. Li Juncheng spoke with remarkable calmness, as if such matters were commonplace to them. Chen Mo stared at Li Juncheng, a flicker of surprise crossing his eyes. He hadn't expected the Wang family to want to kill him. Although Chen Mo had now inherited Wang Cheng's fortune, transforming from an ordinary person into a super-rich second-generation heir, at his core, he was still just an ordinary, poor student. Faced with what Li Juncheng had told him, he couldn't help but feel a certain amount of fear. After all, in Chen Mo's eyes, the bloody struggles between powerful families were something that only appeared in TV dramas and movies. Young Master Chen, there's no need to be so nervous. To ensure your safety, I've specially prepared a treasure for you. Li Juncheng said cheerfully to Chen Mo. A treasure? What kind of treasure? Chen Mo asked, looking at Li Juncheng. You'll find out soon enough. Li Juncheng replied casually before calling out to the driver, Xiao Zhang, let's go. Chen Mo glanced back at Li Juncheng, his expression one of utter exasperation. He couldn't help but curse inwardly, what kind of treasure can't be named outright? Why all the mystery? Chapter 147, She's My Secretary? Chen Mo followed Li Juncheng and Sun Guangmo as they drove straight toward the outskirts of Nanyang City. About half an hour later, the Mercedes slowed to a stop in front of a 2-story villa. Young Master Chen, we've arrived. Let's get out. Li Juncheng turned and said cheerfully to Chen Mo. What the hell kind of gift did you prepare for me? Couldn't you just tell me straight up? Chen Mo called out to Li Juncheng, feeling a bit exasperated. Young Master Chen, you'll see the gift I prepared for you very soon. Don't be impatient. Li Juncheng replied cheerfully. Sun Guangmao then stepped forward to open the car door for Chen Mo, who reluctantly stepped out of the Mercedes. After getting out, Li Juncheng led Chen Mo straight into the villa. Upon entering the villa, Chen Mo found 3 people in the living room, 2 men and 1 woman. Both men appeared to be in their early 20s. One was slightly overweight, wearing thick glasses, and sat on the sofa fiddling with his laptop, clearly a stereotypical geek. The other man had dark skin and a muscular build, with a simple, honest face. He was currently lifting a pair of dumbbells. The sole woman among them was also the most distinctive presence. She was so incredibly sexy and alluring that she gave off the aura of a seductive siren capable of bewitching anyone. Good day, Mr. Li. Just as Chen Mo was staring blankly at the woman, the 3 people inside the villa approached them, bowing respectfully and addressing Li Juncheng. Young Master Chen? Li Juncheng turned to glance at Chen Mo and called out softly. After noticing Chen Mo's gaze, the woman couldn't help but offer a faint smile, seemingly showing no sign of displeasure. Young Master Chen, these three are the treasures I mentioned to you earlier. Li Juncheng repeated helplessly as he looked at Chen Mo. These three are the treasures you mentioned? Chen Mo finally snapped out of his daze upon hearing this, turning to shout at Li Juncheng. That's right, Mr. Chen. Starting today, these three will be your personal bodyguards. Li Juncheng nodded gently at Chen Mo. Bodyguards? Chen Mo's expression seemed to grow even more agitated as he shouted at Li Juncheng. Didn't you say the Wang family wouldn't move against me for now? I don't need any bodyguards at all right now. While the Wang family might not target you immediately, I've decided to have these three protect you just in case of any unforeseen incidents. Li Juncheng replied with a smile, then turned to the three men before Chen Mo. You three, quickly introduce yourselves to young Master Chen. Mr. Chen, hello. My name is Wan Lei. You can just call me Lei from now on. The burly young man stepped forward with a hearty grin. Hello? Chen Mo replied with a resigned nod. Young Master Chen, Wan Lei is a highly skilled expert. From now on, he'll be primarily responsible for ensuring your safety. Li Juncheng added, glancing at Chen Mo. Young Master Chen, my name is Wang Yang. You can just call me Fatty from now on. The slightly chubby young man introduced himself to Chen Mo. Wang Yang is a computer genius. If you ever need any computer-related assistance, young Master Chen, you can rely on him. He's ranked among the top 10 hackers in the world. Li Juncheng continued, looking at Chen Mo. That impressive? Chen Mo couldn't help but murmur softly in admiration at Li Juncheng's words. Now only the last woman remained unintroduced. She strode toward Chen Mo in high heels, her swaying hips and graceful gait radiating irresistible charm. She stopped before Chen Mo, deliberately striking a seductive pose that exposed her flawless figure to his gaze. Her fox-like eyes held a dreamy haze as she murmured softly, Young Master Chen, my name is Fuyao. You may simply call me Yao Yao. I possess no great talents, but I am skilled at warming the bed. Warm the bed. Upon hearing Wang Fuyao's words, Chen Mo froze in place, a hint of helplessness flashing in his eyes. Fuyao, behave yourself. Li Juncheng scolded helplessly, then turned to Chen Mo and said, Mr. Chen, Fuyao is your personal assistant. If you need anything in the future, you can contact her directly. She's my secretary? Chen Mo stared at Fuyao before him and gasped in surprise. Then, he began recalling that saying in his mind, when there's work, the secretary handles it, when there's nothing, well. That's right, young Master Chen. Starting today, I'm your secretary. You'd better treat me well. Fuyao batted her eyelashes at Chen Mo, her voice sweet and coquettish. Chen Mo looked utterly speechless. He turned to Li Juncheng and said, Li Juncheng, I know you hired these people to protect me for my own good. But I spend most of my time at school now, so I shouldn't be in any real danger. Besides, if I have these three following me around every day, my classmates will definitely notice something's off. So how about these three don't follow me anymore? If I need anything, I'll contact them directly. Alright then. Li Juncheng hesitated for 2 seconds before nodding slightly. Chen Mo exhaled deeply after Li Juncheng agreed. If he really kept Fuyao, Zhao Lei, and Wang Yang with him, he'd feel like he was under constant surveillance no matter what he did. That thought made Chen Mo extremely uncomfortable. Young Master Chen, how about you leave those two behind and take me with you instead? Fuyao seemed slightly disappointed upon hearing Chen Mo's words, pouting coquettishly at him. Well, you're a girl, and I'm a guy. It wouldn't be very convenient for me to have you around. Chen Mo replied helplessly, then pulled out his phone to check the time. Turning to Li Juncheng, he said, Li Juncheng, I've got some things to take care of. Drive me back to the city. Yes, young Master Chen. Li Juncheng nodded promptly and followed Chen Mo toward the villa exit. After watching Chen Mo and Li Juncheng leave, Fuyao's expression darkened. She turned, pouting, and snapped at Wang Yang and Zhao Lei, it's definitely because you two are so ugly that you scared young Master Chen away. Why not say it was you who scared young Master Chen away? Wang Yang retorted with a chuckle. With my beauty, how could young Master Chen possibly be scared off by me? Didn't you see the way Chen Mo looked at me just now? Fuyao retorted, her large, watery eyes widening. Doesn't every guy look at you like that? Wang Yang said, slightly exasperated. You know nothing. Listen up, you two. I've made up my mind I'm going to seduce young Master Chen and become his woman by right. When that happens, you'll both be my bodyguards. You'd better behave yourselves from now on. Fuyao swayed her slender frame, giggling as she spoke. Wang Yang and Zhao Lei exchanged glances, their expressions thick with contempt. Neither acknowledged Fuyao as they went about their business. Meanwhile, Chen Mo had Li Juncheng drive him to the Sun Never Sets bar. But Chen Mo didn't have Li Juncheng park at the bar's entrance. Instead, he had him stop less than 500 meters away. After getting out, Chen Mo walked toward the bar alone. By the time Chen Mo arrived at the bar, it was already past 8 in the evening. This was the busiest time of night for the bar, and the staff inside were all swamped with work. Chen Mo, you're here? Li Cici, the head waitress, called out the moment she spotted him. Sister Cici, I'm so sorry I'm late. I had to handle some personal matters earlier.
Seeing everyone so busy, Chen Mo felt guilty as he explained to Li Cici.
Oh, it's fine. You're just working part-time anyway, it doesn't matter if you come a little early or a little late.
Li Cici replied with a smile, then handed Chen Mo a fruit platter and several bottles of imported liquor.
She whispered, Chen Mo, skip changing clothes for now. These are for the guests in room 502. They've been calling for them. Deliver them first. All right. Chen Mo nodded, then carried the fruit platter and liquor toward room 502. Knock knock knock. Chen Mo stood at the door and knocked. Come in. A man's voice called out. Chen Mo promptly pushed open the door and stepped inside. But the moment he entered, everyone in the room froze. For the guests inside were none other than Li Kai, Gao Feifei, Lu Di, Su Jiao, and the others. Chen Mo never expected Li Kai and the others to show up at the Sun Never Sets bar. Chen Mo, it's actually you? Su Jiao couldn't help but gasp upon seeing Chen Mo. Chen Mo glanced up at Su Jiao but said nothing. Who'd have thought the guy who struts around school acting like a rich kid is now working as a bartender? Chen Mo, I actually thought you had some real talent, which is why you were so arrogant at school. Turns out you're still the same good for nothing. Gao Feifei had always harbored resentment over Chen Mo forcing Li Kai to kneel and apologize.
Seeing him now, she naturally couldn't resist a few sarcastic jabs.
Chen Mo placed the fruit platter and imported liquor on the coffee table, ignoring Gao Feifei and Li Kai. He turned to leave. Hold on.
But just then, a young man who had been sitting on the sofa suddenly shouted at Chen Mo.
Chapter 148, Kneel or Not to Kneel? Inside the Sun Never Sets bar. Chen Mo froze upon hearing the young man's words, then turned to ask, what else do you want? The young man narrowed his eyes, sizing up Chen Mo from head to toe. Instead of answering, he turned to Li Kai and asked, Kai, is this the Chen Mo you were telling me about earlier?
Yes, brother Sun, it's him.
Li Kai replied through gritted teeth, his eyes red. Earlier at school, Chen Mo had made Li Kai lose face completely. Moreover, Li Kai didn't know Chen Mo's true identity, so he was still scheming about how to get revenge on Chen Mo. Li Kai believed Chen Mo must have connections at school, which was why Qian Zilan had gone out of his way to help him. Li Kai planned to use his own connections in the underworld to deal with Chen Mo. The guy named Brother Sun who had just spoken to Li Kai was a thug he knew from the underworld. Whenever Li Kai encountered problems in the underworld, he would seek Brother Sun's help to resolve them. After the job was done, Li Kai would pay him a sum as compensation, and the two maintained a very solid relationship. To exact revenge for Chen Mo's humiliation, Li Kai specifically borrowed 50,000 yuan from a friend. He intended to have Brother Sun teach Chen Mo a lesson he wouldn't soon forget. When Brother Sun saw Li Kai had prepared 50,000 yuan and that it was just a deal with a poor student, he agreed without hesitation. But neither could have anticipated that just as Li Kai finished explaining his plan to Brother Sun, Chen Mo walked right into their trap. Sun Gu, it was Chen Mo who made Li Kai kneel and apologize back then. Today, you absolutely must get justice for Li Kai. Gao Feifei exclaimed, her voice trembling with emotion. Feifei, don't worry. Li Kai is like my little brother. I won't let this go. Brother Sun replied to Gao Feifei before rising and striding directly to Chen Mo. He confronted him, demanding, did you bully Li Kai at school? What business is it of yours? Chen Mo countered calmly. What business is it of mine? Sun sneered coldly, then pointed his finger right at Chen Mo's nose and shouted, do you even know who Li Kai is to me? You dare bully my own brother? Have you had enough of living, you little punk? I don't even know who you are. How could I possibly know what relation Li Kai is to you? Chen Mo found Sun Ji's question utterly idiotic and replied with some impatience. Damn it, you're a tough little bastard. The young man shouted at Chen Mo, his tone brimming with arrogance. Let me tell you this, I'm Sun Bo, Li Kai's older brother. You bullied Li Kai at school. Don't you think you owe me an explanation? What kind of explanation do you want? Chen Mo asked casually. Simple. Didn't you make Li Kai kneel and apologize to you? Now you kneel down and kowtow to my little brother. Then we'll call it even today. Otherwise, I'll never let this go, you hear me? Sun Bo pointed his finger right at Chen Mo's nose and yelled. What if I refuse to kneel? Chen Mo asked calmly. Clatter. Sun Bo grabbed a bottle of red wine from the table and glared at Chen Mo, you little bastard. If you don't kneel for Li Kai today, you won't leave this private room alive. The other youths in the private room stood up at Sun Bo's words, glaring furiously at Chen Mo, ready to pounce at any moment. Gao Feifei wore a smug expression, thinking to herself that since she couldn't deal with Chen Mo at school, she'd have to use a street thug like Sun Bo to take him down. Sun Bo had been doing quite well in Nanyang City lately, rumored to have recently joined a powerful big shot. So dealing with Chen Mo should be a piece of cake for him. Poof. Chen Mo couldn't help but let out a cold laugh as he looked at Sun Bo. He couldn't understand why Li Kai, Gao Feifei, and the others hadn't learned anything after all they'd been through, still finding ways to provoke him. Back when Chen Mo made Li Kai kneel at the entrance of Nanyang University, it was meant as a warning, a clear signal for Li Kai to keep his distance. Yet instead of avoiding Chen Mo, Li Kai had only grown more brazen. And then there's this so-called brother Sun to Chen Mo, his actions at this moment were nothing short of courting death. Chen Mo, what are you standing there for? Get down on your knees before Li Kai. Gao Feifei shouted coldly at Chen Mo, arms crossed. Yeah, Chen Mo, don't think knowing a couple people at school makes you special. You can't mess with someone like Brother Sunday. If you really piss him off, you might end up crawling out of here today. Su Jiao also shouted at Chen Mo. Lu Di sat alone on the sofa, her expression visibly tense. I advise you to put down that bottle of liquor. Otherwise, you'll regret it. Chen Mo said softly to Sun Bo. Since this was Lin Xiushui's bar, Chen Mo had no intention of causing trouble here. Kid, I'm not in the mood for your nonsense right now. I'll count to 3. If you haven't knelt down and apologized to Li Kai by then, don't blame me for being rude. Sun Bo shouted at Chen Mo. Li Kai strode directly up to Chen Mo and whispered, Chen Mo, weren't you pretty cocky back in school? Keep being cocky now. Chen Mo lifted his head and gave Li Kai a cold glance. He genuinely couldn't fathom why Li Kai kept courting death time and again. 3. Just then, Sun Bo shouted. Chen Mo watched Sun Bo standing perfectly still, showing no intention of kneeling. Gao Feifei shot Chen Mo a look of utter contempt. Given his cowardly nature, she was certain he'd be so terrified he'd drop to his knees before Sun Bo even finished counting to 3. 2. Sun Bo continued to shout. Chen Mo still showed no reaction. 1. Sun Bo finished the final count. Gao Feifei looked at Chen Mo with a trace of bewilderment in her eyes. She hadn't expected him to actually refuse to kneel, standing there calmly with an unflinching expression. You little bastard. Since you refuse to kneel, don't blame me for being rude. Sun Bo bellowed, then raised the liquor bottle in his hand and swung it straight at Chen Mo's head. Clang! But before the bottle could strike Chen Mo's head, the private room door suddenly swung open from the outside. The sound of the door opening made everyone freeze in surprise. Chapter 149, The Thief's Heart Remains Unbroken. Inside the private room, Sun Bo's bottle was poised to smash into Chen Mo's head, but upon hearing the door open, he instinctively froze his motion and turned his head toward the doorway. Sun Bo, what are you doing here? A punk-styled youth with dyed yellow hair, cigarette dangling from his mouth, sauntered into the private room and asked Sun Bo with a slacker attitude. Hey, Wei, you're here? Sun Bo froze for a moment before quickly shifting his expression, baring his teeth in a grin as he shouted at the youth. Ah, I heard from the waitress that you came to our bar, so I came to see you. The yellow-haired youth nodded lightly, then turned to Chen Mo. He pursed his lips and asked, what's going on here? Bro, this kid got into a little beef with my brother. I was just about to teach him a lesson. Sun Bo quickly explained. Damn it, are you bored? How many times have I told you? I own shares in this bar now. Don't cause trouble here. If you have issues, can't you handle them outside? The yellow-haired youth shouted at Sun Bo in an irritated tone. Bro, don't get mad. I just got carried away and forgot what you said. Sun Bo seemed a bit nervous as he spoke. The yellow-haired youth glanced at Chen Mo, then sneered, this kid's just a waiter. If you want to deal with him, wait till he's out of the bar. Do whatever you want then. No need to start anything here. Got it, Brother Wei. Sun Bo nodded. What are you still standing around for? Get lost already. The yellow-haired youth turned and yelled at Chen Mo. Chen Mo gave the youth a cold glance, said nothing, and turned to walk straight out of the private room. After leaving the private room, Chen Mo immediately pulled out his phone and dialed Du Tianhao's number. He knew Sun Bo and the others would definitely continue causing trouble for him after work. To be safe, Chen Mo asked Du Tianhao to wait for him outside the Sun Never Sets bar. Chen Mo, hurry up and bring this bottle of liquor over for your sister. The moment Chen Mo hung up, Li Sisi called out to him in a sweet, coquettish voice. Okay. Chen Mo reluctantly agreed, then ran over to Li Sisi, grabbed the drinks, and dashed toward the sofa area by the dance floor. In the blink of an eye, over an hour had passed. The bar finally began to thin out, giving Chen Mo a chance to rest. But just as he sat down, he spotted the yellow-haired youth who had spoken with Sun Bo earlier emerging from Li Kai's private room. Chen Mo suddenly recalled the blonde youth's words to Sun Bo that this bar belonged to him. But Chen Mo remembered Lin Xiushui saying she had opened this bar all by herself. Could this guy have some connection to Lin Xiushui? Chen Mo couldn't help but wonder inwardly. Chen Mo, taking a break? Just then, Xiaofang, another part-time waitress, approached him with a smile. Yeah, it's not busy now, so I'm taking a break. Chen Mo nodded slightly at Xiaofang, then hesitated before pointing in the direction of the yellow-haired youth. Xiaofang, do you know that guy? You mean Wei Ge? Xiaofang whispered after catching sight of the youth. You know him? Chen Mo asked urgently. Who in our bar doesn't know Wei Ge? I'll tell you this, his real name is Zhou Wei, and he's a shareholder here. He thinks he's untouchable with his connections, has a terrible temper, and bullies us servers all the time. Last time I was half a minute late, he docked a week's pay. Only after manager Lin intervened did I get that money back. Plus, he constantly harasses sister Cece. He's no good. As Xiaofang spoke, her face twisted with disgust, as if she utterly despised this Zhou Wei. Chen Mo listened to Xiaofang's words, his expression growing even more puzzled. He murmured softly, I thought this bar was opened solely by manager Lin? How did Zhou Wei become a shareholder?
It's true that Mr. Lin funded the bar himself, Xiaofang explained slowly.
But running a bar in this area requires someone to back you up.
Otherwise, troublemakers would constantly show up, making it impossible to operate. Zhou Wei is responsible for keeping an eye on our bar, so Mr. Lin gave him a 20% stake.
So that's how it is. Chen Mo murmured in quiet astonishment. You bet.
Though Zhou Wei isn't exactly a saint, word is he's got some serious connections. Ever since he started watching over our place, no one's caused trouble.
Xiaofang didn't know much about Zhou Wei herself, so she could only give Chen Mo a basic rundown. Got it. Chen Mo nodded thoughtfully. Alright, gotta run. I've got work to do.
Seeing the bar filling up again, Xiaofang waved her hand at Chen Mo and dashed toward the front desk. Chen Mo also stood up and got to work. Meanwhile, in the private room where Sun Bo, Li Kai, and the others were seated. After seeing Zhou Wei off, Sun Bo returned to the private room with a cheerful smile, seeming in high spirits.
Brother Bo, who was that guy earlier? Li Kai asked Sun Bo as soon as he saw him return. You don't even know Brother Wei?
Sun Bo asked with a hint of surprise.
I don't. Li Kai shook his head slightly. Then do you know Zhou Xian?
Sun Bo replied with a hint of resignation.
Brother Bo, are you talking about that Brother Xian from our Nanyang city? A flicker of shock crossed Li Kai's eyes. Yes, the very Zhou Xian you've heard of. Zhou Wei is his cousin. Now you understand who Zhou Wei really is, right?
Sun Bo said calmly.
So Zhou Wei is actually Zhou Xian's cousin? No wonder you're so polite to him, Brother Bo. Li Kai couldn't help but exclaim in surprise. Gao Feifei's people, upon hearing Sun Bo and Li Kai's conversation, wore expressions of utter bewilderment. Honey, who exactly is this Zhou Xian you keep mentioning? Gao Feifei hesitated before whispering to Li Kai.
Zhou Xian is a big shot who's pretty famous around our Huiding district. Basically, any entertainment spot in our area is run by his people. To put it simply, without Zhou Xian's approval, places like bars or arcades couldn't even open.
And even if they did, they'd go under in less than a month. Li Kai replied softly. I had no idea Zhou Xian was that powerful. Gao Feifei gasped, covering her mouth. Of course he is. Li Kai smiled faintly, then turned to look at Sun Bo and said softly, Brother Bo, it's truly impressive that you know someone like Zhou Wei and Zhou Xian. Yeah, bro, actually knowing such big shots? That's seriously impressive. Gao Feifei quickly chimed in once she caught up. Hearing their words, Sun Bo's expression grew smug. After all, he was part of Zhou Wei's circle. The more impressive Zhou Wei's status sounded, the more face Sun Bo gained. When the time is right, I'll take you to meet Brother Xian. He's a pretty decent guy. Sun Bo said cheerfully to Gao Feifei and Li Kai. Brother Bo, you've actually met Zhou Xian? A flicker of excitement passed through Li Kai's eyes. I've had drinks with Brother Xian a few times. Sun Bo casually put on an air of coolness, then looked at Li Kai and Gao Feifei and said, Do you two know why Brother Xian is so powerful in Huiding district? No idea. Li Kai shook his head quickly. Let me tell you, Sun Bo said mysteriously to the group, Brother Xian is so powerful because he used to drive for Du Tianhao for years. Later, he even saved Du Tianhao's life once. That's how he became Du Tianhao's right-hand man, and Du Tianhao sent him to Huiding district to manage the operations here. Du Tianhao? Upon hearing that name, Li Kai froze again, his expression filled with utter shock. After all, in the eyes of Li Kai and his crew, Du Tianhao was a legendary boss. Li Kai had heard countless stories about him but had never actually seen the man. He knew Du Tianhao was the one who truly ruled Nanyang City with an iron fist. Hey, Brother Bo, what are you planning to do about that Chen Mo? Gao Feifei had no interest in listening to Sun Bo discuss others' affairs at that moment. She cared only about the matter involving Chen Mo. Since Brother Wei said we can't lay a finger on him in the bar, we'll just wait for the kid to clock out. Don't worry, tonight I'll make sure he gets down on his knees and apologizes to you guys. Sun Bo replied with a smug grin. Upon hearing Sun Bo's words, Li Kai and Gao Feifei both flashed a hint of excitement in their eyes. They had finally gotten their chance to get back at Chen Mo. Chapter 150, Mind Your Own Business. Chen Mo, who had just been about to take a break, reluctantly got back to work when he saw the bar filling up with more customers. In the blink of an eye, over half an hour had passed. It was now nearly 1 a.m., yet the bar remained a roaring hub of activity. Countless young men and women swayed wildly to the pulsating music, their bodies moving in sync with the beat. The dazzling lights and explosive tunes seemed to possess a powerful infectious energy, lifting the spirits of every patron. Chen Mo could only navigate between the booths carrying his tray. Being reasonably good-looking, he often faced unwanted attention from female patrons. Of course, he occasionally received tips from some of the more provocatively dressed, alluring women. But to Chen Mo now, that money was utterly insignificant. Phew! After over an hour of non-stop work, Chen Mo finally got a chance to rest. He sat alone on the second floor steps, watching the beautiful women in the dance floor wildly swaying their sexy bodies. Chen Mo, you must be exhausted today. When payday comes this week, your big sister will give you a nice bonus.
Just then, a voice sounded beside his ear. Chen Mo turned his head at the sound, surprised to find Lin Xiaoshui had appeared beside him. Today, Lin Xiaoshui was dressed exceptionally sexy and alluring. For some reason, after what happened that night, Chen Mo could no longer look at Lin Xiaoshui directly. After all, if not for Su Mobai's phone call that night, something they shouldn't have happened might have occurred between Chen Mo and Lin Xiaoshui. Being slightly older than Chen Mo, Lin Xiaoshui exuded the allure of a mature woman. Though not as provocatively seductive as Yan Shi, she carried an air of dignified elegance and a certain icy beauty. Such an aura often stirred a man's desire to conquer.
Why are you staring at me like that? Don't you recognize me anymore?
Lin Xiaoshui asked with a smile when she noticed Chen Mo staring blankly.
Sister Xiaoshui, you're here? Chen Mo replied awkwardly.
Yeah, I had some other things to take care of today, so I'm a bit late.
Lin Xiaoshui nodded lightly. Ah. Chen Mo responded with a soft ah.
And opened his mouth to speak further, but waitress Xiaofang suddenly rushed over to Lin Xiaoshui and whispered to her, Ms. Lin, Brother Xian is here.
Would you like to go over and say hello?
A flicker of something unusual passed through Lin Xiaoshui's beautiful eyes upon hearing Xiaofang's words.
Chen Mo, if you're tired, go back and rest. I'll entertain the guests.
Lin Xiaoshui turned to bid Chen Mo farewell before gliding toward the bar entrance in her high heels.
Chen Mo narrowed his eyes, watching her retreating figure.
Something felt off. Lin Xiaoshui had seemed different after hearing Xiaofang's words.
Xian Ge, you're here.
Just then, Lin Xiaoshui, who had just reached the bar entrance, called out cheerfully.
Ms. Lin, your bar is doing quite well.
A young man in a white Armani suit walked into the bar with a cheerful smile. The young man didn't look old, probably around 20, and was reasonably good looking except for a 10-centimeter scar across his face that made him look rather unsettling.
It's all thanks to Brother Xian.
Lin Xiaoshui replied softly to the young man before leading him toward the private room.
After watching Lin Xiaoshui and the others leave, Chen Mo couldn't help but turn to Xiaofang beside him and ask, Xiaofang, who is that guy?
Sister Xiaoshui seems really scared of him.
You don't even know who Brother Xian is? Xiaofang exclaimed in surprise upon hearing Chen Mo's question. I don't.
Chen Mo shook his head slightly. That guy's Zhou Xian. Not only does Sister Xiaoshui fear him, but even the boss of our Heping district venue doesn't dare cross him. Xiaofang retorted with a pout, then continued, Zhou Xian is a very famous big shot around our Heping district.
Zhou Wei is Zhou Xian's cousin. So that's how it is. Chen Mo nodded thoughtfully.
He now had a pretty good grasp of the situation. Although Lin Xiaoshui owned the bar, places like this often attracted trouble. So Lin Xiaoshui had given Zhou Wei a 20% stake in exchange for his help managing the venue. Leveraging his status as Zhou Xian's cousin, Zhou Wei lorded it over the bar, and no one dared cross him.
That Zhou Xian isn't much better either.
He's always been ogling Lin Xiaoshui with lustful eyes just the same as his cousin Zhou Wei. Xiaofang continued, her gaze fixed on Chen Mo. Chen Mo smiled faintly upon hearing this, inwardly contemplating whether he should lend Lin Xiaoshui a hand. After all, if Chen Mo simply spoke up, Tianhao could take care of Lin Xiaoshui's bar. That way, Lin Xiaoshui wouldn't have to hand over 20% of his shares to Zhou Wei and Zhou Xian.
Zhou Wei, what are you doing? Let go of me right now.
Just then, a shrill scream echoed through the bar. Chen Mo and Xiaofang both froze upon hearing the scream, then turned their heads toward the corner of the bar. Zhou Wei and Li Sisi were currently wrestling with each other, seemingly embroiled in some kind of conflict. That Zhou Wei must be harassing Sister Sisi again. Xiaofang shouted angrily upon seeing the scene, though she remained rooted to the spot without any intention of intervening. Moreover, the waitstaff surrounding Li Sisi showed no reaction to her cries, continuing with their tasks as usual. Chen Mo hesitated for a moment, then stood up to investigate what was happening. But just as he stood up, Xiaofang quickly grabbed his arm and whispered urgently, Chen Mo, where are you going? I'm going to see what's going on. Chen Mo replied indifferently. Are you out of your mind? Didn't you see nobody else reacted? Why go alone? Are you trying to get yourself killed? Xiaofang shouted at him helplessly. Yeah, Sister Sisi's always been nice to everyone. Why is it like no one even noticed? Chen Mo paused, his expression filled with confusion as he asked Xiaofang. What else could it be? The last few times Zhou Wei harassed Sister Sisi, someone tried to stop him, but Zhou Wei just fired them from the bar. And later, I heard they were beaten up by Zhou Wei's men and ended up in the hospital. After that happened a few times, everyone just pretends not to see anything anymore to protect themselves? Xiaofang explained to Chen Mo with a tense expression. So Sister Xiaoshui isn't getting involved either? Chen Mo frowned and asked. Sister Xiaoshui is just a woman. If she crossed Zhou Wei, she wouldn't fare well either. So she can only try to compensate Sister Sisi, but she can't stop Zhou Wei. Xiaofang looked at Chen Mo and sighed softly before continuing, Chen Mo, don't meddle in this. If you go over there now, Zhou Wei. Before Xiaofang could finish her sentence, Chen Mo had already strided toward Zhou Wei and Li Sisi's table. Chen Mo, have you lost your mind? Xiaofang stomped her feet in frustration, shouting in a hushed voice as she watched Chen Mo approach. But Chen Mo seemed oblivious to her words, continuing to stride forward.
Chapter 151, The Outburst. Inside the sun never sets bar. Zhou Wei grabbed Li Cici's hand, his expression intensely agitated as he shouted, "Li Cici, today I'm going to have you no matter what. Enough of you seducing me here every single day. Brother Wei, I know I was wrong. I didn't mean to seduce you. Please let me go." Li Cici pleaded loudly, tears streaming down her face. "No way. No one can talk me out of this today. You're coming with me.
I've been chasing you for so long, and you've been playing innocent in front of me.
I refuse to believe I can't make you mine."
Zhou Wei reeked of alcohol, clearly drunk.
"Zhou Wei, have you lost your mind? How many times have I told you I don't like you? What's the point of you clinging to me like this? Let go of me now, or I'm calling the police."
Li Cici finally lost control of her emotions, shouting at Zhou Wei with intense fury.
"Ha! Go ahead and call the cops. You think they'll bother with your little problems? My brother is Zhou Xian. Who in the entire Heping district doesn't know who Zhou Xian is?
Even the police will have to side with me when it comes down to it, mark my words." Zhou Wei, fueled by alcohol, was clearly speaking without thinking.
"Zhou Wei, please let me go. I'm begging you."
Despair washed over Li Cici's face. She sensed Zhou Wei was beyond control today. Though he'd always teased her before, it had never escalated beyond petty harassment.
This level of madness was unprecedented. "Stop talking nonsense.
Seeing you strut around in front of me every day, I couldn't hold back any longer.
Now come with me." Zhou Wei bellowed, then yanked Li Cici toward the bar exit. "Let go of Sister Cici."
But before Zhou Wei could take 2 steps with Li Cici in tow, a slightly frail figure stepped directly in front of him, shouting expressionlessly. Li Cici heard the command and immediately looked up. When she saw it was Chen Mo blocking Zhou Wei, she froze in place, her expression filled with utter shock. She never imagined that the person stepping forward to help her at this moment would be Chen Mo.
"Chen Mo, have you lost your mind?"
Xiao Fang rushed over to Chen Mo after seeing him block Zhou Wei, trying to pull him aside. But Xiao Fang was just a girl, and her strength was no match for Chen Mo's. After tugging at him a couple of times, Chen Mo remained standing there expressionless.
You little bastard. I'm in a good mood today and don't want to waste words on you. Get the hell out of my way, and I'll pretend you never said a word." Zhou Wei staggered forward, shouting at Chen Mo. "Let go of Sister Cici." Chen Mo repeated Zhou Wei's words as he stared at him. What did you say?" Zhou Wei's face twisted into a hideous grimace as he shouted. "Chen Mo, this doesn't concern me. Get out of the way and stop meddling." Although Li Cici was deeply touched that Chen Mo had stepped in to help her, she knew exactly what kind of person Zhou Wei was. Anyone who had ever crossed him ended up paying dearly. She didn't want Chen Mo to get dragged into trouble because of her. "Chen Mo, come with me now. Zhou Wei isn't someone you can afford to cross." Xiao Fang tugged at Chen Mo's arm as she shouted. "Xiao Fang, let go of me." Chen Mo turned and yelled at Xiao Fang. Startled by his tone, Xiao Fang immediately released her grip. Chen Mo stepped forward, pointing at Zhou Wei and saying slowly, emphasizing each word, "I'm giving you one last chance. Let Sister Cici go." "Damn it, you little punk, you're pretty cocky, aren't you? What do you think you are? Do you even know who I am? Do you realize how stupid you're being right now?" Zhou Wei had sobered up somewhat by now, his expression blank as he demanded of Chen Mo. "Chen Mo, don't worry about me. Just get out of here." Seeing Zhou Wei getting angry, Li Cici hurriedly shouted at Chen Mo. But Chen Mo seemed to ignore her words entirely, his voice cold as he addressed Zhou Wei. "I don't care who you are right now. You'd better let go of Sister Cici immediately and get out of my sight." "Ha!" Zhou Wei gave Chen Mo a cold laugh before saying expressionlessly, "You're Chen Mo, right? Kneel down and apologize to me now, and I might let you off. Otherwise, I swear I won't let you walk out of this bar alive." "You believe me?" After Zhou Wei finished speaking, the entire bar fell into a deathly silence. Even the music abruptly stopped. Every customer turned their heads toward the spot where Chen Mo and Zhou Wei stood. When they realized the person Chen Mo had offended was Zhou Wei, pitying glances immediately washed over him. Who didn't know what happened to anyone who crossed Zhou Wei in this place? Gao Feifei, Li Kai, Sun Bo, Lu Di, and the others rushed out of their private room upon hearing the commotion outside. But when they saw it was Chen Mo who had clashed with Zhou Wei, they all froze in place, their expressions utterly incredulous. Has Chen Mo lost his mind? He actually dared to provoke Brother Wei. Sun Bo stared at Chen Mo's seat, his expression speechless. Yeah, how could Chen Mo be so brainless? Zhou Wei is Zhou Xian's cousin. Picking a fight with him now is practically suicide. Su Jiao echoed the outcry. But Gao Feifei and Li Kai, upon witnessing this scene, actually exchanged a knowing smile, their expressions brimming with delight. I was actually planning to ask Brother Sun to teach Chen Mo a lesson. But now, no need to wait for Brother Sun to step in. Chen Mo provoked Brother Wei himself. I doubt he'll even make it out of this bar alive today. Li Kai sneered coldly, staring at Chen Mo's seat. Yeah, Chen Mo really has no brain. Showing off at school is one thing, but now he dares to offend someone like Zhou Wei? He must be tired of living. Gao Feifei chimed in quickly. Both of them were now eagerly anticipating the sight of Chen Mo being beaten to a pulp by Zhou Wei, crawling on the floor begging for mercy. Zhou Wei, today's incident has nothing to do with Chen Mo. He's a new waiter and doesn't even know who you are. I beg you, please let him go. Can I walk with you instead? Li Sisi, seeing the situation was getting out of hand, rushed over and shouted at Zhou Wei. Zhou Wei gave Li Sisi a cold glance before murmuring, Sisi, since you've put it that way, I'll give you face today. Have this Chen Mo apologize to me, and I'll let him go. Gao Feifei, Li Kai, and the others felt a pang of disappointment upon hearing Zhou Wei's words. After all, if Chen Mo really apologized to Zhou Wei, they wouldn't get to see him get beaten up. Chen Mo, what are you waiting for? Apologize to Zhou Wei right now. Li Sisi, her expression intensely agitated, shouted at Chen Mo upon hearing Zhou Wei's words. Apologize? Chen Mo couldn't help but snort coldly, then said expressionlessly, with over $1 trillion in assets under my control, do you seriously think I'd be bullied by some lowlife? You, what did you say? Zhou Wei hadn't caught Chen Mo's words clearly and opened his mouth to speak. But Chen Mo didn't give Zhou Wei a chance to speak. He stepped forward and delivered a sharp slap directly across Zhou Wei's face. Smack! A sharp crack echoed. Zhou Wei had already had a few drinks today, and Chen Mo's slap had been delivered with near-fatal force. Staggering back 2 steps, Zhou Wei crashed to the ground with a thud. Everyone froze in place, their expressions utterly incredulous, as they witnessed Chen Mo's slap land squarely on Zhou Wei's face. No one had expected Chen Mo to have such a short fuse. He hadn't even exchanged 2 sentences before resorting to violence. Li Sisi stood beside Chen Mo, her face etched with utter despair. She had assumed that by accompanying Zhou Wei today and having Chen Mo apologize to him, the matter would be settled. But no one could have predicted that Chen Mo would strike Zhou Wei at this very moment. Chen Mo, have you lost your mind? Do you even know who he is? Li Sisi shouted at Chen Mo, her eyes filled with utter despair. I don't need to know who he is, but soon you'll know who I am. Chen Mo replied, his face expressionless. Chapter 152, Beaten into Submission. After inheriting the legacy of the royal city, Chen Mo had been concealing his identity to protect his life from disruption. Thus, during this period, he lived like an ordinary person. Unless provoked, he controlled his emotions. But over time, the pent-up frustration within him only grew. Today's events at Su Mubai's company had particularly shaken him to his core. Chen Mo couldn't understand why, despite being so wealthy now, he still had to endure the same treatment as when he was penniless, being bullied and mocked wherever he went. The pent-up emotions within Chen Mo finally erupted at that very moment. And Zhou Wei had the misfortune of becoming the outlet for Chen Mo's pent-up fury. You dare hit me? Just then, Zhou Wei staggered to his feet, his face twisted with rage as he shouted at Chen Mo. Not only do I dare hit you today, but I'll keep hitting you until you kneel and beg for forgiveness. Chen Mo replied expressionlessly, then charged straight at Zhou Wei. His leg shot out, delivering a powerful kick squarely into Zhou Wei's midsection. Thud! Zhou Wei, who had just regained his footing, crashed back to the ground. Chen Mo grabbed Zhou Wei's hair with one hand while the other hand delivered a series of slaps to Zhou Wei's face. Smack! 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 The sharp cracks echoed throughout the bar. Everyone present froze in place, their expressions frozen in utter shock. The security guards inside the bar had been bullied by Zhou Wei more than once before. Now, they stood nearby watching as Chen Mo delivered one slap after another to Zhou Wei and his companion, yet not a single one dared to step forward to stop him. Chen Mo, what the hell is he doing? Has he really lost his mind? Gao Feifei stared at Chen Mo with wide, teary eyes, utterly shocked. She tried to understand why Chen Mo seemed like a completely different person today. Back in school, even when bullied, he would just swallow his anger and endure it. But now, he actually had the guts to lay a hand on someone like Zhou Wei? In Gao Feifei's eyes, this was completely out of character for Chen Mo. Li Kai also stared blankly at Chen Mo's seat, his face equally puzzled. He couldn't fathom where Chen Mo had found the nerve to lay a hand on Zhou Wei. What's this kid's deal? He actually hit Brother Wei? He's dead meat, he's dead meat. Sun Bo shouted upon witnessing the scene, but instead of rushing to stop Chen Mo, he turned and sprinted toward the private room. Sun Bo knew Zhou Xian was currently in a private room at the bar, so he intended to go warn him. Chen Mo, stop hitting him. That's Zhou Wei. What if something happens? Li Sisi and Xiaofang, realizing what was happening, hurried over to Chen Mo, grabbing his arms and shouting. But Chen Mo seemed oblivious to their pleas, his palm rising and falling relentlessly. Blood spattered from Zhou Wei's mouth, making the scene exceptionally gruesome. In the blink of an eye, Chen Mo had landed over 20 slaps across Zhou Wei's face. Zhou Wei's head swelled up like a pig's snout, blood trickling slowly from his nose and mouth, his appearance utterly pitiful. Do you still need me to apologize now? Chen Mo seemed to tire from the beating, slowly stopping his hand. He asked Zhou Wei expressionlessly. No more. Zhou Wei was now utterly cowed by Chen Mo, shaking his head with terror in his eyes.
Upon hearing Zhou Wei's words, everyone froze in place, their expressions frozen in utter shock.
Who could have imagined that Zhou Wei, a big shot, would be cowed by Chen Mo, a mere waiter?
But they seemed to forget that Zhou Wei's entire standing came from his connection to Zhou Xian.
His usual behavior was limited to bullying waitstaff.
If he ever encountered someone unafraid to fight back, even Zhou Wei would feel fear.
Alright, you don't need my apology now, right? Come on, apologize to Sister Cece.
Chen Mo grabbed Zhou Wei by the hair and yanked him right in front of Li Cece. Zhou Wei stared at Li Cece before him, his expression hesitant. He knew that if he apologized to her now, he might never be able to work at this bar again. At this moment, Zhou Wei wasn't just losing face for himself, but also for Zhou Xian.
Chen Mo, I don't need Zhou Wei's apology. Get out of here.
Li Cece shouted at Chen Mo, her expression intensely agitated. No, he must apologize to you today.
Chen Mo replied flatly.
Zhou Wei lay on the ground, staring at Li Cece before him, his expression torn with conflict. He didn't know whether he should apologize now or not. Meanwhile, Zhou Xian and Lin Xiushui were chatting inside a private room, completely unaware of the commotion unfolding outside the bar. Ms. Lin, your bar's been doing quite well these past few days, huh? Zhou Xian said cheerfully to Lin Xiushui.
That's all thanks to your support, Brother Xian.
Lin Xiushui replied casually.
Hee, it's mainly because you run things so well, Mr. Lin.
Zhou Xian smiled faintly before continuing, so, how's Xiao Wei doing over there?
Holding his own? Zhou Wei's always been very responsible.
That's good to hear. Zhou Xian looked at Lin Xiushui and gave a slight nod.
Then, narrowing his eyes, he said, since Xiao Wei is doing reasonably well under your guidance, shouldn't you consider giving him and the others a raise?
Lin Xiushui froze upon hearing Zhou Xian's words. She had long suspected the purpose of his visit today, but had been unable to find a suitable excuse to refuse him.
Brother Xian, how much do you think would be appropriate?
Lin Xiushui knew she couldn't do without Zhou Xian and Zhou Wei, so even if she wasn't happy about it, she had no choice but to accept the reality.
How about giving Xiao Wei a 10% stake, Ms. Lin?
Zhou Xian spoke with remarkable calmness. A flicker of surprise crossed Lin Xiushui's beautiful eyes. She hadn't expected Zhou Xian to be so ruthless, demanding 10% outright. If she gave him 10% now, Zhou Wei would hold 30% of the Sun Never Sets bar.
Brother Xian, isn't 10% a bit much?
Lin Xiushui asked softly. Ms. Lin, Xiao Wei and his crew work hard to protect your establishment.
The bar's current success owes much to Xiao Wei's contributions. You absolutely mustn't let the brothers feel disheartened.
Otherwise, what you stand to lose might be far more than just 10% of the shares. Zhou Xian reached for the glass on the table and took a small sip. Lin Xiushui stared at Zhou Xian across from her, her expression torn with conflict. She didn't know whether she should agree to his demand. Clang! But at that very moment, the private room door burst open from the outside. Sun Bo burst in, visibly agitated, and shouted at Zhou Xian, Brother Xian, I finally found you. Something terrible happened. Wei got beaten up.
Xiao Wei got beaten up?
Zhou Xian froze upon hearing Sun Bo's words, then narrowed his eyes and demanded, Who? Who's got the guts to attack Xiao Wei? It was one of the waitstaff from their bar. Sun Bo gasped, breathless. Hearing this, Zhou Xian couldn't help but glance at Lin Xiushui. A flicker of confusion crossed her beautiful eyes. She couldn't imagine which of the waitstaff at her bar would dare attack Zhou Wei. Although Zhou Wei had always bullied the waitstaff, they were all well aware of his background. No one would dare lay a finger on him. Go check it out. Zhou Xian shouted angrily, then strode directly toward the exit of the private room. Lin Xiushui hesitated for a moment before following Zhou Xian out of the private room. Seconds later, Lin Xiushui and the others descended from the second floor. But when Lin Xiushui saw Chen Mo standing before Zhou Wei, she froze in place. Has Chen Mo lost his mind? How dare he hit Zhou Wei? What on earth are we going to do now? Lin Xiushui stared at Chen Mo with utter disbelief, silently screaming inside.
Chapter 153, At Their Mercy.
As Zhou Xian and Lin Xiushui entered the lobby, the customers who had been gathered around Chen Mo and Zhou Wei immediately made way for them. Mr. Lin, I never expected your bartender to have such a fiery temper, daring to strike Zhou Wei himself. Zhou Xian said coldly to Lin Xiushui.
Brother Xian, let me handle this. There must be something fishy going on here.
Lin Xiushui retorted hastily, her expression tense. All she could think about now was how to protect Chen Mo today. After escorting Lin Xiushui and Zhou Xian to the main hall, Sun Bo returned to Li Kai and the others with a cheerful smile.
Brother Bo, where did you go just now? Li Kai asked Sun Bo the moment he saw him return. Did you see that guy?
Sun Bo pointed at Zhou Xian and asked with a smile.
I see. What's the matter?
Li Kai nodded, looking puzzled.
Do you know who this person is? Sun Bo pressed. No idea. This is the guy I told you about before, Brother Xian. This time we won't have to lift a finger. Someone else will take care of Chen Mo.
Sun Bo said with a cheerful smile. Upon hearing this, Li Kai, Yao Feifei, and the others flashed a hint of excitement in their eyes. They never imagined Sun Bo had actually brought Zhou Xian into the picture.
Who was Zhou Xian?
He was the notorious big boss of Huiding District. Now that Chen Mo had beaten Zhou Wei into this state, Zhou Xian wouldn't let Chen Mo off easily.
Looks like we're in for a show. Li Kai glanced at Chen Mo in the distance and couldn't help but let out a cold laugh, his expression brimming with satisfaction.
Meanwhile, Zhou Wei, who had been agonizing over whether to apologize to Li Sisi, spotted Zhou Xian as if he'd seen a savior. He charged madly toward Zhou Xian, shouting, "Brother Xian, you have to help me take down Chen Mo today.
He just slapped me multiple times in front of everyone. This isn't just about my face, it's about yours too."
Zhou Xian shot Zhou Wei a helpless look, his tone dripping with impatience.
"You've got some nerve talking. Getting beaten up by a waiter like that, what a disgrace. That guy's way too strong. I couldn't fight him off. You have to get me justice." Zhou Wei stammered. The crowd nearby, having overheard Zhou Wei and Zhou Xian's exchange, wore expressions of utter shock. "So this is Zhou Wei's cousin, Zhou Xian?"
"Yeah, I didn't expect Zhou Xian to be so young. I heard he's a big shot in our Huiding district, hanging out with Du Tianhao.
His connections are seriously powerful. Chen Mo's in for it today. Who'd have thought Zhou Xian would be here too?"
Once they learned Zhou Xian's identity, the crowd began whispering among themselves, their gazes growing increasingly sympathetic toward Chen Mo. The bar staff, who were on good terms with Chen Mo, were inwardly anxious for him. Only Li Kai, Gao Feifei, and their crew were in high spirits, standing at a distance waiting for the show to begin. When Li Sisi spotted Zhou Xian and Lin Xiushui approaching, she took a deep breath, stepped forward, and declared loudly, "Mr. Lin, everything that happened today is my fault.
It has nothing to do with Chen Mo. If you want to deal with someone, deal with me." "Who hit him?" Zhou Xian asked Li Sisi expressionlessly.
Li Sisi froze momentarily at the question.
Chen Mo walked straight up to Zhou Xian and said casually, "I hit that guy." You're quite the tough guy, aren't you? Daring to hit my cousin." Zhou Xian shot Chen Mo a cold sneer before turning to Lin Xiushui. "Mr. Lin, how do you plan to handle this incident today?"
Lin Xiushui forced a strained smile and murmured, "Brother Xian, Chen Mo just started working at my bar.
He probably didn't know Zhou Wei is your brother. Could you give me some face and let him go? I can't let this kid off. He beat me up like this, he has to give me an explanation today." Zhou Wei shouted, his expression intensely agitated upon hearing Lin Xiushui's words.
Zhou Xian turned his head and gave Zhou Wei a cold glance, saying nothing.
"Brother Xian, how about this? If you let Chen Mo go today, I'll agree to give Zhou Wei a 30% stake." Lin Xiushui hesitated. She felt this was the only way to save Chen Mo. 30%? Zhou Xian smiled faintly, then turned to ask Zhou Wei, "Xiao Wei, do you think 30% is enough?" "Of course not. That brat beat me up like this, it should be at least 40%.
Zhou Wei realized Zhou Xian's meaning and immediately shouted at the top of his lungs. "Ms. Lin, give Xiao Wei 40% of the shares. Then have this kid kneel and apologize to my brother.
That'll settle today's matter." "What do you say?" Zhou Xian asked Lin Xiushui softly. Lin Xiushui hesitated for 2 seconds before turning abruptly to Chen Mo. "Chen Mo, apologize to Zhou Wei."
Chen Mo glanced at Lin Xiushui indifferently upon hearing this, then replied expressionlessly, "Why should I apologize to someone like him?
"Chen Mo, what are you trying to do?"
"I just used 40% of this bar's shares to save your life.
Apologize quickly and this will be over." Lin Xiushui shouted at Chen Mo, visibly agitated.
"Sister Xiushui, you shouldn't have given shares to someone like him."
Chen Mo replied coolly before walking up to Zhou Xian. His tone remained calm as he asked, "You're Zhou Xian, right?" "That's right, I'm Zhou Xian. Have your brother apologize to every employee in this bar?
Then return the 20% stake he holds back to Sister Xiushui.
Starting today, none of your people are to set foot in the Sun Never Sets bar again. I'll let you off the hook. Got it?" Chen Mo spoke softly to Zhou Xian. "Chen Mo, what nonsense are you spouting? Have you lost your mind?" Lin Xiushui's face turned pale as she shouted in agitation. "Ms. Lin, don't say another word."
Zhou Xian waved his hand at Lin Xiushui, then stepped forward with a faint, mocking smile directed at Chen Mo. "So, you're saying if I hand over my shares, you'll let me off the hook, right?"
"Yes." Chen Mo nodded slightly. "Then if I don't return the shares to Mr. Lin, how do you plan to deal with me?" Zhou Xian asked Chen Mo with a mocking smile. "How about breaking one of your legs?" Chen Mo asked as if joking. "Ha ha ha ha."
Zhou Xian burst into laughter upon hearing Chen Mo's words, then pointed at him with a smirk. "You're such an amusing little guy.
You want to break one of my legs, right? Ha ha ha." "Finished laughing?"
Chen Mo asked calmly, his gaze fixed on Zhou Xian.
"Ha, you really are." Smack.
Before Zhou Xian could finish his sentence, Chen Mo raised his right hand and delivered a sharp slap directly across Zhou Xian's face. The smile froze instantly on Zhou Xian's face. The others present were stunned by Chen Mo's sudden blow. In that instant, all eyes widened, staring at Chen Mo's position, their expressions filled with utter disbelief. No one had expected that after striking Zhou Wei, Chen Mo would now slap Zhou Xian across the face. "It's over. This time it's completely over. Chen Mo, you're asking for trouble. Lin Xiaoshui stared blankly at Chen Mo's position, her face etched with utter despair. She knew that after this slap, even if she handed over the entire bar to Zhou Xian, he wouldn't let Chen Mo off the hook.
I asked you a question. Finished laughing yet?
At that moment, Chen Mo's voice boomed through the bar once more.
But this time, no one dared to laugh. You bastard, you actually dared to hit me?
Zhou Xian clutched his stinging cheek, his face twisted with fury as he shouted at Chen Mo.
If you keep laughing, I'll hit you again. Chen Mo replied indifferently.
Gao Feifei, Li Kai, and the others stared dumbfounded at Chen Mo's seat. They couldn't fathom what had possessed him today to dare strike Zhou Xian. Lu Di stared with wide, watery eyes, unable to describe her emotions. Back in school, even when girls like her bullied Chen Mo, he'd always swallow his pride and endure it. Yet now, facing a tough guy like Zhou Xian, he was acting so defiant. They couldn't fathom why Chen Mo's personality had changed so drastically.
Fine, you've got some guts.
I was planning to let you off today for Lin Xiaoshui's sake, but since you refuse the olive branch and insist on the stick, don't blame me for being ruthless. Zhou Xian bellowed at Chen Mo, his face twisted into a vicious grimace.
Cousin, you absolutely have to teach this Chen Mo a lesson today. Otherwise, how are we supposed to keep operating in Huiding District? Zhou Wei exclaimed excitedly to Zhou Xian. Brother Xian, Chen Mo really doesn't know his place. Can you give me some face?
Lin Xiaoshui pleaded with Zhou Xian, his face flushed with emotion.
Mr. Lin, is it me who's not giving you face today, or is it this kid who's not giving me face?
If I, Zhou Xian, don't teach this guy a lesson today, how do you expect me to keep my standing around here? Zhou Xian roared, then pulled out his phone and dialed a number.
Xiao Li, bring your men to the sun never sets bar now. With that, Zhou Xian hung up the phone.
Lin Xiaoshui watched Zhou Xian finish his call, her expression turning utterly hopeless as she turned to look at Chen Mo. She knew Zhou Xian was dead set on dealing with Chen Mo today, pleading for mercy. Wouldn't he solve anything now?
Chen Mo, oh Chen Mo, why must you go looking for trouble?
If you'd just apologized to Zhou Xian earlier, none of this would have happened. Lin Xiaoshui watched Chen Mo from a distance, biting her lip as she sighed. Chen Mo stood alone in the spot, looking like a lamb ready for slaughter. The calmness in Chen Mo's eyes was nothing but the despair before death in the eyes of the crowd.
Chapter 154, Chen Mo's Rescue. Inside Lin Xiaoshui's bar.
No one had expected Chen Mo to be so audacious. Not only had he beaten Zhou Wei, but he'd also attacked Zhou Xian.
Who was Zhou Xian? He was the notorious big shot of Nanyang City's Huiding District. Virtually everyone in Huiding District knew Zhou Xian. After being slapped in the face by Chen Mo in front of so many people, Zhou Xian was naturally furious. If he didn't teach Chen Mo a lesson today, how could he maintain his standing in Huiding District?
Lin Xiaoshui, meanwhile, was so flustered she didn't know what to say. She hurried over to Chen Mo and shouted at him, Chen Mo, please, I'm begging you. Just apologize to Zhou Xian. If you apologize to him, I'll definitely find a way to protect you.
Why should I apologize to someone like him? Chen Mo replied expressionlessly. Why else? You can't afford to cross someone like Zhou Xian. Do you think it's worth it to get crippled over this? If not for yourself, think about your parents.
Lin Xiaoshui glared with wide, teary eyes, her expression filled with fury.
I have no parents. Chen Mo said flatly.
Lin Xiaoshui froze in place upon hearing his words. Though Chen Mo knew Lin Xiaoshui's concern came from the heart, he still had no intention of letting the matter drop.
A while back, Chen Mo might have considered apologizing to Zhou Xian and admitting his mistake.
But these past few days, Chen Mo felt utterly stifled. He had money and power at his fingertips. Even a big shot like Tianhao addressed him respectfully as young Master Chen. Yet here he was, getting bullied by some low-level thug in a bar. If Sumu Bai and his crew had picked on him, Chen Mo might have endured it. After all, he couldn't reveal his true identity in front of Sumu Bai.
But what were Zhou Xian and Zhou Wei? Tianhao would be here any minute. When he arrived, no matter how tough Zhou Xian and Zhou Wei thought they were, wouldn't they wet their pants the moment they saw Tianhao? Moreover, there was an even more crucial reason behind Chen Mo's actions now. He wanted Li Kai, Gao Feifei, and the rest to know his true identity, so they'd keep their distance from him in the future. Otherwise, this annoying couple was simply too bothersome, never giving up and constantly causing trouble for Chen Mo. Chen Mo felt that making Li Kai kneel at the school gate had already taught him a harsh lesson. But he never imagined this bastard would still have the nerve to show his face. Chen Mo wasn't going to waste any more words on them. He'd reveal his identity outright and tell them to get lost. That would give Chen Mo some peace and quiet. Chen Mo, all we asked was for an apology. Is that so hard? You're just a poor bastard. What's wrong with apologizing to Brother Xian? Just then, Gao Feifei seemed worried Chen Mo might actually back down. She stepped forward, pouting her lips as she deliberately provoked him. Given Gao Feifei's intelligence, she believed every move Chen Mo was making was an attempt to show off his bravery and prowess in front of her, hoping to win her back. Hearing Gao Feifei's words, Chen Mo couldn't help but glance at her. He silently cursed her under his breath, but said nothing. Chen Mo now wondered if he'd been blind back then. Why on earth had he chosen a like Gao Feifei as his girlfriend?
The only thing remotely decent about Gao Feifei was her slightly above-average looks. Her IQ was practically negative. Clatter! Just then, a sudden clatter erupted from inside the bar entrance.
Everyone turned their heads toward the entrance upon hearing the commotion.
Nearly 20 or 30 young men, all looking quite young, charged into the bar wielding baseball bats, steel pipes, and similar weapons. When Zhou Xian saw them enter, a cold, vicious glint flashed in his eyes.
Chen Mo, weren't you acting all cocky just now? Keep it up. My brother's crew is here now. You're as good as dead.
Zhou Wei's head was nearly beaten into a pig's head by Chen Mo, yet he still had the nerve to shout at him. In an instant, over 20 youths gathered before Zhou Xian, all shouting in unison, "Brother Xian! That bastard just beat up my brother. Break his legs, now!" Zhou Wei pointed at Chen Mo as he yelled. Hearing Zhou Wei's words, the crowd turned to look at Zhou Xian, seemingly waiting for his command. Break both his legs, then throw him out of the bar. Zhou Xian barked the order without a word of hesitation, his expression impassive.
Clatter! Over 20 youths, hearing the order, didn't hesitate.
They raised their weapons and charged toward Chen Mo's position. Li Kai, Gao Feifei, and the others couldn't help but smile at the sight. After all, they had waited far too long for this moment.
Brother Xian, Chen Mo acted out of line today. I beg you, I'm willing to give up 50% of my bar's shares. Please just let Chen Mo off this once, okay?
Lin Xiushui, his expression unusually agitated, stepped in front of Chen Mo and shouted at Zhou Xian.
That brat just slapped me. Even if you gave me the entire bar today, it wouldn't be enough.
Zhou Xian's voice was icy cold. While Zhou Xian spoke, Chen Mo reached for his phone and dialed Du Tianhao's number.
Young Master Chen. Du Tianhao answered promptly. How long will it take you to get here? Chen Mo asked, frowning. About 5 minutes. Du Tianhao hesitated before answering. I'm currently being.
Before Chen Mo could finish his sentence, he suddenly saw Lin Xiushui being shoved to the ground by a young man.
You hit a woman? Are you even a man?
Chen Mo bellowed, flinging his phone aside as he grabbed a nearby chair and swung it straight at the head of the young man who had just knocked Lin Xiushui down.
Crash! A thunderous crash echoed.
The chair in Chen Mo's hand smashed directly into the young man's skull. The young man staggered twice before crashing to the floor with a thud.
Young Master Chen? Young Master Chen?
Du Tianhao on the other end of the line shouted urgently after hearing a burst of curses. But by then, Chen Mo had already tossed the phone aside, wildly swinging the chair in his hand. Previously, Chen Mo had always maintained an impeccable temperament, never initiating physical altercations. He feared that if a fight were discovered by the school, disciplinary action would jeopardize his financial aid and scholarships. But staying out of fights didn't mean Chen Mo wasn't skilled at them. From a young age, he had trained in boxing with his father. Combined with years of manual labor, he appeared frail but possessed surprisingly formidable skills. At the very least, he was stronger than the average person. Chen Mo got tangled up in a brawl with Zhou Xian and his 20-plus men. At first, he could barely hold his own, but as their numbers swelled, he started to struggle. You often see one person taking on 20 or more opponents on TV, but that's simply impossible in real life. No matter how skilled you are, taking on 5 opponents is already pushing it.
1 person against 20?
That's pure bull.
Thud.
Just then, a young man delivered a direct kick to Chen Mo's stomach. Chen Mo staggered back 2 steps and collapsed onto the ground.
Clatter!
Seeing Chen Mo fall, the crowd immediately surged toward him. Meanwhile, Lin Xiushui's eyes flickered with despair. She knew that once Chen Mo went down, with so many opponents, he'd have no chance of getting back up.
Everyone, stop right now. But at that very moment, a woman's icy voice suddenly echoed through the bar. Hearing the voice, everyone instinctively turned toward the bar entrance. A woman stomped into the bar, her high heels clacking angrily on the floor. Chapter 155, Hit Him.
Upon hearing the woman's voice, everyone turned their heads toward the bar entrance. There she was, a woman in a white cheongsam, her alluring beauty and tall, curvaceous figure swaying as she glided into the bar on high heels. Her exquisite, delicate face was now clouded with fury, and an icy chill radiated from her entire being. When the crowd saw this woman, a flicker of confusion crossed their eyes.
Who is that woman?
No idea, but she's stunning.
She seems to have some serious connections. Otherwise, how could she dare speak up for Chen Mo?
The patrons inside the bar all wore puzzled expressions upon seeing her. But Chen Mo, Lin Xiushui, Gao Feifei, Li Kai, and the others all froze in place, their expressions utterly incredulous.
Teacher Yan, how did she come here? Gao Feifei exclaimed in utter bewilderment.
Indeed, the stunning woman appearing at the bar entrance was none other than Chen Mo's university homeroom teacher, the enchanting Yan Shi.
Chen Mo narrowed his eyes, staring at Yan Sha's location, his gaze equally puzzled.
Lin Xiushui quickly recalled that Yan Sha had indeed called her earlier, saying she wanted to visit her bar.
But after the incident with Chen Mo, Lin Xiushui had simply forgotten about Yan Sha.
But what surprised everyone most was that Zhou Xian also froze upon seeing Yan Sha. His body jerked, and then, like a dog seeing its master, he hurried over to Yan Sha and spoke in the most respectful tone he could muster. Miss Yan, how did you get here? Upon hearing Zhou Xian's words, everyone froze in place, their expressions filled with utter bewilderment. They couldn't fathom why someone like Zhou Xian would show such deference to Yan Sha.
Of course, the ones most shocked by this scene were Chen Mo, Gao Feifei, Li Kai, and Lin Xiushui.
In their minds, Yan Sha was merely a university professor, someone who should have no connection whatsoever with someone like Zhou Xian.
Ring ring.
Just then, Chen Mo suddenly noticed his phone ringing beside him.
Chen Mo quickly picked up the phone and answered the call. Young Master Chen, I'm at the bar now. Should I come in? Du Tianhao asked urgently. Hold on a moment. I'll let you know when you can come in. Chen Mo suddenly sensed something was off with Yan Shi, so he quickly replied. Alright then, I'll wait for you outside the bar. Du Tianhao hurriedly replied. Chen Mo hung up immediately and turned to look at Yan Sha's location. Miss Yan, do you know the owner of this bar?
Seeing Yan Sha didn't respond, Zhou Xian quickly pressed on. Yan Sha chose to ignore Zhou Xian entirely, instead gliding toward Chen Mo with a swaying gait in her high heels. When Zhou Xian saw the attitude Yan Sha was giving him, a flicker of despair crossed his eyes, and beads of sweat began to form on his forehead.
Seconds later, Yan Jia reached Chen Mo and asked softly, Chen Mo, are you okay? Teacher, I'm fine. Chen Mo hesitated before murmuring a reply. You're bleeding and you say you're fine. Yan Sha shot Chen Mo a disapproving look before reaching for a tissue to gently dab his face. Gao Feifei and Li Kai stood frozen in place, utterly bewildered.
They couldn't fathom when Chen Mo and Yan Sha's relationship had grown so close, nor could they understand why someone like Zhou Xian would fear Yan Sha. Chen Mo looked at Yan Sha before him, clearly catching the faint fragrance emanating from her. He too was puzzled by Zhou Xian's fear of her. Could it be that Yan Sha, like me, has some unknown identity? Chen Mo couldn't help but exclaim inwardly. Zhou Xian, watching Yan Sha wipe the blood from Chen Mo's face, wore a grim expression. He swallowed hard, his throat tightening involuntarily. He never imagined Chen Mo would actually know someone like Yan Sha.
Though Zhou Xian didn't know Yan Sha's exact background, he understood her identity was deeply shrouded in mystery.
Back when Yan Sha first arrived in Nanyang City, Zhou Xian had merely been a lowly driver for Du Tianhao. Even back then, Du Tianhao had treated Yan Sha with extreme deference. In all the years Zhou Xian had served Du Tianhao, he had never witnessed such deference, not even toward Li Juncheng. Later, Zhou Xian heard that Yan Sha had become a university professor and kept an extremely low profile. No one had ever discovered her true background. Zhou Xian once asked Du Tianhao about Yan Sha, but Du Tianhao's only response was, "Don't ever provoke that woman. If you do, you'll die a horrible death." Zhou Xian had never seen Du Tianhao fear anyone so intensely. That moment etched Yan Sha into his memory. Years passed in the blink of an eye. Zhou Xian never imagined that his second encounter with Yan Sha would unfold in such a scene. "Get over here." At that moment, Yan Sha had already wiped the blood from Chen Mo's face and turned to shout at Zhou Xian. Zhou Xian hesitated for 2 seconds where he stood, then approached Yan Sha timidly. He spoke softly, "Miss Yan, I didn't know Chen Mo knew you." If I'd known Chen Mo knew you, even if you gave me 100 guts, I wouldn't have." "You were bullying Chen Mo just now, weren't you?" Yan Sha had no patience for Zhou Xian's excuses and cut him off immediately. "Miss Yan, he hit my brother first." I asked if you bullied Chen Mo earlier." Yan Sha repeated impatiently. "He hit me first." Zhou Xian gritted his teeth, his expression on the verge of collapse. "Chen Mo was a model student, how could he possibly strike you first? Besides, I didn't see him hit you just now. All I saw was your people bullying Chen Mo." Yan Sha replied coolly, then waved to Chen Mo and said softly, "Chen Mo, come here." "Teacher Yan, what is it?" "Hit him for me." Yan Sha pointed at Zhou Xian as she spoke. Upon hearing Yan Sha's words, Zhou Xian froze in place, his expression utterly devastated as he inwardly cursed his misfortune. The surrounding guests were equally astonished. None had expected Yan Sha, a woman of striking beauty and alluring figure, to possess such an overbearing temperament, completely disregarding reason. Chapter 156, Yan Sha's Identity. Chen Mo looked utterly bewildered when Yan Sha ordered him to strike Zhou Xian. Moreover, he felt a bit displeased. He had originally planned to use this opportunity to reveal his identity to Li Kai and Gao Feifei, thoroughly humiliating them. Yet now, Yan Sha had inexplicably stolen the spotlight. Lin Xiushui stared at Yan Sha with her large, watery eyes. Truthfully, she hadn't known Yan Sha for very long. It was simply that Lin Xiushui's younger sister had attended Nanyang University and happened to be in Yan Sha's class. After interacting a few times, the two had become good friends. In Lin Xiushui's eyes, Yan Sha did have a somewhat peculiar personality, but she never imagined Yan Sha also had some social connections. Otherwise, Zhou Xian wouldn't be so afraid of her. "Chen Mo, what are you standing there for? Hit him." At that moment, Yan Sha's captivating voice rang out once more. Chen Mo stood rooted to the spot for a split second before charging straight toward Zhou Xian. Clatter! Zhou Xian's henchmen immediately blocked his path when they saw Chen Mo approaching. "What do you think you're doing?" Yan Sha raised an eyebrow as she addressed Zhou Xian. "All of you, get out of my way." Zhou Xian hesitated for 2 seconds before gritting his teeth and shouting. The crowd erupted in commotion. Who could have imagined Zhou Xian feared Yan Sha to such an extent?
I said get the hell out of my sight. Didn't you hear me?
Seeing no reaction from the men before him, Zhou Xian shouted again.
Clatter! The crowd parted.
Chen Mo hesitated not a moment, stepping forward to deliver a sharp slap across Zhou Xian's face.
Smack!
A sharp crack echoed. Chen Mo's slap sent Zhou Xian reeling backward 3 or 4 steps before he steadied himself, blood trickling slowly from the corner of his mouth. At that moment, Zhou Xian felt deeply wronged, but he could only grit his teeth and stand his ground. A woman who even Tianhao feared someone of his caliber certainly couldn't afford to offend her.
Continue.
Yan Sha narrowed her beautiful almond-shaped eyes, her tone utterly calm as she addressed Chen Mo. Without hesitation, Chen Mo swung his hand back and delivered a vicious slap across Zhou Xian's face. The bar patrons stared dumbstruck at Yan Sha, their expressions utterly incredulous. They couldn't fathom what kind of background Yan Sha possessed that could make Zhou Xian stand there taking blows without daring to retaliate. Chen Mo seized the moment to vent his pent-up fury, raising his right hand to deliver blow after blow to Zhou Xian's face. Everyone watched Zhou Xian, unable to stop the cold sweat from pouring down their backs. They couldn't help but inwardly marvel at how ruthless Chen Mo really was. Before long, Zhou Xian was beaten until his face was covered in blood, looking utterly pitiful. Gao Feifei, Li Kai, and the others stared blankly at Chen Mo's position, utterly perplexed. The two of them still couldn't fathom why Zhou Xian was so terrified of Yan Shi. After landing 2 or 3 dozen punches on Zhou Xian's face, Chen Mo felt his hands growing slightly numb. He gave his wrists a light shake before turning to Yan Shi and saying, "Teacher, I'm a bit tired.
I'll stop now."
"All right." Yan Sha nodded lightly before striding over to stand before Zhou Xian. Zhou Xian stood there with bloodshot eyes. With so many bar patrons watching, he felt profoundly humiliated, a prominent figure in Heping district beaten into this state by a mere waiter like Chen Mo. Yet he had no idea how to exact revenge.
Do you know who he is?
Yan Sha pointed at Chen Mo, her expression blank as she asked Zhou Xian.
Zhou Xian clenched his teeth, refusing to speak. Mark my words. Chen Mo is my brother, Yan Sha. No one is to bully him.
I don't know your name now, and I don't care to ask today.
But if this happens again, I will remember your name. Understand?
Yan Sha spoke to Zhou Xian with deliberate emphasis, her tone unusually commanding.
Zhou Xian wasn't a pushover.
He knew that Yan Shang not asking his name meant she wasn't going to pursue the matter further.
So he quickly replied, "Miss Yan, I'll remember. Get lost."
Yan Sha said coldly. Hearing this, Zhou Xian felt a wave of relief wash over him. He quickly gathered his men and turned to head out of the bar. The crowd watched their retreating figures with mixed emotions.
Who could have predicted such an outcome?
Chen Mo's expression, however, was deeply troubled. He had intended for Tianhao to handle these matters, but never imagined it would end up like this.
Why does it sound like I'm Yan Sha's kept man? Chen Mo muttered with an expression of utter helplessness. Moments later, Zhou Xian and his men departed the bar. I'm truly sorry for today's events.
I never imagined such a thing would happen in our bar. I'm announcing that all drinks and food are half price tonight.
Drink freely, have fun.
Lin Xiushui bellowed to the patrons inside the bar. The crowd erupted in gasps upon hearing this, then scattered to their respective activities. Although Chen Mo beating up Zhou Xian was certainly big news, now that Zhou Xian was gone, there was no point in them lingering around. Gao Feifei, Li Kai, and Sun Bo stared at Chen Mo's seat, their eyes flickering with reluctance. They had been certain Chen Mo was finished today, yet unexpectedly, Yan Sha had appeared to rescue him. Not only that, but Chen Mo had grown arrogant in front of everyone.
How does Chen Mo get such incredible luck? Gao Feifei muttered under her breath, pouting her lips. Alright, let's get out of here too. We don't want Teacher Yan to spot us. Li Kai sighed helplessly before striding toward the bar's exit. Meanwhile, after Zhou Xian and the others left, Lin Xiushui hurriedly signaled the bar staff to start attending to the guests. Chen Mo approached Yan Shi and whispered, "Teacher Yan, thank you for everything today." "There's no need for thanks. I'm the one who got you this job at the bar. If someone bullies you, I'll definitely help you." Yan Sha replied indifferently. "Ms. Yan, do you know this Zhou Xian? Why is he so afraid of you?" Chen Mo asked, puzzled. "Ah, so that's his name, Zhou Xian." Yan Sha looked at Chen Mo with sudden understanding before continuing, "Actually, I don't know this Zhou Xian personally. But I know his boss. He probably thinks I have a good relationship with his boss, so that's why he's afraid of me." Chen Mo froze upon hearing Yan Sha's words, then whispered, "Teacher Yan, you're not being kept by some big shot, are you?" In Chen Mo's mind, someone like Zhou Xian's boss had to be a big shot in the underworld. "Get lost." Yan Sha shot Chen Mo a sultry glance before saying coolly, "You're beaten up like this. You should go home and rest. I haven't seen Xiushui in ages. I'm going to go chat with her." With that, Yan Sha swayed her hips and glided toward Lin Xiushui's table. Chen Mo knew Yan Sha was clearly avoiding his questions, so he turned and headed straight for the bar exit. He knew Du Tianhao's men were waiting outside for him. He intended to confront Du Tianhao about Yan Sha. Zhou Xian was Du Tianhao's underling. If Zhou Xian knew Yin Sha's identity, then Du Tianhao must know it too. Chapter 157, Sis, I underestimated you.
Upon seeing Yen Sha head toward Lin Xiushui's location, Chen Mo turned and left the bar immediately. At that moment, Du Tianhao and several bodyguards he brought with him stood nervously by the entrance, still unaware of what had transpired inside the bar.
Young Master Chen, you're out already?
Du Tianhao called out urgently upon seeing Chen Mo emerge from the bar.
My apologies for keeping you waiting so long.
Chen Mo glanced back at Du Tianhao and his bodyguards, his tone tinged with embarrassment.
We were the ones who arrived late today.
Du Tianhao replied nervously, then looked at the wound on Chen Mo's face and asked, Young Master Chen, how did you get that injury?
Let's get in the car and talk. I have something I need to ask you.
Chen Mo knew they were at the bar entrance, where waitstaff passed by frequently. If they saw Du Tianhao speaking to him like this, it would surely spark another misunderstanding. He planned to find a secluded spot to talk with Du Tianhao.
All right. Du Tianhao quickly agreed, then helped Chen Mo open the car door. Chen Mo slid straight into the Mercedes. Young Master Chen, what exactly happened to the injury on your face? Du Tianhao asked with genuine concern after getting in. Let's not talk about injuries for now. I have a question for you. Do you know Yen Shi? Chen Mo asked softly, narrowing his eyes. Yen Sha? Du Tianhao froze upon hearing the name, then murmured, Young Master Chen, you must mean Miss Yen? I don't know if she's Miss Yen. All I know is her name is Yen Shi, and she's currently teaching at Nanyang University. Chen Mo replied slowly. Then it must be Miss Yen. Du Tianhao looked at Chen Mo and nodded slightly. You know her? Seeing Du Tianhao's reaction, Chen Mo quickly asked. I suppose you could say I do. When Miss Yen first arrived in Nanyang City, I was responsible for welcoming her. I also helped her secure a teaching position at Nanyang University. But after she started at the university, she never contacted me again. Du Tianhao paused as he looked at Chen Mo, then asked with a puzzled expression, Young Master Chen, what exactly is your relationship with Miss Yen? She was my university homeroom teacher. Yen Sha saved my life today. Do you know who she really is? Chen Mo pressed Du Tianhao urgently. I don't know. Without hesitation, Du Tianhao shook his head. You don't know either? If you don't know her background, why did you host her? Why did you help her find a job? Chen Mo asked, his eyes filled with confusion. I know Miss Yen came from out of town, but I'm not entirely sure of her exact background. All I know is that she's someone you don't mess with. As for why I took her in back then, it was just a task my boss gave me. Honestly, I'm pretty curious about who she really is. Even my boss seems afraid of her. Du Tianhao explained earnestly, looking straight at Chen Mo. Who is your boss? Isn't your boss me? Chen Mo was utterly bewildered by Du Tianhao's words, having no idea Du Tianhao had a superior above him. Young Master Chen, you are indeed my boss now. But when Miss Yen came to Nanyang City, I was merely the vice president of our company. The general manager of our company was my boss. Du Tianhao said slowly. Then where is your company's general manager now? Chen Mo asked urgently. He passed away, so I became the general manager. Otherwise, it would be my former boss speaking with you now, not me. Du Tianhao said with a hint of resignation. Only then did Chen Mo grasp the meaning behind Du Tianhao's mention of boss. Currently managing Chen Mo's business affairs were Du Tianhao and Li Juncheng, one handling the underworld connections, the other the legitimate operations. When Wang Cheng was alive, it was Li Juncheng and Du Tianhao's older brother who managed the business. But by the time Chen Mo came along, Du Tianhao's older brother had already died, so Du Tianhao took his place. So that means no one can possibly know Yen Sha's true identity now, right? Chen Mo asked Du Tianhao with a hint of resignation. I tried investigating Miss Yen's background myself and couldn't uncover anything. Li Juncheng probably couldn't either, Du Tianhao replied slowly. I never imagined Yen Sha's identity would be so shrouded in mystery. Chen Mo couldn't help but mutter softly. The more mysterious Yen Sha's identity became, the more curious Chen Mo grew. But since Du Tianhao claimed the investigation had yielded nothing, Chen Mo knew he couldn't uncover the truth either. Du Tianhao wouldn't lie to him about such matters. Ha! Chen Mo took a deep breath, then turned to Du Tianhao and asked, You should know this Zhou Xian, right? I do. Zhou Xian used to be my driver. Could it be that the person who offended you today, young Master Chen, was Zhou Xian? Du Tianhao exclaimed, staring at Chen Mo. That's right. The injury on my face was caused by Zhou Xian. Chen Mo replied calmly. That Zhou Xian, has he lost his mind? Du Tianhao erupted in fury upon hearing this. He himself addressed Chen Mo with utmost respect, yet now one of his own men had dared to strike his boss. How could Du Tianhao not be furious? If Yen Sha hadn't shown up in time, Zhou Xian might have broken my legs by now. Chen Mo turned to face Du Tianhao and continued. Young Master Chen, please don't be angry. I'll handle this immediately. Du Tianhao replied urgently, then pulled out his phone and dialed Zhou Xian's number. Ring. After 2 rings, Zhou Xian answered and spoke respectfully. Brother Hao, calling me so late at night? What brings you to call? Zhou Xian, where are you right now?
Du Tianhao suppressed his anger, his voice icy cold.
Brother Hao, what's wrong? Zhou Xian sensed something off in Du Tianhao's tone and asked nervously. Cut the crap. I asked where you are. Du Tianhao barked, enunciating each word deliberately. I'm at home. Zhou Xian stammered out a reply. Click.
Upon hearing Zhou Xian's reply, Du Tianhao hung up immediately and barked coldly at the driver in front. Shaoli, head to Zhou Xian's place now.
Got it. Driver Shaoli quickly responded and started the car. Meanwhile,
Yan she stood provocatively by the window of the bar's private room, narrowing her beautiful almond-shaped eyes as she gazed at the scenery outside. After watching Du Tianhao's car depart, Yan Sha elegantly swirled her champagne flute before murmuring, Chen Mo, it seems I truly underestimated you.
To actually secure a ride with Du Tianhao, you do have some skill after all. Chapter 158, The Boss of the Big Brother. Late at night. In a high-end residential complex in Nanyang City.
Zhou Xian rubbed his slightly swollen face with an egg while staring at his phone, his expression grave. He had just crossed Yan Sha when Du Tianhao's call came through.
Zhou Xian sensed something was off. Bro, why were you so scared of that woman today?
Just then, Zhou Wei emerged from the bedroom carrying a bottle of beer, shouting excitedly at Zhou Xian.
Mind your own business.
Zhou Xian snapped back, his tone tinged with irritation.
I just think today's incident is utterly infuriating. Both of us got beaten up by a little barmaid? Isn't that just too embarrassing to tell anyone?
Zhou Wei walked up to Zhou Xian, his mouth twisted in a scowl as he shouted. Who knows what kind of dog luck that kid had to know someone like Miss Yan? Zhou Xian replied with a look of utter helplessness.
Bro, you're just gonna let this slide?
Zhou Wei blinked and asked Zhou Xian softly. Zhou Xian froze at the question, then frowned.
What else could I do? Brother Hao just called me. He sounded pretty upset, not sure if it's because of Chen Mo. No way. Didn't that woman say today's incident was already over? Brother Hao must be looking for you because of this. Zhou Wei said casually. If it's not about that, then that'd be great. Zhou Xian let out a long sigh before continuing, let that kid Chen Mo bloat for a while. Give it some time, and I'll find an opportunity to teach him a proper lesson. Alright. Zhou Wei nodded lightly without saying more. Thump. 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 Just then, a series of urgent knocks suddenly sounded outside the room. Zhou Xian froze upon hearing the knocking. Instinctively assuming it was Du Tianhao arriving, he rushed to the door without a second thought and flung it open. But when Zhou Xian saw Chen Mo standing outside the door, he froze in place, a look of confusion in his eyes. You actually dare to come to my house? Zhou Xian lowered his voice, his expression filled with anger as he shouted at Chen Mo. Though Zhou Xian had no intention of letting Chen Mo off the hook, he feared Chen Mo's connection to Yan Shi. Therefore, he had no plans to confront Chen Mo directly. He intended to wait until the dust settled, then find someone to deal with Chen Mo. That way, even if Yan Shi pursued the matter, Zhou Xian could deny any involvement. But he hadn't expected Chen Mo to come knocking on his own door. Why wouldn't I dare come to your place? Chen Mo replied calmly, his gaze fixed on Zhou Xian. Kid, let me tell you this, I'm only letting you off today because of Miss Yan. If it weren't for her, I'd have broken your legs already. So you'd better get the hell out of here right now, you hear me? Zhou Xian pointed his finger right at Chen Mo's nose, shouting with intense fury. If it weren't for Yan Shi, you wouldn't even have the chance to talk to me right now. Chen Mo brushed Zhou Xian's pointing hand aside as he spoke, then strode into Zhou Xian's home. Damn it, Chen Mo. You think just because you know Miss Yan, we're too scared to do anything to you? At that moment, Zhou Wei, sitting on the sofa, yelled at Chen Mo, then grabbed a beer bottle from the table and charged toward Chen Mo's position. Zhou Xian, Zhou Wei, have you two grown tired of living? Just then, a voice suddenly rang out from behind Chen Mo. Upon hearing these words, Zhou Xian and Zhou Wei froze in place, their expressions utterly incredulous. Du Tianhao strolled leisurely into the room. How? Brother Hao? Zhou Xian froze in shock upon seeing Du Tianhao, stammering out the greeting. Clang! The wine bottle in Zhou Wei's hand clattered to the floor. Chen Mo, observing their reactions, sneered disdainfully before striding over to the sofa. He sat down with a faint, mocking smile. Truthfully, Chen Mo had long anticipated Zhou Xian and Zhou Wei's reaction. Bro, how did you get here? Zhou Xian swallowed hard, his face twisted with fear as he addressed Du Tianhao. Smack! Without hesitation, Du Tianhao lashed out, slapping Zhou Xian hard across the face. His eyes widened as he demanded, Zhou Xian, have you been getting too big for your britches lately? You actually dared to hit young Master Chen? Are you tired of living? Young Master Chen? After taking Du Tianhao's brutal slap, Zhou Xian dared not react at all. He trembled as he looked toward Chen Mo on the sofa, his eyes filled with nothing but shock. Zhou Wei, meanwhile, was utterly dumbfounded. The two of them couldn't wrap their heads around it. Chen Mo was just a lowly bar attendant, right? When the hell did he become young Master Chen? Brother Hao, what the hell is going on here? Zhou Xian clutched his stinging cheek as he turned to Du Tianhao. Young Master Chen is our company's newly appointed chairman. What do you mean, what's going on?
Du Tianhao replied coldly. Zhou Xian froze again upon hearing Du Tianhao's words.
Although Du Tianhao, Zhou Xian, and their crew were notorious troublemakers in Nanyang City, Du Tianhao had established a company there to manage his underlings.
Within the company, different roles were assigned based on each thug's status. Back when Zhou Xian was driving for Du Tianhao, he was just a lowly clerk. Later, Du Tianhao promoted him, and that's how he became the manager of the Heping district. To outsiders, Zhou Xian was the big boss of Heping district, with every establishment in the entire district under his sole management. Du Tianhao held the official title of general manager within the company, but to outsiders, he was Nanyang City's true kingpin. Virtually every establishment in Nanyang operated under his control. Zhou Xian had always assumed Du Tianhao was the company's owner, but he never imagined there was actually a chairman above him. This meant that all these years, Du Tianhao had essentially been working for Chen Mo. Chen Mo was actually the ultimate boss over them all, holding a rank even higher than Du Tianhao's. Zhou Xian couldn't fathom why Chen Mo would be the company's chairman, but he knew that since Du Tianhao had admitted it, it must be true.
Brother Hao, you're not joking, right? How could Chen Mo possibly be our company's chairman? Zhou Xian stood frozen in place, stammering out the exclamation with utter disbelief etched across his face. Do you think I'd joke about something like this? Du Tianhao gave Zhou Xian a cold snort. At that moment, Zhou Xian finally grasped the true meaning behind Chen Mo's earlier words. The person Yan Shi had come to rescue today wasn't Chen Mo at all, it was Zhou Xian himself. If Zhou Xian had actually broken Chen Mo's leg, it would have been like breaking the leg of his own big brother, Du Tianhao. The realization made Zhou Xian's legs buckle. With a clatter, he fell to his knees before Chen Mo. What just happened? Zhou Wei, standing nearby, still seemed confused. Seeing Zhou Xian kneeling before Chen Mo, he couldn't help but mutter in bewilderment. Chapter 159, Kidnapping? Zhou Xian's home. Upon learning Chen Mo's identity, Zhou Xian didn't hesitate, he clattered to his knees before Chen Mo. Bro, why the hell are you kneeling before this bastard? Zhou Wei, clearly not as quick-witted as his brother, stared wide-eyed and shouted. You get the down on your knees. Hearing Zhou Wei's words, Zhou Xian felt utterly devastated inside and immediately shouted at the top of his lungs. Why should I kneel? Zhou Wei froze for a moment, stammering out the question. Zhou Xian sprang up and delivered a sharp slap across Zhou Wei's face, then bellowed at the top of his lungs, did you hear me? I said get on your knees. Smack. Zhou Xian raised his hand for another slap, then glared and shouted, kneel. Zhou Wei hesitated for 2 seconds before reluctantly kneeling before Chen Mo. Zhou Xian quickly knelt beside him, his face flushed with emotion as he pleaded, young Master Chen, I truly had no idea you were the company's chairman. If I'd known, even if you gave me 100 or 1,000 times the courage, I wouldn't have dared treat you like this. So now you're scared, huh? Chen Mo narrowed his eyes and asked Zhou Xian softly. I know. Zhou Xian nodded hastily. If it weren't for Yanxi today, you wouldn't even have the right to kneel before me and beg forgiveness. Understand? Chen Mo continued, his gaze fixed on Zhou Xian. I understand. Zhou Xian replied, his expression filled with panic. Alright, since you understand, I won't make things difficult for you. Having slapped Zhou Xian 2 or 3 dozen times in front of so many people today, Chen Mo had no intention of dwelling on the bar incident. Although Chen Mo knew that with just a word from him, Du Tianhao would immediately have Zhou Xian and Zhou Wei's legs broken, Chen Mo felt it was completely unnecessary. He didn't want to waste his time on small fry like Zhou Xian. Young Master Chen, everything today was my fault. I deserve to die. I was blind not to recognize you. I shouldn't have offended you. Upon hearing Chen Mo say he wouldn't make things difficult for him, Zhou Xian showed no intention of getting up. Instead, he raised both hands and began slapping himself repeatedly across the face. Enough. Stop putting on this show. Seeing Zhou Xian's state, Chen Mo waved his hand with an expression of helplessness. Zhou Xian immediately stopped his actions and looked up at Chen Mo. He knew that if Chen Mo wasn't here to seek revenge, then there must be something else on his mind. I came here today mainly to tell you to return the bar shares you obtained from Lin Xiushui. Do you understand what I mean? Chen Mo asked softly. I understand. Zhou Xian nodded without hesitation upon hearing Chen Mo's words. Also, I won't hold today's incident against you. But starting now, you're responsible for security at Lin Xiushui's bar. If anyone causes trouble there again, you'll be the first one I hold accountable. Chen Mo continued, staring at Zhou Xian. Young Master Chen, rest assured. I'll handle it properly. Zhou Xian exclaimed with evident enthusiasm. Chen Mo nodded at Zhou Xian before rising and striding toward the door. Du Tianhao followed behind Chen Mo with a blank expression, while Zhou Xian and Zhou Wei hurriedly accompanied him out. As Chen Mo neared the door, he suddenly turned back to Zhou Xian and said calmly, I don't want anyone to know my identity. So you'd better keep your mouth shut. Zhou Xian froze upon hearing Chen Mo's words, then hurriedly nodded. Mr. Chen, rest assured, I absolutely won't mention your identity to anyone.
Chen Mo gave Zhou Xian a faint glance, said nothing, and strode out of the room. A few minutes later, Zhou Xian and Zhou Wei helped Chen Mo and Du Tianhao into the car. Watching the Mercedes slowly disappear down the street, Zhou Xian exhaled a long breath. Bro, who exactly is this Chen Mo? Why are you so scared of him? Zhou Wei was still chuckling, completely baffled by the whole situation. Can you shut the up? Don't you have any idea how much trouble you've caused me today? Zhou Xian turned to glare at Zhou Wei, his voice laced with fury. What big trouble did I cause? Zhou Wei froze in place, muttering in utter confusion. Zhou Xian glanced at Zhou Wei beside him, a hint of resignation flickering in his eyes. Gritting his teeth, he strode toward the residential compound. At that moment, Zhou Xian felt that getting slapped 20 or 30 times by Chen Mo today was actually a stroke of luck. Chen Mo had shown remarkable mercy by not letting Du Tianhao deal with him. Who could have imagined that a big shot like Chen Mo would hide his identity working as a waiter in a small bar? Zhou Xian now felt utterly helpless, unable to voice his grievances. Meanwhile, inside the Mercedes. Young Master Chen, are you really just going to let Zhou Xian off like this? Du Tianhao hesitated before quietly asking Chen Mo. No need to dwell on someone like Zhou Xian. Besides, he works for your company. If I really break his legs now, who'll manage the operations in Pingyi district? And if this escalates too much, it'll put you, the boss, in a tough spot. Let's just drop it. Chen Mo replied expressionlessly. His decision not to confront Zhou Xian at this moment was largely out of consideration for Du Tianhao. Thank you, young Master Chen. Du Tianhao felt a surge of gratitude upon hearing Chen Mo's words and murmured softly in response. No need for thanks. If anyone should be thanking anyone, it should be me. You've helped me more than once. Chen Mo said indifferently. I work for you, Mr. Chen. Helping you is my duty. Du Tianhao said with a cheerful smile. Chen Mo looked up at Du Tianhao with a smile upon hearing this, then murmured softly, all right, take me home. Sure. Du Tianhao nodded eagerly. Half an hour later, Du Tianhao dropped Chen Mo off at his front door. Worried about being seen with Du Tianhao, Chen Mo didn't invite him into the residential compound. Instead, he got out of the car at the entrance. After entering the compound, Chen Mo quickened his pace toward the building where he lived. Thump, thump, thump. But just as Chen Mo was about to step through the building entrance, he suddenly heard footsteps approaching from behind him. It was just past 2 in the morning. Not a soul was visible in the residential complex at this hour. The sudden sound of such hurried footsteps made Chen Mo freeze for a moment before instinctively glancing over his shoulder. Boom! A loud thud. Before Chen Mo could even see who was behind him, a baseball bat smashed down on his head. Chen Mo felt darkness engulf his vision, staggering dangerously close to unconsciousness. Get him in the bag. At that moment, a voice rang out beside Chen Mo's ear. Immediately afterward, a sack was pulled over his head. Thud. Another thunderous crack echoed as the baseball bat smashed down on Chen Mo's head once more. This time, Chen Mo lost consciousness immediately. Seeing him unconscious, the assailants wasted no words. They hoisted Chen Mo into a white van. Clickety-clack. The sound of high heels clicking against the floor echoed. From the dark corner emerged a tall, curvaceous woman. She sashayed up to the van in her heels, a smug smile playing on her lips. Chapter 160, What's your relationship with Chen Mo? Inside the sun never sets bar. Due to the earlier incident involving Chen Mo and Zhou Xian, Lin Xiushui announced a half-price discount on all drinks to compensate the bar patrons. This drew many customers who hadn't been present at the time, causing business to boom. Lin Xiushui and the bar staff bustled about for nearly an hour before finally getting a moment to rest. Your bar's doing quite well. Yan Shi saw Lin Xiushui enter the private room and promptly poured her a glass of red wine, smiling warmly as she spoke. Business isn't usually this good. Today's success is all thanks to you. Lin Xiushui took the wine glass Yan Sha offered and remarked casually, Little Yan, I never realized you were this formidable. Even someone like Zhou Xian fears you. Had I known sooner, I never would have agreed to give him 20% of the shares. Are you also trying to pry into my background? Yan Shi elegantly swirled the wine glass in her hand. Under the dim lights of the private room, she seemed even more alluring. I have no interest in your background. Since you haven't told me, you must have your reasons. Asking now would be pointless. You wouldn't tell me anyway, Lin Xiushui replied coolly. Yan Shi couldn't help but smile faintly at Lin Xiushui's words. She cupped her cheek, narrowed her eyes at him, parted her red lips slightly, and murmured, Then why do you think I became friends with you? I don't know. Lin Xiushui shook his head gently. Because I find it easy to get along with you. Yan Sha said with a smile. While I'm not particularly interested in your background, I'm very curious about your situation with Chen Mo. Lin Xiushui said with a playful grin. My business with Chen Mo? Yan Sha froze at the question, her expression turning puzzled. What business do I have with Chen Mo? You can't fool me. I can tell there's something off about the way you look at Chen Mo. And when he got bullied today, I've never seen you this angry before. Spill it, what's really going on between you two? Is there something indescribable between you? Lin Xiushui asked with a grin.
Stop talking nonsense. Chen Mo is my student, and I was the one who recommended him for this job. Of course I'd help him if he was being bullied.
Yan Sha hurriedly explained. No, I don't think the way you look at Chen Mo is how you look at a student at all. Lin Xiaoshui shook her head.
I just feel a bit sorry for Chen Mo. Pitiful? Lin Xiaoshui froze for a moment, then asked with puzzlement, what's so pitiful about Chen Mo? You wouldn't understand what goes on at school. It's pointless explaining it to you. Yan Sha said indifferently. Are you sure you really don't have any feelings for Chen Mo? If you don't, I certainly do.
Who knows, maybe one day I'll snag him for myself.
Don't get mad at me when that happens.
Lin Xiaoshui pursed her sensual red lips and said with a smile.
You have no interest in men, stop lying to me.
Yan Sha retorted coolly. I'm not interested in other men, but I think Chen Mo's actually pretty decent. He's handsome, has a good personality, just a bit broke.
But being poor isn't a flaw.
After all, no one stays poor forever. Lin Xiaoshui analyzed softly.
Chen Mo is too young. He's not suitable for you. Yan Sha stated bluntly. Then is he suitable for you?
Lin Xiaoshui asked with a smile.
He's not suitable for me either.
Yan Sha shook her head gently, then looked at Lin Xiaoshui and asked, alright, let's not talk about Chen Mo anymore.
How are your parents? Have they been pressuring you to go on blind dates?
Of course they have.
But I told them I already have a boyfriend, so they've stopped pressuring me.
Lin Xiaoshui replied slowly.
You have a boyfriend? When did you get a boyfriend? Yan Sha asked Lin Xiaoshui with a puzzled look.
I was lying to them, of course.
How could I possibly have a boyfriend?
As she said this, Lin Xiaoshui's eyes betrayed a hint of guilt. She had deliberately kept Chen Mo's existence a secret, unsure how Yan Shu would react if she learned about what had happened between them at home. Lin Xiaoshui was always a very clever woman. She could sense Yan Sha's peculiar feelings toward Chen Mo and feared that if Yan Sha learned about her and Chen Mo's relationship, it might create resentment.
Honestly, I think you really should try dating someone. You can't stay single forever, right? What if you get, when you're always alone like this?
Yan Sha pouted at Lin Xiaoshui. Upon hearing Yan Sha's words, Lin Xiaoshui suddenly found Chen Mo's face flashing through her mind for some reason, along with the things they'd done together in bed.
Hey, I'm talking to you. What are you spacing out for?
Yan Sha frowned and called out when she saw Lin Xiaoshui looking distracted. I want to find a man I truly love too, but I just haven't met anyone.
What can I do?
I know I can't spend my whole life alone, but I don't want to just settle for any man and end up like that. After saying this, Lin Xiaoshui playfully tickled Yan Sha's armpit and said with a smile, alright, stop picking on me.
You're 26 now, aren't you? Why haven't you found a man? If you don't, won't your amazing figure go to waste? How dare you joke about me like that?
Yan Sha quickly dodged Lin Xiaoshui's hand, then reached out to touch Lin Xiaoshui's body. In an instant, the private room was filled with suggestive tension.
Ring ring. But just then, Lin Xiaoshui's phone suddenly rang. Alright, I'm done messing around with you, someone's calling.
Lin Xiaoshui called out to Yan Shu before quickly rising to grab her phone. When Lin Xiaoshui saw the number on the screen, a flicker of surprise crossed his eyes.
He instinctively glanced back at Yan Sha. Why are you looking at me? Answer the phone.
Yan Sha gave a brief tug at her clothes and said indifferently. A flicker of hesitation crossed Lin Xiaoshui's eyes, but he ultimately pressed the answer button to take the call.
Chapter 161, Surprised to see me?
Inside the bar's private room. Upon seeing Zhou Xian's name on the caller ID, Lin Xiaoshui's eyes flickered with a strange expression, but she answered the call nonetheless.
Mr. Lin. Is this a good time to talk? After answering, Zhou Xian's tone sounded slightly tense. Yes, what is it? Lin Xiaoshui inquired with a frown.
Well, Mr. Lin, I'm truly sorry about what happened today.
After thinking it over, I've decided to return your 20% stake in the bar. Knowing Chen Mo didn't want his identity exposed, Zhou Xian phrased it very tactfully.
Lin Xiaoshui froze upon hearing this, then glared with wide, watery eyes and exclaimed, Zhou Xian, what do you think you're doing?
What happened between you and Chen Mo today has nothing to do with me, right? And it was Chen Mo who hit you, I didn't provoke you, did I? What's the point of returning the shares now?
Everyone in the entire Heping district knows that without your stake, Zhou Xian, the bar simply can't operate.
You're doing this to shut down my bar, aren't you?
In truth, Lin Xiaoshui had long anticipated Zhou Xian's move. After all, with today's events, Zhou Xian must feel utterly humiliated. But since he couldn't confront Yan Sha, he could only vent his anger on Lin Xiaoshui. Lin Xiaoshui now understood Zhou Xian's motive for returning the shares. It was his way of saying, I'm washing my hands of your place from now on.
If anything happens to you, don't come looking for me.
That was precisely why, upon seeing Zhou Xian's name flash on his caller ID, Lin Xiaoshui had glanced back at Yan Sha. Mr. Lin, please don't misunderstand me. I'm not saying I won't look after your bar anymore.
If anything happens to your bar in the future, I'll still handle it.
Starting tomorrow, I'll personally go to your bar to ensure its safety. But I don't want that 20% stake you offered me.
Zhou Xian's expression changed drastically upon hearing Lin Xiushui's words.
He immediately explained in an agitated tone.
So you're saying you'll still handle any issues at my bar, but you don't want the shares?
Lin Xiushui's emotions had calmed slightly, and he asked with evident confusion.
Yes, that's exactly what I mean. Rest assured, Mr. Lin. Your bar's affairs are my affairs. I'll definitely keep a close eye on your bar. Absolutely no one will cause trouble there.
Zhou Xian said with a smile.
Zhou Xian, what exactly do you mean by this? Lin Xiushui's expression was utterly perplexed, unable to fathom why Zhou Xian would do this.
Ms. Lin, what I mean is that I'll continue helping you manage the bar, but I no longer want your shares.
I'll bring the contract over to you tomorrow.
Zhou Xian said softly.
You? Lin Xiushui froze instantly. It suddenly dawned on her Zhou Xian was offering to work for her for free. Why would you do this? Lin Xiushui asked. No particular reason.
Zhou Xian replied with a smile before continuing. Alright, Ms. Lin, let's discuss any matters tomorrow.
With that, Zhou Xian hung up the phone.
Lin Xiushui was genuinely puzzled.
What's wrong? Yen, she couldn't help but ask softly when she saw the expression on Lin Xiushui's face. Yen, did you tell Zhou Xian to return the bar shares to me?
Lin Xiushui hesitated before looking at Yen Sha and asking.
No way.
Zhou Xian might fear me, but I'm not powerful enough to make him give up his shares.
A bar's shares are worth a lot of money.
Yen Sha replied indifferently.
Then what's going on? Why would Zhou Xian suddenly return the shares? After hearing Yen Sha's words, Lin Xiushui's expression seemed even more puzzled. A flicker of unease crossed Yen Sha's beautiful eyes. After a moment's hesitation, she chose not to elaborate to Lin Xiushui. Meanwhile, after Tianhao dropped Chen Mo off at home, before he could even step inside, a group of men attacked him out of nowhere. They knocked him unconscious and dragged him into a van. He remained unconscious for about 10 minutes before regaining consciousness. Opening his eyes, he found himself shrouded in darkness, likely a sack had been pulled over his head. He could sense he was still inside the vehicle, occasionally hearing muffled voices speaking nearby. Who the hell are you? Why did you kidnap me? Chen Mo hesitated before shouting at the top of his lungs. The vehicle fell silent. No one answered Chen Mo's question. What do you want? What you're doing is illegal. Let me go now.
Seeing no response, Chen Mo struggled violently.
Thud.
The young man beside Chen Mo raised his fist and slammed it into Chen Mo's face, then growled lowly, "You'd better shut the hell up, or you'll regret it later." After taking the punch, Chen Mo instantly fell silent. He began analyzing in his mind who could possibly be behind his kidnapping. First, he suspected it was most likely the rival competitor Li Juncheng had mentioned. But Chen Mo reasoned that the man wielded immense power. If he truly wanted the inheritance, he would have killed Chen Mo outright. There was no need for such unnecessary trouble. So he quickly dismissed that theory. Could it be that they discovered my true identity and are kidnapping me for ransom? A bold thought flashed through Chen Mo's mind once more. He began to recall how many people knew his true identity and would dare to take action against him. Squeak! A few minutes later, the sound of brakes screeching filled the air. The car slowed to a stop. "We're here. Get out." The young man sitting beside Chen Mo called out to him, then grabbed Chen Mo and pulled him toward the exit. "Bro, could you take this thing off my head? I can't breathe." Chen Mo whispered. "Cut the crap." The young man shoved Chen Mo and dragged him into a house. Once inside, Chen Mo was immediately tied to a chair with ropes. Finally got it done. After securing Chen Mo, the young man exhaled deeply and murmured softly. "Who the hell are you people? What do you want?" With a sack still covering his face, Chen Mo had no idea what was happening outside. "Chen Mo, what do you think we brought you here for?" Just then, a familiar voice rang out beside Chen Mo's ear. Clickety-clack. Immediately followed by the sound of high heels clicking on the floor. The woman walked up to Chen Mo, reached out, and yanked the sack right off his head. When Chen Mo saw the woman standing before him, he froze in place, his expression utterly incredulous. "It's you?" Chen Mo exclaimed in astonishment, staring at the woman. "What? Are you surprised to see me?" A sinister smile curled the corners of her mouth. Chapter 162, Your time is up. Inside a residential apartment complex. After removing the sack from Chen Mo's head, the kidnappers finally got a clear look at the woman before them. He never imagined that the ones who kidnapped him were Gao Feifei, Li Kai, Sun Bo, and the others. Chen Mo stared at Gao Feifei before him, his expression utterly shattered. He simply couldn't fathom what this of a woman wanted or why she'd kidnapped him to this place. Could it be that Gao Feifei and Li Kai already know my true identity? Chen Mo couldn't help but wonder inwardly. "So, how do you feel now? Scared enough to wet your pants?" Gao Feifei asked with utter contempt, her eyes scanning Chen Mo's trousers as she spoke. "Gao Feifei, have you lost your mind? Do you even know kidnapping is illegal? What the hell do you want?" Chen Mo blared at Gao Feifei, his expression filled with rage. "Of course I know kidnapping is illegal, but I never intended to kidnap you. I just wanted to bring you here to meet someone."
Gao Feifei replied casually. Meet someone? Chen Mo froze upon hearing Gao Feifei's words, his expression growing even more puzzled. That's right, just meet someone. Gao Feifei nodded lightly at Chen Mo. Who? Chen Mo frowned as he asked. You'll find out soon enough. Gao Feifei didn't directly answer Chen Mo's question. Instead, she turned and walked toward where Li Kai, Sun Bo, and the others were standing. Chen Mo watched the retreating figure of this mysterious woman, his expression utterly speechless. He had no idea what Gao Feifei intended to do with him. There were 5 people in the room at that moment. Besides Li Kai, Gao Feifei, and Sun Bai, there were 2 other young men. Chen Mo had never seen these 2 before. They were likely Sun Bo's underlings. Brother Bo, are you sure bringing this kid here won't cause trouble? I heard he knows some pretty powerful big shots. Didn't he beat up Brother Xian and Brother Wei at the Sun Never Sets bar today? One of the henchmen hesitated before whispering to Sun Bo. Yeah, Brother Bo, we're no saints, but this is my first time kidnapping someone. What if he calls the cops? The other henchman chimed in urgently. Call the cops? Sun Bo couldn't help but snort coldly upon hearing this, then said expressionlessly, I doubt this kid will get the chance to call the cops. Chen Mo froze upon hearing Sun Bo's words, a flicker of fear crossing his eyes. He sensed Sun Bo's intentions went far beyond a simple kidnapping. He couldn't figure out what he'd done wrong to make Sun Bo, Li Kai, and Gao Feifei hate him so much that they'd resorted to kidnapping a crime. What the hell do you want? Chen Mo hesitated before shouting at the top of his lungs. Li Kai slowly rose and walked up to Chen Mo, then grinned at him. Chen Mo, at this point, you still don't know what we want? Looks like your brain really isn't working too well. Li Kai, sure, we had some issues at school, but kidnapping me over that? That's going too far. Chen Mo glanced up at Li Kai, gritting his teeth as he shouted in a low voice. You're right. School stuff alone wouldn't warrant kidnapping you, and frankly, I wouldn't dare kidnap you anyway. Li Kai nodded slightly before continuing. I thought for sure you'd be in deep trouble after offending Zhou Xian at the bar today. But who'd have guessed that Yan Sha actually knows Zhou Xian? And he seems kinda scared of her. So you dodged a bullet and even stole the show at the bar, slapping Zhou Xian over 20 times. You're something else. What do you want? Chen Mo had no patience for Li Kai's nonsense and snapped back expressionlessly. Chen Mo, you crossed Zhou Xian today. Knowing his temper, he won't let this slide. So I just discussed it with Brother Bo, might as well do him a favor and deliver you to him. You're as good as dead. Li Kai sneered in reply. Earlier at the bar, after seeing Chen Mo beat Zhou Xian to that state, Li Kai had concluded Zhou Xian had only held back out of fear of Yan Sha. But once Yan Sha was out of the picture, Zhou Xian would surely come after Chen Mo again. He'd long wanted an opportunity to teach Chen Mo a lesson. So he and Sun Bo decided it was better to kidnap Chen Mo now. This way, Li Kai could not only get revenge on Chen Mo but also make Zhou Xian owe him a favor. Most importantly, Li Kai wouldn't have to lift a finger himself, saving him a lot of trouble. Chen Mo stared at Li Kai's smug expression, feeling utterly devastated inside. He never imagined that Li Kai and Gao Feifei, those 2 bastards, had kidnapped him just to hand him over to Zhou Xian for revenge. At this moment, Chen Mo truly couldn't fathom what Li Kai and Gao Feifei were thinking. However, once he understood the full situation, his mood visibly lightened. At least he shouldn't be in any immediate danger now. Li Kai, I advise you to let me go. Chen Mo said expressionlessly to Li Kai. Let you go? Chen Mo, what are you thinking? I went through hell and back to kidnap you, why would I let you go? You'd better just sit tight here and wait for Brother Xian's people to arrive. You'll be sorry when they get here. Li Kai sneered in reply. Li Kai, you think Zhou Xian would be so scared he'd kneel before me the moment he sees me? Chen Mo said expressionlessly to Li Kai. At a time like this, Chen Mo, how can you still have the nerve to brag? You're lucky Zhou Xian didn't break your legs already. Gao Feifei sneered contemptuously at Chen Mo's words. Today I beat Zhou Xian into that state and he didn't dare fight back. Do you really think he'd dare face me? Chen Mo said indifferently. He didn't fight back today because of Yan Sha, not because of you. Without Yan Sha, you're just a trash-picking poor bastard, Chen Mo. Why would Zhou Xian still be afraid of you? Gao Feifei glared at Chen Mo with her big, watery eyes and shouted. Chen Mo looked at Gao Feifei and shook his head helplessly. He knew it was pointless to explain anything to a woman like her now. Whatever he said, she'd just dismiss it as bragging. So Chen Mo simply shut his mouth, waiting quietly for Zhou Xian to arrive. Once Zhou Xian showed up, Gao Feifei and Li Kai would see just how foolish their actions were. Xiao Kai, are you sure this guy and that woman at the bar today are just regular friends? What trouble could this cause later? Just then, Sun Bo suddenly shouted at Li Kai. His intelligence was clearly a notch above both Li Kai and Gao Feifei. He feared this incident might provoke someone they shouldn't mess with. Brother Bo, relax. Yan Sha is our university homeroom teacher. I don't know why Brother Xian fears her, but I know for sure this kid and Yan Sha are just regular friends. Just call Brother Xian and get him over here. Li Kai replied casually. In his eyes, Yan Sha had saved Chen Mo today purely out of teacher-student obligation. Alright then.
Sun Bo reluctantly agreed, then pulled out his phone and dialed Zhou Xian's number.
Gao Feifei and Li Kai watched Chen Mo with smug expressions, convinced his doom was imminent. Chapter 163, I'll bet you, Gao Feifei.
Sun Bo's home. Sun Bo took out his phone and dialed Zhou Xian's number.
Ring.
After 2 rings, Zhou Xian answered, his voice thick with irritation.
Who the hell is calling this late?
Today's incident involving Chen Mo had left Zhou Xian deeply traumatized, his emotions completely unstable.
Brother Xian, it's me, Xiao Bo.
Sun Bo knew why Zhou Xian was in a bad mood, so he replied softly.
I know it's you. Get to the point, stop wasting my time.
Zhou Xian yelled, his voice strained.
Brother Xian, I've prepared a gift for you. Could you come over to my place right now?
Sun Bo deliberately kept the details vague, not revealing that he had already kidnapped Chen Mo and brought him to his home. Chen Mo stared expressionlessly at Sun Bo, saying nothing. Since Li Kai and Gao Feifei were so stubborn, Chen Mo would make them give up once and for all this time. Once Zhou Xian arrived, no matter how stubborn these two were, they'd probably figure out what was going on.
A gift? What kind of gift?
Zhou Xian asked with a puzzled tone after hearing Sun Bo's words.
Brother Xian, this isn't something I can explain in a few words. Why don't you come over to my place?
Sun Bo was already fantasizing in his mind about how Zhou Xian would praise him once he saw Chen Mo. Maybe he'd even give him a show of support right there.
What's this all about? Why so mysterious?
Zhou Xian grew increasingly suspicious as he listened.
Bro Xian, just come to my place. I've got a gift ready for you, you won't be disappointed.
Sun Bo exclaimed with a mischievous grin.
Are you sure you're not messing with me? Zhou Xian asked quietly. Brother Xian, would I dare joke with you?
Sun Bo replied with a laugh.
Alright, I'll be right over. Wait for me. Zhou Xian hung up immediately after saying that.
After seeing the call end, Sun Bo turned his head toward Chen Mo's seat, his smile unusually bright.
Chen Mo, Brother Xian's coming over soon. If you have any last words, I suggest you write them down now. You might not get another chance. Li Kai strode up to Chen Mo, grinning as he addressed him. I think if anyone has last words, you should be the one writing them. Chen Mo looked at Li Kai and said calmly. Ha!
Li Kai couldn't help but snort coldly at Chen Mo's words, then said expressionlessly, Chen Mo. Of all the people I know, I respect no one but you.
Look at your situation now, you still have the nerve to act all high and mighty? Do you even realize death is staring you in the face?
If Zhou Xian saw you guys dragging me here, he'd be so scared he'd drop to his knees.
You believe that? Chen Mo raised an eyebrow, challenging Li Kai. I believe you're a big fat liar. Stop spouting nonsense. Do you think I don't know your true worth?
If it weren't for Yin Sha today, you'd have died in that bar long ago.
You think winning the lottery makes you special? Let me tell you, a beggar will always be a beggar. That's your fate, and you can't change it in this lifetime. Li Kai pointed at Chen Mo, shouting with intense emotion. Then let's make a bet. If Zhou Xian sees me kneel in a moment, you lose. If I don't kneel, I lose. How about it? Chen Mo asked Li Kai calmly. Fine. What do you want to bet on? Li Kai agreed readily. What should we bet? Chen Mo's expression flickered with hesitation before he slowly proposed, how about we bet on Gao Feifei? You want to bet on Gao Feifei?
Li Kai exclaimed in confusion, narrowing his eyes as he continued, Chen Mo, Gao Feifei's already slept with me.
What's the point of betting on her now? Even if you win her back, what then? You want to play with the woman Li Kai's already had? None of your business. I'm betting on Gao Feifei. If you lose, you give her back to me. If I lose, whatever you, Li Kai, tell me to do, I, Chen Mo, will do. Dare you take the bet? Chen Mo asked, raising his eyebrows. Ha! Bet? Why wouldn't I dare? Li Kai agreed confidently. Li Kai! Gao Feifei hadn't expected Li Kai to actually agree. She hurried forward and called out. Oh, sweetheart, don't worry. I'm definitely not going to lose. Li Kai glanced back at Gao Feifei, his tone casual. In truth, Gao Feifei was nothing more than a plaything in Li Kai's eyes. He was already getting bored with her anyway, and he was utterly certain he couldn't lose today. That's why he agreed to bet with Chen Mo. Chen Mo, you filthy beggar. I knew you still couldn't let go of me. How shameless can you be? Who would ever want to be with you? Even if Li Kai lost, I'd never get back together with you. I'd never in my life get back together with a poor bastard like you. Gao Feifei shouted furiously, pointing at Chen Mo. Li Kai, your bet seems to be getting a little out of hand. Chen Mo ignored Gao Feifei and turned to address Li Kai. Feifei, what are you doing? If Chen Mo wants to play games, let's play along. If we lose, you get back together with him. But if we win, then you can humiliate him however you want, right? Li Kai said to Gao Feifei with a half smile. But? Gao Feifei opened her mouth to speak. No buts about it. Are you ignoring me now? Li Kai snapped, his eyes widening. Seeing Li Kai's anger rising, Gao Feifei quickly pouted and said, Fine, you stinking beggar Chen Mo. I'll gamble with you today. If Li Kai loses, I'll get back together with you. Chen Mo gave Gao Feifei a faint glance before murmuring softly, Gao Feifei, there's something I've never understood. When we were together, I treated you fairly well. Why did you constantly make things difficult for me? Even now that we've broken up, must you still treat me this way? I just can't stand you. I feel ashamed that someone like me, Gao Feifei, was ever with someone like you. That's why I make things hard for you. I want to humiliate you. Got a problem with that? Gao Feifei replied coldly. If I told you now that I'm actually a rich kid, would you still have chosen to break up with me back then? Chen Mo narrowed his eyes as he asked Gao Feifei. You're a rich kid? Ha ha ha. Gao Feifei burst out laughing at Chen Mo's words, pointing at him and shouting, Chen Mo, you actually claim to be a rich kid? Don't even try to joke with me like that. Seeing Gao Feifei like this, Chen Mo couldn't help but let out a bitter laugh inside. Thump! 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 Just then, a series of urgent knocks suddenly echoed from outside the door. Brother Xian is finally here. A flicker of excitement flashed in Sun Bo's eyes as he immediately took strides toward the door. Chapter 164, Scared Less. Thump thump thump. After the urgent knocking sounded, Sun Bo hurried to the door and opened the security door. Sun Bo, what the hell do you want me here for in the middle of the night? Zhou Xian walked into the room with a cigarette dangling from his mouth, his tone dripping with impatience as he addressed Sun Bo. Brother Xian, look who I've brought for you. Sun Bo grinned and pointed toward Chen Mo inside the room. Zhou Xian instinctively looked toward Chen Mo sitting on the chair. The moment he saw him, he froze in place. Clunk! The cigarette but he'd been holding dropped to the floor. Brother Xian, I know you've got beef with this kid. So today I tracked down his address, went to his place, and dragged him back here. There's no one else around now, so you. Before Sun Bai could finish his sentence, he suddenly felt Zhou Xian beside him seem to shrink a few inches. Clang! Zhou Xian's legs buckled, and he knelt down involuntarily. When Li Kai and Gao Feifei saw Zhou Xian genuinely kneeling before Chen Mo, their expressions turned utterly incredulous. What just happened? Li Kai stammered under his breath, utterly baffled as to why Zhou Xian would actually do exactly as Chen Mo had said kneel the moment he saw him. Brother Xian, why did you kneel? Did that kid really get to you? You're so angry your legs gave out. Sun Bo, seemingly still confused by the situation, reached out to help Zhou Xian up. Get the hell out of my way. Zhou Xian whipped his head around and yelled at Sun Bo. Then, shifting his knees, he scrambled over to Chen Mo and stammered, Mr. Chen, today's incident really has nothing to do with me. I don't know why those bastards kidnapped you. I genuinely have no idea what's going on. If you're going to blame anyone, blame them. It really has nothing to do with me. Zhou Xian's face was twisted with extreme nervousness, his speech slurring into incoherence. Li Kai, Sun Bo, and Gao Feifei stood frozen in place, their expressions utterly incredulous. The three of them couldn't fathom why Zhou Xian was suddenly so afraid of Chen Mo. What the hell is going on here? Gao Feifei stared wide-eyed, at a loss for words to describe her feelings. She had expected Zhou Xian to give Chen Mo a thorough beating upon seeing him, maybe even break his legs. Who could have imagined Zhou Xian reacting like this? Brother Xian, that kid and Yan Sha are just ordinary friends. I already checked it out for you. Why are you so scared of him? Sun Bo seemed somewhat unwilling to let it go, stepping forward and stammering at Zhou Xian. Get the hell out of my way. Do you even know who young Master Chen is? Do you know what he does? Are you tired of living? You had the nerve to kidnap young Master Chen. Zhou Xian shouted at Sun Bo with a hint of madness. In his mind, he'd already cursed Sun Bo's entire lineage to the 18th generation. Sun Bo had called earlier saying he had a surprise for Zhou Xian. What kind of surprise was this? It was a ing shock and the absolute worst kind. Zhou Xian had thought that by returning his shares in the bar and personally managing Lin Xiushui's establishment from now on, today's incident would be settled. But who could have imagined that Sun Bo, Li Kai, and the others would kidnap Chen Mo back again? Zhou Xian was so furious he couldn't even cry. Chen. Young Master Chen? A flicker of confusion crossed Sun Bo's eyes. Since when did Chen Mo become young Master Chen? Gao Feifei murmured under her breath. Sun Bai, you've really got a death wish. Let me tell you, young Master Chen is our company's chairman. He's Boss Hao's boss. And now you dare kidnap Boss Hao's boss. You're asking for it. Just wait for your death. Zhou Xian rushed to Chen Mo's side as he spoke, beginning to untie him. He's Brother Hao's boss. After piecing together the information, Sun Bo paused for 2 seconds before suddenly feeling darkness engulf his vision. With a thud, he collapsed to the ground. Li Kai's legs began to tremble slightly. He knew exactly who Brother Hao was after all. There was only one Brother Hao in all of Nanyang City. Du Tianhao was already a figure who ruled Nanyang City with an iron fist. If Chen Mo was Du Tianhao's boss, how terrifying would that be? Li Kai couldn't even bring himself to think about it now. Gao Feifei stood frozen in place, utterly bewildered. She couldn't fathom how her penniless ex-boyfriend had suddenly become the boss of someone as powerful as Du Tianhao.
Forget being his boss. Even if Chen Mo were just polishing Du Tianhao's shoes, Gao Feifei still wouldn't think he deserved it.
Xian Ge, you're not joking with me, right?
Sun Bo lay sprawled on the ground, stammering as he shouted at Zhou Xian.
Do you really think I'd joke about something like this?
Zhou Xian shouted, eyes wide. Sun Bo stared at Zhou Xian, utterly dumbfounded. Zhou Xian's reaction clearly told him this wasn't a joke, otherwise, Zhou Xian wouldn't be this tense.
I'm done for. I'm really done for.
Sun Bo lay trembling on the ground, his voice shaking. Li Kai and Gao Feifei stood frozen in place, utterly speechless, unable to describe their emotions.
Seconds later, Zhou Xian untied the ropes binding Chen Mo. With an expression of utmost respect, he addressed Chen Mo, young Master Chen, how do you wish to deal with these three? I'll have my men come over immediately. Would you prefer to have their legs broken, or simply stuff them into sacks and toss them into the river to feed the fish? Thud. Li Kai dropped to his knees the moment Zhou Xian uttered those words. Men like Zhou Xian and Du Tianhao were not people even Li Kai's father dared to provoke. He knew Zhou Xian wasn't joking. If Chen Mo gave the slightest nod, Zhou Xian's men would throw him into the river without hesitation. Chen Mo, I beg you, don't kill me, I beg you. Li Kai was overcome with genuine terror, his words stumbling out as he pleaded with Chen Mo. Chen Mo turned his head and gave Li Kai a cold, indifferent glance. But that single glance was enough to terrify Li Kai so badly he wet himself. Yes, he genuinely wet himself. Li Kai, in my eyes, you've always been a worthless piece of trash. I never truly took you seriously. Yet you kept provoking me time and again. I really can't fathom why you did it. What good does it do you to piss me off? Chen Mo shouted at Li Kai, his voice unusually cold. Chen Mo, I truly know I was wrong. Can you give me one more chance? I beg you. Li Kai knelt before Chen Mo, pleading desperately. Chen Mo hesitated for a moment, then reached out and grabbed Li Kai by the hair. Gritting his teeth, he said, starting today, I never want to see your face again. Got it? Got it, got it. Li Kai nodded frantically. Get lost. Chen Mo said coldly. Relieved to hear this, Li Kai scrambled to his feet and dashed toward the door, leaving a trail of urine behind him. After watching him leave, Sun Bo opened his mouth to speak to Chen Mo. But Chen Mo held no deep grudge against Sun Bo. He cut straight to the point, you're just too stupid. I don't want to talk to you. Get lost. Mr. Chen, this is my home. Where am I supposed to go? Sun Bo asked, his voice trembling. Get out and sit outside. Chen Mo snapped irritably. Okay. Sun Bo nodded and dashed out of the room. Now only Chen Mo, Zhou Xian, and Gao Feifei remained in the room. Gao Feifei stood frozen in place, staring at Chen Mo with utter disbelief. She couldn't even begin to describe how she felt right now. Chapter 165, You Want to Get Back Together? Sun Bo's home. Originally, Li Kai, Gao Feifei, and Sun Bo had kidnapped Chen Mo here intending to hand him over to Zhou Xian as a gift to curry favor with him. But the three of them never imagined that upon seeing Chen Mo, Zhou Xian would actually kneel before him. What's more, Zhou Xian declared Chen Mo to be Du Tianhao's boss. Du Tianhao's reputation in Jiangzhou was legendary, a name that sent shivers down ordinary people's spines. Now Zhou Xian claimed Chen Mo was Du Tianhao's boss? That made Chen Mo sound terrifyingly powerful. Upon learning Chen Mo's true identity, Li Kai regretted his actions so deeply he could have kicked himself. He finally understood just how foolish it had been to cross Chen Mo earlier. Gao Feifei stood frozen in place, her slender frame trembling slightly. Her large, watery eyes gazed pitifully at Chen Mo on the sofa. Though she couldn't yet connect Chen Mo with the words boss of Du Tianhao, Zhou Xian's reaction forced her to acknowledge this unbelievable truth. Chen Mo narrowed his eyes as he watched Gao Feifei. 1,000 emotions churned within him. The woman he had once loved most had betrayed him inexplicably. What baffled Chen Mo most was that this woman seemed to take pleasure in his misfortune, constantly opposing him, humiliating and mocking him at every turn. It was as if, in Gao Feifei's eyes, Chen Mo was destined to be a good-for-nothing failure, his entire life unworthy of living better than an ordinary person, incapable of finding a girlfriend more accomplished than himself. Gao Feifei. Chen Mo called out slowly. Clang. The moment Gao Feifei heard her name, it was as if she'd heard death's summons. She collapsed onto the floor, her delicate face tilted slightly upward, her beautiful eyes brimming with tears. Gone was the earlier arrogance and haughtiness, she now looked utterly vulnerable, as if ready to be plucked at will. Chen Mo, who exactly are you? Gao Feifei stammered, her words tumbling out in a rush. What I am has anything to do with you? Chen Mo replied expressionlessly. Zhou Xian was brought in by you to put on this act, right? You're not Du Tianhao's boss at all, are you? Gao Feifei shouted at Chen Mo, her expression bordering on madness. Acting? Zhou Xian couldn't help but snort coldly upon hearing this. He then looked at Gao Feifei and shouted, let me tell you something. Young Master Chen is Boss Hao's boss. Not only that, but young Master Chen is also the chairman of Huiding Group in our city. There are countless companies across the country under young Master Chen's name. With assets worth billions, do you really think young Master Chen needs to put on a show for a nobody like you?
In truth, Zhou Xian didn't know Chen Mo's full background either. What he'd just revealed was merely the tip of the iceberg. Even a conservative estimate of Chen Mo's assets exceeded hundreds of billions. But for someone like Gao Feifei, assets exceeding 100 million were already staggering enough.
Chen Mo actually has over 100 million in assets?
Gao Feifei stared at Zhou Xian, frozen in place, her expression utterly incredulous.
How could she have imagined Chen Mo suddenly transforming into a super-rich second-generation heir? For a moment, Gao Feifei couldn't even process this reality. Impossible.
Gao Feifei shouted, pointing at Chen Mo. I've been with Chen Mo for so long, how could I not know his situation?
He's not some rich kid at all.
He's just a poor bastard, a complete poor bastard. I was a penniless bum when we were together, but no one stays poor forever. Chen Mo spoke up, addressing Gao Feifei.
Chen Mo, where did you get all this money? How did you even know someone like Du Tianhao? What the hell is going on?
Gao Feifei shouted at Chen Mo, her emotions spiraling into madness.
Do I need to explain all this to you right now?
Chen Mo replied softly, narrowing his eyes. Gao Feifei sat frozen for 2 seconds before her emotions abruptly calmed. She knew Zhou Xian and Chen Mo had no reason to lie to her now. Zhou Xian's current attitude toward Chen Mo, along with the changes Chen Mo had undergone at school recently, seemed to confirm that Chen Mo was no longer the same person he used to be. Perhaps Chen Mo really was a super-rich second-generation heir all along, only he had been hiding it all this time. Gao Feifei finally realized how foolish her decision had been to abandon Chen Mo for Li Kai. Still, Gao Feifei felt there might be a chance to make things right.
Chen Mo, I know I was wrong.
Please, I beg you, forgive me. Gao Feifei suddenly seemed like a different person,
calling out to Chen Mo with eyes full of longing. Chen Mo couldn't help but chuckle at her words.
He watched her with keen interest, eager to see what else she would say.
Chen Mo, I truly regret it. Didn't you just make a bet with Li Kai? If Zhou Xian kneels before you, you win, and I have to get back together with you, right?
Suddenly, Gao Feifei recalled the words Chen Mo had exchanged with Li Kai earlier. She concluded that even though Chen Mo's status had changed from a penniless guy to a super-rich second-generation heir, he still loved her. Otherwise, he wouldn't have made that bet with Li Kai. Li Kai was also a rich kid, but at best he was a minor one. His family might have a few tens of millions at most.
But Chen Mo was different. Chen Mo was a billionaire.
If Gao Feifei broke up with Li Kai now and got back together with Chen Mo, it would be a blessing in disguise for her.
Yeah, I did bet with Li Kai. Chen Mo looked at Gao Feifei and nodded lightly. Hearing this, Gao Feifei felt ecstatic.
Chen Mo's reaction suggested he might still harbor feelings for her.
Chen Mo, everything you're doing now is to win me back, isn't it? I realize my mistake now. Let's get back together. I swear I'll never betray you again. I want to be with you forever.
Gao Feifei stepped forward, her voice trembling with emotion as she pleaded with Chen Mo.
You want to be with me forever? Chen Mo couldn't help but smile at Gao Feifei's words. Yes. I want to be with you forever.
I've finally realized that you, Chen Mo, are the one who truly loves me.
I've always loved you too. Back then, Li Kai threatened me into leaving you. It wasn't my choice at all. Gao Feifei exclaimed, her voice trembling with emotion. But didn't you tell me back then that you broke up with me voluntarily? Chen Mo asked softly. I wasn't voluntary at all.
It was all because Li Kai threatened me. Everything I did during that time was because Li Kai made me do it.
Chen Mo, you don't understand. When Li Kai bullied you, I truly felt so heartbroken for you.
But I had no choice, because I knew the two of us weren't a match for Li Kai.
Breaking up with you back then was actually to protect you. Gao Feifei cried out to Chen Mo with great emotion.
Even Zhou Xian, standing beside Chen Mo, couldn't help but chuckle upon hearing Gao Feifei's words, inwardly marveling at how masterfully this woman acted.
Chen Mo, I know you might not believe me now, but time will prove my feelings for you. Chen Mo, please give me another chance? Will you take me back? Gao Feifei clung to Chen Mo's leg, her voice rising.
Chen Mo stared at Gao Feifei for 2 seconds before softly replying, "Alright, I agree to get back together with you." Upon hearing Chen Mo's words, both Zhou Xian and Gao Feifei froze in place, their expressions frozen in utter shock. Neither of them had imagined Chen Mo would actually agree to get back together with Gao Feifei. Zhou Xian stood frozen, his face filled with utter bewilderment. He couldn't fathom why Chen Mo would choose to get back together with a woman like Gao Feifei at this moment.
Chen Mo, are you serious? You really intend to get back together with me? Gao Feifei asked Chen Mo, her voice trembling with emotion. Of course it's true. Chen Mo nodded again, his expression calm. Chapter 166, Take Back What I Lost.
After hearing Chen Mo's words, Gao Feifei's face was filled with overwhelming emotion.
How could she have imagined that Chen Mo actually intended to get back together with her? Chen Mo still hasn't given up on me. Even though I've broken up with Li Kai now, what could a second-generation rich kid like Li Kai possibly be compared to Chen Mo? Who would have thought this turn of events would actually be a blessing in disguise, making me the girlfriend of a billionaire heiress? Gao Feifei couldn't help but sneer inwardly.
Wiping the tears from her face, she approached Chen Mo and said pitifully, Chen Mo, after everything that's happened these past few days, I've finally realized that you're still the one I love most. I only chose to break up with you because Li Kai forced me.
Is that so? Chen Mo turned to look at Gao Feifei.
Yes. It was all because of Li Kai. If I hadn't agreed to him back then, he would never have let you or me off the hook. So I chose to be with Li Kai to protect you. Gao Feifei paused, then nestled into Chen Mo's embrace with a sly grin and continued, but now it's all over.
Everything's in the past. I'm back by your side. This time, I promise I won't leave you again. I want to be with you forever. Are you planning to be with me forever, or with my money forever? Chen Mo asked Gao Feifei with a half smile. What do you mean by that? Of course I want to be with you forever. When have I ever cared about whether you have money? Didn't I stay with you when you were broke?
Gao Feifei paused for a moment before replying softly.
Oh, I see. Chen Mo nodded lightly, then pushed Gao Feifei away from him. Chen Mo, why are you pushing me away? We finally got back together, didn't you miss me all this time?
Gao Feifei seemed to lean toward him again. Seeing Gao Feifei like this, Chen Mo hesitated for a moment before raising his hand and delivering a sharp slap straight across her face.
Smack! A loud crack echoed.
Gao Feifei let out a shrill cry and collapsed to the ground. That single blow contained all the resentment Chen Mo had harbored toward Gao Feifei during this period. Chen Mo knew that if it weren't for inheriting such a vast fortune and gaining the support of Du Tianhao and Li Juncheng, he would have been destroyed by Gao Feifei long ago. Whether it was framing him for theft back then or today's incident with Zhou Xian, Gao Feifei had always been intent on destroying him. He couldn't fathom why she was so vicious, yet he harbored an intense hatred for her. He had once poured his heart into Gao Feifei, even skimping on meals to buy her a dress she liked. He had sacrificed everything for her, only to be repaid with betrayal and manipulation. Now Gao Feifei was actually saying she wanted to be with him forever just for money. Chen Mo found this woman utterly disgusting.
Chen Mo, why did you hit me? Did I do something wrong?
After being slapped, Gao Feifei dared not vent her anger at Chen Mo, instead whispering to him.
A woman like you just deserves a beating. Got a problem with me hitting you? Chen Mo asked Gao Feifei expressionlessly.
Gao Feifei froze upon hearing this, then hurriedly replied, yes, you're right.
I deserve it. If you haven't had enough, go ahead and hit me some more.
Chen Mo watched Gao Feifei, now driven to near madness by greed, and felt an overwhelming sense of helplessness.
He finally understood how much dignity some women were willing to abandon for money. The answer was all of it. They'd even throw away their faces.
Gao Feifei, let me tell you this, women like you truly disgust me.
I, Chen Mo, never hit women. But that slap I gave you just now, I gave it to you so you'd remember. Don't ever show up in my life again. Got it?
Chen Mo stared at Gao Feifei, enunciating each word deliberately.
Chen Mo, what do you mean by that? Weren't you just about to reconcile with me? Haven't we already gotten back together? Gao Feifei shouted, visibly agitated. We were back together just now, but now I, Chen Mo, am dumping you. Stay away from me from now on. We have absolutely nothing to do with each other anymore. Got it? Chen Mo replied in a low voice. What do you mean? Why did you get back together with me if you're dumping me now? You're just toying with me, aren't you?
Gao Feifei shouted, her voice tinged with madness.
I'm playing you? Chen Mo couldn't help but sneer coldly at Gao Feifei's words, then said expressionlessly, Gao Feifei, do you think too highly of yourself? From the moment we broke up, you ceased to exist in my eyes. I don't even want to see you again or exchange another word with you. You disgust me. Then why did you want to get back together? Why did you bet with Li Kai? Gao Feifei demanded coldly.
I bet Li Kai because I wanted to reclaim what I once lost. I, Chen Mo, once lost my dignity for money, but now I've reclaimed every shred of it.
I once lost you for money, but now I've reclaimed you too. Except you no longer matter to me. I've lost you again. Do you understand what I mean? Chen Mo said expressionlessly to Gao Feifei. I understand.
Gao Feifei sat dazed on the floor, her eyes unfocused as she replied.
From today onward, I never want to see you again. I hope you stay out of my life. Otherwise, next time I won't be so lenient.
Chen Mo's demeanor had shifted dramatically as he spoke to Gao Feifei, enunciating each word deliberately. Gao Feifei stared at Chen Mo before her, suddenly overcome by a chill that made her delicate frame tremble slightly.
Chen Mo, you'll regret this. Gao Feifei shouted at Chen Mo through gritted teeth. What exactly should I regret? Regret not getting back together with you? Chen Mo asked Gao Feifei expressionlessly. You'll regret it sooner or later. Since you won't let me live in peace, don't expect to either. Gao Feifei screamed at Chen Mo with a look of utter madness.
Seeing Gao Feifei like this, Chen Mo couldn't help but let out a cold laugh before turning and striding out of the room.
Zhou Xian gave Gao Feifei a faint glance before following Chen Mo out of Sun Bo's home. Chen Mo, I will absolutely make you regret this.
Gao Feifei shouted excitedly after watching Chen Mo leave.
Meanwhile, after Zhou Xian followed Chen Mo out of Sun Bo's house, Zhou Xian hurried to Chen Mo's side and addressed him with utmost respect. Young Master Chen, may I drive you back? No need. I need some time alone right now. Chen Mo replied indifferently. Alright then.
Zhou Xian nodded lightly, then sensibly walked off into the distance without following Chen Mo further. Walking alone along the road, Chen Mo watched the constant flow of vehicles passing by, a strange sense of emptiness settling in his heart. Perhaps it was because he had now fully revealed his identity to Gao Feifei, finally lifting the heavy burden that had weighed on his heart. After exacting revenge on Gao Feifei and Li Kai, Chen Mo felt not a shred of joy, only a lingering sense of helplessness. He knew all this had come from the inheritance he'd inexplicably received, not from his own efforts.
Huff. Chen Mo exhaled deeply, then began walking toward his own spot. Beep.
But just then, the sound of a car horn blared behind him. Chen Mo instinctively froze, turning to see a black Mercedes pull up beside him. The window rolled down slowly, revealing a delicate, pretty face.
The woman waved her hand at Chen Mo and called out loudly, "Get in the car. Come home with me." Chapter 167, Luo Qiu. On the late-night street, a Mercedes-Benz G-Class pulled up beside Chen Mo. The girl inside rolled down the window and shouted at him, "Get in the car. Come home with me."
Chen Mo stared at the woman's delicate, pretty face, a flicker of confusion crossing his eyes.
He frowned and asked, "Do you know me?" "Of course I don't know you."
The woman replied indifferently.
"Then why are you telling me to get in the car and go home with you?"
Chen Mo's eyes widened with even more confusion at her words. "I had a few drinks at the bar earlier.
I'm worried about a DUI checkpoint up ahead, so drive me home and I'll pay you."
After a moment's pause, the girl softly explained to Chen Mo.
"Oh, okay." Chen Mo nodded indifferently, then said expressionlessly, "Well, you should just call a designated driver. I'm heading home myself now. If I could find a designated driver, why would I ask you? Besides, my place isn't that far from here. How about I give you $500?
A hint of intoxication lingered on the girl's pretty face, making her seem even more alluring and captivating under the glow of the lights.
Chen Mo hesitated for 2 seconds where he stood.
He felt that if he simply left the girl here now, he wouldn't be able to live with himself if something truly happened to her. So he immediately started walking toward the Mercedes. The girl saw Chen Mo about to get in and immediately pushed open the door to exit. Only after she stepped out did Chen Mo clearly see her true appearance. Her long, silky hair was swept up high, revealing a slender, fair neck. Crystal clear earrings dangled from her ears, adding a touch of enchanting allure to her already exquisite features. Moreover, as if she'd had a little to drink, a faint blush graced her lovely face, making her entire presence incredibly alluring.
"What are you standing there for? Get in the car already," the girl called softly to Chen Mo. "Ah."
Chen Mo responded immediately upon hearing her voice, then opened the car door and climbed in.
"I'll give you directions. Just follow what I say."
The girl sat in the passenger seat, her long, fair legs slightly together, as if they held some kind of magic that drew Chen Mo's gaze.
"Hey, buddy, why are you staring at my legs like that? You don't have any funny ideas about me, do you?" Seeing Chen Mo hadn't answered, the girl pouted and called out. "And no." Chen Mo replied with a helpless expression, then started the car and drove forward. "What's your name? Have we met before? You look so familiar."
The girl turned her head to study Chen Mo, her expression slightly puzzled as she asked him.
"My name is Chen Mo." Chen Mo replied indifferently. "Never heard that name before."
The girl shook her head gently.
"Then what's your name?" Chen Mo hesitated before asking the girl. "Luo Qiu."
Upon hearing the name, Chen Mo froze in place, his expression utterly astonished.
He turned to the girl and said, "Are you Luo Qiu from Nanyang University?" "What? Do you know me?" Luo Qiu asked indifferently. "It really is you." Chen Mo couldn't help but exclaim, his expression growing even more astonished. "Am I that famous at Nanyang University? Is it really worth scaring you like this?" Luo Qiu asked, pouting slightly. When Chen Mo first arrived at Nanyang University, he had overheard others discussing this girl named Luo Qiu.
She was reputed to be the university's top campus beauty, and they said she was an internet celebrity with over 50 million followers on a certain short video platform.
But that wasn't the most talked about aspect. What truly baffled people was the rumor that Luo Qiu was apparently a lesbian. "I'm a junior at Nanyang University. I've heard about you on campus. They say you're an internet celebrity." Chen Mo said to Luo Qiu with a smile. "What influencer? That's all the talent agency's doing. You're surprised because you heard I'm right?" Luo Qiu asked Chen Mo directly. Chen Mo froze for a moment before asking helplessly, "So you are?" "Yep, I'm."
Luo Qiu nodded without hesitation.
Chen Mo instinctively glanced at Luo Qiu and couldn't help but inwardly sigh. A girl like this is?
That's just a waste of good looks.
"Sis, I only like women. Guys just don't interest me. You'd better not get any ideas about me, got it?" Luo Qiu said softly to Chen Mo.
A social media star like you probably wouldn't be interested in someone ordinary like me anyway. I don't have any feelings for you, though I must say, you have beautiful legs.
Chen Mo said expressionlessly. Then would you like to touch them? Luo Cho asked Chen Mo with a smile. Chen Mo froze again at her words. Well, do you or don't you?
Luo Cho leaned her shapely leg closer to Chen Mo as she spoke, her tone laced with temptation.
I do. Chen Mo nodded honestly. If you want it, work hard for it. Once you have money, legs as beautiful as mine, you can have as many as you want. Luo Cho said earnestly to Chen Mo. But Chen Mo's expression was one of utter helplessness. He had actually thought Luo Cho might let him touch her legs. A few minutes later, Chen Mo parked Luo Cho's car in the parking lot of her residential complex. Luo Cho prepared to give him 500 yuan as previously agreed, but Chen Mo declined the money and instead chose to add her on WeChat. After a moment's hesitation, Luo Cho didn't refuse him, but she did warn him not to get any ideas about her. After connecting on WeChat, Chen Mo hailed a taxi home. After a night of turmoil, Chen Mo fell asleep almost immediately upon arriving home. The next morning, around 7 o'clock, Chen Mo got up, washed up, and headed to school for class. As he entered the classroom, every student in the class looked up at him with strange expressions. But Chen Mo didn't pay it much mind. After all, these students had always looked at him this way, with their peculiar stares. He instinctively scanned the seats where Li Kai and Gao Feifei usually sat. Li Kai hadn't come to class, but Gao Feifei was still there. Only now, Gao Feifei was slumped over her desk, while Lu Di, Su Jiao, and others sat beside her, whispering quietly among themselves. Chen Mo walked to his desk with a puzzled expression, only to find Meng Liang and Lu Rui also staring at him with peculiar looks. In that instant, it felt like everyone was staring at him as if he were some kind of freak. Hey, why are you all staring at me like that? Chen Mo asked Meng Liang and Lu Rui in a puzzled tone. Well, you should probably see for yourself. Meng Liang replied with a resigned tone, then reached into his backpack and pulled out a stack of photos, handing them to Chen Mo. Chen Mo hesitated before taking the photos. When Chen Mo saw what was in the photos, he was completely dumbfounded, his expression one of utter shock. Where did these come from? Chen Mo turned and shouted at Meng Liang. Chapter 168, Did you mess with someone? Inside the classroom. Chen Mo stared at the photos in his hand, his right hand trembling slightly, his face twisted with fury. These photos depicted nothing less than Chen Mo and Gao Feifei sleeping together in bed. Though some parts were pixelated, their positions were unmistakably intimate. Where did you get these photos? Chen Mo gritted his teeth and demanded in a low voice, addressing Meng Liang. When I came to school today, I saw photos of you and Gao Feifei plastered on the school bulletin board. Plus, every classroom in our school has these photos too. Lu Rui and I spent the whole morning collecting them, but we only managed to get this small batch. The rest must have already been taken by someone else. Meng Liang said to Chen Mo with an expression of utter helplessness. Who the hell did this? Chen Mo couldn't help but curse under his breath. Now Chen Mo finally understood why Gao Feifei had been crying with her head on the desk and why the students in the class had been staring at him with strange looks. It was all because of these photos. Moreover, Chen Mo could tell at a glance that these photos weren't real at all, they were all photoshopped. He had never slept with Gao Feifei, let alone taken such pictures. This was clearly someone trying to frame him. Chen Mo, you're practically a celebrity at our school now. Your photos are plastered in almost every classroom. Meng Liang said to him with a hint of resignation. But you kept telling us you never slept with Gao Feifei. So where did these photos come from? Lu Rui asked Chen Mo with a look of utter confusion. These photos are completely fake. Chen Mo gritted his teeth and whispered. Fake? Lu Rui and Meng Liang froze in their tracks upon hearing this, their expressions filled with utter bewilderment. I never took any photos like this with Gao Feifei, this is someone else's Photoshop job. Chen Mo shouted, utterly devastated. Did you cross someone? Lu Rui asked after a moment's pause. I have no idea what's going on either. Chen Mo said helplessly. Ding dong. Just then, Chen Mo's phone suddenly chimed. Chen Mo quickly pulled out his phone and glanced at it, discovering it was a WeChat message from Luo Qiu. Little bro, who knew you were so capable? You're more famous than me at our school now. After sending this message, Luo Qiu added a laughing emoji. Who the hell dares to do this? Chen Mo flung his phone aside, his expression filled with irritation. You should think about whether you've offended anyone lately. Meng Liang said sympathetically to Chen Mo. Chen Mo, I never imagined you'd be this kind of person. You're utterly shameless. Just then, Su Jiao suddenly stood up and shouted at Chen Mo. Shameless? How am I being shameless? Chen Mo froze for a moment before turning to confront Su Jiao. Don't you know exactly what you've done? How could Gao Feifei have been so blind to get involved with someone like you? Su Jiao yelled. Wait, can you please clarify what you're talking about? What exactly are you implying? Chen Mo frowned and demanded of Su Jiao. Are you playing dumb at a time like this? Didn't you plant these photos around campus? Su Jiao glared at Chen Mo with her big, watery eyes. Are you out of your mind? Why would I put those photos at school? Stop bothering me. Chen Mo couldn't fathom how Su Jiao's mind worked. Who would be foolish enough to post their own nude photos at school? What possible benefit could this bring Chen Mo? Even if he wanted fame, this wasn't the way to get it. You just wanted to win back Gao Feifei, but she flat out refused to get back together with you. So you threatened her with those old photos of the two of you. When she didn't give in, you posted them all over campus, making sure everyone knew you slept with her. That way, no one would dare date Feifei. Isn't that why Li Kai got so pissed off he dropped out? What are you even pretending for? Su Jiao pointed at Chen Mo and shouted. Chen Mo froze in place upon hearing Su Jiao's words, his expression utterly speechless. He realized he couldn't think of a single rebuttal to Su Jiao's accusations. Chen Mo, I never imagined you'd be this kind of person. It's truly disgusting. Yeah, you two broke up, so why are you still doing this? Aren't you just ruining Gao Feifei's life? He must be a sicko inside, how else could he do something like this?
The students in the classroom shouted at Chen Mo in unison.
These photos are all fake. Gao Feifei and I never slept together. Are you all out of your minds? Chen Mo shouted, on the verge of breaking down. How can you prove they're fake? Su Jiao asked, staring at Chen Mo. Chen Mo hesitated for a moment, then walked straight up to Gao Feifei and shouted at her, Gao Feifei, tell them, did we ever sleep together? Are these photos fake? Gao Feifei remained buried in her desk, sobbing silently. Say something. Hurry up and explain these photos to them. Chen Mo shouted at Gao Feifei with a helpless expression. Chen Mo, I never imagined you'd be this kind of person. What exactly are you trying to do? Do you have to destroy me to feel satisfied? Gao Feifei suddenly jerked her head up and yelled at Chen Mo. After saying this, she turned on her heel and sprinted toward the classroom exit. After watching Gao Feifei run off, Chen Mo froze in place once more. Chen Mo, you've driven Feifei away too. What else can you possibly say? You must be the one behind all this. Su Jiao, seeing Gao Feifei flee, pointed at Chen Mo and shouted, her emotions running high. The other students in the classroom began to jeer along with her. Ring ring. Just then, Chen Mo's phone rang. Chen Mo glanced at the screen and saw it was Su Mubai calling. His eyes flashed with a hint of tension as he read Su Mubai's name. Su Mubai never called him out of the blue. If he did, it meant something serious had happened. Oh no, did Su Mubai receive those photos too? Chen Mo sighed helplessly. His relationship with Su Mubai had only recently begun to mend after the last investment incident. If Su Mubai saw these photos now, he might truly be beyond redemption. Huff. Chen Mo took a deep breath, then grabbed his phone and dashed straight out of the classroom. Chapter 169, could it be that coincidental? After dashing out of the classroom, Chen Mo took a deep breath and pressed the call button on his phone. Hello? Su Mubai's alluring voice came through. Why did you suddenly call me? Chen Mo asked, his tone tinged with nervousness. What? Can't I call you if I don't have anything to say? Su Mubai replied with a smile. Chen Mo froze upon hearing Su Mubai's words, a flicker of unease crossing his eyes. He thought to himself, if Su Mubai had seen those photos, she wouldn't be speaking to him like this. Nothing. It's just that you don't usually call me much either. Chen Mo quickly replied. Didn't we agree to go get our marriage certificate today? Where are you now? I'll come pick you up. Su Mubai said slowly. Chen Mo let out a long sigh of relief upon hearing this. As long as Su Mubai hadn't seen those photos, it was fine. I'm at our school right now. Chen Mo whispered. Are you free this morning? If not, I can come find you this afternoon. Su Mubai said slowly. I'm free right now. Come over now. Alright, then wait for me. I should be there soon. Su Mubai replied softly. Alright. Chen Mo nodded, then hung up the phone and turned back toward the classroom. Chen Mo, you actually have the nerve to come back? People like you should be expelled from school immediately. Su Jiao shouted at Chen Mo with an agitated expression as soon as she saw him return to the classroom. Chen Mo glanced at Su Jiao but said nothing. He felt it was pointless to argue with girls like her now. He planned to wait until he and Su Mubai obtained their marriage certificate, then have Tianhao investigate who had planted those photos in the school. Though Chen Mo had recently offended quite a few people, he couldn't shake the feeling that something about this incident was off. He couldn't fathom the purpose behind someone posting nude photos of him and Gao Feifei around campus. Tap tap tap. Just then, the sound of high heels tapping against the floor echoed outside the classroom. Yan Shao glided gracefully into the classroom. When Chen Mo saw Yan Sha, he couldn't help but recall the events that had unfolded in the bar earlier. In his eyes, Yan Sha had always been just an ordinary teacher, nothing special except for her slightly sexy attire and captivating figure. But after last night's incident, his impression of this woman underwent a profound shift. He knew her background and status were far from what they appeared to be. The moment Yan Sha entered the classroom, the students instantly fell silent. Today, Yan Sha was dressed exceptionally beautifully. Yan Sha set down her textbook and called out directly to Chen Mo, Chen Mo, come with me.
Chen Mo froze upon hearing this, inwardly cursing his luck, but he still stood up and followed Yen Sha out of the classroom. Once outside, Yen Sha found a secluded spot and asked Chen Mo in a low voice, "Chen Mo, what's the deal with those photos of you and Gao Feifei? If you two are dating, I can overlook it. But why did you bring those photos to school? Do you realize how bad this looks? Teacher, I didn't put those photos out there. And they're all fake. I broke up with Gao Feifei a long time ago." Chen Mo said to Yen Sha with a helpless expression. "They're fake?" Yen Shi paused in surprise upon hearing this, then continued, "Whether they're real or not, this incident has caused a terrible impression. You'd better behave yourself for a while. I'm worried the principal will find out and cause you trouble." "Alright, I understand." Chen Mo replied indifferently. He wasn't particularly worried about the school right now. After all, Xian Zilan and Xian Guangfa both knew his true identity. Even if those photos were real, they wouldn't dare do anything to him. "Alright then, go back to class." Yen Sha said to Chen Mo. "Teacher, may I request a leave of absence? I might need to handle something later." Chen Mo asked softly. "What kind of business?" Yen Sha paused before asking. "Just taking care of some personal matters." Chen Mo didn't know how to explain to Yen Sha that he was going to register his marriage with Su Mubai, so he could only give a vague response. Yen Sha hesitated for 2 seconds before replying indifferently, "Alright then. I'll give you half a day off. No one would be in a good mood after something like this happened. Just be more careful when taking photos in the future." With that, Yen Sha turned and strode toward the classroom. Chen Mo stood frozen in place for a moment before shouting at the top of his lungs, "Teacher, I told you these photos are all fake." "Like anyone would believe you." Yen Sha stuck her tongue out at Chen Mo, her reply playful and mischievous. Chen Mo watched her retreating figure and was instantly speechless. Rying. Just then, Chen Mo's phone rang again. It was a text from Su Mubai, informing him she had arrived at the school gate. The thought of being able to register their marriage with Su Mubai soon instantly lifted Chen Mo's spirits. He immediately broke into a run toward the school entrance. A few minutes later, Chen Mo arrived at the school entrance. Upon arriving, he spotted Su Mubai standing elegantly beside a white Mercedes-Benz. Today, she wore a white chiffon dress, her jet-black, silky hair swept up high, revealing a slender, alluring neckline. Her long, fair legs were exposed to the air, adorned with a pair of high heels. Compared to Yen Sha, Su Mubai possessed less of a seductive allure but more of a refined and dignified grace. "Mubai." Chen Mo waved at Su Mubai. Su Mubai smiled faintly at his call and replied softly, "I happen to have time today, so I thought we could go get our marriage certificate." "Did you bring all your documents?" "I left mine at home. Why don't you come with me to get them?" Chen Mo froze upon hearing this, then replied awkwardly. "Sure, why not?" Su Mubai nodded lightly and turned to open the car door. But just then, a gust of wind blew through. A piece of paper blew directly to Su Mubai's feet. Su Mubai instinctively glanced down. The moment she saw what was on the paper, she froze in place. Chen Mo also froze in place. For pasted onto that piece of paper was a photo of Chen Mo sleeping with Gao Feifei. Could it be that coincidental? Chen Mo let out a bitter smile, sighing helplessly. Chapter 170, what more is there to explain? Outside the gates of Nanyang University. Su Mubai slowly bent down to pick up the photo of Chen Mo and Gao Feifei from the ground. When she clearly saw the image, a flash of shock crossed her beautiful eyes before she turned her head sharply toward Chen Mo's position. "Mubai, you have to listen to my explanation. These photos are all fake. They're not real at all." Chen Mo never imagined things would turn out so coincidentally. Just as he and Su Mubai were about to leave, she had spotted these photos. Moreover, when Su Mubai had called him earlier to say she was coming to Nanyang University, he hadn't realized the photos were involved. Now that they were plastered all over campus, he never should have let her come. "Chen Mo, I never imagined you could be this kind of person. The photos have already been circulated throughout the school. What more do you have to explain to me now?" Su Mubai glared with her big, watery eyes, shouting in a highly agitated tone. After the previous investment incident, Su Mubai had begun to quietly accept Chen Mo's presence in her heart. Though she couldn't yet say she liked or disliked him, she felt they could first get married and then gradually get to know each other, trying to accept him as her fiancé. After all, her own parents hadn't started with deep affection either, it was something cultivated over time. Naively, Su Mubai believed that if she genuinely engaged with Chen Mo, perhaps she wouldn't dislike him as much as she did now. But who could have imagined that just as she took her first step, she would encounter such a thing? Having never dated anyone before, Su Mubai harbored an extreme emotional purity. She simply couldn't accept that Chen Mo would do something like this. "Mubai, these photos are fake. They're all photoshopped to frame me." Chen Mo shouted at Su Mubai, his expression agitated. "Photoshopped to frame you?" Su Mubai couldn't help but sneer coldly at Chen Mo's words, then said expressionlessly, Chen Mo, who do you think you are? Are you a celebrity or an internet sensation? Tell me. You're just a poor student at Jiangzhou University. Who would go to the trouble of fabricating these photos to frame you? Chen Mo stared at Su Mubai, momentarily speechless. He didn't know how to explain this to Su Mubai.
In Su Mubai's eyes, Chen Mo was just an ordinary person.
It was utterly implausible that anyone would go to the trouble of photoshopping these images to frame him. A few days ago, Xiaoyu said she saw you checking into a hotel with another woman.
I thought it was just a misunderstanding, but now it seems all of this is true. Chen Mo, you've really disappointed me. I never want to see you again for the rest of my life. Seeing Chen Mo's silence, Su Mubai interpreted it as tacit admission.
She let out a cry before turning and striding toward the Mercedes.
Mubai, can you just let me finish?
Seeing Su Mubai about to leave, Chen Mo hurried forward and grabbed her arm.
What else do you want to say? Tell me. What explanation could you possibly have now?
Su Mubai turned his head and replied coldly, his expression filled with disappointment.
Chen Mo, I thought you were just a little poor. But since you know someone like Li Juncheng, I figured you must have potential. I believed you wouldn't stay poor forever.
Even if you did, just for helping our Su family twice, I, Su Mubai, would gladly support you for life.
I'd gladly marry you. But I never imagined. Didn't expect what?
Chen Mo asked, looking at Su Mubai. I never imagined you'd not only be poor but also so promiscuous. Now you've actually plastered photos of yourself sleeping with another woman all over campus.
I truly can't accept this. I think I need to seriously reconsider our relationship.
Su Mubai bit her lip and shouted before abruptly pulling away from Chen Mo's hand and turning to run off into the distance. Chen Mo stood frozen in place, watching Su Mubai's retreating figure. A flash of despair crossed his eyes. He had no idea how to explain himself now.
Seconds later, Su Mubai climbed into the Mercedes and vanished from Chen Mo's sight.
Alone in the car, Su Mubai's emotions instantly overwhelmed her. Tears streamed down her face. After all, Su Mubai had prepared herself today to go with Chen Mo to register their marriage. This meant she had been ready to give Chen Mo a chance.
But who could have imagined she would encounter such a situation? Su Mubai simply couldn't accept everything that had unfolded today.
She felt her previous actions were utterly ridiculous. She was the one who had proposed being merely nominal fiancés, yet she had never done anything to betray Chen Mo. Meanwhile, Chen Mo seemed to have treated her as nothing more than a nominal fiancé as well.
Chen Mo stood alone at the entrance of Nanyang University, his expression filled with helplessness.
His mind felt like a chaotic mess. He couldn't fathom who he might have offended recently, nor could he understand the purpose behind their actions.
This whole situation left Chen Mo utterly baffled, with no clues to go on whatsoever.
Sigh, we were just about to get our marriage certificate and now this happens.
Chen Mo sighed softly, a hint of resignation flickering in his eyes. Hey kid, didn't expect your girlfriend to be so pretty, huh? Just then, a voice suddenly rang out behind Chen Mo.
Upon hearing the words, Chen Mo turned to see Luo Qiu, the beautiful internet celebrity he'd encountered the previous night, walking toward him.
If you've already found such a gorgeous girlfriend, why go out and sleep with other women? Looks like none of you guys are any good. Good thing I'm not into men.
Luo Qiu glided over to Chen Mo's side, continuing her sarcastic taunts.
At a time like this, you're here to laugh at me too? Chen Mo asked Luo Qiu helplessly. I'm not here to gloat. I just happened to be passing by. Luo Qiu replied indifferently before adding, you really weren't careful. How could you just show photos like these to anyone? How do you know someone won't betray you? These photos are fake. Someone photoshopped them to frame me.
I dated that girl for 2 years, and the most intimate thing we ever did was hold hands. Chen Mo shouted at Luo Qiu, somewhat speechless.
2 years together, and the most intimate thing you did was hold hands?
Luo Qiu froze upon hearing Chen Mo's words, then burst into laughter, her face radiating joy.
What the hell are you laughing at? Chen Mo shouted at Luo Qiu in irritation. Little brother, you're way too innocent. After 2 years together, you still haven't had your first kiss? Oh my, I really don't know what to say to you. Luo Qiu continued laughing as she addressed Chen Mo.
Chen Mo shot Luo Qiu a cold glance, having no patience for her nonsense.
He turned and started walking toward the entrance of Nanyang University.
Little brother, if these photos really were photoshopped by someone else, I actually have a way to help you find the person framing you.
Just then, Luo Qiu suddenly called out to Chen Mo. Chen Mo froze in his tracks upon hearing her words. Chapter 171, How could it be him? At the entrance of Nanyang University.
Upon hearing Luo Qiu say she could help him find the person framing him, Chen Mo immediately stopped in his tracks and turned to look at Luo Qiu's position, his expression filled with excitement as he asked, Are you serious?
Of course it's true. Luo Qiu nodded gently. Chen Mo hurried over to Luo Qiu's side and whispered, How can we find the person who framed me?
Luo Qiu hesitated upon hearing Chen Mo's question before replying indifferently, I can tell you how to find them, but you have to promise me one thing.
What is it? Can you just say it already? Chen Mo shouted impatiently. Truthfully, I don't need your help right now. But if I assist you this time, it won't be for nothing. So promise me one thing now, when I need your help in the future, I'll tell you how. How about it? Luo Qiu said with a smile. Fine. Cut the nonsense and just tell me how to find this person already. Chen Mo shouted impatiently. Who's talking nonsense? Watch your tone with me, sis. I'm a social media influencer, you know. Luo Cho blared fiercely at Chen Mo. Are you going to tell me or not? Chen Mo had no patience for Luo Cho's rant. All he cared about was finding out who had planted these incriminating photos to frame him. Fine, since you look so pathetic, I'll tell you how to find this person. After saying this, Luo Cho bent down to pick up one of Chen Mo's photos from the ground. She then looked at him and said, actually, finding out who leaked these photos is very simple. Take the photos to any copy shop. Someone couldn't possibly have made so many copies privately. They must have used a copy shop for bulk printing. And since your photos are so provocative, the staff would have definitely noticed them. Just offer them a little something, and they'll tell you who made the copies. Some shops even have surveillance footage you could see exactly who it was. There's actually a method like that? Chen Mo exclaimed, his expression agitated as he looked at Luo Cho before him. Ordinary people haven't dealt with this kind of thing. Back then, my competitors spread some photoshopped images around to discredit me, but I tracked them down using this exact method. I've got plenty of experience handling these situations, sis. After all, fame brings trouble. Luo Cho replied with a smile. Thanks a lot. I know what to do now. Chen Mo murmured softly. Deep down, Chen Mo felt incredibly fortunate. If he hadn't met Luo Cho yesterday, he never would have thought of this solution. Alright, I've told you the method. Whether you can find this person or not depends entirely on your own skills. Luo Cho waved her small hand at Chen Mo before turning and striding off into the distance. After watching Luo Cho leave, Chen Mo pulled out his phone and dialed Du Tianhao's number. He figured getting Du Tianhao to handle this would be the quickest and easiest way. Du Tianhao's crew had connections practically all over Nanyang City. Since the photos had been printed by someone Chen Mo knew, and those people were also in Nanyang, Chen Mo figured tracking down this individual shouldn't be too difficult. 10 minutes later, Du Tianhao's Mercedes pulled up slowly in front of Chen Mo. Chen Mo yanked open the door and climbed in. Young Master Chen, what are your instructions? Du Tianhao turned his head and asked Chen Mo with a cheerful smile. Chen Mo froze for a moment upon hearing this, a hint of embarrassment flashing in his eyes. After all, he felt he'd been troubling Du Tianhao far too often lately. Moreover, since inheriting this fortune, Chen Mo had noticed the troubles surrounding him multiplying. Sorry about that. I called you out last night, and now I'm calling you out again today. Chen Mo murmured softly to Du Tianhao. Young Master Chen, you're being far too polite. After all, the entire company belongs to you. I'm essentially working for you. Besides handling company affairs, managing your personal matters falls within my responsibilities. So there's no need for formalities between us. Du Tianhao replied with a cheerful smile. Chen Mo glanced at Du Tianhao. He couldn't think of how to thank him after all. Du Tianhao had status, wealth, and lacked nothing. Young Master Chen, what exactly did you summon me here for? Du Tianhao hesitated before asking Chen Mo. Chen Mo reached for the photo of himself and Gao Feifei, handing it to Du Tianhao before saying softly, I need your help to find out exactly which print shop produced these photos and who printed them. Du Tianhao glanced at the photo and instantly understood Chen Mo's meaning. He replied softly, alright, I know what needs to be done. How long will it take to find out? Chen Mo asked, narrowing his eyes. If it's quick, 1 or 2 hours. If it takes longer, it could be a day. Du Tianhao replied indifferently. Alright, have your people look into it. I'm heading back to school for class. Call me when you have results. After saying this, Chen Mo pushed open the car door and stepped out. Du Tianhao didn't waste any more words either, simply driving away and disappearing from the school entrance. After parting ways with Du Tianhao, Chen Mo had intended to return to class. But the thought of his classmates' stares made him irritable, so he turned and headed toward his home instead. After arriving home, Chen Mo waited for nearly 3 or 4 hours before Du Tianhao finally called. Did you find that person yet? Chen Mo exclaimed excitedly as soon as he answered the call. Yes, Mr. Chen. We've located the print shop that handled those photos, and I've retrieved the surveillance footage from the time they were printed. Du Tianhao was always meticulous in his work. Send it over to me now. Chen Mo demanded urgently. Got it. Du Tianhao replied softly before hanging up. A few minutes later, Chen Mo received the video Du Tianhao had sent. But when he clicked to open it, he froze in place, his eyes wide with shock and a hint of confusion. How could it be him? Chen Mo muttered under his breath. Chapter 172, Breaking into the Girls' Dorm. Chen Mo stared at the video on his phone, his expression utterly incredulous. He simply couldn't fathom what the other party's purpose could be. Ha! Chen Mo took a deep breath, then grabbed his phone and headed straight for the door. No matter what, he had to get to the bottom of this today. Otherwise, Su Mubai might genuinely remain under this misunderstanding forever. Chen Mo? Chen Mo had just stepped out of his room when he saw Wen Ruoshi carrying takeout as she emerged from the elevator. What a coincidence! Just got back from out? Chen Mo glanced up at Wen Ruoshi and replied softly.
One Ruwashi looked exceptionally beautiful today.
Yep.
One Ruwashi nodded lightly.
I've got something to do. I'll have to cut this short. Chen Mo had no interest in admiring One Ruwashi's legs right now.
After muttering his reply, he strode directly toward the elevator.
What's wrong? You seem really rushed.
Noticing something off about Chen Mo's demeanor, When Ruwashi hurriedly stepped in front of him and asked. Chen Mo instinctively froze for a moment before murmuring, I just have something urgent to take care of.
Nothing major. Oh, okay.
One Ruwashi nodded gently. After a moment's hesitation, she bit her lip and said, Chen Mo, I saw photos of you with another girl at our community gate today.
Are those pictures real? Chen Mo froze upon hearing One Ruwashi's words.
He hadn't expected her to go this far, posting photos even at his residence.
Wasn't this clearly trying to destroy him? Where are those photos? Chen Mo gritted his teeth, his voice thick with fury.
I saw them at the entrance, but I tore them down and threw them in the trash.
I don't know if there are any elsewhere. What's going on?
One Ruwashi replied softly. Those photos were deliberately photoshopped by someone trying to frame me.
The woman in the pictures is my ex-girlfriend, but we broke up ages ago. And we never even slept together.
Chen Mo explained with utter helplessness.
Oh, I see.
One Ruwashi nodded gently.
Alright, I don't have time to discuss this with you now.
I've already found the person spreading these photos, and I'm heading out to handle it right away.
With that, Chen Mo strode directly into the elevator.
One Ruwashi stood rooted to the spot, watching his retreating figure. After a moment's hesitation, she murmured softly, I always knew those photos weren't real.
Chen Mo could never be that kind of person.
With that, One Ruwashi carried her takeout back to her room.
Half an hour later, Chen Mo arrived at the classroom building at Nanyang University.
Only after entering did he suddenly recall that his class had no afternoon session.
He immediately headed toward the women's dormitory. But when he arrived at the women's dormitory, he suddenly realized a very serious problem. How was he supposed to get inside? After all, this was the women's dormitory, and men were strictly forbidden from entering. Forget it, I can't worry about that now.
After a moment's hesitation, Chen Mo strode purposefully toward the women's dormitory and charged right in. Truthfully, Chen Mo already knew who had been spreading the photos around campus. He just didn't have their phone number, so his only option now was to go into the girls' dormitory to find them.
Upon entering the dormitory, Chen Mo discovered that the girls' quarters weren't much cleaner than the boys' dorms.
The only difference was a slightly more pleasant smell, though the air was thick with the pungent scent of perfume. Chen Mo had no interest in observing his surroundings. He charged straight toward the 5th floor. But the girls didn't give him a chance. They screamed at the top of their lungs, help! A pervert broke into our dorm. Someone come quick! Clatter! After the girl finished shouting, 7 or 8 girls burst out of the dormitory, staring at Chen Mo with intense expressions.
Isn't this guy the guy in those photos that showed up at our school today? Yeah, looks like it's him.
A flicker of surprise crossed the girls' eyes when they saw Chen Mo.
No one is allowed to trespass into our girls' dormitory. This guy clearly isn't any good.
Sisters, grab him fast and take him to the dean's office. A girl who weighed at least 200 pounds bellowed at the top of her lungs, then charged straight toward Chen Mo. Chen Mo was startled by her charge and, without a second thought, bolted upstairs. But Chen Mo never imagined that the girl chasing him, though appearing quite plump, possessed astonishing speed. In an instant, she caught up behind him, then leaped like a tiger pouncing from a mountain, tackling him to the ground with a single powerful jump.
Hey, you think you can just run off like that? Don't you know I'm the school sprint champion?
The girl straddled Chen Mo's back, her face twisted in fury as she yelled at him.
Sis, I know I messed up. Could you please get off me? You're crushing me.
Chen Mo's words came out in gasps, his speech broken and labored.
Cut the crap. Tell me what you're doing in the girls' dorm. If you don't explain yourself clearly today, I'm sending you straight to the dean's office.
The girl glared at him with wide eyes, her voice trembling with fury.
That's right.
This matter must be resolved today, or else it won't end. This guy's clearly no good, we can't let him get away with this. The other girls nearby had now gathered around, their faces flushed with anger as they joined in the chorus. Chen Mo glanced up at the girl on top of him, unsure how to describe his current state of mind.
Chapter 173, Answer only what you're asked. Inside the girls' dormitory.
Chen Mo was pinned to the floor by a girl who weighed at least 200 pounds. His mood was utterly shattered. It was bad enough that those photos had been spread around school, leading to Su Mubai misunderstanding him. But who could have imagined that after finally finding the person who framed him, he'd now be pinned down by a 200-pound behemoth? If these girls really dragged him to the dean's office, he'd be utterly humiliated. First the scandalous photos, now showing up in the girls' dormitory. It would be no wonder if the students at school labeled him a pervert. Speak up. What the hell are you doing in our dorm? Seeing Chen Mo remain silent, the girl yelled at him at the top of her lungs.
Chen Mo hesitated for a moment, then whispered, I came to the dorm to find someone. Looking for someone?
A flicker of confusion crossed the girl's eyes at his words. She furrowed her brow and asked, Who are you looking for? I'm looking for my girlfriend. Chen Mo explained softly before continuing. Sis, I swear I'm not some creep. I came to your dorm to find my girlfriend. We had a little argument and she hasn't picked up my calls. I was worried something might have happened to her, so I came to check on her. The girl looked at Chen Mo, a flicker of hesitation in her eyes. She asked softly, is what you're saying all true? It's true. 100% true. Without hesitation, Chen Mo nodded vigorously. He does seem kind of pitiful. Yeah, a guy like him must have a really hard time finding a girlfriend. Maybe we should just let him go today. Right, I don't think he's a bad person. If he really were, he probably wouldn't have come at this hour. After hearing Chen Mo's words, the other girls present began whispering among themselves. The heavy-set girl sitting on Chen Mo hesitated for a moment before murmuring, since you came here looking for your girlfriend, I won't make things difficult for you today. Go find her. With that, the plump girl stood up and released Chen Mo. Thank you. Thank you. Seeing the plump girl release him, Chen Mo quickly got up to thank her, then without a second thought, he dashed upstairs. A few minutes later, Chen Mo reached the 5th floor of the girls' dormitory and located room 503. Bang! Chen Mo pushed open the dormitory door with one hand and strode inside. Who's there? Su Jiao, who had been sitting on her bed about to change clothes, instinctively turned her head at the sound of the door opening. But the moment she saw Chen Mo, she froze in place. Ah! A shriek followed immediately. Su Jiao had just taken off her top and was about to put on her pajamas. Although she had heard someone open the door earlier, she assumed no boys would enter the girls' dormitory, so she hadn't covered herself. Upon entering, Chen Mo got a full view of Su Jiao's well-developed figure. Although Chen Mo had never held a favorable impression of Su Jiao as a girl, he couldn't deny that her figure was truly impressive. Her breasts were high and firm, her skin fair and smooth, her waist slender. The only flaw was that her face wasn't quite as attractive as Lu Di or Gao Feifei's. Chen Mo, what the hell are you looking at? You pervert, get the hell out of here. Su Jiao instinctively grabbed the clothes lying on the table and held them in front of her, her expression furious as she demanded of Chen Mo. Put your clothes back on. I need to talk to you. Chen Mo replied in an icy tone before turning and walking straight out of the dorm room. A few seconds later, Chen Mo assumed Su Jiao had dressed and pushed open the door to enter. Chen Mo, what are you doing in our girls' dorm? Sure enough, Su Jiao had changed into her clothes and stood at the doorway, shouting at Chen Mo. What do you think I'm doing here? Chen Mo retorted indifferently. You, what exactly do you want? I'm telling you, this is the girls' dormitory. If you dare to do anything inappropriate, I. Before Su Jiao could finish her threat, Chen Mo stepped forward, grabbed her arm, and said expressionlessly, Su Jiao, do you realize that spreading those photos of me and Gao Feifei around campus is illegal? If I call the police right now, they can take you away immediately, and you'll face legal consequences. Indeed, the person Chen Mo had seen in the video printing those photos of him and Gao Feifei was none other than Su Jiao. Now Chen Mo finally understood why Su Jiao had been antagonizing him at school all along. It turned out she was the one behind it all, yet she deplayed the victim and framed Chen Mo. You, what the hell are you talking about? When did I ever spread photos of you and Feifei? Don't make these baseless accusations, I'm telling you. Su Jiao stammered, shouting at Chen Mo. Slandering you? Chen Mo sneered coldly, then pulled out his phone and directly opened the video Tianhao had sent him. See for yourself what this is. Chen Mo flung his phone towards Su Jiao, his voice icy as he shouted at her. When Su Jiao saw the video on the screen, she froze in place, her face frozen in utter shock. Chen Mo, where did you get this video? Su Jiao stammered at Chen Mo. The owner of the copy shop gave me this video. I figured if I brought you there, he'd recognize you too. So now we have both eyewitness testimony and physical evidence. All I need to do is call the police, and they'll take you away immediately. Got it? Chen Mo said calmly. Clang. Hearing Chen Mo's words, Su Jiao's legs gave way, and she collapsed onto the bed, a flash of despair crossing her eyes. She never imagined Chen Mo was this capable. He'd even tracked down the Photoshop where she'd printed these pictures. Are you going to tell me the truth now, or do you want me to take you to the police station? Seeing Su Jiao's state, Chen Mo knew deep down that she must be the one behind all this. Otherwise, she wouldn't be so terrified. Chen Mo, I beg you, please don't take me to the police station. I beg you. Su Jiao snapped out of it and pleaded with Chen Mo, her expression filled with desperation. If you don't want to go to the police station, fine. But answer every question I ask you now. If you dare to lie to me, then we'll both end up meeting at the police station. Chen Mo said calmly. Su Jiao sat on the bed, hesitating for 2 seconds before biting her lip and nodding slightly. At this point, Su Jiao had no choice but to yield. After all, Chen Mo held the evidence, those photos of her seal, and if he handed them over to the police, the consequences would be unimaginable. Chapter 174, The Woman Who Knows How to Play the Game. Inside the girls' dormitory. Su Jiao trembled as she stared at Chen Mo across from her, her face etched with tension. Though she didn't know how he'd tracked her down, she understood that if he reported her to the police, she'd be arrested without question.
Why did you spread those photos of me and Gao Feifei around campus? What was your purpose? Chen Mo asked Su Jiao expressionlessly. Su Jiao opened her mouth to speak. I advise you to tell the truth now. Otherwise, I'll call the police immediately. If the police arrive, telling the truth might be useless, mark my words. Just to be safe, Chen Mo issued a warning to Su Jiao first. Su Jiao stared at Chen Mo for 2 seconds, then bit her lip and said, Chen Mo, I didn't spread these photos myself. Someone paid me to do it. Someone paid you to do this? Chen Mo froze at her words, a flicker of confusion crossing his eyes. Yes, someone told me that if I posted these photos around campus, they'd give me 100,000 yuan once it was done. Su Jiao murmured softly, her head bowed. Who told you to do this? Chen Mo couldn't fathom what kind of person would be so bored as to spend 100,000 yuan framing him. Su Jiao looked at Chen Mo without speaking. If you don't tell me now, I'll call the police immediately. Once the police take you away, not only will you go to jail, but the school will definitely expel you too. I know your family is well off, but if such a scandal breaks out, your parents would be heartbroken. Chen Mo said calmly to Su Jiao. A flicker of panic shot through Su Jiao's beautiful eyes upon hearing this. She quickly exclaimed, Chen Mo, don't call the police. I'll tell you, okay? Then stop stalling and get on with it. Chen Mo frowned and snapped at her. Fei made me do it. Su Jiao bit her lip, her voice so soft it seemed only she could hear it. You, what did you say? Upon hearing Su Jiao's words, Chen Mo froze in place, his expression utterly incredulous. Fei made me do it. Su Jiao repeated softly. Are you still trying to lie to me? How could Gao Feifei have done this? She's a victim too. Chen Mo shouted at the top of his lungs. He felt Su Jiao was blatantly insulting his intelligence. As he spoke, he pulled out his phone, intending to call the police to have them take Su Jiao away and get to the bottom of this. Chen Mo, don't call the police. This really was Feifei's idea. Su Jiao panicked completely when she saw Chen Mo pull out his phone and quickly grabbed his arm. Impossible. If Gao Feifei wanted to harm me, she wouldn't need to use photos of us too. She could have easily used another girl's pictures. Chen Mo couldn't find any evidence to prove Gao Feifei was responsible. I'm already in this state, why would I lie to you? Su Jiao shouted excitedly, then continued, last night after she came back, she hid under the covers crying all alone. I asked her what was wrong, but she didn't answer. Then she suddenly asked if I knew how to use Photoshop on a computer. I said I did, and she asked me to Photoshop a picture of the two of you in bed. I was pretty curious at the time, wondering why Feifei would want a picture like that, but since she gave me 1,000 yuan, I ended up agreeing to do it. Then what? Chen Mo asked, looking at Su Jiao. Then she told me that if I could make sure everyone at school saw the photo, she'd give me 100,000 yuan. Su Jiao paused, then looked up at Chen Mo. So I stayed up all night, found a copy shop, printed out all the photos, and hired a few part-time students to distribute them around campus. After hearing Su Jiao's account, Chen Mo's expression was utterly incredulous. He couldn't fathom Gao Feifei's motive for doing this. Yet, judging by Su Jiao's demeanor while speaking, Chen Mo sensed she was lying to him. Chen Mo, every word I'm saying is the truth. If you don't believe me, you can call Feifei right now. I'll confront her face to face. Everything was done at her request. Seeing Chen Mo remain silent, Su Jiao quickly added. So all those accusations you hurled at me in school today, Gao Feifei made you say them too, right? Chen Mo narrowed his eyes and asked Su Jiao. Yes, Feifei made me say it all. Su Jiao nodded hastily. Then do you know why she did it? Chen Mo asked in a low voice. I don't know. Su Jiao shook her head. Ha! Chen Mo took a deep breath, then pointed at Su Jiao and said, now write down everything you just said, sign your name, and hand it over to me. Chen Mo, what are you doing? Su Jiao asked Chen Mo with a puzzled expression. I can hold off on reporting this incident for now, but if I discover even one lie in what you just said, I'll hand over that video and everything you've written to the police. They'll deal with you. Do you understand? Chen Mo said sternly to Su Jiao. I understand. Su Jiao nodded nervously, then quickly pulled out paper and pen to write down everything she had just said. 10 minutes later, Chen Mo left the girls' dormitory alone. His emotions were complex. He had assumed that once Gao Feifei learned his true identity, she would fear him deeply, perhaps even avoid provoking him for the rest of her life. Yet to his shock, the scheming woman had orchestrated such a scheme the very next day. This entire affair was a scheme orchestrated by Gao Feifei herself. Chen Mo couldn't fathom what benefit she gained from having the entire school see photos of her sleeping with him. While it certainly ruined his reputation as a woman, the consequences should have been far worse for her. After pondering for ages, Chen Mo still couldn't make sense of it all. Finally, he pulled out his phone and dialed Gao Feifei's number. He needed to resolve this matter completely, or Su Mubai would continue misunderstanding him. Ring. After a few rings, Gao Feifei answered and shouted, Chen Mo, you have the nerve to call me at a time like this? Hearing this, Chen Mo couldn't help but let out a cold laugh.
He silently marveled that if he hadn't already uncovered the entire truth, he might genuinely have been completely manipulated by this woman, Gao Feifei. A woman who could put on such a convincing act was truly terrifying.
Chapter 175, Can You Afford to Pay? Part 1. Chen Mo stood outside the girls' dormitory, dialing Gao Feifei's number on his phone.
But what he hadn't anticipated was that Gao Feifei would immediately play the victim.
Gao Feifei, at this point, are you still putting on a show for me? Chen Mo narrowed his eyes and asked softly into the phone. Playing games? Gao Feifei paused in surprise, then replied with a tone of confusion, What play? What are you talking about, Chen Mo? Enough with the act. Su Jiao has already explained everything to me.
You had her photoshopped and you had her post them around campus.
What's the point of pretending anymore? Chen Mo said coldly.
After hearing Chen Mo's words, Gao Feifei fell silent for about 2 or 3 seconds before replying indifferently, I didn't expect you to be so capable.
You tracked me down this quickly?
I thought with your intelligence, it would take you at least a month to figure out it was me.
I don't want to waste words with a woman like you.
Why did you do this?
Chen Mo demanded, visibly irritated. Why?
Gao Feifei smiled faintly before continuing, I heard a new Michelin-starred restaurant just opened in Nanyang City. Li Kai was planning to take me there, but now that we've broken up, I'll never get to taste their cuisine.
Why don't you come find me at this restaurant now? I hear you're pretty wealthy. This meal shouldn't be much of a stretch for you, right? Chen Mo's expression turned utterly speechless upon hearing Gao Feifei's words. What on earth was she thinking, still obsessing over some Michelin-starred restaurant at a time like this?
Gao Feifei, I don't have time for this nonsense.
You'd better tell me right now why you're doing this.
Otherwise, I'm calling the police to handle this matter.
Chen Mo said in a low voice. Oh, you're going to call the police? Gao Feifei sneered dismissively before continuing, You think I'm some cute little thing like Su Jiao? Even if you call the police now, I won't tell you why I did it. I've got nothing left anyway. Li Kai left me, and you don't want me either.
Go ahead and call the cops if you want, but once I get out, I'll still post our photos all over campus.
You. Chen Mo clutched his phone, feeling sick to his stomach. Gao Feifei was utterly deranged.
Once a woman went this far, no amount of money or power could stop her.
Gao Feifei had already abandoned all sense of self-respect.
Chen Mo feared that if he truly pushed Gao Feifei over the edge, she might do something even more insane. I'm waiting for you at the Michelin-starred restaurant on Beihua Road.
If I don't see you within an hour, I'm leaving. Gao Feifei hung up immediately after saying this.
Chen Mo stood frozen for 2 seconds before finally stepping out toward the entrance of Nanyang University.
Chen Mo had assumed that revealing his true identity to Li Kai and Gao Feifei would deter them from provoking him further. He never imagined Gao Feifei would react with such fury. Far from backing down after learning his identity, she only escalated her hostility.
It seems Li Juncheng was right, letting others know my identity isn't a good thing. While it might solve some problems, it also brings a lot more trouble. Chen Mo sighed softly, then hailed a taxi and headed straight for the Michelin-starred restaurant Gao Feifei had mentioned.
Around 1 p.m.
The taxi pulled up in front of the Michelin-starred restaurant. After paying the fare, Chen Mo stepped out and briefly surveyed the exterior decor, a sight that could only be described as opulent.
But Chen Mo had little interest in admiring it now.
His sole focus was figuring out why Gao Feifei was doing all this, so he hurried inside the restaurant.
Thud. But just as Chen Mo pushed open the restaurant doors, a woman dressed provocatively emerged from inside.
In his haste to find Gao Feifei, Chen Mo hadn't noticed her exiting, and the two collided head-on. The milk tea in her hand spilled instantly, splattering all over her clothes.
Ah!
The girl instinctively let out a shriek before abruptly looking up at Chen Mo standing before her. When she saw Chen Mo, a flash of disgust crossed her eyes. She immediately yelled at the top of her lungs, You filthy beggar!
Are you blind? Didn't you see me coming out? You just ran right into me. Hearing this, Chen Mo couldn't help but glance up and down at the girl. She was actually quite attractive.
She wore a white plaid shirt on top, paired with an ultra-short skirt. Her straight, beautiful legs were covered in black stockings, and she wore high heels. The whole look gave off an exceptionally sexy and flirtatious vibe.
You filthy beggar! I'm talking to you. Didn't you hear me? Seeing Chen Mo didn't respond, the girl continued shouting loudly. Miss Shen, what's going on here?
The security guard at the restaurant entrance noticed the commotion and hurried over.
What's wrong with your restaurant? How can you let just anyone in? Does someone like this have the money to eat here? The girl turned and yelled at the security guard.
The security guard glanced at Chen Mo with a hint of contempt in his eyes, then said expressionlessly, Young man, this is a Michelin-starred restaurant. A meal here costs at least several thousand. If you can't afford it, you'd better apologize to Miss Zhang and leave immediately.
Chen Mo hesitated for a moment. He really didn't feel like wasting time with these people right now.
He just wanted to get to the bottom of the Gao Feifei situation.
After a brief pause, he whispered to the girl, Sorry, I was in a hurry and didn't see you come out. With that, Chen Mo turned to walk into the restaurant. Stop right there. But the girl wouldn't let it go, showing no intention of letting Chen Mo leave. What else do you want?
Chen Mo glanced back at her, his tone tinged with irritation.
What do you mean, is there anything else?
You spilled my bubble tea all over me and stained my clothes.
You think saying sorry once is enough to let you walk away? The girl shouted at Chen Mo, her expression visibly agitated. How much did your clothes cost? I'll pay you back, okay? Chen Mo tried to control his emotions, lowering his voice as he asked. Compensate? Can you even afford it? The girl sneered coldly at Chen Mo. Enough with the nonsense. Just tell me how much this dress costs. I'll pay you and we're done.
Chen Mo had no patience for this nonsense.
He just wanted to get inside and find Gao Feifei. Hey! How dare you talk to me like that? What kind of attitude is that?
Hearing Chen Mo's retort, the girl's expression seemed to flare with even greater agitation as she yelled at him at the top of her lungs.
Smack!
At that moment, Chen Mo pulled a stack of cash from his pocket and, without a second thought, flung it right into the girl's face. The girl froze in shock.
Take the money and get lost. I don't have time to waste on someone like you.
Chen Mo gritted his teeth, speaking to her in deliberate, measured tones.
Meanwhile, the people around the restaurant stared at Chen Mo in utter shock. Chapter 176, The Madness of Gao Feifei. Second update. Smack!
Dozens of cash bills slammed against the flirtatious girl's face. The crimson bills fluttered in the breeze, creating a spectacular scene.
Everyone present was stunned. No one had imagined that Chen Mo, who looked like a penniless bum, could be so loaded he tossed out several thousand yuan without batting an eye. This money had been withdrawn from the bank earlier that morning by Chen Mo, just in case of emergencies. Little did he know it would end up being spent on this girl. You dare hit me? The girl glared at Chen Mo, her expression wildly agitated as she shouted. You wanted money? I've given it to you now. Please stop bothering me. Chen Mo replied indifferently. You wait, you bastard. I'll make you regret this today. The girl yelled at Chen Mo before bending down to pick up the money scattered on the ground. Seeing this, Chen Mo couldn't help but let out a cold laugh, inwardly marveling at how money could indeed solve so many problems. Once the girl stopped pestering him, Chen Mo strode into the Michelin-starred restaurant. The girl quickly gathered all the cash from the floor, then pulled out her phone and dialed a number. Honey, I'm at the Michelin-starred restaurant and some poor jerk is picking on me. Hurry over and help me out. She cooed into her phone. Baby, don't be scared. I'm on my way. I'll see just who has the nerve to bully my woman. A man's voice came through the phone shortly after. Okay, I'll wait for you at the restaurant entrance. Moi. The girl puckered her lips and blew 2 kisses into the phone before hanging up. She turned to face the restaurant entrance, her eyes blazing with fury as she shouted, You cheapskate. You think throwing money at me will make me back down? Just you wait. Meanwhile, upon entering the Michelin-starred restaurant, Chen Mo found the interior decor truly opulent. Both the design style and the tableware exuded high-end sophistication. Moreover, the patrons dining here were all dressed fashionably and elegantly. Compared to these people, Chen Mo clearly stood out like a sore thumb. So when Chen Mo entered their field of vision, everyone shot him contemptuous glances. They couldn't fathom why someone like Chen Mo would come to dine at such an establishment. Chen Mo scanned the restaurant briefly before spotting Gao Feifei seated by the window. Gao Feifei was clearly dressed to impress today. Her delicate oval face bore light makeup, her eyes captivating, and her lips glistened with lip gloss, making her look exceptionally alluring. She wore a beige t-shirt, denim shorts, and a pair of high-heeled sandals. It had to be admitted that Gao Feifei was indeed a very beautiful woman. But as Chen Mo looked at her now, he couldn't perceive even a trace of beauty. On the contrary, he found women like Gao Feifei utterly repulsive. Upon spotting Chen Mo, Gao Feifei immediately stood up, waved at him, and called out softly, Chen Mo, you're here? Chen Mo gave Gao Feifei a faint glance before sitting down at the table. I didn't know what you like to eat, so I just ordered a few things at random. Gao Feifei beamed at him after he sat down. Chen Mo glanced down at the dishes on the table. Though he'd never dined here before, he could tell Gao Feifei's selections weren't cheap. Moreover, most dishes were already half-eaten. This wasn't for him, clearly she'd ordered for herself, knowing Chen Mo would foot the bill anyway. Let's get straight to the point. What's your purpose in spreading our photos around campus? Chen Mo didn't care about the cost of this meal, so he didn't bother with niceties. He cut straight to the chase. Chen Mo, don't you know exactly why I did this? Gao Feifei asked, her eyes filled with longing. I don't know. Chen Mo shook his head gently. Isn't everything I'm doing now just to win you back? Gao Feifei exclaimed, her expression flushing with emotion. Win me back? You're doing all this to win me back? Are you out of your mind? Chen Mo shouted back at Gao Feifei, his expression charged with emotion. Yes, I am crazy. I feel like I can't live without you anymore. I want to stay with you forever, Chen Mo. Gao Feifei shouted shamelessly. Chen Mo nearly vomited upon hearing Gao Feifei's words. Gao Feifei, don't you find yourself disgusting saying this? Is this for me or my money? Do you think I don't see through you?
Chen Mo shouted at her, utterly speechless.
I don't care what you think. The photos are already out there. Everyone knows Gao Feifei is your woman, Chen Mo. Now no other woman will dare compete with me for you. And you can't be with anyone else either. You have no choice but to stay with me. If you don't, the whole school will see you as a scumbag. Your reputation will be ruined. Today's photos are just the beginning.
Tomorrow I'll post more, and I'll also release proof of the abortion I had for you.
Gao Feifei whispered to Chen Mo.
Abortion? Chen Mo froze, then shouted in shock, when did I get you to have an abortion?
I never actually had one for you, but I can fabricate the evidence. We've never even slept together, yet now everyone believes we did, don't they? Gao Feifei retorted with a cold laugh. Gao Feifei, have you lost your mind? Chen Mo shouted, utterly devastated. That's right, I am crazy. What are you going to do about it?
Gao Feifei nodded with a smile and continued, Chen Mo, there's only one path left for you now. Either you reconcile with me and marry me, or I'll keep spreading rumors about us throughout the school. You can transfer schools, but I'll follow you wherever you go.
I, Gao Feifei, am determined to be with you, Chen Mo, for the rest of my life. If I can't have you, I'll destroy you.
Chen Mo stared at Gao Feifei before him, his eyes filled with utter helplessness. He knew she had gone completely mad. Gao Feifei, I advise you to stop everything you've been doing right now.
Otherwise, I'll make you regret it for the rest of your life.
Chen Mo glared at Gao Feifei and threatened in a low voice.
What, you're going to kill me now?
But instead of fear, Gao Feifei sneered at Chen Mo with utter contempt. Seeing her reaction, a flicker of confusion crossed Chen Mo's eyes.
He couldn't fathom why Gao Feifei seemed like a completely different person now. Could someone be manipulating her behind the scenes?
Otherwise, with this SIQ, she shouldn't even be capable of thinking up such schemes.
Chapter 177, Breakup Fee. Third update. Michelin-starred restaurant.
Chen Mo stared at Gao Feifei, who had descended into near madness before him, his expression filled with helpless resignation. Originally, considering their past together, he hadn't wanted to push things to extremes.
But he never imagined Gao Feifei could sink so low into madness. Gao Feifei, do you really think I have absolutely no way to deal with you? Chen Mo asked Gao Feifei expressionlessly. Of course you can do something to me.
I know you're loaded now, and you're friends with guys like Tianhao and Zhou Shen.
You're not the same person I once knew. Gao Feifei replied coolly, then continued, but so what? Can you kill me now?
I have 1,000 ways to make you vanish from my world.
Chen Mo, pushed to his limit by Gao Feifei, gritted his teeth and growled. Ha 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 ha. Hearing this, Gao Feifei didn't flinch.
Instead, she burst into laughter and looked at Chen Mo, let me tell you this, I've already written my suicide note. If anything happens to me, or if I disappear for a long time, someone will deliver it to the police station.
Even if I die, I'll take you down with me. Mark my words. You.
Chen Mo stared at Gao Feifei before him, utterly speechless. He never imagined Gao Feifei had already prepared a suicide note clearly intending to drag him down with her for good.
But I don't think someone as wealthy as you would be willing to go down with me. Gao Feifei continued, her gaze fixed on Chen Mo.
Chen Mo narrowed his eyes, contemplating how to resolve this situation.
Oh, and you know my situation well enough? My parents divorced when I was very young.
I have no family and hardly any friends.
Don't even think about threatening me with them. Either you take me back now, or I'll cling to you for the rest of your life. If I can't be happy, neither can you. Gao Feifei pressed on. You're completely insane. Chen Mo gritted his teeth and muttered under his breath. That's right, I am crazy. Think whatever you want. I have only one goal now, to get back together with you. Gao Feifei nodded calmly while eating.
At that very moment, Chen Mo finally understood just how crucial it was to conceal his identity from these ordinary people. Once exposed, the troubles money brought him were no less than when he had none.
Chen Mo was beginning to regret it now. He regretted ever letting Li Kai and Gao Feifei know about his affairs. If Gao Feifei hadn't known, she'd have just picked on him for no reason at most. But now, Gao Feifei wasn't just a nuisance, she was a ticking time bomb. Chen Mo, let's get back together. I promise I'll be completely loyal to you. Whatever you ask me to do, I'll do it. Even though I'm no longer pure, it's okay. I can even tolerate you seeing other women. I swear I'll be a good wife. Please? Gao Feifei looked at Chen Mo as she spoke. Don't even dream about it. I'll never be with a woman like you again in this lifetime. Give up on that idea. Chen Mo replied in a low voice. So you're willing to let me haunt you for the rest of your life? Just wait, I'll ruin your entire existence. Gao Feifei seemed to shout excitedly. Chen Mo stared at Gao Feifei without speaking. He truly had no way to deal with her now. After all, if Gao Feifei kept pestering her like this, Su Mubai would never be able to clear up his misunderstanding about him. Chen Mo wasn't worried Gao Feifei would do anything drastic. His only concern now was how to explain everything clearly to Su Mubai. Chen Mo, if you truly don't want to be with me, that's fine. But I have one request. If you agree to it, I'll never bother you again. You can do whatever you want.
Just then, Gao Feifei suddenly spoke up again, addressing Chen Mo.
What demand? Chen Mo froze upon hearing this. My request is actually very simple. Give me 10 million now, and I won't bother you anymore.
Gao Feifei could sense from Chen Mo's attitude that he had absolutely no intention of getting back together with her.
Since reconciliation was out of the question, she figured it was better to be blunt and just ask him for money outright.
After all, the real motive behind everything she'd done lately was simply to get some money out of Chen Mo.
Ha! Upon hearing Gao Feifei's words, Chen Mo couldn't help but let out a cold laugh. He finally understood what she'd been scheming all along. Zhou Xian told me you're apparently rolling in cash now. Since you refuse to take me back, just give me some money. Hand over 10 million, and I'll disappear immediately. Gao Feifei continued, staring at Chen Mo. Have you no shame? Chen Mo gritted his teeth and growled at Gao Feifei. Why would I need dignity? In this society, money is what matters most. Besides, if I'm willing to post photos of us sleeping together at school, do you really think I care about dignity? Gao Feifei said calmly. Why should I give you 10 million? Chen Mo shouted coldly at Gao Feifei. Why? Because you deliberately pretended to be poor in front of me, deliberately made me endure 3 years of hardship with you. This 10 million is your breakup fee. Gao Feifei shouted with righteous indignation. Don't forget, you were the one who initiated the breakup. Why should I pay you a breakup fee? Chen Mo stood up abruptly, pointing at Gao Feifei. Gao Feifei, stop dreaming. I won't give you a single penny. He felt Gao Feifei was clearly threatening him now, and Chen Mo hated that feeling intensely. Fine. If you won't give me money, I'll keep posting our photos around campus. Gao Feifei replied coolly. Fine. If you want to post them, go ahead. Chen Mo smiled at Gao Feifei before striding purposefully toward the restaurant exit. Seeing Chen Mo actually leave, panic flashed in Gao Feifei's eyes. She hadn't expected him to let her keep causing trouble rather than give her money. She quickly stood up, her expression agitated as she shouted, Chen Mo, don't think I don't know you have a fiancé. If she saw all this, how do you think she'd feel? Hearing Gao Feifei's words, Chen Mo froze in place, a look of shock flashing in his eyes. Chapter 178, do you know how heavy 10 million is? Fourth update. The moment Gao Feifei uttered the name Su Mubai, Chen Mo froze instantly. Very few people knew about the situation between Chen Mo and Su Mubai, and no one at school had any idea Chen Mo even had a fiancé. So how did Gao Feifei find out? Earlier, Chen Mo had already suspected that given Gao Feifei's intelligence as a woman, she couldn't possibly have devised such a meticulously planned scheme to threaten him. He was certain someone was pulling the strings behind Gao Feifei, and that person must also know about Su Mubai's existence. How did you find out I have a fiancé? Chen Mo stepped forward, staring at Gao Feifei as he demanded. That's none of your concern. The fact is, I know you have a fiancé. And if you don't marry her, every single asset you currently possess will become invalid. Gao Feifei was clearly running on empty intellectually at this point. Though she hadn't revealed her source, Chen Mo could deduce from her words exactly who was pulling the strings behind her. First, very few people knew about Chen Mo's relationship with Su Mubai. Second, even fewer possessed the specific details regarding the inheritance. Therefore, the person behind Gao Feifei wasn't helping her at all. Instead, they hoped to use her to disrupt the relationship between Chen Mo and Su Mubai. The Wang family. Chen Mo was certain it was the person Li Juncheng had mentioned, the one vying for the Wang family inheritance, who had orchestrated Gao Feifei's actions. Chen Mo, if you don't give me money, I won't just spread our photos around campus, I'll show them to your fiancé. And if you think the photos aren't shocking enough, I can fabricate records of me having an abortion for you. Then let's see how you explain that to your fiancé. Gao Feifei knew her earlier words had hit home, her expression brimming with smug satisfaction as she confronted Chen Mo. Chen Mo hesitated for 2 seconds where he stood, then strode up to Gao Feifei and murmured, You want money now, right? That's right. I want money. Gao Feifei nodded slightly. I can give you the 10 million, but you must first tell me how you found out about my fiancé. Chen Mo said slowly. A flicker of hesitation crossed Gao Feifei's eyes at his words. After all, he had once demanded she never reveal anything about their relationship. If you won't tell me, I'm leaving right now. Chen Mo turned to leave immediately. Chen Mo, don't go. I'll tell you, okay? For money, Gao Feifei was now willing to do anything. Naturally, she wouldn't hesitate to help protect his identity. Fine. Go ahead. Chen Mo nodded slightly and sat back down in the chair. Gao Feifei hesitated for 2 seconds before whispering, Truthfully, I don't know who this person really is. I just got a call out of the blue last night. They ordered me to do all this, mentioning nothing about your relationship with Su Mubai. They said if I couldn't intimidate you, I should threaten you with Su Mubai. They claimed you'd definitely be scared then. Are you certain you don't know who they are? Chen Mo asked. I've already told you everything. Why would I hide their identity? The caller last night was a man using an unfamiliar out-of-town number. When I tried calling back today, the phone was turned off. Gao Feifei explained, looking at Chen Mo. Hand over your phone. Chen Mo hesitated briefly before whispering to Gao Feifei. Gao Feifei promptly pulled out her phone and handed it to Chen Mo.
After taking the phone, Chen Mo immediately looked up the caller's number. It was from Beijing.
It's the Wang family after all. Chen Mo murmured softly.
Earlier, Li Juncheng had told Chen Mo that the Wang family members competing with him for the inheritance were from a prominent clan in the capital.
Chen Mo, I've told you everything I know. Can you give me the money now? Gao Feifei bit her lip as she asked Chen Mo. Chen Mo glanced up at Gao Feifei and replied indifferently, Gao Feifei, do you think that once you get this money from me, you'll have everything? Isn't that so? Gao Feifei countered softly. I can give you this money, but let me tell you, money isn't everything. Sooner or later, you'll realize that even with money, there are still many things you simply can't solve. Chen Mo said expressionlessly. Cut the crap and just give me the money already. Gao Feifei, seeing Chen Mo agree, urged him impatiently. Chen Mo found Gao Feifei's expression utterly repulsive at that moment. He reached for his phone and dialed the number of Zhang Ming, the bank manager. Ring. After 2 rings, Zhang Ming answered and spoke respectfully, Young Master Chen, how may I assist you?
Withdraw 10 million in cash immediately and deliver it to the Michelin-starred restaurant.
Hand it over to a woman named Gao Feifei. Chen Mo said indifferently. Understood, I'll send it over immediately. Zhang Ming hurriedly replied. Chen Mo hung up immediately, then turned to Gao Feifei and asked, do you know how big 10 million in cash is? Do you know how heavy 10 million in cash is? What do I know about doing anything?
Gao Feifei felt incredibly pleased knowing she was about to get her hands on the money. All she could think about now was how she'd spend it once she got it.
Chen Mo shot Gao Feifei a dismissive smirk before rising to leave.
He had recorded their entire conversation on his phone, and combined with the written guarantee Su Jiao had provided, these 2 pieces of evidence were sufficient to prove his innocence.
Chen Mo intended to confront Su Mubai and clear up the misunderstanding. Seeing Chen Mo prepare to leave, Gao Feifei made no attempt to stop him. After all, money was all she truly wanted. Husband, that filthy beggar just slapped me in the face with money. You have to teach that brat a lesson today. Just then, 2 people walked into the restaurant.
One of them was none other than the flirtatious girl who had previously clashed with Chen Mo. Trailing behind her were 4 or 5 young men. The one leading the group sported an exceptionally distinctive rooster comb hairstyle, his attire equally unconventional, giving off the vibe of a rural alternative youth.
Chapter 179, Competing Over Money? Part 5. Inside the Michelin-starred restaurant.
The non-mainstream youth and the flirtatious girl headed straight for Chen Mo's table. The restaurant security guards, sensing trouble, immediately stepped in front of the youth and asked with forced smiles, Hey, what's going on here?
Get out of my way. My wife's being bullied. Anyone who stops me today gets punched. The punk-style youth glared at the security guard and shouted. Hold on, bro. We don't allow disturbances in this restaurant. If you have an issue, could we handle it outside?
The security guard replied with a troubled expression.
Smack.
One of the punk's henchmen behind him grabbed the security guard by the collar and snarled, What's your problem?
Didn't you hear Big Brother talking to you? Did you hear me tell you to get lost?
Don't stick your nose in other people's business, let me tell you. After hearing this, the security guard hesitated for 2 seconds before quickly ducking out of the way and keeping his mouth shut.
Brother Biao strode up to Chen Mo, raised an eyebrow, and demanded, You little punk, were you picking on my wife back there? What's your problem? Chen Mo calmly appraised the punk-style youth from head to toe. You're pretty cocky, aren't you?
Throwing money in my wife's face like that.
Biao roared, jabbing his finger at Chen Mo's nose. You're loaded, aren't you? Yeah, richer than you. Chen Mo nodded nonchalantly. You're richer than me?
The punk-style youth Biao couldn't help but chuckle upon hearing Chen Mo's words. He turned to the flashy girl beside him and asked, Baby, did you hear what this kid just said?
He actually claimed he's richer than me. Ha ha ha. He really doesn't know his place. Just look at his cheapskate appearance. Coming to a Michelin-starred restaurant would probably cost him a month's salary, yet he dares to say he's richer than my husband? He really doesn't know his limits. The flirty girl retorted with a pout. Ha ha ha. The young man's entourage behind him burst into laughter too. To them, Chen Mo's remark was nothing short of a colossal joke. Other diners gathered around Chen Mo and the punk youth. You don't believe me? Chen Mo stepped forward and asked the punk youth softly. Of course I don't believe it. No one's ever dared tell me, Zhang Biao, that they're rich. The alternative youth wasn't actually a rich kid, he was just the owner of a small company. His boastful words were nothing more than an attempt to show off. Is that so? Chen Mo countered indifferently.
Zhang Biao sneered dismissively, then reached into his handbag and pulled out a stack of cash.
He thrust it toward Chen Mo. Kid, I like people like you. You were acting all cocky earlier, bragging about how rich you are, right? Well, I, Zhang Biao, have a hobby too. I love using money to deal with rich people. How exactly? Chen Mo narrowed his eyes. Here's 10,000 yuan. Now get down on your knees and apologize to my wife. You can keep the money.
Zhang Biao waved the cash in his hand, his tone dripping with contempt. He felt that at this moment, he had to use money to settle things with Chen Mo to save face, so he abandoned his earlier plan to beat him up. Chen Mo couldn't help but glance up at Zhang Biao before replying calmly, "I'll give you 20,000. You kneel down and apologize to me." "Damn it, you little bastard, you're ing messing with me now, aren't you?" Zhang Biao couldn't help but curse at Chen Mo's words. "Yeah, like you can even come up with 20 grand? This kid definitely can't come up with 20 grand, he's just putting on a show." The flirtatious woman and Zhang Biao's henchmen began whispering among themselves. "I'll give you 30,000 if you kneel and apologize to my wife." Zhang Biao whispered to Chen Mo. "I'll give you 50,000. Chen Mo replied calmly. Zhang Biao stared at Chen Mo, momentarily stunned. He wasn't sure if Chen Mo could actually come up with that kind of money, but he hadn't expected Chen Mo to immediately raise the stakes to 50,000. Originally, Zhang Biao had assumed Chen Mo would likely agree when he offered 30,000. He planned to simply take the money back after Chen Mo left. That way, he wouldn't lose anything and could still show off in front of the flirtatious woman. After all, he'd been with her for over half a month without finding the right moment to take her to a hotel room. Zhang Biao felt today was his chance. But he hadn't anticipated that Chen Mo wouldn't just refuse, he'd actually start arguing with him and keep raising the stakes. "I'll give you 100 grand now, get on your ing knees." Zhang Biao hesitated for a moment before gritting his teeth and shouting the demand. He figured he'd get that money back anyway. By setting an outrageous price, Chen Mo would surely take him seriously and he could save face. 100,000? Hearing the figure, Chen Mo couldn't help but chuckle wryly. He thought to himself, man, there sure are a lot of naive little darlings in this world nowadays. Just for kneeling and apologizing, they're offering 100 grand. The old Chen Mo might have been tempted, but now he didn't need the money. Naturally, he refused. Gao Feifei noticed the exchange, but her mind was entirely occupied with how she would spend the money once she got it. She couldn't be bothered with Chen Mo's affairs. "Well, what do you say? How about 100,000? Zhang Biao raised his eyebrows at Chen Mo after seeing him speak. "I'll give you 1,000,000 yuan, get down on your knees and apologize to me right now." Chen Mo hesitated briefly before replying indifferently. Beep. Everyone froze in place upon hearing Chen Mo's words, their expressions filled with utter disbelief. No one expected Chen Mo to instantly raise the price to 1,000,000. Granted, Zhang Biao's earlier offer of 10,000 yuan was tempting. But if Zhang Biao was truly wealthy, shelling out 10 grand to vent his anger wasn't entirely out of the question. After all, 10,000 yuan might be a fortune to the average person, but for a rich kid, it wasn't exactly a huge sum. 10,000 was still somewhat plausible, but Chen Mo's demand of 1,000,000 was utterly staggering. Even the wealthiest person in the world couldn't suddenly produce 1,000,000 yuan on the spot just to make someone kneel and apologize. Zhang Biao froze upon hearing Chen Mo's words. He looked up, sizing Chen Mo up from head to toe, his expression filled with confusion as he demanded, "Are you ing messing with me? Can you even pull 1,000,000 out of thin air? Yeah, even if we sold you off, we probably couldn't get 1,000,000 for you, right?" The flashy woman beside Zhang Biao chimed in. "Whether I can come up with it is my business. Didn't you want to see who's richer? If you can put up 1,000,000 too, maybe I'll consider kneeling down and apologizing to you." Chen Mo looked at Zhang Biao, his tone calm. Upon hearing Chen Mo's words, everyone suddenly understood. His demand for 1,000,000 yuan was merely a tactic to drive up the price. "So, are you willing to put up 1,000,000? Chen Mo asked Zhang Biao with a smirk. You think I'm an asshole? Why the hell would I pay 1,000,000 just to make you apologize?" Zhang Biao shouted, his eyes bulging. "In my eyes, you are a piece of. If you don't have the money, then get the hell out of here and stop wasting my time." Chen Mo shoved Zhang Biao aside and started striding toward the restaurant exit. "You damn well better stop right there. You lot, block this kid." Zhang Biao snapped out of it and immediately shouted at the henchman he'd brought along. But just then, the restaurant doors burst open as Zhang Ming and another bank employee carried in an enormous cash box. Chapter 180, How to Ruin a Man. Everyone inside the restaurant froze in place upon seeing Zhang Ming carry in the enormous box, their expressions filled with utter bewilderment. They had no idea what exactly was inside the box at that moment. A flicker of doubt crossed the eyes of Zhang Biao and his men. "Young Master Chen." Zhang Ming spotted Chen Mo and immediately bellowed at the top of his lungs. "Did you bring the money?" Chen Mo gave Zhang Ming a cool glance and asked calmly. Got it. Got it." Zhang Ming nodded hastily. Upon realizing Zhang Ming had come to deliver the money to Chen Mo, Gao Feifei immediately jumped up and rushed to Chen Mo's side, her face brimming with excitement. "Zhang Ming, open the box." Chen Mo called out, his expression unreadable. Zhang Ming hesitated upon hearing this, then promptly opened the money box. Beep. When Zhang Ming opened the cash box, everyone present fell into a state of utter shock, their expressions filled with disbelief. For no one had imagined that the box would be filled entirely with cash. This was an entire box full of cash. The people present were certainly well off enough to dine at a Michelin-starred restaurant, but they had never seen such a vast amount of money gathered in one place. The way they looked at Chen Mo had completely changed.
No one could possibly see him as just another ordinary poor guy anymore.
Gao Feifei stared at the money inside the box, her eyes sparkling. She couldn't even begin to describe how she felt. Even the unconventional Zhang Biao and that flamboyant woman wore expressions of utter astonishment. They knew Zhang Ming had come specifically to deliver money to Chen Mo.
This kid is actually this rich?
Zhang Biao stared wide-eyed at Chen Mo's seat, his expression utterly incredulous.
Yeah, who would have guessed, he's actually a rich kid.
The flirtatious woman stammered in response.
Gao Feifei, here's 10 million. Should we count it? Chen Mo turned to ask Gao Feifei. No need.
Gao Feifei stared greedily at the money, her heart pounding wildly as she shook her head vigorously.
Fine.
From this moment on, all this money is yours.
I expect you to never interfere with my life again. If there's a next time, I won't let you off so easily. Understand? Chen Mo said coldly to Gao Feifei.
Understood.
Gao Feifei nodded hastily. Seeing Gao Feifei clinging to the money like it was her life, Chen Mo couldn't help but sneer inwardly. He then said indifferently, Gao Feifei, remember what I told you earlier? No. I don't remember.
Gao Feifei shook her head lightly.
Money can't buy everything in this world.
You'll understand what I mean sooner or later. Chen Mo replied indifferently, then strode directly toward the restaurant exit. But just as he passed by Zhang Biao, the latter suddenly reached out and grabbed Chen Mo's sleeve.
What do you want? Chen Mo turned to ask Zhang Biao.
Hey, bro, you said earlier that if I just kneel down for you, you'd give me 1,000,000 yuan.
Is that for real? Zhang Biao asked, his expression agitated.
Up until now, Zhang Biao had assumed Chen Mo was just joking with him. He believed Chen Mo was just an ordinary person. Not only could he not possibly come up with 1,000,000 yuan, but even 10,000 yuan might be beyond his means. But now, seeing Chen Mo hand over 10 million to a woman like Gao Feifei, Zhang Biao suddenly realized Chen Mo might not have been joking when he made that earlier promise.
1,000,000 yuan just for kneeling and apologizing? How could Zhang Biao possibly pass up such a golden opportunity? What do you think? Chen Mo turned his head and gave Zhang Biao a faint glance. Clang! Hearing Chen Mo's words, Zhang Biao didn't hesitate. He dropped to his knees on the spot and shouted loudly, young man, everything just now was my fault. I was wrong. I apologize to you.
Chen Mo smiled at Zhang Biao, then shifted his gaze to the flirtatious woman.
What are you staring at?
Hurry up and kneel before the young master to beg forgiveness. Zhang Biao yelled at the flirtatious woman at the top of his lungs.
I know I was wrong too. I'm sorry. Desperate to get Chen Mo's 1,000,000 yuan, the flirtatious woman quickly knelt on the ground as well.
The crowd watching Zhang Biao and the flirtatious woman showed not a trace of contempt or disdain on their faces.
After all, if they were in the same situation, they would have made the same choice. Just kneel and apologize, and you get 1,000,000? Sweetheart. Everyone knew which choice to make.
Far from looking down on Zhang Biao, the crowd actually felt a touch of envy for his good fortune. When Chen Mo saw both of them kneeling, he shook his head helplessly and immediately turned to walk out of the restaurant.
Hey, little brother, I already knelt and apologized to you. So, when do you plan on giving me that money?
Zhang Biao spotted Chen Mo leaving and hurried after him, grinning as he asked.
The money? Chen Mo looked at Zhang Biao and smiled faintly before saying indifferently, actually, what I said earlier was just a joke. You. Zhang Biao froze in shock at those words, his eyes bulging as he shouted, are you messing with me? You think I'm gonna just... Smack. Before Zhang Biao could finish his sentence, Zhang Ming stepped forward and delivered a sharp slap directly across Zhang Biao's face. Clatter! Zhang Biao's henchmen, seeing Zhang Ming strike, began advancing toward him. But just then, 3 or 4 more men burst into the restaurant. Each was armed with an assault rifle and clad in body armor. These men were none other than the special forces responsible for escorting the bank's armored cash transport vehicles. 10,000,000 yuan wasn't a huge sum, but it was significant. More importantly, the person demanding the money was Chen Mo. Zhang Ming dared not take this lightly, so he had specifically called in several special forces soldiers to assist. Zhang Biao's henchmen were utterly dumbfounded upon seeing the special forces.
They stood frozen in place, not daring to move an inch. Watch your tone when speaking to young Master Chen. Zhang Ming said to Zhang Biao with a blank expression.
Yes, I know I was wrong. Zhang Biao stammered in reply.
Young Master Chen, this way, please.
Zhang Ming turned and addressed Chen Mo with a very polite tone. Chen Mo gave a slight nod before turning and heading toward the restaurant exit.
Gao Feifei, who had been staring at the cash pile, froze momentarily upon seeing Chen Mo leave. She immediately shouted at the top of her lungs, Chen Mo, don't go.
If you leave, how am I supposed to take this money? Didn't you say money could solve any problem? Now that you're so rich, can't you handle this little issue?
Chen Mo glanced back at Gao Feifei and replied in a flat tone.
Gao Feifei froze in place upon hearing this. Chen Mo then followed Zhang Ming and the others out of the restaurant. When Gao Feifei saw Chen Mo actually leave, her expression turned utterly devastated.
After all, that 10 million in cash weighed at least over 200 pounds as a woman, she couldn't possibly carry it alone.
If she had to ask someone else for help, then Gao Feifei. Young Master Chen, you intend to just hand this money over to that woman like this? After leaving the restaurant, Zhang Ming asked Chen Mo with a puzzled tone.
You think I gave her money, but I feel like I just handed her a bomb.
Chen Mo replied indifferently. A bomb?
Zhang Ming froze upon hearing this, a flicker of confusion crossing his eyes.
Do you know the quickest way to destroy a person? Chen Mo turned to ask Zhang Ming. I don't know.
Zhang Ming shook his head lightly. The simplest way is to give her a sum of money to squander, not too much, but not too little either.
I think 10 million is just right. Chen Mo replied indifferently. I understand your meaning, young Master Chen.
Zhang Ming grinned, baring his teeth.
Alright, drive me to Extreme Blossom Cosmetics Company, Limited.
Chen Mo said softly to Zhang Ming.
Sure thing. Zhang Ming nodded and proactively led Chen Mo toward the parking lot.
At that moment, Chen Mo couldn't care less about what would happen to Gao Feifei after she got the 10 million.
He knew she'd eventually be destroyed by that money.
His most urgent task now was to explain everything between him and Gao Feifei to Su Mubai.
He still didn't know if Su Mubai would forgive him. Chapter 181, A Place Only the Wealthy Can Go.
After getting into the car with Zhang Ming, Chen Mo drove straight to the Extreme Blossom Cosmetics Company, Ltd.
Throughout the journey, Chen Mo kept squinting at the scenery outside the window.
After a long moment of hesitation, he finally pulled out his phone and dialed a number.
Ring ring ring. After 2 rings, the other party answered. Chen Mo, what do you need?
The voice asked softly.
I need you to do something for me right now. Chen Mo replied indifferently. Just tell me what it is.
The other hesitated before answering softly.
Here's the situation. A few minutes later, Chen Mo briefly outlined his plan to the other person. After hearing Chen Mo's words, the other person was utterly perplexed, unable to fathom why Chen Mo would act this way. Even Zhang Ming, sitting beside Chen Mo, wore a look of utter bewilderment. Chen Mo, why are you doing this?
The other person stammered.
Do I need to explain all this to you? Just do what I tell you to do. Chen Mo replied indifferently. Alright, fine then.
The other person reluctantly agreed before hanging up. After seeing Chen Mo put away his phone, Zhang Ming couldn't help but glance at him. Hesitating for a moment, he ultimately kept his doubts to himself and focused on driving.
Meanwhile, at the Michelin-starred restaurant, Gao Feifei stared at the massive box of cash before her, her expression utterly devastated.
The other customers around her were staring with intense envy. If this weren't a Michelin-starred restaurant but some seedy, lawless backwater, they'd probably already be preparing to snatch the money. After all, this was a full 10 million. Who wouldn't be tempted? Though Gao Feifei was overjoyed to finally have the money in Chen Mo's hands, a serious problem now loomed before her: how to get it out of there. A full 10 million in cash even without the boxes it was packed in, it weighed over 200 pounds. Earlier, Zhang Ming and his crew had carried it in with 2 people.
Gao Feifei couldn't possibly move it alone.
Yet she felt uneasy about asking others for help, and she couldn't possibly carry it all by herself. Although the Michelin-starred restaurant's security had helped Gao Feifei get the cash box into the private room, not a single person dared to assist her in carrying it out. After all, with such a large sum of money, if anything went wrong during transport, the security guards simply couldn't afford the consequences. Sitting alone in the private room, Gao Feifei stared at the massive cash box, her expression filled with helplessness.
What am I supposed to do now?
Gao Feifei sighed helplessly, hesitated for a moment, then reached for her phone. She decided to call Su Jiao and ask her to come help take the money away. Su Jiao had been Gao Feifei's accomplice in framing Chen Mo this time, so Gao Feifei still trusted her implicitly.
Hello, Jiao? Where are you right now? After the call connected, Gao Feifei asked in a slightly anxious tone. I'm at school. What's up?
Su Jiao's tone carried a hint of irritation, likely still preoccupied with Chen Mo's earlier visit.
Can you come to the Michelin restaurant to pick something up for me?
Bring 2 backpacks with you, the bigger the better.
Got it? Gao Feifei hurriedly said. What are you planning to do?
Su Jiao asked, her voice filled with confusion.
Oh, just stop talking nonsense and hurry over here. Gao Feifei shouted, frowning. I'm not feeling well. You should find someone else.
Su Jiao hesitated, about to refuse.
Then what about the 100,000 yuan I promised you earlier? Do you still want it? Gao Feifei asked directly.
A flicker of something unusual crossed Su Jiao's eyes at those words, then she quickly replied, then wait for me at the Michelin-starred restaurant.
I'll be right over. Alright.
Gao Feifei replied cheerfully after Su Jiao agreed, then hung up.
15 minutes later. Su Jiao rushed into the private room of the Michelin-starred restaurant carrying 2 enormous backpacks. Spotting Gao Feifei, she asked with a puzzled look, Feifei, what's the big rush? What's going on? Quickly help me pack this money into the backpacks, then we'll go deposit it at the bank. Gao Feifei whispered back. The money inside? Su Jiao looked puzzled at the mention. Clatter! Gao Feifei reached out and flung open the lid of the cash box. A dense pile of cash was exposed to Su Jiao's view. Upon seeing the money, Su Jiao was instantly dumbfounded. Stammering, she blurted out to Gao Feifei, "Feifei, is all this money yours?" "Yes." Gao Feifei nodded lightly, then casually pulled out 100,000 yuan from the cash box and handed it to Su Jiao with a smile. "This money is yours." "Feifei, where did you get all this money?" Su Jiao stared at the cash before her eyes filled with fear as she asked. "Oh, don't worry. All my money is completely legal, it's not stolen or robbed." Gao Feifei replied casually, then took the backpack Su Jiao had brought and began stuffing the money inside. Su Jiao stood frozen in place, utterly bewildered. She understood Gao Feifei's family circumstances well enough, yet she couldn't fathom where Feifei had possibly obtained such a sum. "What are you standing there for? Hurry up and help me pack the money inside." Gao Feifei turned and snapped at Su Jiao. "Ah!" After a moment of shock, Su Jiao quickly crouched down and began helping Gao Feifei stuff the money into the backpack. "Feifei, where did you get all this money? Are you sure you haven't done anything illegal?" Su Jiao asked Gao Feifei with a puzzled look while stuffing the money. "Would you believe me if I told you Chen Mo gave me all this money?" Gao Feifei turned to look at Su Jiao, her expression shrouded in mystery. "Chen Mo? Chen Mo gave it to you?" Su Jiao's expression seemed even more astonished upon hearing this. "You might not know this, but Chen Mo is actually the real rich kid. This is his breakup money to me. Let's hurry up and stuff the cash into our bags, I'm worried the bank will close soon." Gao Feifei casually explained before continuing to stuff the money into her backpack. Su Jiao shot Gao Feifei a complicated look. After a 2-second hesitation, she said nothing and began stuffing the money away too. Half an hour later, Su Jiao followed Gao Feifei out of the Nanyang Industrial and Commercial Bank. Gao Feifei gazed at the bank card in her hand with a satisfied smile, then turned to Su Jiao and said, Jiao, whatever happens today, don't tell anyone, especially anyone in our class. Got it?" "Got it." Su Jiao nodded lightly, her expression seeming slightly hesitant. "Right now, you're the only one who knows how rich I am. So as long as you keep my secret, I promise you won't be disappointed." Gao Feifei continued, her eyes fixed on Su Jiao. Su Jiao nodded again. "Oh, and do you know any fun places around Nanyang City? Now that I'm loaded, I absolutely have to take you out today and let you experience the high life." Gao Feifei turned to Su Jiao, her eyes sparkling with excitement. "Fun places?" Su Jiao paused in surprise before whispering, "Feifei, I know a place that's incredibly fun. I heard only the wealthy can go there. Why don't we check it out?" "Sounds great. I love going to places only the rich can afford. Places poor people can enjoy? I couldn't care less." Gao Feifei eagerly agreed. Su Jiao glanced up at Gao Feifei with a faint look, a flicker of something unusual in her eyes. In the end, she waved down a taxi and ushered Gao Feifei inside. Chapter 182, That Man Is My Boyfriend. Zhang Ming drove Chen Mo to the entrance of Extreme Blossom Cosmetics Company, Limited. Since Chen Mo had come today to explain matters with Su Mubai, and Gao Feifei's situation itself was rather complicated, Chen Mo didn't ask Zhang Ming and the others to wait outside. Instead, he had them leave first. Upon entering the company, the receptionist immediately recognized Chen Mo as Su Mubai's fiancée. Recalling that Chen Mo had secured new investors for the company in the past, the young receptionist hurried over to him. "Mr. Chen, you're here." The receptionist greeted him with a warm smile, her tone exceptionally courteous. "Yes, is your CEO available?" Chen Mo replied indifferently. "Mr. Chen, I'm terribly sorry, but Mr. Su is out of town on business this afternoon." The receptionist replied softly. "On a business trip?" Chen Mo looked utterly speechless upon hearing this, then pressed on, "Do you know when she'll be back?" "Miss Su should be back in about 3 days." The young woman paused briefly before answering. Chen Mo stood there hesitating for 2 seconds before saying with resignation, "All right then, I'll come back in 3 days." "Mr. Chen, is there something urgent? If it's urgent, you could call our CEO Su first," the young woman suggested softly. "Forget it." Chen Mo waved his hand dismissively and turned to head toward the company exit. Truthfully, Chen Mo had wanted to call Su Mubai to explain, but Su Mubai simply wasn't answering his calls. Chen Mo had come here as a last resort. The young woman watched Chen Mo's retreating figure, her expression filled with confusion. She couldn't understand how Chen Mo, who was clearly Su Mubai's fiancé, seemed like a complete stranger to him. Chen Mo didn't even know Su Mubai was away on a business trip. Chen Mo left Su Mubai's company and stood on the street, pulling out her phone to call Su Mubai. But unfortunately, Su Mubai still didn't answer. She must still be furious. Forget it. This business trip will give her time to cool off. I'll explain everything when she gets back. Chen Mo sighed helplessly, then put away his phone and prepared to hail a cab home. Ring ring. Just then, Chen Mo's phone suddenly rang. Thinking it was Su Mubai calling him back, Chen Mo didn't hesitate and answered the call. Mubai. What Mubai? It's your sister Luo Qiu. Before Chen Mo could speak, Luo Qiu's voice rang out from the phone. Why is it you?
Realizing it was Luo Qiu calling, Chen Mo replied with a hint of disappointment in his voice.
What? You're upset I called you? Do you have any idea how many guys at school are chasing after me? You better straighten out your attitude, little brother. Luo Qiu pouted. What does it matter to me if they chase after you?
Chen Mo, already irritable over Su Mubai's situation, replied listlessly.
Forget it, I can't explain all this to you now. Just come to the Three of Spades bar. I've been drinking, so drive me home. Luo Qiu said casually. I'm not going. Chen Mo refused without hesitation. What did you say? Luo Qiu shouted, clearly displeased. I'm not your chauffeur. Call a designated driver yourself. I'm in a bad mood right now. Chen Mo explained indifferently.
Oh, I don't want to call a designated driver. There's been so much news lately about designated drivers raping female car owners.
I'm so sexy and pretty, and my skirt is a bit short today. What if one of those drivers gets any funny ideas and does something bad to me? Luo Qiu said in a coquettish tone. Then aren't you afraid I might do something to you? Chen Mo paused, then retorted with a pout. You wouldn't dare. I trust you completely. Luo Qiu said with a smile. Luo Qiu, just for saying that, I'm not going today. Figure it out yourself.
Chen Mo felt Luo Qiu was clearly looking down on him, and his tone grew heated as he shouted.
How could you be so ungrateful? Have you forgotten how I helped you today? Could you really bear to let your sister suffer such a fate in the prime of her youth? Luo Qiu shouted back. You.
Hearing this, Chen Mo's heart softened slightly. After a moment's hesitation, he murmured, You'll have to reimburse me for the taxi fare.
Fine, hurry over.
Luo Qiu replied cheerfully upon hearing Chen Mo's agreement, then hung up.
A girl drinking every day? No wonder something bad happened. After the call ended, Chen Mo muttered with a pout before hailing a taxi and heading straight for the Three of Spades bar. Around 8 p.m. Chen Mo arrived at the Three of Spades bar by taxi.
Stepping out, he saw Luo Qiu waiting for him at the entrance. Today, Luo Qiu was dressed in a very cool and sexy outfit. She wore a white women's shirt tied at the waist, revealing her slender, soft waist. She wore a pair of stylish sunglasses on her face. Most importantly, Luo Qiu hadn't lied to Chen Mo. The skirt she wore today was indeed very short, exposing her long, fair legs to the air, exceptionally alluring.
Spotting Chen Mo step out of the car, Luo Qiu waved her small hand energetically. Chen Mo strode purposefully toward Luo Qiu. But just then, a black Lamborghini sports car pulled up directly in front of Luo Qiu. Everyone's attention immediately shifted to Luo Qiu upon seeing the sports car. The Lamborghini's signature scissor doors slowly opened, and a handsome young man emerged from the car, holding a bouquet of flowers. When Luo Qiu saw this young man, a hint of resignation flashed in her eyes. Luo Qiu, I love you. Be my girlfriend.
Before anyone could process what was happening, the young man shouted directly at Luo Qiu. Hearing his words, the crowd instantly gathered around Luo Qiu and the young man. After all, one was an internet celebrity, and the other was a wealthy second-generation heir driving a Lamborghini. Such a declaration naturally drew a lot of attention.
Ma Tianhao, how many times have I told you? I genuinely don't feel anything for you. Why do you keep pestering me?
Luo Qiu looked at the young man before her and replied with utter resignation.
Xiao Qiu, I know the truth now. You're not at all. You just use it as an excuse to reject your admirers. Please give me a chance.
I swear I'll treat you well for the rest of my life. The young man seemed to shout with some reluctance.
Luo Qiu stared at the young man before her for 2 seconds, then bit her lip and whispered, Ma Tianhao, you want me to be your girlfriend, don't you?
Yes.
The young man nodded eagerly. Fine then. Since you're so persistent, I'll be honest with you. I already have a boyfriend. If you want to be with me, go ask my boyfriend if he agrees or not. Luo Qiu replied indifferently. Upon hearing Luo Qiu's words, everyone present wore expressions of utter disbelief. After all, Luo Qiu was a fairly well-known internet celebrity.
Many present were her fans, and most knew she was. Learning she had a boyfriend came as a huge shock.
You have a boyfriend? Who is he? How come I didn't know?
The young man exclaimed, his expression filled with confusion. Chen Mo, who had just stepped out of the taxi, overheard Luo Qiu's exchange with the young man.
His heart sank instantly. He turned to leave in a hurry. Chen Mo, you stop right there. Where do you think you're going? Spotting Chen Mo's attempt to leave, Luo Qiu didn't hesitate.
She strode after him with her long, slender legs, grabbed him by the arm, and declared to Ma Tianhao, this is my boyfriend. Hearing this, everyone turned to look at Chen Mo's position, their eyes filled with shock. Only Chen Mo himself halted with an expression of resignation, offering the crowd a bitter smile. He had sensed Luo Qiu intended to use him as a shield, which was why he tried to leave. Yet, he hadn't expected to be beaten to the punch.
Chapter 183, Beyond Endurance. Outside the Three of Spades bar.
The handsome young man standing before Luo Qiu with flowers in hand was Ma Tianhao, son of the chairman of the Ma Group in Nanyang City. With his striking good looks and affluent background, he was a household name among Nanyang residents, one of the city's most renowned rich, handsome, and successful young men.
Some time ago, Ma Tianchi had seen Luo Qiu's dance video on the short video app Kuaishou and instantly fell for her.
Using his family connections, he quickly uncovered her identity and launched an intense romantic pursuit. Unfortunately for him, Luo Qiu consistently rejected Ma Tianchi, citing his homosexuality as the reason. What Luo Qiu never expected was that upon learning of her sexuality, Ma Tianchi not only refused to back down but became even more determined to win her over.
Luo Qiu possessed an enviable physique, striking looks, and an undeniably captivating aura.
Even as a man, he attracted numerous heterosexual admirers. These men believed that winning over a woman like Luo Qiu would be an achievement worth boasting about. This was precisely why so many men persisted in pursuing her, even after learning of her sexuality. But what no one expected was that Luo Qiu would publicly admit she had a boyfriend in front of all these people. And this boyfriend of hers seemed like a total loser in every way, not to mention having a weak personality. When someone confessed to his girlfriend, Chen Mo's first reaction wasn't to stand up and protect her. He turned and tried to run away. In everyone's eyes, Chen Mo's behavior made him look like a complete wimp and a loser. The onlookers all shot him contemptuous glances. Of course, among the onlookers, the one with the most shocked expression was none other than Wei Juchi, the girl Mang Liang liked. Chen Mo and Wei Juchi had met a few times before, so she recognized him instantly. Wei Juchi had come to the bar with friends that night. As they were leaving, she happened to see the crowd gathered here and decided to take a look. She shouldn't have looked. The sight sent a chill down Wei Juchi's spine. How could she have imagined that a beggar like Chen Mo would be Luo Qiu's boyfriend? Even though Wei Juchi wasn't a student at Nanyang University, she knew exactly what kind of figure Luo Qiu was. She was an internet celebrity with tens of millions of followers. What the hell is going on? How did Chen Mo, that trash-picking bum, suddenly become Luo Qiu's boyfriend? Did Chen Mo just get incredibly lucky? Wei Juchi stared wide-eyed at Chen Mo and Luo Qiu, her expression utterly stunned. It felt like she was witnessing a dream. Completely ignoring the puzzled stares around them, Luo Qiu yanked Chen Mo over to Ma Tianchi. She looked at Ma Tianchi and declared, "Ma Tianchi, this man is my boyfriend. So please stop bothering me from now on. Got it?" Ma Tianchi froze at Luo Qiu's words, then glanced up at Chen Mo. His eyes were filled with utter disbelief. He never imagined he would lose to someone like Chen Mo. From any angle, any normal woman should know how to choose, right? Chen Mo's looks were passable, but his clothes and appearance clearly marked him as a beggar. Ma Tianchi, on the other hand, was different. Everything about him, from his attire and possessions to his aura, screamed that he was a genuine rich kid. In today's society, who would pass up a handsome, rich, and successful guy to choose a beggar? The whole beggar beats the rich and handsome guy thing only happens in TV dramas, right? In truth, it wasn't just Ma Tianchi who felt helpless. Chen Mo himself was deeply frustrated. He hadn't intended to get involved in Luo Qiu's affairs at all. Chen Mo knew that once he got entangled, he'd inevitably attract a ton of trouble. Lately, he'd already had more than his share of complications. All he wanted now was to keep a low profile as a rich kid, clear things up with Su Mubai about Gao Feifei, and get that marriage certificate sorted out as soon as possible. As for everything else? Honestly, he couldn't care less. You're Luo Qiu's boyfriend? Ma Tianchi stared at Chen Mo for a second before stepping forward, his tone laced with provocation. Chen Mo opened his mouth to distance himself from Luo Qiu, but before he could finish, a sharp pain shot through his waist, followed by a piercing scream. Chen Mo whipped his head around to look at Luo Qiu. He saw her pale, delicate hand pressed against his waist, her expression warning him not to speak out of turn or else she might kill him. I'm Luo Qiu's boyfriend. Chen Mo reluctantly conceded, whispering to Ma Tianchi. Impossible. Ma Tianchi couldn't help but shout at the words. What do you mean, impossible? Luo Qiu frowned and asked. Luo Qiu, though we haven't known each other long, I understand your character very well. I know many outstanding young men in Nanyang City have pursued you, but you've rejected them all. I know you've always been proud and ambitious. There's no way you could possibly like such a penniless bum. Ma Tianchi shouted at Luo Qiu, his eyes wide. Luo Qiu's gaze faltered slightly at Ma Tianchi's words. She hadn't expected him to be so sharp to figure out so quickly that she nearly had Chen Mo impersonate someone else. Exactly. How could a goddess like Luo Qiu possibly like a guy like that? That guy isn't worthy of Luo Qiu in any way, right? This guy must be an imposter. The onlookers present had never truly believed Chen Mo was Luo Qiu's boyfriend. Hearing Ma Tianchi's words, they erupted into a chorus of shouts. A flicker of relief crossed Wei Juchi's eyes as she pursed her lips and declared, I knew it. A penniless loser like Chen Mo could never be with a goddess like Luo Qiu. He's just a fraud. Not only would Luo Qiu never look at him, but even an ordinary girl wouldn't give him the time of day. Hearing the crowd's shouts, Chen Mo's expression darkened slightly. Sure, he might not look as good as Ma Tianchi, but he wasn't as bad as they made him out to be, was he? The old Chen Mo might have shrugged it off, but now he was a billionaire heir worth trillions. Being belittled like this stirred some emotion within him. Luo Qiu, stop putting on this act. This guy is completely beneath you. Just look at his poverty-stricken appearance, he's dressed like a ragpicker. How could you possibly like him? Seeing Luo Qiu's silence, Ma Tianchi stepped forward and continued. Ma Tianchi, watch your mouth. Who are you calling a ragpicker? Why are you being so vile? A flash of anger flickered in Luo Qiu's beautiful eyes as she glared at Ma Tianchi with her large, watery eyes. I said he looks like a rag and bone man. Ma Tianchi pointed his finger at Chen Mo. Ma Tianchi, you. Before Luo Qiu could finish her sentence, Chen Mo finally lost his temper. He strode up to Luo Qiu and addressed Ma Tianchi with a blank expression. You called me a scavenger, didn't you? Chapter 184, she just likes useless guys like me. Chen Mo had originally intended to stay out of Luo Qiu and Ma Tianchi's business. After all, it was clearly better for him to mind his own affairs. But Ma Tianchi kept provoking him over and over. Plus, Chen Mo had just been misunderstood by Su Mubai and then extorted 10 million by that Gao Feifei. Even though 10 million wasn't a huge sum to Chen Mo, it still left him feeling incredibly bitter. Finally pushed past his breaking point, he stepped forward. Ma Tianchi seemed utterly taken aback that Chen Mo, who had appeared utterly weak moments ago, had suddenly grown bold enough to address him directly. Kid, I called you a junk collector. Got a problem with that? Ma Tianchi paused, then narrowed his eyes at Chen Mo. Truthfully, calling Chen Mo a scavenger was merely an insult meant to humiliate him. Ma Tianchi believed that even if Chen Mo wasn't a scavenger, he was at best just an ordinary person. Given his status and position, dealing with an ordinary person should be a piece of cake. Seems like you're quite fond of the scavenger profession, huh? Chen Mo looked at Ma Tianchi and smiled faintly. What do you mean by that? Ma Tianchi stared at Chen Mo, momentarily stunned, a flicker of confusion crossing his eyes. It's no big deal. Since you're so fond of scavenging, fine, start picking through trash from today onward. Chen Mo replied indifferently, then pulled out his phone to dial Li Juncheng's number. In Nanyang City, virtually every company owner had dealings with Li Juncheng. He was the undisputed commercial kingpin of the city. A single word from Li Juncheng could reduce an entire family to ordinary citizens. Even if Li Juncheng couldn't accomplish it himself, Chen Mo could leverage his other connections to make it happen. In Chen Mo's eyes, the Ma family to which Ma Tianchi belonged was nothing more than insignificant ants. Reducing the Ma family to nothingness was merely a matter of making a phone call. Upon hearing these words, Ma Tianchi, Luo Qiu, and the others present all wore expressions of utter bewilderment, staring at Chen Mo with eyes filled with disbelief. You want me to go scavenge for scraps? Ma Tianchi shouted at Chen Mo. Chen Mo remained expressionless as he pulled up Li Juncheng's number on his phone and dialed it. He had no patience for Ma Tianchi's nonsense right now. Are you out of your mind, kid? Yeah, is this guy mentally ill? Actually telling young Master Ma to go pick up trash? Who knows what's going on in his head? Who does he think he is? Telling young Master Ma to pick up trash? That's laughable. He probably doesn't even know what young Master Ma does for a living. That's some next-level bragging. Everyone seemed convinced Chen Mo was joking and began mocking him. Chen Mo, what nonsense are you spouting? I only asked you to pretend to be my boyfriend, I never told you to say all this. Luo Qiu couldn't make sense of Chen Mo's behavior. She suspected he was trying to intimidate Ma Tianchi, but even if that was the case, couldn't he come up with a more plausible excuse? Telling Ma Tianchi to go pick up trash? What kind of nonsense was that? Doesn't he claim to love this profession? Doesn't he look down on it? Let him experience it firsthand. Chen Mo said indifferently while waiting for Li Juncheng to answer the call. Bro, who do you think you are? Just because you tell Ma Tianchi to pick up trash, he'll actually do it? Luo Qiu shouted in exasperation. I told him to go, so he has to go. Chen Mo replied indifferently. Young Master Chen. Just then, Li Juncheng finally answered the call. Li Juncheng, I. Chen Mo opened his mouth to speak, but Wei Juchi, who had been standing by watching the spectacle, suddenly stepped forward. Pointing at Chen Mo, she shouted, Chen Mo, stop putting on this show. Do you think wasting everyone's time is amusing? You're the one who scavenged trash to pay your tuition at Nanyang University. Everyone at that school knows it. Young Master Ma calling you a trash collector isn't wrong at all. Wei Juchi's motives for intervening were crystal clear. First, she'd always disliked Chen Mo. Second, Chen Mo had now offended Ma Tianchi. Wei Juchi believed that stepping in to support Ma Tianchi at this moment would undoubtedly leave a favorable impression on him. The prospect of befriending someone like Ma Tianchi thrilled Wei Juchi. Who knew this kid was actually a garbage collector? Yeah, no wonder he got so worked up when young Master Ma spoke earlier. Turns out he's just insecure deep down. Ha, I thought he might be some low-key rich kid, which is why he was talking so cocky earlier. Turns out he really is a trash collector? Ridiculous. After hearing Wei Juchi's words, the crowd began whispering among themselves. Is what you said all true? Ma Tianchi asked Wei Juchi with a smirk. Young Master Ma, every word is true.
Many people know about Chen Mo collecting trash on campus. If you don't believe me, just ask any student at Nanyang University.
Wei Jiqi replied with unwavering conviction.
Haha, I believe you. Ma Tianchi couldn't help but burst out laughing.
He never imagined he'd actually backfire on himself. This Chen Mo really was a trash collector.
Upon seeing Wei Jiqi, Chen Mo froze in place.
He'd assumed that among all the people present, only Luo Qiu recognized him. So revealing his identity to let Li Juncheng teach Ma Tianchi a lesson shouldn't have had much impact on his life.
But Chen Mo never imagined Wei Jiqi would step forward at this moment.
Her appearance instantly threw all of Chen Mo's plans into disarray.
If Wei Jiqi discovered his true identity, it meant Meng Liang and Lu Rui would inevitably find out too. That would only make things far more complicated. Young Master Chen, have you run into some trouble? Li Juncheng asked softly on the other end of the line. Nothing to worry about. Chen Mo replied indifferently before hanging up the phone. With Wei Jiqi present, Chen Mo didn't want to expose his identity, so he certainly couldn't let Li Juncheng come over. He'd have to handle today's situation on his own. Seeing Chen Mo put away his phone, everyone assumed he'd been exposed by Wei Jiqi and had simply stopped pretending. This only reinforced their belief that Wei Jiqi's words were true. Sorry to disappoint you, but I never imagined you were actually a garbage collector. Ma Tianchi stepped forward, sneering coldly at Chen Mo.
Chen Mo narrowed his eyes at Ma Tianchi, saying nothing.
Since you're a garbage collector, Luo Qiu would never be with someone like you. So you're definitely not her boyfriend, right? Ma Tianchi pressed on. Ma Tianchi, who told you I wouldn't date a garbage collector? Luo Qiu shouted at Ma Tianchi. Enough, Luo Qiu. Stop putting on a show in front of me. Just tell the truth, how could you possibly like such a loser? Ma Tianchi said indifferently. Sorry, but maybe Luo Qiu just likes a loser like me.
Just then, Chen Mo suddenly spoke up, his voice cutting through the air. He reached out and wrapped his arm around Luo Qiu's slender, supple waist, pulling her into his embrace. The crowd erupted in a roar of astonishment, eyes wide and mouths agape.
Chapter 185. Doesn't it hurt to hit a worthless trash collector? After witnessing Chen Mo embrace Luo Qiu, the expressions on everyone's faces were utterly incredulous. They reasoned that if Chen Mo was merely a fake boyfriend Luo Qiu had casually brought along, he certainly shouldn't have made such an intimate move toward her. But no one expected Chen Mo to simply embrace Luo Qiu. Even Luo Qiu herself hadn't anticipated Chen Mo having such audacity. Wei Jiqi stared wide-eyed at Chen Mo and Luo Qiu, utterly at a loss for words to describe her current emotions. Could this Chen Mo really be Luo Qiu's boyfriend? Wei Jiqi blurted out, her words stumbling over each other. Chen Mo's actions were meant to provoke Ma Tian. Besides, Luo Qiu had just admitted herself that Chen Mo was her boyfriend, intending to use him as a shield. Chen Mo figured that even if he did something outrageous now, Luo Qiu probably wouldn't resist. C-cup bust, long legs, an angelic face, a devilish figure, and that innate aloof aura. How many men dream of holding such a woman in their arms? And now, Chen Mo held Luo Qiu's perfect, delicate body close. A faint, subtle fragrance drifted into his nostrils. He had first encountered this scent when he first met Luo Qiu, and now it was even more pronounced. Perhaps due to their position, Chen Mo held Luo Qiu from behind. Combined with the crop top she wore today, his right hand naturally rested on her flat, smooth abdomen, a sensation of pure comfort. After being embraced by Chen Mo, Luo Qiu's delicate body trembled slightly. She murmured softly, "Who said you can hold me? Let's play the part to the end." Chen Mo replied indifferently. "You?" Luo Qiu was momentarily speechless. After all, things had already reached this point, and she dared not ask Chen Mo to let go. "Ma Tianchi, Luo Qiu is my girlfriend. Even if I'm a trash collector, even if I'm a good-for-nothing, she still loves me. So from this moment on, I want you to stop bothering her. Got it?" Chen Mo shouted at Ma Tianchi with an arrogant tone. "Impossible. Luo Qiu would never be with someone like you." Ma Tianchi shouted back, his eyes red and his expression wildly agitated. He couldn't accept this reality. He couldn't accept that Luo Qiu would rather be with a trash-picking, penniless bum than with him. "Ma Tianchi, I've told you countless times Chen Mo is my boyfriend. Whether I'm with him or not is my business, not yours." Luo Qiu seized the moment to retort coldly, then turned to Chen Mo and said, "Chen Mo, let's go. I'll make you dinner at my place." "All right." Chen Mo nodded lightly, then turned to follow Luo Qiu out. After hearing Luo Qiu and Chen Mo's exchange, the expressions on everyone's faces seemed even more incredulous. They could tell that Chen Mo was apparently already living with Luo Qiu. What on earth is going on here? Wei Jiqi was utterly dumbfounded at this point, standing frozen in place, unable to describe the turmoil within her. "Stop right there." Just then, Ma Tianchi suddenly shouted at Chen Mo. "Is there something else?" Chen Mo turned to glance at Ma Tianchi, asking in a flat tone. "Break up with Luo Qiu right now, or I'll make you regret it for the rest of your life." Ma Tianchi snarled at Chen Mo, his eyes red with fury. "If I don't break up with her, what can you do to me?" Chen Mo countered softly. "You." A flash of fury crossed Ma Tianchu's eyes. He'd never faced such a situation in his life, so after a moment's hesitation, he charged straight toward Chen Mo. Thud. Seeing Ma Tianchu prepare to strike, Chen Mo didn't hesitate. He swung his leg up and delivered a direct kick to Ma Tianchu's midsection. Ma Tianchu stumbled backward 2 steps after taking the brutal kick, crashing down onto the floor with a thud. Earlier that day in the girls' dorm, Chen Mo had been pinned to the ground by a woman weighing over 200 pounds. The humiliation had gnawed at him ever since. After all, she was incredibly heavy, and Chen Mo had only ever fought one woman in his life, Gao Feifei. He felt awkward about getting physical with women. But being unable to defeat that girl didn't mean Chen Mo couldn't handle Ma Tianchu. Chen Mo had trained his body since childhood and, before inheriting his fortune, had always done physical labor. His physical condition was naturally far superior to that of the average person. Ma Tianchu was merely a wealthy playboy worn down by drink and women. It was only natural that Chen Mo could kick him flying with a single blow. Upon witnessing this scene, everyone's faces fell with astonishment. Who could have imagined Chen Mo would dare lay a hand on Ma Tianchu? He was the young master of the Ma family of Nanyang City. Chen Mo, why did you hit him? Luoqiu watched Chen Mo's actions, a hint of exasperation flickering in her beautiful eyes. She knew Ma Tianchu's background and feared he would retaliate against Chen Mo. He attacked me first. Chen Mo replied indifferently, then continued walking forward. You filthy ragpicker. How dare you hit me? You think I won't slaughter your entire family? Ma Tianchu sat on the ground, screaming at the top of his lungs with a look of fury on his face. Kill my entire family? Upon hearing Ma Tian's words, Chen Mo abruptly halted his steps, then repeated Ma Tian's statement slowly and deliberately, emphasizing each syllable. The aura surrounding Chen Mo shifted dramatically. Everyone has certain things deep within their hearts that no one else can touch. Chen Mo was no exception. Even in his most destitute days, he could abandon his dignity, but he would never tolerate anyone insulting his family. Having lost his parents at a young age, family had always been Chen Mo's most vulnerable spot. Sorry, I have no family. You won't get that chance. Chen Mo stared at Ma Tianchu, his expression unreadable, before turning on his heel and striding past him. Chen Mo, where are you going? Luoqiu saw Chen Mo about to leave and hurriedly reached out to grab his arm. Let go of me. Chen Mo shook Luoqiu off and strode up to Ma Tianchu. You, what are you doing? Ma Tianchu was utterly dumbfounded. He never imagined that just one remark from him would bring Chen Mo back. What do I want? Chen Mo couldn't help but let out a cold laugh before saying indifferently, I want you to know whether it hurts when a worthless trash collector hits you. Chapter 186, Support Me? Outside the Spades Bar. After hearing Chen Mo's words, Ma Tianchu froze momentarily, a flicker of confusion crossing his eyes. Chen Mo gave Ma Tianchu no chance to react. He picked up a broken bottle from the ground and, without hesitation, swung it straight at Ma Tianchu's head. Crash! A deafening crash. The bottle shattered on Ma Tianchu's skull. Blood trickled slowly down Ma Tianchu's head. Everyone present froze in place, their expressions filled with utter disbelief. Who could have imagined that Chen Mo, who had seemed utterly weak moments before, would now appear like a completely different person? Without a word, he simply attacked. Truthfully, Ma Tianchu was unlucky. The usual Chen Mo would never have acted so impulsively. Even if provoked, Chen Mo wouldn't resort to violence himself. But today, his mood was already sour. And when Ma Tianchu brought up Chen Mo's family, Chen Mo's anger flared up instantly. He had originally planned to use Li Juncheng's connections to deal with Ma Tianchu, but Chen Mo hadn't expected Wei Jueqi to be here. With Wei Jueqi present, Chen Mo couldn't reveal his identity. Since that wasn't an option, he had no choice but to resort to the simplest, most brutal method to resolve today's situation. Chen Mo, have you lost your mind? Luoqiu was the first to react. She never imagined Chen Mo would act so impulsively. She'd always thought he had a pretty good temper. It's over. Chen Mo was dead meat today. He actually hit Ma Tianchu? Isn't that just asking for trouble? Wei Jueqi shouted in shock once she grasped the situation. You dare hit me? You must be tired of living. Ma Tianchu wiped the blood from his face and bellowed at the top of his lungs. Chen Mo gave Ma Tianchu a cold stare, then without hesitation, delivered a brutal kick straight to Ma Tianchu's gut. Ma Tianchu, who had just gotten back up, crashed back to the ground. Chen Mo straddled him, picked up a shard of broken beer bottle from the floor, pinched it between his middle and index fingers, and slammed it hard into Ma Tianchu's open mouth. Thud! 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 Chen Mo delivered 5 or 6 punches to Ma Tianchu's jaw in rapid succession. With each blow, Ma Tianchu's head bounced up and down like a rubber ball, the scene brutally bloody. Tell me, does it hurt when a scrap collector hits you? Chen Mo shouted at Ma Tianchu, his eyes wide and expressionless. It hurts, stop hitting me. By now, Ma Tianchu's mouth was filled with blood. Dodging Chen Mo's fists, he screamed back at the top of his lungs. His demeanor clearly showed he was genuinely terrified by Chen Mo's assault. Chen Mo, stop hitting him. Let go now. Luo Qiu snapped out of it and quickly grabbed Chen Mo, pulling him off Ma Tianchi.
Even after being pulled away by Luo Qiu, Chen Mo seemed unwilling to give up, lunging toward Ma Tianchi once more.
But Ma Tianchi stood up abruptly and sprinted off into the distance. Today, Chen Mo was genuinely furious.
The main reason was that he'd been bottling up frustration lately, compounded by Ma Tianchi bringing up his family.
Though Chen Mo usually kept a low profile, that didn't mean anyone could bully him now. What kind of rich kid was he if he couldn't even handle a jerk like Ma Tianchi? What was the point of being a rich kid then? You little punk, you dare hit me? Fine, just you wait. If I don't kill you, I'll change my surname. Blood gushed from Ma Tianchi's split lip, yet he still couldn't resist putting on airs.
After sprinting to a spot he thought Chen Mo couldn't reach, he bellowed at him.
If you're not satisfied, let's settle this. Chen Mo narrowed his eyes and replied coldly. I'm getting reinforcements. You just wait. Ma Tianchi glared back before yanking open the Lamborghini door. From start to finish, Ma Tianchi vanished in under 5 seconds.
It had to be said, the sports car's speed was truly astonishing.
The onlookers, seeing Ma Tianchi drive off, were all dumbfounded, staring blankly at Chen Mo. Who could have imagined today's incident would escalate to this point? Chen Mo must be out of his mind punching Ma Tianchi over Luo Qiu? What was he thinking? Wei Juqi muttered in disbelief as she watched Chen Mo.
At this point, not a single person present doubted the relationship between Chen Mo and Luo Qiu. They believed Chen Mo's impulsive attack on Ma Tianchi today must stem from Luo Qiu being his boyfriend, otherwise, he'd never have done such a thing. Yet many now silently pitted Chen Mo, convinced that by antagonizing Ma Tianchi today, he was setting himself up for trouble down the road.
Chen Mo, are you okay? Luo Qiu rushed over to Chen Mo, her voice filled with concern. I'm fine. Chen Mo replied indifferently. Glad to hear it.
We should get moving quickly, or else Ma Tianchi might really call for backup soon, and you'll be in trouble.
Luo Qiu urged softly, watching Chen Mo. Hearing this, Chen Mo couldn't help but glance at Wei Juqi in the crowd before murmuring, alright, let's go.
If Wei Juqi hadn't been here today, Chen Mo might have called Li Juncheng and Du Tianhao, then waited for Ma Tianchi to arrive. But with Wei Juqi present, Chen Mo didn't want to expose his identity, so he agreed to leave with Luo Qiu.
Moments later, Chen Mo and Luo Qiu climbed into the Mercedes-Benz and vanished from everyone's sight. Chen Mo is actually Luo Qiu's boyfriend? How could Luo Qiu possibly like someone like Chen Mo? Watching Chen Mo and Luo Qiu get into the car together, Wei Juqi's expression seemed even more shocked.
One was a goddess with millions of fans and countless admirers, while the other was a penniless bum scraping by on scavenging trash. Wei Juqi simply couldn't fathom how these two could be connected. Did the poor guy really pull off a Cinderella story with the rich beauty? Wei Juqi hesitated for 2 seconds before stammering out her astonished exclamation. Meanwhile, after Chen Mo and Luo Qiu drove off. Since Chen Mo wasn't injured and Luo Qiu had been drinking, he voluntarily took the driver's seat. Seated in the passenger seat, Luo Qiu appraised Chen Mo with her beautiful eyes for a moment before smiling brightly. Little Chen Mo, I never expected you to be so manly. You actually dared to punch Ma Tianchi, that rich second-generation brat, just for me. Chen Mo couldn't help but glance at Luo Qiu. What she didn't know was that his actions today hadn't been for her sake at all, but because of the words Ma Tianchi had hurled at him. You really moved me today, little Chen Mo. Why not stop pretending to be my boyfriend and just become my real boyfriend? I'm rich and don't mind your poverty, I'll just treat you like my kept man. Luo Qiu said to Chen Mo with a half smile. Keep me? Upon hearing those 3 words, Chen Mo froze in place. Chapter 187, What Do I Want? Inside the Mercedes. The enchantingly seductive Luo Qiu sat in the passenger seat, gently turning to face Chen Mo. So, what do you say? I hear your circumstances haven't been great lately. How about letting your big sister take care of you? Chen Mo couldn't help but glance at Luo Qiu. Beneath her miniskirt, a pair of fair, delicate legs stretched out, tantalizingly close yet just out of reach. Aren't you into women? Chen Mo swallowed hard, staring at Luo Qiu's legs. He deliberately lifted his head. He genuinely feared he might lose control and start bleeding if he didn't. Are you genuinely clueless or just playing dumb? Even Ma Tianchi knows I only claim to be defend-off suitors. My sexual orientation is perfectly normal. Luo Qiu replied indifferently. Oh, okay. Chen Mo nodded lightly, saying nothing more. So, what do you think about that offer I made earlier about me supporting you financially? Luo Qiu batted her big, watery eyes and asked in a sweet voice. Forget it. Chen Mo said indifferently. Why not? A flicker of surprise crossed Luo Qiu's beautiful eyes at his response. She looked at him and exclaimed, Sis, am I not pretty enough? Or is my figure not sexy enough? Or are you worried I won't give you enough money? Neither. Chen Mo shook his head gently. Then this is strange. So many men adore me, and now I'm offering to support you, yet you refuse me? Could it be, you're not a man? Luo Qiu spoke while scrutinizing Chen Mo with her large eyes. I already have a fiancée, and she's prettier than you. Chen Mo said indifferently.
You already have a fiancée? And she's prettier than me? Luo Qiu gasped at his words, her expression utterly incredulous. Yes. Chen Mo nodded lightly. Impossible. How could your fiancée be prettier than me? Who else would like you besides me? Luo Qiu shot Chen Mo a sidelong glance and said in a coquettish tone. Chen Mo was instantly speechless. Did Luo Qiu really think he was incapable of finding a girlfriend? Ring ring. Just then, Luo Qiu's phone suddenly rang. Hello, Xiaoli? Why are you calling me? Luo Qiu paused before answering softly. Luo Qiu, I heard your boyfriend beat up Ma Tianchi. Is that true? The girl on the other end asked urgently. Hearing this, Luo Qiu couldn't help but glance at Chen Mo before softly replying, yeah, it happened. What's the matter? Has your boyfriend lost his mind? I just got word that Ma Tianhao has hired a bunch of thugs to get revenge on him. You better figure something out fast. If Ma Tianchi's men find your boyfriend, he'll be in for a world of trouble. I understand. Luo Qiu paused for a moment before softly replying. Wait, aren't you? When did you get a boyfriend? The girl realized something and asked in confusion. I'll explain that to you when I get a chance. Right now, I need to figure something out. Luo Qiu had no energy for small talk right now. After hanging up, she let out a soft sigh. Earlier, Luo Qiu had been teasing Chen Mo, completely forgetting about Ma Tianchi. If not for the girl's call reminding her, she truly wouldn't have remembered. Luo Qiu's expression turned grave. She knew exactly what kind of rich second-generation brat Ma Tianchi was. Chen Mo was just a poor student no match for someone like him. So she picked up her phone and started calling her connections in the underworld, hoping to find someone who could pull strings to settle things with Ma Tianchi. After all, Chen Mo had done this for her today. Luo Qiu wasn't about to stand by and watch him get into trouble. What's wrong? Chen Mo turned to ask Luo Qiu. What else could it be? Ma Tianchi is planning to retaliate against you. You're dead meat, I'm telling you. Luo Qiu gritted her teeth and muttered under her breath before dialing a number. Xiuqiu, what brings you to call me? A middle-aged man's voice came through the phone almost immediately. Brother Jiu, my friend got into a little trouble with someone. Could you help sort it out for me? Luo Qiu asked with a smile. You called me personally? Of course I'll help with something this small. Who's the other party? I'll look into the situation for you. Brother Nine inquired cheerfully. Do you know Ma Tianchi? Luo Qiu hesitated before asking. After hearing the name Ma Tianchi, Brother Nine fell silent for 2 seconds before murmuring, Xiao Qiu, so the person who beat up young Master Ma at the Spades bar today was your friend? Yes. Luo Qiu nodded softly. Xiao Qiu, it's not that I don't want to help you, but I'm just a small-time thug. Ma Tianchi is a notorious rich kid in Nanyang City. I can't afford to mess with someone like him. Brother Nine said helplessly. All right then. After grasping Brother Nine's meaning, Luo Qiu replied indifferently before hanging up. She immediately began calling others. After several calls, Luo Qiu felt utterly hopeless. The news she got from her friends was that Ma Tianchi was furious right now, and no one could intercede for Chen Mo. Ugh. Luo Qiu tossed her phone aside in despair, then turned to Chen Mo. What were you thinking? I only asked you to pretend to be my boyfriend. Why did you have to hit Ma Tianchi? Now look what you've done. I'll see how you get out of this mess. Don't worry. In a few days, Ma Tianchi will be picking up trash. Chen Mo replied indifferently. You think just because you tell Ma Tianchi to pick up trash, he'll do it? Who do you think you are? Luo Qiu thought Chen Mo was joking with her and shouted, eyes wide. How about we make a bet? Chen Mo asked Luo Qiu with a smile. A bet? Luo Qiu froze for a moment, then replied with utter exasperation, Bro, what the hell is wrong with you? It's not the time for bets. Ma Tianchi is already searching the entire city of Nanyang for you. If he finds you, you won't even know how you died. Are you in or out? Chen Mo didn't give Ma Tianchi a second thought. One-on-one, Ma Tianchi wasn't his match. But if he pulled strings through his connections in the underworld, Ma Tianchi would lose even more miserably. What do you want to bet on? Luo Qiu asked listlessly while flipping through her phone contacts to find backup for Chen Mo. Bet on whether Ma Tianchi will scavenge for trash within 3 days. Chen Mo said casually. Fine. If Ma Tianchi doesn't start scavenging within 3 days, what do you owe me? Luo Qiu replied softly. What do you want? Chen Mo asked. What do I want? Luo Qiu dropped her phone at the question and looked at Chen Mo with keen interest. Chapter 188, that's a bit too obvious. After noticing Luo Qiu's persistent stare, Chen Mo's expression turned slightly awkward. He couldn't help but whisper, Why are you looking at me like that? Nothing, Luo Qiu replied. Didn't you just say you wanted to make a bet with me? Luo Qiu propped her cheek on her hand, her tone seductive as she replied. So, have you decided what we're betting on? Chen Mo asked, looking at Luo Qiu. If Ma Tianchi doesn't go pick up trash within 3 days, I win. You have to agree to be my boyfriend. How about it?
Luo Qiu narrowed her beautiful eyes, smiling as she asked.
Be your boyfriend? Chen Mo was instantly speechless upon hearing this.
Logically speaking, a stunning beauty like Luo Qiu should have no shortage of admirers.
Chen Mo simply couldn't fathom why she was so determined to make him her boyfriend. Could it be that Luo Qiu knows my true identity? Chen Mo couldn't help but wonder inwardly.
But he quickly dismissed the thought. After all, the panic she'd shown when she learned Ma Tianhao was about to attack him couldn't have been feigned. If she really knew his true identity, she wouldn't have to worry about such things at all.
So, are you still up for the bet? Luo Qiu asked Chen Mo with a smile. I already told you I have a fiancée. Chen Mo replied indifferently. Having a fiancée doesn't matter. You could break up with her and be with me.
Luo Qiu said with perfect naturalness.
No, I just don't get it. You have so many men chasing after you. Pick any one of them, they're better looking and richer than me. Why would you choose to be with me? Chen Mo asked Luo Qiu, his voice filled with confusion. There's no reason. I just want to be with you. Is that not okay? Luo Qiu pouted. Chen Mo was instantly speechless upon hearing this. Are you going to bet or not? Luo Qiu seemed to be getting impatient as she called out to Chen Mo.
Chen Mo hesitated for a moment, then nodded decisively.
Of course I'll bet. Why wouldn't I? After all, Chen Mo felt he couldn't lose, so he agreed. All right then. Even though you can't possibly win, we should still set the terms beforehand. Just in case you do win, what would you want me to give you? Luo Qiu smiled happily upon hearing Chen Mo's agreement and asked softly. Today you helped me find the person who framed me, and I promise to do one favor for you. If I win this bet, that favor is off the table. How does that sound? Chen Mo believed Luo Qiu was capable of anything, so he wanted to reclaim the favor he'd previously promised her. Deal. Luo Qiu didn't waste any words, simply nodding her head. Chen Mo glanced at Luo Qiu. He knew full well that getting Ma Tianhao to pick up trash would be as easy as saying the words there was no way he could lose. Luo Qiu shared the same certainty. Ma Tianhao was the Ma family's young master. The Ma family's fixed assets in Nanyang City alone approached 100 million yuan. Even if the Ma family truly went bankrupt, Ma Tianhao would never stoop to picking up trash. She, too, was utterly convinced she couldn't lose. Meanwhile, outside Nanyang City's Golden Saint Casino, Gao Feifei and Su Jiao emerged from the casino. Gao Feifei wore an expression of pure smugness, a satisfied smile permanently fixed on her lips. Ever since receiving 10 million yuan from Chen Mo, Gao Feifei had been itching to find a place to splurge. After all, she had gone from an ordinary person to a millionaire overnight and naturally wanted to experience the life of the wealthy. So, following Su Jiao's suggestion, Gao Feifei had come to Nanyang City's most famous casino, the Golden Saint Casino. This casino was indeed a place only the truly wealthy dared to frequent. The entrance fee alone cost 20,000 yuan, but for Gao Feifei now, 20,000 yuan was practically nothing. Upon first entering the casino, Gao Feifei felt a bit nervous. She exchanged only 50,000 yuan worth of chips and then sought out the blackjack table she had played with Li Kai during their previous casino visits. Once seated, Gao Feifei played cautiously, betting small amounts. After all, she had no intention of actually winning money. Her true purpose was to experience the casino firsthand and snap a few glamorous selfies to post on her social media, letting everyone know that Gao Feifei had visited Golden Saint. But what Gao Feifei hadn't anticipated was that her luck today was nothing short of extraordinary. In the blink of an eye, her 50,000 yuan in chips had ballooned to 200,000 yuan, drawing the attention of countless people. Gao Feifei seemed to relish the envious stares, growing bolder as her bets steadily increased. Su Jiao sat beside Gao Feifei the entire time, watching her with pure envy. In less than 3 hours, Gao Feifei had won over 1 million yuan. To the average person, that figure was astronomical, yet Gao Feifei had won it with such ease, something the old her would never have dared to imagine. Zhao Jiao, this place you recommended is so much fun. I won 1 million in one go today. If this were before, I don't think I could have won that much money in my entire life. Gao Feifei turned and beamed at Su Jiao. Yeah, Feifei, you're just so incredibly lucky. Su Jiao said with an envious look. Honestly, I don't think it's about luck. It's mainly because I have money now, so I'm bolder. And when you're bold, you naturally win money. Like you, with only 100,000 yuan in your hands, you play timidly and hesitantly, so of course you won't win anything. Gao Feifei shared her winning strategy with Su Jiao in simple terms. That makes sense. Su Jiao nodded lightly before continuing, but Feifei, I think we should really cut back on coming to places like this. Besides, you've already won over 1 million today, you've got enough money to last you a long time. Oh, come on, why are you so timid? I feel like my luck has been amazing lately, this is heaven's chance for me. I'm planning to come back tomorrow. Gao Feifei looked at Su Jiao as she spoke. But what if you lose? Su Jiao asked. Don't worry, I won't lose. I'll just use the million I won today as my stake. If I lose it all, I'll never set foot in this place again. But if I win, I plan to win 10 million and then quit. Gao Feifei said with a smile. That's true. Even if you lose this million, Feifei, you won't lose anything. You're just too clever. Su Jiao realized and quickly added. Well, if I weren't smart, how else could I have gotten 10 million from that little cutie Chen Mo?
Gao Feifei retorted with a smug tone, then hailed a taxi to head back to school.
Meanwhile, Chen Mo drove Luo Qiu to the entrance of her residential complex. I'm heading back now.
After getting out of the car, Chen Mo said softly to Luo Qiu.
Aren't you coming over to my place for a bit? Luo Qiu hurriedly asked as she saw Chen Mo about to leave. Nah, I'm a bit tired today. I want to get home and rest early. Chen Mo spoke while preparing to hail a cab. If you want to rest, you can come to my place. Or better yet, why not stay over tonight? You can sleep at my place.
Luo Qiu reached out and tugged at Chen Mo's sleeve, calling out softly to him.
Upon hearing Luo Qiu's words, Chen Mo froze instantly.
If any other girl had suggested he stay at her place, Chen Mo might not have given it a second thought.
But Luo Qiu was different. Earlier in the car, she'd mentioned wanting to support him financially.
Then she'd bet him to be her boyfriend. Now she was actively inviting him to stay at her place.
Wasn't this hint a bit too obvious? Chen Mo couldn't fathom what kind of romantic luck had befallen him lately that he'd caught the eye of Luo Qiu, an internet celebrity with millions of followers. Chapter 189, The Rich Have So Many Temptations. At the entrance of Luo Qiu's residential complex. After hearing Luo Qiu invite him upstairs, Chen Mo's eyes flickered with a hint of unease. Ever since the incident with Lin Xiushui last time, Chen Mo no longer dared to casually follow women home. A young man must always protect himself when out in the world. Luo Qiu seemed to notice the unease in his eyes and said with a smile, Chen Mo, what are you standing there for? Come on up with me. It's so late. Wouldn't it be a bit inappropriate for a man and a woman to go upstairs together? Chen Mo murmured softly. What's appropriate or not? Are you afraid I'll eat you or something? Luo Qiu gave an exasperated smile. Haven't you always wanted me to be your boyfriend? Chen Mo replied helplessly. Upon hearing those words, Luo Qiu froze for a moment before suddenly crouching down and bursting into laughter. What are you laughing at? Chen Mo asked Luo Qiu with a puzzled expression. Ha! You're just too funny, you're killing me. All that stuff I said in the car earlier was just joking around. You didn't think I actually had a thing for you, did you? Who do you think I am? I've got plenty of guys chasing after me. Why would I go after a penniless, ugly loser like you? Luo Qiu pointed at Chen Mo, laughing hysterically. If you don't fancy me, then why did you let me stay at your place? I'll just go home then. Chen Mo felt a surge of anger at Luo Qiu's words and, without a second thought, turned and strode toward the roadside. You're mad? Luo Qiu noticed the change in Chen Mo's expression and called out urgently. No, I'm just tired and want to get back early. Chen Mo called back without turning his head. Chen Mo, I invited you to my place because I'm worried you might run into Ma Tianchu's men on the way. Don't forget, Ma Tianchu is searching all over Nanyang City for you right now. If he catches you, you'll die a horrible death. He can't do anything to me. Chen Mo replied indifferently. Are you out of your mind? There are so many of them, how could you possibly fight them off? Anyway, today's trouble started because of me. I don't want to see anything happen to you. So please, don't go. Stay at my place tonight. Luo Qiu's wide, watery eyes widened as she pleaded when she saw Chen Mo was truly leaving. Hearing Luo Qiu's words, a flicker of hesitation crossed Chen Mo's eyes. Suddenly, he realized there was some truth to what she'd said. Ma Tianchu had been beaten badly by him earlier, and he knew Chen Mo was leaving with Luo Qiu. If Ma Tianchu really sent people to ambush him on the road or outside his home, Chen Mo would be in danger alone. Besides, it was getting late, and Chen Mo didn't want to trouble Du Tianhao and the others to come protect him. Therefore, staying at Luo Qiu's place for the night would indeed minimize unnecessary trouble. Alright then. Since you don't have any issues with me, I'll stay at your place tonight. Chen Mo called back over his shoulder to Luo Qiu. Put. Luo Qiu couldn't help but roll her eyes at Chen Mo's words. She pouted and said, you have no idea how many guys are fighting over a chance to talk to me. And here you are, acting all reluctant when I'm offering to let you stay at my place. Who do you think you are? Chen Mo gave an awkward chuckle at her words, then followed Luo Qiu into the residential complex. 10 minutes later, Chen Mo arrived at Luo Qiu's home. Her place wasn't particularly large, a standard 2-bedroom, 1 living room layout. Though compact, the interior was warmly decorated, giving off a cozy and clean vibe. Did you rent or buy this place? Chen Mo asked softly after sitting down on the sofa. I bought this place. It has 2 bedrooms, you can stay in the guest room tonight. Luo Qiu replied casually. Alright. Chen Mo nodded lightly, just about to get up to check out the guest bedroom, when Luo Qiu suddenly reached out and unbuttoned her own shirt, as if preparing to take it off. What are you doing? Chen Mo was startled by Luo Qiu's sudden action and stammered out a warning. Taking off my clothes, what else could I be doing? Luo Qiu replied indifferently before stripping off her shirt. Chen Mo instinctively closed his eyes. Seeing his reaction, Luo Qiu couldn't help but chuckle softly. Chen Mo, you're so funny. Open your eyes, I'm wearing something underneath.
Chen Mo froze instinctively at her words before slowly opening his eyes. He saw Luo Qiu wasn't lying. She wore a white spaghetti strap tank top that revealed her sensual upper body and fair skin. Her breasts seemed poised to spill out, while her slender waist looked exceptionally alluring against the tank top.
Whoa! Chen Mo couldn't help but inhale sharply.
He tried desperately not to look at Luo Qiu, but it was impossible. This woman was simply too tempting. Her body seemed to possess some kind of magical allure, drawing his gaze irresistibly.
Well, do you think my figure is better than your fiancée's?
Seeing Chen Mo's reaction, Luo Qiu's smile seemed to grow even brighter as she asked softly.
No, not as good as my fiancée's. Chen Mo shook his head without hesitation. Put.
Luo Qiu couldn't help but roll her eyes at Chen Mo before murmuring softly, "Stay here for a bit.
I'm going to take a shower." With that, before Chen Mo could react, Luo Qiu turned and walked into the bathroom. Shower?
Chen Mo sat frozen for a moment before suddenly recalling how Lin Xiushui had brought him home using this exact tactic, first luring him upstairs, then taking a shower. If she came out freshly bathed, she'd probably slip into something sexy to tempt him. It wasn't that Chen Mo was overly sensitive, it was mainly that Luo Qiu was simply too tempting. Chen Mo himself didn't want to betray Su Mubai, which was why he was now so suspicious. Most importantly, everything Luo Qiu had done today mirrored Lin Xiushui's actions perfectly. It was the exact same playbook. The temptations of the wealthy are just too much.
I should leave now.
After sitting on the sofa for over 10 minutes, Chen Mo hesitated before preparing to leave. He felt that if he stayed any longer, something bad was bound to happen. But just as he stood up, the bathroom door suddenly swung open. When Chen Mo saw Luo Qiu emerge from the bathroom, he froze instantly, his expression one of utter astonishment. Not only had Luo Qiu finished showering, but she had also changed into a brand new outfit.
Luo Qiu wore a black strapless dress made of heavy, draping fabric.
The high side slit revealed her long, fair legs, while her full, pert buttocks traced a seductively alluring curve. She looked utterly captivating, radiating irresistible charm.
Chen Mo sucked in a sharp breath, unable to suppress the thought, what on earth is Luo Qiu up to? Is she really trying to seduce me? Chen Mo couldn't figure it out. If Luo Qiu wasn't trying to seduce him, then why was she wearing such a provocative outfit in his home in the middle of the night? Chapter 190, Really Not Going to Give It a Try? Part 1. In the female dormitory of Nanyang City Conservatory of Music.
Mingmei sat before her vanity mirror, removing her makeup in a pink pajama set.
Mimi.
Just then, Wei Juqi burst into the dorm room and shouted.
Mingmei turned around at the sound of Wei Juqi's voice, looking puzzled. Juqi, what's gotten into you? I guess who I ran into at Spade's bar today?
Wei Juqi rushed over to Mingmei, panting as she spoke.
Who? Mingmei asked, momentarily stunned. I ran into that stinking beggar Chen Mo at Spade's bar. And now I finally understand why he rejected you when you confessed to him back then. Wei Juqi exclaimed loudly. Back then, Mingmei had confessed to Chen Mo in the Yashenjiwan cafeteria at Nanyang University, only to be rejected. To prevent Wei Juqi from discovering Chen Mo's true identity, Mingmei had made up an excuse claiming she wanted to use Chen Mo to make her suitor Zhou Zhi give up on her. Chen Mo? Mingmei perked up instantly at the name, turning to Wei Juqi and asking, why did Chen Mo reject me?
Chen Mo does have a girlfriend and she's Luo Qiu, that super popular female internet celebrity at Nanyang University.
Who? Mingmei's heartbeat visibly quickened at Wei Juqi's words. She never imagined that after just a few days of not reaching out to Chen Mo, someone had already beaten her to the punch, and the woman who snatched Chen Mo away was none other than the internet celebrity Luo Qiu. The super popular Luo Qiu, you know, the one everyone's been talking about lately. Wei Juqi murmured a reply before continuing, I never imagined Chen Mo could be so formidable, actually ending up with a woman like Luo Qiu.
If I hadn't seen him risk offending someone like Ma Tianhao for her sake, I'd never have believed they'd be together.
It's over.
Mingmei glanced at Wei Juqi beside her and cried out in despair.
What's over?
Wei Juqi asked, puzzled.
And nothing. Mingmei murmured, biting her lip.
She was already filled with regret. If she had known things would turn out like this, she should have pursued Chen Mo more earnestly.
You mean Chen Mo is finished? He's definitely finished this time.
He's crossed someone like Ma Tianhao. Ma Tianhao won't let him off the hook. Wei Juqi said slowly.
Mingmei shot Wei Juqi a look that spoke volumes without words.
In Wei Juqi's eyes, Chen Mo might seem powerless against Ma Tianhao, but Mingmei knew perfectly well that someone like Ma Tianhao was no match for Chen Mo. Right now, only one thought occupied her mind: how could she possibly snatch Chen Mo back from Luo Qiu's grasp?
If it were any other girl, things might be easier. But unfortunately, her rival was Luo Qiu. In terms of looks, charm, and figure, Mingmei couldn't hold a candle to Luo Qiu.
She genuinely had no idea how to proceed.
Luo Qiu's residence.
The moment Chen Mo saw Luo Qiu emerge from the bathroom, he froze in place, his expression tense. It reminded him of the situation at Lin Xiushui's place. Lin Xiushui had lured him upstairs, then claimed she was going to take a shower. After bathing, she began seducing him. Last time, Chen Mo had barely managed to control himself. After all, whether it was Lin Xiaoshui or Luo Qiu, women like them were simply too sexy and beautiful. For a virgin like Chen Mo, they held an irresistible temptation. Yet a voice inside Chen Mo warned him, he absolutely must not do anything to betray Su Mubai. Last time, Chen Mo had been tempted by Lin Xiaoshui because he believed his marriage to Su Mubai was merely nominal. Even if he had slept with Lin Xiaoshui, he wouldn't have betrayed Su Mubai. But now the situation was different. Su Mubai had made herself perfectly clear to Chen Mo, she could try to gradually accept him. If she chose to marry Chen Mo, she would not fall for another man. Moreover, the inheritance contract contained explicit stipulations Chen Mo must make Su Mubai genuinely fall in love with him within 3 years. Chen Mo had fallen for Su Mubai the moment he saw her. It was only her aloof demeanor that had led him to believe their relationship was impossible. But now that Chen Mo saw hope in Su Mubai, he naturally poured all his emotions into this one woman. Though wealthy men often indulged in debauchery, Chen Mo remained fundamentally a traditional young man at heart. When Luo Qiu saw Chen Mo rise as if preparing to leave, she softly asked him, "Little Chen Mo, what are you doing? Getting ready to go?" "Well, I suddenly remembered something at home. I think I'd better head out first." Chen Mo replied, his tone tinged with nervousness. "Something at home?" Luo Qiu gave a faint smile, then sat down on the sofa and said cheerfully, "Little Chen Mo, are you worried that if you stay at my place, I might do something to you?" Hearing Luo Qiu's words, Chen Mo hesitated before speaking bluntly, "You're dressed like this? And you say you don't have feelings for me?" Luo Qiu couldn't help but glance up at Chen Mo, a flicker of something unusual passing through her beautiful eyes. "I've already told you I have a fiancée. I don't know why you're trying to seduce me, but I absolutely won't do anything to betray her." Chen Mo watched Luo Qiu declare this with righteous indignation before turning to leave. "Wait!" Luo Qiu cried out urgently when she saw Chen Mo actually starting to walk away. "You? Is there something else?" The more Chen Mo looked at Luo Qiu, the more dangerous she seemed. His mind was filled with only one thought, get out of here as quickly as possible. "Little Chen Mo, could you really bear to leave me all alone here?" Luo Qiu fixed her moist, expressive eyes on Chen Mo, feigning a pitifully vulnerable expression. "Lady, what exactly are you trying to do?" Chen Mo was utterly flustered by Luo Qiu's demeanor. "I don't want to do anything bad, you know? Come sit closer. Let's have a nice little chat." As she spoke, Luo Qiu reached out and gently patted the pair of sexy, smooth white legs beneath her long skirt. Chen Mo's expression grew even more speechless upon hearing this, especially when his gaze fell upon Luo Qiu's legs. His heartbeat suddenly quickened. Her legs were long and fair, perfectly proportioned, like white jade, utterly captivating. "I really have to go." Chen Mo replied in a low voice, gritting his teeth. "Sis, you're letting me take advantage of you, and you're still not happy? Hurry up and sit down, I'll tell you a story." Luo Qiu called out cheerfully to Chen Mo. "What kind of story? I'm not in the mood for stories right now." "Little Chen Mo, my legs are so white and soft, don't you really want to come up and feel them?" Luo Qiu continued to tempt Chen Mo with her seductive, alluring voice. Chapter 191, All Misunderstandings Second Update. Drunk on a beauty's lap, awake to rule the world. This might be every man's dream, and Chen Mo was no exception. Facing Luo Qiu, radiating irresistible charm and beauty, Chen Mo felt a surge of nervous excitement. He wasn't some saintly gentleman, he was just an ordinary college student who'd never been with a woman before. With a seductive beauty like Luo Qiu actively tempting him, any man would be stirred, Chen Mo included. Yet a voice in his mind kept warning him, "Stay calm. Nothing in this world comes that easily." The misunderstanding between Chen Mo and Su Mubai remained unresolved. If he were to get involved with Luo Qiu now and give her leverage over him, she could very well become the next Gao Feifei. Huff. Chen Mo took a deep breath, then asked Luo Qiu expressionlessly, "What's your purpose in doing this?" "Purpose?" Luo Qiu froze at the question, then blinked her large, watery eyes and said in a coquettish voice, "I don't have any purpose. I just wanted you to sit down so I could tell you a story. Is that not okay? You already know who I am, don't you? You're trying to seduce me so you can use me, right?" Chen Mo took a step forward, his expression intensely agitated as he shouted at Luo Qiu. If Luo Qiu didn't know his true identity, Chen Mo simply couldn't fathom why a woman like her would take an interest in a penniless, lowly nobody like him. If it was merely because he'd beaten up Ma Tianzhi for her today, that explanation fell flat. Therefore, Chen Mo was convinced Luo Qiu must have known his true identity to act this way. Gao Feifei's situation had already sounded a warning bell for Chen Mo. He would never make the same mistake twice. "Your status?" Luo Qiu froze at the question, then asked with a puzzled expression, "What identity? Forget what my background is. What was your real purpose in seducing me today? If you don't explain clearly, I'm leaving right now." Chen Mo shouted, his emotions running high. Luo Qiu gave him a faint glance, pursed her lips, and said, "How boring. Fine, big sister won't tease you anymore." With that, Luo Qiu stretched lazily and turned to head toward her bedroom. "What did you mean by that?"
Chen Mo was left utterly bewildered by Luo Qiu's response and hurriedly pressed her. Honestly, I never had any intention of seducing you. Earlier, I just found it amusing how flustered you were, so I played along. Who do you think you are? I, Luo Qiu, am not exactly lacking in suitors. Why would I go out of my way to seduce a trash-picking, penniless bum like you? Luo Qiu replied coolly. If you didn't want to seduce me, why did you bring me to your place? Chen Mo paused before asking. Didn't I already explain this to you? I brought you here because I was worried Ma Tianchu's people would find you. If anything happened to you, I'd feel terrible about it. Luo Qiu said indifferently while brushing her hair. Then why are you dressed so provocatively in the middle of the night? Chen Mo quickly voiced his second lingering question. Bro, I'm not dressed like this for your benefit. Seriously, how self-absorbed can you be? Luo Qiu couldn't help but give Chen Mo a disapproving look. There's only the two of us in this room. If it wasn't for me, then who was it for? Chen Mo declared with righteous indignation. Sigh. Luo Qiu shook her head gently, then said with resignation, I'm about to go live. Of course I need to dress up nicely for my stream. Live stream? Chen Mo froze upon hearing this. Yeah, I just signed with the seafood live streaming platform a few days ago. Where else do you think I got the money to buy a car and a house? Luo Qiu replied softly before striding into her bedroom. Chen Mo hesitated for a moment before following Luo Qiu inside. Luo Qiu's bedroom was beautifully decorated, predominantly in shades of pink curtains, pink bedspreads, pink carpets. A computer sat beside the bed, fully equipped with a webcam, sound card, and other accessories. Chen Mo recalled when Ruwashi's live streaming setup being quite similar to Luo Qiu's. Could it be that I really misunderstood? Luo Qiu dressed like this not for me, but for her live stream? Chen Mo's doubts began to stir within him. If Luo Qiu genuinely didn't know his identity, she had no reason to seduce him. Luo Qiu stood before the mirror, giving herself a quick once-over to ensure everything was in order. She then turned on her computer and addressed Chen Mo, when I go live, don't speak out of turn or appear in the camera frame. Otherwise, the viewers might get the wrong idea. Ah. Chen Mo nodded lightly. Seeing that Chen Mo understood her meaning, Luo Qiu opened the live streaming software for the seafood platform. Her image appeared on the computer screen. The moment the stream went live, a flood of viewers poured in, bombarding her with comments and greetings. Hey everyone. I was running late today because of some stuff at home. Hope you guys don't mind. Luo Qiu enthusiastically interacted with the viewers in the chat. No worries. Being late is a beauty's privilege. Exactly. We're happy to wait for our goddess Luo Qiu. The sycophantic fans in the chat room were now frantically sending messages. Chen Mo stood awkwardly to the side, his expression turning distinctly uncomfortable. It finally dawned on him that Luo Qiu hadn't dressed like this to seduce him at all. She genuinely intended to start streaming, which was why she'd gotten all dolled up. Everything today had been nothing but Chen Mo's overactive imagination. Watching Luo Qiu chat with her fans, Chen Mo felt utterly mortified. He had no idea how he'd face her once the stream ended. This whole situation was just too awkward. Why would someone as gorgeous as Luo Qiu go out of her way to seduce a penniless loser like him? In the blink of an eye, over an hour had passed. Chen Mo sat quietly in his chair, watching Luo Qiu stream. Her viewership was incredibly high, seemingly even higher than when Ruwashi's, and she received a flood of virtual gifts. After all, Luo Qiu already had tens of millions of followers on the Kuaishou short video app, so naturally she brought a significant amount of traffic with her to the seafood live streaming platform. Goddess Luo, the platform's Starlight PK competition has started. Shouldn't we go check out the excitement? Just then, a comment suddenly appeared in the chat stream. Luo Qiu paused upon seeing it, then softly said, sounds good. Let's go check out the Starlight PK contest. I'm actually participating in it today too, so this gives me time to prepare. See you later. Bye. With that, Luo Qiu promptly shut down her livestream. Truthfully, Luo Qiu wasn't particularly interested in the PK contest at all. She'd merely used it as an excuse to close her stream. I'm exhausted. Finally, I can rest. After closing the stream, Luo Qiu stretched lazily. Can't they hear you talking now? Chen Mo paused, then asked Luo Qiu softly. I've already closed the stream, so they can't hear me. But I'll probably be playing in a match later, so I'll need to open it again. Luo Qiu explained casually, then clicked her mouse a couple of times to enter the Starlight PK tournament livestream. The screen was split into two sections, a beautiful female streamer on the left and another beautiful female streamer on the right, both broadcasting simultaneously. But when Chen Mo saw the streamer on the right, he froze instantly, his expression turning astonished as he exclaimed, it's actually her. Chapter 192, PK begins third update. Chen Mo stared at the computer screen before him, his expression utterly incredulous. For the female streamer appearing on his screen was none other than his beautiful neighbor, Ruwashi. Chen Mo never imagined Ruwashi would also participate in the seafood live streaming platform's Starlight PK competition. With Chen Mo's recent busy schedule, he hadn't seen Ruwashi in quite some time and naturally hadn't visited her livestream room either.
Today, when Ruwashi looked exceptionally beautiful, dressed in a white t-shirt with light makeup on her face.
She seemed to be in a rather good mood. You know this streamer? Did you secretly send her gifts too? Luo Cho couldn't help but ask with a smile when she saw Chen Mo getting so excited. I guess you could say I know her. I've watched her streams. Chen Mo hesitated before answering softly. This streamer is one Ruwashi.
Not long ago, she was just a small-time streamer. But then this big spender named Sui Feng suddenly showed up in her stream room, instantly turning her into a major star. At her peak, her viewership even surpassed mine. Unfortunately, that big spender hasn't appeared in days, so her popularity has dropped significantly lately.
Luo Cho asked softly, turning to Chen Mo. I see. Chen Mo nodded slightly, saying nothing more. I know a little secret about one Ruwashi. Want to hear it? Luo Cho asked Chen Mo with a mysterious look. What secret? Chen Mo paused, taken aback. If you want to hear it, sit on my lap.
Luo Cho continued to tease Chen Mo, lightly patting her own pair of long, fair legs.
Truthfully, Luo Cho didn't genuinely fancy Chen Mo or want anything more with him. After all, deep down, she was a very traditional girl. She simply enjoyed seeing Chen Mo blush. Sis, could you stop messing with me? What secret do you want to tell me?
Chen Mo wasn't falling for it this time, replying with a hint of exasperation.
He.
Luo Cho chuckled delightedly at Chen Mo's reaction before saying casually, I heard from a friend that the big spender in one Ruwashi's livestream apparently tried to rape her. She caught him red-handed, called the police, and had him sent straight to the station.
He is still locked up now. This whole thing has totally tanked one Ruwashi's popularity. Who exactly told you this?
Chen Mo exclaimed, his voice tinged with agitation. The person one Ruwashi sent to the police station was Zhang Feng, that imposter pretending to be past memories.
The real past memories, Chen Mo, was sitting right here, perfectly fine. Everyone in the circle knows about this already. One Ruwashi hasn't denied it either. Why are you so worked up? Luo Cho retorted softly, pouting her lips. It's all nonsense. Chen Mo now clearly felt like he was being falsely accused of being a rapist, which only made him more agitated. What nonsense? Everyone in the circle knows about this.
I mean, since that rich guy showered one Ruwashi's livestream with so many gifts, even if she didn't want to sleep with him, she couldn't just call the cops, right?
What if he came out and retaliated against her?
Luo Cho said indifferently.
Chen Mo glanced at Luo Cho.
He intended to defend one Ruwashi, but then remembered Luo Cho didn't know he was the real past gone with the wind. Even if he explained, it wouldn't matter. Luo Cho probably wouldn't believe him anyway. But Luo Cho's words did give Chen Mo pause. He hadn't sent gifts in one Ruwashi's livestream for quite some time, and that could easily lead to misunderstandings.
What's this competition all about? Chen Mo hesitated before asking Luo Cho softly.
This competition is hosted by the Huiding Live platform. 2 female streamers broadcast simultaneously for 1 hour.
Whoever receives more gifts within that hour wins. The winner advances to the next round, but the loser gets eliminated. Luo Cho explained softly. So basically it's just milking the viewers, right? Getting those casual fans to shower the streamers with gifts? Chen Mo had heard one Ruwashi talk about these things before. Yeah, pretty much. Luo Cho nodded before continuing, if you make it into the top 3, you get a $1,000,000 cash prize. But if you're eliminated in the first round, the platform confiscates all your gift revenue for that month. And this time, every streamer big or small has to participate. Even if they can't win the million, they'd rather fight than let the platform take their gift money. Who knew streaming platforms could be so ruthless? Chen Mo couldn't help but exclaim. Of course. This industry is full of hidden rules. Don't think the platform only makes money off you viewers, they're actually profiting off the streamers too. Luo Cho said distractedly. Poof. Chen Mo smiled at Luo Cho without saying more.
While Chen Mo was chatting with Luo Cho, when Ruwashi in the livestream room started talking with another female streamer. Her PK opponent was another attractive, curvaceous girl named Xingqing. Xingqing was dressed in a provocative nurse's uniform, her face heavily made up, giving off the vibe of a bar hostess. A hint of flirtatiousness lingered in her eyes and brows. Hello, Sister Ruwashi. Xingqing greeted one Ruwashi enthusiastically. Hello. One Ruwashi, always aloof, responded with a lukewarm greeting. Seeing one Ruwashi's attitude toward her, Xingqing felt a twinge of displeasure. She silently scoffed, what's she acting all high and mighty for? She's just some who got famous by sleeping with rich guys. Now that she's sent them all to jail, what does she have to be so arrogant about? Although Xingqing thought this to herself, she couldn't possibly say it out loud. Instead, she smiled sweetly and remarked, Sister Ruwashi, you're absolutely stunning. No wonder your livestream attracts so many generous viewers. Please go easy on me later, okay? When Ruwashi, no fool herself, instantly grasped the hidden meaning behind Xingqing's words. She couldn't help but retort coldly, you're quite the character. I hear you're nearly 30 now? Yet you manage to look so well preserved, barely 20 at most. You? Xingqing's face instantly darkened at one Ruwashi's words. She opened her mouth to retort, but suddenly remembered this was a live stream. She couldn't afford to appear too crude, so she swallowed her anger.
Just you wait, you shameless. I'll show you what's what later. Juncheng couldn't help but sneer inwardly. PK begins.
At that moment, several large characters suddenly popped up in the livestream. Immediately following was a 60:00 countdown timer. With that countdown appearing, the PK between Wenruoshi and Juncheng officially commenced.
Chapter 193, System Malfunction? Fourth update.
Once the live PK commenced, Juncheng, Wenruoshi's opponent, seemed to instantly switch gears.
She cooed sweetly into the camera, "Hey guys, I'll dance for you. If you like it, shower me with gifts. Thanks in advance, everyone."
With that, Juncheng stood up and began striking provocative poses for the camera. Though her dancing was nothing special, her figure was undeniably stunning. Especially in that ultra-short skirt she wore, her pert, round buttocks and long, fair legs looked incredibly tempting.
Moreover, Juncheng occasionally threw in some provocative little moves while dancing, leaving the viewers watching the competition utterly dumbfounded. Who dares challenge Juncheng? I'm sending her 100 fishballs. Brother Zhang here, sending Juncheng a membership card. Little alarm clock 501 sends Juncheng a lucky ring. After witnessing Juncheng's sensual dance, viewers in the livestream chat began showering her with virtual gifts. However, these gifts weren't particularly expensive, costing only $1 or $2 at most. Now, over to Wenruoshi's side.
From the start of the PK until now, Wenruoshi had remained seated without moving, never once actively soliciting gifts from the viewers. Yet her popularity remained incredibly high, and the gifts kept pouring in.
Big Bear sends Wenruoshi a plane. I want to win the jackpot, sending Wenruoshi a villa. He's laughter sends Wenruoshi a diamond.
Similar bullet comments began flying across Wenruoshi's screen. Though Wenruoshi's gifts weren't exceptionally numerous, most were worth over 100 yuan. As a result, her pink progress bar instantly crushed the blue one representing Juncheng's gift value.
Chen Mo couldn't help but smile faintly upon seeing these viewers' names.
When he had visited Wenruoshi's livestream before, these individuals often greeted him, and he still remembered them. Juncheng glanced at the screen subconsciously. She realized that despite dancing for so long, her gift progress bar barely reached 10%. Meanwhile, Wenruoshi had merely sat there and casually said a few words, yet she'd received gifts worth thousands.
Ugh, I've been dancing for ages and worked up a sweat, yet I only got this measly amount? Forget it, I'm done. Juncheng pouted and plopped down on her chair to rest. Why'd the streamer stop dancing? Yeah, keep dancing. We'll keep sending you gifts.
Viewers flooded the chat with comments after Juncheng stopped.
Why bother dancing? There aren't even any decent gifts. I'm done. Juncheng pouted and called out. Keep dancing. We'll keep showering you with gifts. Yeah, we'll keep sending. I'll spend my whole month's salary on gifts for you. The viewers continued to shout. Pfft, what good are your gifts anyway? Just cheap trinkets costing a few bucks each. Look at the other side, they're sending gifts worth 500 or 600. How can you be compared to them, you bunch of beggars? I'm done dancing. You can all stop watching too.
Juncheng seemed genuinely annoyed now, her tone sharp.
How dare you talk like that, streamer? Yeah, who do you think you're calling beggars? Trash streamer, we're done watching. Let's go tip the other side. Right, guys, let's head over there.
Juncheng's remark instantly ignited a wave of outrage, and in the blink of an eye, all the viewers flooded into Wenruoshi's livestream. This surge in traffic sent Wenruoshi's stream to new heights of popularity. Juncheng, however, wore a look of utter indifference, showing not a shred of regret over the viewers' departure.
Is this girl out of her mind? She should be grateful people are even giving her gifts. How dare she complain they're not big enough? Chen Mo muttered in utter bewilderment. She doesn't care about these petty gifts anyway. She knows she can't lose today, so why would she indulge these people? Luo Qiu said indifferently. She only accepted gifts worth over 50 bucks, while Wenruoshi's already got nearly 10,000. How could she not lose? Chen Mo asked, momentarily stunned. You'll see soon enough. Luo Qiu replied indifferently. Chen Mo froze for a moment before continuing to stare at the screen. In the blink of an eye, 50 minutes had passed. Wenruoshi had received nearly 20,000 yuan worth of gifts, while Juncheng's total remained stuck around 50 yuan. Yet Juncheng showed no sign of urgency whatsoever, sitting in place playing with her phone. Compared to the person who had previously schemed relentlessly for gifts, she seemed like a completely different individual. Dear viewers, thank you all so much for your support. Every gift, no matter the size, means the world to me. But I know earning money isn't easy for anyone, so please, no more gifts. Wenruoshi saw her fan bar was practically devouring Juncheng's blue bar, so she felt certain she'd won today. There was no need to let the viewers in the livestream keep spending money. Not only is the streamer beautiful, but her heart is beautiful too. Yeah, this is so touching, way better than that jerk over there. No way. Even if I have to live on instant noodles this month, I'm still sending you gifts. Instead of stopping after hearing Wenruoshi's words, the viewers in the livestream became even more excited, showering her with an ever-increasing flood of gifts. Bunch of idiots.
Qingqing couldn't help but snort coldly inside when she saw the comments flooding when Ruwashi's livestream.
Final 10 minutes.
At that moment, the words floated across the top of the livestream once more.
9:59. 9:58. The countdown officially began. You thought our gifts were too small? Now you're speechless, huh? Yeah, a streamer like you deserves to have no viewers. See if you can still be so cocky now. Goddess Ruwashi is way better than you.
The trolls in the live stream chat were convinced when Ruwashi had this in the bag today, so they swarmed into Qingqing's stream to mock her. Upon seeing these comments, Qingqing wore a look of utter contempt.
She pursed her lips and sneered, "You don't seriously think that woman can win, do you? Like she could win the competition with just you poor suckers supporting her? Stop joking around with me. Get back to your construction sites and keep laying bricks."
Since things had already come to this, Qingqing naturally spoke even more bluntly to the viewers.
You're about to lose and you're still acting cocky, you bastard. Yeah, what the hell are you pretending to be here?
Hearing Qingqing's words, the viewers became unusually agitated and started hurling insults. But after a few curses, they suddenly noticed that the pink progress bar representing when Ruwashi had completely vanished.
In the blink of an eye, the blue progress bar had completely replaced the pink one. What the hell is going on? Is the system glitching? Shouldn't they all be pink?
Viewers flooded the livestream chat with questions, and when Ruwashi herself looked utterly perplexed.
Chapter 194, Memories Fade Away Part 5.
When the viewers in the livestream saw the progress bar representing when Ruwashi vanished, they all froze in shock, their expressions filled with confusion.
Is there a problem with the system? It must be a system glitch. How could Qingqing suddenly gain so much firepower without receiving any gifts? Qingqing is shameless. Winning like this? She's got no shame at all.
The viewers erupted into a chorus of angry curses. After all, Qingqing's earlier remarks had been downright offensive, and now no one wanted her to win today's match.
Meanwhile, when Ruwashi stared at her computer screen, utterly baffled. She couldn't fathom what was happening. Although viewers all say it's a system glitch, when Ruwashi thinks a platform as big as Seafood Live shouldn't make such a mistake. What's going on? Chen Mo turned to ask Luo Qiu. What else could it be? It's definitely one of Qingqing's big spenders stepping in to tip gifts. Luo Qiu replied casually. Someone sent Qingqing gifts? Chen Mo froze upon hearing this, then quickly looked at the computer screen. Dragon roaming the world sends Qingqing a super rocket. Crazy for Love sent Qingqing 5 super rockets. I'm your cow bro Qingqing sent 10 super rockets. Due to network latency, the gift notifications from the wealthy viewers behind Qingqing only started scrolling in now.
When the viewers in the livestream saw these comments, they were all stunned.
After all, a single super rocket costs 2,000 yuan.
Earlier, the big spenders in Qingqing's stream had gifted 50 super rockets in one go equivalent to 100,000 yuan. That's why Qingqing's blue progress bar instantly devoured one Ruwashi's. And these patrons showed no signs of stopping, continuing to shower Qingqing with gifts. Dragon Travels the World sends Qingqing 5 super rockets. Dragon Roaming World sends Qingqing 10 super rockets. Similar bullet comments began flooding the live stream.
Meanwhile, when Ruwashi's supporters were all dumbfounded. After all, the other side was spending over 10,000 yuan at a time, while they could only afford a few dozen yuan each. Naturally, they couldn't compete with the wealthy backer on the other side. Today, even if I have to borrow money, I'm going to help Goddess Ruwashi win. Yeah, guys. If you've got the cash, flood the chat with gifts now, time's running out. Go top up your accounts now. We've got numbers, let's crush them. The viewers in when Ruwashi's livestream seemed unwilling to concede defeat, and many began sending small gifts as well. However, the effect remained negligible. Everyone, stop sending gifts. If it comes down to it, I'll just concede today's match. Please, no more gifts. When Ruwashi wasn't particularly eager to win anyway after all, this was just a money-making scheme for the streaming platform. Once she figured out what the other side was up to, she actually started urging her viewers to stop sending gifts. Several minutes passed. Qingqing's gift value had already surpassed 200,000, while when Ruwashi, thanks to her viewers' efforts, had reached 50,000. Who would have thought when Ruwashi could receive 50,000 yuan worth of gifts today? That's incredible. Luo Qiu murmured softly as she stared at the computer screen. You seemed to know from the start that when Ruwashi would lose. How did you know? Chen Mo hesitated before turning to ask Luo Qiu. Qingqing is actually a pretty famous streamer on the seafood platform. She might not have huge viewership, but every streamer on this platform knows her. That's because her boyfriend is a rich second-generation heir, you know, that Longxing Tianhao guy. So whenever it comes down to the final moments, her boyfriend will definitely step in to help her win the match. Luo Qiu explained slowly. Poof. Chen Mo couldn't help but chuckle upon hearing this, then remarked indifferently, if that guy is her boyfriend, why not just give her the money directly? Why bother coming to the platform to send gifts, only to have the platform take a cut in the end? What do you know? Luo Qiu shot Chen Mo a disapproving look before continuing her explanation.
If Qingqing makes it into the top 3 this time, all the gifts she's received during this period will be fully refunded. Plus, she'll get a million yuan prize.
That means as long as you have the money, you can spend as much as you want. If she finishes in the top 3, not only will you not lose money, you'll actually make a profit. Damn, there's a trick like that? Chen Mo seemed speechless. You bet. The streaming world is full of tricks like that. Luo Qiu replied casually. But if they give back 100% of the gift money, how does the platform make any profit? Chen Mo paused before asking again. Are you kidding me?
Luo Qiu looked at Chen Mo, at a loss for words. She pursed her lips and said, only the top 3 streamers get 100% of the gift money.
The platform confiscates most of the gifts from the rest of the streamers. That's how the platform makes its money. So that's how it works. Chen Mo nodded lightly, saying nothing more.
If Luo Qiu hadn't explained all this to him today, Chen Mo would never have known the live streaming industry had so many hidden tricks. As Chen Mo and Luo Qiu talked, only 5 minutes remained in Wenruoshi and Qingqing's competition. Wenruoshi felt that even if she lost today, it wasn't a big deal. What was it, losing a month's worth of gift money? Last time, Chen Mo had gifted millions in her livestream, so she certainly wasn't short on money now. She was desperately trying to dissuade the viewers in her livestream from continuing to shower gifts. Sis Ruoshi, looks like you're about to lose. Why not have that big spender in your stream? Past is past, send some gifts. Qingqing, seeing she was about to win, smirked triumphantly at Wenruoshi. Wenruoshi froze upon hearing Qingqing's words. Ha, you guys probably don't know this, but Wenruoshi actually sent her top spender to the police station. That woman is utterly vile. She took past memories money without sleeping with him, and then she actually called the cops claiming he tried to rape her? I've never seen a streamer like that. Yeah, she always acts all high and mighty and proper, but she's just a. You guys still watch her? Doesn't that disgust you? The big spenders who used to shower Qingqing with gifts started mocking Wenruoshi in the global chat. Without Wancher Sui Feng, what are you even? And you actually think you can beat my wife? Shame on you. I'll send everyone a password-protected red envelope. After typing this, Dragon Roaming the World immediately sent a password-protected red envelope worth 18,800 yuan. The password for the red packet? The word. Any viewer who typed those 2 characters could split the red packet. In an instant, Wenruoshi's livestream chat was flooded with the word. Wenruoshi stared blankly at her computer screen. Having already considered giving up, she was now overwhelmed by the vicious words filling her view, tears welling up in her eyes. Her supporters were helpless, their opponent was simply too wealthy. They couldn't outspend them. If only Brother Feng from Let the Past Blow Away were here. Yeah, if only the past could blow away were here, these people wouldn't dare act so brazenly. Someone started it, and suddenly the chat exploded with repeated posts of windblown memories. In an instant, windblown memories pushed the word off the top. Chen Mo stared expressionless at the computer screen, a flicker of anger in his eyes. Chapter 195, sorry to keep you waiting. The past blows away. The past blows away with the wind. Past matters gone with the wind. These 4 characters began scrolling frantically across Wenruoshi's chat window. Her supporters knew that only the past blows away could help her stage a comeback at this critical moment. What the hell are you still spamming? The past blows away. That already sent it to jail. Guys, I'm dropping another password red packet, let's take these bastards down. After typing these words, Dragon Roaming the World immediately sent another red envelope worth 18,800 yuan. The and past blows away factions clashed fiercely in the chat. As for Wenruoshi, whether moved by the supportive viewers or enraged by the haters, tears streamed down her face in a pitiful display. Chen Mo took a deep breath and turned to Luo Qiu. Where's the bathroom in your place? I need to use the restroom. It's the innermost room. Luo Qiu was glued to her phone checking Weibo, so she didn't notice the unease creeping into Chen Mo's expression. Chen Mo hadn't intended to get involved with Wenruoshi's situation. He could sense that Wenruoshi herself wasn't particularly eager to compete in this match. But the other side had gone too far. Winning the match through such underhanded means was bad enough, but they'd also exposed Wenruoshi's private life and it was all lies. That's why Chen Mo had felt compelled to intervene. But with Luo Qiu sitting right beside him, Chen Mo couldn't possibly send gifts to Wenruoshi in front of her. He had no choice but to make an excuse and head to the restroom. Meanwhile, Wenruoshi seemed unable to endure the humiliation any longer. With only 1 minute left in the match, defeat was inevitable. So Wenruoshi decided to shut down her livestream. But just as she was about to shut it down, a comment flew in. Past memories has entered your livestream. A flicker of shock crossed Wenruoshi's eyes as she read the message. She hadn't seen that username in ages. The viewers in the livestream instantly erupted upon seeing Past Blows enter join. Brother Feng is here. The past is gone with the wind, and the other side is doomed. Past events gone with the wind never went to prison, those people are just spreading rumors. Brother Feng, take out the enemy now. Brother Feng, make your move already. Viewers began frantically flooding the chat with comments, and Chen Mo instantly felt like royalty. When Ruwashi stared blankly at the words past wind. She had assumed past wind would never appear in her livestream again, but never expected him to return. Xingqing, Longxing Tianxia, and the others were also dumbfounded. They assumed wind of the past had been locked up, but if that were true, how had he managed to enter the livestream?
Sorry for keeping you all waiting.
At that moment, Chen Mo slowly typed out these words. In an instant, when Ruwashi's supporters were so overwhelmed they didn't know how to respond, frantically typing past winds over and over. Past winds sends when Ruwashi is super supreme spaceship. In an instant, an incredibly grand and magnificent spaceship appeared on the screen, the effect utterly breathtaking. Keep in mind, this super supreme spaceship was the most expensive gift on the platform, a whopping 20,000 yuan per ship. Past Winds has gifted one Ruwashi 10 super supreme spaceships. The viewers in the livestream room hadn't even processed what was happening when Chen Mo sent out 10 spaceships. A full 200,000 yuan vanished in the blink of an eye. When Ruwashi's progress bar had now surpassed Xingqing's, both having received over 200,000 yuan worth of gifts. When Ruwashi stared blankly at the computer screen, at a loss for words to describe her emotions. Past memories, stop sending gifts.
Losing is fine, it's okay.
When Ruwashi hurriedly called out.
It's fine. This small amount of money means nothing to me. Chen Mo replied simply. The viewers in the livestream were also extremely excited. Some were praising Chen Mo, while others began mocking Xingqing in her group. Honey, they're actually insulting me. Hurry up and send me gifts. Xingqing couldn't sit still either, shouting excitedly. Upon hearing this, Longxing Tianxia gritted his teeth and continued showering gifts. After all, he'd already thrown in 200,000 yuan earlier. If they lost now, that entire sum would go down the drain. Naturally unwilling to accept defeat, he hurriedly sent gifts worth 100,000 yuan in the final moments. But the moment his gift was sent, he was utterly stunned. Past memories gone with the wind sends 100 super supreme spaceships to Ruwashi. This comment stunned every viewer present. 100 ships?
Longxing Tianxia stared wide-eyed at the screen, utterly speechless. After all, 100 super supreme spaceships amounted to 2 million credits.
And Dragon's Dominion had only prepared 300,000 for today. That 300,000 was utterly insignificant compared to 2 million. In an instant, when Ruwashi's pink progress bar once again pushed Xingqing's progress bar out of sight. Those who had been showering Xingqing with gifts moments ago were now completely dumbfounded. Luo Qiu had assumed the competition had long ended. So when she put down her phone and saw past blows in the wind had sent so many gifts in when Ruwashi's livestream, she froze, her expression utterly incredulous. Wasn't this person already sent to the police station? How could they still be sending gifts? Luo Qiu stared wide-eyed with her big, watery eyes, exclaiming in utter disbelief. Ding! Just then, the live stream suddenly emitted the notification sound signaling the end of the competition. Xingqing, Longxing Tianxia, and the others never imagined the outcome would be like this. Not only did they fail to win the match, but they also lost over 300,000 yuan for nothing. Xingqing sat there with a blank stare, her earlier cocky and triumphant demeanor completely gone. Now that's a real big spender.
Yeah, past memories blow away is the real big spender.
What are those others even? Why aren't you showing off anymore? Keep talking. The viewers in when Ruwashi's livestream began mocking Xingqing, Dragon's Journey, and the others.
Mark my words, when Ruwashi is my friend, past gone with the wind's friend.
If anyone dares to bully her from now on, I won't let you off the hook.
Chen Mo slowly typed out these words on his phone and sent them. When Ruwashi stared at the words Chen Mo had posted, an unprecedented sense of security washing over her. She opened her mouth to thank Past Blows Away, but before the words could escape, she saw the notification, Past Blows Away had left the livestream.
Chapter 196, Luo Qiu's Dream of Acting.
Even after Chen Mo left the livestream, the audience continued discussing the lavish spending by Past Blows in when Ruwashi's livestream. When Ruwashi's viewership had surged to 5 or 6 times its usual level. The rumors about when Ruwashi sending Past Wind to prison had also been thoroughly debunked. Combined with Chen Mo's final statement in the livestream, it had thoroughly crushed the arrogance of Xingqing, Dragon Under Heaven, and others.
The biggest losers in today's incident were likely the female streamer Xingqing and Longxing Tianxia's crew.
Had they known earlier that Wangsher Suifeng had never been imprisoned and had consistently supported Wen Ruwashi, not even 100 or 1,000 dares would have made them dare to offend Wen Ruwashi. Now they'd lost both the battle and the war, not only squandering over 300,000 yuan on gifts for nothing, but also suffering utter humiliation on the platform. When Ruwashi stared at her computer screen, her face radiating pure emotion. She couldn't help but wonder why Past Blows always appeared when she needed protection the most. And his method of protecting her was remarkably simple, throwing money at the problem. As Wind of Memories himself put it, the small sum was practically nothing in his eyes. After realizing she'd lost, streamer Xingqing shut down her livestream with a deeply disappointed expression. When Ruwashi thanked the viewers present before closing her own stream, Luo Qiu stared at her computer screen with wide, watery eyes, her expression utterly incredulous. Squeak! At that moment, Chen Mo pushed open the bathroom door and emerged.
Chen Mo, do you know who won that match just now?
Hearing the noise, Luo Qiu quickly turned to look at Chen Mo, her voice brimming with excitement.
Who? Chen Mo feigned ignorance, asking with a smile. It was Wen Ruoshi who won.
That long-lost big spender, past memories gone with the wind, actually showed up in her livestream again and directly tipped her 1,000,000 yuan.
How incredibly wealthy is that?
Luo Qiu exclaimed, her voice trembling with excitement.
Ha! Chen Mo gave a faint smile at Luo Qiu's words before murmuring softly, didn't you say this past wind had been arrested as a rapist? Maybe my info was wrong. After all, I only heard rumors, some true, some false. Getting details wrong is pretty normal.
Luo Qiu replied, her expression tinged with awkwardness.
Next time, if your information isn't accurate, don't go spreading it around. Some things get twisted and distorted because of people like you. Chen Mo said softly. Oh my, now you're lecturing your big sister?
Luo Qiu pointed at Chen Mo and exclaimed before continuing, let me tell you, even if Wen Ruoshi didn't put Wang Shi Shuifeng in jail, their relationship definitely isn't normal. I think Wang Shi Shuifeng is probably keeping Wen Ruoshi as his mistress.
And who exactly told you that? Chen Mo asked, his expression utterly devastated. No need to hear it from anyone, it's obvious. If that rich guy Wang Shi Shuifeng wasn't keeping her, why would he shower her with so many gifts? Dropping 2 million at a time? He's got money to burn. When will a big shot like that ever keep me? Luo Qiu sighed softly before flopping onto the bed.
Turning her head toward Chen Mo, she said, little Chen Mo, if I could get sponsored by a rich guy like that, I wouldn't have to stream anymore. I'd just eat, drink, and party all day, then use some of that money to sponsor you. That way, I'd be someone else's mistress, and you'd be my kept man.
What do you think? Not good. Chen Mo shook his head without hesitation. Pfft, you don't even know how lucky you are. Getting sponsored by a gorgeous lady like me is a blessing you'd have to work 8 lifetimes for, and here you are being picky. Luo Qiu shot Chen Mo a disapproving look before continuing, by the way, Chen Mo, who exactly is this fiancé of yours? My fiancé. Before Chen Mo could finish his sentence, Luo Qiu's phone suddenly rang. Luo Qiu quickly answered the call and said with a smile, Sis Sheng, what's up?
Xiao Qiu, your match is about to start. Your opponent this time is Feng Xiaoling, one of the top 5 female streamers on our seafood platform. She's backed by several big spenders, and I hear she's aiming for first place this time.
You must be extra careful. The woman on the other end of the line cautioned softly. If Feng Xiaoling is that formidable, I might as well just forfeit now.
Luo Qiu replied casually, then hung up without a second thought.
What's wrong? Chen Mo couldn't help but ask softly after seeing Luo Qiu hang up. Nothing much.
My agent just told me to take today's match seriously, but the opponent seems pretty strong, got several big spenders backing them. I've only been on the seafood streaming platform for a few days, don't have many followers yet, and don't have any big spenders like past has gone to help me. I definitely can't beat them, so I might as well just give up on this match.
Luo Qiu said casually. If you give up, won't you lose out on the gift money? Chen Mo frowned and asked.
I couldn't care less about that measly gift money, sis.
Besides, this tournament the platform's running is just a money grab. I refuse to scam my fans out of their cash. Luo Qiu declared earnestly to Chen Mo. If you don't rely on gift money for streaming, then how do you make a living? Chen Mo asked Luo Qiu with a puzzled look. When the seafood platform recruited me, they gave me a huge signing bonus. That money will last me a long time. I'm not short on cash right now.
Besides, I came to this platform because they promised to produce a drama for me where I could be the female lead.
That's why I joined. Luo Qiu continued explaining to Chen Mo. Oh, I see. Chen Mo nodded lightly, saying nothing more. Ever since I was a kid, I've always dreamed of becoming an actress. But my family's circumstances were average, they couldn't possibly afford to train me for acting. I never imagined that even though I didn't become an actress, I ended up becoming an internet celebrity. Luo Qiu smiled and looked at Chen Mo. I wasn't really interested in live streaming before, but this seafood platform actually gave me a chance to act and paid me a hefty sum, so I came to stream. If you're serious about acting, I happen to know a few directors and agency heads. I could put you in touch with them.
Seeing Luo Qiu speak so earnestly, Chen Mo hesitated before quietly suggesting to her. Back when Chen Mo had heard Li Juncheng explain the inheritance he stood to inherit, he'd learned that several major domestic entertainment companies held shares in it. Plus, Luo Qiu was attractive and had a massive fan base. With the resources Chen Mo had at his disposal, making her a star shouldn't be too difficult. Luo Qiu froze upon hearing Chen Mo's words, staring at him with wide, watery eyes.
Chapter 197, Leading Lady. Luo Qiu's home.
After hearing Chen Mo say he'd introduce her to a director, Luo Qiu froze in place, then scrutinized him with her beautiful, expressive eyes.
Why are you staring at me like that?
Chen Mo felt a bit flustered under Luo Qiu's gaze and asked softly.
Did you just say you'd introduce me to a director? Luo Qiu asked excitedly. Yeah, why? Chen Mo nodded lightly.
Luo Qiu paused for a moment, then pouted and said, Stop bragging to me here.
You're just an ordinary college student, what kind of director could you possibly know?
And even if you did, they'd probably be some small-time director who spends all day scheming to take advantage of actresses.
No way am I going with you.
Chen Mo froze at Luo Qiu's words, a flicker of awkwardness crossing his eyes. After all, Luo Qiu didn't know Chen Mo's true identity, so her skepticism was perfectly understandable.
If you don't believe me, then forget it, Chen Mo said indifferently.
His thoughts were straightforward. If he suggested introducing Luo Qiu to a renowned domestic director, she'd likely dismiss him as a fraud. He had no intention of revealing his identity now, so it was better to let those directors approach Luo Qiu privately. That would save a lot of trouble.
It's not that I don't believe you, sis.
It's just that the entertainment industry is even more complicated than our live streaming world.
Things aren't as simple as you think. Even if you really know some big directors, why would they pick me to act in their movies?
Unless you're their boss, they might give you some face, but otherwise, there's no way they'd cast me. Luo Qiu patted Chen Mo's head and offered a reassuring smile.
Regardless, Luo Qiu was genuinely touched by Chen Mo's earlier offer to help her.
Chen Mo glanced up at Luo Qiu and couldn't help but sigh inwardly. Well, you're actually right about one thing. I am the boss of those directors. If I told them who should be the leading lady, they wouldn't dare refuse. But these words were only for his thoughts. He'd never utter them aloud.
Ding!
At that moment, a notification flashed on Luo Qiu's phone. The live streaming platform was alerting her that the competition had begun. Luo Qiu strolled over to her computer, opened the competition interface, but left her camera and microphone off. So on the competition interface, only one female streamer appeared, while Luo Qiu's side remained black. Luo Qiu's opponent this time was in a league of her own. Her looks, figure, and aura were worlds apart from those of minor streamers like Juncheng. Chen Mo had actually seen this female streamer a few times on the seafood platform back in the day. The beautiful streamer's name was Feng Xiaoling. She possessed a sweet and adorable appearance, sang exceptionally well, and had garnered significant online coverage.
PK begins. At that moment, several large characters suddenly appeared in the livestream window.
Immediately following was a 60:00 countdown timer. Once the timer appeared, the competition between Luo Qiu and the other female streamer officially commenced. After seeing the competition start, Feng Xiaoling briefly greeted her audience before launching into her performance. Meanwhile, in Luo Qiu's stream, her viewers, seeing her delayed appearance, flooded the chat with questions about why she hadn't shown up yet.
Goddess Luo, the competition has already started. Why haven't you come out yet? Is Goddess Luo taking a shower? Goddess Luo, if you don't show up, we're going to lose today. I've already got money ready to send you gifts. Similar comments flooded the screen. Some of Feng Xiaoling's fans even came to mock Luo Qiu. She's definitely too ugly to show her face. Exactly. Luo Qiu's too scared to stream after losing so badly today. Luo Qiu, come on out. Don't worry, even if you lose today, we won't laugh at you.
After seeing Feng Xiaoling's fans' comments, Luo Qiu's expression turned furious.
She glared and shouted, "You jerks! How dare you say I'm not streaming because I'm ugly? Chen Mo, are you calling me ugly? No, not ugly." Chen Mo froze for a moment before shaking his head hastily. If I'm not ugly, why are you still standing there? Quickly send me a bullet chat to curse them out. Make them all leave. Luo Qiu shouted, pointing at the computer screen. Sis, I'm just one person. There's so many of them. How could I possibly out-insult them all? And why aren't you streaming anyway? Chen Mo asked Luo Qiu, utterly speechless. I'm not streaming because I don't want my fans to spend money.
If I streamed now, people would definitely send me gifts, but I can't win today.
All that money would just end up in the streaming platform's pockets. I'm not letting them profit off me.
Luo Qiu retorted, pouting her lips. Chen Mo froze upon hearing Luo Qiu's words, then murmured softly, I didn't expect you to be so smart.
See?
They won't get a single penny from my fans. Luo Qiu chuckled smugly before continuing, forget it.
I'm not going to listen to these people anymore. Let's just play a game. Do you know how to play Glory of the Defeated? No. Chen Mo shook his head. What about League of Legends? Luo Qiu pressed on. No idea. Chen Mo shook his head again. Bro, are you even a college student? How come you don't know how to play anything?
Even my grandpa knows how to play life's hardships. Luo Qiu stared at Chen Mo in front of her, utterly speechless. I only recently got a smartphone, so I'm not really familiar with the games you guys play.
Chen Mo explained awkwardly. Oh, I see. Well, no worries, I'll teach you how to play. Luo Qiu pulled out her phone as she spoke, ready to show Chen Mo how to play. Ring. But just then, Luo Qiu's phone rang again. Sis Shun, what is it now?
Luo Qiu answered the call, her tone filled with exasperation.
Xiaoqiu, your match has started. Why aren't you streaming yet? Have you lost your mind? The other person demanded urgently. Sis Shang, didn't I already tell you? There's no way I can beat Feng Xiaoling. I've given up. Luo Qiu replied indifferently. How could you give up?
If you don't make it into the top 3 this time, that leading lady role won't be yours anymore.
Are you seriously willing to throw away even that chance to act?
Sister Zhang demanded loudly. What? Luo Qiu's expression changed instantly upon hearing this, and she shouted back with intense emotion.
Chapter 198, Broke except for money.
Upon hearing her agent say that failing to place in the top 3 would cost her the lead role, Luo Qiu's expression changed instantly.
Sister Zhang, you're not joking with me, are you?
Luo Qiu stammered, clutching her phone.
Why would I joke about something like this?
That clause was clearly in your contract when you signed with the seafood live streaming platform.
Didn't you notice it yourself?
Sister Zhang replied with a sigh.
I only remember that once I signed with them, they'd let me act.
They never said I had to place in the top 3 of this competition.
Luo Qiu muttered back.
You really are so careless. You didn't even read such an important contract properly. They did say you'd get to act, but the contract never specified what role you'd play.
So now, you only get the female lead if you make it into the top 3. Do you understand? Sister Zhang exclaimed, utterly speechless. Then, what am I supposed to do now?
Luo Qiu was now completely flustered, her right hand holding the phone trembling slightly. After all, she had come here to stream specifically for this lead role. If she couldn't secure it now, all her efforts over the past days would be wasted.
What else can you do? Quickly open your live stream now. I'll find some people to help you flood the chat with gifts. Let's see if we can win this round first.
Sister Zhang said helplessly.
But what about the money for the gifts?
Luo Qiu hesitated before asking.
Your signing fee should be around 5 or 6 million, right?
I don't think using that money to beat Feng Xiaoling should be a problem.
Once you make it into the top 3, that money will be returned to you anyway, so you won't lose much.
Sister Zhang said calmly.
But I don't have that kind of money on hand right now. I spent it all on a car and a house.
Luo Qiu's eyes welled up with tears. If she'd known about this rule earlier, she never would have spent it all.
You?
Sister Zhang was at a loss for words.
She could only ask softly, how much do you have left now? Probably around 700,000 to 800,000 yuan. Luo Qiu replied, biting her lip.
Sister Zhang fell silent for 2 seconds upon hearing the figure, then murmured, Xiaoqiu, I'll try to borrow some money for you later, probably not much, maybe around 200,000 yuan. Then we'll combine that with your 700,000 to 800,000 yuan and go head to head with Feng Xiaoling.
What do you think? How much is Feng Xiaoling planning to put up?
Luo Qiu hesitated before asking.
If I knew how much she planned to spend, wouldn't that be great?
But we don't need to worry about her budget now.
We only have this much money.
It all comes down to whether you're willing to take the gamble. Sister Zhang said softly. Luo Qiu stared at her phone, her expression torn with conflict.
Alright, I'll hang up now. I'm going to help you secure the funds.
If you decide to take the gamble later, open the live stream.
If you choose to pass on this opportunity, then don't bother opening it.
Sister Zhang shouted urgently before hanging up. After the call ended, Luo Qiu collapsed onto the bed like a lifeless shell. Based on what Luo Qiu had just said to the other party, Chen Mo guessed she must be in some kind of trouble.
He couldn't help but ask softly, what's wrong?
Luo Qiu glanced up at Chen Mo and briefly recounted her situation.
Chen Mo grasped the gist of Luo Qiu's situation.
The situation now was this: if Luo Qiu entered the competition, she would be staking everything she had saved, plus taking on debt. If she won, she'd gain nothing lost and become the leading lady.
But if she lost, she'd have nothing left. Chen Mo, do you think I should still give it a shot?
Luo Qiu was deeply conflicted in Chen Mo's opinion.
Chen Mo looked at Luo Qiu without speaking. I have no idea how many gifts Feng Xiaoling has prepared. If the big spenders behind her offer more lavish gifts, my entire investment could go down the drain. But to just give up this chance now, I really can't accept that.
Luo Qiu had shed her earlier nonchalance, now pleading pitifully at Chen Mo.
Why don't you give it a shot? I think you can win. Chen Mo murmured softly to Luo Qiu. Me win?
Luo Qiu froze at the suggestion, then looked at Chen Mo with despair in her eyes.
How could I win?
If I had a big spender like Past Blows Away backing me, maybe I could win.
Who knows?
Maybe Past Wind will drop some gifts in your live stream soon. Chen Mo chuckled in response, then continued, anyway, you've got a car and a house now.
Even if you lose, you won't have anything to regret. You can just earn it back later. Luo Qiu hesitated for a moment before nodding.
You're right. If I gave up now, I'd never forgive myself. Might as well give it a shot, worst case, I start over. With that, Luo Qiu quickly grabbed a mirror and scrutinized her face, making sure every inch was flawlessly beautiful before opening her livestream.
Chen Mo sat watching Luo Qiu's retreating figure, unable to suppress a silent sigh. Meeting Luo Qiu must be fate.
I should help her this time, it won't cost much anyway. Chen Mo felt Luo Qiu had always treated him fairly well, never looking down on him. So he decided spending a little money to help her wasn't such a big deal. The moment Luo Qiu went live, her fans erupted in excitement.
Bullet comments surged, and gifts started pouring in. Luo Qiu casually made up an excuse to explain her delay.
With only half an hour left before the competition ended, Luo Qiu had received very few gifts since she hadn't been streaming earlier, while Feng Xiaoling had already accumulated nearly 100,000 yuan worth of gifts.
After explaining her tardiness, Luo Qiu began singing.
It must be said that Luo Qiu's popularity was significantly higher than Feng Xiaoling's. After just a few songs, Luo Qiu's pink progress bar had nearly caught up with Feng Xiaoling's. Both had received over 10,000 yuan worth of gifts. But both Feng Xiaoling and Luo Qiu knew full well that winning the competition with just this amount was far from guaranteed. Both were waiting for the final sprint. The one with the most prepared funds would be the winner. Chen Mo sat casually behind Luo Qiu, fully aware she couldn't lose today because he was practically penniless. Competing in wealth against the heir to the world's richest man was essentially tantamount to suicide. Chapter 199, Instant Overtake. Luo Qiu's residence. Chen Mo sat quietly behind Luo Qiu, his expression serene. He knew deep down that Luo Qiu couldn't possibly lose today. But Luo Qiu had no idea what kind of presence Chen Mo was sitting behind her, so she remained quite anxious, singing with her mind elsewhere. Her opponent, Feng Xiaoling, remained utterly composed. After all, she'd invested nearly 1 million yuan preparing for this competition, a sum beyond the imagination of ordinary streamers. Even now, seeing Luo Qiu's gift count surpass her own, her expression remained relaxed.
10 minutes remaining. At that moment, a 10 o'clock countdown appeared in the livestream chat.
This countdown signaled the imminent start of the real competition. I'm your brother Zhang, sending Feng Xiaoling 10 super rockets. Lifetime Lovelang sends Feng Xiaoling 50 super rockets. Cold Family Beauty presents Feng Xiaoling with 10 super rockets. Sunzong presents Feng Xiaoling with 10 super supreme spaceships. In an instant, Feng Xiaoling's livestream was flooded with notifications of gift donations.
Thank you all for your support. Thank you, thank you, thank you.
Feng Xiaoling clasped her hands together, her expression serene as she offered her thanks. After all, these gifts were all arranged by Feng Xiaoling's agency, essentially taking money from the same pocket. It was like Feng Xiaoling gifting herself, so naturally, she felt no genuine excitement. The thanks she offered were merely part of the performance. In the blink of an eye, Feng Xiaoling had received nearly 500,000 yuan worth of gifts. The blue progress bar representing Feng Xiaoling instantly swallowed up Luo Qiu's pink progress bar. Huff. Upon witnessing this, Luo Qiu took a deep breath and immediately grabbed her phone to send a WeChat message to her agent. Seconds later, a wave of big spenders flooded Luo Qiu's livestream with gifts. Luo Qiu and Feng Xiaoling competed fiercely, and in an instant, the chat was flooded with gift notifications, drowning out any other viewer messages.
Chen Mo remained calm as he watched from behind Luo Qiu. He knew it wasn't time for him to intervene yet. If Luo Qiu could win the match with his own money, Chen Mo naturally wouldn't want to step in. Unless Luo Qiu was truly on the verge of losing, he wouldn't meddle. They're just too rich. Yeah, I've been watching live streams for years and this is the first time I've seen so many big spenders flooding the chat with gifts all at once. Probably only past memories can be swept away could handle these guys. But past memories is Ruwashi Goddess's exclusive supporter. He's never gifted anyone else besides one Ruwashi. Viewers buzzed with excitement over Luo Qiu and Feng Xiaoling's match, their comments dripping with envy toward the big spenders. They fantasized about the day they too could splash out like these tycoons and win the goddess's heart. Luo Qiu's only been on the streaming platform for a few days, yet she's already got so many fans supporting her. That's seriously impressive. Feng Xiaoling seemed equally surprised that Luo Qiu could afford such a large sum for the competition and spoke up to her. Compared to you, Sister Xiaoling, I'm still far behind. Luo Qiu replied casually. That's for sure. What makes you think you can compete? Our Xiao Lang is going for the championship this time. I'd advise you to quit while you're ahead, or you'll end up like that Qingqing losing both your wife and your army. Before Feng Xiaoling could respond, a comment popped up from the top spender in the livestream. I'm your brother Zhang. Luo Qiu's expression shifted slightly upon seeing brother Zhang's comment. She took a deep breath but said nothing more. After all, the stream was still live, and she had to maintain her image. What's wrong? Can't speak now? Scared? If you are, just quit while you're ahead. You're not winning today. Yeah, what are you pretending for? I've got money to burn. Tell your broke fans to get lost and stop embarrassing themselves here. Feng Xiaoling's fans immediately joined in mocking Luo Qiu. Luo Qiu's fans fired back furiously. Originally, both live streams were just about showering gifts, a contest of who had more money. But because of Brother Zhang's one remark, it instantly turned into a war of words between the two fan bases. Fans without money took charge of hurling insults, while those with money began flooding the chat with gifts. This went on for nearly 5 or 6 minutes, with less than 3 minutes left before the match ended. Both fan bases seemed to tire of the insults, and the volume of gifts in both live streams gradually began to dwindle. Feng Xiaoling and Luo Qiu had both spent over 1 million yuan on gifts, exhausting every last penny they prepared. However, thanks to Luo Qiu's more generous fans, she now held a lead of roughly 200,000 over Feng Xiaoling. Ding! Just then, Luo Qiu's phone buzzed. Luo Qiu quickly grabbed her phone and saw it was a WeChat message from Sister Zhang. Xiaoqiu, we've spent all our money. Now it depends on whether Feng Xiaoling keeps spending.
If he does, we'll lose today.
Got it.
Biting her red lips, Luoqiu replied with just 4 words before tossing her phone aside. Her eyes fixed nervously on the progress bar.
Feng Xiaoling's situation wasn't much better. The usually calm and composed Feng Xiaoling now looked extremely grim.
She never imagined Luoqiu would go all out like this, spending over 1,000,000 yuan in the first round alone. Feng Xiaoling had already exhausted her own funds, leaving her no choice but to borrow money. With less than 3 minutes remaining in the match, if she couldn't secure the loan in time, she would lose.
Excuse me, I need to use the restroom.
Feng Xiaoling called out to the camera before grabbing her phone and dashing toward the restroom. Luoqiu watched Feng Xiaoling leave the live stream room, then muted her own microphone and let out a long sigh.
Feng Xiaoling must be borrowing money. With less than 3 minutes left, if she gets it, we're definitely losing. If she doesn't, we win.
Luoqiu glanced at Chen Mo, her voice tinged with tension.
Don't worry, you won't lose today. Chen Mo gave Luoqiu a calm glance, his voice utterly composed. How do you know Feng Xiaoling won't get the money?
Luoqiu asked, her voice filled with doubt upon hearing Chen Mo's words. I don't know if she can borrow the money, but I know you definitely won't lose.
Chen Mo replied indifferently. Let's hope so.
Before Luoqiu could finish her sentence, she suddenly saw Feng Xiaoling's blue progress bar surge dramatically. Though it didn't completely overtake Luoqiu's pink progress bar, it was clear Feng Xiaoling's gift value had surpassed hers.
Nanyang's Wei Prince sends Feng Xiaoling 200 super rockets.
An exceptionally flashy bullet screen appeared right in the center of the display. One super rocket was worth 2,200 super rockets meant 400,000. Luoqiu, who had held a lead of less than 200,000, was overtaken by 200,000 in the blink of an eye.
It's over.
Despair flashed in Luoqiu's eyes upon seeing the comment.
Chapter 200, Who Would Dare?
Luoqiu had assumed Feng Xiaoling wouldn't manage to borrow the money in such a short time, but to her utter surprise, Feng Xiaoling had somehow secured it after all.
When Chen Mo saw the name Nanyang Wei Prince, he couldn't help but pause for a moment. Then, he smiled faintly and murmured softly, what a coincidence.
He knew this Nanyang Wei Gongzi was none other than Wei Shila, who had previously clashed with Chen Mo. While Wei Shila remained unaware that past matters blow away was actually Chen Mo, he knew full well that this mysterious figure was someone he couldn't afford to provoke.
I never thought I'd lose in the end.
A flicker of despair crossed Luoqiu's eyes as a complex mix of emotions churned within her. Luoqiu hadn't been on this live streaming platform long, so he didn't know many wealthy patrons. With only 2 minutes left, even if he managed to connect with someone, there was absolutely no way he could secure the loan in such a short time.
Deep down, Luoqiu felt profoundly resentful.
It wasn't just about the money spent more than anything, she refused to accept losing her chance to play the female lead.
Thank you, young Master Wei, for the super rocket.
Truly, thank you so much, young Master Wei. Feng Xiaoling emerged from the restroom, her face flushed with excitement as she exclaimed. Even when others sent gifts worth nearly 1,000,000 yuan, Feng Xiaoling hadn't reacted this strongly. But seeing Wei Gongzi's rockets now, she felt genuine gratitude from the bottom of her heart. After all, this was truly a lifesaver in her time of need.
Xiaoling is under my protection, young Master Wei.
She must finish in the top 3 this competition. So all you streamers who cross paths with Xiaoling, you'd better keep your heads down.
Wei Gongzi typed this line with a distinctly cocky tone.
His message was simple, any streamer who encountered Feng Xiaoling should just forfeit.
Young Master Wei is amazing. Young Master Wei is simply incredible. Wei Gongzi, how can you be so cool?
Feng Xiaoling's fans, upon seeing this, all became wildly excited, frantically sending out bullet comments. Luoqiu sat frozen for a few seconds before trembling as she closed her livestream.
The match isn't over yet.
Why did you close the stream?
Chen Mo asked with a puzzled expression after seeing Luoqiu shut down the stream. Don't you know? This Nanyang Wei young master is a super famous rich guy. Since Feng Xiaoling managed to get him to help, I'm definitely going to lose today. Rather than keep the stream open and get mocked, I'd rather just shut it down.
Luoqiu slumped in her chair, her voice hollow as she addressed Chen Mo.
Oh, I see. Chen Mo nodded gently at Luoqiu, then stood up and said, I'm going to the restroom. Go ahead. Luoqiu, completely preoccupied, muttered a low reply.
Chen Mo grabbed his phone and hurried toward the restroom. Once inside, he opened the live streaming platform and saw that less than a minute and a half remained until the match ended. Feng Xiaoling's fans were already cheering and celebrating, while Wei Shila thoroughly enjoyed the attention, occasionally sending a few flash messages to show off. Let me tell you, on this streaming platform, anyone who dares to mess with someone under my protection, Wei Shila, will definitely regret it. Wei Shila's golden comment drifted slowly across the livestream. Young Master Wei, you're just too cool. I'm totally head over heels for you. Feng Xiaoling wouldn't miss this chance to butter up a big spender. Maybe if she charmed Wei Shila enough to sleep with him, she wouldn't have to pay back that 400,000 gift money. After all, Feng Xiaoling had slept with plenty of wealthy patrons to climb the social ladder. One more like Wei Shila wouldn't make a difference.
Xiaoling, I'll treat you to dinner sometime. After grasping Feng Xiaoling's implication, Wei Shiola responded indifferently. Sure thing. I'll treat you.
Feng Xiaoling said in a sweet, coquettish tone.
The past is gone with the wind.
But just then, a notification slowly drifted across the livestream. When everyone saw the notification, they all froze in place, their expressions filled with utter disbelief.
How come the past has come back to haunt us? Yeah, how did young Master Feng show up? Could it be that young Master Feng is here to shower gifts on Xiaoling too?
The name Past Memories with the Wind is quite famous on the seafood live streaming platform. Whenever this name appears, it naturally draws the attention of viewers.
Young Master Feng, how did you come over? Welcome, young Master Feng. Welcome, young Master Feng. Feng Xiaoling seemed startled by Chen Mo's sudden appearance, quickly calling out in a sweet voice.
Luo Qiu had already closed her livestream, so Feng Xiaoling assumed Windswept Past wasn't here for her.
If not for Luo Qiu, then it must be for her.
A woman like Feng Xiaoling wouldn't pass up such a golden opportunity. She'd practically strip off her clothes to show Chen Mo.
Chen Mo saw Feng Xiaoling's coquettish antics and sneered in disdain. Without a second thought, he began sending gifts. But to everyone's surprise, Past with the Wind's gift wasn't for Feng Xiaoling, it was for Luo Qiu. Past Memories with the Wind has gifted Luo Qiu 20 super supreme spaceships. The dazzling golden bullet comments instantly blinded everyone present. Luo Qiu, who had been trailing by 200,000 points, staged another comeback after Chen Mo's gifts. Now, she held a lead of less than 100 points over Feng Xiaoling. Despairing, Luo Qiu instinctively glanced at her computer screen, only to discover in astonishment that she had overtaken Feng Xiaoling in the final 30 seconds. And the person who gifted her wasn't just anyone, it was none other than the legendary big spender, Sui Feng, who had already made an appearance on the platform earlier. Luo Qiu could scarcely believe his eyes. He rubbed them frantically, then stared intently to confirm he hadn't imagined it. Luo Qiu sat frozen in place, her expression utterly incredulous. Feng Xiaoling was equally dumbfounded. She never imagined a big spender like Past Memories drifting with the wind would send gifts to Luo Qiu. But there was no time for such thoughts now. She quickly shouted, "Young Master Wei. He's only 1,000 yuan ahead of us. Hurry up and help me send some gifts to overtake him." Feng Xiaoling figured 1,000 yuan was nothing to a big spender like Nanyang's Wei Gongzi. He'd already spent 200,000. What was a measly 1,000 more? Wei Shiola was utterly stunned to see Past Wind appear in this livestream. He knew full well that Past Wind was someone he absolutely couldn't afford to provoke. If he sent gifts to Feng Xiaoling now, wouldn't that be tantamount to antagonizing Past Wind? After a moment's hesitation, Wei Shiola directly sent a comment. "Brother Feng, I surrender." What? Feng Xiaoling froze again upon seeing Wei Shiola's comment. With only 100 yuan left to go, Wei Shiola had actually conceded defeat. "Young Master Wei, you can't be serious. The match is almost over." Feng Xiaoling stared with wide, watery eyes, shouting with intense emotion. Young Master Wei of Nanyang has left the livestream. But Wei Shiola paid Feng Xiaoling no mind whatsoever, exiting the livestream immediately. 10, 9, 8. Just then, the final 10-second countdown appeared on the game interface. Guys, if anyone hasn't sent gifts yet, I'm begging you hurry up and send some gifts. We're only 1,000 short now. Please, I'm begging you. Feng Xiaoling pleaded, his expression filled with desperation. Today, I'll see who has the guts to do it. But Chen Mo's single comment instantly shattered every shred of hope in Feng Xiaoling's heart. Chapter 201, I am the elite. After Chen Mo's comment appeared, the entire livestream seemed to fall silent. All the big spenders fell silent. After all, the past blows away with the wind was a force even the Nanyang Wei Prince dared not provoke. Who among them had the guts to challenge him? So they quietly exited the livestream. Now, only a handful of Feng Xiaoling's loyal fans remained, persistently sending small gifts. But these loyal fans were just ordinary people. Spending 100 or 2 on gifts was already quite impressive. Plus, they'd already spent most of their money earlier, so there was no way they could scrape together 1,000 yuan now. If Feng Xiaoling had just a little more time, she could have overtaken Luo Qiu. After all, it was only 1,000 yuan gap. But the hour was about to end. Even if Feng Xiaoling topped up her own account to buy gifts, it was too late. 3, 2, 1. The countdown officially ended. Ah! Feng Xiaoling let out a loud scream, seemingly losing his mind as he smashed the camera in front of him to pieces. Immediately after, Feng Xiaoling vanished from the livestream, likely venting his pent-up rage. After all, anyone in such a situation would struggle to control their emotions. Who could have imagined that Feng Xiaoling, who had been so arrogant moments ago, would ultimately lose to Luo Qiu by a mere 1,000 yuan margin? 1,000 yuan was practically nothing to a streamer like Feng Xiaoling. After all, her previous viewers had showered her with gifts worth tens of thousands at a time. She wouldn't even acknowledge a 1,000 yuan gift. Yet here she was, defeated by that very 1,000 yuan. Chen Mo, however, had deliberately allowed Luo Qiu to overtake her by exactly 1,000. He wanted to show everyone watching the livestream that sometimes, having money alone couldn't solve every problem. Take today's competition, for instance. Could the wealthy supporters backing Feng Xiaoling really not come up with 1,000 yuan? They absolutely could have. So why didn't they dare to spend it today? Because deep down, they knew that the past blows away was someone you just couldn't mess with. Money can solve many problems, but sometimes your status and influence can solve just as many. This is a lesson Chen Mo learned after inheriting his fortune. Sometimes, the power in your hands proves more effective than money. Luo Qiu stared at the screen before her face contorted with intense emotion. She never imagined things would unfold exactly as Chen Mo had predicted. She had actually won the competition. Luo Qiu, who had been on the brink of despair, felt as though she had been reborn. Ah! Luo Qiu suddenly let out a cry and dashed straight toward her bathroom. As she ran, she shouted toward Chen Mo inside the bathroom, "Chen Mo, can you believe it? I actually won that match just now. Who would have thought that the past blows away would help me win in the end? It's just unbelievable. I feel like I'm dreaming right now. I was so desperate just a moment ago." At that moment, Luo Qiu had only one thought: to share her joy with Chen Mo as quickly as possible. Chen Mo, however, feared Luo Qiu might discover he was actually past blows away, so he hadn't left the bathroom immediately after the match ended. "Chen Mo, what time is it now? How can you even have time to use the restroom? Hurry up and come out. Sis just won the match." Luo Qiu shouted excitedly at Chen Mo inside the bathroom. "I told you you'd win." Chen Mo spoke as he pushed open the bathroom door. "Yeah, your prediction was spot on. I was about to give up hope, but then past blows away showed up in my livestream." Luo Qiu nodded cutely at Chen Mo before continuing, "But honestly, today's whole thing is so weird. I don't even know that the past blows away guy. He's never been to my stream before, yet he showed up to help me out at a time like this. Maybe he just happened to catch your stream and thought you were pretty cute, so he decided to send you some gifts." Chen Mo chuckled as he teased Luo Qiu. "What do you mean pretty cute? I've always been gorgeous, okay?" Luo Qiu blared with her big, watery eyes, her tone clearly displeased. Chen Mo couldn't help but smile wryly at Luo Qiu's words, unsure how to respond. "But I think what you said actually makes sense. That past blows away with the wind must have seen how pretty big sis is, which is why he sent gifts. Even though he didn't send many, his one line shut up all those big spenders in Feng Xiaoling's stream. This past blows away with the wind is just too cool. Big sis is totally smitten with him." Seeing Chen Mo's silence, Luo Qiu continued her gushing with a starry-eyed expression. She then playfully nudged him with her little foot and whispered, "Chen Mo, do you think the past blows away is really after my beauty? Does he want to keep me as his mistress? I don't think so." Chen Mo shook his head helplessly. "How could it not be? I'm telling you, he definitely plans to keep me as his mistress. Why else would he shower me with so many gifts?" Luo Qiu declared with absolute certainty, then turned to Chen Mo and continued, "But don't worry, if I really end up being kept by wind-blown memories, I won't forget about you. Then I'll keep you too. What the hell are you talking about? When did I ever say I wanted you to support me?" With that, Chen Mo turned and stormed off toward his room. "Hey, Chen Mo. Are you jealous that your big sister is about to be kept by a rich guy? What's with this attitude? Don't you know I'm about to marry into a wealthy family? Then you won't even have a chance to suck up to me anymore, I'm telling you." Luo Qiu chased after Chen Mo as he walked away, shouting after him. Chen Mo couldn't help but turn his head and give Luo Qiu a cold glance. He desperately wanted to tell her that the wealthy family she was talking about was none other than himself. But Gao Feifei's situation had thrown him into considerable confusion, so he dared not reveal his true identity lightly. "It's getting late. You should get some rest." Chen Mo hesitated for a moment before speaking softly to Luo Qiu. "I know, but I still need to properly thank you for today. After all, if you hadn't encouraged me to compete, I never would have won in the end." Luo Qiu suddenly looked serious as she addressed Chen Mo. Chen Mo couldn't help but smile faintly at her words before turning and walking into the room. Once back in his room, Chen Mo flopped onto the bed. After all, he'd been on his feet all day and was genuinely exhausted. Luo Qiu's bed was incredibly comfortable. Even the guest room mattress was soft and spacious, nothing like the small bed at Chen Mo's place. Ding dong! Just as Chen Mo lay on the bed contemplating how he would explain the photo situation to Su Mubai tomorrow, his phone suddenly rang. Chen Mo paused, then picked up his phone to glance at it. But when he saw the message on the screen, a flicker of surprise crossed his eyes. For the person messaging him at that moment was none other than Luo Qiu from the next room. Only, Luo Qiu's words weren't meant for Chen Mo. Instead, she was sending a private message to the past blows away on the live streaming app. Chapter 202, Not All Women Are Materialistic. Past memories. Hello, this is Luo Qiu. Chen Mo stared at the private message Luo Qiu had sent him, a peculiar feeling suddenly stirring within him. He knew that Luo Qiu was reaching out to him now with the sole purpose of getting closer. After inheriting the Juncheng estate, he had discovered that far too many materialistic women were deliberately approaching him for his money. Chen Mo understood exactly what these women were thinking. Were they genuinely drawn to him? Clearly not. They were drawn solely by his wealth. Otherwise, why hadn't a single woman been willing to be near him when he was destitute?
Even his most trusted ex-girlfriend, Gao Feifei, had left him for money.
But once Chen Mo became wealthy, his romantic prospects suddenly flourished. Women of all kinds began actively pursuing him.
Chen Mo generally held no affection for such women. Instead, he preferred girls like Su Mubai.
Su Mubai didn't know Chen Mo's true identity, yet she never seemed to harbor any genuine dislike for him because of his poverty.
Chen Mo stared at the private messages on his phone, his heart filled with mixed emotions. In Chen Mo's mind, Luo Qiu wasn't a materialistic girl. Otherwise, she wouldn't have treated him, a penniless guy, the way she did. Although Luo Qiu often joked about wanting to be kept by a rich man, Chen Mo believed it was just playful banter.
He had never taken it seriously.
But upon reading Luo Qiu's message, the goodwill he'd harbored toward her vanished completely.
Seems like there really aren't many girls in this world who don't like money. Chen Mo murmured softly before setting his phone aside.
His help for Luo Qiu this time was purely out of friendship. He had no ulterior motives toward her. Chen Mo felt that replying now might lead to misunderstandings, so it was better not to respond at all. After setting his phone aside, Chen Mo closed his eyes and continued to ponder how he would explain Gao Feifei's situation to Su Mubai tomorrow.
Ding!
Just then, Chen Mo's phone chimed again. With a sigh, he picked it up to find another private message from Luo Qiu.
The past is gone with the wind. I know this is abrupt, but I mean no harm. First, I want to thank you for helping me during the most critical moment of my competition. I truly appreciate it. However, I, Luo Qiu, have always been someone who doesn't accept favors without merit. We don't know each other personally, and you suddenly tip such a large amount in my livestream. I feel it's highly inappropriate. Therefore, I intend to return all the money you tipped today. Please send me your bank account number when it's convenient for you. Chen Mo read Luo Qiu's lengthy message, a faint smile curling at the corners of his mouth.
Clearly, Chen Mo had misunderstood Luo Qiu earlier. She hadn't reached out to curry favor or get close to him, she simply wanted her money back. Truthfully, not all women in this world are drawn to wealthy men. At the very least, neither Su Mubai nor Luo Qiu fit that mold. Chen Mo murmured softly to himself before picking up his phone and replying simply, "Helping you today was purely coincidental.
This amount of money is nothing to me. You should keep it. How can I possibly accept that? Please let me return the money." Luo Qiu hurriedly replied. "No need. When I need your help in the future, you can repay this favor then. Alright then. Thank you so much for today."
Chen Mo smiled faintly at Luo Qiu's words, then set his phone aside and lay down on the bed to rest.
The next morning, around 7 o'clock, Chen Mo rose early, heading to the bathroom for a quick wash.
Only after he finished did Luo Qiu emerge from her bedroom, yawning and rubbing sleep from her eyes. There exists a certain type of woman in this world who maintains an air of refined allure at all times. Luo Qiu was clearly one such woman. Even freshly awakened and barefaced, she remained incredibly sexy and beautiful, radiating waves of alluring charm from head to toe.
"Little Chen Mo, why did you get up so early?" Luo Qiu asked softly. "I have something to do." Chen Mo replied indifferently. "What kind of business?" Luo Qiu blinked her large, watery eyes, her expression brimming with curiosity. "You wouldn't understand." Chen Mo naturally wouldn't tell Luo Qiu he was planning to confront Su Mubai about the Gao Feifei photos.
If she found out, she'd surely make fun of him again.
"Sis, I'm in a great mood today and want to treat you to something delicious. Are you in?" Luo Qiu asked, looking at Chen Mo. "No time. I've got serious business to attend to." Even if Luo Qiu offered him the finest delicacies, Chen Mo had no appetite for them. His sole focus was clearing things up with Su Mubai. With that, he headed straight for the door. "Little Chen Mo, what could possibly be more important than having dinner with your sister?" Luo Qiu hurriedly stopped Chen Mo. "We can eat any time, but I really don't have time today," Chen Mo explained with obvious exasperation. "Little Chen Mo, let me tell you, this Wancher Su could sponsor me at any moment. Then I'd be a wealthy socialite. If you won't even dine with a beauty of my caliber, you'll regret it. And when you try to invite me later, I might not even bother responding." Luo Qiu shouted at the top of her lungs, her expression fiercely angry. Chen Mo turned to glance at Luo Qiu. She had no idea he was actually Wang Shui Feng, and he remembered every word she said yesterday. "So? Regretting it now?" Luo Qiu walked up to Chen Mo, her eyes crinkling with a smile as she asked. "Sis, I'm actually on my way to meet my fiancée to clear up that misunderstanding about the photos of me with other women. I really don't have time to grab lunch with you today." Chen Mo knew Luo Qiu wouldn't let him go easily unless he made himself clear, so he could only explain with a helpless expression. "You're going to see your fiancée?" Luo Qiu exclaimed. "Oh. Then may I accompany you?" Luo Qiu asked with a bright smile. "Sis, I'm going to clear up a misunderstanding. What would it look like if I brought you along? Wouldn't my fiancée misunderstand even more?" Chen Mo shouted, feeling utterly defeated. "You're right. Then take my car to meet your fiancée. She'll definitely think you're a rich kid.
Buy her some flowers on the way, throw in some sweet talk, and you'll have it all sorted. Luo Qiu said with a serious expression.
No need. Chen Mo flatly refused Luo Qiu. He knew Su Mubai didn't care about his wealth, so pretending to be a rich kid was a useless ploy. However, Chen Mo could definitely take the advice about buying Su Mubai a flower. Just after 7 in the morning, Chen Mo appeared at the entrance of Su Mubai's company holding a bouquet of bright red roses, waiting quietly for her to arrive. Chapter 203, Is this kidnapping?
Whether Chen Mo called or texted Su Mubai now, she showed no response whatsoever. So he could only resort to the most direct approach to resolve this matter, waiting for her at the entrance of her company as she arrived for work. However, the moment Chen Mo materialized at the entrance, he suddenly regretted heeding that scheming woman Luo Qiu's advice. Standing there clutching a massive bouquet of roses, he felt like a complete fool beneath the company building.
Everyone passing by pointed and whispered about him. But that wasn't what made Chen Mo feel most devastated. What truly crushed him was that several girls had now gathered around him, curiously waiting for the female lead to appear. Hey, handsome, who are you confessing to? Yeah, a bouquet this big must have cost a fortune, right? You seem pretty devoted.
You're dressed pretty plainly, but you splurged on such a huge bouquet.
I wish I had admirers like that.
The girls gathered around Chen Mo seemed unsatisfied with merely watching the spectacle. Some even tried striking up conversations with him.
But Chen Mo had no interest in engaging with them.
His gaze remained fixed on the street not far away.
10 minutes later, Su Mubai's white Mercedes finally appeared.
Inside the car, Su Mubai bit her lip lightly upon seeing Chen Mo. She simply couldn't accept the fact that he had slept with another woman, and naturally, she had no intention of forgiving him.
Without hesitation, she accelerated.
Ignoring the Mercedes' breakneck speed, Chen Mo dashed into the middle of the road and stretched out his arm to block Su Mubai's vehicle.
Squeal!
With a sigh of resignation, Su Mubai slammed on the brakes. She pushed open the door and stepped out, her high heels clicking on the pavement.
Today, Su Mubai wore a black blouse.
Her slender, fair neck was exposed to the air, her skin appearing even more luminous against the fabric. Her high, alluring curves traced a captivating line, as if poised to burst free from the fabric at any moment. Below, a black mini skirt barely contained her firm, rounded hips, while her long, fair legs perfectly proportioned were impossible to forget at a single glance. Her face was stunningly cold and beautiful, her figure sexy and alluring, her demeanor noble and elegant. Even though Chen Mo had recently encountered many beauties comparable to Luo Qiu, he still felt deep down that Su Mubai was beyond their reach, especially her aura, which was utterly captivating.
Chen Mo, have you lost your mind? Why are you blocking my car?
Su Mubai glided toward Chen Mo in her exquisite high heels, her steps graceful and swaying. She gave the rose in his hand a cursory glance before demanding, her expression impassive.
The onlookers, upon seeing Su Mubai step out of the car, all wore expressions of utter shock. Who'd have thought this guy came for Miss Su? How shameless. A woman like her would never be with someone like him. Doesn't he see what he looks like? Yeah, Miss Su is famously aloof. Countless rich second-generation kids in Nanyang City have been rejected by her. How dare he come pursuing her? What is he thinking? He's got no shame. He's completely beneath Miss Su. Several girls began whispering among themselves. Stop spreading rumors. That man is our CEO Su's boyfriend, she confirmed it herself. Just then, a young woman who had seen Chen Mo at Su Mubai's company pouted and exclaimed. What? This guy is actually Miss Su's boyfriend? How could that be? How could Miss Su possibly like someone like him? Miss Su turned down even Zhang Zhe, the young master of the Zhang family. How could she possibly be with someone like this? Hearing this, the expressions on everyone's faces seemed even more incredulous. Don't underestimate Mr. Chen. He's quite capable. If it weren't for his help back then, our company might have gone under long ago. The girls were deeply impressed by the scene of Chen Mo bringing Li Juncheng that day, so they harbored quite favorable feelings toward him. Meanwhile, Chen Mo looked at Su Mubai sitting across from him, a flicker of nervousness crossing his eyes. He had actually planned how to explain everything to Su Mubai last night, but for some reason, seeing him today left him at a loss for words. Mubai, about that day. Chen Mo opened his mouth to explain. Chen Mo, you don't need to explain to me. I've already heard about you from Xiaoyu. That girl is Gao Feifei, your ex-girlfriend. You threatened her to get back together with you, which is why you spread those nude photos of the two of you around school. Not only that, but you've also been involved in all sorts of shady relationships with other women. You even threatened Gao Feifei's boyfriend to drop out of school. You're truly disgusting. But before Chen Mo could finish, Gao Feifei cut him off coldly. Chen Mo stared at Gao Feifei before him, his expression utterly shattered. He couldn't fathom why Su Muyu always seemed to be involved in everything, and why she always spoke ill of him. Mubai, it really isn't what you think. Chen Mo hurriedly called out. Chen Mo, I don't even want to know what's going on. I've made up my mind. We're nothing more than a marriage in name only. I don't want to interfere in your personal life, so I don't want to hear about your affairs. From now on, do whatever you want. Please leave. Su Mubai replied coldly, then began walking forward. Chen Mo watched Su Mubai hesitate. He knew full well that Su Mubai had no interest in hearing his explanation right now. Plus, with so many onlookers around, there were things Chen Mo couldn't possibly clarify in just a few words. Come with me. Without further ado, Chen Mo grabbed Su Mubai's jade-like arm and pulled him toward the Mercedes. Chen Mo, what are you doing? Let go of me. Su Mubai cried out, her expression agitated. Her jet-black hair, moist eyes, exquisite features, and alluring figure. As Su Mubai struggled, it made one feel that conquering such a woman would be an impossible task. Chen Mo paid no heed to her struggles, dragging her directly to the Mercedes-Benz and shoving her inside. Chen Mo then took the driver's seat and started the car without a second thought. Everyone present was stunned, staring blankly as the Mercedes vanished from sight. Is this kidnapping? A girl stammered after finally processing what had happened. Chapter 204, Can we go get married now? After Chen Mo pulled Su Mubai into the car, he started the Mercedes and sped off toward the horizon. The crowd that had gathered below the building watched in stunned silence, their expressions frozen in utter bewilderment. They couldn't comprehend what had just unfolded. What had started as a simple confession had ended up as a kidnapping and right in front of all these people. Had it not been for Su Mubai's company employees recognizing Chen Mo earlier, those present might have actually called the police. Chen Mo, what the hell are you doing? Pull over and let me out right now, or I'm calling the police. Su Mubai, sitting in the passenger seat, shouted at Chen Mo with an unusually agitated expression. The moment you calm down and let me finish speaking, the moment I'll let you out. Chen Mo replied expressionlessly as he spoke. Huff. Su Mubai exhaled deeply before murmuring, I have extremely important matters to attend to at my company today. I have no patience to waste time with you here. I don't want to waste time either, but if you won't calm down and listen to my explanation, there's nothing I can do. Chen Mo said indifferently. Fine. Pull over now. I'll give you 10 minutes to explain. Su Mubai shouted, sounding somewhat resigned. Are you sure? Chen Mo froze upon hearing Su Mubai's words, quickly turning to confront him. Of course I'm serious. But I'm only giving you 10 minutes. If you still haven't explained this clearly after 10 minutes, I'll call the police directly. Truthfully, Su Mubai didn't believe Chen Mo could possibly explain the photos away. But if she didn't make this ultimatum, Chen Mo might just drive her off to who knows where. So, with no other choice, Su Mubai reluctantly agreed. Fine. Chen Mo nodded lightly, then pulled the car over to the side of the road. Whatever you need to explain to me, just say it now. Su Mubai whispered to Chen Mo after seeing him pull over. All the photos you saw at our school that day were fake. Someone deliberately photoshopped them to frame me and slander me. Chen Mo said to Su Mubai with a serious expression. And then? Clearly, Su Mubai didn't believe Chen Mo at all, so he gave a cold laugh and asked indifferently. I know you probably don't believe what I'm saying, but I found the evidence. As he spoke, Chen Mo pulled out the written guarantee Su Jiao had given him and handed it to Su Mubai. What is this? Su Mubai asked, momentarily stunned. Take a look for yourself. Chen Mo said expressionlessly. Su Mubai hesitated for 2 seconds before finally reaching out to take the letter, then began reading it carefully. A few minutes later, Su Mubai looked at Chen Mo with a puzzled expression and whispered, if what this guarantee letter says is true, then all those photos were photoshopped by your ex-girlfriend, and she deliberately had someone post them around campus, right? Correct. Chen Mo nodded lightly. Su Mubai stared at the guarantee letter in his hand and couldn't help but let out a cold laugh. He then said indifferently, Chen Mo, you don't seriously think I'm some naive little kid, do you? You expect me to believe everything you're saying is true just based on a single guarantee letter? The evidence isn't just this guarantee letter, there's also the recording of my conversation with my ex-girlfriend. As he spoke, Chen Mo reached for his phone and played the recording of his conversation with Gao Feifei from the previous night. This was a plan Chen Mo had devised before even meeting Gao Feifei. He knew that Su Jiao's guarantee alone wouldn't convince anyone, so he had to present more direct evidence. And the best evidence in the world was having the person involved admit to their actions with their own words. However, Chen Mo knew that many of his conversations with Gao Feifei were related to his identity. Naturally, he couldn't let Su Mubai overhear these details, lest his true identity be exposed. Therefore, the conversation Su Mubai could hear at this moment had been carefully edited by Chen Mo. This way, Su Mubai wouldn't uncover Chen Mo's true identity, while also learning the truth behind those photos circulating at school. Several minutes later, Su Mubai finally finished listening to the recording Chen Mo played for her pretty face filled with shock. After all, relying solely on Su Jiao's written guarantee, Su Mubai would never have believed Chen Mo's claims. But now, Chen Mo had directly produced the recorded conversation between himself and Gao Feifei. The impact was undeniably different. You mean all these photos were actually photoshopped by your ex-girlfriend? Su Mubai stared at him with wide, watery eyes, her expression utterly incredulous. You heard my conversation with her earlier. This entire scheme was orchestrated by Gao Feifei alone. I had absolutely nothing to do with it. I'm actually the victim here. Chen Mo said sternly to Su Mubai. But what was your ex-girlfriend's motive? After all, she's a girl. If this blows up, it won't do her any favors either, right? Su Mubai couldn't quite grasp Gao Feifei's motives. Chen Mo understood Gao Feifei's motive was simply to get back together with him. Yet he couldn't reveal the truth to Su Mubai before learning his real identity. She'd never believed Gao Feifei had committed such extreme acts merely to win him back. So he could only offer a helpless explanation. Gao Feifei did this just to extort money from me. To extort money? Su Mubai's expression grew even more puzzled upon hearing Chen Mo's words. Yeah. Gao Feifei somehow found out about our relationship from someone. She also learned I get 10,000 yuan a month from you for living expenses. That's why she orchestrated the photo incident to extort money from me. Chen Mo said indifferently. I never imagined she'd stoop so low for money. Su Mubai couldn't help but exclaim in shock. You don't know Gao Feifei. That woman would do anything for money. Chen Mo retorted quickly, then pressed Su Mubai. Now you believe I was framed, right? Su Mubai stared at Chen Mo without speaking. If you still don't believe me, I can call Gao Feifei right now and have her explain everything to you. Chen Mo quickly grabbed his phone, ready to call Gao Feifei. Oh, no need. I believe you now. Seeing Chen Mo genuinely about to dial, Su Mubai smiled and gently stopped him. So you do believe me? Chen Mo asked, looking at Su Mubai. Yeah, I believe you. Is that okay? Su Mubai nodded lightly. Great. Since you trust me now, does that mean we can go get our marriage license right away? Chen Mo exclaimed excitedly to Su Mubai. Chapter 205, The Test. A few days prior, Su Mubai had already agreed to go with Chen Mo to get their marriage certificate. Unfortunately, the sudden incident involving Gao Feifei had intervened. This had derailed Chen Mo's plans to get married with Su Mubai. Now that Su Mubai had forgiven him, Chen Mo felt they had to seize the moment and get married immediately. Otherwise, who knew what complications might arise in the meantime? Get a marriage certificate? Su Mubai froze momentarily upon hearing Chen Mo's words. Yes, didn't we both agree last time that we'd go get our marriage certificate? Chen Mo said to Su Mubai with an excited expression. It's true I agreed to get married with you last time, but after what happened with you and your ex-girlfriend, I changed my mind. Su Mubai replied with a smile. Changed my mind? A flicker of confusion crossed Chen Mo's eyes as he frowned. But haven't we cleared up all our misunderstandings? I've already explained everything about Gao Feifei to you. I was the real victim in that situation. Why would you change your mind now? I know you were the victim in that incident, but I realize my previous desire to get married with you was rather impulsive. I intend to thoroughly evaluate you for a period of time. Only if I feel you pass my scrutiny during this time will I go with you to get our marriage certificate. Su Mubai said to Chen Mo with a smile. Upon hearing Su Mubai's words, Chen Mo froze instantly, his expression utterly devastated. He had been so close to getting married to Su Mubai, yet this unexpected turn of events had thrown everything into disarray. What infuriated Chen Mo most was that this incident had little to do with him personally. Yet Su Mubai intended to use it as a test to evaluate him. Passing the test would be one thing, but failing it could spell real trouble. So how exactly do I pass this test? Chen Mo asked Su Mubai with a mournful expression and a helpless look. That depends entirely on my mood. Just do your best. If you perform well, I'll go get married with you. The main reason Su Mubai wasn't going to register the marriage with Chen Mo right now was that she felt they didn't know each other well enough. Even if they did register, there would surely be many complications later on. So Su Mubai planned to get to know Chen Mo better for a while before considering marriage registration. The previous time she had agreed to Chen Mo, it was merely because he had helped resolve a major crisis for her company that day. It had been a moment of impulse that made her want to go register their marriage with him. But now that Su Mubai had regained her composure, she wouldn't act so impulsively. Chen Mo watched Su Mubai with a helpless expression. What had started as a perfectly good arrangement had now turned into this mess. He felt deeply frustrated, but he also knew that forcing things wouldn't work. Pressuring Su Mubai to get married with him would be pointless. After all, the inheritance contract explicitly stated that Chen Mo not only had to marry Su Mubai, but also had to make her fall in love with him willingly. Fine then. Since you're not ready to register our marriage now, I'll just wait. Call me when you change your mind. Chen Mo replied indifferently, then reached out to push open the car door, preparing to get out. After all, he'd come today solely to explain the matter with Gao Feifei. Now that everything had been clarified, there was no reason for Chen Mo to stay any longer. Chen Mo. Su Mubai hurriedly called out when he saw Chen Mo seem genuinely about to leave. Chen Mo froze upon hearing Su Mubai's words, turning to ask, what is it? Is there something else? You're leaving already? Su Mubai hesitated, biting his sensual, alluring lips as he asked. Yeah. I came over today to explain the Gao Feifei situation. Now that the misunderstanding is cleared up, I won't keep you from work. You should hurry back to the office too. Chen Mo nodded. Well, about that. Su Mubai watched Chen Mo hesitate for a moment before speaking softly. When I said I wanted to observe you for a while, I didn't mean anything else. I just feel like we're not particularly familiar with each other yet. I think we need a process to get to know each other better. Do you understand what I mean? Sumubai clearly worried Chen Mo might be hurt, so he quickly added an explanation. I understand. After grasping Sumubai's meaning, Chen Mo gave a slight nod. It was my fault for misunderstanding you this time. I shouldn't have accused you without getting to the bottom of things. So I decided to treat you to a meal as an apology. What do you think? Sumubai hesitated for a moment before continuing to look at Chen Mo. You want to treat me to a meal? Chen Mo's expression turned utterly astonished upon hearing Sumubai's words. He hadn't expected Sumubai to take the initiative to invite him out to eat. Yes. I know a restaurant with excellent food, but I've never had the chance to go myself. Since I don't have anything planned today, treating you to a meal would be a fitting apology. Sumubai nodded with a smile. Didn't you say your company had urgent matters requiring your attention? Chen Mo asked softly. Ah. Sumubai gave Chen Mo an awkward smile before saying casually, actually, that matter isn't urgent. I can go have lunch with you first and handle it this afternoon. Alright then. Chen Mo readily agreed. He had no plans for the afternoon anyway, and since Sumubai had offered to treat him to lunch, Chen Mo certainly wouldn't refuse. Let's go to Xiushui Ancient Town. The restaurant my friend recommended is right there. Sumubai murmured softly after Chen Mo got into the car. Sure. Chen Mo nodded lightly, then started the Mercedes and drove straight toward Xiushui Ancient Town. Around 10 in the morning. Chen Mo and Sumubai arrived at Xiushui Ancient Town. Located in Nanyang City, Nanyang Province, it was an old town steeped in ancient charm. Most of the buildings retained the style of the Republican era. While many tourists visited, its fame lagged behind other ancient towns in China, resulting in far less commercial development. Chen Mo parked Sumubai's car in the lot outside the town, and the two walked side by side toward the entrance. At that moment, Chen Mo and Sumubai truly resembled a couple. Sumubai was in an exceptionally good mood today, chatting with Chen Mo from time to time. Adding to this, Sumubai herself was exceptionally beautiful, with a figure and aura beyond compare. Walking down the ancient town's main street, they attracted countless stares. Yet, upon seeing Chen Mo beside her, those onlookers invariably revealed a hint of surprise. Chen Mo understood perfectly well what they were surprised about, but he didn't pay it much mind. After all, he had long since grown accustomed to this kind of reaction. The restaurant I mentioned is just up ahead. After walking less than 10 minutes, Sumubai suddenly pointed at the restaurant in front of them and turned to Chen Mo. Then let's go in. Chen Mo nodded lightly, about to follow Sumubai inside, when a figure suddenly emerged from the restaurant. The moment Chen Mo saw that figure, he froze in place, his expression one of utter astonishment. Chapter 206, The Counterattack. Inside Xiushui Town. Chen Mo, who had just been about to follow Sumubai into the restaurant, froze instantly upon seeing the girl emerging from inside. His expression turned utterly devastated. For the girl emerging from the restaurant was none other than Luo Qiu, the female internet celebrity who had been harassing Chen Mo frequently lately. Accompanying Luo Qiu was a woman who appeared significantly older than her. The woman was whispering something into Luo Qiu's ear, while Luo Qiu wore an expression of obvious impatience. Luo Qiu's outfit today was very casual. Wearing a deep blue off-the-shoulder tank top paired with a beige mini-skirt. Her long, fair legs were encased in black stockings, and she wore a pair of 10-centimeter high-heeled sandals. A black belt cinched her slender, supple waist. With her delicate, pretty face complementing her sexy, alluring figure, Luo Qiu looked stunning. But Chen Mo had no heart to admire Luo Qiu's beauty right now. He knew this woman had always been a bit off. If she caught him dining with Sumubai, who knew what trouble she'd stir up? After hesitating for 2 seconds, Chen Mo turned and dashed toward the nearby corner before Luo Qiu could spot him. Sumubai, who had already entered the restaurant, remained completely unaware that Chen Mo had left. Luo Qiu, seemingly oblivious to Chen Mo's departure, followed the middle-aged woman into a black sedan. Phew! Chen Mo exhaled deeply as the black sedan slowly vanished from sight. He silently marveled that if he hadn't reacted quickly enough and Luo Qiu had caught him, things would have gotten messy. But Chen Mo didn't know that the moment he emerged from the corner, Luo Qiu, seated inside the car, instinctively turned her head to glance behind the vehicle. When Luo Qiu spotted Chen Mo emerging from the corner, a mysterious smile played on her sensual lips. She murmured softly, "Little Chen Mo, hiding from your big sister? Just wait until I get back, I'll show you." "Xiao Qiu, what are you muttering about?" The beautiful young woman beside Luo Qiu asked her with a puzzled expression. "And nothing." Luo Qiu shook her head lightly. Meanwhile, upon seeing Luo Qiu had left, Chen Mo headed straight for the restaurant. Only then did Sumubai realize Chen Mo was missing. Rushing out of the dining hall, she exhaled deeply upon seeing him approaching. Her tone carried a hint of reproach as she asked, "Chen Mo, where did you go? I thought I'd lost track of you." "I'm not a child, how could I get lost? I just ran into a classmate from school and exchanged a few words with him." Chen Mo explained softly. "Oh, I see." Sumubai didn't think much of it and simply pulled Chen Mo back into the restaurant. Deep down, Chen Mo felt incredibly happy.
He could tell from Su Mubai's expression that she genuinely cared about him. This kind of concern held great value in Chen Mo's heart. After all, among his many friends, few girls showed genuine care for him that wasn't motivated by money.
Upon entering the restaurant, Chen Mo and Su Mubai casually chose a cozy window seat. Chivalrously, Chen Mo let Su Mubai order.
Without hesitation, she flipped open the menu with her slender, elegant fingers. One by one, dish names Chen Mo had never heard of rolled off her sensual lips. Watching Su Mubai concentrate on ordering, Chen Mo felt a flicker of relief. He was glad he'd handed the menu to Su Mubai. If he'd been left to order, Chen Mo wouldn't have had a clue what to choose. Alright, that's all. Su Mubai gently closed the menu in her hands and turned to the waiter, speaking softly. Certainly, please wait a moment. The waiter replied politely before turning away. After the server departed, they waited for their food to arrive. This was Chen Mo's first time dining alone with Su Mubai, so he suddenly found himself at a loss for words. As a girl, Su Mubai naturally wouldn't initiate the conversation either. Thus, the atmosphere began to grow slightly awkward. How's your company been lately? After pondering for a while, Chen Mo finally found what he considered a decent topic and asked Su Mubai softly. Upon hearing Chen Mo's question, Su Mubai couldn't help but smile, her lips curving into a charming, alluring smile that made her look exceptionally captivating. What are you laughing at? Chen Mo asked softly when he saw Su Mubai smile. You spent all that time thinking and this is the boring topic you came up with? Su Mubai asked softly. Chen Mo gave an awkward laugh, then scratched his head and said with a smile, I rarely chat one-on-one with girls, so I don't really know what's appropriate to say to you. That doesn't make sense. Didn't you have a girlfriend before? And I heard from Xiaoyu that there seem to be quite a few girls around you. How could you possibly not know how to chat with girls? Su Mubai asked, utterly perplexed. That's all Su Muyu talking nonsense. I've only ever had one girlfriend my whole life. Chen Mo replied helplessly. Oh, I see. Su Mubai nodded, then continued, my company is doing quite well now. After Mr. Li invested in us last time, he also introduced me to a few business partners. Based on the current situation, I estimate it won't take more than 3 years, maybe just 1 year at most for our company to turn a profit. That's great. Chen Mo smiled faintly, inwardly marveling at how thorough Li Juncheng was. He even thought to introduce Su Mubai to potential partners. In today's world, connections clearly mattered more than capital. I really need to thank you for all this. If it weren't for Mr. Li's investment, my company might have gone under already. Su Mubai said softly, looking at Chen Mo. No need for thanks. You're my fiancée, it's only right that I help you. Chen Mo replied with his usual easygoing manner. Upon hearing these words, a faint blush spread across Su Mubai's lovely face. For a moment, she found herself at a loss for words. Ring ring. Just then, Chen Mo's phone suddenly rang. Chen Mo pulled out his phone and glanced at the caller ID. It was Li Juncheng. Since Su Mubai still didn't know Chen Mo's true identity, Chen Mo immediately stood up and said to Su Mubai, I'll just take this call. Alright. Su Mubai nodded lightly. Chen Mo grabbed his phone and hurried toward the restaurant restroom. But just as he entered the restroom, a stunningly beautiful woman with a sexy figure walked into the restaurant. After entering, her beautiful eyes briefly scanned the room before locking onto Su Mubai. Chen Mo's fiancée? The woman smiled faintly, then glided towards Su Mubai on her high heels. Chapter 207, Is this woman crazy? Inside a high-end restaurant in Xiushui ancient town. After receiving Li Juncheng's call, Chen Mo walked straight into the restroom with his phone in hand. Hello? Chen Mo answered and asked softly. Young Master Chen, where are you right now? Li Juncheng inquired cheerfully. I'm at Xiushui ancient town right now. If you have something to say, get to the point. Chen Mo had no patience for small talk with Li Juncheng right now. After all, nothing was more important than having dinner with Su Mubai. Well, young Master Chen, our company is hosting a banquet tonight. All the CEOs from your affiliated companies will be attending, along with several business leaders from Nanyang City. I think since you've inherited the late chairman's legacy for so long, it's time you met the people under your command. Li Juncheng spoke slowly. Chen Mo understood that Wang Chang had built an enormous commercial empire domestically, spanning virtually every industry. Chen Mo himself now owned thousands of companies, requiring a substantial team to manage them all. The individuals Li Juncheng referred to were likely the CEOs responsible for assisting in the management of Chen Mo's companies. However, these executives rarely had direct contact with Chen Mo himself, as Li Juncheng handled all corporate affairs. What business do I have meeting those people? I'm not going. Chen Mo hesitated briefly before responding indifferently. He figured even if he showed up today, it would likely just be a bunch of sycophants buttering him up, so he had little interest. Please, young Master Chen. Now that they know you've inherited the late chairman's estate, they're eager to meet you. It would be awkward if they encountered you later and risked offending you. Besides, those attending today are all key figures in our company. If you don't meet them, they might feel disheartened. For the sake of our company. Li Juncheng urged him with a lot of fuss. Enough, stop talking.
Where is the banquet? When does it start? Chen Mo interrupted Li Juncheng with a resigned tone. Tonight at 7 at Bishianshan Hot Spring Resort in Nanyang City.
Li Juncheng replied with a cheerful smile.
Alright then, I'll swing by and check it out. Chen Mo knew that if he didn't agree now, Li Juncheng wouldn't let it drop. Su Bai was still waiting for him at the restaurant, so he had no choice but to agree. Would you like me to send someone to pick you up? Li Juncheng asked cheerfully. No need. I know where that hotel is. I'll make my own way there. Chen Mo replied indifferently before hanging up.
After hanging up, Chen Mo turned and walked out of the restroom, heading toward the table where he and Su Bai had been sitting earlier. But when he saw his seat, he froze in place, his expression one of utter shock.
Luo Chou is back? Chen Mo stammered out the question.
Across from Su Bai sat a girl none other than Luo Chou, who had left the restaurant earlier. Luo Chou and Su Bai seemed to be deep in conversation. Judging by the look on Su Bai's face, he appeared quite cheerful, showing no signs of anger.
Why is Luo Chou like a ghost that won't go away? What does she want?
Chen Mo muttered through gritted teeth before striding directly toward Luo Chou's table.
Chen Mo, you're back? Su Bai waved and called out as soon as he saw Chen Mo approaching. Yeah. Chen Mo gave Su Bai a brief nod before turning to confront Luo Chou. But Luo Chou spoke first. Bai, who is this? Luo Chou pointed at Chen Mo and asked Su Bai with a puzzled expression. Luo Chou, this is my fiancée, Chen Mo. Su Bai introduced him with a smile, then turned to Chen Mo and said, Chen Mo, this is Miss Luo Chou.
She's a shareholder of this restaurant.
Shareholder? Chen Mo was utterly bewildered by the two women's words.
He clearly knew Luo Chou, yet she was pretending not to recognize him now.
Had he misjudged her? Chen Mo couldn't help but glance at Luo Chou again.
Seizing the moment when Su Bai wasn't looking, Luo Chou fluttered her large eyes at him and smiled. Hello, Mr. Chen.
This restaurant is a joint venture between me and my friends. I've thoroughly enjoyed our conversation today. To celebrate your dinner with Miss Su, I'll be happy to offer you a 50% discount. You? Chen Mo froze, opening his mouth to speak. But Luo Chou turned to Su Bai and said, Miss Su, I have some things to attend to. I'll be heading out now. Alright. Su Bai gave a light nod.
Luo Chou flashed Chen Mo a mysterious smile before turning and striding straight toward the restaurant exit.
What on earth is that woman up to? Chen Mo watched Luo Chou's retreating figure and couldn't help but mutter under his breath. Chen Mo, snap out of it. Sit down and eat before the food gets cold. Su Bai called softly to Chen Mo. Only then did Chen Mo snap out of his daze. He hurriedly asked, Bai, what's the deal with this Luo Chou? I don't know either. She just suddenly came over and asked if I worked in cosmetics. Then she told me she's a loyal fan of our company's products, so we just chatted for a bit. Su Bai replied calmly while serving himself some food. Did she mention anything strange? Chen Mo pressed further. No, we just kept talking about cosmetics. Su Bai shook his head lightly, then glanced up at Chen Mo and smiled. Why are you so nervous? Do you know this Luo Chou? No. I don't know her. Chen Mo shook his head hastily without hesitation. Then why are you so nervous? Su Bai asked, puzzled. I'm just worried that woman was a con artist. Chen Mo replied indifferently. How could that be? She's a shareholder of this restaurant, she couldn't possibly be a con artist. Well, that's a relief. Chen Mo smiled and sat down at the table, preparing to eat. Deep down, he was filled with confusion. He couldn't fathom why Luo Chou would pretend not to know him to get close to Su Bai. What was her purpose? Chen Mo's previously decent mood began to turn restless. Su Bai noticed Chen Mo's unease but didn't press the matter, quietly eating his meal. Ding dong. Just then, Chen Mo's phone rang again. He quickly pulled it out to check. It was a WeChat message from Luo Chou. When Chen Mo saw the message, he was completely dumbfounded. Is this woman out of her mind? Chen Mo couldn't help but scream inside his head. Chapter 208, You're a Rich Kid? Inside the restaurant. When Chen Mo saw the WeChat message Luo Chou had sent him, his expression was utterly devastated. He simply couldn't fathom what this woman Luo Chou was trying to accomplish. What's wrong? Su Bai asked softly. And nothing. Chen Mo quickly tucked his phone away, unwilling to engage with that crazy woman Luo Chou. Though Su Bai noticed something was off with Chen Mo, she didn't press further. She was a very intelligent woman and understood that if Chen Mo didn't want to tell her now, asking more questions wouldn't get her anywhere. Chen Mo, isn't your school about to start summer break soon? Su Bai hesitated before asking softly. Yeah, probably about a week left. Chen Mo answered after a moment of pause. How about joining me at my hometown after summer break? Su Bai hesitated, looking at Chen Mo as she asked. Go back to your hometown with you? Chen Mo couldn't help but exclaim in surprise, secretly wondering if Su Bai was planning to introduce him to her parents. Yes. My grandfather's 80th birthday is coming up soon. Many relatives from the Su family will return to our hometown to celebrate with him. As my fiancé, I think you should be there too.
Su Mubai hesitated before explaining softly.
But doesn't your grandfather live here in Nanyang City?
Chen Mo asked, seemingly puzzled.
Of course not. My grandfather has always lived back in our hometown.
He has 4 sons and 4 daughters, but only my parents live here in Nanyang City.
The rest of his children are scattered across the country.
My father doesn't really keep in touch with his siblings either, since they only come back for my grandfather's big celebrations.
I've seen them less than 10 times in my entire life. Su Mubai explained softly to Chen Mo. I see. Chen Mo nodded thoughtfully, then smiled. I never realized your Su family was such a large clan. That's right. This year marks my grandfather's 80th birthday.
Not only will my uncles and cousins return, but even my grandfather's brothers and sisters seem to be coming.
It's a gathering for the entire Su family. Anyone connected to the Su name will attend. Su Mubai continued, watching Chen Mo.
Realizing Su Mubai intended to invite him to the family gathering, a flicker of hesitation crossed Chen Mo's eyes. After all, he couldn't reveal his true identity to Su Mubai now. If he attended, he'd be seen by the Su family as nothing more than a penniless nobody. Su Mubai's willingness to invite him regardless of his background filled Chen Mo with immense gratitude. Yet he also didn't want to embarrass Su Mubai by his presence. After a moment's hesitation, he murmured, since this is a gathering for your Su family, wouldn't it be a bit inappropriate for me to attend? You're my fiancé. You'll meet these people sooner or later. Besides, most of the Su family already knows I have a fiancé. It would be awkward if you didn't come this time. Su Mubai said slowly. All right then. Once our school breaks, I'll go with you for a visit. Chen Mo saw that Su Mubai seemed determined to have him come over.
Continuing to refuse felt a bit awkward, so Chen Mo could only agree. I should be leaving Nanyang City for my hometown in the next few days. I'll have someone come pick you up then. Su Mubai said promptly upon seeing Chen Mo's agreement. No need for you to send anyone. Where exactly is your hometown? I can make my own way there. Chen Mo replied indifferently. That's fine too. My hometown is Sujio Town. Have you heard of it? Su Mubai asked softly. I've heard of it. It shouldn't be too far from Nanyang City.
I'll just take a bus there when the time comes.
Chen Mo nodded in agreement. Alright, it's settled then. I'll come pick you up when you arrive. Su Mubai gave Chen Mo a faint smile.
Seeing the smile on Su Mubai's face, Chen Mo felt a mix of emotions.
Based on what Su Mubai had just said, his grandfather's birthday celebration would likely draw many relatives and friends. Chen Mo would be appearing as Su Mubai's fiancé, and the wealthy Su family would undoubtedly look down on him.
Chen Mo worried about potential trouble arising from this situation. If the woman sitting before him now were anyone other than Su Mubai, Chen Mo wouldn't be worried. If push came to shove, he could always reveal his true identity. Once Chen Mo revealed his true identity, no problem would be unsolvable. But in front of Su Mubai, things would be trickier. By the way, Chen Mo, what are your plans after graduation? Just as Chen Mo was pondering these thoughts, Su Mubai spoke up again, directing the question at him. What do I plan to do after graduation? Chen Mo froze at Su Mubai's question, a flicker of uncertainty crossing his eyes. Before inheriting the Juncheng estate, Chen Mo had indeed envisioned his future, securing a respectable job, saving out to buy his own apartment in Nanyang City, and eventually marrying Gao Feifei. But now, with this unexpected inheritance, Chen Mo no longer lacked money. And since Gao Feifei had left him, he genuinely didn't know what he planned to do after graduation. I haven't really thought about what I'll do next. Chen Mo replied awkwardly, meeting Su Mubai's gaze. If you haven't decided yet, why not come work at my company after graduation? We could run this cosmetics business together. I think the money we'd make would be enough for both of us to live comfortably for the rest of our lives. Su Mubai said to Chen Mo with a bright smile. Chen Mo gazed at the woman before him, her smile as radiant as a flower. A flicker of emotion suddenly crossed his eyes, for he never imagined Su Mubai had already begun planning their future together in her heart. These were things Chen Mo himself had never even considered. This made Chen Mo feel somewhat guilty. Su Mubai cared so deeply for him, yet he had been hiding his true identity all along. Chen Mo felt incredibly fortunate to have met a woman like Su Mubai. In today's society, it was nothing short of extraordinary for a woman to stand by you unwaveringly unfazed by your lack of wealth or achievements. If I told you now that I'm actually a rich kid, how would you react? Chen Mo hesitated before softly asking Su Mubai. You're a rich kid? Su Mubai froze, a flicker of confusion crossing her eyes. Chapter 209, literally. You're a rich kid? Su Mubai stared at Chen Mo with wide, watery eyes, his expression utterly bewildered. Yeah, if I were a rich kid, the kind with enough cash to last us both a lifetime, what would your reaction be? Chen Mo repeated the question with a smile. Chen Mo's purpose in asking this question was simple. He wanted to gauge Su Mubai's reaction if she discovered his true identity. Why are you asking me this? Su Mubai replied indifferently. No reason, I was just curious to hear your thoughts. Chen Mo said with a smile.
If you're some super rich heir, that means you've been deceiving me all along. I definitely won't forgive you. Su Mubai answered with deadpan seriousness. Chen Mo froze in place upon hearing Su Mubai's words. Typically, if a guy pretends to be a rich kid in front of a girl and gets exposed, she'd choose to break up. But if the roles were reversed, a rich kid pretending to be a poor guy, most girls wouldn't break up upon discovering his true identity. They'd be shocked, then continue living with him. Yet Su Mubai's answer was that she would feel Chen Mo had been deceiving her all along, making it impossible for her to forgive him. Chen Mo found Su Mubai's response utterly unbelievable. If I really were a rich kid, you'd choose to break up with me, right? Chen Mo asked, looking at Su Mubai. Yes. The thing I hate most is being deceived. I don't mind if you're poor, and I don't mind if you lack ambition, but you must be honest with me. If you deceive me, I won't forgive you. Su Mubai said slowly. Hearing Su Mubai's words, Chen Mo felt utterly devastated inside. After all, he couldn't hide the truth from her forever. But if Su Mubai discovered he'd been deceiving her all along, things could get even more complicated. So now Chen Mo began to feel uneasy, contemplating how he would ever explain his true identity to her. You're not actually some rich kid's son, are you? Su Mubai hesitated before softly asking Chen Mo. Do I look like a rich kid to you? Chen Mo replied with a smile. When you brought Li Juncheng to our company back then, I did suspect your background. After all, not just anyone gets to know someone like Li Juncheng. But later, I figured you probably weren't a rich kid. If you really were, you wouldn't be asking me for living expenses every month. Su Mubai said slowly. Chen Mo looked at Su Mubai and gave a faint smile, saying nothing more. His mind was now consumed with how he would eventually explain all this to Su Mubai. If you don't want to join my company, that's fine. I can give you the money to start something on your own. Seeing Chen Mo's silence, Su Mubai feared he'd hurt the young man's pride and quickly changed the subject. No need. I think working at your company is a good idea. I'll just help you run it. Chen Mo quickly replied, looking at Su Mubai. All right. Su Mubai nodded quickly and began eating. Chen Mo, however, stared at Su Mubai thoughtfully. Only now did he realize that he might have truly fallen for this woman. When he first met Su Mubai, he had merely thought her beautiful, harboring no deeper feelings. His desire to marry her had stemmed solely from his ambition to smoothly inherit the Juncheng estate. Thus, it wasn't that Chen Mo couldn't be attracted to other women, he simply exerted great effort to control his desires. But witnessing Su Mubai's attitude toward his identity filled him with deep anxiety. He couldn't help but wonder how he would ever explain everything to her once his true self was exposed. In the blink of an eye, half an hour had passed. After dinner, Su Mubai and Chen Mo left the restaurant. Chen Mo had eaten this meal in a state of constant trepidation. First, Luo Qiu's sudden appearance had startled him, and then Su Mubai's words had left him deeply troubled. But later, Chen Mo reflected that since he couldn't reveal his true identity to Su Mubai just yet, it was better to wait and figure out a solution when the time came. Dwelling on it now served no purpose. After leaving Xiushui ancient town, Chen Mo drove Su Mubai back to the company before heading out alone. Stepping out of Su Mubai's company, Chen Mo instinctively pulled out his phone. Only then did he recall the WeChat message Luo Qiu had sent him. The message was extremely simple. Little Chen Mo, this big sister is ready to compete fairly with you for Su Mubai. Chen Mo couldn't fathom what Luo Qiu meant by this, so after a moment's hesitation, he dialed her number directly. Beep beep. After 2 rings, Luo Qiu answered. Hello? Luo Qiu's seductive voice came through. What did you mean by that message you sent me on WeChat earlier? Chen Mo frowned, his tone filled with confusion. What else could it mean? It means exactly what it says. Luo Qiu replied indifferently. The literal meaning? What do you mean you're competing with me for Su Mubai? What exactly are you trying to do? Chen Mo shouted expressionlessly. He now realized he simply couldn't figure out this woman Luo Qiu. Whatever she did always felt utterly baffling. Have you forgotten what kind of person your sister is? Luo Qiu said with a smile. Who are you? Chen Mo froze for a moment before asking. Did you forget that I'm a lesbian, sis? Luo Qiu said with a coy smile. You? Chen Mo finally understood what was going on upon hearing Luo Qiu's words. So that's why Luo Qiu had insisted on competing fairly with Chen Mo for Su Mubai, because she had fallen for him. Chapter 210, He's my cousin's fiancé. Only after hearing Luo Qiu's words did Chen Mo finally grasp what she meant by wanting to compete with him for Su Mubai. Sis, could you please stop joking around like this? I know you're not really. You only tell people you're to reject your admirers. Chen Mo shouted into the phone with exasperation. Who said I'm not? Luo Qiu gave a faint smile before continuing. Little Chen Mo, let me tell you this, your big sister here is bisexual. Sometimes I like men, sometimes I like women. Right now, I've fallen for your fiancé. What do you suggest I do? If you like her, go for it. Su Mubai definitely won't be with you. Chen Mo couldn't fathom what was going on inside Luo Qiu's head, so he snapped back irritably before reaching for the phone to hang up. Aren't you afraid I'll go bother your fiancé? Luo Qiu hadn't expected Chen Mo to react this way and quickly asked. Whatever you want. Chen Mo sighed helplessly before hanging up. He felt Luo Qiu was playing games with him. Although she had always claimed to be, based on Chen Mo's observations, aside from her slightly peculiar personality, Luo Qiu seemed perfectly normal in every other way, not at all like someone who was actually. And even if Luo Qiu was, Su Mubai certainly wasn't. So Chen Mo wasn't the least bit worried about Luo Qiu trying to compete fairly with him for Su Mubai's affections. On the other end, after seeing her call get hung up on by Chen Mo, anger flashed in Luo Qiu's beautiful eyes. She pouted and shouted, "You just wait, Chen Mo. I'll show you. Even if I don't snatch Su Mubai away, I'll make sure to ruin things between the two of you." Around 3 p.m. Chen Mo arrived at Bixianshan Hot Spring Resort by taxi. Bixianshan Hot Spring Resort was a renowned tourist destination in Nanyang City, featuring a hotel, hot springs, amusement park, bars, nightclubs, casinos, and a full range of entertainment venues. The cost of staying at Bixianshan was astronomical. A single admission ticket could easily run into the thousands, and a 3 to 5 day stay would set you back at least 100,000 yuan. It was simply beyond the means of ordinary people. Chen Mo had heard classmates discuss this resort before, but back then he was just a penniless kid. He never imagined he'd one day become its owner. Indeed, Bixianshan Hot Spring Resort was one of the legacies Wang Chang had left to Chen Mo. The parking lot outside Bixianshan Hot Spring Resort was now filled with luxury cars rarely seen on ordinary days, each costing tens of millions of yuan. After getting out of the car, Chen Mo briefly surveyed the surroundings of Bixianshan Hot Spring Resort. It was gilded and opulent, extravagant beyond measure. If this were the old Chen Mo, arriving at such an exclusive place would have filled him with excitement. But now, he felt little interest in such things. "Sir, hello. Please present your admission ticket." As Chen Mo approached the resort entrance, 2 security guards in black suits immediately blocked his path, their expressions impassive as they demanded. "Ticket?" Chen Mo froze upon hearing this, his tone tinged with confusion. "Sorry, sir, everyone needs a ticket to enter the estate." The security guard's tone carried a hint of disdain. After all, Chen Mo's attire was remarkably ordinary, giving no hint of a wealthy background. Naturally, the guards looked down on him inwardly. Yet, to preserve the estate's image, they maintained a polite facade. "Ha!" Chen Mo smiled at the 2 guards. He understood it was only natural they didn't know his identity, so he didn't press the matter. Instead, he took out his phone and dialed Li Juncheng's number. "Young Master Chen." Li Juncheng answered promptly. "I'm at the entrance of Bixianshan Hot Springs Resort now. Have someone come pick me up." Chen Mo said slowly. "Understood. I'll send someone to pick you up immediately." Li Juncheng replied promptly. Chen Mo said no more and hung up immediately. The 2 bodyguards at the entrance exchanged puzzled glances. They sensed from Chen Mo's demeanor and gaze that he was no ordinary man, yet no matter how they looked at him, they couldn't see him as a rich kid. "Chen Mo?" As Chen Mo waited for the hot spring resort staff to come greet him, a very familiar voice rang out beside his ear. Hearing his name called, Chen Mo quickly turned his head. He discovered that the person calling out to him was none other than Su Muyu. Although Chen Mo deeply admired Su Mubai, he harbored no particular fondness for Su Muyu as a person. Consequently, he made no move to acknowledge her. "Chen Mo, what are you doing here?" Su Muyu walked over to Chen Mo with her friends, her expression puzzled as she asked him. After all, this resort was extremely expensive, ordinary people couldn't afford to come here. That's why Su Muyu was so surprised to see Chen Mo. "What are you doing here?" Instead of answering Su Muyu's question, Chen Mo calmly countered. "I came to have fun with my friends." Su Muyu replied, pouting her lips. "Who's this guy?" "No idea. When did you ever know a beggar like this?" "Yeah, look at what he's wearing. How dare he show up dressed like that in a place like this? He's got no shame." At that moment, several pretty girls beside Su Muyu were also sizing up Chen Mo. But when they saw he was just wearing cheap street clothes, they all lost interest in him and started whispering among themselves. "Chen Mo, what are you doing here?" Su Muyu called out to Chen Mo after answering his question. "I'm here to have fun too." Chen Mo replied indifferently. "You're here to have fun too?" Su Muyu froze upon hearing this, then retorted with utter disdain, "Do you even have the money to hang out here? Stop bragging, okay? Did you come here to work as a waiter?" In Su Muyu's eyes, Chen Mo's living expenses were provided by Su Mubai. How could Chen Mo possibly afford to hang out in a place like this? "Whether I have money to hang out here is none of your business, right?" Chen Mo didn't want to waste words with Su Muyu, so he simply strode forward. "You." A flash of anger flickered in Su Muyu's beautiful eyes. "Xiaoyu, what kind of person is this?" "Yeah, Xiaoyu, when did you start hanging out with someone like this?" Su Muyu's friends, seeing Chen Mo walk away, immediately gathered around her, asking in puzzled tones. "He's my cousin's fiancée." Su Muyu replied indifferently. Upon hearing her words, her friends all froze in place, their expressions filled with utter disbelief. Chapter 211, Embarrassing? "Xiaoyu, you're not joking with us, are you?" This guy is actually your cousin's fiancé? Yeah, how could your cousin possibly marry someone like him? She's famous in Nanyang City for being rich, beautiful, and well-connected. Xiao Yu, you must be joking. This guy can't possibly be your cousin's fiancé.
Su Muyu's friends, upon hearing her words, all wore expressions of shock and shouted at her in highly agitated tones. After all, Su Mubai was also considered a renowned beauty from a wealthy family in Nanyang City. Back in school, countless rich second-generation kids had pursued her, but she had rejected them all. Su Muyu's friends, all from upper-class backgrounds, had naturally heard of Su Mubai's name. Why would I lie to you? Su Muyu rolled her eyes helplessly, then pouted, this Chen Mo and my cousin really are betrothed. What was your cousin thinking? Aside from being somewhat decent-looking, this guy has absolutely no redeeming qualities. Why would she get involved with someone like him? Su Muyu's friend quickly asked. Actually, Chen Mo is just a bit strapped for cash. Everything else about him is fine. For some reason, Su Muyu, who had always looked down on Chen Mo, suddenly spoke up in his defense. Perhaps it was because Chen Mo had helped secure an investor for Su Mubai's company last time, causing a subtle shift in her perception of him.
Still, that previous incident couldn't erase Su Muyu's conviction that Chen Mo was a penniless bum. She merely found him less irritating now. I don't see what's so great about him. Vishianchianya is already closed, and he still wants to go in? That guy must have something wrong with his brain.
Su Muyu's friend said, pursing her lips.
Exactly. Vishianchianya is closed, what's he even going in for? Su Muyu snapped to attention at the remark and hurriedly called out toward Chen Mo's direction, Chen Mo. We're hosting extremely important guests here today. Regular patrons have all been turned away. You won't get in. Don't waste your money buying a ticket.
Su Muyu assumed Chen Mo was about to buy a ticket, so she kindly warned him. Although Su Muyu suspected Chen Mo couldn't afford to spend money here, she figured he could probably manage a ticket costing a few thousand yuan.
Chen Mo turned to glance at Su Muyu, then said indifferently, just because you can't get in doesn't mean I can't. You.
Su Muyu's wide eyes froze in speechlessness before she burst out, how incredibly ungrateful. Su Muyu had only meant well by warning Chen Mo that the venue was close to guests, but receiving such a retort in return undoubtedly infuriated her.
Xiao Yu, it seems your cousin's husband isn't just penniless, he's also a complete braggart. The staff inside clearly stated that today, a very special group of guests would be arriving at Bishianshan. No one else is allowed in except them. For him to claim he can get in? That's just ridiculous. A girl who wasn't particularly close to Su Muyu couldn't help but mutter a soft taunt. Yeah, that guy's definitely just bragging. If he could really get in, that would mean he's a staff member here. Otherwise, there's no way he'd be allowed in. Another girl chimed in. Or there's a second possibility, maybe this guy is actually one of the VIPs Bishianchianya is preparing to host, the girl beside Su Muyu declared in a sarcastic tone. Ha ha ha. The group burst into laughter at this remark, their expressions dripping with disdain. Clearly, none of them believed Chen Mo could be Bishianchianya's VIP guest, so they dismissed it as a joke. Hearing the mocking laughter, Su Muyu suddenly felt a pang of unease. After all, she sensed they weren't just ridiculing Chen Mo, they were mocking Su Mubai, and even her. That damn Chen Mo. Why do I keep running into him everywhere I go? What a disgrace. Su Muyu couldn't help but mutter under her breath. She then turned to her friends beside her and snapped, enough. Stop laughing. What's so funny? Let's go. Seeing Su Muyu's apparent irritation, the group immediately fell silent and began walking briskly toward the roadside. Chen Mo stood quietly by the entrance, waiting for someone from Bishianshan Hot Springs Resort to come pick him up. The entire Bishianshan area belonged to Chen Mo. He certainly wouldn't do something foolish like pay for a ticket to enter the resort. Young Master Chen. Less than 2 minutes later, a middle-aged man in a black suit, with a prominent belly, rushed out of the resort looking flustered. Chen Mo turned his head and gave the man a cool glance. Young Master Chen, I'm terribly sorry. I had no idea you'd already arrived, so I was a bit late. Please forgive my rudeness, don't hold it against me. The man explained to Chen Mo with visible agitation. The two security guards at the entrance heard the man's words and both wore expressions of utter shock, their eyes filled with disbelief. They knew the man standing before them was none other than Hikai, the general manager of Bishianshan Villa. Even when the mayor of Nanyang City came for an inspection, Hikai had never looked this flustered. Yet now, facing an ordinary-looking, seemingly impoverished student, he displayed such panic. The security guards found it utterly unbelievable. You're the manager of Bishianshan Mountain Villa? Chen Mo gave the middle-aged man a once-over and asked casually. Yes. My name is Hikai, and I am currently the manager of Bishianshan Villa. The middle-aged man answered, baring his teeth. Oh, I see. Chen Mo gave a slight nod, saying nothing more. Young Master Chen, it's simply too hot out here. Let's move inside to talk. Hikai displayed utmost deference toward his new master, Chen Mo, maintaining a bowed posture throughout their conversation. Chen Mo didn't feel annoyed by Hikai's tardiness. After all, he had only just called Li Juncheng himself, so Hikai arriving a bit late was perfectly understandable.
Master Chen, this way, please. Hikai politely ushered him in, leading Chen Mo into the Bishianshan villa. Meanwhile, Su Muyu and her friend stood by the roadside waiting for a taxi.
Xiaoyu, your cousin's husband actually got into Bishianshan villa.
Just then, a young girl suddenly called out to Su Muyu. Su Muyu turned sharply at the words.
Seeing Chen Mo enter, her eyes widened in shock. Her mouth fell open as she gasped, Chen Mo actually got in? Chapter 212, what qualifications does he have to be a VIP guest? Outside the gates of Bishianshan Hot Springs Villa.
Su Muyu and the others watched as Chen Mo followed Hikai into the resort, their expressions turning stunned. Their wide, watery eyes brimmed with astonishment. Earlier, staff at Bishianshan had announced that an extremely important guest would be hosted today, prompting the evacuation of all other guests from the resort. Su Muyu and her companions happened to be among those expelled. Now that Chen Mo had managed to enter Bishianshan, everyone was undoubtedly feeling extremely astonished.
Xiaoyu, who exactly is your cousin's husband? How did he gain access? Could he be a VIP guest at Bishianshan Villa? Su Muyu's friend couldn't help but whisper the question. I have no idea what's going on. Su Muyu shook her head, her eyes unfocused. If this had been earlier, Su Muyu would never have believed that a penniless guy like Chen Mo could be a VIP guest at Bishianshan. But after Chen Mo secured investors for Su Mubai's company, Su Muyu's view of him had shifted slightly.
She began to suspect that Chen Mo might not be just an ordinary college student after all. How could a penniless guy like that be a VIP at Bishianshan? He must be here to work. It's perfectly normal for a waiter to enter Bishianshan, isn't it? Just then, a girl pouted and exclaimed. Everyone froze upon hearing her words.
I think Fei Fei's right. Look at that guy's shabby outfit, how could he be a VIP at Bishianshan? Even if he really is a VIP here, he should at least dress up a bit before coming over. Right. He's definitely here to work.
The other girls chimed in agreement. Su Muyu felt a twinge of hesitation.
She didn't understand what was going on either. Logically, Chen Mo didn't look like a VIP guest at a high-end resort like Bishianshan. But then again, Su Mubai gave Chen Mo 10,000 yuan a month for living expenses. It seemed unlikely that Chen Mo would come to work at a place like this. This guy definitely isn't here to work. Just then, one of the girls suddenly shouted. Hearing this, everyone turned to look at her, puzzled expressions on their faces. How do you know Chen Mo isn't here to work? Su Muyu hesitated before quietly asking the girl. Xiaoyu, do you know who that man was who just escorted your cousin's husband into the villa? The girl replied excitedly. Who? Su Muyu asked. That man is Hikai, the general manager of Bishianshan Mountain Villa. As soon as the girl finished speaking, everyone froze, their expressions filled with utter disbelief. If Chen Mo really came here to work, how could the general manager of Bishianshan personally come out to greet him? Even a little cutie could figure that out. The man who just escorted your cousin's husband into the villa is the general manager of Bishianshan. And look at how respectfully the general manager speaks to him, it clearly shows he's not here to work. How could the esteemed general manager of Bishianshan be so deferential to a mere waiter? The girl continued shouting at Su Muyu. Su Muyu watched the receding figures of Chen Mo and Hikai, a flicker of bewilderment crossing her eyes. The girls who had mocked Chen Mo earlier all fell silent now, realizing there was some truth to what this girl had said. Could this Chen Mo really be a VIP guest at Bishianshan? How could he possibly qualify as a VIP at Bishianshan? Yeah, look at his shabby appearance. I could believe he's a waiter at Bishianshan, but calling him a VIP? That's just unbelievable. A few girls muttered among themselves, seemingly unwilling to accept it. Whether Chen Mo is a VIP here or not, I'll find out by going inside and asking. Su Muyu pouted and called out before striding directly toward the entrance of Bishianshan Villa. Naturally, Su Muyu's friends were also very curious about Chen Mo's identity, so they all followed her over. But by the time the girls reached the entrance, Chen Mo and Hikai had already vanished without a trace. Su Muyu took a step forward, ready to barge into Bishianshan Villa, but the two security guards at the entrance immediately reached out to block her. They said expressionlessly, Miss, we're sorry, but our villa is currently closed for business. You can't go in. Why can't we go in? That guy just went in. A girl behind Su Muyu shouted loudly. The security guard couldn't help but chuckle at the remark before replying coolly, that gentleman was a distinguished guest of Bishianshan. Are you? Beep. Su Muyu and the other girls froze in shock upon hearing the security guard's words, their expressions filled with utter disbelief. They never imagined that Chen Mo was actually a VIP guest of Bishianshan. This can't be possible. Chen Mo is actually a VIP guest at Bishianshan. Su Muyu stood frozen in place, uttering the exclamation with utter disbelief. But Su Muyu probably didn't know that Chen Mo wasn't just a VIP guest at Bishianshan, he was the owner. Meanwhile, Chen Mo entered Bishianshan Villa guided by Hikai. After entering the estate, Hikai continuously briefed Chen Mo on the layout of Bishianshan. At this hour, no other tourists remained in the resort, leaving the surroundings exceptionally tranquil.
Various structures were hidden amidst vast forests, pavilions, terraces, and gazebos surrounded by birdsong and blooming flowers, creating an incredibly soothing atmosphere. Moreover, Chen Mo discovered that Billionaire Hot Springs Resort's primary operations extended far beyond the hot springs. It also featured a hotel, a casino, and a series of entertainment venues. At the forefront stood the Billionaire Hotel, with the hot springs located behind it. Beyond the hot springs lay the Billionaire Club, reputed as a paradise for men. Rumor had it that this Billionaire Club was the resort's most lucrative venture. With enough money, one could indulge in all manner of services within its walls. After briefly outlining the resort's layout, Hikai grinned broadly at Chen Mo and said, "Young Master Chen, knowing you were coming today, I specially prepared a gift for you." "You prepared a gift for me?" Chen Mo couldn't help but chuckle at Hikai's words. The entire Billionaire belonged to him, yet Hikai had gone to the trouble of preparing a gift for him here. "Yes, sir. Consider it my humble welcome gift to you," Hikai replied with a smile. "What kind of gift?" Chen Mo hesitated slightly before asking casually. "Young Master Chen, allow me to keep you in suspense for a moment." "This way, please." Hikai replied with an air of mystery, then promptly led Chen Mo forward. Chen Mo gave Hikai a casual glance, asking no further questions, and simply followed him forward. Chapter 213, Imperial Treatment. Inside the Billionaire Hot Springs Resort, Chen Mo followed Hikai into the resort grounds. Along the way, he noticed numerous female attendants. These female attendants were top-tier in figure, demeanor, and appearance, far beyond anything the girls at Chen Mo's school could compare to. Dressed in cheongsams and high heels, their swaying figures exuded waves of alluring charm, their ample bosoms gently trembling with each graceful step. Such a scene proved highly tempting to a virgin like Chen Mo. As he passed these beauties, he couldn't help but steal a few extra glances. Hikai's smile grew even broader when he noticed Chen Mo's interest in the waitresses. Moreover, Chen Mo noticed that the deeper he ventured into Billionaire, the higher the caliber of the waitresses became. No wonder so many people call Billionaire Villa a paradise for men. It really is. Chen Mo couldn't help but whisper to himself, "Young Master Chen, we've arrived." Just then, Hikai abruptly halted his steps and addressed Chen Mo with a cheerful grin. Chen Mo froze upon hearing Hikai's words, then looked up to find himself standing before a grand gate. The gate bore the three characters, Dragon Phoenix Pool. "This is the gift you prepared for me?" Chen Mo turned to look at Hikai, his expression puzzled as he asked. "That's right, young Master Chen. Your gift awaits inside. Once you step in, you can do whatever you please, take your pick." After saying this, Hikai gave Chen Mo a knowing wink, his expression clearly implying, "You know what I mean." But Chen Mo was left utterly baffled by Hikai's words, completely unsure what the man was up to. "To avoid disturbing your enjoyment, young Master Chen, I'll take my leave now. Should you require anything, simply instruct the staff inside." Hikai assumed Chen Mo was feeling a bit awkward and prepared to leave immediately. "No." Chen Mo opened his mouth to speak. Hikai quickly turned back. "Young Master Chen, I forgot to mention earlier, there are rooms prepared for you inside. If any catches your eye, just take her straight to the room." With that, Hikai hurried off toward the distance, a smug grin plastered across his face. Watching Hikai depart like that, Chen Mo was utterly speechless. After a moment's hesitation, he pushed open the gates of the Dragon Phoenix Pool and stepped inside. But the moment Chen Mo stepped inside, he froze in place, his expression one of utter astonishment. Because this so-called Dragon Phoenix Pool was actually a massive hot spring swimming pool. But that wasn't the main point. The main point was that inside the Dragon Phoenix Pool at that moment were nearly 20 beautiful women, each with a distinct style. All of them were dressed in swimwear, their stunning figures accentuated by a variety of bikinis. This is the gift Hikai prepared for me?" Chen Mo exclaimed in utter disbelief. At that moment, Chen Mo finally understood the true meaning behind Hikai's earlier words. No wonder Hikai had told him before leaving that he had already prepared a room. As the general manager of Billionaire, Hikai entertained all kinds of VIPs daily. He knew every man in the world shared one common passion: beautiful women. To curry favor with Chen Mo, Hikai had spent the past fortnight scouring the country for women with pristine bodies, striking looks, and refined demeanor. He then subjected them to intensive training to ensure they could serve Chen Mo well in bed. This was nothing short of imperial treatment. Moreover, to prevent any disturbances, Hikai had deliberately evicted all other guests from Billionaire. This explained why Su Muyu and the others had abruptly departed. Having invested so much effort in these elaborate preparations, Hikai was confident that Chen Mo would adore this gift. When he saw Chen Mo's interest in the beautiful female attendants at the villa earlier, his certainty only grew. That was precisely why Hikai had departed with such confidence earlier, leaving Chen Mo to enjoy the moment freely. Some of the beauties in the Dragon Phoenix Pool were swimming, while others lounged on deck chairs in bikinis, chatting. Chen Mo stared blankly at the beauties in the Dragon Phoenix Pool, his heartbeat noticeably quickening. To be honest, this scene was incredibly tempting and thrilling for Chen Mo, who had never been with a woman before. And it wasn't just Chen Mo, any man witnessing this scene would likely lose control. But Chen Mo knew his bond with Su Mubai was steadily deepening. He would never do anything to betray her trust at this moment. That he Kai. Chen Mo shook his head helplessly and sighed softly before turning to leave.
But just then, a young man suddenly thrust a tray of drinks in front of Chen Mo and bellowed, "You're the new guy, right? Hurry up and take this drink over to Sister Engying. Move it." Chen Mo froze upon hearing the young man's words, opening his mouth to protest. "What are you standing there for? Didn't you hear me tell you to deliver the wine? Watch out or Sister Engying will get angry and deal with you." The young man didn't give Chen Mo a chance to explain, shouting excitedly before shoving the tray into his hands. Chen Mo instinctively took the tray, inwardly sighing with resignation. He thought to himself, "Looks like this guy thinks I'm a new waiter. I really need to change my clothes sometime. Otherwise, being mistaken for a waiter everywhere I go isn't exactly ideal." Despite his thoughts, Chen Mo still carried the tray toward a stunning woman in a black bikini. "What are you doing? Why did it take you so long to get here?"
The woman exclaimed excitedly when she saw Chen Mo strolling over.
"Yeah, what's wrong with you, waiter? Are you even fit for the job? Why aren't you wearing your uniform? What kind of trashy clothes are you wearing? Hurry up and put the drinks down for Sister Engying. Then get out of here. Don't let us see you again. Just looking at people like you makes me sick."
The other girls beside the beauty joined in, hurling insults at Chen Mo with looks of contempt and disdain. After all, these beauties had been hired by Hikai to entertain the owner of Bishianshan Villa,
so they naturally carried themselves with an air of superiority.
It was commonplace for them to verbally abuse and bully the waitstaff here.
Hearing their words, Chen Mo couldn't help but frown slightly, a flash of anger flickering in his eyes. Chapter 214, You don't know who young Master Chen is? Hey, you! What kind of work are you doing? Put that stuff down and get out of here. Didn't you hear me? The beauties by the Dragon Phoenix pool, seeing Chen Mo standing still, shouted at him with visible agitation. Chen Mo held the tray of drinks, his eyes flashing with anger. He inwardly sighed at the quality of the women Hikai had brought him. If he really got involved with any of them, it could potentially cause trouble down the line. Despite his inner fury, Chen Mo said nothing. After all, he had no connection to these women. He set down the tray expressionlessly and turned to leave. "Hey, where are you off to? Did Sister Engying give you permission to leave?" The crowd shouted loudly when they saw Chen Mo seemed ready to leave. Chen Mo ignored them completely, striding straight toward the gates of the Dragon Phoenix pool. He figured these women were just being a bit opportunistic. They didn't hold any deep grudges against him, so he saw no reason to make things difficult for them. Seconds later, Chen Mo reached the Dragon Phoenix pool's entrance and gently pushed the gate. But to Chen Mo's utter surprise, the gate was locked from the outside. No need to guess, this was definitely Hikai's doing. Chen Mo sighed helplessly. He understood Hikai meant well, so he didn't get angry. Instead, he found a chair by the hot spring pool and sat down. Although his impression of these women wasn't particularly favorable, they were undeniably attractive, both in figure and appearance. Sitting there admiring the beauty was quite a pleasant way to pass the time. After all, there was still plenty of time before the banquet began. Even if he went out now, there wouldn't be much to do. It had to be said, Hikai had gone to great lengths preparing this gift for Chen Mo. All kinds of beauties were gathered here, tall, sexy, mature types, petite, cute, girlish types, whatever your preference, big busts, long legs, slim waists, perky behinds, fair skin, dark complexions, you could find it here. Chen Mo even spotted a few moderately famous second-tier celebrities from back home, along with some blonde-haired, blue-eyed foreign beauties. A sea of beauties stretched as far as the eye could see, their occasional giggles only fueling wild fantasies. Such scenes were beyond anything Chen Mo had ever dared imagine. It had to be said, the lives of the wealthy were truly beyond the comprehension of ordinary people. Chen Mo sat quietly in his chair, admiring this living erotic tableau. He felt quite content even if he couldn't touch them. Surely he could at least look? Just then, the beauties beside Chen Mo seemed to notice his presence. What's this guy doing here? Why is he sitting there? Yeah, he must be a staff member at the Dragon Phoenix pool. Others shouldn't be allowed in. If he's a staff member, why isn't he in uniform? And why is he so brazenly slacking off here? Doesn't he fear getting fired if He catches him? Maybe he's new and doesn't know our rules. He'll be in for it when He spots him. I think this guy's a creep. He's been staring at us the whole time. We're here to serve young Master Chen. What kind of impression does it make to have someone like him watching? Yeah, this guy is so disgusting. How could Bishianchianya hire someone like him as a waiter? What was HR thinking? Several girls glanced at Chen Mo's table and began whispering among themselves. Upon hearing their murmurs, a flicker of resignation crossed Chen Mo's eyes. He was the very young Master Chen they were talking about. Weren't they dressed like this precisely to catch his eye? I wonder when young Master Chen will finally show up. We've been waiting here for a whole month. Just then, a beautiful woman propped her cheek on her hand and couldn't help but sigh softly. Why even think about it?
Even if young Master Chen really shows up, he won't notice us. We just need to get the money we're promised.
Another beauty chimed in. True. I heard if he actually takes a fancy to you, mister, he will personally reward you 5 million.
The woman replied excitedly.
Then continued. Just sleeping with young Master Chen could net you 5 million. It's like manna from heaven. Not only would it be pleasurable, but you'd get paid too.
Your vision is way too short-sighted.
If you really caught young Master Chen's eye, it wouldn't just be about 5 million. You might even marry him and enter a wealthy family. That's when the real good life begins. Too bad young Master Chen would never notice us. Even if he did, he'd only go for stunners like Sister Yingying or Sister Lulu. All we can do is keep sucking up to him. Just then,
one of the beauties sighed softly and murmured, well, we should still put our best foot forward.
What if young Master Chen actually takes a liking to us?
I refuse to believe he wouldn't be tempted by my ample bosom.
Another beauty spoke while gently cupping her breasts, striking a decidedly alluring pose. Chen Mo, standing nearby, couldn't help but turn his head to glance at the woman after hearing this remark. What are you looking at? You think I won't poke your eyes out? Unfortunately,
the beauty caught Chen Mo's gaze and snapped at him fiercely.
Chen Mo gave an awkward chuckle and quickly averted his gaze. Come on, even if she had a 36F bust, I doubt it would impress someone like young Master Chen. After all, a playboy like him has seen every kind of beauty under the sun, right? Remarked a woman in a white swimsuit, her tone calm. True. Hearing this, the others all nodded with a look of disappointment. They assumed a rich second generation like Chen Mo wouldn't lack for women, so relying solely on their looks probably wouldn't be enough to capture his interest. Sister Hong, who exactly is this Mr. Chen you keep mentioning? Is he really that impressive? Just then, a slightly younger beauty hesitated before asking softly, Xiao Bei, you don't even know about young Master Chen? The group froze upon hearing the young beauty's question. I'm not really sure. When he approached me, he didn't mention any of this.
The young beauty replied timidly.
Good heavens, you don't even know who young Master Chen is? The beauties present all wore expressions of utter shock. Chen Mo turned to look at them, secretly curious what they might say next. Chapter 215, The Beauty Lulu. Within the Dragon Phoenix pool, several exquisitely beautiful women in swimsuits sat beside Chen Mo, whispering about his identity.
I heard this Mr.
Chen is supposedly the owner of Bishianshan Hot Spring Resort.
A mature beauty named Hong Hong whispered to the others.
Sis Hong, is that true? The entire Bishianshan Resort belongs to young Master Chen alone? The others exclaimed excitedly upon hearing this. What's a mere Bishianshan?
I also heard young Master Chen has countless companies under his control.
Even Li Juncheng and Du Tianhao from Nanyang City are his subordinates. Hong Hong continued.
A wave of shock washed over their eyes once more.
After all, in their eyes, becoming the owner of Bishianshan Villa was already an incredible feat.
But they never imagined young Master Chen wasn't just the owner of Bishianshan, he was also the boss of people like Li Juncheng and Du Tianhao.
Li Juncheng and Du Tianhao were major figures in Nanyang City.
If such heavyweights were under Chen Gongzi's command,
what kind of terrifying figure must he be?
The thought was almost too much for them to bear.
Xiao Bei, if you don't even know who young Master Chen is, what are you doing here? Hong Hong turned to ask the young beauty. When he called me over, he said I just needed to show up as a token presence. As long as I completed the task, I'd get 200,000 yuan. The girl named Xiao Bei timidly addressed the group. You don't even know why we're here? Sister Hong asked, utterly speechless. I don't know. I thought I just had to wear a swimsuit and pose for the cameras. Xiao Bei shook her head hastily. Getting paid 200,000 just for wearing a swimsuit and posing? How did you get so lucky? Sister Hong shot Xiao Bei a disapproving look before explaining calmly. Let me tell you, all of us here are here to serve young Master Chen. He should be arriving soon. He'll pick a few he likes from among us, take them away, and the rest of us will get our 200,000 yuan. But whoever he takes with him will get 5 million yuan. 5 million. Xiao Bei gasped at the figure, murmuring, if only young Master Chen would choose me, then I wouldn't have to worry about my mom's surgery fees. Forget about it. For us, getting that 200,000 is already pretty good. Don't even think about 5 million. Hong Hong replied indifferently, then rested her hand on her cheek and mused. Wonder what young Master Chen looks like. If he's handsome, I'd be willing even without the 5 million. But if he's ugly, forget it. It'd be my first time. You little, get lost. I'm not the one who's wet, you are. Ha ha ha. The beauties teased each other, bursting into laughter as their bodies shook with mirth. Chen Mo, upon hearing their words, was utterly speechless. He hadn't expected these materialistic girls to speak so openly. However, the girl named Bebe piqued Chen Mo's interest. Unlike the others, she didn't seem driven by materialism.
She'd come here to raise money for her mother's surgery.
Sis Lioli's coming out. Let's hurry over. Just then, Hong Hong called out, then quickly got up and ran toward the pool area. The other girls followed suit, their footsteps echoing behind her. Chen Mo instinctively looked up. A tall, curvaceous woman with exquisite, fierce features emerged from the pool. Her figure was stunning, her skin flawlessly fair, and her legs straight and long. Both her physique and appearance were utterly flawless. The beauties in the Dragon Phoenix pool, upon seeing her emerge, immediately gathered around her, proactively greeting her. The beauty named Lulu offered a brief greeting to the group before striding into her private lounge with her long, fair legs. What the hell are you doing sitting here? Get to work. You think I won't have Mr. He fire you right now? Just then, the waiter who had earlier ordered Chen Mo to deliver the wine rushed up to him, shouting furiously. Chen Mo slowly lifted his head and glanced at the waiter. Smack! The waiter flung the tray he was holding straight into Chen Mo's arms and bellowed. What are you staring at? Sister Lu wants a whiskey. Hurry up and bring it to Sister Lu. I wasn't. Chen Mo opened his mouth to explain. No buts about it. Hurry up and bring it to Sister Lulu. If she gets angry, no one will be able to save you. I'm telling you. The waitress barked the order at breakneck speed before turning on her heel and dashing off to attend to other beauties. Chen Mo sat there hesitating for 2 seconds before reluctantly getting up. He picked up a glass of whiskey, placed it on a tray, and strode toward the room where Lulu was seated. Chen Mo's decision to deliver the drink to Lulu wasn't born of weakness. He was curious whether she, like other women, was overly materialistic. He figured delivering the drink would be a good opportunity to interact with her. Seconds later, Chen Mo arrived at the door of Lulu's lounge. Only the two most famous beauties, Lulu and Ying Ying, had such private lounges. Other beauties simply didn't qualify for their own. The door stood ajar, and Chen Mo pushed it open without hesitation, stepping inside. But the moment Chen Mo stepped inside, a shriek pierced the air. Chen Mo instinctively looked up, then froze in place, his eyes going blank. He hadn't expected Lulu to be changing clothes inside the lounge at that very moment. Lulu's stunning figure was exposed to Chen Mo's view, her legs long and slender, like a flawless work of art. Gulp! Chen Mo couldn't help but swallow hard. There was no denying it, Lulu's figure was simply too stunning.